On a train traveling through the darkness, our protagonist, Ye Chuyun, slowly woke up. He looked around. The entire train compartment was packed with people. Many people had already woken up like Ye Chuyun and were terrified when they realized the situation they were in. They wanted to shout, but found themselves speechless, as if they were controlled by some mysterious force. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Congratulations, you have arrived in the world of gods and demons. This is your only chance to gain eternal life. All 7 billion humans on the blue planet, you will descend into the world of gods and demons together. There, death is commonplace. All you need to do is survive in this world of gods and demons. But at the same time, you will also gain great opportunities, evolve, and even achieve eternal life. I wish you good luck." After saying this, many people showed expressions of fear, and Ye Chuyun's face also showed a look of panic. However, in addition to panic, there was also a hint of excitement in his eyes. Reborn. I was actually reborn. After only a few seconds of excitement, Ye Chuyun quickly calmed himself down. This was a habit that had to be developed in the world of gods and demons. Only when he was extremely calm could he think more easily. Ye Chuyun looked out at the empty space outside the train. It was pitch black. Others might not know where the train was heading, but he did. Taking advantage of this moment, Ye Chuyun recalled his past life. He remembered it clearly. At first, the train brought them to a poisonous swamp known as the Novice Village. Then, the voice claiming to be Heavenly Dao reappeared, ordering them to hunt ferocious beasts and reach level 10 within a month. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun laughed inwardly. In his previous life, because he had witnessed the horror of the ferocious beast, he actually hid away alone. For 3 whole days, he didn't dare to hunt the ferocious beast. By the time he finally made up his mind to hunt the beast, he realized he was already miles behind everyone else. Add to that the various things that happened later, and he was never able to find treasure chests, elite monsters, or even clear dungeons. It can be said that one step slow leads to another. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun was too far behind, resulting in insufficient strength. In a certain dungeon, he was besieged by monsters and finally fell down unwillingly. But now it's different. He has the memories and experiences of the next 10 years. This is a unique golden finger that belongs only to him. In this life, he must work hard to improve his strength and survive in this world. As Ye Chuyun recalled the past, a flash of white light appeared, the darkness vanished, and the train arrived at a gloomy forest. Woo! The train also stopped. "All passengers, please get off within 10 minutes, otherwise you will be killed." After the voice finished speaking, the door opened automatically. Ye Chuyun came to his senses and ran out without hesitation. Seeing this, the others did not dare to question the authenticity of the voice and ran out of the train one after another. Fortunately, there was enough time, and everyone got off the train safely. Everyone looked at this completely unfamiliar place, looking at each other in bewilderment. Woo! After everyone left, the train also drove away. Congratulations everyone on arriving at Trial Site 118, the Poison Swamp. Each trial site currently holds 1,000 people. Personal dashboard opens. Chat channel for Area 118 opens. All sorts of information flooded into Ye Chuyun's mind. Then, a rusty long sword appeared in everyone's hand. This was the initial weapon. Ye Chuyun's mind moved, and he opened his personal panel. A curtain of light appeared before his eyes. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level 10/100. Combat power 5048 +2. Equipment: Novice Cleaver. After reviewing the stats, Ye Chuyun wasn't surprised at all. At this moment, the mysterious voice reappeared. "Everyone, before the beast arrives, I will give you a chance to draw a lottery. This may determine your future fate. Talents, equipment, skills, special items, everything can be drawn. It all depends on your luck." As soon as these words were spoken, the chat room exploded. Before they could discuss it, a golden gift box appeared in front of everyone. "Open it." Ye Chuyun opened it without hesitation. He knew what would come out of the gift box. In his previous life, he had obtained a special item, a bag of steamed buns. It was with this bag of buns that he avoided hunting the beast and instead hid for 3 days. This also meant he lost the chance to reach the top echelon. Steamed buns are fine too. They'll fill my stomach, so it's better than nothing. The golden gift box slowly opened. "Congratulations, you've won the only SSS level talent with a 100 drop rate." Huh, Ye Chuyun was stunned. 100% explosion rate. Whether it is killing a ferocious beast or opening a treasure chest, all related explosion rates can be increased from 0.01% to 100%. Ye Chuyun really did not expect that he would actually draw the only SSS level talent. In his previous life, he knew of someone who had acquired an S-rank talent. This person, Shifeng, was known as the god of war in his previous life. He commanded millions of followers and controlled a small city, making him a second-rate power. Once, Shifeng accidentally let something slip. Everyone then realized that the reason Shifeng was so strong was because he had drawn the only S-rank talent at the very beginning of the advent of the god and demon world. He was possessed by the god of war. At that time, Ye Chuyun was just a nobody, unable to afford even decent equipment, and could only look up to the big guys. Unfortunately, this man named Shifeng disappeared not long after, becoming a hot topic in the world of gods and demons. He had never expected that he would actually draw the only SSS level talent, which was 2 levels higher than Shifeng's S-level talent. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chuyun quickly suppressed his excitement. After the draw, some were overjoyed while others were in tears. Oh my goodness. I'm going to keep going. Where's my next draw? I want a water dispenser with unlimited water. I'm thirsty now, so I'll show you a bucket. At this time, a muscular man came out. I got a level 1 equipment. Another guy wearing glasses came out holding a shield, also a level 1 equipment. The two of them standing together immediately attracted the attention of most people. Everyone gathered around them, begging for help from the boss. Ye Chuyun looked at them, his mind full of memories. Of course, he knew these two people. The muscular man was called Wang Gang, and he claimed to be a Sonda champion. The one with glasses was called Zhuang Liang. These two later formed a small team with several others, and with this early advantage, they developed very well. The things the two people drew in their past lives and now were exactly the same, nothing had changed. He also remembered that the others had drawn the same things. It seemed that only he had changed. Ye Chuyun took a look. At this moment, everyone's attention was still on Wang Gang and Zhuang Liang. He quietly hid in the crowd. The 1,000 of them were now in a huge square, surrounded by a light curtain. Ye Chuyun knew that this light curtain was a protective shield that would automatically lift 10 minutes after the draw. He checked his watch and saw 9 minutes and 30 seconds had passed. There were still 30 seconds left before the shield lifted. With a loud bang, everyone noticed that the surroundings were shaking continuously, and the light curtain surrounding the square was gradually dissipating. A group of naked green monsters rushed in from all directions. There were about a dozen monsters in this group. These people had never seen such a scene before. Some screamed, and some even vomited. Now is not the time to be afraid. According to the law of the jungle, the more afraid we are, the easier it will be for these monsters to bully us. Everyone, cheer up. At this moment, a man in black leather armor stepped forward. He was clutching a large chair, presumably the item he had drawn. He lifted it sideways and flung it at the monster. The monsters weren't stupid either. Seeing the chair coming, they scattered and dodged. However, one of them was caught off guard and hit by the chair, falling to the ground. The monster's defense was not very good, and it was defeated by the hit. The monster that was hit roared and screamed, as if trying to get its companions to come and rescue it. However, the group of companions ran away without looking back, as if confirming the man's previous statement that they were a group of monsters that bullied the good and feared the evil. A monster is pinned down, everyone charge, the leather-jacketed man shouted. The others grew bolder and rushed forward, their machetes raised. However, Ye Chuyun, who had been prepared for a long time, had already rushed ahead of the others and chopped off the monster's head with a single blow. Kill a level 1 green claw beast. Gain +8 energy points. 100% explosion chance triggered. A ball of white light emerged from the green-skinned monster's body, and then split into 2 balls of light, one large and one small, which poured into Ye Chuyun and the leather-clad man's bodies respectively. Ye Chuyun did not open the storage space to check immediately. Now, everyone's morale was boosted by the monster's death, and they began to attack the monster. He had to hurry and steal a few more heads. Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed, and he rushed forward. Kill a level 1 green claw beast, and gain +5 energy points. 100 explosion rate triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it. Kill a level 1 green claw beast, and gain +6 energy points. Ye Chuyun blended in with the crowd, specifically looking for lone and besieged green claw beasts. He ultimately succeeded in killing 5 of them. After a hard-fought battle, all the green claw beasts in the square were eliminated. Ye Chuyun had gained a total of 28 energy points, leaving him 72 points short of reaching the next level. The most impressive performances were naturally those of Wang Gang and Zhuang Liang, but there was also a girl named Lu Qian who had drawn an arrow. The 3 of them teamed up, with Zhuang Liang holding the shield to block the green claw beast's attacks, while Wang Gang and Lu Qian attacked it. They looked like a complete team. Ye Chuyun glanced at the regional chat channel. In the upper right corner was a string of numbers, 952/1000. This meant that 48 people had died in the battle with the Green Claw Beast. Ye Chuyun was not surprised. Because these level 1 Green Claw Beasts alone have a combat power of 200, level 2 has a combat power of 400, and so on. Moreover, these are just ordinary beasts, equivalent to small monsters. Not to mention the elite monsters and leader-level beasts. After a period of panic, Wang Gang, Zhuang Liang, and Lu Qian stepped forward to calm the crowd. Their words quickly calmed the crowd, and some immediately stood up and decided to continue fighting with Wang Gang and the other two. However, some, like Ye Chuyun in his previous life, temporarily lost their will to fight. Those willing to fight quickly formed teams. Wang Gang and the other two were naturally the most popular targets. During this period, Ye Chuyun naturally received many invitations, but he just shook his head and declined them all. If he formed a team, he would inevitably reveal many things, so he was destined to go it alone. Finally, they formed a dozen or so teams and left the square in a mighty procession. Ye Chuyun also took this opportunity to go to an unnoticed corner, quickly opened the storage space, and checked his spoils. The storage space was similar to a backpack in an online game, with an initial capacity of 100 slots. Upgrading required spending divine and demon coins, which could be earned by killing ferocious beasts. Upon opening the storage space, Ye Chuyun's eyes widened. Let me see what dropped. Ye Chuyun began to count the spoils with great anticipation. God and demon coins 21st, the God and demon coins. The 5 green claw beasts had dropped 20 coins in total, occupying one grid. The role of the God and demon coin is equivalent to the game currency. In the world of gods and demons, you can't live without God and demon coins. In the early stage, the drop rate of God and demon coins is also very small. You may only find one God and demon coin in the 3-headed green claw beast. The second item was 5 identical green beads, occupying 5 grids. Green claw beast spirit increases strength by 2. It's actually the spirit of a ferocious beast. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. Essence is the essence of fierce beasts, and there is a certain chance that it will explode after killing the leader fierce beast. After consuming the essence, one can improve the 4 dimensions, which was something that was hard to come by in the early days of the previous life. Even if you kill hundreds of ordinary beasts, you might not be able to find one. The drop rate from elites and leaders is higher. Even if one does drop, people usually choose to consume it themselves. If it is sold, even the spirit of a level 1 fierce beast can be sold at a high price of several hundred God and demon coins in the later stage. Now Ye Chuyun directly hits with every blow, and a green claw beast spirit explodes at once. Without hesitation, Ye Chuyun chose to swallow the 5 green claw beast essences. Consume the green claw beast essences and gain 2 strength points. Consume the green claw beast essences and gain 2 strength points. Reminder, the maximum amount of green claw beast's essence you can consume is May 10th. A warm energy coursed through Ye Chuyun's body, and he felt his strength grow considerably. As long as he continued to level up, his body would continue to evolve. Ye Chuyun opened the panel and found that his strength had increased by 10 points, becoming 16. His combat power also increased by 20 points, becoming 70, but this kind of combat power was still not enough to fight a level 1 green claw beast alone. The third item turned out to be a skill book. Appraisal, no rank, can glimpse the essence of things. The higher the rank, the more you can glimpse. Learning requirements, none. Ye Chuyun was almost doubting his own eyes. In his previous life, skill books were extremely valuable, yet they suddenly appeared after he killed a few green claw beasts. Firstly, in the world of gods and demons, there was no upper limit to the skills that each person possessed. If the spirit of a ferocious beast can only be revealed after killing hundreds of beasts, then a skill book may not be revealed even after killing thousands or even tens of thousands of beasts. Even if a skill book is revealed, there may still be restrictions on learning it. Some skill books have so many restrictions that they are outrageous. The average person may only be able to learn a few skills for their original job when they change jobs. To learn skills beyond your primary role, you either have to purchase them with God and demon coins or spawn monsters. While appraisal skills are commonplace in the later stages of the God and demon world, not everyone possesses one. In the early stages, they're practically magical. Not only can it detect a monster's combat power attributes, but at a high level, it can also identify useful information such as maps, monster distribution, equipment, etc. Do you want to learn the Identify skill? Learn, Ye Chuyun said impatiently. Congratulations, you've successfully learned the Identify skill. Identify LV1. Active skill, can identify monster and item information. Ye Chuyun successfully learned his first skill and couldn't help but feel happy. Next, He saw the fourth item, a blue stone. Skill stone, upgrades any skill. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he decided to use the skill stone to upgrade his appraisal skill. Congratulations, Identification LV1 has been upgraded to Identification LV2. Identification LV2. Active skill, can identify monsters, items, and terrain information. Ye Chuyun's face showed an ecstatic expression, and he quickly pressed his palm to the ground. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself, identify. Then, after activating the skill, a clear map appeared before his eyes, as if a detailed topographic map had appeared in his mind. This is the overall topographic map of the poison swamp. Ye Chuyun was excited. With this map and his memories from his past life, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in this place. Finally, there were 3 more items, all of which were identical long swords. The surfaces of these 3 long swords are covered with exquisite patterns, gleaming with a delicate luster, and look as beautiful as works of art. Green claw machete, attack +5, strength +2, first level equipment. Detected 2 similar pieces of equipment in the storage space. Should they be enhanced? Ye Chuyun had already anticipated that if there were identical pieces of equipment, they could be enhanced, and the level of enhancement would be linked to the equipment's grade. He chose to strengthen without hesitation. Strengthen, he made up his mind. Consume 2 pieces of similar equipment. Strengthen successfully green claw machete +2, attack +15, strength +6, first level equipment. He replaced his novice machete with the enhanced green claw machete and checked his attribute panel. Name, Ye Chuyun, level 128/100, skill, appraisal LV2, combat power, 95. The combat power skyrocketed, reaching 95 points. You know, Wang Gang, as a Sonda champion, with the bonus of equipment, his combat power is only 93 points. At this moment, Ye Chuyun's combat power has surpassed Wang Gang. It's almost time to set off. After about 10 minutes of inventorying the spoils, Ye Chuyun realized that there might be a fierce battle with a ferocious beast outside, and he had to act quickly. He looked at the people with sad faces in the square, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Outside the square lay a dense forest, seemingly endless. Ye Chuyun cautiously pressed forward, leaning against the trees, trying to avoid the quagmires on the ground, which were filled with deadly toxins. If he accidentally fell into one, there would be almost no chance of survival. At this time, the chat channel was in full swing, and Ye Chuyun hadn't noticed anyone had found the treasure chest. Perhaps someone had found it, but didn't say anything. However, Ye Chuyun's goal was not to hunt the beast. His current goal was to find the treasure chest hidden in the swamp. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun now had a topographical map of the poisonous fog swamp, and combined with his memories from his previous life, he had locked on to several places where treasure chests might appear. As long as there is a treasure chest within 1 meter of him, there will be an immediate prompt, so he doesn't have to worry about not finding it. At this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast came from the distance, and Ye Chuyun tried his best to remain quiet and hide his figure. If only I had an invisibility skill, Ye Chuyun thought helplessly. It took him more than 10 minutes to finally reach a huge tree in the southeast of the map. Just then, a notification sounded. Hint, the treasure chest is found within 1 meter, please look for it. Ye Chuyun quickly went around the back of the tree and saw a 1 meter wide tree hole with a gray treasure chest quietly placed inside. It really exists. A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. He remembered that he had accidentally seen someone mention this location in the chat channel before. At that time, he asked curiously and got the correct answer. He took the opportunity to crawl into the tree hole and try to use the Identify skill to check the treasure chest. Gray treasure chest, 90% chance of receiving God and Demon coins upon opening, 20% chance of receiving Tier 1 equipment, 5% chance of receiving a skill book or a special item. Probability? Just open it, and it's done. Ye Chuyun chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. A colorful light instantly lit up, the treasure chest disappeared, and 4 more items appeared in Ye Chuyun's storage space. He began to quickly count his items. The first item was 200 God and Demon coins. The second was an antique silver ring. The third was a red pill. The fourth was a skill book. Agility ring. Agility +8 after wearing, first level equipment. Body tempering pill. Constitution +10 after taking. Stealth. First level skill. Consumes a certain amount of energy. Can be invisible for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Ye Chuyun quickly equipped the ring and swallowed the body tempering pill. His combat power surged again, reaching 131 points. He also successfully learned the stealth skill. Suddenly, he heard footsteps in the distance. Ye Chuyun quickly used stealth and quietly left the place. Not long after he disappeared, 3 men and 1 woman arrived here, their bodies more or less covered with blood and scars. One of the men, wearing an electric bike helmet, stared at the empty treasure chest with wide eyes. Holy crap, I was wondering what that multicolored light was. I didn't expect it to be a treasure chest, he exclaimed in surprise. I don't know what the person who opened this treasure chest got. I guess he made a fortune. No matter how much he made, it has nothing to do with us. The other 3 shook their heads and turned to leave. Chapter 5. Crazy Treasure Chest Opening, Solo Stone Ape Beast. After using stealth to quietly leave, Ye Chuyun followed the map and came to the next place where there might be a treasure chest. Sure enough, he found a gray treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest, he obtained 4 items. God and Demon Coins, 200 Spirit Necklace, plus 8 Spirit upon wearing, Tier 1 Equipment, Body Tempering Pill, plus 10 Constitution upon taking, Vision Enhancement, Tier 1 Skill, consumes a certain amount of Spirit to enhance static and dynamic vision for 30 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes, requires Spirit 10 to learn. By this time, Ye Chuyun had accumulated 420 God and Demon Coins, a considerable fortune for him. Once the trading house opened, he could use the money to further develop his business. After opening the treasure chest, he didn't linger for long, but quickly left, hiding in a bush, and checked his attributes again. Name, Ye Chuyun Level 128/100 Strength, 22 Agility, 14 Constitution, 26 Spirit, 14 Skills, Appraisal Level 1 LV2, Stealth Level 1 LV1, Vision Enhancement Level 1 LV1 Combat Power, 167-152, plus 15 God and Demon Coins, 420. Equipment, Green Claw Machete plus 2 Attack plus 15, Strength plus 6, Tier 1 Equipment, Agility Ring Agility plus 8, Tier 1 Equipment, Spirit Necklace Spirit plus 8, Tier 1 Equipment. Seeing his own stats, Ye Chuyun smiled. My combat power is almost reaching 200. He thought that if he found another treasure chest, his combat power would be comparable to that of the Green Claw Beast, and he would be more confident in soloing it. Ye Chuyun checked the map, confirmed the location of the 3rd treasure chest, and continued forward without hesitation. Over 2 hours had passed since entering the world of gods and demons. During this time, while other players were teaming up to fight monsters, Ye Chuyun was searching for treasure chests on his own. Thanks to his 4th-dimensional enhancement, his vision had become sharper, allowing him to observe situations within a 10-meter radius, allowing him to easily avoid danger. If he couldn't avoid it, he could use stealth to avoid the enemy's attention. During this process, Ye Chuyun encountered some level 1 beasts with a combat power of around 260. These beasts were active on the outskirts of the swamp. After all, the swamp was a novice trial area, and the beasts on the outskirts were not high in level. The deeper you went, the higher the level of the beasts. Now, Ye Chuyun only dared to move around the periphery. He crouched low, using the bushes for cover as he quietly advanced towards the target treasure chest. Hint: treasure chest traces are within 1 meter, please look for them. Seeing the hint, Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed with excitement, and he continued to move forward cautiously. When he saw the treasure chest, his pupils shrank. Hidden among a pile of rocks, the chest glowed with a cyan light. It's actually a bronze treasure chest. Ye Chuyun was shocked. In his previous life, he had heard of the existence of this treasure chest, but had always thought it was just an ordinary gray treasure chest. Unexpectedly, the treasure chest was located at the bronze level. Treasure chests come in several qualities, ranging from common to bronze, black iron, silver, gold, and dark gold, with legendary and mythical levels rising above. The 2 treasure chests Ye Chuyun had opened before were both ordinary gray treasure chests. He remembered that a player named Nakamura had opened a dark gold treasure chest, which contained not only Tier 6 equipment, but also countless skill books and special items, and even a certificate for a hidden class change. And now, the bronze treasure chest before him, logically speaking, should contain at least Tier 2 equipment. However, besides the treasure chest, Ye Chuyun also noticed a ferocious beast guarding it. This beast had strong limbs, sharp claws on its palms, and was covered in black scales. It looked like a wolf with an ape's body. Ye Chuyun's heart tightened, and he immediately used the Identify skill to check its attributes. Name: Stone Ape Beast. Level 1 Combat Power Assessment, 260 Features, likes to act alone, has a hard shell, sharp claws with toxins, and slow movements. Skills: None. Explosion rate: 0.1%. After reading the data, Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, as I expected, the stone ape is stronger than the green claw, but its movements are more unique. Although the stone ape is more powerful, it prefers to act alone, which gives Ye Chuyun an opportunity. If the green claw were in groups, the situation might be much more complicated. At this moment, the stone ape beast was lazily lying next to the treasure chest, completely unaware that Ye Chuyun was hiding in the bushes a meter away. Ye Chuyun did not rush to act, but carefully observed the surroundings. After making sure that no other beasts were approaching, he began to use stealth to quietly go around behind the stone ape beast. He raised his green claw machete, aimed at the stone ape's neck, and swung it down fiercely. The stone ape's neck was its fatal weakness. With a 22-point strength bonus, Ye Chuyun's machete seemed to cut through the air and hit the stone ape's neck directly. In stealth mode, the stone ape beast was completely unaware of the danger, and the blade struck its neck in an instant. Crack! The scales on the stone ape beast's neck were instantly split by the machete, and blood splattered everywhere. The stone ape beast immediately howled in pain and quickly turned to pounce on Ye Chuyun. However, Ye Chuyun was prepared. He quickly drew his machete and activated his vision enhancement skill. The stone ape's movements slowed down as he watched. Using his 14 points of agility, he easily dodged the attack and swung his machete again, striking at its wound. The stone ape's reactions were becoming increasingly sluggish. Seeing it grow weaker and weaker, Ye Chuyun was not in a hurry to end the fight. Instead, he calmly observed its attack trajectory, looking for an opportunity to launch another attack. After about half a minute, the enhanced vision gradually wore off, and the stone ape, suffering from excessive blood loss, eventually collapsed at Ye Chuyun's feet. Chapter 6. Fighting power increases again, and after obtaining a treasure chest detector and killing the stone ape beast, Ye Chuyun gains 12 energy points. Then the system prompts, 100% explosion rate triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it. He ignored the body of the stone ape beast and instead looked around, quickly opened the bronze treasure chest, checked the items, and left quickly. Finding a safe place, Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the battle with the stone ape beast just now. Although it seemed easy, if he were to be attacked by the beast's sharp claws a few times, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, with stealth, enhanced vision, and the improvement of the 4 dimensions, he was able to defeat the stone ape beast unscathed. That's awesome. One stone ape can actually provide 12 energy points. If I get a few more, I can level up. Ye Chuyun smiled happily. At this point, he had already leveled up from level 128 out of 100 to level 140/100. Killing either the 6-headed stone ape or the green claw beast will bring him up to level 2. The advantage of soloing is that all loot and energy points are yours. In contrast, teaming up with others to fight monsters requires splitting energy points and items, potentially leading to conflicts over uneven distribution. It's so comfortable to be in control of everything when playing solo. However, soloing also has its risks. After all, you must be strong enough to take on the beast alone, otherwise you'll just be giving your head away. Let's take a look at the stone ape beast and the treasure chest, Ye Chuyun said as he opened the storage space. The moment he opened the storage space, he was drawn in by the dazzling array of items. Stone ape beast's essence, strength +3, F-rank special item, hot barbecue, stone ape scale, constitution +5, first-class equipment. These items were obviously the spoils of the stone ape beast. Although its explosion rate was 0.1%, almost a 1 in 1,000 chance, it seemed to become 100% in front of Ye Chuyun. Next is the item in the bronze treasure chest, God and Demon Coin +500, Skill Stone, upgrade any skill, 2. Strength Stone, enhances equipment, 2. Special item, treasure chest detector. First level spell scroll, Sea of Fire, Purple Jade Mirror, increases spirit +10, constitution +15, and has the purple jade shield skill, creating a 1,000-point defense shield. Second level equipment, wearable requirement, level 5. Ye Chuyun was stunned by these rewards, especially the explosive items in the bronze treasure chest, which caught his attention. Skill stones could improve skills, but the higher the skill level, the more skill stones were required. In his previous life, such items were extremely expensive, sometimes even costing up to 10,000 God and demon coins each. The same goes for enhancement stones. When upgrading equipment, the higher the level, the more enhancement stones are consumed. Furthermore, the prices of skill stones and enhancement stones remain high, so Ye Chuyun decided to buy a large number of them on the trading platform. Next up was the spell scroll, Sea of Fire. For Ye Chuyun, it was a truly powerful weapon. This could help him defeat difficult elites and boss-level beasts, and could even be used to quickly farm monsters and level up in the later stages. While the purple jade mirror had powerful attribute bonuses, it required him to be at level 5, so he couldn't equip it yet. What impressed him most was the treasure chest detector. This special item can detect whether there is a treasure chest within a radius of 100 meters. Ye Chuyun had never heard of such a magical item in his previous life. With it, the treasure chests in the entire poisonous fog swamp will be nowhere to be found. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun was extremely excited. Although he had already searched the entire swamp, with the treasure chest detector, he could continue to search for other hidden treasure chests and further improve his strength. He decided not to use the strengthening stones for the time being and leave them in the storage space. Both skill stones were used on the Identify skill, bringing it to level 3. Identify LV3. Active skill can identify monsters, items, terrain, and special spiritual herbs and ores. Excellent. Now I can identify special materials. Ye Chuyun nodded, looking at his new skill with satisfaction. He also consumed the essence of the stone ape beast and wore the stone ape scale, further enhancing his combat power. Name, Ye Chuyun, level 140/100, strength, 25, agility, 14, constitution, 31, spirit, 14, skills, appraisal LV3, stealth LV1, vision enhancement LV1. Combat power, 183/168 plus 15 god and demon coins, 920 equipment. Green claw machete plus 2 attack power plus 15, strength plus 6. First tier equipment agility ring agility plus 8. First tier equipment spirit necklace spirit plus 8. First tier equipment stone ape scale constitution plus 5. First tier equipment. After finishing his belongings, Ye Chuyun felt a bit hungry and took out his hot barbecue to devour it. 10 minutes later, he rubbed his plump belly and burped contentedly. During his break, he opened the chat channel to check on the progress of others. The channel was still bustling with activity. Ye Chuyun glanced at the upper left corner and noticed the number of people had dropped significantly, 902 out of 1,000. In just 2 or 3 hours, another 50 people had died in the poisonous fog swamp. This was just a novice trial ground. After reaching level 5, players would enter the true world of gods and demons, a place far more dangerous and cruel. Chapter 7, Spiritual Herbs. Surprisingly, in the chat channel, many players' avatars kept jumping, revealing their names and true appearances. Kai Kuan said in the channel, "This stone ape beast is too strong. I didn't expect it to be so tough. Our team was almost wiped out. Luckily, it's slow, otherwise we'd be in trouble. It's best not to rush into it. Just slowly wear it down." Wang Gang followed suit. "I've encountered a stone ape beast before too. Luckily, Zhuang Liang discovered its weakness, and with the help of Lu Qian and the others, our team managed to take it down without a scratch. We even found a stone ape beast spirit, which increases strength by 3 after consuming it." Huang Li exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. The big guys killed the stone ape beast so easily." Feng Yu asked doubtfully, "I just found the corpse of a stone ape beast nearby. There's a green treasure chest next to it. Did you kill it?" Zhuang Liang replied, "We didn't kill it. The one we killed didn't have a treasure chest." Huang Peng continued, "It seems there are so many experts here. This novice village is full of hidden talents. No wonder you were so strong. By the way, what level are you?" Wang Gang said proudly, "I'm already level 2, with a combat power of 189. Kai Kuan exclaimed in surprise, "Only level 2? Our 5-man team has only killed a little over 10 stone ape beasts, and we still need a lot of energy to reach level 2. Zhao Chong laughed and said, "It seems your team is the elite of Area 118. Wang Gang smiled and replied, "Haha, you're really flattered." Zhuang Liang said modestly, "I believe there are always people who are better than you." Kai Kuan laughed, "Big brother, you're so modest, haha." Ye Chuyun observed quietly from the side without commenting. Wang Gang's promotion to level 2 didn't surprise him, because in his previous life, Wang Gang's team had been the top team in District 118. Ye Chuyun knew that the key to leveling up lay in the opening of the ranking list. Once he reached level 3, the rankings would gradually become clear. The first person to reach level 10 would receive a golden treasure chest, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. After all, the higher the level of the treasure chest, the richer the rewards, but also the more difficult it was to obtain. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun decided to use the treasure chest detector to search for treasure chests while hunting down lone beasts. In the northeast of the poisonous fog swamp, Ye Chuyun began a new exploration. Kill a level 1 green claw beast and gain plus 10 energy points. Kill a level 1 green claw beast and gain plus 10 energy points. As the green claw beasts were killed one after another, Ye Chuyun finally cleared out these annoying enemies. He continued to advance from the southeast of the poison mist swamp, searching for his target with a treasure chest detector. On the way, he encountered 4 green claw beasts resting. Ye Chuyun skillfully lured one of them aside and quickly dispatched it, then proceeded to deal with the others one by one. In less than 10 minutes, he had defeated all 4 green-clawed beasts. A flash of white light passed, and Ye Chuyun felt his body swell with strength, his level progress bar also appearing. Level 180 out of 100. He only needed to kill 2 more green claw beasts to reach level 2. Reminder, the upper limit for taking green claw beast essence is September 10th. By killing the green claw beasts, he obtained 4 green claw beast essences. After swallowing them, his strength increased by 8 points, and he also obtained 3 green claw machetes. Ye Chuyun enhanced one of them without hesitation, successfully upgrading it to green claw machete +5, attack +25, strength +10, tier 1 equipment. Note, your green claw machete has reached its upper limit and cannot be enhanced further. His combat power increased to 217, instantly surpassing Wang Gang's level 2 and becoming the strongest in District 118. In addition to some basic rewards, Ye Chuyun also received 20 God and Demon coins, a skill stone, and a skill book, Strength Amplification, a first-level skill that increases strength by 20 points within 30 seconds after use, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Ye Chuyun now possessed 3 usable skills, which would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. After defeating the Green Claw Beast, Ye Chuyun continued his journey towards a bubbling swamp. In one part of the swamp, he discovered a half-foot-tall purple 6-petal clover. He was delighted and immediately used the Identify skill to check. Name, Purple Stargrass. Rank, First-class spiritual herb. Effect, ingestion causes paralysis of the entire body and can be used in alchemy. It's indeed Purple Stargrass, Ye Chuyun said happily. This spiritual herb is extremely important to him, especially after he becomes an alchemist. It will be the key to improving his alchemy skills. Ye Chuyun decided to collect all the spiritual herbs he could find so that he could refine more pills after he became an alchemist. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun was a mid-level alchemist, refining elixirs for others in the second-rate faction Shadow. While the divine and demonic coins he earned weren't much, they were enough to support him. Now reborn, he once again aimed to become an alchemist, as this profession held unparalleled importance in the world of gods and demons. Especially when resources are plentiful, alchemists are practically a panacea. With spiritual herbs, he can lay the foundation for his future alchemy journey. After gathering the purple stargrass, Ye Chuyun once again took out the treasure chest detector, ready to continue searching for more treasure chests. Ding! Detection completed. A treasure chest detected 83 meters to the right front. Found it. Ye Chuyun was delighted and immediately followed the treasure chest detector's instructions to move towards the target. Chapter 8. Encountering Wang Gang's team. After advancing about 50 meters, Ye Chuyun's expression suddenly froze, and he quickly hid behind a large tree, concealing himself. There's a sound of fighting. Ye Chuyun's sharp ears caught the sounds of chaos coming from afar. He tilted his head slightly, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. About 3 meters ahead, 5 humans were besieging a green claw beast. Ye Chuyun's gaze instantly locked onto the green claw beast, noticing its distinct differences from the average green claw beast. This mutant green claw beast was much larger, nearly 2 meters long, with a dark green skin, clearly a mutated elite monster. Name, Green Claw Beast Mutation. Level 1 Combat Power Rating, 300 Features, Huge Strength, Swift Speed, Cunning, Runs Away if you can't win skills, Speed Boost LV1, Explosion Rate, 1%. Ye Chuyun's heart skipped a beat as he read this information. As expected of a mutant elite monster, while its level remained the same, its combat power was greatly enhanced. It also had the Fight or Run trait, coupled with its speed-boosting abilities, and if they weren't careful, this 5-person team could be at a disadvantage. Ye Chuyun then turned his attention to the 5-man team. To his surprise, it was Wang Gang's squad. Zhuang Liang stood at the front, holding a level 1 shield, blocking the attacks of the mutant green claw beast and protecting his teammates. Another man in a black leather jacket made a makeshift wooden shield and worked with Zhuang Liang to withstand the pressure. Wang Gang and Lu Qian looked for opportunities to attack. Wang Gang's free sport skills allowed him to nimbly dodge the mutant green claw beast's attacks and occasionally counterattack, leaving it covered in wounds. Lu Qian, from a distance, continuously attacked with a bow and arrow, while another girl hid behind her, carrying a medical kit and providing treatment for everyone. The mutant green claw beast, enraged, swung its massive bone club at Wang Gang's head. Wang Gang's quick reaction effortlessly dodged the attack and then countered with a punch, further fueling his hatred. Wang Gang, Zhuang Liang, and the leather-clad man alternated in fending off the attack, while Lu Qian attacked relentlessly. The mutant green claw beast gradually lost strength, its green blood flowing all over the ground. Ye Chuyun observed silently from behind a tree. Suddenly, the mutant green-clawed beast roared, its body flashing green light, and then it suddenly fled at an extremely fast speed. Wang Gang and others watched in amazement as it disappeared from sight. "Fuck, Captain, should we chase after it?" Zhuang Liang asked hurriedly. Wang Gang, panting, raised his hand to stop him. "It can't get far. Let's heal our wounds first. Wang Yun, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yun, the girl hiding behind Lu Qian, stepped forward and began bandaging the team members' wounds. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun planned to wait for them to leave before continuing, but accidentally moved his feet. Wang Yun's ears moved slightly, and suddenly raised her head to look at Ye Chuyun's hiding place. "Who is it?" she suddenly shouted. Wang Yun's skill was audio amplification, which allowed her to hear even the slightest movement within 10 meters, and naturally, she also noticed Ye Chuyun's footsteps. Her cry alerted Wang Gang and the others, and the 5 of them turned their heads, their eyes focused on Ye Chuyun's hiding place. Ye Chuyun sighed helplessly and stood up, revealing his figure. However, he wasn't worried. If things went wrong, he could always use stealth to escape. "Huh, it's you," the leather-clad man, Lei Chun, was slightly startled when he saw Ye Chuyun, as if he recognized him. "Huh? Lei Chun, do you know him?" Wang Gang asked doubtfully. Lei Chun smiled awkwardly. "Hey, I just have a vague impression of him," he explained. "I remember that time in the square when I accidentally threw a chair and hit a monster. Ye Chuyun was the first one to rush out. He left a deep impression on me." Wang Gang nodded, as if he understood what had happened. He looked at Ye Chuyun and asked, "Brother, what's your name?" "My name is Ye Chuyun. Don't worry, I'm just passing by," Ye Chuyun answered calmly. Wang Gang pondered for a moment, then saw the green claw machete in Ye Chuyun's hand, and a glint flashed in his eyes. "Brother Ye, I see you're quite capable. Would you like to join our team and level up together?" Lei Chen echoed. "Yeah. Following the captain means you'll never have to worry about not having enough meat. He's a level 2 warrior, and his combat power is almost 190. Zhuang Liang and the others didn't comment, just observing silently. Wang Gang's invitation surprised Ye Chuyun, but he still shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to solo farming, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Ye Chuyun turned and walked towards the treasure chest. This move left the members of Wang Gang's team somewhat bewildered. Holy crap. He actually refused. Lei Chen couldn't believe his ears. "Does the more handsome a person is, the more confident he is?" Lu Qian muttered. Wang Gang shook his head slightly. "Forget it. Since Brother Yi is unwilling to join, we won't force him. Let's catch up with that green-clawed beast as soon as possible." As soon as the words fell, Wang Gang's team left quickly. Ye Chuyun continued forward and opened a gray treasure chest, obtaining 200 god and demon coins and a pair of swift wind boots. After putting on these boots, his agility increased, and his combat power reached 237. Just as he was about to continue looking for the next treasure chest, suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he instantly dodged to the left. Bang! A large bone club came down from behind, almost hitting him. He turned around suddenly and saw a mutant green claw beast glaring at him, with obvious hostility flashing in its eyes. The mutant green claw beast growled and raised its large bone club to smash towards Ye Chuyun again. Chapter 9, Upgrade. The Underestimated Strongman. Whoosh. The wind howled as the mutant green-clawed beast lifted its heavy bone club and slammed it down at Ye Chuyun. This blow, with a force of over 100 kilograms, would surely have severely injured Ye Chuyun without any defensive measures. In this critical moment, Ye Chuyun remained unfazed. All his skills had already cooled down, and he reacted quickly. He decisively activated vision enhancement and strength amplification. In an instant, the mutant green claw beast's movements slowed down considerably in Ye Chuyun's eyes, as if its speed had been doubled. Ye Chuyun dodged the blow with a slight deflection, then circled behind the mutant green claw beast and struck it hard in the waist. Unlike ordinary green claw beasts, the mutant green claw beast's head was exceptionally hard, and chopping its head had no effect at all. Its waist was its fatal weakness. With the addition of strength amplification, Ye Chuyun's strength has reached an astonishing 57 points. Even though this skill only lasts for 30 seconds, the current strength is enough to deal with the mutant green claw beast. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as the green claw machete easily sank into the mutant green claw beast's waist, becoming lodged in the bone. Ye Chuyun yanked it out, sending a stream of foul-smelling blood spurting out. The mutant green claw beast howled in pain, wielding its massive bone club and frantically counterattacking. Ye Chuyun quickly retreated, activated the stealth technique, and disappeared from the spot. Woo woo woo. The mutant green claw beast saw Ye Chuyun disappear from its sight, and instead of looking around, it turned around and prepared to escape. Ye Chuyun had anticipated its escape and quickly blocked its retreat, seizing the opportunity to strike it hard on the other side of its waist. This time, the mutant green claw beast could no longer hold on. The large bone club in its hand slipped, and its body fell to the ground with a thud. Ye Chuyun didn't stop, seizing the opportunity to land a few more strikes, ultimately killing it. Killed level 1 green claw beast mutation, gained plus 100 energy points. 100% explosion rate triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it. Congratulations, your level has been promoted to level 2. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attribute points. Ye Chuyun instantly felt a mysterious power coursing through his body, and it seemed as if his body was undergoing a transformation. He could clearly feel his muscles starting to stand out, his sagging fat disappearing, and his body becoming more solid. Upgrading wasn't just about improving attributes, it also enhanced his physical fitness. This made Ye Chuyun even more convinced that as long as he continued to upgrade, immortality might truly be possible. Just as he was about to open the panel to check his attributes, his ears moved slightly, and he heard a noise coming from afar. After his body transformation, Ye Chuyun's 5 senses were much sharper. He immediately judged that there was danger around him. So, he quickly left the scene. Not long after, Wang Gang's team arrived. Everyone was stunned when they saw the mutant green-clawed beast's body, nearly split in half. Green blood spilled all over the ground beside the corpse, a gruesome sight. Lei Chen spoke first. That's the mutant green-clawed beast we just killed. Wang Gang glanced around and noticed the footprints on the ground. He frowned and said, there aren't many of them, and they're all the same size. They were obviously left by one person. Lu Qian also approached the corpse and said in surprise, the knife marks on this mutant green claw beast are almost the same, which means it was killed by someone alone, and there was no resistance. One-on-one. Zhuang Liang immediately shook his head after hearing this. That's impossible. The 5 of us could barely handle it. How could anyone possibly take it on alone? Lu Qian frowned. Besides, it seems there's no one else around here besides us. Who did this? Wang Yin suddenly remembered something and muttered, apart from us, the only other person around here should be that handsome guy named Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun. Lei Chen looked puzzled. Now that you mention it, it seems possible. Could it be that he doesn't want to join us because he's already capable of fighting alone? His combat power should be over 200, right? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and Wang Gang's eyes flashed with a complicated light. Just now, he had been delusional about inviting such a strong man to join his team, but in the end, he was the clown. Meanwhile, Ye Chuyun, after moving away from Wang Gang's team, found a secluded spot and opened the panel to check the upgraded data. Each of the 4 attributes had increased by 10 points, for a total of 40 points, plus 5 free attribute points. Ye Chuyun thought for a moment and decided to add all 5 free attribute points to his spirit. The higher the spirit, the more frequently he could use his skills. He also had a secret purpose, which was to continuously increase his spirit value. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level 280/300. Strength, 47 agility, 34 constitution, 41 spirit, 29 combat power, 327/302 plus 25 at this time. Ye Chuyun's combat power has surpassed the mutant green claw beast. Standing on the outskirts of the poisonous swamp, he is confident that he can sweep away all enemies. He checked the storage space. The items dropped by the mutant green claw beast were similar to those of the normal green claw beast. God and demon coins, 5, green claw beast essence, green claw machete, and a skill book, speed boost. First level skill, plus 20 agility for 30 seconds after use, 2-minute cooldown. The green claw machetes had been strengthened to their maximum capacity, and Ye Chuyun planned to keep the remaining machetes to sell or exchange for supplies in the future. Suddenly, the roar of green claw beasts came from a distance. Ye Chuyun looked up and saw 5 ordinary green claw beasts galloping towards him. He looked down and saw that his pants were stained with some of the mutant green claw beast's blood, which had a certain attraction to ordinary green claw beasts. Obviously, the mutant green claw beast's blood attracted these 5 ordinary green claw beasts. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but smile, holding the green claw machete in his hand, ready to test his strength at the moment. 5 green claw beasts quickly pounced on him. Ye Chuyun didn't use any skills, but directly swung his machete at one of the green claw beasts. Crack! The head of a green-clawed beast fell off. Then, Ye Chuyun shuttled through the group of green-clawed beasts, blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out continuously. Chapter 10. Picking up a bargain. Obtain the mission token Kill the level 1 green claw beast. Get energy points plus 10 Kill the level 1 green claw beast. Get energy points plus 10 Kill the level 1 green claw beast. Get energy points plus 10,100% explosion rate triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it. A flash of white light filled Ye Chuyun's body with energy once again. In less than 5 minutes, he had easily slain the 5 green-clawed beasts. By this point, his level had risen to level 2 130/300. He was just a short distance from level 3, and with the level leaderboard about to open, his progress was accelerating. Although the green claw beast's spirit and green claw machete had reached their upper limit and could no longer be used or strengthened, Ye Chuyun temporarily stored these items in the storage space. Just as he was about to move forward, the system suddenly issued an announcement. Announcement: the trading house is now open. You can sell or buy items here, with no fees. Absolutely fair. Note: this trading house is currently only open to transactions within Area 118. As soon as the announcement was released, the chat channel immediately became extremely lively. Kai Cohen. Fuck, it's only been a few seconds and I see people putting items up for sale. Huangli, what the hell is that? They're selling a beginner's machete, and they're asking for 10 god and demon coins. I worked so hard, and only earned 10 god and demon coins. Who would buy this crappy knife you've put on the street? Wang Gang. Hey, someone's selling food. Roasted green claw beast meat for only 1 god and demon coin. I'm hungry, so I can buy some. Lei Chun. Wow. At first glance, they're selling everything except equipment. Even underwear is for sale, and there are actually people buying it. I'm really impressed. Zhuang Liang. I'm buying tier 1 equipment for 20 god and demon coins. Anyone want to sell? Ye Chuyun glanced at the chat and smiled. He then closed the chat and opened the trading interface. A virtual screen immediately appeared before him. Within a minute of the announcement, a large number of items had already been sent to the trading interface. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up as he spotted a purple star grass on sale at Huangpeng, priced at just 1 divine demon coin. Ye Chuyun bought it without hesitation. This purple star grass, a first-tier spiritual herb, was unknown to ordinary players without the identify skill. But Ye Chuyun immediately recognized its value. In his previous life, purple star grass would have fetched at least 100 divine demon coins. Today he only spent 1 divine demon coin, a real bargain. This made Ye Chuyun feel very satisfied. Browsing around the trading house, Ye Chuyun also bought a large amount of solid stone. Most players considered these stones useless trash, but Ye Chuyun knew their true value. Solid stone could be used to create powerful alchemy materials and even raw materials for refining equipment. This acquisition of over 500 stones cost Ye Chuyun 8 divine and demon coins. Aside from these, there were practically no other valuable items in the trading house. Equipment, skill books, beast essences, and special items were practically unavailable for sale. Currently, the divine and demon coins were still of little use to most people, who preferred to conserve their resources for a rainy day. However, Ye Chuyun knew that once he left the trial zone, the value of the god and demon coins would gradually become apparent. He couldn't help but smile. Looks like I still need to give everyone a little shock. Ye Chuyun clicked on the trading platform and began to set up items for sale. He decided to list a green claw machete, priced at 50 god and demon coins. Considering that most players probably only have a few god and demon coins, 50 is a reasonable price, neither too high nor too low. As soon as the item was listed, it immediately caught the attention of other players. Kai Cohen. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Tier 1 equipment. Only 50 god and demon coins. Huangli. Who are you? The tycoon above. I'll consider you awesome if you have more than 10 god and demon coins on you. Lei Chun. This green claw machete is awesome. Plus 5 attack and plus 2 strength. It's much better than the novice machete I have. Boss Yi, can you sell it to me for a discount? Wang Gang. Brother Yi, these 50 divine and demon coins are a bit expensive. We fought for such a long time and only got a little over 40. Can you give us a discount? Zhuang Liang. How about we exchange the essence of a green claw beast and 40 divine and demon coins for it? Lu Qian. At Ye Chuyun. After noticing the message on the chat channel, Ye Chuyun responded calmly. Everyone, if you don't have enough god and demon coins, you can exchange them with me for manufacturing materials, such as spiritual herbs, special ores, and the like. And I can also use god and demon coins to purchase various special props, manufacturing materials, skill books, etc. As long as you think they are valuable, you can privately message me. Kai Kun exclaimed. Fuck, the boss has appeared. Boss, please come and hug me. Huang Li. Boss, where did you get this equipment, Ye Chuyun? I'm lucky. I just killed a green claw beast, and it dropped. Kai Kun. Hiss, such luck. Please accept my respect, you European emperor. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun received a private message from Wang Gang. Wang Gang. Brother Ye, you said you wanted to buy production materials, right? Ye Chuyun. Yes, don't you have any? Wang Gang. Then I don't, but I can use this as a discount with you, is that okay? Wang Gang sent Ye Chuyun information about an item. A flash of shock crossed his eyes when he saw it. Quest token. Activate to obtain quest information and complete the task with rewards. Ye Chuyun immediately asked, where did you get this? Wang Gang replied, it dropped from monsters. I've been to the place indicated by the quest and saw a patch of spiritual grass, but there were a lot of pythons there. My teammate died there. It was very dangerous. Ye Chuyun thought for a moment and responded decisively. This thing is good. I'll deduct 20 god and demon coins for it. What do you think? Wang Gang. Okay, but that place is indeed dangerous. I can't guarantee whether you can complete the mission. Ye Chuyun. It's okay. After receiving the mission token, Ye Chuyun immediately activated it. Mission. Complete the wish of Taoist Qingshu. Mission description. Go to the indicated location and help Taoist Qingshu refine the unfinished elixir. Alchemy mission. Ye Chuyun was delighted, thinking excitedly. Maybe I can get an alchemy furnace. He immediately set off and headed towards the mission location. On the way, he took out his treasure chest detector and continued searching for the treasure chest. While on his way, Ye Chuyun suddenly recalled a past life. Wang Gang's team had once sold a large amount of spiritual herbs, and their upgrade speed had increased dramatically, ranking at the top of the leaderboard. Among them, Wang Yun had become an alchemist, a target of wooing by various factions. Ye Chuyun also understood that this mission token would undoubtedly grant him access to more resources and opportunities, and perhaps he could use this opportunity to surpass them in one fell swoop. With this in mind, he quickened his pace and headed towards the mission location. Chapter 11. Alien Space. Hidden murder intent in the afternoon. The light in the poisonous swamp grew dim, and the humidity in the air grew thicker. Following the mission instructions, Ye Chuyun headed towards the target location, approximately 2 kilometers north of the square. According to the map, it was located in the heart of the poisonous fog swamp, no longer a safe outer area. As he leveled up, his stamina and speed increased significantly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he reached his destination. It was a cave lightly covered by vines, and Ye Chuyun stopped. He didn't forget to activate the treasure chest detector, and sure enough, it showed that there was indeed a treasure chest inside the cave. He checked the map and found that this cave was not within the marked area. Combining his experience from his previous life, Ye Chuyun immediately realized that this was likely an alien space. The alternate dimension is a small area similar to a dungeon. The beasts inside are usually more powerful than those outside, but the rewards are often more generous. Ye Chuyun hesitated for a moment, then decided to take the risk and enter. He knew that the alternate dimension could be left at any time. If he couldn't defeat the enemy, he could use stealth to escape. He took a deep breath and cautiously entered the cave. A damp, musty smell hit him as he entered, and the dim environment blurred his vision. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun had already activated his vision enhancement skill, allowing him to barely see the surrounding area within 20 meters. Strangely, there were no signs of ferocious beasts within the cave. The only noticeable thing was an elliptical, illusory light curtain, emitting a faint glow. A glint flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes, and he immediately recognized it as the gateway to another dimension. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and passed through the light curtain. The moment he entered the alternate dimension, the scene before him instantly brightened. He found himself in a bamboo forest, surrounded by emerald green bamboo and a fresh, clean air. At the end of the forest, there was a wooden house. Outside, scattered spiritual herbs of various shapes and forms immediately caught Ye Chuyun's attention. Silver ice grass, golden velvet, impatiens orchid, sunflower. Ye Chuyun was delighted. The spiritual herbs here were indeed abundant, just as Wang Gang had said. Looking at the pile of spiritual herbs outside the wooden house, he knew that the treasure chest and the mission target were likely inside. However, Ye Chuyun had not forgotten the danger Wang Gang had mentioned. There were a large number of pythons here, and it seemed that these pythons were the ferocious beasts in this alien space. Ye Chuyun remained vigilant, observing his surroundings motionlessly from the moment he entered the alien space. Soon, he noticed a female corpse 30 meters away from the cabin. Her face was earthy yellow, and her body was covered in black spots. This made Ye Chuyun's heart sink, and he immediately remembered the name of a ferocious beast, eyeless snake. Looking around, Ye Chuyun found no trace of the python, but intuitively, he knew it must be the ferocious beast Wang Gang had mentioned. To confirm his suspicions, Ye Chuyun quickly purchased a piece of green claw beast barbecue from the trading house and threw it out without hesitation. With a loud thud, the green claw beast barbecue landed heavily on the ground. Soon, 4 or 5 giant, ochre-colored snakes emerged from the ground and instantly devoured the barbecue. These pythons were covered in black spots, with waists of about 2 meters and bodies exceeding 15 meters, yet their eyes were hollow. Just as Ye Chuyun had expected, they were eyeless snakes. Name: eyeless snake level 1 combat power rating, 300. Features: blind, burrows underground, extremely fast, can identify directions by sound, venomous teeth skills, non-explosion rate, 0.1%. Sure enough, they're eyeless snakes. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief. After devouring the green claw beast's barbecued meat, the eyeless snakes quickly burrowed back underground. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun quickly formed a plan. He knew that while the eyeless snakes could locate themselves by sound, they could only sense sounds within a 20-meter radius. With clever planning, he could defeat them one by one. So, Ye Chuyun purchased 6 pieces of green claw beast barbecue through the trading house, and threw the first piece into the first area of the bamboo forest. As the barbecue landed, several eyeless snakes quickly emerged from the ground and began to feed. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chuyun quickly rushed towards one of the eyeless snakes, and, with a sharp blow of his knife, chopped off its tail. The blind snake's tail was its weak point. Once severed, it was practically incapacitated. After its tail was severed, the blind snake let out a piercing roar and fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, the other blind snakes immediately reacted and launched a counterattack. Ye Chuyun quickly activated his enhanced vision skill, accurately capturing their movements and nimbly weaving through the bamboo forest. A blind snake latched onto Ye Chuyun, attempting to strike with its tail. Ye Chuyun nimbly dodged the attack and seized the opportunity to sever its tail. The tailless snakes became sluggish, and Ye Chuyun continued to circle around them, quickly cutting off more tails, and finally knocked down 4 snakes one by one. At this time, Ye Chuyun felt a strong, murderous aura behind him, and turned around suddenly. A snake flapped its wings and tried to attack him. Ye Chuyun quickly activated his speed boost and strength boost skills, blocking the attack before accurately slashing off its tail again. Eventually, only 2 eyeless snakes remained. Ye Chuyun quickly counterattacked, slashing them twice in a row, and finally knocked them down. The surroundings fell silent. Ye Chuyun stood in the bamboo forest, panting but not stopping. He knew that he had successfully eliminated the blind snakes in the bamboo forest, but the real challenge had just begun. Chapter 12, Upgrade Again. Open the level rankings. The 5 blind snakes had their tails cut off and fell to the ground motionless, losing the ability to move. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun cut off their heads one by one. Kill a level 1 eyeless snake and gain plus 20 energy points. Kill a level 1 eyeless snake and gain plus 20 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. The 5 eyeless snakes harvested a total of 100 energy points. Ye Chuyun's level progress has reached level 2, 230 of 300. As long as he kills 4 more eyeless snakes, he will be able to upgrade again. God and Demon Coins 30. Essence of the Eyeless Snake. Agility plus 3 after taking. 5. Blind Snake Venom. Highly toxic. 5. Eyeless Leather Armor. Defense plus 5. Constitution plus 2. 3. Another great harvest. Take the essence directly, strengthen the eyeless leather armor, and then put it on. Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to open his attribute panel. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level 2 230/300. Strength 47. Agility 49. Constitution 47. Spirit 29. Combat power 384 344 plus 40. God and Demon Coins 933. Skills: Identification LV3, Stealth LV1, Vision Enhancement LV1, Strength Enhancement LV1, Speed Enhancement LV1. The combat power actually reached an astonishing 384. In terms of true strength, he might be able to compete with an ordinary level 2 ferocious beast. Just one area has increased his combat power so much. Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the other 5 areas, smiled, and walked decisively towards the second area. At the same time, on a riverbank somewhere, an ugly blue giant frog fell to the ground, with blue blood flowing all over the ground. There were 5 people standing next to the giant frog. They were Wang Gang's team. Ha ha, this green claw machete is much better than the novice machete. Lei Chun looked at the exquisite long sword in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Zhuang Liang held up his shield and said with a smile, "The captain bought this with a mission token and 30 god and demon coins. You must work hard to make the most of it." Lei Chun nodded, "Of course." Wang Gang also looked at the giant blue frog under his feet. This level 2 blue poison frog is indeed a level 2 beast. I got 10 energy points from just one of them. That's all the energy points you get from killing a green claw beast alone. Lei Chun said in frustration, "Hey, I haven't even reached level 2 yet, and you're almost level 3, Captain. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. It's still early for level 3. I looked at the level progress displayed on the panel. Level 2258/300. Wang Gang smiled and planned to go to the chat channel to pretend. But when the next announcement appeared, Wang Gang was stunned for a moment. Announcement: one person in District 118 has successfully advanced to level 3. The level ranking list has been opened. Note: the ranking list currently only records the ranking of District 118. Only the top 100 can enter the list. Level 3. How is it possible that someone is faster than me? Wang Gang's face was full of disbelief. Others also opened the level rankings. When they saw the name number 1 on the list, they were stunned. District 118 level ranking. First place, Ye Chuyun, level 3. Second place, Wang Gang, level 2. Third place, Zhuang Liang, level 2. The first place is Ye Chuyun? Looking at the rankings, Wang Gang and others looked at each other in confusion. Then another announcement was released, which completely disrupted their pace. Announcement: from now on, you will receive rewards for level advancement. The first person to reach level 10 will be rewarded with a gold treasure chest. The second or third person to reach level 10 will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Those who reach level 10 and 4 to 10 will be rewarded with a bronze treasure chest. Those who reach level 10 from level 11 to 100 will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Announcement: Ye Chuyun is the first to reach level 3. The level ranking list is now open and he is awarded 10 reputation points. Tip: when your reputation reaches a certain level, you can get a title reward. As soon as this announcement was released, the chat channel exploded. Kai Kuan, amazing. I didn't expect that the first person to reach level 3 would be Boss Yi. Xiao Yuan. I thought the boss was just a European emperor, but I didn't expect he was so powerful. Huang Peng. I have to level up quickly. Even if I'm ranked 100th, I can still get an ordinary treasure chest. Lei Chun. Yes, I have to upgrade quickly, otherwise I won't even be able to get a normal treasure chest. Wang Yun. I really envy Boss Yi. He was the first to reach level 3 and gained 10 reputation points. This reputation must be very difficult to obtain. As soon as these words were spoken, several hermaphrodites stood up and spoke in sour tones. Lu Su. I see that Ye Chuyun's rapid advancement is definitely not due to his own efforts. He must have leveled up. Wang Yin. Right. I think he must have brought 7 or 8 people with him. The others help him kill monsters, and he is responsible for harvesting and taking the lion's share. How can he not level up quickly? Wu Guiqiang. If there are 7 or 8 people helping me fight monsters, I think I can do it too. Oh, I really envy him. There are so many people who generate electricity for love and selflessly dedicate themselves. At this time, Wang Gang couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Gang. I'm telling you guys above, please don't be too hateful. I've seen Brother Yi. Where did he get those 7 or 8 people around him to help him level up? He should be a lone wolf. I even saw him kill a mutant green claw beast alone before. As soon as these words were spoken, the hermaphrodites immediately stopped talking and pretended to be dead. Kaikuan, what? Single-handedly killed a mutant green claw beast. Did I hear correctly? Boss Wang Gang, didn't you say that the 5 of you only managed to kill a mutant green claw beast after a lot of effort? Zhuang Liang. That's right. Boss Yi is very strong. He can kill a level 1 beast alone, and he levels up much faster than the captain. Huang Li. At Ye Chuyun. Boss, my butt is sticking out. Please hold my thighs and help me level up. Kai Kuan. At Ye Chuyun. Boss, I can yell 666. Please lead me. The chat channel exploded again, but the protagonist of the topic never appeared from beginning to end. After finishing the 6th area, Ye Chuyun sat down on the ground somewhat tiredly. Of course he saw the announcement. But at that time he was fighting the eyeless snake and had no time to pay attention to anything else. As early as after solving the 2nd area, his level was raised to level 3 and his combat power soared. It will be easier to deal with the eyeless snakes in the next few areas. Chapter 13 Mission completed. Get the recipe of Dolly pills for free. After reaching level 3, Ye Chuyun's body evolved again, his overall appearance became more perfect, and even his height increased by 1 centimeter. Attribute points added. Your spirit increased by 5 points. After allocating 5 free attribute points, Ye Chuyun opened his attribute panel again. After upgrading and eliminating the blind snakes in 6 areas, his combat power surged again. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level 3 300/600. Strength: 59. Agility: 74. Constitution: 61. Spirit: 44. Combat power: 522, 472 plus 50. Skills: Identification LV3, Stealth LV1, Vision Enhancement LV1, Strength Enhancement LV1, Speed Enhancement LV1. God and Demon Coins: 1088. Equipment: Green Claw Machete plus 5 Attack plus 25, Strength plus 10, Level 1 Equipment. Wind Boots Agility plus 10, Tier 1 Equipment. Agility Ring Agility plus 8, First Level Equipment. Spirit Necklace Spirit plus 8, First Level Equipment. Stone Ape Scale Constitution plus 5, Level 1 Equipment. Eyeless Leather Armor plus 5 Defense plus 25, Constitution plus 10. The combat power directly broke through the 500 mark. Now even ordinary level 2 ferocious beasts are no match for Ye Chuyun. This feeling of sudden increase in strength is really too wonderful. In addition to the sudden increase in combat power, Ye Chuyun also obtained a large amount of eyeless snake spirits and eyeless leather armor. Ye Chuyun put all the extra spirit essences, eyeless snake skin armor, and green claw beast machete on the trading floor. After seeing so many spirits and equipment, the chat channel exploded again. Wu Yifun, oh my god, after the green claw machete was taken off the shelves, I thought there were no more equipment for sale. Who knew there would be so many green claw machetes suddenly appearing, and they were all sold by Boss Yi. I was shocked. Kai-kun, I peed my pants right away. Green claw machete, eyeless leather armor, and so many spirits. Looking at the single-digit god and demon coins in my pocket, I shed tears of poverty. Huang Li, boss, my ass is clean. I just want to change to a green claw machete, please. Ye Chuyun, if you don't have god and demon coins, you can also exchange crafting materials and special props with me. You can chat with me privately, and I can also buy them with god and demon coins. Wang Gang, fuck, brother Yi, no. Boss Yi, where did you get all these equipment and spirits? Ye Chuyun, I was just a little bit lucky. It all came from those beasts. Lu Daqiang, I understand. A little bit of luck is good. Boss Yi is undoubtedly the king of luck. Zhuang Liang, boss, I kneel before you. Boss, please team up with us. We don't need you to kill the monsters. We just need you to deliver the final blow when the monster is about to die. Our luck is really bad. Kai-kun, fuck, can you still play like this? From now on, Boss Yi will just lie down and fight monsters. Ye Chuyun. After closing the chat channel, Ye Chuyun shook his head helplessly. Just after he placed an advertisement in the chat channel, he received dozens of private messages. Some of the useless content was simply ignored by Ye Chuyun. The rest is some information about selling spiritual herbs. No one is selling special items. After agreeing on the price, Ye Chuyun asked them to list them on the trading house and spend a total of more than 100 god and demon coins to buy them all. He spent more than 10 god and demon coins to buy more than 1,000 pieces of solid stone in the trading house. Then he found that he had sold 2 green claw machetes and a beast spirit in the trading house and obtained 150 god and demon coins. With this positive and negative, his god and demon coins increased instead of decreased. Only after there was no more movement in the private chat did Ye Chuyun turn his attention to the spiritual herbs outside the wooden house. Looking around, there are about 50 spiritual herbs outside the wooden house. At this time, all the eyeless snakes in the bamboo forest were eliminated, and Ye Chuyun walked over with peace of mind. Come to the first spiritual herb and use identification. Name: Sunflower. Grade: First grade spiritual herb. Effect: Direct consumption will damage the meridians, but can be used as medicine for alchemy. Ye Chuyun smiled slightly and collected them and put them into the storage space. It took Ye Chuyun more than 10 minutes to collect all the more than 50 spiritual herbs. Then Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to come into the wooden house. The interior of the wooden house was very simple. A 2-meter-high bronze alchemy furnace, a wooden bed, and a tattered table. There was a corpse on the wooden bed that had long since turned into dry bones. A bronze treasure chest was quietly placed next to the alchemy furnace. Hint: arrived at the mission location. Do you want to start the mission? Tip: the treasure chest can only be opened after successfully completing the task. It really is an alchemy furnace. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. Accept. Hint: the mission has begun. Please complete the last wish of Taoist Qingshu and refine a powerful pill. Hint: the recipe for the strength pill has been placed in the storage space. You can collect the spiritual herbs outside the cabin to use for refining. Hint: there are 5 ingredients for the power pill. If you use them all up and still can't refine it, the mission will fail. After the voice finished speaking, flames automatically emerged from the furnace in front of Ye Chuyun, as if telling him to hurry up and refine the pills. Ye Chuyun was not in a hurry. He just looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Name: ordinary alchemy furnace. Grade: first grade. Function: can be used to refine pills, but has no additional effect on pill refining. Ye Chuyun nodded silently. In his previous life, as an intermediate alchemist, he only used this ordinary alchemy furnace. With his rich experience in alchemy, Ye Chuyun believed that he was confident of success. After taking out the pill formula from the storage space and looking at it, Ye Chuyun showed a meaningful smile on his face. It turned out to be the recipe for Dali pills. I didn't expect that in addition to the alchemy furnace, this mission also gave me a free alchemy recipe. In his previous life, Wang Yun became an alchemist by relying on the Great Power Pill and became the object of competition among various forces. Afterwards, Wang Yun sold a large number of Dali pills and made a fortune. I didn't expect that this recipe actually came from this mission. This is the guarantee for Wang Yun to be able to rise to the top. It's a pity that the recipe has now fallen into his hands. After making preparations, Ye Chuyun took out the spiritual herbs and began to prepare the powerful pills. He was very careful in every step and finally closed the furnace and began refining. 10 minutes later, the alchemy furnace was opened and a powerful pill lay quietly in the furnace. I succeeded in one try. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. Strength pill, strength plus 10 after taking. He took out the powerful pill and took it on the spot. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the task and received the reward, the 5-colored elixir. Announcement: Ye Chuyun is the first to complete the task and will be awarded 10 reputation points. As soon as the announcement came out, the chat channel was boiling again. Chapter 14, Fighting Power Rises Again, Night Falls. Kai Kuan: Boss Yi, you are so hot. Lei Chun: mission? Where's the mission, Boss Yi? Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Huang Li: this world of gods and demons is really like a game. Even quests have popped up. Does that mean we'll have the chance to do quests in the future? Ye Chuyun: everyone, it's nothing. I was lucky and got a mission token from Boss Wang Gang. The mission is not difficult. I believe that if you are lucky, you can also encounter it. Ye Chuyun: continue to advertise and collect a large amount of spiritual herbs, special props, ores, etc. Wang Gang: good luck, not difficult. Hey, I didn't expect that you, Boss Yi, could actually complete that task. I think I was totally wrong. Zhuang Liang: boss, this Versailles thing of yours is really too classic. Ye Chuyun chuckled and closed the chat channel. After completing the task, Ye Chuyun placed the alchemy furnace into the storage space. From now on, he can take out the furnace whenever he wants to make elixirs. While waiting, he can even put the alchemy furnace back into the storage space and do anything else during this time. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun discovered that the corpse on the wooden bed had disappeared, and what followed was 5 colorful pills. This is the reward for the mission. Name: 5-colored elixir wood. Grade: first class. Effect: it can improve the body after taking it together with other 4-color elixirs. Name: 5-colored elixir gold. Grade: first class. Effect: taken together with other 4-color elixirs, it can improve the body. The 5-colored elixirs correspond to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the pill. Just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated. If he was not mistaken, this 5-colored elixir should have been transformed from the dry skeleton. If he took this 5-colored elixir, wouldn't that be? After hesitating for about 10 seconds, Ye Chuyun simply closed his eyes, held his breath, and swallowed the 5-colored elixir. This is a first-grade top-grade elixir. So what if it was transformed from a corpse? Eat. After taking 5-colored elixirs, Ye Chuyun's whole body was glowing with colorful light. Tip: take the 5-colored elixir. The power of the 5 elements is improving your body. Your strength increased by 20 points. Your agility increased by 20 points. Your physical fitness increased by 20 points. Your spirit increased by 20 points. Tip: the 5-colored elixir can only be taken once. Taking it again will have no effect. After a moment, the colorful light dissipated. Ye Chuyun opened his eyes with surprise. He didn't expect the 5-colored elixir to be so powerful, which made his strength soar again. Open the properties panel again and take a look. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level 3, 300/600. Strength: 87. Agility: 94. Constitution: 81. Spirit: 64. Combat power: 702/652 plus 50. This time it really took off. Although he is only level 3, his combat power is already comparable to that of a level 4 beast. Basically, you can walk sideways on the outskirts of the poisonous swamp. The more Ye Chuyun thought about it, the happier he became. In the end, only one bronze treasure chest was left. After the task is completed, it can be opened. God and Demon Coins plus 500. Skill Stone can upgrade any skill. 2. Reinforcement Stone can strengthen equipment. 2. First level Spell Scroll, Blizzard. Special Item, Night Vision Goggles. Sapphire Alchemy Furnace. A second-level alchemy furnace that increases the success rate of alchemy by 5% and reduces the time required to refine the alchemy. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. It's actually a second-level alchemy furnace. If it were in the past life, this would be a treatment only a 4th-level alchemist could enjoy. After all, if you want to improve the success rate of alchemy, in addition to constantly refining alchemy to improve your proficiency, the simplest and quickest method is the alchemy furnace. It just so happened that he still had the ingredients for 4 powerful pills on him, so he could try out the power of the green jade furnace. After putting all the materials into the furnace, Ye Chuyun found that it only took 7 minutes to refine the powerful pill. Compared with ordinary alchemy furnace, it shortens the time by 3 minutes. It's worthy of being a second-level alchemy furnace. While waiting, Ye Chuyun also left the wooden house and walked out of this strange space. Just after he walked out of the different space, the announcement sounded again. Announcement: Ye Chuyun is the first to complete the exploration of the alien space and will be awarded 10 reputation points. The chat channel was filled with constant @Ye Chuyun comments, with envy and jealousy. When Ye Chuyun walked out of the strange space, it was already night, and the entire poisonous fog swamp was pitch black. Ye Chuyun randomly found a relatively sturdy tree, climbed up easily, and took a rest. After a whole day of killing, he felt a little tired. But the roar that continued to echo in his ears seemed to remind him that he must not take it lightly. Night greatly reduces the human visual range. Add to that the complex terrain of the poisonous fog swamp and the ferocious beasts hiding in the darkness waiting for an opportunity to strike. This makes everyone afraid to act rashly. At this time, there were only 853 people left in the entire chat channel. This means that 147 people died before the end of the first day. However, as long as you adapt to this world, the number of people who die will only decrease, not increase. Most people chose to return to the empty square to rest. Some people volunteered to stand guard around the area, while others took the opportunity to use special props to make fires and barbecue, and even set up stalls to do business. Everyone ate the barbecue and began to recover their strength. At this time, Ye Chuyun also bought a piece of barbecue at the trading house. While eating, he opened the trading house and private chat with a comfortable look on his face. I sold several pieces of ferocious beast spirits and equipment, earning 500 god and demon coins. It seems that others still made a lot of money at the end of the day. After a while, more than 10 spiritual herbs appeared in his storage space. Now all the materials for refining the body tempering pill are complete. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun spent 100,000 divine and demon coins to buy the recipe for the body tempering pill and became an alchemist. Now the only recipes he has are for the strength pill and the body tempering pill. But that's not a problem. He had in his mind many ways to obtain various rare elixir recipes from his previous life. Once he leaves the novice village, he will find a way to obtain them one by one. Afterwards, Ye Chuyun began to refine the elixir. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, but proficiency didn't increase. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, proficiency plus 1 point. Proficiency in refining the power pill has not increased. A total of 4 strength pills and 2 body tempering pills were refined, and the proficiency only increased by 3 points. If Ye Chuyun wants to upgrade to an intermediate alchemist, he needs 1,000 proficiency points. There is still a long way to go. After taking all these pills, Ye Chuyun's physique increased by 20 points and his strength increased by 40 points. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level Level 3, 300/600. Reputation, 30. Strength, 129. Agility, 94. Physical fitness, 101. Spirit, 64. Combat power, 822,772 plus 50. Ye Chuyun felt the changes in his body. His physique and strength have exceeded 100. Whether it is strength, physical strength, endurance, or defense, they are all amazing. Even if he was asked to withstand the attack of the Green Claw Beast, he wouldn't even shout. Chapter 15 Regional Challenge. The Menacing Sakura Country. After resting for an hour, Ye Chuyun felt that his physical strength and energy had almost recovered to their peak. It's almost time to go, Ye Chuyun muttered to himself, then took out his night vision goggles and put them on, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, the announcement appeared again. Announcement: District 346 has activated the Resource Challenge Order. District 118 has been randomly selected from Districts 1 to 1000. Both parties are forced to start the challenge. Challenge content: whoever collects 30 challenge orders first will win this challenge. Tip: the person who contributes the most challenge orders in this event will receive 30 free attribute points and a black iron treasure chest as a reward. Tip: kill any ferocious beast, and there is a certain probability of getting a challenge order. Tip: the winner of the challenge will enjoy double the energy gained for 24 hours and double the resources in the trial land. The loser will have the energy gained for 24 hours halved and the resources in the trial land halved. Tip: during the challenge period, merge the chat channels of Area 118 and Area 346. Reminder: the challenge will start in half an hour. Please be prepared. Here it comes. After seeing this announcement, Ye Chuyun's expression changed. It was also at this time in the previous life that District 118 was forced to accept the challenge from District 346, Sakura Country. When everyone saw the rewards after successfully completing the challenge, they were very excited and full of energy. However, after a while, I discovered that the drop rate of this challenge order was very low. It might take killing 40 or 50 ferocious beasts to get one. And Area 346 actually had a disposable item that could increase the explosion rate, which immediately put them far ahead of them. Finally, the challenge in Area 118 failed. All resources were halved, and the energy points obtained within 24 hours were halved. This made the already weak District 118 even worse. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled. It's different now. This challenge is tailor-made for me. Low drop rate. The talent with 100% explosion rate will teach District 346 to start a new life. As soon as the announcement was made, the square was in an uproar and the entire chat channel was scrolling nonstop. The chat channel was merged with Zone 346 as soon as the announcement was made. In addition to the people in District 118 who were making speeches, people in District 346 were also speaking out. Kai Kuan. Fuck, what happened? Who is this District 346? Where did the Resource Challenge order come from? Huang Li. The drop rate of this challenge order shouldn't be very low, but it's late at night, so it will be difficult for us to hunt the beasts. Huang Peng. Don't worry about not being able to see at night. I have a lighter that can light fires infinitely. When the time comes, we can make our own torches and hunt beasts at night. Wang Gang. We can't lose this challenge. Otherwise, our resources will be halved, and our energy points will be halved. This will be a serious blow to our District 118. Lu Qian. That's right. We in District 118 must unite at this time. Lu Daqiang. Support. Nakamura Kin. Who started this resource challenge? What if we lose? Commit seppuku Kuala. Wang Gang. It turns out that number 346 is from Sakura Country. I didn't expect to run into someone from another country. Kudamoto. So you are from Dragon Country. What is going on? Katsumura Yoda. Didn't you see the notice in our area? It's a challenge started by someone named Ida Shuichi. Yoshino Eiji. Damn you, Shuichi. Do you know that if we fail, the consequences will be serious? Kitahara Sosuke. Haha, what are you afraid of? I heard that the people of Dragon Country are the sick men of East Asia. Not only are they stupid, but they are also weak. If they are the opponents of our great Sakura Empire, we will definitely win. Uehara Miyuki. Sasuke-san, I think you should not underestimate the people of Dragon Country. Although they are generally of low quality, they have an ancient civilization of more than 5,000 years. Who knows what mysterious powers they may have? Kitahara Sosuke. Ha! Miyuki-san, I think you're overthinking it. No matter how much history you have, it's useless if you can't use it in this world of gods and demons. Huang Li. Who the hell are you calling stupid and skinny? Your dad is a muscular guy with 8-pack abs. I can knock you down with one punch. Kai Cohen. Who the hell are you calling the sick man of East Asia? The highest level here is level 3. Does your country have that? At this moment, an avatar popped up in the channel, and Shuichi Idu finally appeared. Idu Shuichi. Hahaha, only level 3? I'm level 4. It seems like your District 118 is really not that good. Yoshino Eiji. Kusu, damn Shuichi, you finally showed up. Explain why you launched this resource challenge order. Idu Shuichi. Humph, baka is baka, don't you understand? Don't you want double the resources and double the energy value? I'm clearly trying to benefit you all. Why do you treat me like a villain? I'm innocent. Kudamoto. And the welfare? If we lose, we will become clowns. Will you commit seppuku then? Kitahara Sosuke. That's right. You keep saying you want to work for our benefit. If you lose, shouldn't you commit seppuku? Idu Shuichi. Well, now that we've come to this, I'll just show you. Explosion Rate Potion, a one-time item. The user who takes it increases the explosion rate by 20% for 24 hours. Everyone, have you seen this? With this, do you think our District 346 might lose? Zhuang Liang. Oh no. Explosion Rate Potion. How did you get this? Kai Koen. Fuck, this is cheating. Idu Shuichi. Haha. It's okay to tell you guys, this is something I won in a lottery, but I never wanted to use it. Now it's the hope of our District 346. Haha. P.S. Buddha means pig. Kitahara Sosuke. Oh. Shuichi-san, forgive my previous doubts. I didn't expect you to have such a trick. This time we will definitely win. Kudamoto. Shuichi-san, you are our Kami-sama. Yoshino Hyde. Sure. Shuichi-san, don't say anything. Let's go hunt down the beast now, and then you will give them the final blow. Idu Shuichi. Haha. I'm going to assemble the strongest team of 346. Come over and sign up now. At this moment, Area 346 was in an uproar. Ever since Shuichi Idu took out the explosion rate potion, they seemed to think that victory already belonged to Area 346. Chapter 16 upgrades again, pressing forward step by step. The people in District 346 cheered in the chat channel, causing District 118 to become anxious. Kai Koen. Fuck, that damn Sakura Nation has an item that increases the drop rate. How are we going to play now? Huang Li. Does anyone in Area 118 have an item that can increase the drop rate? It would be pointless to hide it now. Wang Gang. Everyone, no matter what, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must quickly hunt down the beast. Kitahara Sosuke. Ha ha ha, I tell you guys to just give up. Do you know what a 20% increase in drop rate means? You're definitely going to lose this challenge. Zhuang Liang. You idiot upstairs, please shut up. Wang Yun. Don't worry about those idiots from Sakura country. We must act quickly. Those who are capable should go and hunt the beast now. Those who are not capable can help find the beasts. Lu Daqiang. That's right. We absolutely cannot give up until the very last moment. I'm putting my words here. We must win this time. Kai Koen. Damn it, let's go. Let's go now. The people in the square were excited. Half an hour later, the challenge begins. Reminder, the countdown ends and the challenge begins. Tip, the entire trial grounds map is now open. The challenge has finally begun. 2 more progress bars appeared in front of everyone. District 346, 0 challenge tokens. District 118, 0 challenge tokens. The appearance of the progress bar stimulated everyone again. Idu Shuichi. Wow, a map actually appeared. This will make finding the beast even easier. Yoshino Eiji. Wow, I've never been to this place before. There might be ferocious beasts there. I'm going to go explore the area now. Kudamoto. Haha, with this dragon attack on our face, how can we lose? We, the Sakura Nation, will definitely win. At the same time, Wang Gang and more than 10 others formed the strongest team number 118 and began hunting ferocious beasts according to the map. Everyone was anxiously moving through the poisonous swamp, and almost all the ferocious beasts on the periphery were wiped out. I finally encountered a level 1 stone ape beast. After destroying it in no time, only 2 divine and demon coins dropped. There is no sign of the challenge order. Wang Gang frowned upon seeing this. This speed isn't working. The efficiency is too low. The ferocious beasts in the outer level 1 areas have almost been wiped out. It seems that we can only go to the level 2 areas to hunt ferocious beasts. Hearing this, the others nodded. Zhuang Liang said, other people are also helping to find the beast. Once they find it, they'll privately message you. Keep an eye out. Wang Gang's eyes lit up. Good, good. It seems that we dragon people are still very united. As soon as Wang Gang finished speaking, Wang Yun beside him suddenly widened his eyes. The progress bar in Area 346 suddenly flashed and began to change. District 346, 1 challenge token. District 118, 0 challenge tokens. Lei Chun. Damn, it's only been a few minutes. How come those people just dropped a challenge order? Kai Kuan. Hiss, the explosive rate potion is actually so terrifying. Wang Gang couldn't hold it in any longer and quickly shouted in a low voice. We have to hurry up and leave. At the same time, Ye Chuyun was wearing night vision goggles and moving through the darkness. Now he can't waste time. He must hunt down the ferocious beasts as soon as possible and obtain enough challenge orders. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun used all 4 skill stones in his storage space on the identification skill. Identification LV4. Active skill can identify monster and item information, terrain, monster distribution, special spiritual herbs, and ores. Now his identification skills can not only display the map, but also the distribution of monsters within 100 meters. More than 10 minutes later, Ye Chuyun arrived at the level 2 area and found the first level 2 beast, the blue poison frog, with a combat power of 400. The blue poison frog is blue all over, and its big eyes give people a very intelligent feeling. Ye Chuyun didn't hesitate at all and cut the blue poison frog into 2 halves with 1 knife. Almost an instant kill. Kill a level 2 blue poison frog and gain plus 40 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ye Chuyun opened the storage space. A challenge order appeared in his storage space. It feels so good, so good. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but laugh. Blue poison frog essence. Agility plus 4 after taking. In addition to the challenge order, he also obtained spirit essence, which increased his agility by 4 points. During this period, Ye Chuyun obtained a dozen spiritual herbs and refined a body tempering pill. Hint: because you took too many body tempering pills, you developed a resistance to them, and the effects have weakened. Your constitution is plus 9. Ye Chuyun was not surprised to see this. He would find it strange if the effect of the pills could be taken continuously without diminishing. After doing all this, Ye Chuyun continued to move towards the next location of the ferocious beast. An hour later, Ye Chuyun upgraded. Congratulations, your level has been promoted to level 4. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes. After killing the 10th ferocious beast, Ye Chuyun finally reached level 4. But at this time, everyone focused their attention on the challenge order, and few people cared about the level rankings. Still adding 5 points of free attributes to the spirit, Ye Chuyun opened his attribute panel and took a look. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: for 30/1200. Reputation: 30. Strength: 154. Agility: 124. Constitution: 120. Spirit: 79. Combat power: 1000/8958 plus 50. Skills: Identification LV4, Stealth LV1, Vision Enhancement LV1, Strength Enhancement LV1, Speed Enhancement LV1. God and Demon Coins, 2050. After swallowing the essences of 5 stone 8 beasts and 5 blue poison frogs and upgrading, his combat power has now exceeded 1,000. I also have 10 challenge orders. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the progress of the challenge on both sides. District 346, for challenge tokens. District 118, 0 challenge tokens. Unexpectedly, in just half an hour, the opponent had already obtained 4 challenge orders. On the other hand, in Area 118, apart from the 10 challenge orders in Ye Chuyun's hands, almost no one else obtained a challenge order. Although Wang Gang and others were also trying hard to hunt the ferocious beast, others were also helping to find the ferocious beast. But in an hour they only killed 3 level 2 beasts and 2 level 1 beasts. The efficiency is much slower than Ye Chuyun. Coupled with the shitty drop rate, it is indeed difficult. But fortunately, everyone was united, no one complained, and everyone was trying hard not to fall behind. At this time, the chat channel was already in an uproar. Chapter 17 2-level reversal, treasure discovered. Kitahara Sosuke. Ha, Buddha is Buddha, half an hour has passed, and you haven't even received a single challenge order. This is hilarious. Kudamoto, we already have 4 challenge orders. It looks like we're going to win this challenge. You guys just wait to lose. Kaikoen, why are you panicking? You're just lucky. I don't believe you can keep going like this. Other people in District 118 also echoed this. At least in terms of momentum, they cannot lose. Ida Shuichi. Hee, sorry, I just got another challenge order, so now I have 5. After seeing this sentence, District 118 immediately lost interest. Kaikoen, damn it. They have explosive potions and a level 4 expert. They have a much bigger advantage than us. Huangli. The drop rate of this challenge order is incredibly low. I've killed 5 of them, and not a single one has dropped. Wang Xiao. Woo-woo. Sorry guys, I'm only level 1 and can't help much. Looks like we're going to lose the challenge. Kitahara Sosuke. You're definitely going to lose, Buddhas. It's your bad luck to be chosen by us, Shuichi-san. I hope you'll have better luck next time, haha. Kudamoto. Hey, I'm so happy to think that we'll have double the energy points and double the resources soon. Won't our levels increase rapidly by then? Katsumura Yoda. Haha, that's cool. Wang Gang. Everyone, I still say the same thing. We in Area 118 absolutely cannot give up until the last moment. Instead of complaining, we should seize the time to hunt down the ferocious beasts. Kaikuin. Boss Wang Gang is right. We should keep working hard and never give up until the last moment. Just then, an avatar's speech interrupted everyone. Huangli. Fuck, everyone. Let me interrupt you for a moment. Have you noticed that Boss Yi has reached level 4? Wang Xiao. Oh my god. If you hadn't told me upstairs, I wouldn't have realized that Boss Yi was already level 4. Then why isn't he talking? Kai Cohen. Yeah, the resource challenge is such a big deal. Why didn't Boss Yi say anything? Huang Peng. Fuck, Boss Yi. This European emperor has revealed so many things without telling anyone, making a fortune in silence. Wang Gang. Maybe Big Boss is soloing, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't be as fast as our group. Big Boss Yi, why don't we work together? At Big Boss Yi. Ida Shuichio. I didn't expect that your District 118 also has a level 4 expert. What a shame. No matter how many of you there are, without the drop potion, you won't be able to drop the challenge order. Just give up, haha. However, just as Ida Shuichi finished speaking, the progress bar belonging to Area 118 suddenly changed. District 346, 5 challenge tokens. District 118, 10 challenge tokens. Almost in an instant, the progress of Area 118 jumped from 0 to 10, shocking everyone. Kaikuin. Fuck, who am I? Where am I? Is this progress bar real? Huangli, I'm stunned. How come there are suddenly 10 more people? Who are they? Ida Shuichi. Baka. This is impossible. You guys in District 118 are cheating. How did you suddenly get 10 more challenge tokens? Yoshino Eiji. Cheating. Cheating. You guys in District 118 must be cheating. Kudamoto. That's right. How is this possible? We have drop rate potions here, and you don't have anything. How can you have such a high drop rate? Wang Gang. Could this be the work of Mr. Yi? At Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun. Haha. That's right. These 10 challenge orders are all mine. It seems I'm lucky. I got a lot of explosions. Kai Kuan. Ha. Boss Yi. No. Yo Huang. You really are the living Oh Huang. Huangli. Ha. See? Even though we don't have explosive potions, we have the lucky guy here. Ye Chuyun. Everyone, don't give up. We are in the lead now. Let's hurry up and hunt down the monsters. Wang Gang. Okay. Everyone, I'll tell you this. Don't give up until the last moment. Let's keep going. Lei Chun. Haha. Once Boss Yi takes action, any bullshit challenge order is no longer a problem. Let's keep working hard and don't embarrass Boss Yi. Yoshino Eiji. Kusu. How come District 118 is suddenly ahead? We, the Great Sakura Empire, must not lose. Ida Shuichi. Damn. At this moment, the chat channel completely exploded. Ye Chuyun didn't care about that and exited the chat channel. Now everyone's enthusiasm has been aroused by these 10 challenge orders. He must hurry. Ding. Detection completed. A treasure chest has been detected 96 meters to your left. Oh, another treasure chest. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. While brushing the challenge order, he naturally did not give up looking for the treasure chest. According to the direction indicated by the treasure chest detector, Ye Chuyun walked over quickly. Soon, Ye Chuyun came to a stone ruin. Before he got close, he smelled the unique stench of the ferocious beast. Ye Chuyun quickly found a big tree to hide his body and looked over carefully. The night obscured many things and visibility was greatly reduced. But Ye Chuyun was wearing night vision goggles, so he could see the surrounding environment clearly. There was a towering tree in the center of the stone ruins. The big tree was full of golden fruits the size of a baby's fist, emitting a faint golden glow in the darkness. And around the big tree were 3 huge beasts. When Ye Chuyun saw the golden fruit, his breathing couldn't help but stop. Name, Golden Spirit Fruit. Grade, Level 2. Function, contains spiritual energy, which can greatly increase mental strength after taking it, and has a 10 chance of improving blood purity. It's actually a 2nd level spiritual fruit. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun had seen this spiritual fruit in a trading house. Just one of them would be sold at the price of 10,000 gods and demons coins. The main thing is that it has a 10% chance of improving bloodline. Blood enhancement can wash away the impurities in their bodies. The higher the bloodline level, the more you can awaken special physiques and gain all kinds of incredible powers. Especially this golden spirit fruit can actually increase his mental strength after taking it. Now, except for spirit, the other 3 dimensions of his 4 dimensions are all over 100. And Ye Chuyun knows a secret. That is, if your spirit reaches 300 before level 10, you may get a hidden and powerful profession, Chi Refiner. Chapter 18 Origin of the Profession, the 3 Fierce Beast Leaders. In the previous life, there was a man named Zhuang Ziqing, who was known as one of the top 100 god-level masters in the world of gods and demons and the Blue Star domain. But before becoming one of the top 100 god-level masters, Zhuang Ziqing was just an unknown loner. One day, for unknown reasons, Zhuang Ziqing was hunted down by a first-rate force called Jialan. The boss of that first-rate force sent tens of thousands of masters with a level of no less than 80 to hunt him down. Zhuang Ziqing himself is only level 90. Everyone was wondering who this Zhuang Ziqing was that could actually provoke such a behemoth. However, the final result was shocking. Tens of thousands of masters were defeated by Zhuang Ziqing with just one move. That first-rate force was completely uprooted by Zhuang Ziqing overnight. Later, someone found out Zhuang Ziqing's identity. It turns out to be a hidden profession, Chi Refiner. Various forces have been looking for Zhuang Ziqing, either by threatening him, or by giving him expensive gifts, or by trying to win him over, in an attempt to find out information about his hidden profession. Zhuang Ziqing did not hide anything and told everyone directly. If you want to become a Chi Refiner, you must reach a spirit of 300 before level 10. After passing the test of heaven, it is possible to obtain this hidden profession. However, reaching the spirit level of 300 before level 10 is as difficult as climbing to heaven. But for Ye Chuyun, this goal may not be impossible to achieve. Ye Chuyun's gaze shifted from the golden spirit fruit to the 3 giant beasts. The first giant beast was a giant purple frog. Compared with the ordinary blue poison frog, it is 3 times larger and its eyes are more intelligent. Name: Purple Poison Frog Boss. Level 3. Combat Power Assessment 660. Characteristics: cunning, timid, quick-moving, with deadly toxins on its skin and saliva. Skill: Speed Boost Level 2. Explosion Rate 5%. The second giant beast was a giant eyeless snake. Name: Eyeless Snake Leader. Level 3. Combat Power Assessment 700. Features: Earth Escape, No Sight, Bloodthirsty. Skill: Strength Amplification Level 2. Explosion Rate 5%. The last one was a giant black bear, at least 5 meters tall, and full of violent aura. Name: Storm Bear Leader. Level 4. Combat Power Assessment 900. Characteristics: Fierce, Brutal, Bloodthirsty. Talent: Physical Enhancement F level. Skills: Frenzy LV1, Strength Amplification LV3. Explosion Rate 6%. Wow, 3 leader level ferocious beasts. And one of them has a combat power of up to 900. Ye Chuyun suddenly felt a little scalp tingling. But he also has a combat power of thousands, plus the help of various skills. What's more, he has 2 first-level spell scrolls in his storage space, so he may be able to kill these 3 giant beasts. What's more, this is the leader of the giant beasts, and who knows what good things it will reveal. Rather than being afraid, Ye Chuyun was more looking forward to it. At this time, the positions of the 3 giant beasts are the eyeless snake on the left, the purple poisonous frog on the right, and the storm bear in the middle. The 3 were separated by at least 8 meters. Leaders all have a sense of territory. In addition, Ye Chuyun noticed that the 3 giant beasts seemed to be guarding the golden dragon fruit, but in fact they were wary of each other. This undoubtedly gave Ye Chuyun the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, his gaze slowly moved to the leftmost side, to the leader of the blind snakes. The combat power of the blind snake leader is the lowest among the 3, the lowest being the purple poison frog. Logically speaking, we should deal with the purple poison frog first. But the eyeless snake can burrow into the ground. This is undoubtedly a hidden danger for Ye Chuyun and must be eliminated as a priority. Taking a deep breath before taking action, Ye Chuyun took out a bottle of black liquid and smeared it on the green claw machete. After doing all this, Ye Chuyun used stealth skills and sneaked behind the blind snake leader. He planned to use the same trick again and cut off the tail of the blind snake leader to make it unable to move first. But before he could make a move, Ye Chuyun saw the metal-like scales covering the tail. It seems that this blind snake leader is quite capable. He knows his own weakness, which is his tail, and he uses scales to protect it. Ye Chuyun smiled, and without any hesitation, he directly started to increase his strength. Strength increased by 20 points. The green claw machete, with a full 172 points of power, chopped directly on the scaly tail. Snap! Snap! The enormous force caused the scales covering the tail to shatter into pieces. However, due to the protection of the scales, Ye Chuyun was unable to cut off the tail of the blind snake leader in the first place. The black liquid on the green claw machete flowed down the blade into the wound on the tail. Ouch! The blind snake leader who was suddenly attacked screamed in pain, which immediately attracted the attention of the other two leaders. The purple poisonous frog and the storm bear suddenly turned their heads to look at Ye Chuyun. After discovering that Ye Chuyun was just a small level 4 human, the purple poison frog and the storm bear showed contempt in their eyes, and more of it was gloating. The three leaders were in a competitive relationship with each other. They even wished the blind snake would die. Moreover, the opponent was just a level 4 human, and they didn't think they would be killed by the opponent. So this resulted in a situation where the eyeless snake screamed in pain while the other two ferocious beasts watched the show. Ye Chuyun really didn't expect that the other two leaders were so confident. But it's better this way. He even hopes that the other two leaders will not come and interfere. Oh! The blind snake kept rolling over and screaming, and the next second it wanted to use Earth Escape to burrow into the ground to escape. But at this moment, a wisp of black gas suddenly emerged from its tail. The blind snake only felt that its body was suddenly paralyzed, and its body, which had originally drilled into the ground, froze only halfway. Ye Chuyun seemed to know something, sneered, and continued to chop its tail with a knife. Phew! This time, without the protection of scales, the tail of the blind snake leader was easily cut off by him. Although its tail was cut off, the blind snake leader still stood there motionless. Ye Chuyun grabbed its broken tail and pulled its entire body out of the ground with great force. Finally, another blow cut off its head. The blind snake leader is dead. A dazzling white light flew up from the snake corpse and poured into Ye Chuyun's body. Kill the level 3 eyeless snake leader and gain plus 200 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ye Chuyun felt secretly happy. The leader of the purple poisonous frogs also realized that something was wrong. In particular, it noticed that the level 4 human, after killing the eyeless snake leader, actually set his sights on itself. Its timid nature made it turn around and run away immediately. Storm Bear still looked at Ye Chuyun lazily. It is very confident. Even if this little human can kill the leader of the eyeless snake and the leader of the purple poisonous frog, I definitely can't beat myself. Chapter 19: Poisoning the Three Leaders. Just as Ye Chuyun was sprinting towards the purple poisonous frog, the purple poison frog exerted force on its two frog legs and jumped high, reaching 3 meters high. Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed, and he jumped up with all his strength using his legs, actually jumping more than 2 meters high. Snap! His green claw machete chopped directly on the frog's leg. Quack! The purple poison frog felt pain and fell from midair, its whole body paralyzed and unable to move. At the same time, purple-red spots began to appear on its skin. It turned out that Ye Chuyun had smeared poison on his green claw machete. In his previous life, he was at least an intermediate alchemist. In order to survive in the world of gods and demons, making poison is commonplace. He mixed several poisonous herbs and the toxins of blind snakes to create a paralyzing venom. No matter whether it is a human or a ferocious beast, as long as the wound is exposed to this paralyzing venom, it will immediately fall into a state of paralysis and then slowly die. Even the leaders of these ferocious beasts who have extraordinary resistance to poison cannot detoxify this poison in a short time. While the purple poisonous frog was paralyzed, Ye Chuyun took the opportunity to slash it a few more times. Quack! A huge frog head fell, and the purple poisonous frog died. Kill the level 3 purple poison frog boss and gain plus 200 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. This time, even the purple poison frog died. Storm Bear roared angrily. Roar! With a roar, rocks collapsed and the ruins around them shook continuously. The Storm Bear looked at Ye Chuyun with a gloomy face, then looked at the corpses of the blind snake and the purple poison frog. Oh, these two losers couldn't even beat a mere level 4 human. It's such a disgrace to these ferocious beasts. It still depends on me to take action and take down this human. Ye Chuyun did not act rashly. He quietly retreated, distanced himself from the Storm Bear, and secretly waited for his skills to cool down. I saw the storm bear slowly stand up. Its giant height of more than 5 meters gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Suddenly, the storm bear roared, and its body flashed red light. Ye Chuyun's pupils shrank, and he immediately understood that it was using the skill frenzy. Its body grew visibly larger, and its black fur became unusually hard, gleaming with a black light. The storm bear's combat power immediately changed dramatically. Name Storm Bear Leader. Level 4. Combat Power Assessment, 1200 Frenzy. Wow, his combat power soared to 1200, which has exceeded his current combat power. It happened in the blink of an eye. It only takes a few seconds for Storm Bear to transform using the frenzy skill. Boom. It jumped instantly, and its huge body smashed directly towards Ye Chuyun. At this time, all of Ye Chuyun's skills have been cooled down. He quickly turned on the speed boost and dodged it. The storm bear missed its target, and with such immense force, it created a 2-meter-wide pit where Ye Chuyun had been standing. It can be predicted that if Ye Chuyun takes this attack head-on, all the bones in his body will be smashed by the storm bear. Taking advantage of the moment when the storm bear missed, Ye Chuyun chopped at its back with a knife. When? The sound of metal clashing. The green claw machete chopped on the storm bear's back, and sparks flew. Not to mention the wounds. Even its hair was not hurt. A huge recoil force came from the green claw machete, causing Ye Chuyun to retreat repeatedly. Ouch! The storm bear also turned around instantly, and slapped his head with its huge bear paw. Oh no, there's no way to hide. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth, and simply chopped the bear's paw again. When? There was another sound of metal clashing. The machete only left a white mark on the bear's paw. Ye Chuyun was slapped away by the bear's paw and rolled on the ground several times before he recovered. Cough. Ye Chuyun touched his chest and felt his blood surging all over his body. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, it was just a minor injury and nothing serious. The defense of this storm bear is so terrifying. In the frenzy state, its defense is really too amazing. In addition, the green claw machete in his hand was of too low a grade to break the opponent's defense. It seems that the only way to do this is to delay time and wait for the storm bear's frenzy to subside. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun used stealth skills and disappeared from the spot. Storm Bear was very confused when he saw that this human disappeared in front of him out of thin air. Oh. It picked up a huge rock and smashed it everywhere, trying to find Ye Chuyun. A minute later, huge pits were everywhere, but Storm Bear still couldn't find Ye Chuyun. Roar! The Storm Bear roared unwillingly. Its huge body began to shrink, and even its momentum began to wilt it. The frenzy state is lifted. At this time, Ye Chuyun was hiding behind the golden dragon fruit tree. Stealth only lasts for 30 seconds. As early as half a minute ago, the skill went into cooldown. It's just that Ye Chuyun had already hidden behind the golden dragon fruit tree early on. He knew that no matter how the storm bear attacked, it would not attack the golden dragon fruit tree. This time, the storm bear's frenzy was finally overcome. Ye Chuyun quickly raised his knife and rushed out, activating all his available skills at the same time. The storm bear roared and wrestled with Ye Chuyun again. This time its defense was not so abnormal, and the green claw machete could only cause small scars on its body. Although it's not deep, it's enough. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The storm bear is much stronger than the blind snake and the purple poison frog, so it is also very resistant to poison. In addition, there is not much venom left in the green claw machete. So Ye Chuyun could only keep delaying time and waiting for the poison to take effect. He left nearly 100 wounds on the storm bear's body. The storm bear's condition became increasingly weaker, and its movements became slower and slower. The remaining venom on the green claw machete also began to take effect. Finally, Ye Chuyun took advantage of the victory and stabbed the storm bear's heart with a knife, sending it to the west. Kill the level 4 storm bear leader and gain plus 500 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Announcement. Ye Chuyun is the first to kill a leader-level beast, reputation plus 10. The 3 leader-level beasts provided 900 energy points at once, saving a lot of effort. Harvest wave after wave. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. It just so happened that there were 3 leader-level ferocious beasts nearby, and other ferocious beasts did not dare to approach this place. After the death of these 3 ferocious beast leaders, this place is considered the safest. Ye Chuyun quickly opened his storage space to check the spoils. Chapter 20 Crazy Harvest, Talon Imprint. Storm Bear's Essence. After taking it, Constitution plus 4, Strength plus 4-5. Storm Blade. Attack plus 30, Strength plus 15, Increases defense damage by 50% when attacking. Tier 2 equipment. Wearing requirements. Level 4, strength above 50. Talent marking. After use, you can obtain F-level talent and enhance your physical fitness. Frenzy. The user will enter a frenzy state. Combat power increased. Learning conditions. Physical fitness greater than 50. Spirit greater than 50. Challenge, Order 5. The above are the spoils obtained by killing the Storm Bear leader. Purple Poison Frog Essence. Agility plus 5. Poison resistance plus 10-5. Purple Poison Ring. Agility plus 15. Tier 2 equipment. Wearing requirements. Level 4. Challenge, Order 5. Skill Stone 5. Compared to the Storm Bear, the Purple Poison Frog leader drops fewer things. Essence of the Eyeless Snake. Agility plus 3 after taking. 5. Strengthening Stone 5. Challenge, Order 5. After taking stock, I gained a lot. Ye Chuyun really didn't expect that the Storm Bear would actually explode with the talent mark. Talents are different from skills. They are free of consumption and can be permanently improved. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain the talent imprint, and only mutants and ferocious beasts above the leader level can drop it. Even if it was just an F-level talent imprint, it was priceless in the early days of the world of gods and demons, and some people couldn't even exchange it for 4th-level equipment. In the later stage, they can be sold at a sky-high price of more than 500,000 god and demon coins in the trading house. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun quickly took out the talent imprint and used it. Hint: you used the talent imprint and obtained an F-level talent, which enhances your physical fitness. Physical enhancement. Permanently increase physical fitness by 10%. Now I have a new talent. This talent is very practical and can actually permanently increase physical fitness by 10%. The higher the physical fitness, the greater the permanent improvement. It is definitely a talent that is sure to make money. Ye Chuyun was very satisfied and took out the Frenzy skill book from the storage space and used it. Frenzy LV1. After using, the player enters a frenzy state, with all 4 attributes increased by 30%. The duration is 1 minute. After the frenzy is lifted, the player enters a weakened state for 10 minutes. The skill cooldown time is 1 hour. This Berserk skill is also very good and can be used as a trump card. Use up all the essence of the Storm Bear and the Purple Poison Frog. Then take the Green Claw Machete plus 5 and equip the Storm Blade and Purple Poison Ring. Ye Chuyun used all the 9 strengthening stones he currently had on the Storm Blade. Ding! Enhancement successful, consuming 1 enhancement stone, Storm Blade level plus 1. Ding! Strengthening successful, consuming 3 strengthening stones, Storm Blade level plus 1. Bang! Enhancement failed, consumed 5 enhancement stones, Storm Blade level plus 0. Seeing the prompt that the enhancement failed, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In the past, the price of strengthening stones remained high because there was a certain probability of failure in strengthening equipment. After the strengthening was completed, Ye Chuyun opened the panel and took a look. Name: Ye Chuyun. Reputation: 40. Level: for 930/1200. Strength: 172. Agility: 168. Constitution: 140 F-level Constitution enhancement, plus 14. Spirit: 79. Combat power: 1223 1148, plus 75. Skills: Identification LV4, Stealth LV1, Vision Enhancement LV1, Strength Enhancement LV1, Speed Enhancement LV1, Madness LV1. Equipment: Stormblade plus 2 attack power plus 50, Strength plus 25, increases defense damage by 50% when attacking, 2nd level equipment. Wind Boots Agility plus 10, Tier 1 equipment. Ring of Agility plus 8, 1st level equipment. Purple Poison Ring Agility plus 15, Tier 2 equipment. Spirit Necklace Spirit plus 8, 1st level equipment. Stone Ape Scale Constitution plus 5, level 1 equipment. Eyeless Leather Armor plus 5 defense, plus 25, Constitution plus 10. God and Demon Coins, 3288. Wow. With this wave of horse rifles replaced by cannons, his combat power is almost catching up with the Storm Bear in its frenzied state. After doing all this, Ye Chuyun went straight to the Golden Spirit Fruit tree. There were 10 Golden Spirit Fruits on the tree. Ye Chuyun picked one at random and ate it in big mouthfuls. It tastes like apple and is very sweet. The fruit pulp entered his stomach and turned into a stream of pure energy that flowed into his entire body, eventually converging in Ye Chuyun's brain. Ye Chuyun closed his eyes and felt it silently. Taking the Golden Spirit Fruit, your spirit is greatly improved. Spirit, plus 20. 1 Golden Dragon Fruit can directly increase your spirit by 20 points. It's so cool. Ye Chuyun continued to pick a golden spirit fruit worth 10,000 divine and demon coins and ate it in big mouthfuls. Taking the golden spirit fruit, your spirit is greatly improved. Spirit plus 20. Taking the golden spirit fruit, your spirit is greatly improved. Spirit plus 20. Taking too much golden dragon fruit will weaken its effect. Spirit plus 10. Your bloodline has been purified by the golden spirit fruit by 0.1%, giving you plus 10 each for strength, constitution, and agility. After eating the 6th golden spirit fruit, its second effect was finally triggered, and the blood was purified. At this moment, Ye Chuyun's inner joy was beyond words. The feeling of having your strength increasing every moment is simply too wonderful. After eating the last 4 golden spirit fruits, Ye Chuyun's spirits soared. Open the panel again. Level, for 930/1200. Strength, 197. Agility, 178. Constitution, 150 F-level Constitution Enhancement, plus 15. Spirit, 229. Combat Power, 1583-1508 plus 75. Originally, his spirit was the weakest, and he couldn't even break through 3 digits. Now it has broken through 3 digits in one fell swoop, even reaching an astonishing 229. 300 spirits are not far away from completing the hidden condition of becoming a chi refiner. At the same time, the entire chat channel was in an uproar. Kai Kuan, fuck, how strong is Boss Yi? He actually killed a leader-level beast. Wang Gang, I once encountered a leader-level beast. Just looking at it from afar made my scalp tingle. I really don't know how Boss Yi killed it alone. Ida Shuichi, haha, I've killed leader-level beasts before. Level 2 leader-level beasts are just that powerful. Buddha is Buddha, it's easy to make a fuss. Zhuang Liang, haha, why can I smell a sour smell on the screen? It seems to be coming from you, the cherry blossom dog. Kitahara Sosuke, Baka, if you have the time, you should hurry up and hunt the beasts. Humph, we will be able to catch up with you soon. Wang Gang, oh, sorry, we just got a challenge order, and the gap has widened again. Itu Shuichi, at percent. Chapter 21, win the challenge and get the grindstone blueprint. Ye Chuyun looked at the progress bar. District 346, 8 challenge tokens. District 118, 14 challenge tokens. It seems that when he was dealing with the 3 leaders, Wang Gang and his group were lucky enough to get 4 challenge orders. Ye Chuyun looked at the 15 challenge orders in the storage space, curled his lips, and handed them all over. Originally, both parties in the chat channel were talking passionately, but suddenly they noticed that the progress bar in Area 118 had changed again, so they opened it to take a look. Area 346, 8 challenge tokens. District 118, 29 challenge tokens. Kudamoto, impossible. How come in just a short while, there are suddenly 15 more challenge tokens in Area 118? This is cheating. Ida Shuichi, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How is this possible? Kai Kuan, ha ha ha, why wouldn't you believe this? It must be Boss Yi who made the move. Now all we need is a challenge order, and we'll be able to win this challenge. Brothers, stop talking nonsense with them, and charge. Wang Gang, brothers, I saw a blue poison frog. I feel like the last challenge order is coming. I'm going first. Yoshino Haichur, no, I can't accept it. How could the opponent, who clearly doesn't have any explosion potions, be able to gather all the challenge orders so quickly? Kitahara Sosuke, Shuichi, you bastard, it's all your fault. If you hadn't started the resource challenge, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Huangli, swear, it's this Shioi. Why did he give us such a big gift for no reason? He's such a nice guy. Ida Shuichi, shut up, you bastards, playing double standards, right? Fine, I don't care, you can curse me as much as you want. Anyway, I'm not the only one who will bear the punishment. Kudamoto, you selfish devil. You're going to kill us. At this moment, everyone in District 346 went crazy and stood up to curse Ida Shuichi. How enthusiastic the praise was before, how harsh the criticism is now. But even so, they could not change the outcome of failure. Not long after, the last challenge order was completed by Wang Gang and others. District 118 completely won the challenge. Announcement: District 118 collected 30 challenge orders the fastest. District 346 failed the challenge. Announcement: Area 118. Immediately enjoy 24-hour bonus of doubled energy and doubled resources in the trial land. Announcement: Area 346 will be punished by having its energy and all resources reduced by half for 24 hours. Announcement: The person who contributed the most to this challenge is Ye Chuyun, who contributed a total of 25 challenge tokens. He is rewarded with 30 attribute points and a black iron treasure chest. Tip: the challenge is over, and the chat channel will be disconnected from zone 346. Rumble. As soon as the words fell, the entire poisonous swamp began to tremble violently. Various spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, treasure chests, and ferocious beasts appeared in multiples. In addition, there are many more minerals and mountains. These are all resources. At this moment, everyone was excited. Kaikuin. Ha ha ha, awesome. A gray treasure chest suddenly appeared next to me. I opened it and got a first-level equipment and some god and demon coins. Huangli. A lot of spiritual herbs appeared here. Hee hee, I'll pick them all and sell them to Boss Yi. Lu Daqiang. Haha, there are a lot more green claw beasts. Are there any other level 1 friends? Let's team up to hunt down the beasts. Don't waste the double 24-hour energy. Wu Jun. Hey, brothers, I'm ashamed to say that I was too scared. I've been hiding since I arrived in the world of gods and demons. Now that you see we have won, I realize how cowardly I was. I have decided to cheer up. Are you still short of people upstairs? Let's go together. Huang Peng. Okay. Our District 118 will get better and better. Ye Chuyun. Continue to collect special items, spiritual herbs, ores and other materials, everything. Wang Gang. Boss Yi has appeared. Boss, I have 5 spiritual herbs here. I don't want any money. I'll give them all to you. Zhuang Liang. Boss Yi, I want to join you. Our captain is such a loser. Lu Mingran. Boss Yi, I just grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs, and I'll sell them all to you. At the same time, there was wailing in Area 346. Takano Izumi, I don't believe it. How could our great Sakura Empire lose to the sick man of East Asia? Kudamoto. Damn, a gray treasure chest in front of me just disappeared right before my eyes. My treasure chest. Shioi, you bastard. Compensate me for the treasure chest. Kidahara Sosuke. It's all that damn Shuichi. If he hadn't taken the initiative to start the resource challenge, how could we have ended up in this situation? Where is he now? I'm going to kill him. Iyu Shinzi. Where are my spiritual herbs? How come all of my spiritual herbs suddenly disappeared? Xiaozhai Shun. I just killed a level 1 beast and gained 1 energy point. What the hell is this? Zhuazhenmei. Oh my god. The 3 ferocious beasts in front of me have all disappeared. Our resources are really dwindling. Kudamoto. I do Shuichi. Don't let me see you, or I'll chop you to death. For a time, everyone in District 346 was looking for Idu Shuichi's whereabouts, vowing to make him pay the price. The victory and welfare that originally belonged to District 346 in the previous life. Now, with Ye Chuyun's intervention, the outcome has changed. District 118 began to flourish. Ye Chuyun held the black iron treasure box in his hand and took a deep breath. Black iron treasure chest. After opening, there is a 100% chance of receiving god and demon coins, a 20% chance of receiving tier 3 equipment, a 20% chance of receiving a skill book, and a special item reward. Slowly open the treasure chest. The next second, there was a flash of white light and a huge explosion. God and demon coin 1000. Sage's chain, spirit plus 30. Wearing it can shorten the cooldown time of skills. Tier 3 equipment. Wearing conditions. Level 4, spirit greater than 100. Primary whetstone blueprint. Can be used to create a primary whetstone. Skill stone 10. Strengthening stone 10. Wow, this necklace is awesome. Ye Chuyun quickly took off the spirit necklace and put on the sage's chain. By the way, I put all the 30 free attribute points I just got into spirit, and my mental strength skyrocketed to 289. Then Ye Chuyun looked at the basic whetstone drawing in his hand with a fiery gaze, muttering to himself. This is going to make a fortune. Chapter 22 Business is booming. Hungry Wolves Attack. The initial whetstone blueprint, as the name suggests, can be used to make a primary whetstone. The function of the primary whetstone is to restore the durability of the weapon. That's right. In the world of gods and demons, no matter how high the grade of a weapon is, it has durability. At first, no one cared about this issue. However, about 7 days after arriving in the world of gods and demons, suddenly, someone was prompted that the durability of the weapon was insufficient and was about to be damaged, and that the durability needed to be restored using an initial whetstone. One can imagine how precious weapons were at that time, and naturally no one would want the weapons in their hands to be damaged. However, no one knows where this primary whetstone comes from. In the end, he could only watch the weapons in his hands turn into scrap metal, and finally bought new weapons with tears in his eyes. For a time, the price of weapons skyrocketed and remained high. About a month later, a man named Li Mubai obtained the blueprint of a primary whetstone and was able to make it. He quietly made a primary whetstone and put it on sale in the trading house. When the primary whetstone appeared, everyone rushed to grab it, and the demand was completely outstripping the supply. Just because of this small blueprint of a basic whetstone, Li Mubai jumped into the top 100 of the wealth list in the world of gods and demons, and possessed astonishing wealth. Later, Li Mubai used this wealth to establish the Star Mark Guild, which became a first-class force 10 years later. Now, in less than 2 days, Ye Chuyun obtained a blueprint for a primary whetstone. How could Ye Chuyun not be excited? You only need one type of material to make a primary whetstone. It's solid stone. The higher the level of the beast, the faster the durability of the weapon will be consumed. Therefore, the price of whetstones has increased instead of decreased. Once solid stone is put on the trading platform, it will be sold out instantly as long as the price is not too high. Before, Ye Chuyun could buy more than 500 pieces of solid stone with 8 god and demon coins, which was simply impossible in the late god and demon world. Even a piece of solid stone can be sold for at least 5 god and demon coins in the early stage. Later on, the price even rose to an incredible price of 20 god and demon coins. Now Ye Chuyun has nearly 2,000 pieces of solid stones on his body, which cost him less than 30 god and demon coins in total. In other words, he spent 30 god and demon coins to buy 2,000 pieces of materials worth 10,000 to 40,000 god and demon coins. Originally, Ye Chuyun wanted to stock up as many solid stones as possible before the early whetstones came out. Then he can sell it and make a fortune. But now he is one step ahead of Li Mubai and has obtained the blueprint for the primary whetstone. He changed his mind. No matter how much money the solid stone makes, it is definitely not as profitable as the initial whetstone. If he doesn't make any money that's handed to him, then his rebirth would be in vain. However, to make a primary whetstone, you need solid stone. You also need forging tools. It's just like refining elixir requires an alchemy furnace. To make a primary whetstone, you need the help of forging tools. But this is not a problem for Ye Chuyun. He just happened to know where to get the forging tools, and it was at the next train stop. As long as he reaches level 5 and takes the train to the next location, he will be able to find a way to obtain forging tools. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun decisively learned the basic whetstone. Next, he only needs to obtain the forging tools to make the primary whetstone. At this time, a breeze blew, and Ye Chuyun's tense nerves were relieved. Hint: there are traces of treasure chests within 1 meter, please look for them. Oh my god, I almost forgot about the treasure chest. Upon hearing the prompt, Ye Chuyun quickly patted his head and began to look for the treasure chest in the ruins. After turning almost the entire ruins upside down, Ye Chuyun still couldn't find any trace of the treasure chest. However, Tian Dao suggested that the treasure chest was within 1 meter, so it must be correct. Finally, Ye Chuyun suddenly had an idea and set his sights on the golden spirit fruit tree. This treasure chest, isn't it hidden under this tree? In order to verify his guess, Ye Chuyun simply cut down the golden spirit fruit tree with one knife. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Chuyun brandished the storm blade and chopped off the nearly 3-meter-thick golden spirit fruit tree with just a few strokes. It is worthy of being a second-level equipment, and its quality is much higher than that of the green claw machete. Ye Chuyun couldn't let go of the storm blade. As soon as the golden spirit fruit tree fell, Ye Chuyun discovered a bronze treasure chest hidden in the tree. It turns out that part of this golden spirit tree is hollow, and the treasure chest is hidden inside. Good boy, you're really good at hiding. Ye Chuyun muttered, and suddenly opened the bronze treasure chest. God and Demon Coin 500. Skill Stone, upgrade any skill. 3. Reinforcement Stone, can strengthen equipment. 3. First level spell scroll, Storm Scroll. Ye Chuyun curled his lips. There are no skill books, special items, or equipment. No matter how high the drop rate is, if there are only these things in the treasure chest, then there is nothing he can do. Hey, it would be nice to have a few more black iron treasure chests. After finding the treasure chest, Ye Chuyun finally relaxed, and he felt a little hungry. He simply bought some barbecue and sat down to rest for a while. The chat channel is still very active. Kai Kuan. Ha ha ha, this double energy value is awesome. I can level up just by beating a few green claw beasts. Lu Daqiang. Yes, and there are more resources, treasures everywhere. Ye Chuyun. I encourage everyone to find more resources and sell them to me. I have a lot of good things here. Look at this. Ye Chuyun. Green claw machete +5, spirit necklace. Kai Kuan. Oh my god, boss, that's not right, dad. Where did you get all this equipment? Wang Gang. Boss, so much equipment, are you selling it? Lei Chun. Oh my god, a +5 green claw machete? I suddenly feel that the one I have is not as good as it used to be. This +5/1 is simply my dream knife. Wang Yun. Spirit necklace. Wow, I really want it. Huang Peng. Ah, boss, please stop provoking me. I'm going to dig spiritual herbs and ores for you right now. After Ye Chuyun sent the equipment, he closed the chat channel and opened the trading channel. He put the 3 pieces of equipment he had exchanged on the trading platform, priced each at 999 God and Demon coins. Ye Chuyun didn't expect anyone to buy them at the moment. His goal was to use these pieces of equipment to fish and see if he could exchange them for some rare items. Then he bought a large number of solid stones and dozens of spiritual herbs from the trading house. Now I have all the ingredients for a body-tempering pill and a strength pill. Ye Chuyun immediately took out the alchemy furnace and started refining the elixir. While he was waiting for the elixir to be refined, Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked up somewhere. On the map, a red dot was rapidly moving towards him. Crash! Suddenly, a giant black wolf walked out from somewhere in the forest in the dark night. Its dark green eyes were fixed on the corpses of the 3 leading beasts in the ruins, and saliva was constantly flowing from the corners of its mouth. Chapter 23. Unknown Job Transfer Conditions, the deepest part of the poisonous swamp. It turned out to be a level 3 ordinary beast, the Phantom Wolf, with a combat power of 550 points. Ye Chuyun looked at the blood flowing from the leader's body and immediately understood that the wolf was attracted by the smell of blood here. Oh, the ghost wolf seemed unable to resist the temptation of delicious food and pounced directly. Ye Chuyun raised his eyes slightly and slashed out with the storm blade in his hand. Bang! The ghost wolf's body was split into 2 and fell to the side. Kill a level 3 ghost wolf and gain double energy points plus 120. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ye Chuyun looked at Yolang's corpse and shook his head. Too weak. He felt that he hadn't taken it seriously enough, and the other person was already dead. With his current strength, he can basically walk across 90% of the poisonous swamp. Woo woo woo. 4 more ghost wolves rushed out, and they seemed to be companions of the previous ghost wolf. When they saw the corpse lying at Ye Chuyun's feet, several ghost wolves roared angrily and rushed over. After a while, there were several more corpses at Ye Chuyun's feet. Congratulations, your level has been promoted to level 5. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes. Finally reached level 5. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. He had always been thinking about the 2nd level equipment, the purple jade mirror, in his storage space. I quickly took it out and took a look. Purple jade mirror. After wearing, spirit +10, constitution +15, comes with the defensive skill purple jade shield, which can form a protective shield with an energy of 1000. 2nd tier equipment, wearing requirements, level 5. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun took off the stone ape scale and replaced it with the purple jade mirror. Currently, there are many types of equipment parts in the world of gods and demons. The head can be worn with a helmet, mask, glasses, or earrings. The neck is a necklace. The upper body is a breastplate or cloak. Lower body belt and pants. On the arms are wristbands, gloves, bracelets, and rings. There are shoes on the feet. Finally, there are handheld weapons or protective gear. There are also some special equipment that do not take up equipment slots. For example, stone ape scale and purple jade mirror. But you can only equip either one. Then we can only eliminate the stone ape scale with worse attributes. These devices can be hidden. Many people choose to hide their equipment, and they are basically all perverts. The Phantom Wolf also dropped 5 spirits and 2 skill stones. After taking them, strength +3 and constitution +2. After gaining another 5 free attribute points, Ye Chuyun still added them all to his spirit. After a series of operations, Ye Chuyun's panel saw new changes again. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 5 330/3000. Strength, 222. Agility, 188. Constitution, 180 F level constitution enhancement, +18. Spirit, 314. Combat power, 1883-1808 +75. His spirit finally broke through the 300 mark before level 10, meeting the conditions for changing his job to a chi refiner. Ye Chuyun was very happy, but a bold idea emerged in his mind. Ye Chuyun remembered that in his previous life, Zhuang Ziqing once said something with great regret. It would be great if my spirit could reach 500 before level 10, but that's almost impossible. He pondered Zhuang Ziqing's words carefully. What would happen if his spirit reached 500 before level 10? Zhuang Ziqing felt so regretful. Did he know something when he changed his job to become a chi refiner? Is it true that after your spirit reaches 500, you can obtain a hidden profession that is even more awesome than a chi refiner? But this is just Ye Chuyun's guess. Anyway, it won't be a loss for him to continue to improve his spirit. Because after becoming a chi refiner, spirit becomes the main attribute to improve strength. Rested for a while again. After finishing the alchemy, Ye Chuyun swallowed the body-tempering pill and the strength pill, increasing his physical fitness by 7 points and his strength by 10 points. Then he disappeared into the night and continued walking deeper into the poisonous swamp. 4 hours have passed. The duration of double energy points is 24 hours. So no one would give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No matter how sleepy they were, they had to hold on until the end of the 24 hours before going to bed. Ye Chuyun is naturally no exception. It took him an hour to leave the level 2 area, during which he killed 4 level 2 beasts and found a gray treasure chest. Then he headed all the way to the level 5 area. It took another hour to reach the level 3 area. He killed 6 level 3 beasts and obtained 2 bronze treasure chests. An hour later, he arrived at the level 4 area, killed 5 level 4 beasts, and obtained a bronze treasure chest. A total of 2040 energy points were obtained. The spirits of various levels of ferocious beasts increased by 70 points in the 4 dimensions, and the combat power increased to 2091. Finally broke through the 2000 mark. In addition, there are spiritual herbs, skill stones, strengthening stones, and some first-level equipment. We've arrived at the deepest part of the poisonous fog swamp. Ye Chuyun looked into the distance with a serious expression. What appeared before him were rows of collapsed ruins that looked like small hills. Among these ruins, one can occasionally see white human and animal bones. It is not difficult to imagine that many people once lived here. Looking at the red dots that kept appearing on the map, Ye Chuyun walked among the ruins with a vigilant look on his face. He knew that this poisonous fog swamp was once a prosperous city. As for why the once prosperous city had become what it is today, he had no idea. In the past 10 years in the world of gods and demons, there were still countless people searching for the truth of this world. Unfortunately, there are too few clues. After walking about a few hundred steps, Ye Chuyun stopped and stared at a certain place. In front of him was a pile of ruins, covered with green vines and dust-like spores. At this moment, there was a black object that looked like a turtle shell covering it. Ye Chuyun's eyes narrowed and he retreated without hesitation. But just as he was retreating, the turtle shell moved. A ferocious head and limbs emerged from the turtle shell. It was actually a giant black turtle. The giant black turtle roared angrily when he saw that the prey he had caught had escaped. Then it swung its limbs quickly and crawled over at an incredible speed. Chapter 24. Obtain the resource challenge order and start the only mission. Name Iron Turtle Beast. Level 5. Combat Power Assessment, 1000. Features, Speed, Iron Shell, Cunning, Guardian. Skill, Water Arrow. Explosion Rate, 1%. Ye Chuyun frowned. In order to reach his destination as quickly as possible, he originally wanted to let the Iron Turtle Beast go, who knew that the other party would not accept the toast and drink the forfeit wine, and even chased after him. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Ye Chuyun sneered, stopped, and swung the storm blade in his hand towards the Iron Turtle Beast's head. The Iron Turtle Beast didn't expect that the human in front of it who was still running away would dare to stop and attack it. It immediately retracted its head and limbs and hid inside its shell. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Iron Turtle Beast hiding in its shell looked at the human in front of it with pride. Come on, attack me, my shell is very hard. If my turtle shell is even slightly broken, you'll be so awesome. Ye Chuyun's attack missed, and he smiled as he looked at the Iron Turtle Beast, which had only a turtle shell left. He naturally knew that the turtle shell was very hard. Despite this, he took a deep breath and still swung his sword. His storm blade has 50% defense penetration damage. So what if the turtle shell is hard? Snap! With a flash of the knife, the huge turtle shell was split into 2. The Iron Turtle Beast hiding inside also died. Kill a level 5 Iron Turtle Beast and gain double energy points plus 500. Iron Turtle Beast Essence. After taking it, your constitution increases by 6. Resource Challenge Order. After use, randomly select a novice village to challenge. Tip: the content of the challenge can be determined by the user. Success will bring rich rewards, while failure will bring severe punishment. Tip: if there are other novice villages in the chat channel, you can skip the random selection and directly select a specific challenge from the chat channel. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that the Iron Turtle Beast would actually drop a resource challenge order. Previously, Shuichi from Sakura Country used the resource challenge order to catch their novice village number 118 off guard. Ye Chuyun did not use the resource challenge order immediately, but opened the level ranking list to take a look. District 118 level ranking. First place, Ye Chuyun, level 5. Second place, Wang Gang, level 4. Third place, Zhuang Liang, level 3. Fourth place, Lei Chun, level 3. Fifth place, Huang Li, level 3. 100th place, Kai Kuan, level 2. Unexpectedly, after 4 hours, Wang Gang and his companions had reached level 3 or above. The lowest one, Kai Kuan, has level 2. At this time in the previous life, the highest level was only level 2. Because of this buff of double energy points in 24 hours, everyone's level has increased by leaps and bounds. It seems that everyone is eyeing the rewards for the top 100. Ye Chuyun looked at his level progress. Level 5, 2370/3000. He was not afraid of Wang Gang's upgrade because he himself would be able to reach level 6 soon. The first place golden treasure chest must belong to him. However, if Wang Gang reaches level 5, the regional chat channel can be activated. By then, a total of 1,000 districts, including their District 118, will enter the regional chat channel. That was when it was really lively. After thinking about it, Ye Chuyun temporarily put the resource challenge order into the storage space. Anyway, there are still 20 hours before the double energy points are obtained, so there is no need to use them in a hurry. And before using the resource challenge order, he still has to ask the opinions of everyone in District 118. Otherwise, if he uses it rashly, it will easily cause dissatisfaction among the people. After swallowing the essence of the iron turtle beast, Ye Chuyun continued to walk deeper into the ruins. During this time, he avoided ferocious beasts and did not look for the treasure chest. Finally, he arrived at the end of the ruins, which was also his ultimate goal. At the end of the ruins is a huge 5-colored altar, behind which is a building shrouded in darkness. Hint: you have discovered the 5-color altar. Do you want to accept the mission? Tip: once enabled, you will be the sole recipient of the quest. Only after you die can the quest be taken over by someone else. Tip: after completing the task, you will receive a generous reward. Ye Chuyun swallowed, took a deep breath, and nodded. Accept? Nonsense. If he doesn't accept this task, will he give it to someone else? He traveled all the way to the end of the poisonous fog swamp just to receive this mission. Hint: the task was successfully received. Mission: activate the 5-color altar. Quest content: you need to collect the 5 spiritual pearl fragments of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After synthesizing 5 spiritual pearls, activate the 5-color altar and open the tomb of the Swamp King. Hint: every 10 spirit pearl fragments can be combined into 1 spirit pearl with a 30% chance of success. When Ye Chuyun saw the task, he was not surprised at all. The mission only told him that he needed to collect 5 spirit beads with different properties in order to activate the altar. He was even told that he needed to synthesize the spirit pearl fragments in order to obtain the spirit pearl, and even told him the probability of success. God, you are such a nice person. However, the Heavenly Dao did not say where to get the fragment of the spirit pearl. But others didn't know, but Ye Chuyun knew. The person who took on this task in the previous life was Wang Gang. It took him about 10 days, and with the help of countless people, he barely completed the task. After completing the task, Wang Gang received a silver treasure chest and 100 attribute points as a reward, which made others envious. At that time, Ye Chuyun was responsible for helping Wang Gang find the ferocious beast he needed, and once he found it, he would notify him to come and kill it. So he knew which ferocious beasts needed to be killed in order to obtain the spirit pearl fragments. But this is not the end of the mission, but it is the Swamp King cemetery behind the mission. The King of the Swamp. This is the name of the final boss of the toxic swamp. It belongs to a different space and is the location of the final copy of the poison fog swamp. The first time you clear a level, you will receive an incomparable amount of rewards. After that, Tiandao will restart the Swamp King cemetery every 24 hours, and you can pass it again. The Swamp King cemetery mainly produces a complete set of Tier 3 equipment. Even in the later period of the world of gods and demons, the cemetery of the Swamp King has always been very popular. However, in addition to a complete set of 3rd-level equipment, what Ye Chuyun needed more was the reward for the first clearance. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun calmed down his excitement, set off quickly to collect the spirit bead fragments. Ye Chuyun first began to look for the whereabouts of the iron turtle beast. The fragments of the water spirit pearl were obtained from the iron turtle beast. In about 10 minutes, he found a place where a large number of iron turtle beasts lived. I saw it in a vast river. A ferocious giant turtle, 4 meters tall, was lying there slowly, with only half of its body submerged in the river. Like sleeping. It's as if this is its territory. There are also 4 giant turtles more than 3 meters in size standing nearby, apparently on guard. In addition, there are 30 or 40 giant black turtles, each about 10 or 2 feet in size, living around the river. Seeing this scene, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but swallow nervously. Chapter 25: The Terrifying Iron Turtle King. Crazy Improvement. Name: Iron Turtle Beast Mutation. Level 5. Combat Power Assessment, 1500. Features: Speed, Iron Shell, Cunning, Guardian. Skill: Water Arrow, Agility Amplification Level 3. Talent: Water Sensing, F rank. Explosion Rate, 1.8%. After seeing the data, Ye Chuyun was shocked. Wow, among those 34 Iron Turtle Beast brothers, there is actually a mutant Iron Turtle Beast, with a combat power of up to 1500. Ye Chuyun felt a little tricky, but then he thought that an ordinary Iron Turtle Beast could provide him with 500 energy points. Then the variant can provide at least 700. He only needs to kill a mutated Iron Turtle Beast to level up. Moreover, these Iron Turtle Beasts are distributed all over the river, so he can launch a sneak attack and defeat them one by one. Use the loot dropped by these Iron Turtle Beasts to improve yourself again. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun suddenly smiled again. Then he set his sights on the giant turtle that was more than 3 meters tall. Name: Iron Turtle Beast Leader. Level 5. Combat Power Assessment, 2000. Features: Speed, Iron Shell, Guard, Self-Healing. Skill: Defense Enhancement LV3. Talent: Water Sensing F rank, Physical Enhancement F rank. Explosion Rate, 8%. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. My goodness, he originally thought that the giant turtle that was 4 meters tall was the leader. Unexpectedly, the 4 younger brothers guarding beside it were the leaders. So what happens? Ye Chuyun suddenly had a terrifying idea in his mind, and quickly turned his gaze to the ferocious giant turtle that was 4 meters tall. Name: Iron Turtle King. Level 5. Combat Power Assessment, 2800. Features: Violent, Territorial, Bloodthirsty. Skills: Neptune's Wrath Exclusive Skill, Healing LV5, Guardian LV5. Talent: Water Control E level, Super Strong Physique E level. Explosion Rate, 12%. Hiss. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but take a breath. I really don't know whether his luck is good or bad. He had killed quite a few king-level ferocious beasts in his previous life, but he killed them with the help of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. Any attack from a king-level beast could cause the deaths of 10, 100, or even tens of thousands of people. It can be said that if you want to kill a king-level beast, you must sacrifice countless lives. Now he is the only one who wants to kill the king-level Iron Turtle King. This difficulty is simply hell level. Ye Chuyun looked at his current combat power. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 52370/3000. Strength: 259. Agility: 208. Constitution: 213. F level Constitution Enhancement, plus 21. Spirit: 334. Combat Power: 2103. 2028, plus 75. His combat power is just over 2000, while the Iron Turtle King has a combat power of 2800. It's not easy to deal with. However, at this moment, the private chat channel flashed. Ye Chuyun looked and saw that the person who was chatting with him privately was Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan is very active in the chat channel and became a lone wolf master in his previous life. So Ye Chuyun had a very deep impression of him. Kai Kuan: Boss, is your +5 green claw machete really for 999 god and demon coins? Ye Chuyun: I just randomly set that price. I originally wanted to exchange it for some special items, spiritual herbs and fruits, etc. Kai Kuan: Then, boss, can you please take a look at my spiritual fruit and see if I can exchange it for your +5 green claw machete? After saying that, Kai Kuan sent an invitation for visual sharing. After Ye Chuyun agreed, he immediately put himself in Kai Kuan's perspective. Kai Kuan was holding a purple spiritual fruit the size of a fist in his hand. Ye Chuyun's expression changed, and he exited the visual sharing. Ye Chuyun: How many of these spiritual fruits do you have? Is this the only one? Kai Kuan: Hey, I have 10 of these spiritual fruits. I dug them out from the ground. What do you think, big boss? Can we exchange them? Ye Chuyun: Give me all 10 spiritual fruits, and I'll give you the +5 green claw machete. Kai Kuan: Okay, boss. These 10 spiritual fruits are all yours. After saying that, Ye Chuyun opened the trading house, took the +5 green claw machete off the shelf, and completed the transaction with Kai Kuan. In an instant, 10 more purple spiritual fruits appeared in his storage space. Identification. Name: Purple Essence Fruit. Grade: First Class. Effects: Non-toxic, can enhance physical fitness after taking. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed not mistaken. This was undoubtedly the Purple Essence Fruit. Kai Kuan did not have the ability to identify the fruit, and perhaps he thought the fruit was poisonous and did not dare to take it casually. I might as well try my luck and see if I can exchange it for a +5 green claw machete. This is a good deal for me. Although this top-grade spiritual fruit is not as good as the golden dragon fruit, any one of them would sell for thousands of god and demon coins in my previous life. But Kai Kuan is not at a loss either. With this +5 green claw machete, his combat power has at least increased significantly. This is no worse than taking Purple Essence Fruit. This result is a win-win situation. Snap. Ye Chuyun made a prompt decision and ate the 10 Purple Essence Fruits. Take Purple Essence Fruit 1 out of 10 and your physical fitness will be greatly improved. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +2, Spirit +2. Take Purple Essence Fruit 2 out of 10 and your physical fitness will be greatly improved. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +2, Spirit +2. Take Purple Essence Fruit 3 out of 10 and your physical fitness will be greatly improved. Strength +2, Constitution +2, Agility +2, Spirit +2. Tip: the maximum intake of Purple Essence Fruit has been reached. Taking it again will have no effect. 10 Purple Essence Fruits directly increased the attribute by 80 points. The combat power reached 2263. Looking at the skyrocketing combat power, Ye Chuyun felt stable and at ease. Then Ye Chuyun took out the skill stones he had saved for a long time, a total of 20 pieces. He planned to use these 20 skill stones to start strengthening his skills in a targeted manner. The first is stealth. In the plan to strangle the Iron Turtle Beast, this skill is of utmost importance. Consume 1 skill stone, skill enhancement successful, your stealth skill reaches level 2. Consume 2 skill stones, skill enhancement is successful, your stealth skill reaches level 3. Consuming 8 skill stones, the skill is successfully enhanced. Your stealth skill has reached level 5, reaching the maximum level. Stealth level 5 consumes a certain amount of energy to become invisible for 1 minute. Attacking during invisibility will not cancel the invisibility, but the duration of invisibility will be reduced. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. These 15 skill stones were not wasted. Finally, he used the last 5 skill stones on the vision enhancement, strength enhancement, and speed enhancement skills. Except for the speed increase which has been upgraded to LV3, all other skills have been upgraded to LV2. Then Ye Chuyun took a deep breath and prepared to take action. Chapter 26, another level up, regional chat channel opened. Ye Chuyun set his sights on a relatively remote river edge, where there was a lone mutated Iron Turtle Beast. This mutated Iron Turtle Beast seemed to dislike being disturbed by other Iron Turtle Beasts. I deliberately chose a place far away from the group of Iron Turtles and was leisurely soaking in the water. This is a good deal for him. Ye Chuyun activated the stealth technique and approached the mutant Iron Turtle Beast slowly and cautiously. Although stealth can conceal his figure, it cannot conceal his traces in the water. Fortunately, the mutated Iron Turtle Beast did not notice. 100 meters, 50 meters. The distance between Ye Chuyun and the mutated Iron Turtle Beast is shrinking. 5 meters, 4 meters, until 1 meter. The mutated Iron Turtle Beast was lying on its back, floating comfortably on the water. Suddenly, it seemed to sense a slight ripple on the water surface and turned its head involuntarily. But it saw nothing. Just when it felt strange, Ye Chuyun took action instantly. Swish! The storm blade decisively slashed across the head of the mutant Iron Turtle Beast. Not at all prepared, the unfortunate mutant Iron Turtle Beast had its head chopped off and died without even a scream. Kill a level 5 mutant Iron Turtle Beast and gain double energy points plus 700. Iron Turtle Beast Essence. After taking it, your constitution increases by 6. Talent marking. After using, you can obtain the talent skill, F-level Water Sensing. Water Spirit Pearl Fragment. Quest item. 10 pieces can be synthesized into 1 Water Spirit Pearl. Success rate 30% too. Congratulations, your level has been promoted to level 6. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes. After killing the mutated Iron Turtle Beast, Ye Chuyun immediately looked around. Fortunately, it is still night, and the vision of not only humans but also ferocious beasts will be weakened. The iron turtle beasts around were still playing and frolicking, not noticing anything happening here at all. He quickly took away the body of the mutant iron turtle beast and erased all traces. While waiting for the stealth skill to cool down, Ye Chuyun took out the talent imprint. Hint: you used the talent marking and obtained the F-level talent, water sensing. Water sensitivity: feel more comfortable in water. It's a pity that it's F-level. It would be better if it was D-level water fusion. Ye Chuyun shook his head. After swallowing the essence of the iron turtle beast, Ye Chuyun opened the panel again. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level 630/8000. Strength: 289. Agility: 238. Constitution: 249. F-level Constitution Enhancement, plus 25. Spirit: 364. Combat Power: 2355. 2280 plus 75. The combat power surged again. Now it is no longer a dream to catch up with the Iron Turtle King's 2800 combat power. After the stealth skill cooled down, Ye Chuyun set his sights on the second lone Iron Turtle beast and began to sneak away. An hour passed quickly. Ye Chuyun killed all the lone Iron Turtle beasts, a total of 10. A total of 15 Water Spirit Pearl fragments were obtained, which is half of the synthesis target of 30. The Iron Turtle beast's essence has also been consumed to the limit. The level progress has also reached level 650/30/8000. Now there are no lone iron turtles on the river. Most of them live together in groups of 3, or at most 5. His eyes moved, and finally Ye Chuyun fixed his gaze on the group of 3 iron turtles on the periphery. But he couldn't guarantee that he could kill the 3 iron turtle beasts at the same time. This is bound to attract the attention of other groups of iron turtles. But this is the only way for now. As long as we don't attract the attention of the Iron Turtle King, there won't be any problem. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun took a deep breath and prepared to take action. Announcement: 3 people in Area 118 have reached level 5. The regional chat channel has been activated. Tip: there is a speaking limit in the regional channel. Each person can speak once every 10 minutes. Tip: every 1,000 areas are divided into a region, and Area 118 belongs to Region 1. Tip: loading the chat channel for Region 1. From now on, the chat channel will be divided into Region 118 and Region 1. Seeing this announcement, Ye Chuyun stopped. He opened the level ranking list and took a look. District 118 level ranking. First place, Ye Chuyun, level 6. Second place, Wang Gang, level 5. Third place, Zhuang Liang, level 5. It turned out that Wang Gang had reached level 5. However, what Ye Chuyun didn't expect was that Zhuang Liang had also reached level 5. It seems that after winning the challenge, the fate of many people has changed. At this time in the previous life, the highest level was only level 3. However, now, there are 3 above level 5. District 118 has been reborn. I looked up and saw that it was still around 3 a.m. and the night was still dark. Ye Chuyun simply opened the regional chat channel to see what was going on. As soon as he entered the regional chat channel, he found that the screen was flooded with messages frantically. The double energy gain period continued, and almost no one slept. Fortunately, there were restrictions on speech, and the screen scrolling only lasted for a few minutes before gradually slowing down. Ye Chuyun noticed at this time that in the upper right corner of the regional chat it said 21/1000. Obviously, this data does not refer to the number of survivors, but other hints. After seeing this data, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but frown. The regional chat continues. Sure, phone number 388. Hey, another zone has arrived. Welcome newcomers. Number 25 Su Meng. Your District 118 is the 21st to enter the regional channel. You're pretty strong. Are you from Dragon Country? Number 118 Wang Gang. Yes, we are from Dragon Country. It seems that the numbers before our names represent the serial number of the region. Could it be that number 25 and number 388, you are also from Dragon Country? Number 338 Sure Foam. Huh, that's right. We are from Dragon Country. Since we are compatriots, we must help each other. Brother Wang Gang, if there is anything you don't know, you can ask us. Number 118 Kai Kun. Wow, 1,000 districts merged into one region. Doesn't that mean there are 1,000,000 people in that region alone? Number 25 Su Meng. There aren't that many now. Notice that 21 out of 1,000 in the upper right corner? That means your District 118 is only the 21st to enter the regional chat channel. Perhaps no one in the other novice villages has even reached level 5 yet. Number 118 Zhuang Liang. Then it seems we are pretty strong. Just then, a discordant voice appeared. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Haha, it took so long for only 2 to reach level 5. Isn't that bad? The dragons are rubbish, and we Indians are the best. Chapter 27 Arrogant Provocation Challenge begins. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in District 118 became angry. Number 118 Kai Kun. You have such a foul mouth. Be careful not to get killed by your stinking mouth. We don't just have 2 people who have reached level 5. We have 3 people who have reached level 5. Don't make such a fuss. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Skinny dragon countryman. You don't need to worry about this. Have you ever tasted the holy water from our country? We drink it every day. We are descendants of God. Sam number 44. Oh? Seeing you so furious. I thought you were so powerful. Only 3. We have 4 people in Eagle Country who have reached level 5. Number 156 Yamada Village. Baga. Why are they from Dragon Country again? Why are there so many sick men of East Asia from Dragon Country, but not even one from our Sakura Country? Number 28, Park Young-chan. Ashi, you guys in Sakura Country drink nuclear waste water every day, so everyone would have died a long time ago. Isn't it normal that there are so few Sakura Country people? Sam number 44. Oh? Fellow overseas compatriots, I think we should unite and face the outside world at this time. Listen to the Eagle Country. Stop arguing. The Dragon Country is our enemy. Number 156 Yamada Village. As expected of Baron Sam, you are right. The sick man of East Asia, Dragon Country, is our target. Number 28 Park Young-chan. I listened to my father from Eagle Country. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Humph. I am a noble Brahmin from India. The Eagle Country is nothing. I don't listen to anyone, but I just hate the Dragon Country. I agree with Sam's opinion. Haha. Number 388 Sure Foam. My fellow countrymen, stop wasting time talking to them. This group of people is deliberately targeting us dragon people. Just ignore them. Number 25 Su Meng. That's right. They don't have any resources or challenge orders at the moment, so they can't threaten us. They're just a bunch of keyboard warriors. Don't pay any attention to them. Number 118 Wang Gang. This bunch of rubbish really makes me mad. The people in District 118 were extremely angry and started to curse at other countries. Unfortunately, there is a time limit for speaking. After cursing, you have to wait for 10 minutes, which is extremely inefficient. Ye Chuyun was also very angry. In their previous life, District 118 suffered a severe blow, and when they entered the regional chat channel, there were already more than 600 people. At that time, the regional chat channel was dominated by India, the United States, and the Korean Peninsula. As soon as the dragon people show up, they will be criticized to death. If it was just a quarrel, it would be fine. The other party will also deliberately use resource challenge orders and specifically choose their dragon country area to challenge. Later, when the faction war started, they united to deal with their dragon kingdom. Ye Chuyun sneered. Do these self-righteous guys really think that District 118 is a soft persimmon that can be bullied at will? He immediately exited the regional chat channel and returned to his own chat channel number 118. Sure enough, number 118's own chat channel had already been filled with great anger. Kai Kun. Fuck, I'm so pissed off. Did I kill the mothers of those bastards? They hate us dragon people so much. Huang Li. Good fellow, you're not pretending anymore even in this world of gods and demons. No, I'm going to level up and give these people a good slap in the face. Wang Gang. Fuck, I want to reach level 10, and every 10 minutes I'm going to go to the regional chat channel and curse at these bastards. Zhuang Liang. Fuck, level up. Wang Yun. Upgrade. Ye Chuyun. Everyone, we have to upgrade, but do you want to vent your anger? Wang Gang. Of course I do. The problem is that we can't hit each other, so how can we vent our anger? Kai Kun. Boss, do you have a resource challenge order? Ye Chuyun. Resource challenge order. What do you think? Wang Gang. Fuck, a resource challenge order. What else can I say? Fuck him. Zhuang Liang. Fuck them. Let those bastards see how powerful we dragon people are. Kai Kun. I fully agree. If we win the bet, won't our resources be doubled and our energy rewards be doubled? We definitely have to use them. Huang Li. That's right. If we win, we can not only get rewards, but also hit those people hard. It would be so cool. I support it. Lu Daqiang. Well, but if we lose, won't our resources and energy points be halved? Let's not be so impulsive. Kai Kun. You can't be so pessimistic. The worst that can happen is we'll just go back to the pre-liberation era. But I don't think we'll lose. As long as we unite, the chances of winning are very high. Wang Gang. That's right. We dragon people are definitely not cowards. No matter what, I have to discuss those bastards. Almost everyone in District 118 supports the use of resource challenge orders. Everyone was united in their determination to vent their anger. Ye Chuyun. Okay, in that case, The resource challenge order allows you to designate a novice village in the regional chat channel for the challenge. Which one would you like to choose? Kai Kun. Choose that Asan. That Asan is the most disgusting. Huangli. Choose the one from Sakura country. Before we crossed over to the world of gods and demons, Sakura country was dumping nuclear wastewater into our area every day. They deserve to die. Wang Gang. I hate the Eagle country one more. Wang Yun. The one from Kimchi country is pretty disgusting too. Ye Chuyun watched them chatting for a long time and found that the answers they came up with were different. Some chose India, some chose Eagle country, and some chose Sakura country and Kimchi country. It was a mess for a while. Ye Chuyun. All right. We haven't come up with a unified answer after talking for so long, so I might as well choose it myself. Kai Kun. Hey, listen to Boss Yi. Boss Yi. We'll beat whoever you say to beat. Wang Gang. Ha ha ha. Excuse me for laughing. Boss Yi, you decide for yourself. Ye Chuyun exited the chat channel and took out the resource challenge order. Do you want to use the resource challenge order? Use. Please choose one of the following 3 modes to challenge. 1. Collect challenge tokens. Based on your current level, you need to obtain 50 challenge tokens. The first person to collect 50 challenge tokens wins. 2. Level challenge. Based on your current level, whoever reaches level 8 first will win. 3. Points battle. Kill beasts of different levels to earn corresponding points. Based on your current level, challenge both sides. Whoever first earns 300 points will win. Select the first option. Without thinking, Ye Chuyun naturally chose to collect 50 challenge orders. There happened to be a bunch of iron turtle beasts in front of him, plus a 100% explosion rate. It would be a waste if he didn't choose this one. Detected that Area 118 has connected to the regional chat channel. Please specify the challenge opponent. Who should I choose? Ye Chuyun secretly opened the regional chat channel and observed carefully for a long time. Finally made a decision. Chapter 28, The Confident Eagle Country. In the end, Ye Chuyun chose Area 44. This area is full of eagle people. Among them, there are 3 level 5 and 1 level 6. India, Kimchi country, Sakura country, etc. currently have only 3 level 5, and no one is level 6. In this case, we must challenge the most powerful one and make an example of him to scare other countries. Let them know how powerful the people of District 118 are. Moreover, District 44 joined forces with other overseas countries to deal with them, which was obviously aimed at the dragon people. Ye Chuyun definitely can't tolerate this. In the regional chat channel, number 366 Wang Han. Damn it. How have we, the dragon people, offended you? Why are you humiliating us like this? Sam number 44. Oh, look at you. You're so angry and mad. You're really barbaric. What we hate most are yellow-skinned barbarians like you. I am a noble royal aristocrat. You lowly people don't deserve to appear in this chat channel. I advise you to leave quickly and stay out of my sight. Jack number 44. Humph, I just want to see that you dragon people are uncomfortable. What can you do to us? Number 28 Jean Sanyu. Ha ha ha, District 366? Didn't we defeat you? Losing half of your resources must be tough. Number 55 Gupta Tiwa. Ha ha, keep swearing, I love watching it. Number 156 Nakamura Minami. I love watching it too. Number 25 Lu Jia. Damn it. I get so angry just looking at these bastards. Who's going to teach them a lesson? Number 118 Lu Daqiang. Don't worry, leave it to us in District 118. Our boss already has a resource challenge order in his hands. We'll make them suffer when the time comes. Number 388 Xiongli. Brother, are you serious? Then you better be careful. Although the people in those countries have foul mouths, they are not pushovers. Number 55 Gupta Tiwa. Oh, you, District 118, are going to challenge us. Number 156 Nakamura Minami. Yoshi, choose us. Since someone is offering resources to us, we in the Great Sakura Empire naturally can't miss out. Number 28 Jean Sanyu. Ashi, what does your Sakura country have to do with us? Choose us, village number 28. We are the weakest. You will definitely win if you choose us. Number 156 Nakamura Nan. Baga, don't fight with us. There are too many monks and too little meat. However, at this moment, an announcement appeared in the regional chat channel. Announcement: District 118 has activated the resource challenge order and has designated District 44 to begin the resource challenge. Challenge content: whoever collects 50 challenge tokens first will win this challenge. Tip: the person who contributes the most challenge orders in this event will receive 50 free attribute points and 2 black iron treasure chests as rewards. Tip: kill any ferocious beast, and there is a certain probability of getting a challenge order. Tip: for the winning team, All attributes of all players will be increased by 30 points, and all resources will be doubled. For the losing team, all attributes of all players will be deducted by 30 points, and all resources will be halved. Tip: during the challenge period, merge the chat channels of zones 118 and 44. Reminder: the challenge will start in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. Ye Chuyun finally launched the resource challenge order. Shurfeng number 388, brother number 118. You are so confused. Why did you choose the challenge order? Number 25 Su Ming. Why don't you choose the level battle? You get double energy points for the buff, which is the most advantageous choice. Number 156 Nakamura Minami. Baka is Baka. You don't even know what the challenge is. If it were me, I would choose a level battle to see who levels up faster. Jack number 44. Ha ha ha. It looks like the outcome is decided. I'm afraid you don't know what Mr. Sam's talent is, right? Sam number 44. I might as well tell you that the talent I won in the lottery was a D-level talent. With good luck, there's a certain chance that killing ferocious beasts will increase the explosion rate by 25%. Jack number 44. Oh, dear Mr. Sam, I also have good news for you. A gentleman just opened a treasure chest and found a bottle of drop rate potion that can increase the drop rate by 20%. That gentleman wants to give it to you. Number 388 Xionglei. Fuck, didn't number 118 make the wrong choice? Number 156 Nakamura Minami. Yoshi, it looks like District 118 is doomed this time. Sam 44. I just want to thank the friends of Village 118 for your generosity and for taking the trouble to send us resources and attribute points. Number 55 Gupta Tiwa. Oh great. My Eagle Nation allies, go hunt down the beasts and take down those Dragon Nation people. Number 156 Nakamura Minami. Great Eagle Nation, as the Dragon Nation would say. We from the Sakura Nation wish you immediate success. Number 28 Jin Sanyu. Dad from Eagle Country. We from Kimchi Country also wish you success. Number 118 Lu Daqiang. Just wait and see. Do you really think you're going to win? Don't cry when the time comes. I'll tell you. Ye Chuyun sneered and exited the chat channel. These Eagle people are too self-righteous. So what if there are D-level talents and bonuses from explosion rate potions? A 45% explosion rate is infinitely equal to 0. Compared to his 100% explosion rate, it's still not enough. At this time, the channels in the two major areas 118 and 44 have been merged. Alex number 44. Haha, you dragon people are so stupid. You actually chose the challenge order. This is like sending resources to us. Thank you so much. Ryan number 44. Oh, God. The dragon people sacrificed themselves so much to make us what we are. May they go to heaven after they die. Amen. Sam number 44. The challenge is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I will lead you to victory. Now I need your help in finding the beast. Ryan number 44. Oh, dear Mr. Sam, that's natural. Number 118 Wong Gang. Everyone, ignore them and let them dream. We still can't give up. We must trust in Boss Ye's choice. Number 118 Kai Koen. That's right. Instead of arguing with them, why don't we go hunt more ferocious beasts and see if we can get a few more challenge orders? Number 118 Huang Li. Everyone, I just opened a treasure chest and got a burst potion. Do you think I should give it to Boss Ye? Ye Chuyun. No need to give it to me, just use it yourselves. I don't need the explosion rate potion at all. Everyone, rest assured, we will definitely win this challenge. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience went into an uproar. Chapter 29. Work together to reach level 7. Number 118 Wang Gang. Boss, are you sure you don't want to use the explosion potion? Number 118 Kai Koen. Boss, at this critical moment, stop pretending and just use it. Sam number 44. Hey, they say dragons care about face. I didn't believe it at first, but today I see that dragons really like to put on a brave face. Ryan number 44. Mr. Sam, you're right. That guy named Ye Chuyun probably knows he can't beat us, so his shameless pride is getting the better of him. He even refuses to use the explosive rate potion. He's really just trying to be strong. Jack number 44. I advise you to accept it, otherwise you will have no chance of winning. Number 118 Huang Li. Shut up, I trust Boss Ye's choice. If that's the case, I'll give this explosion potion to Boss Wang Gang. Number 118 Wang Gang. Okay, in that case, give me this explosion rate potion. I'll go hunt the beast now. Number 118 Ye Chuyun. If you really want to help me, please provide me with more spiritual herbs and fruits. I will buy them with God and demon coins. Number 118 Lu Daqiang. Brother Yi, my level is too low to be of much help. I'm going to go look for spiritual herbs and fruits now. Number 118 Qin Lai. That's right. We low-level ones can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Let's all get moving and go find some spiritual herbs and fruits. Ye Chuyun was very pleased to see this. District 118 is so united. This is also the traditional virtue of the dragon people. Announcement. The 10-minute countdown ends, and the challenge begins. Area 44, 0. District 118, 0. The challenge begins. Ye Chuyun quickly exited the chat channel. He also cannot let everyone down. We must kill the group of iron turtle beasts as soon as possible and collect 50 challenge orders. Ye Chuyun took another deep breath, used stealth skills, and walked towards the group of iron turtles. The 3 iron turtle beasts were gathered in a triangle, sleeping in the water with their eyes closed. Ye Chuyun approached quietly and took action immediately. The storm blade in his hand flashed and immediately chopped off the head of one of the iron turtle beasts. Blood splattered and merged into the river. The other 2 iron turtle beasts smelled the blood and immediately opened their eyes. Ye Chuyun slashed with 2 more swords. Snap! 2 more heads flew out, and the smell of blood spread all at once. After 3 slashes, the duration of stealth continued to decrease, and finally only a few seconds were left. The 5 iron turtle beasts not far away soon smelled the bloody smell and opened their eyes. Ye Chuyun sighed, knowing that it would definitely attract the attention of other groups of iron turtles. So he turned and ran. At this time, the stealth technique had ended, and Ye Chuyun's figure also appeared. The 5-headed iron turtle beast immediately saw a black shadow leaving, while the body of the 3-headed iron turtle beast lay there quietly. At that moment, the 5 iron turtle beasts rushed out and chased after the black shadow. The other iron turtle beasts woke up at this time and came to the dead iron turtle beast's body and wailed. The iron turtle king in the middle slowly opened his eyes, looking confused and not knowing what had happened. The 4 leaders guarding on the side naturally did not dare to act rashly. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Chuyun ran quickly. The 5 iron turtle beasts behind him kept biting him. The 2 sides were 300 or 400 meters apart. Obviously, turtles are notoriously slow. But speed is the advantage of the iron turtle beast. Fortunately, his agility has exceeded 200, otherwise he would have been caught up. The 5 iron turtle beasts chasing after him were also puzzled. How come this little level 6 human in front of me can run faster on 2 legs than they can on 4 legs? They are the elites under the Iron Turtle King. How could they lose to such a tiny human? What's more, this human had just cunningly killed their compatriots. Roar! With a roar, the 5 iron turtle beasts increased their speed. But who knew that the next second, Ye Chuyun suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran towards the 5 iron turtle beasts with his knife raised. The 5 iron turtle beasts never expected that the human in front of them would suddenly stop. Under the huge inertia, they subconsciously retracted their heads into their shells. They thought the shell could protect them. But they didn't know that Ye Chuyun's powerful strength could even split the turtle shell. This undoubtedly gave him an opportunity. At this time, Ye Chuyun decisively activated power amplification. Strength amplification LV2. After use, strength increases by 30 points within 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Swish, swish, swish. 5 swords with a power exceeding 300, almost killing 1 person with each sword. The shells of the 5-headed iron turtle beasts, along with the bodies hidden inside, were instantly split into 2. Kill a level 5 iron turtle beast and gain double energy points plus 500. Kill a level 5 iron turtle beast and gain double energy points plus 500. Kill a level 5 iron turtle beast and gain double energy points plus 500. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 7. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes, including the 3 iron turtle beasts that were killed in the previous sneak attack, and the 5 now. A total of 4,000 energy points were obtained. Ye Chuyun upgraded again and reached level 7. After allocating 5 points of free attributes, the combat power soared again, reaching a terrifying value of 2,551 points. The Iron Turtle King, who was more than 1,000 meters away, also felt something was wrong. It witnessed its 5 little brothers die in front of this tiny human and instantly became furious. Roar! It howled towards the sky, its voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the long roar of the Iron Turtle King, all the Iron Turtle Beast men and the 4 leaders seemed to have received some kind of instructions and rushed towards Ye Chuyun together. Rumble! Their footsteps rumbled, causing ripples in the river. The 4 great Iron Turtle Beast leaders led 30 Iron Turtle Beasts and mutated Iron Turtle Beasts. At this moment, they were rushing towards Ye Chuyun in a mighty manner. The Iron Turtle King, as the commander and the final trump card, hid in the rear. Facing the huge army of Iron Turtle Beasts, Ye Chuyun's face was filled with solemnity. However, he did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt a little excited and eager to fight. Ah! Ye Chuyun roared, raised his sword and rushed towards the group of Iron Turtles. His aura was not inferior to that of the opponents at all. Roar! The Iron Turtle King roared again, shaking the heavens. The 4 Iron Turtle leaders continued to rush forward, while the rest of the Iron Turtle Beasts stopped and spit out water arrows at Ye Chuyun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water arrows in the sky formed a rain of water arrows and attacked Ye Chuyun. If he just keeps resisting like this, his body will be shot into a hornet's nest sooner or later. Chapter 30. Continuous killings alarm the Iron Turtle King. Ye Chuyun laughed loudly and decisively activated the skill of the purple jade mirror. A purple protective shield protected him. Faced with the rain of water arrows, he did not hesitate and went straight to fight. Ding ding ding. The rain of water arrows hit the purple protective shield, creating a sound of metal clashing. The energy bar of the protective shield is also decreasing little by little. Fortunately, the shield's energy bar had 1,000 points, and it just blocked a wave of water arrow rain, but it only consumed less than 300 energy points. The 4 leaders also rushed forward and arrived in front of Ye Chuyun in just a moment with amazing momentum. Ye Chuyun didn't want to confront them for the time being, so he jumped and avoided their attack. Due to the huge inertia, the 4 leaders were unable to stop in time. With this leap, Ye Chuyun rushed directly towards the group of Iron Turtles. His plan was to first deal with these 30 Iron Turtle Beasts and cut off the wings of the Iron Turtle King. Swish! Braving the rain of water arrows, he charged directly into the group of Iron Turtles, swinging his long sword repeatedly, creating a flash of sword light. His fighting power reached its peak at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. Ding dang dang. There were bursts of sounds like the clanging of metal, mixed with the sound of flesh being cut. The Iron Turtle Beasts that were hit by Ye Chuyun roared in pain. But their shells were not cut off by him. They only suffered minor injuries. Ye Chuyun was surprised to find that the defense of this group of Iron Turtle Beasts seemed to have increased by more than 50%. After a closer look, he discovered that the shells of these Iron Turtles were emitting a faint blue light. Ye Chuyun looked at the Iron Turtle King, who was also emitting blue light, and suddenly realized. It turned out that the Iron Turtle King activated his skill, Guardian. This skill is a defensive skill that can increase the defense of the target group within a certain range. It is an extremely useful auxiliary skill. When the Iron Turtle King saw that his subordinates were injured, he roared again. This time, a green light fell from the sky and landed on the injured Iron Turtle Beast, and it healed automatically. Wow, this Iron Turtle King has activated another skill to heal. Ye Chuyun suddenly felt a headache. This Iron Turtle King is much smarter than the Storm Bear Chief he killed before. It can both assist and heal. However, as long as he can break through the defense of this group of Iron Turtle Beasts, it will not be a problem. The rain of water arrows continued to fall, but they were all blocked by the protective shield. At the critical moment, Ye Chuyun quickly took out the bottle containing the poison. This is the latest toxin he developed, and it is twice as powerful as any he has used before. He decisively poured it all out and smeared it all on the Stormblade. Roar! At this time, the 4 leaders also turned around and attacked Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun could only avoid the spotlight temporarily. He activated speed amplification to increase his speed and move between the leader and the group of Iron Turtles. In this way, the 2 sides fought each other. Ye Chuyun was experienced in combat and had extremely fast speed, which made it impossible for the 4 leaders to do anything to him. Of course, Ye Chuyun couldn't do anything to the 4 leaders for the time being. Whenever he attacks the 4 leaders, they activated their guardian skills to protect each other. As the leader of the Iron Turtle Beasts, their defense is much higher than that of ordinary Iron Turtle Beasts. Plus, the guard skill increases defense. Ye Chuyun could only cause slight skin injuries on them, which would then heal automatically. However, the other 30 Iron Turtles were in a miserable state. During the battle, Ye Chuyun kept leaving wounds on them. Even if the Iron Turtle King has healing skills, he cannot cure the toxins in their bodies. The Iron Turtle King didn't realize anything was strange either. It didn't even notice that there were fewer and fewer water arrows in the sky. I thought the younger brothers were slacking off and was urging them on angrily. The Iron Turtle King looked proudly at the tiny human who kept dodging attacks. He can't even defeat his own little brothers, yet he still thinks he can defeat me. Trash. However, At this moment, something strange happened. Ouch! Among the group of iron turtles, an iron turtle howled, and a large amount of black blood flowed from the wounds on its body. The other iron turtle beasts also seemed to have triggered a chain reaction and wailed one after another. Before Ye Chuyun could take action, they vomited blood and died. The Iron Turtle King and the 4 leaders were dumbfounded. Why did the younger brothers suddenly vomit blood and die? Kill a level 5 mutant Iron Turtle Beast and gain double energy points plus 700. Kill a level 5 Iron Turtle Beast and gain double energy points plus 500. Kill a level 5 mutant Iron Turtle Beast and gain double energy points plus 700. Kill a level 5 Iron Turtle Beast and gain double energy points plus 500. The kill notifications kept ringing. Ye Chuyun's eyes showed great joy. It seems that the poison hidden in the bodies of these Iron Turtle Beasts has taken effect. In just a moment, nearly half of the Iron Turtle Beasts died. The 4 leaders suddenly felt something was not good, because they found that their bodies were starting to become sluggish. Although Ye Chuyun only injured their skin, the poison still spread throughout their bodies. But this speed is much slower than that of the Iron Turtle herd. Ye Chuyun immediately took action and attacked the remaining group of Iron Turtles. Phew! This time it was particularly easy to kill him, almost 1 per blow. There were constant wails and screams from the Iron Turtle herd. The Iron Turtle King, who was more than 1,000 meters away, was shocked and angry when he saw this. It was wrong. It underestimated the cunning of this human. Despicable human beings, actually poisoned. Watching my younger brothers die in front of me. The Iron Turtle King roared, swung his limbs, and ran over quickly. The 4 leaders finally became afraid and turned around and ran towards the Iron Turtle King, intending to meet up with it. After all, there is one truth they do understand. There is strength in numbers. Oops! Ye Chuyun's expression changed. Naturally, he could not allow the 4 leaders to reunite with the Iron Turtle King. Once they gather together, it will be much more difficult to kill the Iron Turtle King or the 4 leaders. However, the defense of the 4 leaders was too strong, and it was impossible for him to kill them instantly. It seems that the only option left is to use a spell scroll. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth and took out a first-level spell scroll, Sea of Fire. He originally wanted to use these scrolls as trump cards. But if he doesn't use it now, once the 4 leaders reunite with the Iron Turtle King, his chances of survival will be greatly reduced. At that moment, his figure flashed, and he swung his legs wildly to catch up with the 4 leaders. At this time, the distance between the 4 leaders and the Iron Turtle King was only 200 meters. The 4 leaders heard the noise behind them and continued to run wildly. They believed that this human was simply unable to break through their defenses. The most important thing now is to meet up with the boss as quickly as possible. As long as this human gets to the boss, he's dead. But in the next second, a sea of fire fell from the sky, enveloping the 4 leaders. Chapter 31: The Terror of the King-Level Beast. Oh! The flames surrounded the 4 leaders, continuously burning their bodies. They are clearly in the river, but this sea of fire can still burn in the river, which violates the laws of nature. Screams continued to be heard from the sea of fire, and a faint aroma of burnt meat could be smelled. The Iron Turtle King stopped in his tracks, not daring to get any closer. Ye Chuyun felt a little painful. A spell scroll, it can even hurt the Iron Turtle King. He felt it was a bit of a waste to use it to deal with the 4 leaders. Not long after, the sea of fire disappeared, revealing 4 charred corpses. Immediately afterwards, 4 dazzling white lights flew out from the corpse and poured into Ye Chuyun's body. Kill the level 5 Iron Turtle Beast leader and gain double energy points plus 1,400. Kill the level 5 Iron Turtle Beast leader and gain double energy points plus 1,400. Congratulations, your level has been promoted to 8. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes. Ha ha ha, cool. Ye Chuyun was very happy. The 4 great leaders plus the 30 Iron Turtle Beasts and mutated Iron Turtle Beasts killed before. He gained a total of 22,600 energy points. Directly upgraded to the next level. In just a moment, a huge amount of energy swept through his body, removing his hair and cleansing his marrow. The latest panel also comes to mind. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 85130/5000. Strength: 309. Agility: 258. Constitution: 317 F level Constitution Enhancement, plus 32. Spirit: 399. Combat Power: 2631 2556, plus 75. Free Attribute Points: 5 points. There were still countless spoils in the backpack, and Ye Chuyun had no time to check them. At this moment, the Iron Turtle King had already rushed over and was only a few dozen meters away from Ye Chuyun. He watched his younger brothers die tragically one after another in front of this human. The Iron Turtle King was filled with immense grief and indignation. Roar! With a roar, the Iron Turtle King used his own unique skills. The Sea King was angry. Bang! The river surged, forming countless blue whirlpools that swirled rapidly. Each waterspout is huge in size, reaching more than 10 meters in height. The suction force brought by its huge body almost made the surrounding air turbulent. The waterspout spiraled, and the terrifyingly powerful water flow was mixed with sand, gravel, and wood fragments, forming a violent attack that swept towards Ye Chuyun. Not good. Ye Chuyun exclaimed inwardly. Aquaman is so angry that he can't take this move head-on, otherwise his body will be torn apart in an instant. If he can't win, can't he just run away? Before the waterspout arrived, Ye Chuyun quickly turned around and ran. The pursuing waterspout roared past, sweeping over with unstoppable force. Ye Chuyun ran as fast as he could, but he still couldn't avoid being hit by the aftermath. Fortunately, the energy of his protective shield had not been completely consumed, and it barely helped him block the attack. The waterspout lasted for 5 minutes before it finally ended. As a result, all the energy points of the protective shield were exhausted and entered the cooling state. Hoo. Ye Chuyun stood there panting. In order to avoid the attack of the waterspout, he ran with all his strength. It consumed a lot of physical energy and made him gasp for breath. Roar! Seeing this human being humiliated, the Iron Turtle King roared excitedly to the sky and rushed forward again. Ye Chuyun's expression darkened, and he planned to continue avoiding the spotlight for the time being. The Iron Turtle King will not give him this opportunity. A stomp of the foot. It used its talent, the control of water. Ye Chuyun had only run a few steps when he felt as if his feet were entangled and he could not move. When he looked carefully, he found that 2 streams of water had entangled his feet, and the Iron Turtle King had already arrived in front of him at this time. Ye Chuyun was shocked and quickly swung his sword to cut off the 2 streams of water that were entangled with him. Then he suddenly jumped up and retreated madly. The Iron Turtle King's eyes showed contempt, and he opened his mouth wide to spray out a stream of water that hit Ye Chuyun straight on the body. Ye Chuyun was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that the Iron Turtle King would react so quickly. He had no time to dodge and could only let the water column hit him, taking a solid blow. In an instant, Ye Chuyun felt a sharp pain in his chest. His blood was surging all over his body, and blood flowed out of his mouth unconsciously. Bang! Crash! There was another heavy sound of falling into the water. Ye Chuyun was thrown upside down and felt dizzy. His strong spirit enabled him to come to his senses immediately, and he quickly turned over and got up. It is indeed a king-level beast, whether it is intelligence, combat power, or talent skills, far beyond the leader level. Although the opponent's combat power is shown to be only 2,800. However, with the addition of various talents and skills, the opponent's combat power is at least above 3,500. Roar. The Iron Turtle King was very happy at this moment. Dealing with this human being is not that easy. Watch it deliver the final blow to this human. Using the little mental power he had left, the Iron Turtle King once again unleashed the wrath of the sea. Countless waterspouts appeared again. What the hell? Ye Chuyun's scalp was tingling. Gritting his teeth, he took out the spell scroll again, Storm Scroll. He unfolded it in an instant, and the scroll turned into starlight and disappeared. Woo. As the spell scroll disappeared, something suddenly changed in the air. Countless tornadoes as high as 10 meters appeared out of nowhere, spinning at an astonishing speed and making a hissing sound. At the same time, the waterspout continued to roar and attack Ye Chuyun. However, the tornado hit it first. The 2 powerful forces entangled with each other, forming a chaotic battlefield. The tornado rapidly rotates around the waterspout, continuously weakening its power. The strong wind swept through and the water was torn apart, forming a spectacular scene. 5 minutes later, in the end, the 2 forces canceled each other out and dissipated into the world. The Iron Turtle King was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that this human had a backup plan. Let's fight. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He took out another spell scroll, Blizzard. This is the last one he has left. Roar. When the Iron Turtle King saw the human take out another scroll, he suddenly roared in fear. Then it turned around and fled into the depths of the river. Damn, you old bastard, you want to run away, right? Ye Chuyun was shocked. He can't let this Iron Turtle King get away. Use the scroll quickly. Boom. Snow fell all over the sky. The rivers around the Iron Turtle King were instantly frozen into ice. The Iron Turtle King himself was also frozen and turned into a giant ice block. The blizzard temporarily restricted the Iron Turtle King's movements. Ye Chuyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then his brows began to frown. He is facing a huge problem at this moment. Chapter 32, Challenge and Victory, Continuous Improvement. Although the Iron Turtle King was frozen, it did not mean that it was dead. After being unfrozen, the Iron Turtle King will at most be severely injured, but will still be a bit tricky to deal with. The freeze only lasts for 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, he must find a way to improve his strength again. The only way to improve your strength is to immediately win the challenge against District 44. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun quickly opened the storage space to check the challenge orders he had obtained this time. Then Ye Chuyun was delighted. At this moment, there are 45 challenge orders in his storage space. This was obtained by killing 30 Iron Turtle beasts and 4 leaders. Ye Chuyun looked at the progress again. Area 44, 16 challenge tokens. District 118, 8 challenge tokens. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. The winning condition for the resource challenge is to collect 50 challenge orders. The 45 challenge orders he had were enough for District 118 to win this challenge. At the same time, the chat channel was in chaos. Sam number 44. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another challenge token. Now we have 16 challenge tokens in District 44, which is twice as many as District 118. Jack number 44. Oh my god. It's only been over an hour, and I already have 16 challenge tokens. You're truly worthy of being the distinguished Mr. Sam. Ryan number 44. Look at District 118. They've been fighting for so long and only have 8 challenge orders. May God bless them. Number 118 Wong Gang. Damn, how come the opponent is so fast? Is the D-level talent really that powerful? Number 118 Kai Cohen. It's been so long. Why hasn't Bossy made any move? Number 118 Wong Yun. Hey, this is really frustrating, Captain Wong. We should hurry up and kill a few more ferocious beasts. Number 118 Zhuang Liang. Fuck, didn't you guys notice that Boss Yi is already level 8? I can't be the only one who noticed it. Number 44 Sam. What? What are you talking about? Someone in your place has already reached level 8? This is impossible. Ryan number 44. Humph, they must be lying. Isn't pretending to be rich what the dragon people are best at? Jack number 44. Our respected Mr. Sam is only at level 6. How can you possibly be at level 8? Stop kidding. Number 118 Zhuang Liang. Who asked you to believe it? Believe it or not if you want. Number 118 Kai Kuan. Fuck, Boss Yi is really level 8. I saw him at level 6 before. Boss, please stop riding a rocket. I can't catch up with you on a bicycle. Number 118 Feng Yu. And I suddenly have a bold idea. Could it be that Boss Yi has already gathered the challenge orders and is just waiting for a big one? Number 118 Wong Gang. Fuck, you know what? Judging from Boss Ye's past style, it's really possible. Ruth number 44. What are you talking about? It's over. These dragon people have gone crazy and are starting to have hallucinations. Oh God, please save them. Ryan number 44. Ignore these lunatics. According to my calculations, it only takes another 4 hours for Mr. Sam to collect 50 challenge tokens. Get ready for victory. However, at this moment, a golden announcement message appeared in the chat channel, very conspicuous. Announcement. District 118 collected 50 challenge orders the fastest. District 44 failed the challenge. Announcement. In Area 118, all members will receive a 30-point bonus to all attributes. Announcement. Trial Ground Area 118 will receive double the resource rewards. Announcement. The person who contributed the most to this challenge is Ye Chuyun, who contributed a total of 42 challenge tokens. He is rewarded with 50 free attribute points and 2 black iron treasure chests. Announcement. Ye Chuyun leads the team to victory for the first time using the resource challenge order and is rewarded with 10 reputation points. Tip. The challenge is over and the chat channel will be disconnected from Area 44. Number 118 Kai Kuan. What the hell? What the hell happened? How did we suddenly win? Number 118 Feng Yu. Fuck, Boss Yi. I was just talking casually before, but you actually meant it? Number 118 Wong Gang. You contributed 42 coins in one go. Boss Yi, are you really not cheating? Number 118 Huang Li. Happiness came so suddenly. Now our number 118 district is prosperous. The chat channel completely exploded, and the entire District 118 was cheering. On the other hand, District 44. The chat channel was filled with wailing. Announcement. District 118 wins. District 44 fails the challenge. and the punishment begins. Penalty 1. All attribute points of all members will be deducted by 30 points. Penalty 2. All resources in Novice Village number 44 are halved. Start executing immediately. Jack number 44. Oh my god, how is this possible? Is this guy the son of the devil sent by Satan? This cheat is too big. Number 44 Ryan. No. All the attribute points I worked so hard to gain are gone. Number 44 Fury. Shit. It's all your fault, Sam. Why did you provoke the dragon people and make them hate us in number 44 Village? Sam number 44. Shut up, everyone. I'm innocent too. Okay, it wasn't me who challenged Novice Village number 118. They were the ones challenging us. Besides, you guys are a bit useless. I was the one who collected the challenge orders the whole time. How many did you contribute? Mary 44. Oh no. I was so close to killing this giant lizard when it suddenly vanished. The two trial sites continued to shake. The 4 dimensions of everyone in Area 118 increased by 30 points. In Area 44, everyone's 4-dimensional stats will be deducted by 30 points. A large number of treasure chests, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and various minerals appeared again in Area 118. In Area 44, a large number of treasure chests, spiritual herbs and fruits, and various minerals disappeared. At the same time, Ye Chuyun stood in place, with colorful light flashing continuously in his body. His strength, agility, physique, and spirit all increased by 30 points. At this moment, his momentum surged and his combat power continued to increase. It's really cool. 50 points of free attributes have also been received. Then 2 black iron treasure chests slowly fell along the light column. Ye Chuyun quickly took it and put it into the storage space. At this time, the voice appeared in his mind again. Chapter 33, A Great Harvest, Talent Upgrade. Hint. Your reputation has reached 50 points, and you have been awarded the title of Heaven's Favored One. Hint. Since you have been awarded the title of Heaven's Favored Person, you have received the Heaven's Blessing, and all your attributes have increased by 10 points. This is so cool. This series of rewards almost knocked Ye Chuyun unconscious. He knew that once one's reputation reached a certain level, one could obtain a title. Once you obtain the title, you will be blessed by heaven and receive various rewards. There was only 1 minute left before the Iron Turtle King broke the ice, and Ye Chuyun hurriedly looked at his current panel. Having received so many attribute points as rewards, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat the Iron Turtle King. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 85130/50,000. Reputation: 50. Title: The One Favored by Heaven. Strength: 349. Agility: 298. Constitution: 357 F-level Constitution Enhancement, plus 36. Spirit: 434. Combat Power: 2,951 2876, plus 75. Free Attribute Points: 55 points. Good man. After winning a bet, his fighting power increased dramatically. He's already on par with the Iron Turtle King. Looking at the remaining 55 free attribute points, Ye Chuyun was troubled for a long time. Finally, I decided to allocate 20 points to Spirit and the remaining 35 points to Strength. Allocate all free attribute points. His combat power broke through again, reaching 3,061 points. Regardless of skills and talents, in terms of combat power alone, he has surpassed the Iron Turtle King. Moreover, the Iron Turtle King's combat power will be greatly reduced after suffering freezing damage. Now, even if it breaks the ice seal, Ye Chuyun is confident that he can kill it. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun simply took the initiative to come to the side of the Iron Turtle King and wait for the seal to be lifted. A minute passes in a flash. Snap! Snap! I saw that the ice that wrapped around the Iron Turtle King was shaking constantly. The cracks in the ice gradually widened, and small pieces of ice splashed out. A chill spread. The Iron Turtle King continued to struggle inside the ice, making deafening roars. Boom! The ice finally broke open, revealing the body of the Iron Turtle King. Its face looked listless. Although its body had thawed, its internal organs had not yet recovered. It is in a weak state at the moment. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun, who was standing aside, took action immediately. The target of this attack is the Iron Turtle King's head. Hold head high. The Iron Turtle King roared angrily and once again mobilized the surrounding rivers to form streams of water that smashed towards Ye Chuyun. Boom. The water column was about to fall on him. Ye Chuyun's eyes narrowed. Faced with the Iron Turtle King's self-preservation action, his strong spirit enabled him to react immediately. He stood still and swung the long sword in his hand repeatedly. The huge force easily split the water column in an instant. Then he raised his sword and chopped off the Iron Turtle King's head again. The Iron Turtle King was shocked and quickly used his skills. A blue light covered his entire body, greatly increasing his defense. At the same time, its limbs quickly retracted into its shell. Swish, swish, swish. The river water was surging, and the turtle shell actually began to rotate automatically, like a huge rotating shield, rushing towards Ye Chuyun. You are quite clever. You actually thought of using this trick against me. Ye Chuyun smiled coldly, then dodged and pounced on him. In just a moment, the two sides were about to collide. However, at that moment, Ye Chuyun jumped up quickly and avoided the impact of the turtle shell. At the same time, he raised his long knife and chopped it hard at the turtle shell. Snap! With just one cut, he cut through the blue light covering the turtle shell, and then cut through the turtle shell. The blade cut straight into the Iron Turtle King's body. Hold head high. The Iron Turtle King suddenly let out a shrill scream, and his limbs involuntarily stretched out from his shell. The immense pain and threat of death left it no time to care about Ye Chuyun, who was still standing on the turtle shell, so it turned around and ran away. Ye Chuyun stood on the turtle shell and chopped down the wound again. The cracks on the turtle shell widened again, and the wound inside was clearly visible. Woo woo woo. The Iron Turtle King kept wailing and tried his best to escape. Ye Chuyun kept swinging his knife on the turtle shell, and blood splattered. The poison flowed into the Iron Turtle King's body through the blood, constantly destroying its flesh. Boom, boom, boom. The Iron Turtle King screamed and ran around. Eventually, its speed slowed down, and the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Boom. Finally, the Iron Turtle King's huge body plunged into the river, causing ripples. Kill the level 5 Iron Turtle King and gain double energy points, plus 5,000. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Finally dead. After the death of the Iron Turtle King, the dawn light also illuminated the entire river. Now the river is littered with the corpses of Iron Turtle beasts, and the blood is flowing like a river. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief and simply sat on the Iron Turtle King's shell to rest. 10 minutes later, Ye Chuyun sat in an open space and began to count the spoils. This time, he had a great harvest by annihilating the army of Iron Turtle beasts. First of all, I got more than 3,000 coins from gods and demons. Together with what he has now, there are more than 8,000 god and demon coins in total. The second is a large number of Iron Turtle beast spirits, a total of more than 50. It's a pity that he has already consumed the upper limit of the Iron Turtle beast essence and cannot consume it again. It can only be listed on the trading platform for sale or exchange of some rare items. 7 or 8 pieces of first-level equipment also dropped. These were all exploded from the Iron Turtle Beast and the mutated Iron Turtle Beast. The focus is still on the spoils of the 4 leaders and the Iron Turtle King. The spoils of the 4 bosses. Talent marking. After use, you can obtain F-level talent, water sensing. 2. Talent marking. After use, you can obtain F-level talent and enhance your physical fitness too. Iron Turtle Armor. Defense plus 30, Constitution plus 20, Fire resistance plus 100% after wearing. Second tier top grade equipment. Wearing requirement. Constitution 100 or above. Ye Chuyun hurriedly took out the Iron Turtle armor and put it on. The pitch black armor is connected to a black cloak, which is well made and extremely domineering. He was very satisfied. Then he took out a talent seal and used it. Hint, it is detected that you already have F-level talent, water sensing. Do you want to fuse and evolve it? Fusion. Ye Chuyun understood clearly. The talents he currently possesses can be fused and strengthened. For example, he now possesses an F-level talent, water sensing. Only when 2 F-level water sensors merge and evolve with each other can one obtain the E-level talent, water control. Hint, fusion failed. I knew it. Ye Chuyun curled his lips, not at all surprised. He took out an F-level talent imprint and fused it again. Hint, fusion successful, F-level water sensing evolved into E-level water control. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. Chapter 34 Iron Turtle Suit, Combat Power Source. He originally went for strengthening with the mentality of failing a second time, but he didn't expect to succeed. Water control can slightly control the water element. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, and he suddenly focused his attention on the surrounding rivers, trying to control them. Then the rivers around him suddenly surged, forming several small whirlpools around him. At the same time, Ye Chuyun also felt that his mental strength was rapidly draining away, so he quickly stopped. Luckily, my spirit points are high, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to handle it. Ye Chuyun shook his head and continued to take out the remaining 2 talent imprints, both of which were F-level talents, enhancing physical fitness. Hint: it is detected that you already have F-level talent and physical enhancement. Do you want to fuse and evolve? Fusion. Hint: fusion successful, F-level physique enhanced, and evolved into E-level physique. Super strong constitution. Permanently increases constitution by 20%. Oh my god, I succeeded in one try this time. Ye Chuyun secretly clicked his tongue. The spoils of the 4 great leaders were digested, and only the spoils of the Iron Turtle King were left. Iron Turtle Helmet. Defense plus 35, Constitution plus 20, Spirit plus 10, Fire resistance plus 50% after wearing. Second tier, top grade equipment. Wearing requirements. Level 8, Constitution and Spirit above 100. Iron Turtle Combat Boots. After wearing, defense plus 20, agility plus 20, movement speed increased by 30%. Second tier top grade equipment. Wearing requirements. Level 8, agility above 100. Talent marking. After using, you can obtain E-level talent, water control. Talent imprint. After use, you can obtain E-level talent and super strong physique. Sea King's Fury, a tier 2 exclusive talent skill that can generate multiple water spouts to attack the enemy. To learn, you must master the E-tier talent, water control. The higher your spirit, the greater the power. The Iron Turtle King is indeed a king-level beast, and the spoils are simply exploding. If someone else kills the monster, only 1 or 2 items may drop. I have a 100% explosion rate, so I have to give him as much as he can. Ye Chuyun felt very happy. It just so happens that he now has the ability to control water and has a super strong physique. Now I have 2 E-level talent imprints, which can be used for fusion evolution again. Ye Chuyun made a decision immediately. Bet and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Hint: it is detected that you already have E-level talent, water control. Do you want to fuse and evolve it? Rush. Hint: fusion successful, E-level water control evolved into D-level water fusion. Water fusion. You can become one with the water and breathe freely in it. Okay. Ye Chuyun was ecstatic. He just needed this talent. With this talent, he will be more confident in obtaining that thing later. Hint: it is detected that you already have E-level talent and super strong physique. Do you want to fuse and evolve? Evolution. After 2 consecutive successes, Ye Chuyun felt a little bit overwhelmed. Hint: fusion failed. Well, okay. You have succeeded twice, so it is normal to fail once. Now he has a total of 3 talents. They are SSS level talent with 100% explosion rate, D level talent of water fusion, and E level talent of super strong physique. I'm afraid that looking at the entire blue planet right now, there are probably no more than a handful of people who possess several talents. In the future, he will be able to hunt more ferocious beasts and obtain more talent imprints. By then, let alone 3 talents, he just needs to keep integrating them. Having multiple S-level talents is no problem. The more Ye Chuyun thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. Then he took out the skill book and Aquaman got angry. To learn this skill, you must have the E-level talent, water control. Now that he has the D-level talent, water fusion, he naturally meets the conditions for learning. He finally possessed his first second-level skill. Try using it once. Ye Chuyun's body began to emit faint water vapor, which gradually condensed into swirling water energy. Water energy surrounded him, forming several rotating water tornadoes. The scale of these water spouts is no less than the one summoned by the Iron Turtle King. These water spouts are composed of powerful water currents that spin and dance like giant dragons, creating strong vortices and cyclones. They were like roaring water monsters, circling Ye Chuyun and quickly attacking the corpse of the Iron Turtle Beast on the river surface. When the water spouts came into contact with the Iron Turtle Beast's corpse, they brought terrible tearing force and pressure, making the corpse unable to resist. The river was churning, and streams of water violently hit the body, completely engulfing it in the water. In the violent water flow, the body of the Iron Turtle Beast began to break into pieces, and the fragments were constantly shredded in the rotation of the water spout, making a shrill sound. Finally, the corpse completely dissipated, turning into splashes of water and sinking into the abyss at the bottom of the river. As expected of a second-level skill, it's incredibly powerful. Seeing the tragic scene caused by the waterspouts around him, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but marvel. However, the energy consumed by this skill is too great. Judging from his current mental strength, he can only use it 3 times at most. However, as his spirit becomes higher in the future, it will become easier for him to use this skill. Finally, he equipped the Iron Turtle Helmet and Iron Turtle Boots together. Hint: it is detected that you have 3 pieces of Iron Turtle equipment, triggering the set attributes. Defense plus 100, fire resistance plus 100. Haha. The set attribute was actually triggered. The defense power actually increased by 100. This is too cool. I also got a bunch of skill stones and enhancement stones. Ye Chuyun simply strengthened the storm blade and iron turtle armor in his hands to the limit in one breath, and finally used up all the strengthening stones. Skills also strengthen all first-level skills to the limit. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun was almost fully armed from head to toe. The strength has increased significantly. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun's latest data emerged in his mind. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 85130/50,000. Reputation: 50. Title: The One Favored by Heaven. Strength: 384. Agility: 308. Constitution: 417. E-level super strong constitution, plus 83. Spirit: 464. Combat power: 3,381. 3146, plus 235. Equipment: Stormblade plus 5 attack power plus 100, strength plus 50. Can cause 150% defense damage when attacking, second level equipment. Iron Turtle Armor plus 5 defense plus 80, Constitution plus 50, fire resistance plus 200%, Tier 2 equipment. Iron Turtle Helmet defense plus 35, Constitution plus 20, Spirit plus 10, fire resistance plus 50%, Tier 2 premium equipment. Iron Turtle Boots defense plus 20, agility plus 20, movement speed increased by 30%, Tier 2 premium equipment. Agility Ring agility plus 8, first level equipment. Purple Poison Ring agility plus 15, Tier 2 equipment. Sage's Chain Spirit plus 30, can shorten the skill cooldown time after wearing, third level equipment. Purple Jade Mirror after wearing, Spirit plus 10, Constitution plus 15, comes with the defensive skill Purple Jade Shield, which can form a defensive shield with an energy of 1000, second level equipment. God and Demon Coins, 8853. Chapter 35, Synthesizing Water Spirit Pearls, Hot Trading House. Seeing his own fighting power, Ye Chuyun suddenly felt dazed. It has only been 2 days since he arrived in the world of gods and demons. His combat power has reached a level that took almost 3 months to reach in his previous life. And this is not just an improvement in combat power. His equipment, skills, and talents have undergone a major overhaul, and these cannot be displayed on the panel. Judging from his combat power now, if he were to deal with the Iron Turtle King again, he wouldn't even need the help of a first-level spell scroll to defeat him easily. The sense of security and pleasure brought by this sudden increase in strength is so addictive. Ye Chuyun opened the storage space again. There are also 2 black iron treasure chests quietly placed in the space. Ye Chuyun didn't intend to open it, because he knew that treasure chests could be integrated with each other. The things that come out of the black iron treasure chest are certainly good. However, 4 black iron treasure chests can be fused into 1 silver treasure chest. The contents of the silver treasure chest are definitely better than those of the 4 black iron treasure chests. So he won't touch these 2 black iron treasure chests for the time being. If he has the chance to collect 4 later, he will fuse all of them into silver treasure chests. If he can't get enough, he will just accept his fate and fire them all. Oh right, the mission. Just as Ye Chuyun was thinking, he accidentally saw the fragments of the water spirit pearl in the storage space. Only then did he suddenly remember that he still had a mission to complete. Before, his attention was all on the spoils, and he didn't pay any attention to the mission items. Water Spirit Pearl Fragment 58. So many fragments exploded, they can be synthesized 5 times. With 5 chances, we shouldn't be wiped out, right? A 30% chance. I can't be that unlucky, right? Ye Chuyun muttered to himself, and quickly started synthesizing. He first took out 10 pieces and began to synthesize them. I saw a dazzling white light flash by, and finally it exploded violently, turning into white spots and dissipating. Tip: synthesis failed, please try again. Ye Chuyun. Continue synthesizing. Tip: synthesis failed, please try again. Keep going. Tip: synthesis failed, please try again. It's weird, he just doesn't believe it. Continue. Tip: synthesis failed, please try again. Hiss. After 4 consecutive failures, Ye Chuyun, who was full of confidence at the beginning, suddenly panicked. Shit. Did I use up all my luck when I was fusing my talents before? Now he only has 18 pieces of water spirit beads left and can only synthesize them once at most. Carefully taking out the last 10 pieces of water spirit beads again, Ye Chuyun kept praying in his heart. Fortunately, the last white light did not dissipate, but turned into a shimmering blue bead. Hint: the synthesis is successful, and a water spirit bead is obtained. Thank God, it finally worked. Seeing the water spirit pearl in his hand, Ye Chuyun's nervous mood finally calmed down. By the way, I have so much spirit essence and first-level equipment on me now. I can put more on the shelves. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun opened the trading house. As soon as you open the transaction line, you will see a series of information records. Hint: Huang Li bought your green claw machete and received 50 god and demon coins. Hint: Feng Yu purchased your eyeless leather armor and received 50 god and demon coins. Hint: Wang Gang purchased your eyeless snake spirit and received 50 god and demon coins. Hint: Lu Qian purchased your eyeless snake spirit and received 50 god and demon coins. Hint: Kai Kuan purchased your eyeless snake spirit and received 50 god and demon coins. Ye Chuyun stared with wide eyes and read on. Boy, everything he put on the shelves was sold out. I earned more than 1,000 god and demon coins. He originally thought that it would take at least a few days to sell these things. Unexpectedly, they were sold out the next day. Where does everyone get their money? Ye Chuyun thought about it and soon understood. I think it was because he led District 118 to win 2 bets. The resources of the toxic swamp have quadrupled. Various ferocious beasts, treasure chests, spiritual herbs, and spiritual fruits are endless. There are so many ferocious beasts that you can't kill them all, so you don't have to fight for them. So you will naturally have more god and demon coins in your hands. Then Ye Chuyun went to the purchasing area to take a look. He deposited 1,000 god and demon coins here. The trading house will automatically purchase spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and special minerals according to the price he offers. First-level spiritual herbs and fruits, regardless of their efficacy, can be purchased for 5 god and demon coins. Second-level spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs are all worth 15 god and demon coins. Special ores are calculated by kilogram, and 1 kilogram is worth 1 god and demon coin. As long as someone is willing to sell, the trading house will automatically deduct the god and demon coins he deposited. Now Ye Chuyun opened it and took a look. My goodness, the balance of the god and demon coins he deposited has become 0 at this moment. There are a lot of spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and special minerals in the storage area. It seems that everyone has made a fortune from him. Because basically no one in Area 118 has the identification skill, so even if you have these things in your hands, you don't know what they are used for. Instead of letting it rot in your hands, it is better to exchange it for money and buy equipment that can immediately improve your strength. But in the end, everyone's god and demon coins will return to Ye Chuyun's hands, because he was the one who acquired the equipment and also sold it to him. It is profitable on both ends. Look at the harvest. There are more than 20 first-level spiritual fruits and more than 50 spiritual herbs, 10 second-level spiritual fruits and more than 20 spiritual herbs, more than 200 kilograms of special ore. There were solid stones, bronze, or brass, or gold, or, and all sorts of things. Ye Chuyun's face suddenly broke into a smile. The brothers in District 118 are really awesome. He must repay his brothers severely. This time, Ye Chuyun deposited 5,000 god and demon coins in one go and continued to purchase. But this time he added a few new acquisition item requirements. Skill stones and enhancement stones are purchased at a price of 10 god and demon coins each. The second is the special or magic crystal. He bought 1 piece for 50 god and demon coins. I guess someone will sell it to him by then. Then he returned to the sales area and put all the first-level equipment, Iron Turtle Beast Essence, and extra skills in his storage space on the shelves. Then come to the chat channel. Ye Chuyun, brothers, I have just put a new batch of equipment and spirit essences on the shelves. They are absolutely of high quality. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. Continue to purchase spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, skill stones, strengthening stones, magic crystals, and other special materials. If you have valuable items like skill books or special items, you can privately message me. I'll buy them at a high price. As soon as this news came out, the entire channel was in an uproar again. Chapter 36. The faction war begins, and the countries are coming with great momentum. Kai Kuan, wow, it's Yishun. Yishun, you haven't appeared for a long time. I miss you so much. I'm going to go see what good things you have put on the shelves now. Ye Chuyun, when did I become Yishun? It's not good to be so pretentious, right? Huang Li, God, don't be so modest. We are all still hovering around level 3 or 4, but you, Yishun, are already level 8. Aren't you still a god? Yang Yanan, wow, everyone, go check it out. Yishun has put a lot of first-tier equipment on the shelves. The attributes are much better than the green claw machete and the eyeless leather armor. Lu Daqiang, fuck, Yishun has started buying spiritual herbs and fruits again. Everyone hurry up and sell them, otherwise there will be nothing left to sell. Wang Gang, Fuck, stop trying to steal it. Who sold my iron turtle beast spirit? I only bought 2. Zhuang Liang. Horrible, so terrible. In just a few seconds, the iron turtle beast's essence was snatched away. The attribute bonus. Wow, it's really enviable. Wang Yun. Oh my god, I was wondering why I couldn't sell my medicine. I guess you guys just left all your coins here, right? Ye Chuyun was stunned as he looked at his shelves which had been sold out again. My goodness, he seemed to have underestimated the financial resources of this group of people. At the same time, the atmosphere in the regional chat channel was not as harmonious as that in chat channel 118. Number 44 Ruth. Oh my god, you dragon people must have cheated. You can collect 50 challenge tokens in just 1 hour. I don't think even God himself can do that. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Yoshi, this beautiful lady from Eagle Country is right. District 118 is cheating. Number 346 Kutamoto. That's right. Number 118 Novice Village defeated us with despicable means and hurt us badly. Number 28 Hong Zhenghan. Ashi, hurry up and punish this country that only knows how to cheat. Number 388 Yang Wanli. Haha, speaking of cheating, it seems like your country loves cheating, doesn't it? If you can't afford to lose, then cheat. Number 28 Hong Zhenghan. Shit, dragon people, are you so shameless? Number 118 Feng Yu. Haha, you guys in District 44 can't stand losing, so you accuse us of cheating, right? That's all you can do. Doesn't it feel good to have 30 points deducted from all your attributes? How can you still defeat the ferocious beasts? Ruth number 44. Humph, don't get complacent. I've already contacted other countries. They'll challenge you, Novice Village number 118, at the same time. Prepare to die. Number 118 Feng Yu. You guys are so shameless. At this moment, 3 announcements appeared in the entire regional channel. Announcement. District 55 has activated the Resource Challenge Order and has designated District 118 to begin the Resource Challenge. Announcement. District 28 has activated the Resource Challenge Order and has designated District 118 to begin the Resource Challenge. Announcement. District 156 has activated the Resource Challenge Order and has designated District 118 to begin the Resource Challenge. The 3 announcements appeared at the same time, shocking everyone instantly. It's actually possible to challenge 3 novice villages at the same time? This is too scary. Announcement. Detected that 3 regions are challenging the same region at the same time. Faction mode is activated. Faction mode. The 3 areas of the challenging party will be divided into 1 camp, and the challenge party will be the other camp. The winning party's resources will be doubled, and all attribute points of everyone will be increased by 60 points. The losing party's resources will be deducted by 80%, and all attribute points of everyone will be deducted by 60 points. The content of this faction challenge is Points Battle. Points Battle. Both sides can earn points by killing ferocious beasts. The side that first obtains 1,000 points wins. Tip. You can only get points by killing beasts above level 3. Killing a beast of level 3 will earn you 1 point. Killing a beast of level 4 will earn you 2 points, and so on. Hint. Only the one who deals the fatal blow to the beast can gain points. Tip. After the faction battle begins, the personal points ranking will be opened. Each time the personal points reach a certain level, the more rewards the faction will receive after winning. Tip. The faction war will begin in 10 minutes. Before it begins, other regions in the regional channel can choose a faction to join. Hint. The challenger is the blue camp, and the challenged is the red camp. Tip. During the faction war challenge, the regional chat channel will temporarily lift the speech restriction. Number 118 Kaikuan. Holy crap, a faction battle? Is this the way to play it? Number 118 Wang Gang. Dear Dragon People, is there anyone who wants to join us? Number 55 Sharma Rafi. It's so cold. I'm playing in the mud in northeast China. Ha 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 ha. Number 118. You're doomed this time. We, India, Sakura Country, and Kimchi Country, 3 powerful countries, will join forces and beat you to a pulp. Number 28 Park Young-chan. Haha, that's right, this is awesome. Winning can actually double the resources. 156 Nakamura. Yoshi, I'm warning you other countries. If you don't want to be targeted by us, don't join the 118th camp. Come to our side. Do you understand? Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. We, District 346, have applied to join. Tip. Area 346 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 4, and the number of red factions is 1. Sam number 44. That's right. I'm also warning you other districts. If you don't want to draw fire, don't join District 118. We, District 44, have also applied to join. Tip. Area 44 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 5, and the number of red factions is 1. District 85. Oh my god, there are so many of them in the blue camp. If we join now, we're guaranteed to win. We can't refuse this free reward. Tip: Area 85 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 6, and the number of red factions is 1. Tip: Area 966 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 7, and the number of red factions is 1. Tip: Area 399 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 10, and the number of red factions is 1. At this moment, everyone in District 118 was dumbfounded. There are still 8 minutes left before the faction war starts, and so many districts have joined the blue side. And there was not a single person joining their red team. Chapter 37. 10 against 4. How can we lose? Number 118 Wang Gang. Fuck, you guys are really shameless. 10 against 1. That's just bullshit. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Ha 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 ha. 10 to 1. We're definitely going to win this time. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Yoshi, now I'll let you guys experience the pain of reduced resources. Number 28 Park Young Chan. So happy, Smekta. Number 118 Kai Kuan. I really want to chop you bastards to death along the internet cable. At this time in the regional chat channel, in addition to big countries such as Dragon Country, Sakura Country, and India, there are also some from small countries. Several hours have passed since the regional chat channel was opened. There are now more than 50 novice villages that can enter the regional chat channel. These novice villages from small countries have been watching from the sidelines. They all maintained a neutral attitude and watched the show quietly. But at this time they all felt that it was a bit too much and stood up to speak. I think the blue team is going too far. 10 against 1. How could they possibly lose? Isn't this clearly bullying District 118? Yeah, not to mention this is a points battle. Whoever gains points faster wins. 10 against 1. That means the opponent is gaining points 10 times faster. How can we possibly win? District 118 is going to be in trouble now. Oh, what a pity. Dragon Country was once a great country, but I didn't expect it to fall to this point. Obviously, they are not optimistic about Manhwa. After all, it's 10 against 1. It's impossible to win without cheating. The other dragon people couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up one after another. Number 388 Sherfong. Oh my god, how can you be so shameless? I won't say anything more, brothers. We, number 338, will join your camp. It doesn't matter if we lose. Dragon people must help dragon people at this time. Tip: Area 388 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 10, and the number of red factions is 2. Number 388 Xiao Yun. Ha, the boss has spoken, so we naturally have no choice but to do it. Let them know that anyone who offends the Dragon Nation will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Number 25 Su Ming, count us in. If we, the dragon people, don't help our compatriots at this time, then what kind of descendants of the dragon are we? Tip: Area 25 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 10, and the number of red factions is 3. Number 366 Wang Han. That's right, we are one of them. Although our strength may not be high, as dragon people, we must contribute our part. Tip: Area 366 joins the blue faction. The current number of blue factions is 10, and the number of red factions is 4. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Humph, even if you join, so what? Even so, it's still 10 against 4, you're bound to lose. Number 28 Park Young Chan. Ha ha ha, we have one level 6 for level 5s, and over a dozen level 4s and 3s. Let's go and fight the high-level beasts and try to get 1,000 points within the hour. Sam number 44. Damn it. If we hadn't lost the resource challenge, we would have already had 2 level SIXS. This revenge must be avenged. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. That's right, we only have 2 level 5s so far. I want to make Area 118 feel this pain too. Ryan number 44. Haha, we have so many level 5 and level 6 experts here. What about Area 118? It seems they only have 1 level 6. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Yeah, they only seem to have 1 level 6 player, so he can't really make a splash. At the same time, chat channel 118. Kai Kuan. Ha, everyone, it seems they don't know that Yishun is already level 8. Wang Gang. That's right. Currently, only we can see Yishun's level. We must not reveal it in the regional chat channel. Zhuang Liang. When Yishun goes to fight high-level beasts, I believe his points will be much higher. Huang Li, don't check the regional chat channel. Focus on preparing for the faction battle and kill as many ferocious beasts as possible. Wang Yun. That's right. Don't complain now. Complain less and do more. Besides, we can't let down our compatriots who believe in us. Kai Kuan. Well, actually it doesn't matter if we lose, but I'm just afraid of getting other compatriots into trouble. They chose to trust us, and I really don't want to let them down. Wang Gang. Now that you put it that way, I feel really embarrassed. Just at this time, Ye Chuyun appeared. Ye Chuyun. Everyone, don't panic. Everything is under control. It's only 10 against 4. It's not a big problem. Kai Kuan. Good fellow, Ye Shun is Ye Shun. Just one sentence completely convinced me. Wang Gang. 10 verses. For foot, no big problem. I'm convinced by this pretense. Zhuang Liang. Brothers, let's get moving. Since Master Yi has spoken, there must be no problem. We can't fall behind. The people who were still struggling were cheered up again because of Ye Chuyun's words. Ye Chuyun also sent the same message in the regional channel to appease people in other areas of Dragon Country. Number 388 Shifeng. Oh my god, Brother Yi, what you said is really so pretentious. I don't respect anyone but you. Don't say anything else. I believe you, brother. Number 366 Wang Han. Wow, I feel like I've found a powerful person. Number 25 Su Ming. I believe it. You said it. Dragon people don't lie to dragon people. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Blow, keep blowing. I don't believe you have such a great ability. You can still turn the tables when you are 10 to 4. Sam 44. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If gathering 50 challenge orders was just luck, then this points battle is a test of true strength. How could we lose with so many people? We're just being stubborn. Number 28 Park Young Chan. I think the person in number 118 must be crazy. He is so confident. Are you okay? Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Humph. Once the faction war begins, they'll know how big the gap between us is. Number 156 Nakamura. Yoshi. I've already found 7 or 8 level 3 beasts. Once the faction battle begins, I'll kill them all. At this moment, both the red and blue teams were ready to go, full of energy. It wasn't long before the announcement appeared again. Reminder, the countdown ends and the faction battle begins. As soon as the announcement was made, the progress bars of the red and blue teams also appeared. Blue team, 0 points. Red team, 0 points. Chapter 38 The Rise of Area 118, The Blazing Salamander. As soon as the progress bar appeared, the progress of the red and blue teams began to flash in less than a minute. It changes almost every second. However, the blue team quickly opened up a gap with the red team. Blue, 50. Red, 23. The chat channel was also very lively, and the entire District 118 was urgently mobilized. Kai Kuan. Brothers, I'm going crazy. My team and I just killed 3 level 3 beasts in a row. I feel so awesome. Lu Daqiang. Ha, me too. I put together a temporary team. It doesn't matter who kills the level 3 beast, as long as we can get points. Wang Gang. Everyone, keep working hard. After all, the other side has more people than us, so we should try to find high-level beasts to fight. Huang Peng fuck. I wasn't paying attention to the level rankings. Now I see, besides Ye Shun at level 8, Boss Wang Gang is already level 6. And Zhuang Liang, Lei Chun, Lu Qian, Huang Yun, so many people have reached level 5. There are dozens of level 3 and level 4 people. Wow, I didn't expect our District 118 to be so powerful. Lei Chun, good boy, we've won the resource challenge twice. With so many resources coming in, how can we not upgrade quickly? Huang Li, no more talking. I'm going to fight a level 4 beast alone. Feng Yu, brothers, those of us at level 1 and 2 shouldn't give up. Let's team up and go and beat up the level 3 beasts. It's only worth 1 point. Feng Yu, okay, let's go. Half an hour passed. Blue team, 406. Red side, 188. Indian chat channel number 55. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Look, our blue team's points have surpassed the blue team in an instant. Are you kidding me? 10 to 4, how can we lose? Number 55 Takal Sar. I'm so happy now that I want to sing. Let those lowly Shudras hunt the beasts for us. Let's dance and sing first. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Okay. We are the noble Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Vaishyas should also jump and dance. It's so cold. I'm playing in the mud in northeast China. Even though northeast China is not big, I don't have a home in Dalian. At this moment, the Indians have been blinded by points. Sakura Country Chat Channel 346. Idu Shuichi. Damn it, just because we lost a resource challenge, now the resources are halved, the energy we get is halved, and the highest level is only 5, which is not enough to defeat a few beasts. Kitahara Sosuke. Baga, It's all because of you abusing the resource challenge order. Shut up. We must avenge our previous shame this time. Idu Shuichi. Kusu, if you lose again this time, Ida Shuichi, will commit seppuku immediately. Number 346 Sakura Country seems to see hope for revenge. Several other countries also seemed to see the impending victory and smiled happily. And Ye Chuyun also arrived at his next target location. It took him half an hour to finally arrive at a small mountain range with a slight wisp of hot steam rising from it. In order to hurry on his way, he did not kill the ferocious beast. So up to now, his points earned are still 0, and he is currently ranked last in the points ranking. Ye Chuyun looked at the individual scoreboard of District 118. First place, Wang Gang, 36 points. Second place, Zhuang Liang, 22 points. Third place, Lei Chun, 18 points. Number 853, Ye Chuyun, 0 points. Total score, 89 points. Ye Chuyun ignored his own results and looked at the list with surprise. He really didn't expect that Wang Gang and his group seemed to have been reborn. It's so awesome. The red team currently has 188 points, and their District 118 contributes nearly half of them. The momentum is very strong. No, he can't hold everyone back. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun quickly took action and walked towards the small mountain range in front. Although the place they are in now is called the Poison Swamp, it does not mean that all places are swamps. There are also mountains, rivers, and plains. The ferocious beasts will divide the area according to their own characteristics and strength, thus forming their own territory. Soon Ye Chuyun arrived at the foot of the small mountain range, and all he saw was a vast and desolate scene. Before he walked in completely, Ye Chuyun could feel the scorching temperature coming from the ground, as if the land under his feet had been baked red by the high temperature. The air was filled with a stuffy atmosphere, making people feel as if they were in a huge oven. The high temperature caused the air to distort slightly, making the distant scenery look a little hazy. However, Ye Chuyun did not react at all to the high temperature. Oh my god! Luckily, my iron turtle suit has maxed out its fire resistance. Otherwise, with this temperature, I would have been roasted in just a few minutes. Ye Chuyun muttered softly. This set of equipment greatly improved his fire resistance. In such a high temperature environment, he was still able to walk freely and was not affected by the scorching heat at all. He looked around. There seems to be no vegetation in the mountains, only yellow soil and bare red stones. The stones were slightly reddish, flickering in the sunlight like flames. Ye Chuyun's mind moved, and he threw those red stones over for identification. Name Fire Copper. Effects can be used for forging and refining. Fire Copper. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. This is a rare mineral vein. It will be of great use in the future. Looking around, almost the entire mountain range is covered with fire copper, as if it can be seen everywhere like cabbage. Ye Chuyun was so itchy that he wished he could turn into a miner right there and then and mine all the fire copper. It's a pity that his most important thing now is to hunt down the ferocious beasts hiding in this mountain range. I can only wait for another opportunity to come again in the future. Fortunately, not everyone can enter and exit this place freely. If you want to collect fire copper here, you must first withstand the high temperature of this place. Based on the map and combined with his memories of his previous life, Ye Chuyun soon arrived in front of a huge cave entrance. The extremely high temperature coming from the dark cave entrance is even higher than outside, which means that there must be something wrong inside. Ye Chuyun had a serious look on his face. He was wearing night vision goggles, but he was not afraid of the darkness in the cave. He used stealth to walk in quietly. As soon as he entered the cave, Ye Chuyun discovered that there was another world inside. Inside the cave, there are countless fire coppers shining with red light. They emit bright light, illuminating the cave and breaking the surrounding darkness. At the same time, there are numerous crisscrossing intersections, making the cave complex and confusing. Ye Chuyun took advantage of the situation and hid behind a huge piece of fire copper, observing carefully. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense crawling sounds in the cave. Ye Chuyun suddenly looked at the walls around him. I saw several huge red lizards lying on the wall. Chapter 39, Skyrocketing Points. Individuals lead the group. This group of red lizards are huge, and their scales are shining red. They moved quickly along the walls of the cave. One of them came to a piece of fire copper, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit off a large piece of fire copper, chewing it slowly, with an expression of enjoyment on its face. Seeing this, the other red lizards also began to look for fire copper. Ye Chuyun stared closely at the group of red lizards. They are the targets of Ye Chuyun's trip. Name, Salamander. Level, 6. Combat Power Assessment, 2000. Features Rapid, Fire-Eating Guard. Skill, Fire Breathing. Talent, none. Explosion rate, 1.8%. This combat power is even higher than that of the Iron Turtle Beast. Ye Chuyun looked excited. Originally, there shouldn't be so many salamanders here. It's just that because Novice Village number 11812 resource challenges, the number of ferocious beasts has quadrupled. As a result, the number of fire salamanders has quadrupled. It's just the outskirts of the cave, but there are 8 fire lizards. There are so many forks in the road, and we don't know how many there will be. Plus there are mutant fire lizards, fire lizard leaders, fire lizard kings, and so on. Ye Chuyun has already seen a large number of energy points and points waving towards him. Others spend a lot of effort looking for ferocious beasts everywhere, but there might be hundreds of them in his cave. No need to search hard for it. This is also the reason why he was able to win the camp war this time. Ye Chuyun took a look. There are only a few fire lizards outside the cave that can be used for attack. It happened in the blink of an eye. While the fire lizard was still gnawing on the fire copper, he decisively drew his knife. The sword energy was so strong that he cut off the head of the fire lizard closest to him with one blow. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. The other fire lizards were shocked to see their companions die at the hands of a human. They roared and huge flames spewed out of their mouths, aiming at Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun did not dodge at all, raised the storm blade, and split the flames in half. The rest of the flames that fell on his body were all absorbed by the iron turtle suit on him, leaving no scars on his body. When the fire lizard saw that its flames could not cause any harm to this human, it immediately thought of escaping. However, Ye Chuyun did not give them any chance to escape. Snap! Snap! His speed was so fast that he turned into an afterimage, and he cut off the fire lizard's head one after another. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. There were 8 fire lizards in total, and Ye Chuyun killed them all in less than 3 minutes. I also obtained a lot of essences, divine and demon coins, and fire spirit bead fragments. Spirit of fire lizard, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, spirit plus 28. Fire spirit orb fragments. Quest item. 10 pieces can be synthesized into 1 fire spirit orb. Success rate 30%. 8. Points plus 32. Not bad, not bad. A level 6 beast has 4 points. He killed 8 of them at once and earned 32 points. Looking at the personal points ranking, he suddenly jumped to 2nd place. Rustle. Another crawling sound came from a fork in the cave. I saw a huge fire lizard with flames all over its body rushing over with 5 other ordinary fire lizards. He must have been attracted here by the noise just now. Ye Chuyun had the map instructions, so he naturally knew it. His attention was on the flaming salamander. Name Salami Mutation. Level 6. Combat Power Assessment 2800. Features Rapid, Fire Eating, Rage, Guard. Skill, Fire Breathing. Talent, Fire Sensing F level. Explosion Rate, 2%. Sure enough, it was a mutated salamander. Ye Chuyun smiled slightly, picked up the knife and rushed forward again, starting a big battle with him. 5 minutes later, the perimeter of the cave was filled with the corpses of salamanders. These fire lizards are no match for Ye Chuyun. In addition, he has the attribute of fire resistance, which means he has grasped the opponent's lifeline. He was killed instantly after just a few moves. Points and energy values are skyrocketing. At this time, there were no fire lizards outside the cave. Ye Chuyun looked at the crisscrossing roads and decided to walk every one of them. Never let a single salamander go. At the same time, he took out the treasure chest detector and prepared to try his luck. After all, it's such a big cave, there can't possibly be no treasure chest at all. According to the map, Ye Chuyun randomly chose the fork on the left and walked in. At the same time, everyone in chat channel 118 also noticed something was wrong. Kai Kuan. Fuck, how did Yishin's personal points suddenly surge up? Suddenly it's 44 points. He has surpassed boss Wang Gang and rushed to the 1st place. Wang Gang. Isn't it normal to surpass me? Isn't this the basic practice of Yishin? Everyone, calm down. Huang Li. Something big has happened. Go check the individual leaderboards. Yishin's points are skyrocketing. Feng Yu, what the hell? Is Yishin cheating again? Zhuang Liang, what the hell? Is Yishin cheating again? Wang Yun, what the hell? Is Yishin cheating again? At that moment, everyone rushed to the number 118 Novice Village to check the personal scoreboard. When I saw this, I was stunned. 1st place, Ye Chuyun, 60 points. 2nd place, Wang Gang, 40 points. 3rd place, Zhuang Liang, 28 points. 4th place, Lei Chun, 25 points. Total score, 168 points. At this moment, everyone was amazed. Lu Xian. As expected of Yishun, it was 44 points just now, and it increased again in just a few seconds. Kai Kuan. Oh my god, in the time it took you to post a comment above, Yishun's points increased by another 4 points. Wang Gang. Is Yishun fighting a level 6 beast? A level 6 beast is worth 4 points. Zhuang Liang. Good boy, that Yishun has disturbed the beast's lair. Now we may have a chance of winning the faction war. Lu Qian. Oh my god, look, Yishun's points have exceeded 100. Huang Li. Oh my god, our red team's total points have already exceeded 400, while the blue team hasn't even broken 500 yet. At this rate, we'll be able to overtake them soon. Lu Daqiang. Oh my god, if we win, then all of our attributes will increase by 60 points. Wouldn't that be a big success? Wang Gang. Hurry, hurry, we can't fall behind. Let's go hunt the beasts. Kai Kuan. Let's go, let's get moving. Lei Chun. I am now filled with strength, kill. At this moment, everyone's confidence soared because of Ye Chuyun's sudden increase in points, and they all began to hunt the ferocious beasts desperately. Chapter 40. The aggressive elites of the Dragon Country are taken down in one fell swoop. Area 388, Tianqing Forest, inside the level 5 ferocious beast area. Shifeng was looking at the progress of the faction battle points in shock. Blue, 489. Red side, 416. The red team only had 188 points just now. How did it suddenly increase to 316 points in just a few minutes? Could it be because of the person named Ye Chuyun at number 118? Their total points in Novice Village number 388 were just over 100 points. 50% of it was provided by Shifeng. Originally, Shifeng thought that the red team was going to lose this time. I didn't expect such a sudden change to happen. Shifeng's mouth curled up slightly as he thought of what Ye Chuyun had said before. It seems like I found a golden thigh this time. Then we in District 388 can't bring shame to the Dragon Nation. Roar. Just at this moment, 2 white tigers, each 3 meters tall, rushed out from the woods. When they saw that Shifeng was the only one there, they showed contempt in their eyes. Shifeng also noticed them, and there was also a mocking look in his eyes. Haha, I was just wondering where to find a ferocious beast, and now it's delivered to my doorstep. The god of war possesses me. Shifeng roared angrily, and a huge shadow 5 meters tall suddenly appeared behind him. He swung his fist, and the shadow behind him also punched down. Boom. The 2 level 5 beasts were smashed into a pulp by this punch. Area 25, Misty Forest. Su Ming stood calmly behind a dozen men and women. In front of them were a dozen strange-looking ferocious beasts. Captain, do you want to take action? Asked a handsome man holding a huge shield. Su Ming was looking at the point's progress in shock at this time. After hearing this, he exited the channel and nodded. Get started. As soon as the words fell, more than 10 men and women in front of Su Ming roared and rushed towards the ferocious beast. Su Ming, who was standing behind them, shouted, Power of the stars, obey my command. 7 killing stars fall. Countless red stars landed on more than a dozen men and women and merged into their bodies. Kill. Suddenly, these more than 10 men and women seemed to be injected with chicken blood, with infinite strength and momentum. In just a few minutes, they killed all the more than 10 ferocious beasts in front of them. Compared with Area 388 and Area 25, Area 366 seems a bit confusing. Feng Tao. Holy crap, what a twist. The red team's points suddenly skyrocketed. Huang Zhuai's. Oh my god, I thought we were going to lose. I didn't expect that. Lu Yu. Our District 366 currently only has over 50 points, which is really lagging behind. Meng Qi. Good boy, this wave is a win without any effort. Feng Tao. We must not let our guard down and give up. We must take action and not let the big guys look down on us in District 366. The red camp was harmonious, while the blue camp was somewhat broken. Regional chat channel. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. You bunch of losers, you can even let the red team rush over. Are you serious about hunting the beast? Number 55 Sharma Rafi. We in District 55 contributed 88 points. Who is slacking off? Sam number 44. Fuck, our District 44 isn't bad either. We contributed over 80 points. District 346 must be slacking off. Don't they only have one level 5? How many points can they possibly earn with that? Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Baka, we fought tooth and nail to kill the beast to avenge our previous humiliation. We've already earned over 60 points. How dare you criticize us? Number 156 Nakamura. We've played quite a bit, and we've already got over 80 points. You're the one slacking off. aren't you, Kimchi Nation? Number 28 Park Young-chan. What the hell? What are you talking about? We worked hard too, and we scored over 70 points. Sam number 44. Sharma, you still have the nerve to say that? Don't you have 3 level 6 players in India? How come you only have so few points? Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Humph, we are noble Brahmins. How could we be asked to do such hard and tiring work as hunting ferocious beasts? We always let the Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras do it. Upon inquiry, it was found that India, the country with the highest score on the blue side, had only 88 points, and the other countries were even worse than the other. The lowest score is only 10 points. Number 118 Kai Kuan. I'm dying of laughter. You're still talking about Brahmins at this time. You blue team deserve to lose. You're all just slacking off. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Kusuwa, we're 10 against 4, so you're all just slacking off, right? I don't accept this. Sam number 44. Fuck, stop paddling now and go hunt the beast. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Humph, I am a Brahmin. I still have to wait for those people to drive the beasts to me. Number 28 Park Young-chan. Shit, it's over. An hour later. In the poisonous fog swamp, in the cave. Boom. The entire cave was shaking continuously. Ye Chuyun was sweating profusely as he kept shuttling back and forth between the forks in the cave. The whole person moved so fast that he almost turned into an afterimage. Behind him, more than 70 fire lizards were chasing him. The paths in the cave are a chaotic maze of intricate paths that seem endless. Every time he would look at the map and choose the best path to avoid the pursuit of the fire lizards. The fire lizards chased Ye Chuyun angrily. The flames they spewed burned the walls of the cave, making crackling sounds. At first, when Ye Chuyun entered from the fork in the road on the far left, he found that the fire lizards inside were scattered very sparsely. There may be only 2 or 3 salamanders in a branch passage. There are at least 30 or 40 passages in the cave. This is too inefficient. It took him a long time to clear the 5 passages. Looking at the remaining forks in the road, Ye Chuyun simply gritted his teeth. Just lure all the fire lizards and all the forks in the road together and solve them all at once. This is why he is now being chased by dozens of fire lizards. Facing the pursuit of so many fire lizards, even Ye Chuyun felt a little tingling on his scalp. After looking at the map, Ye Chuyun found that there were only a few fire lizards left. Almost all the fire lizards in the cave were attracted by him. Let's fight. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth and simply led all the fire lizards to the original cave entrance. As soon as he arrived at the cave entrance, Ye Chuyun stopped immediately. Seeing this, the fire lizards behind him also sped up. This hateful human had slipped away from them for most of the time, and they swore that they would burn this hateful human to death. Ye Chuyun turned his head and saw the group of aggressive fire lizards and took a deep breath. Then, steam began to emerge from his entire body, and mist gradually appeared around him. Sea King is angry. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. Chapter 41. Upgrade to level 9, Big Explosion. Rumble. Countless fire lizards are attacking. In the next second, something strange happened. The sea water seemed to gush out from the ground, forming several waterspouts around Ye Chuyun and rushing towards the fire lizards. You should know that water can control fire. When the fire lizard saw so many waterspouts coming towards it, it quickly turned around and ran away. However, in just 1 or 2 breaths, the waterspout arrived and swept all the fire lizards into it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire lizards let out shrill roars as their bodies were constantly torn apart by the waterspout. Gradually, red filled the entire cave, filling it with the smell of blood, making people shudder. Puff, puff, puff. One fire lizard after another turned into blood mist and merged into the waterspout. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. Kill a level 6 mutated salamander and gain double energy points plus 800. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. Ye Chuyun felt that his mental strength was being lost in large quantities. The waterspouts continued to harvest the lives of the salamanders. When he felt it was about time, Ye Chuyun retracted his skill. As the waterspout gradually dissipated, the red blood mist in the cave gradually dissipated, revealing the torn remains of the fire lizard's body. In addition, there were more than a dozen tenacious fire lizards still wailing and twisting. Ye Chuyun showed no mercy. Without saying a word, he raised his knife and killed them one by one, taking their lives. White light kept flashing in the cave. At this moment, Ye Chuyun's energy value was soaring wildly, and his personal points were also soaring. The storage space grids are constantly occupied by spoils of war. In the end, all the salamanders were wiped out. Congratulations, Your level has been promoted to 9. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes. The white light emerging from the fire lizard's corpse was continuously absorbed by Ye Chuyun's body. Finally, Ye Chuyun's body shook, and a powerful force emanated from his body. Finally, it's upgraded again. Ye Chuyun's eyes showed excitement. If he gains one more level, he will be level 10. Once he reaches level 10, he will be able to obtain a golden treasure chest. At the same time, you will be summoned by heaven and go to the Temple of Destiny to undergo a job transfer assessment. That will be the beginning of his transformation. At the same time, Ye Chuyun's personal points were also rising rapidly, breaking through 406. Tip: your personal score has reached 200 points. If you win the faction battle, you can get extra rewards. Tip: your personal score has reached 400 points. If you win the faction battle, you can get extra rewards. Hint: 200 points reward 20 attribute points and 1 black iron treasure chest. Tip: 400 points reward 40 attribute points and 2 black iron treasure chests. Ye Chuyun looked at his personal points ranking. First place, Ye Chuyun, 406 points. Second place, Wang Gang, 60 points. Third place, Zhuang Liang, 35 points. Fourth place, Lei Chun, 30 points. Total score, 608 points. Ye Chuyun was very pleased. Except for him, everyone in District 118 is working hard. Even if his score is removed, the total score is 202 points. Their District 118 has truly been transformed. Let's take a look at the camp's total score. Blue, 538. Red side, 986. The red team has completely surpassed the blue team. In addition to their District 118, the other 3 districts are also working hard. Ye Chuyun even felt that even if he did not hunt the ferocious beast, he would still be able to defeat the opponent with the help of other people. We, the dragon people, are awesome. At the same time, the chat channel went completely crazy. Kai Kuan. Look at the leaderboard. Yishin's points just suddenly skyrocketed like crazy. Wang Gang. I was wondering why Yishin's points suddenly stopped. So he was waiting here. Feng Kong. Look. Yishin's personal score has soared to over 400, and our District 118's total score is 608. Lu Daqiang. Woo woo woo. Our efforts have not been in vain. The other Dragon Country districts are also very impressive, with an average score of around 100 points. Huang Li. We dragon people are awesome. Zhuang Liang. We have 14 points left, and we're victorious. Let's go hunt the beast. The regional chat channel exploded. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Waste. You are all waste. Sam 44. What a loser. It's been an hour, and they only gained this little bit of points. The red team is only 14 points away from victory. Number 28 Park Yung Chan. Shit, it's over. The gap is so huge. The other side only needs to kill a few more beasts to win. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. We're completely screwed now. The losing side will lose 80% of their resources and 60 points of all attributes. We're doomed now. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Damn it, Sam, it's all your fault. What a rotten idea. You made us challenge District 118 at the same time. Now look what happened. You've got me killed. Sam number 44. What's the point of blaming this Baron? It's because you're just useless. You can't even win against 4 against 10. You're useless. You're all useless. Number 118 Kai Kuan. Ha ha ha. Keep arguing. Just the time you guys were arguing, our points went up another 4 points. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Oh no, please don't. I'll give you equipment and god and demon coins, okay? Please let us go. Sam number 44. You Indians are such bastards. If you lose, you lose. What's the point of begging for mercy? Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Baga. Oh no, Dragon Country dads. We were wrong. Please let us go. If we keep losing, District 346 will be doomed. Sherfong number 388. Humph, forget it. When you challenged us back then, did you ever think of letting us go? Number 25 Su Ming. Just wait for death, everyone. The entire regional chat channel was suddenly filled with wailing. Inside the cave, Ye Chuyun casually sat on a piece of fire copper and began to take stock of his gains. There were more than 70 fire lizards in total, plus those killed previously, so this time we harvested no less than 100 pieces of trophies. The god and demon coins exploded, and I harvested more than 2,000 coins. Harvest 10 skill stones and 10 strengthening stones each. More than 30 pieces of first-level equipment were also obtained. The spirits of fire lizards are countless. There are more than 90 pieces of fire spirit orb fragments. Talent engraving 5 pieces. There are also several first-level skill books, but unfortunately they are all duplicates. Looking at so many spoils, Ye Chuyun also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 42. Returning in defeat and suffering a devastating disaster. Consume the essence of the fire lizard 1/10. Gain 5 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, and 2 points of spirit. Consume the essence of the fire lizard 2/10. Gain 5 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, and 2 points of spirit. Consume the essence of the fire lizard 3/10. Gain 5 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, and 2 points of spirit. Ye Chuyun took all of the fire lizard's essence in one breath, reaching the upper limit. All attributes are rising rapidly. Then Ye Chuyun took out the talent imprint. Talent marking. After using, you can obtain the F-level talent, Fire Sensing. Fire Sensing can sense a slight trace of fire element. First use up 1 talent imprint to learn the F-level talent, Fire Sensing. There are 4 identical talent imprints left, which can be fused. Ye Chuyun used them all in one breath. Hint, fusion failed. Hint, fusion failed. Hint, fusion failed. Ye Chuyun. Very good. The buffs are almost stacked. The last one. Hint, fusion successful. F-level fire sensing evolved into E-level fire control. Ha 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 ha, finally succeeded. Now he possesses 2 of the 5 elemental talents. Just as Ye Chuyun was excited, an announcement came from the Heavenly Dao. Announcement, the red team was the first to reach 1,000 points. They won this faction battle. Congratulations to the red team. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. Is this 1,000 points? Sure enough, it's really nice to have a group of very reliable teammates. He won before he even exerted his full strength. As expected of a dragon countryman, 1 is worth 10. Announcement, the faction battle is over, and the points rankings for the red and blue factions are now announced. Blue camp points ranking. First place, number 44 Sam, 68 points. Second place, number 55 Sharma Rafi, 60 points. Third place, number 28 Park Youngchan, 46 points. Red camp points ranking. First place, number 118 Ye Chuyun, 406 points. Second place, number 388 Shifeng, 108 points. Third place, number 25 Su Meng, 106 points. Fourth place, number 25 Longyu, 87 points. Fifth place, number 118 Wang Gang, 68 points. When the list came out, everyone was stunned. Regional chat channel. Number 958 Yunanhua. Wow. The dragon people on the red team are amazing. The first place has 406 points. It's a pity we came in so late. Otherwise, we would have helped out. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Impossible. How can the red team be so strong? The fifth place has the same points as our first place. They are all rubbish. Sam number 44. That's impossible. I'm a level 6 warrior. I can easily defeat a level 6 beast alone. How could these sick men of East Asia be stronger than me? Number 856 Northern Bear Country. My goodness, the Dragon Country people are even more like a fighting nation than we are. Every one of them is extremely powerful. We admire them deeply. Number 633 Tai Taigua. 10-4. We actually turn the tables. It seems the dragons are very united. We should learn more from this spirit. Number 388 Shifeng. Fuck, you guys in District 118 are all freaks, right? So many people scored tens of points, and the top one is even more outrageous, with 406 points. I, sure, have to admit defeat. Number 25 Su Meng. Haha, we found a golden thigh. I hope we can have the chance to meet him in the future. Number 118 Ye Chuyun. You two are not bad either. We will definitely have a chance to meet in the future. Ye Chuyun smiled. Number 338 Shifeng and number 25 Su Meng. These two were not ordinary people in their previous lives. Shifeng didn't say anything more. He knew that this person had S-level talent and was possessed by the god of war. In his previous life, he built a second-rate force Patian, with millions of followers under his command. He was a well-known figure in the Blue Star domain of the world of gods and demons. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, he disappeared from the Blue Star region as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. And Su Meng was also very famous in his previous life. She later formed a small group of several thousand people, named Xingqian. Although there are fewer people, each of them is an elite. Especially Su Meng himself, he is an extremely powerful auxiliary character. With her, this small group of thousands of people is even comparable to a third-rate force. Ye Chuyun suspected that this person must also possess S-level talent. It's just that Su Meng himself has never made his talent public, so no one knows about it. But there have been many doubts about it. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun had absolutely no connection with these two people. Suddenly, he had an idea. Now these two are still rookies, let alone forming a force in the future. If only I could recruit these two people and make them my subordinates. Then it will take off? You can try it out. Announcement. Congratulations to all members of the red team. All attributes have increased by 60 points, and all resources have tripled. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun, the red team's top scorer, for reaching 400 points and receiving 40 attribute points and 2 black iron treasure chests as rewards. Announcement. The top scorer in each region's individual standings on the red team will receive 10 reputation points. Boom, boom, boom. As the announcement sounded, all attribute points of Ye Chuyun, Shifeng, Su Ming, and others increased by 60 points. Shifeng number 388. Ha ha ha, awesome. All my attribute points have increased by 60 points. My combat power has instantly skyrocketed by 480. Number 25 Su Ming. We have twice as many resources as before. I finally understand why you guys in District 118 have so many awesome players. With so many resources and stat bonuses, it's impossible not to be awesome. Number 366 Feng Tao. Thanks to all the big guys, we won the victory without any effort. Number 118 Wang Gang. District 366. You guys are not bad either. Haha, it's a win-win for everyone. At this moment, it is a carnival for the red team, but it is hell for the blue team. The wailing sounds came one after another. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. No. I only have a little over 600 attribute points in total, and 240 points were deducted from me in one go. I'm going to die. Number 346 Ito Makoto. It's over. I don't even have 240 stats. If all my stats are deducted, I'll be dead. Help. Sam number 44. No. I will never dare to go against the Dragon Nation again. Number 28 Park Young-chan. Shit. Dragon Country must not be provoked. A series of shrill screams rang out. Those who didn't even have 240 attribute points died on the spot. In an instant, most of the people in the 10 districts died. So miserable. Chapter 43 Crazy Harvest. Ever-increasing combat power. Inside the cave, one after another, colorful lights continued to fall on Ye Chuyun's body, making his aura increasingly stronger. All attributes increased by 60 points. 40 points of free attributes. 2 dark iron treasure chests. 10 points of reputation. The continuous rewards made Ye Chuyun a little overwhelmed. A white light flashed, and 2 black iron treasure chests fell into his hands. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. There are still 2 black iron treasure chests in his storage space. 4 dark iron chests can be combined into a silver chest. Together with the 2 he has now, it makes up the whole lot. Hint. Check if you have 4 dark iron treasure chests and whether to synthesize them. After synthesis, you can get 1 silver treasure chest. Synthesis. Ye Chuyun quickly took out 4 black iron treasure chests and synthesized them. There was a flash of white light, and the 4 black iron treasure chests disappeared, followed by a silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chest. After opening, there is a 100% chance of receiving God and Demon coins, a 40% chance of receiving Tier 3 equipment, a 20% chance of receiving Tier 4 equipment, a 30% chance of receiving a skill book and special item rewards. Ye Chuyun swallowed and slowly opened it. Boom. The silver treasure chest lit up with several dazzling colorful lights. God and Demon coin 2000. Healing ring. Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Wearing it slowly restores spirit. It also has the healing light skill, which can heal injuries. The skill has a 10-minute cooldown. This is a 4th tier equipment. Wearing requirements. Level 9, Spirit and Constitution 200 or above. Clone technique, a 2nd tier skill. Consumes a certain amount of energy to create a clone. The clone possesses half the strength of the original body. After the clone is created, it enters a cooldown period of 10 minutes. To learn, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all must be above 300. 2nd level spell scroll, meteor shower. Magic crystal, a stone imbued with magical power, used for construction, forging, and alchemy. 10. Ye Chuyun looked at these rewards with shining eyes. It's worthy of being called a silver treasure chest. A bunch of good stuff popped up. Then he put on the ring of healing. Anyway, he has 10 fingers, and there's nothing wrong with putting a ring on each finger. Now he only has 3 rings including the ring of healing, and he can wear 7 more. A powerful spiritual energy came from the ring, slowly restoring his mental strength. He had just released the skill Sea King's Fury, which consumed almost 2/3 of his energy. With this healing ring, the energy he consumed will probably be fully recovered in about 10 minutes. This is such a good thing. At the same time, Learn the clone technique, and there will be another skill in the skill bar. My strength has skyrocketed again. It's really cool. The next second, the latest panel appeared in Ye Chuyun's mind. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 910030/100000. Reputation, 60. Title, The One Favored by Heaven. Strength, 504. Agility, 378. Constitution, 587. E-level super strong constitution, plus 117. Spirit, 604. Free attribute points, 45. Combat power, 4,381. 4146, plus 235. Ye Chuyun looked surprised. Not bad, not bad. His combat power actually broke through the 4,000 mark. The problem is that he is less than level 10, but he has combat power that an ordinary person can only have at least level 15. This does not include the bonuses of his various talents and skills, which are not included in the panel combat power. If all of them were added together, he was confident that he could fight against a ferocious beast with a combat power of 6,000. Now my spirit has finally broken through 500. I wonder what job I can change to when I reach level 10. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. There were still 45 free attribute points that had not been used, so he directly added them all to spirit. Now his spirit has directly reached the 649 mark, and his combat power has skyrocketed. Ye Chuyun felt a powerful force constantly flowing in his brain, and his eyes were brighter than ever before. He clearly felt that his mental strength seemed to have broken through a limit again and became a little more. If he used the Wrath of the Sea again, he might only need to consume a quarter of his mental power. After sorting out all the spoils, Ye Chuyun continued to walk towards the fork in the road at the entrance of the cave. He took out the treasure chest detector and began to look for the treasure chest. Now that almost all the fire lizards in the fork passages have been cleared out by myself, I can finally explore them properly. Half an hour later, Ye Chuyun had explored all the forks in the road. During this period, he harvested 8 treasure chests, 4 gray treasure chests, and 4 bronze treasure chests. Ye Chuyun put them all into the storage space. He planned to collect more treasure chests, and when there were enough, he would synthesize them all. The reward from the silver treasure chest still made him linger. According to the map, Ye Chuyun came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, he saw another huge cave. There are caves inside caves. Ye Chuyun stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the huge dark cave in front of him. The huge stone wall at the entrance of the cave is covered with cracks and burn marks, obviously the result of the activities of salamanders here. From the roars coming from the cave, it is not difficult to guess that there are still fire lizards or other ferocious beasts that have not been cleared out. It seems that the salamander leader and the salamander king are hiding in here. After standing still for a while, Ye Chuyun stepped into the cave decisively. After entering the cave, a rolling heat wave hits you in the face and the temperature gradually rises. If you put a thermometer here, you will find that the temperature inside the cave is as high as 50 degrees. Ordinary people who have no fire resistance or fire talent may be burned to death if they enter here. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun has fire talent and fire-resistant equipment, so the temperature in the cave is only 30 degrees for him at most. After walking for about a few hundred meters, we heard crawling sounds coming from the corner ahead. Ye Chuyun's face darkened, and he quickly dodged and stuck to the wall, then slowly turned his head to look over. I saw that the passage behind the corner was almost full of salamanders, so dense that it almost filled the entire passage. At the end of the passage is a stone door with slightly rough workmanship. Seeing this group of fire lizards, Ye Chuyun seemed to see a large number of energy points waving at him. Moreover, Ye Chuyun believed that the fire lizard leader and the fire lizard king must be behind that stone gate. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun laughed loudly and took decisive action. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as Ye Chuyun appeared, the group of fire lizards also discovered him. Then, their eyes turned red and they rushed over in groups. Ye Chuyun smiled and went forward to fight. Chapter 40 for the Talking Salamander King, a fierce battle. In just a moment, 6 fire lizards came towards them. Ye Chuyun swung his sword repeatedly, and the extremely fast speed made the storm blade in his hand almost turn into an afterimage. Snap! Snap! The 6 fire lizards were instantly split in 2. Just kidding, his combat power is now over 4,400 points, while the fire lizard's combat power is less than 3,000. If this can't kill instantly, it's too shameful. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. Kill a level 6 fire lizard and gain double energy points plus 600. With every cut, Ye Chuyun killed several more fire lizard corpses. In this way, he pushed forward all the way, killing the fire lizards without any resistance. In a short while, all the fire lizards in the entire passage were killed by him. Once again, a large amount of energy points and loot were harvested. The level progress also reached quickly. Level 922030/100000. One step closer to level 10. Stepping over the corpses of countless fire lizards, Ye Chuyun came to the stone gate. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chuyun slowly pushed open the stone door. Click, click, click. The stone door was slowly pushed open, revealing the entire view inside. Inside the stone gate is a huge hall, and the dark blue flames illuminate the originally dim hall. However, Ye Chuyun had no intention of watching. His eyes were fixed on several huge figures in the hall. In the center of the hall sat a fire lizard that was about 3 meters tall and covered with strange runes. And in the hand of this fire lizard, he was holding a fiery red staff. There is a huge red gem inlaid on the staff, which is very dazzling. On its left and right side stood 2 fire lizard warriors, each over 5 meters tall, wearing leather armor and holding pitch-black swords. Name: Fire Lizard Warrior Leader. Level: 6. Combat Power Assessment: 3200. Features: Guard, Bloodthirsty, Violent. Skills: Whirlwind, Strength Amplification LV5, Agility Amplification LV3. Talent: Strength Enhancement F level, Constitution Enhancement F level, Fire Sensing F level. Explosion Rate: 10.8%. Name: Salamander King. Level: 7. Combat Power Assessment: 3800. Features: Territorial Awareness, Bloodthirsty, Violent, Strong Spirit. Skills: Meteor Exclusive Skill, Spirit Amplification LV5, Strengthening LV5. Talent: Super Spirit E level, Fire Control E level. Explosion Rate: 15%. Sure enough, behind the stone gate was where the Fire Lizard Leader and the Fire Lizard King lived. I wonder what good stuff will pop up after I kill them. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. As soon as the stone door was pushed open, the Fire Lizard Warrior and the Fire Lizard King discovered Ye Chuyun. When they saw the countless Fire Lizard corpses behind Ye Chuyun, they became even more angry. Roar, you little human! How dare you trespass into my territory and kill my men? Die! The Salamander King stood up angrily and actually spoke. However, the other 4 Fire Lizard Warriors could only let out violent roars. Ye Chuyun was not surprised by this. If the ferocious beast has strong mental power, then it is not strange that it can speak. Warriors, capture this damn human. The Salamander King held the staff in his hand and swung it, and the red gem on the staff flashed a light. 4 red beams of light fell from the sky and landed on the Fire Lizard Warriors. Roar! The Fire Lizard Warrior's body suddenly grew larger and his aura increased greatly. Name: Fire Lizard Warrior Leader. Level: 6. Combat Power Assessment: 3500. Good job. Ye Chuyun could tell at a glance that the Fire Lizard King was using the skill Strengthening. This skill is pretty good. Just like Frenzy, it can increase your combat power in a short period of time. Compared to Frenzy, Ye Chuyun wanted this enhancement skill more. Bang! 4 strengthened Fire Lizard Warriors rushed out in an instant, one after another, and attacked Ye Chuyun with astonishing momentum. The Fire Lizard King, who was standing in place, was also not idle. I saw it muttering something, and the red gem on the staff kept flashing. Boom! In an instant, countless fireballs fell towards Ye Chuyun. Fireballs rained down, instantly igniting the surrounding air and lighting up the entire hall. At the same time, the Fire Lizard Warrior held a giant sword and swung it in a spinning attack. The sword blades whistled and cut through the air, and 4 huge bodies rushed towards them like wild beasts with astonishing momentum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 huge bodies that were constantly spinning were approaching. Ye Chuyun's expression remained calm. He decisively activated the energy shield of the purple jade mirror and then jumped up. He let the fireballs fall and land on himself. Each fireball consumed only more than 50 points of energy. It can definitely be withstood. Ye Chuyun passed through countless fire rains and came directly in front of the Fire Lizard King. Clone technique. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. The shadow under his feet kept rolling and surging, and gradually transformed into a body that looked exactly like Ye Chuyun. Name: Ye Chuyun's clone. Combat Power Assessment: 2,200 points. This clone has half the combat power of his original body. Although a bit weak, he can use all his talents, skills, and equipment effects. As soon as the clone appeared, it immediately activated the Frenzy skill and wrestled with the 4 Fire Lizard Warriors. At this time, his Frenzy skill had been upgraded to the maximum level. The combat power instantly soared from 2,200 to 2,800. It could barely hold back the 4 Fire Lizard Warriors. If left alone, this Fire Lizard King will continue to launch long-range attacks. This is a trouble for Ye Chuyun and must be solved first. Damn humans! The Fire Lizard King screamed in fear and quickly waved the staff in his hand. A flame shield instantly protected it. At this time, Ye Chuyun was slashing with a knife, and the blade fell on the flame shield, but failed to break the defense. Flying Fire Meteor. The annoyed voice of the Fire Lizard King came from inside the cover. Ye Chuyun's pupils shrank, as if he had realized something, and he stepped back suddenly. There was a loud boom. Countless flaming meteor showers appeared behind the Fire Lizard King and smashed down towards Ye Chuyun. Aquaman is angry. Ye Chuyun naturally would not wait to be hit, so he decisively used his skills. His mental strength is now very strong, and he no longer struggles as much as before. Suddenly, countless water tornadoes appeared, forming a defense around him to resist the attack of the meteor shower. The water spout continued to spin, consuming the power of the meteor shower. The collision of water and fire produced a series of violent explosions. Damn it! The Salamander King was very angry. It really didn't expect that this human being would be so difficult to deal with. Flying Fire Meteor. Gritting his teeth, the Fire Lizard King prepared to release his skills again. Chapter 45. Powerful Strength. Continuous Killing. Seeing the Fire Lizard King use his skills again, Ye Chuyun's eyes turned cold. Naturally, he would not give the Fire Lizard King another chance to use his skills. If he didn't have water-based skills that could restrain the opponent, he would have been severely beaten. Seeing that the flaming meteor was about to fall again, Ye Chuyun used the skill Frenzy without any hesitation. Boom! Ye Chuyun's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a look of madness appeared on his face. His combat power began to soar, from 4,400 to 5,700, approaching 6,000. Ye Chuyun looked up at the falling meteor and ignored it. He flashed in front of the Fire Lizard King. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chuyun raised the knife with both hands and chopped at the Fire Lizard King's head. Humph! Human, you can't kill me. There was contempt in the eyes of the Fire Lizard King, and the staff in his hand flashed. This time, a 3-layer flame shield appeared outside his body. Although the Fire Lizard King is very good at talking, his hands still betray him. The next second, Ye Chuyun's long sword fell down. However, this time, it was beyond the expectations of the Fire Lizard King. Snap! There was only a crisp sound. The 3 layers of flame protection shield and the Fire Lizard King's head were split in half by Ye Chuyun's sword. Kill the level 7 Salamander King level. Gain double energy points plus 6,000 and 10 reputation points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Finally dead. Ye Chuyun felt extremely happy after killing the opponent with just one sword. However, he still remembered that there were still 4 Fire Lizard warriors that had not been dealt with, so he quickly turned around. I saw his clone still fighting with 4 Fire Lizard warriors. As expected of his clone, even with only half of his combat power, he was still able to hold off 4 for such a long time. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun immediately joined the battle. His frenzy state has not yet been lifted. A combat power close to 6,000 can instantly kill the Fire Lizard King, not to mention the combat power of 4 Fire Lizards. In no time, Ye Chuyun easily dealt with the 4 Fire Lizard warriors. Kill a level 6 Salamander warrior boss level and gain double energy points plus 2,000. Kill a level 6 Salamander warrior boss level and gain double energy points plus 2,000. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief and found a clean place to sit down. After frenzy was lifted, he entered a weak state and needed 10 minutes to recover. Taking advantage of the break, Ye Chuyun opened the storage space. First came the 4 Fire Lizard warriors, who dropped a lot of stuff. Rune Greatsword, attack power plus 45, strength plus 20, constitution plus 10, increases attack speed by 100 and armor penetration by 50 when attacking, second tier elite item, equipment requirements, level 8, strength and constitution of 200 or above. Rune Shield, defense plus 40, constitution plus 30, comes with the skill Tenacity, reduces incoming damage by 30 based on your defense, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown is 5 minutes. Rank 2, top tier equipment, equipment requirements, level 8, strength and constitution 200 or higher. Rune Shoulder Pads, defense plus 30, constitution plus 20, fire resistance plus 50, second tier premium item, equipment requirements, level 8, strength and constitution must be 200 or above. Talent Marking. After use, you can gain strength enhancement F level. 4. Talent Marking. After use, you can gain F level physical enhancement. 4. Talent Marking. After use, you can obtain fire sensing F level. 4. Ye Chuyun was slightly surprised. A 100% explosion rate is really strong. It almost means that everything that the salamander warrior can explode is exploded. He looked at the storm blade in his hand. The rune greatsword's attributes are obviously much better than those of the storm blade. However, because the storm blade has been strengthened to level 5, the rune greatsword's attributes are currently not as good. Moreover, the strengthening stones he currently possessed were not enough to fully strengthen the rune greatsword in one go. Therefore, Ye Chuyun planned to wait until he strengthened the rune greatsword to level 5 before replacing the storm blade in his hand. However, although the rune greatsword cannot be equipped for the time being, the rune great shield and rune shoulder pads can be equipped immediately. Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to put it on. He was holding a blood-red long sword in his right hand and a large silver shield in his left hand, looking very majestic. The panel appeared in my mind again. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 936030/100000. Reputation: 70. Title: The One Favored by Heaven. Strength: 504. Agility: 378. Constitution: 637. E-level super strong constitution, plus 127. Spirit: 649. Combat power: 4641 4336, plus 305. The combat power also increased sharply, reaching 4,641 points, and is about to break through the 5,000 mark. Then Ye Chuyun took out the talent imprint. He didn't have the F-level strength enhancement, so it seemed like he had another talent. Study decisively. Now he has 5 talents. They are SSS level 100% explosion rate, D-level water fusion, E-level super physique, F-level fire induction, and F-level strength enhancement. All other identical talent imprints are used for evolution. Ding, fusion failed. Don't be afraid, there are many more. Ding, fusion failed. Failure is the mother of success. Keep going. Ding, fusion failed. Depend on. Ye Chuyun was dumbfounded. Could it be that all his luck was used to obtain SSS level talent and rebirth? He still doesn't believe it. Continue. Ding, fusion successful. F-level power successfully evolved into E-level power. Phew, luckily, there's only one left. It worked. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief and continued to fuse other talent imprints. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion successful. F-level physical enhancement successfully evolved into E-level super physical strength. Ye Chuyun was surprised. It seemed that all the bad luck he had had before was gone and good luck was beginning to come. 4 F-level physical talent imprints were finally synthesized into one E-level physical talent imprint. It can be integrated with his current E-level physical talent. Ye Chuyun prayed secretly in his heart and carried out the fusion carefully. Ding, fusion successful. E-level super physique successfully evolved into D-level enhanced physique. Physical enhancement. Permanently increase physical fitness by 40%. Okay. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. Now the only thing left is the fire talent imprint. To his surprise, the fusion was successful in the end, and his F-level fire sensing successfully evolved into E-level fire control. It feels so good. Finally, there is the spoils of the Salamander King. This is the second king-level ferocious beast killed by Ye Chuyun after the Iron Turtle King. The things that pop up will be several times better than the Salamander Warriors. Chapter 46. Faction Challenge Order. Come and make a fortune. Flying Fire Meteor, a second-level exclusive talent skill that can generate countless flaming meteors to attack the enemy. To learn, you must master the E-level talent, Fire Control. The higher the spirit, the greater the power. Returning to the Origin, a second-level exclusive talent skill that allows you to release unlimited chi to attack the enemy. To learn, you need to master the E-level talent for super strength and the D-level talent for enhanced constitution. Strengthen, a second-level skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit to enhance the combat power of oneself or others. Learning requirements, spirit 300 or above. Talent marking. After use, you can obtain E-level talent and super strong spirit. Talent marking. After use, you can obtain E-level talent, fire control. Fire magic stone, a second-tier gemstone that can be embedded in weapons, increasing fire element by 100%. Faction challenge order, used to start a faction challenge. Can only be used once a month. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. I didn't expect the Fire Lizard King to be so powerful. He exploded 3 skill books at once. The last time, the Iron Turtle King only dropped 1 book. And he just happens to meet the learning requirements of these 3 skill books. Study decisively. At this point, he had 3 more skills in his skill bar. If others could see Ye Chuyun's skill bar, they would probably be jealous to the point of going crazy. The talent imprint also allowed Ye Chuyun to learn a new talent, Super Spirit. Super Spirit. Permanently increase spirit by 20%. The fusion of the other talent imprint of fire control failed, and Ye Chuyun had long been accustomed to it. But what surprised him the most was this fire demon stone. This is a good thing. It can strengthen the fire element, which is equivalent to strengthening a gem. This was also a very popular thing in the previous life. Just this one second-level gem can be directly exchanged for a complete set of third-level equipment. Ye Chuyun quickly inlaid the gem on the hilt of the storm blade. Suddenly, a stream of extremely pure energy flowed into his body from the hilt of the knife. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. This fire demon stone can be taken down at any time, which is very humane. As long as you change to a new weapon, this fire demon stone can be exchanged for the new weapon. I also harvested 7 to 8 skill stones and enhancement stones each. It's a pity that it is not enough to strengthen the rune sword, so Ye Chuyun can only put it into the storage space temporarily. Faction challenge order is also a good thing. Ye Chuyun has no plans to open it yet, so he puts it in the storage space for the time being. Hundreds of fire spirit pearl fragments were obtained. Even with only a 30% chance of success, Ye Chuyun was able to easily synthesize one. At this point, the trip to the salamander was successfully concluded. Came out of the dim cave. Ye Chuyun was dazzled by the sudden sunlight. I looked at the time, and it was almost 10 o'clock. However, this is only the second day since he arrived in the world of gods and demons. Ye Chuyun felt that a long time had passed. There are about 10 hours left until the double energy points end. The long battle made him feel a little tired. I just found a place and sat down to rest for a while. Ye Chuyun opened his storage space again and took a look. The storage space that originally had 100 grids was now occupied by more than 90 grids. Most of them are spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and various minerals. In addition, there are many first-level equipment, duplicate skill books, and some replaced equipment. Ye Chuyun took a look and decided not to spend the god and demon coins to expand his storage space. It would take 1,000 god and demon coins to add 10 grids, and he was a little reluctant to do so. It's time to clear out the inventory. Opening the trading platform, Ye Chuyun was once again bombarded with a series of information. Kai Kuan sold 10 first-level spiritual herbs, consuming 50 god and demon coins. Wang Gang sold 20 first-level spiritual herbs and 10 kilograms of solid stone for 110 god and demon coins. Zhuang Liang sells 1 caddies of magic crystal, consuming 50 god and demon coins. Seeing this information, Ye Chuyun was secretly amazed. Oh my god, the 5,000 divine and demon coins that I deposited not long ago are all used up again. Fortunately, these things can be temporarily stored in the trading house. Otherwise, my storage space really can't hold so many things. He quickly put all the essences, first-level equipment, and extra skill books in his backpack on the shelf. There are more than 100 fire lizard spirits, priced at 88 god and demon coins each. These first-level equipment are dropped by killing fire lizards, and the wearing requirement is level 5. The first-level equipment sold by Ye Chuyun before only required level 1 to be worn. However, the first-level equipment dropped by high-level ferocious beasts will definitely have much better attributes than the first-level equipment dropped by low-level beasts. Therefore, Ye Chuyun raised the price of these first-level equipment a little bit, setting them all at 100 god and demon coins. As for skill books, each one is priced at 888 god and demon coins. This price is not expensive. It is even a little cheaper than in the previous life. Ye Chuyun knew that the real money was not made from these equipment. So these are just a small benefit he gives to everyone in District 118. After all, if they become stronger, it will only benefit them in the future, not harm them. I just don't know how people will react to putting so many things on the shelves. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun switched to the chat channel. At this point, the place was already in chaos. Kai Kuan. Oh my god, I need to inform everyone. Master Yi has released new products. Hurry up and grab them. Feng Yu. Wow, look. This fire lizard spirit is too strong. One of it can directly increase 12 attributes. But I don't have any god and demon coins. Woo woo woo. Zhuang Liang. This first-level shield is better than the one I have. Don't fight with me for it. Lu Qian. The attributes of these first-level equipment are much better than what I have now. Hiss. Yi Shun. How many ferocious beasts have you killed? Wang Yun. Skill book. It's a skill book. I really want this agility boost, but I can't afford 888 god and demon coins. Feng Yu. Why do you let me see so many good things? I don't have money to buy them. Who understands the pain of being able to only see, but not have money to buy them? Ye Chuyun couldn't help but smile when he saw the wailing everywhere in the chat channel. After all, Even now, the overall level and strength of District 118 have improved, but the explosion rate will not increase. Now everyone only has 100 to 200 god and demon coins at most. Just buy a salamander essence, or a piece of equipment. All of these divine and demon coins must be spent. Ye Chuyun looked at his backpack. He now had more than 10,000 god and demon coins on him, making him the richest person in District 118. This time he directly deposited 10,000 yuan to continue purchasing. Ye Chuyun, don't worry, everyone. I will continue to purchase spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, special ores, and special props. If you are short of god and demon coins, please come to me and make a fortune. Chapter 47. Synthesize the treasure chest and provoke again. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel became lively again. Kai Kuan, Yi Shun is waiting for you to say this. I have dozens of spiritual herbs stored in my storage space. I will come to you to make a fortune. Wang Gang, Yi Shun has been waiting for you. No one wants to buy all the ores and spiritual fruits I have. I am in so much pain. Zhuang Liang, Captain, I still have some here. Please sell them all to me. I want that shield. Hee, please buy it for me. Wang Gang, okay, you're waiting for me here. Wang Yun, Captain, I want that skill book. Please help me. Wang Gang, Huang Peng, I'm in a dilemma. I just found a gray treasure chest here, but with my black luck, I'll probably only get god and demon coins when I open it. Do you think I can sell this treasure chest? Wang Gang, is that possible? But if I found a treasure chest, I would probably open it. But my luck isn't so good. I've opened 4 or 5 treasure chests, and so far they've only been filled with god and demon coins. I haven't even seen a single piece of equipment. Kai Kuan, wow, who says it isn't true? I feel like it's a waste to open this treasure chest for me. It would be great if I could sell it. Lei Chun, sell it. Who would buy it? A gray treasure chest should cost at least 100 to 200 divine and demon coins. But if it only gives out divine and demon coins, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Huang Peng, well, then, I'd better open this treasure chest. Ye Chuyun, hey, wait, why don't you sell this treasure chest to me? I'll buy it. Huang Peng, fuck, Master Yi, do you want to buy it? Ye Chuyun, well, just 200 god and demon coins, sell it to me. Huang Peng, okay. Wang Gang, fuck, Master Yi, you should have told me earlier. I opened so many treasure chests. I might as well have sold them to you. Ye Chuyun, I actually forgot about this. If you have treasure chests in the future and want to sell them, you can come to me and I will buy them. Lei Chen, okay. Kai Kuan, okay. Wang Yun, okay. I spent 200 god and demon coins to buy a gray treasure chest from Huang Peng. A hint of joy flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. Fortunately, Huang Peng reminded him, otherwise he would have really forgotten about it. He can purchase treasure chests from other people and use them to synthesize higher-level treasure chests. Just after he sent that message in the chat channel, several people chatted privately, wanting to sell treasure chests. By the end of the transaction, Ye Chuyun now owns a total of 8 gray treasure chests and 4 bronze treasure chests. Ye Chuyun tried to take out 8 gray treasure chests and started to synthesize them. The next second, the 8 gray treasure chests emitted a dazzling light and turned into 2 bronze treasure chests. Haha, success. The price of 8 gray treasure chests is only 1,600 god and demon coins. But the value of the 2 bronze treasure chests is definitely more than 1,600 god and demon coins. Even if other people discovered that the treasure chest could be synthesized in the future, Ye Chuyun believed that they would eventually choose to sell it to him. It was precisely because of the ridiculously low drop rate that they subconsciously gave up on opening the treasure chest. Since you can't get any equipment or props from the treasure chest, you might as well sell them to yourself and then use the god and demon coins to buy equipment and skill books. This will be more cost-effective. Just when Ye Chuyun was secretly excited, Kai Kuan suddenly sent him a private message. Kai Kuan, Yi Shun, go check out the regional chat channel. Those bastards said they want to retaliate against us. We are too few Dragon Country people, and there are restrictions on what we can say. We can't scold them. Ye Chuyun, what the hell are those bastards doing? Ye Chuyun frowned. He really had no good feelings towards these people who kept provoking their Dragon Country again and again. I was very angry and opened the regional chat channel to find out what was going on. As soon as he entered the regional chat channel, Ye Chuyun was immediately dazzled by countless messages. Several hours have passed since the faction war. Many new people have joined the regional chat channel, and dozens of areas have been added. Among these dozens of districts, most of them are the Sakura Country, Eagle Country, Kimchi Country, and those small countries. There are only 3 areas belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. When these losers saw the arrival of reinforcements, they immediately became strong again and wanted to lead other countries to exclude the Dragon Kingdom. So the two sides started a fierce war of words. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Dear Mr. Wells, it is those regions of the Dragon Nation that have caused us and your compatriots to lose a large amount of resources and even caused the deaths of many people. You must help us avenge this. Sam number 44. Oh, dear Wells, we are both nobles. You must understand how I feel right now. You must avenge us. Wells number 125. Dear Sam, if it is true as you said, that the Dragon Nation is so despicable and cruelly harms our fellow Eagle Nation people, then they really deserve to die. We in District 125 will definitely not let them go. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. And our compatriots in Sakura country, we are so miserable. Some of our resources are gone, and some of our people are dead. We must take revenge. Number 752 Miyamoto Hisashi. Kusu, Sosuke-san, we will definitely avenge you. Number 388 Wu Yong. Hey, number 346, you little bastard, didn't you say you'd commit seppuku if you lost? Why aren't you dead yet? Do you want me to be your Kaisha-kunin and help you on your way? Number 28 Park Young-chan. Look at them, how arrogant they are. We are only bullied. How dare we bully them? Number 25 Xiao Yun. Pretend, keep pretending. You're playing the victim now, right? Well, I still like your unruly appearance before. Number 336 Jean Shurjing. Shit, our kimchi country is so innocent, yet we are bullied like this by your dragon country. We must avenge this. The Northern Bear Nation. Well, let me speak a fair word. Don't let them lead you by the nose. If a fight really breaks out, you may not be a match for the Dragon Nation. Tank Nation, I agree, but don't be impulsive. Australian Rat Nation, I dare not speak, for fear of being hated by the Dragon Nation. Number 137 Liu Ken. Our dragon country is so powerful, I'm quite proud of it. Number 225 Li Jinhua. Who says it's not true? It's great to see our dragon country is so powerful. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Damn it, just wait. On the third day, we will take the train to the next location. We will definitely find you dragon people. Just wash your necks and wait for us. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. That's right. Maybe the next destination of the train will be your dragon country area. Once we find you, we will definitely not let you go. As soon as these words were spoken, all the districts in Dragon Country were furious. Chapter 48. Continue the declaration of war, and this time leave no one behind. When Ye Chuyun heard that this group of people were going to massacre the Long people, he was very angry. This number 55 Sharma Rafi is quite clever. Because what he said was true. As long as you take the train, it is really possible to reach the trial site in other areas. The poisonous fog swamp where they are currently is just a trial ground given to them by heaven, and it is not considered that they have truly entered the world of gods and demons. It can be said that this place belongs to the periphery of the world of gods and demons. The next stop of the train is where you truly enter the world of gods and demons. The Heavenly Dao has divided an area there specifically for their blue star. In the previous life, everyone including Ye Chuyun called it the blue star domain. They will establish their own power there and eventually form a divine domain. Resist attacks from other worlds and races in the world of gods and demons. Survival of the fittest is the core rule of the world of gods and demons. By then, people from all districts of Blue Star may meet each other. It is absolutely normal for regions of different countries to fight each other. It is precisely because of this that Ye Chuyun is angry and upset. In his previous life, during the 10 years in the world of gods and demons, he saw too many fellow Dragon Kingdom members being killed by other countries. The ugly faces of those people still keep flashing in my mind. I have been hunted by them many times and have escaped death many times. Especially countries like Eagle Country, Sakura Country, and Kimchi Country, which are particularly targeting Dragon Country. Looking at the faction challenge order in the storage space, Ye Chuyun's eyes gradually turned cold. Let them see what will happen if they continue to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. The regional channels were already in an uproar at this point. Number 118 Wang Gang. What are you talking about, you bastards? You still want to deal with our Dragon Nation? Do you want to make me laugh my teeth off? Are you only dreaming of dealing with me? Number 388 Sure Foam. My urine is yellow. I'll wake him up. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. You guys keep talking tough. Don't let us find you and make you kneel down and beg for mercy. When these words were spoken, the people of Long were shocked. If it's true as they say, they can take the train to their area. Faced with the joint efforts of multiple countries, they really cannot say that they can defeat the other side. The people of Long suddenly became nervous. This is not good news for them. However, at this moment, Ye Chuyun spoke. Ye Chuyun, Stop talking nonsense. If you can take the train to come to us, then we can also take the train to your place. Who will slaughter whom? It's still unknown, haha. Ye Chuyun. Besides, I won't give you this chance. As soon as Ye Chuyun finished speaking, the announcement appeared again. Announcement. Ye Chuyun has activated the faction challenge order, and the faction war has begun. Faction war. The winning side will have all resources in the trial land doubled, and all attributes increased by 100 points. The losing side will have all resources in the trial land reduced by 90%, and all attributes reduced by 100 points. Tip. This faction battle is a points battle. The side that first obtains 2,000 points will win. Tip. You can only earn points by killing beasts above level 5. A level 5 beast earns 1 point, a level 6 beast earns 2 points, and so on. Tip. The more personal points you have, the more extra rewards you can get. Tip. As the initiator of the faction battle, Ye Chuyun can designate the players to participate in the faction battle. Tip. Area 118 is defaulted to the red camp, and its enemy is the blue camp. Tip. The speaking restrictions in regional chat channels have been temporarily lifted. The series of announcements caught everyone off guard. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Can I designate the players for the faction battle? Oh my god. No. I was wrong. Don't choose me. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 55 to join the blue camp. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Hatsuyan-san, I was wrong. Please, let me go. I will never dare to go against you again. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 346 to join the blue camp. Sam number 44. Oh, and oh. No. God. I was too arrogant just now. I'm sorry. Please let me go. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 44 to join the blue camp. Shit, you're going to die. OMG. I just cursed. Don't pick me. Yamit Butterfly. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 28 to join the blue camp. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 125 to join the blue camp. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 752 to join the blue camp. Hint. Ye Chuyun designated Area 336 to join the blue camp. Ye Chuyun kept targeting those areas that had once insulted their dragon country and attempted to deal with their dragon people. Everyone in the designated area had a look of fear on their faces, and wailing was heard everywhere. Of course they knew how powerful Ye Chuyun was. But before that, it was all just empty talk, equivalent to keyboard warriors. Anyway, we can't hit them through the internet cable. And now this camp challenge order has appeared. It really means that Ye Chuyun is going to get rid of them through the internet cable. This group of people suddenly felt that the end of the world was coming. Grandpa, can I call you Grandpa? Don't choose me. Ancestor, Longwa, you are my ancestor, please let me go. Right now, your dragon nation is the strongest. Please don't target us. If we continue to lose, we'll be dead. Number 118 Kaikoen. Haha, you guys are really funny. Weren't you guys shouting so loudly before? Why are you so cowardly when a fight really starts? Number 118 Wang Gang. Fuck, are you guys really going to lose face just to survive? Number 388 Shurfeng. Humph, I can't possibly let you go. Brother Yi, take me with you to the faction battle. Number 25 Su Ming. Haha, Brother Yi, take one of us with you too. Number 366 Feng Tao. Boss, don't forget us. The Northern Bear Nation. We in the Northern Bear Nation also want to join the red team. We have long disliked this group of people. Yunangwa. With us included, we also want to contribute to Longwa. Number 137 Liu Ken. Boss, we are also dragon people, take us with you. Number 225 Li Jinhua. Boss, please take us with you. Although we are new members, we also want to contribute. Ye Chuyun. Haha, great. Everyone, those who have grudges, take revenge. Those who have grievances, complain, come together. Hint. Districts 338, 25, 366, 137, 225, 563, and 911 have been designated to join the red camp. Chapter 49. The Reborn District 118, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Ye Chuyun did not let them go just because of their pleas for mercy, and continued to designate them. The players in the designated area kept wailing and begging for mercy. In the end, when he realized that begging for mercy was useless, he showed his true colors and started cursing. It feels like a broken jar. Reminder, Ye Chuyun has indicated the end of the game. The red and blue teams cannot join any new areas. It was not until the end of the designated period that Ye Chuyun realized that he had actually pulled so many regions into the faction war. Blue, 32. Red side, 8. As soon as the news came out, the Eagle Country, India Country, Sakura Country, and others who had just been wailing were immediately overjoyed. as if they had been reborn. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. I'm so scared. Thank God for your protection. I didn't expect this dragon country guy to be so arrogant and actually take over so many areas. Ha 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 ha, we definitely won't lose this time. Number 28 Park Young-chan. Ha ha, that's great. Our blue team actually has 32 districts. There's no way we can lose this time. Number 346 Kitahara Sosuke. Baka. 32-8. This is completely different from the last time when we lost 10-4. How can we lose like this? I don't even know how to lose. Ha 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 ha. Sam number 44. OMG, are District 118 crazy? Or are they too confident in their own strength? Number 137 Liu Qian. Oh no. In faction battles, you need to kill beasts above level 5 to gain points. We only have 3 level 5 beasts, so I feel a bit overwhelmed. Number 225 Li Genhua. No matter what, whatever points I can get is enough. Did you see the ugly faces of those people? Just now they were acting like grandsons, and now they're back to their old ways. I definitely don't want to lose to people like that. Wells number 125. We have at least 60 or 70 level 5 and above. Do you have 20? Number 752 Miyamoto Hisashi. Yoshi, we're definitely going to win. Number 118 Wang Gang. Please rest assured, Master Yi must be confident of victory when he does this. We just need to do our best. Number 118 Kai Koen. That's right. Besides, they'll never be able to guess how many level 5 or above we have here. Hee hee, they'll be in big trouble then. Sherfeng number 388. Ha! It seems Area 118 is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We can't fall behind, so let's start hunting the beasts. Number 25 Su Ming. I'd like to see what kind of miracles District 118 can create. At this moment, everyone on the red team did not panic because of the huge gap, but was full of confidence. The so-called red energy nourishes people. The mentality of winning and losing is different. Confidence grows with each victory. Reminder, the faction battle will begin in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. Taking advantage of the 10 minutes of preparation time, Ye Chuyun hurried to the next location. Before leaving, Ye Chuyun looked at the Huotong mountain behind him with a little regret. Time waits for no one now, so we can only wait for another opportunity to mine in the future. Crazy Rush. With his current physical fitness, if he were on Blue Star, he would be like a Superman. Without stopping for 10 minutes, Ye Chuyun ran about 6 kilometers and came to the outside of a valley. This is his third target. The Wood Spirit Pearl and the Wind Spirit Pearl both come from this valley. At the same time, there are also a large number of ferocious beasts inside. In Ye Chuyun's eyes, these are all energy points and points. Having said that, the conditions for obtaining points in this faction battle have been raised to a higher level than before. Only by killing level 5 beasts can you get points. He hadn't looked at the level rankings for a long time and wondered how many level 5s there were in Area 118 now. Ye Chuyun opened the list and took a look. The next second, he was shocked. District 118 level ranking. First place, Ye Chuyun, level 9. Second place, Wang Gang, level 7. Third place, Liu Qian, level 6. Fourth place, Zhuang Liang, level 6. Fifth place, Lei Chun, level 6. 100th place, Lu Daqiang, level 4. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. Wow, it's only been a few hours, and everyone else is already like riding a rocket. Now they have at least 80 level 5s in Area 118. What is this concept? That is to say, in this faction war, the number of level 5s in their Area 118 alone is more than the total number of all 32 areas of the blue side. What kind of monster gathering place is this? Oh, so it's my territory. That's okay. Ye Chuyun was very happy. The current Dragon Kingdom is much more powerful than in the previous life. He believed that with his efforts, their dragon country would definitely become the most powerful country in the world of gods and demons. Hint, the camp battle begins. Blue 102. Red side 305. As soon as the camp war began, the points of the red and blue sides were constantly refreshed. Before Ye Chuyun even made a move, the red team's points instantly doubled that of the blue team. I'm afraid the blue team must be dumbfounded. Ye Chuyun didn't even need to switch the regional chat channel to guess what the blue team's reaction would be. Haha, it really makes me feel relieved. This won't do. If this continues, I won't even get my personal reward, and the faction war will be over. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun hurriedly strode into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, Ye Chuyun's nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. He felt the huge contrast between the outside and the valley. Outside the valley, there was mud and bones everywhere, and the smell of blood was everywhere. Inside the valley is a large flower field, which is pleasing to the eyes. The fragrance of flowers fills the air, making you feel like you are in a sea of flowers. The surroundings are filled with colorful scenes, with various flowers competing with each other, as beautiful as a painting. But Ye Chuyun quickly held his breath, tensed his spirit, and stared at his surroundings. Beautiful things often contain great dangers. Although the flowers are beautiful, they are a bit too big. Each flower is at least 2 or 3 meters high. There are also countless small, cute birds with colorful feathers chirping in the valley as if they are playing. This is truly a beautiful scene with birds singing and flowers blooming. But Ye Chuyun was very cautious and threw an appraisal over. Name man-eating flower demon. Level 7. Combat power assessment 2800. Features: confusion, pollen has psychedelic effect, unable to move. Skill: vine whip LV5. Talent: none. Explosion rate: 2%. Name colorful bird. Level 7. Combat power assessment 2900. Features: transformation, blood-sucking, rapid. Skill: bite LV5. Talent: none. Explosion rate: 2%. Seeing the message, Ye Chuyun's face was calm, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Chapter 50. Completely crushed, it's too late to regret. The valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of pink pollen. This pollen is the weapon of the man-eating flower demon. It has no lethality, but it can paralyze the nerves, causing the body to become weak and lose control. If someone who knows nothing about this steps in and accidentally inhales this pollen, they will fall into an illusion. After falling into the illusion, you will obediently come to the front of this group of man-eating flower monsters and wait to be swallowed by them. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun knew this in advance and held his breath before entering the valley, so he did not inhale pollen. At the same time, these man-eating flower monsters and colorful birds discovered the human who suddenly broke in. In an instant, hundreds of magical flowers moved without wind, shaking their petals continuously, and pollen scattered in flakes. At the same time, this group of colorful birds suddenly underwent strange changes. The originally cute and well-behaved appearance suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. The palm-sized body swelled to 3 meters high. The feathers all over its body turned black, as if covered with a layer of metal. It's like a child who originally looked harmless suddenly turned into a Barbie doll, which is shocking. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several colorful birds flapped their huge wings, blowing all the pollen towards Ye Chuyun. For a moment, the pollen that was originally floating in the valley was gathered in large quantities, controlled by the colorful birds, and swept over. The man-eating flower demons wanted to use pollen to control this human and make him lose his fighting ability. The 5-colored bird wanted to take advantage of the human's loss of combat ability to suck the blood out of his body. Good guys, one is a bloodsucker and the other is a cannibal. But they really don't let them go at all. Ye Chuyun smiled coldly upon seeing this. The next second, a huge fireball appeared in his hand. The scorching temperature of the fireball instantly made the surrounding space a little distorted. This is his talent, A-level fire control. Coupled with the existence of the fire demon stone, the power of his fire attribute increases by 100%. Ye Chuyun suddenly shot out a fireball, instantly hitting the sweeping pollen. Boom. As soon as the fireball came into contact with the pollen, it began to burn violently. In a moment, the pollen disappeared completely, leaving only a faint, burnt smell. Then Ye Chuyun drew his sword and stood up. A faint white light shot out from the blade and randomly hit a colorful bird in the sky. Phew! A slight sound. Juice splashes. The white light instantly hit a colorful bird that was still chirping, splitting it in half. Kill a level 7 5-colored bird and gain double energy points plus 700. Points plus 3. Ye Chuyun was delighted. This return to origin chi skill is really good. You have to know that this colorful bird is level 7, and its feathers are covered with metal, so its defense must be very strong. But it was still split in half. Not bad, not bad. Moreover, this skill consumes slightly less spirit than Aquaman's Wrath, and can be used for regular attacks. Seeing his companions die tragically in front of him, the colorful birds suddenly let out a strange cry. Then they came over in droves. The man-eating plant demon was also very angry. One vine after another emerged from the ground and hit Ye Chuyun. At this time, the angry colorful birds also rushed over one after another. Ye Chuyun showed a mocking expression and raised his sword to meet the enemy. The long sword danced wildly, and his true energy was running rampant. At the same time, he summoned his clone to kill the enemy together with him. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with wailing and the flashing of knives. As long as they got within 10 feet of Ye Chuyun and his clone, both the 5-colored bird and the man-eating flower monster would be split in half. With every strike of the sword, 3 or 4 colorful birds and 2 or 3 man-eating flower monsters died. Even a clone can kill 1 or 2 colorful birds and man-eating flower monsters. Kill a level 7 5-colored bird and gain double energy points plus 700 points plus 3. Kill a level 7 5-colored bird and gain double energy points plus 700 points plus 3. Kill a level 7 piranha plant monster and gain double energy points plus 700 points plus 3. Ye Chuyun and his clone pushed forward all the way, and it was really exciting to see the points and energy points constantly jumping. 10 minutes later. Tip: your personal score has reached 200 points. If you win the faction battle, you can get extra rewards. 20 minutes later. Tip: your personal score has reached 400 points. If you win the faction battle, you can get extra rewards. 30 minutes later. Tip: your personal score has reached 600 points. If you win the faction battle, you can get extra rewards. Wow, 600 points in just 30 minutes? Ye Chuyun looked excited. He continued to push forward with his clone into the depths of the valley, leaving no birds and no flowers along the way. When Ye Chuyun came to his senses, he found that he had slaughtered all the colorful birds and man-eating flower monsters in the valley, leaving no one behind. Just at this time, an announcement came from the Heavenly Dao. Announcement: in this faction bet, the red team was the first to reach 2,000 points. Congratulations to the red team. Ye Chuyun was stunned. This is a bit too fast. It seems that the faction war has only been going on for a little over half an hour. Is this the end? At the same time, everyone on the red team received the announcement and was also stunned. No way, this is the win. Everyone on the blue team collapsed. They must have heard it right. How come they lost after only half an hour? Announcement: the faction war has concluded, and the ranking of all novice villages for both red and blue sides will be announced. Blue team total score, 1028. Blue camp points ranking. First place, number 125 Wells, 60 points. Second place, number 55 Sharma Rafi, 60 points. Third place, number 752 Miyamoto Hisashi, 50 points. Red team total score, 2003. Red camp points ranking. First place, number 118 Ye Chuyun, 706 points. Second place, number 388 Shifeng, 100 points. Third place, number 25 Su Meng, 99 points. Fourth place, number 118 Wang Gang, 91 points. Fifth place, number 118 Lei Chun, 90 points. The regional chat channel immediately exploded. Number 55 Sharma Rafi. Heavenly Burning God, are you kidding me? How come the Dragon Countrymen are so strong? They can lose even at 32-8? Now I really have to go see you. Number 346 Kudamoto. Haha, it's over. Not many of us in District 346 have died, and now we're going to lose another 400 attribute points. We're doomed. Why was I so stupid as to provoke the Dragon Nation? Number 28 Park Young-chan. I told you not to go against Manhwa. Now look what happened. All of you die. Sam number 44. No. I surrender. I really surrender. You Dragon Nation are the strongest. We will never dare to do that again. Whoa. Number 125 Wells. Damn it, Sam. You've killed us. The Dragon Nation is so strong. How can you still say it's weak? Number 752 Miyamoto Hisashi. Kusuo, I want to warn the newbie villages of Sakura Country that they must never provoke Dragon Country again, or they will end up like us. Number 118 Kai Kun. I understand. You just need to remember one sentence. Those who offend our Dragon Nation will be punished, no matter how far away they are. It's just that this group of people realized it too late, and as a result they paid the price with their lives. Chapter 51 Survival of the Fittest, the true cruel rule of the world of gods and demons. Announcement: congratulations to all players on the red team. All attributes have increased by 100 points, and all resources have tripled. Announcement: congratulations to Ye Chuyun, who ranked first in the red team's individual scoreboard. He has reached 700 points and received 60 attribute points and a silver treasure chest as a reward. Announcement: the top scorer in each region's individual standings on the red team will receive 10 reputation points. Everyone's attributes are enhanced again. After several challenges, District 118 has completely transformed and can now be called the strongest Dragon Country area in District 1. At the same time, the other 7 districts also cheered. Especially the few districts that had just joined the red team were almost going crazy with excitement. Thanks to Dragon Nation and number 118, we all got a 100-point increase in attributes. Let me tell you, our Yuan Nation was originally a small fry, but now it's comparable to the former Eagle Nation. Great. We lost a challenge to Sakura Nation before and lost 50 attribute points, but now we've earned them all back. Haha, when I can take the train on the third day, I'm going to go hug District 118. At this moment, everyone was filled with gratitude and admiration for Ye Chuyun. It is precisely because they believe in manhwa and are willing to be its loyal partners that they have received so many rewards. Announcement: the blue team loses, and everyone's attributes will be deducted by 100 points. Announcement: blue team failed, all area resources reduced by 90%. District 55. Sharma Rafi was watching his attribute points decreasing madly with a look of despair. Name: Sharma Rafi. Level: 6. Strength: 103. Agility: 88. Constitution: 110. Spirit: 80. Combat power: 803. If the faction war fails, all attributes of everyone in Area 55 will be deducted by 100 points. In other words, his strength, agility, physique, and spirit will all be deducted by 100 points. But Sharma Rafi found that his attributes were not enough. If all attribute points are reduced to 0, it means that this person's life has come to an end. Haha, I shouldn't have provoked District 118 in the first place. Sharma Rafi gave a desperate smile, then fell to the ground and died. Sharp screams were heard throughout Area 55. Announcement: Tivadai Karl loses all attribute points and is eliminated. Announcement: Rajput Moski loses all attribute points and is eliminated. At this point, all the players in Area 55 were wiped out. Attributes were deducted one after another. Few people can stick to this. However, not only Area 55, but almost all areas of the blue side suffered a disaster that almost wiped out their lives. At the same time, in all the trial areas of the blue team, countless mountains, trees, treasure chests, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and ferocious beasts disappeared. Even if they survive, their future life will be extremely painful. Regional chat channels. Announcement: all players in Area 55 have lost their life characteristics and have been removed from Area 1. Announcement: all players in Area 44 have lost their life characteristics and have been removed from Area 1. Announcement: all players in number 346 have lost their life signs and have been removed from Area 1. Ye Chuyun silently looked at the announcements that kept popping up. These people had provoked their dragon kingdom so much in the past. Now I have paid the price with my life. I believe that after seeing this, the players from other regions in the regional chat channel will no longer have the desire to go against Longwa. The announcement lasted a long time. It was not until it was over that everyone came to their senses and looked very scared. Number 118 Wang Gang. Oh my god, I counted. There are 28 notices in total. That means 28 areas were lost in this faction war, and at least 20,000 people died. Yunangwa. Oh my god, so many people died. But there's nothing we can do about it. They brought this upon themselves. Beixiong Nation. Even for those who survived, their strength would have been greatly reduced. In addition, with resources reduced by 90, there is no way to survive. It is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. Shifeng number 388. Although it's exciting to read the announcement, what scares me is that so many lives were wiped out at the mere thought of heaven. In a way, this is quite terrifying. Number 25 Su Ming. Yes, to be frank, the 7 billion plus people on our blue planet are ultimately nothing more than playthings of heaven. Number 118 Kai Kuan. There's nothing we can do. Since we've come to this world of gods and demons, then this world is bound to be a world where the fittest survive. We just have to get used to it. Number 118 Lu Qian. Yes, let's think positively. Heaven is absolutely fair and doesn't favor anyone. Besides, we all have the hope of becoming stronger. In the end, eternal life won't be a problem. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Number 137 Lu Can. What the above person said makes sense. You just have to get used to it. When Ye Chuyun saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, he had long been accustomed to the constant passing of life. The faction war was just a minor skirmish, and in the end, only more than 20,000 people died. You have to know that in the previous life, it was a war between hundreds of countries. Battles between dragon countries, or battles between dragon countries and other countries. It was a battle involving millions of people. If they lose, millions of people will die in an instant. But later on, everyone became stronger and stronger and had the ability to protect themselves, so they would not die so easily. What's more, many people have the props for resurrection, and one person has several lives, so they are not afraid even if they are wiped out by the will of heaven. Shaking his head, Ye Chuyun quickly threw away these messy thoughts. The most urgent thing now is to quickly upgrade to level 10. Having just won the faction battle, Ye Chuyun also received a reward of 100 points increase in all attributes, 60 free attribute points, and 1 silver treasure chest. After allocating all 60 attribute points, the latest panel data suddenly popped up in Ye Chuyun's mind. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 997020/100000. Reputation: 80. Title: The One Favored by Heaven. Strength: 614. E-level strength is super strong, plus 123. Agility: 488. Constitution: 757. D-level constitution enhancement, plus 303. Spirit: 769. E-level spirit is super strong, plus 154. Combat power: 5,561. 5256, plus 305. The combat power has been greatly improved again. P.S. This is almost the end of the faction war. The author feels that readers will get bored if he writes too much. Chapter 52-2, King Level Ferocious Beasts. Ye Chuyun looked at the panel with fiery eyes. After this camp battle, his combat power increased by more than 1,000. If there are a few more of these, it will take off, right? Moreover, his talents also have attribute bonuses, but these are not included in his combat power. If the talent bonus is taken into account, his combat power can even exceed 7,000. Good. The harvest this time is huge. Ye Chuyun's depressed mood was swept away, and he became cheerful. Originally, he just wanted to break through 500 in spirit level. Now, if his talent bonus is taken into account, his spirit has even exceeded 900. Now he is not sure what kind of career he will get after reaching level 10. Who knows, you might get a profession that's even more awesome than the chi refiner. When he thought of this, Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to reach level 10. He didn't forget that he could get a golden treasure chest after reaching level 10. This is one level higher than the silver treasure chest. At least level 5 equipment can be obtained. He temporarily placed the silver treasure chest into the storage space. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to see it. Wouldn't it be more fun if he could stock up on 4 silver treasure chests and combine them into a gold treasure chest? After dealing with these, Ye Chuyun looked around the valley. At this moment, the valley was littered with corpses, completely losing the beautiful scene that we had seen when we first entered. He also gained more than 60,000 energy points, and was only 3,000 away from upgrading. Right now, the sun is setting. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In a few hours, the double energy gain period will end. We have to leave quickly. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun hurriedly strode towards the deepest part of the valley. The strange thing is that he didn't encounter any ferocious beast along the way. There were only skeletons of ferocious beasts scattered all over the ground. There are skeletons of low-level ferocious beasts such as the green-clawed beast, the stone ape beast, the eyeless snake, and the ghost wolf. There are even some skeletons of colorful birds and man-eating flower monsters. It seems that most of the leader-level and king-level ferocious beasts hidden in the deepest places have a sense of territory. Anyone who dares to enter their territory, whether they are of the same species or a different species, will probably die. And Ye Chuyun just felt a little sorry. Because he was only 3,000 energy points away from upgrading, who knew that there wasn't even a single ferocious beast along the way. It's really uncomfortable. A few minutes later, Ye Chuyun finally reached the deepest part of the valley and looked up at the front. A floral fragrance 100 times stronger than that outside the valley filled his nose. The sight before me was breathtaking. A huge red carnivorous plant stood in front of him, more than dozens of meters tall. Its petals are like giant blood-red tongues, emitting a suffocating fragrance. The edges of the petals have sharp teeth, flashing a cold light, which is chilling. Bing! A huge golden shadow, about 6 feet long, hovered in the sky, attracting Ye Chuyun's attention. Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes and immediately saw the true face of the black shadow. It turned out to be a goldfinch bird covered with golden feathers. The goldfinch spread its wings and flew high, its whole body covered with a layer of dazzling golden luster. Its body is tightly covered by golden feathers. It is a little smaller than the red carnivorous plant, but it should not be underestimated. Bing! The goldfinch chirped in a low and powerful voice, its sharp eyes fixed on Ye Chuyun. It swooped down and landed next to the red carnivorous plant. A pair of golden wings suddenly retracted and stuck tightly to the back of the body. It tilted its head and looked at Ye Chuyun as if it were a toy. As if it smelled the scent of a living person, the pistil of the red carnivorous plant opened, revealing a throat covered with barbs. As dark as the abyss. A gurgling sound came from the depths, as if a malevolent power was awakening within. Ye Chuyun was not afraid at all, and looked at them calmly. Name Golden Sparrow King level. Level 8. Combat Power Assessment, 4,000. Features, Territorial Awareness, Bloodthirsty, Violent, Extremely Strong Defense. Skills: Extreme Gold Shield Exclusive Skill, Strength Enhancement LV5, Physical Enhancement LV5. Talent: Gold Control E level, Super Strong Physique E level. Explosion rate: 16%. Status: Controlled. Name: Man-Eating Flower Demon King level. Level: 8. Combat Power Assessment: 4200. Features: Territorial Awareness, Bloodthirsty, Violent, Strong Spirit, Unable to Move. Skills: Mind Control Exclusive Skill, Mind Amplification LV5. Talent: Super Spirit E level, Wood Control E level. Explosion rate: 16%. Ye Chuyun was shocked. Oh my goodness, where's the leader level ferocious beast? These are 2 king level ferocious beasts? Moreover, the status of this golden sparrow king seems wrong. Why does it appear to be being controlled? Who controls it? Ye Chuyun soon understood. Most likely, he was controlled by the man-eating plant demon king. This carnivorous plant demon king has an exclusive skill, mental control. I think it used this skill to control the golden sparrow king. Because the piranha plant species has a common problem. That is, unable to move. You can only stay in one place in your life. The man-eating plant demon king must have controlled the golden sparrow king in order to have a reliable thug. No wonder, he was very puzzled in his previous life. Why can 2 ferocious beasts of different races live in harmony in this valley? It turned out that the golden sparrow king was being manipulated. This man-eating plant demon king is probably more difficult to deal with than this golden bird king. Its spirit is simply too powerful, perhaps even more powerful than the salamander king. He can actually control king-level ferocious beasts. However, after seeing their combat power assessment, Ye Chuyun smiled. That's it. His current combat power has far exceeded that of the king-level beasts. So what if it's both ends? Killing them is as easy as cutting vegetables. My own spirit is as high as 900. He didn't believe that the spirit of the man-eating plant demon king could be stronger than his. As long as the other person's spirit is not as high as yours, then he won't be manipulated. As soon as Ye Chuyun appeared, he was noticed by the man-eating flower demon king. However, due to the characteristics of the piranha plant, it cannot move. As long as this human escapes from its attack range, it will be powerless to deal with this human. The only way to destroy this weak human is to control the golden sparrow king. Chapter 53, finally reached level 10, a call from the Temple of Destiny. Bing! The golden bird king shuddered, and a golden light flowed along its legs and feet until it covered its entire body. Click, click, click. The next second, the golden sparrow king seemed to be covered in a suit of golden armor. This is its exclusive skill, the ultimate gold shield. Then, under the control of the man-eating plant demon king, the golden bird king began to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden bird king cried out, flew into the sky, and flapped its wings continuously. Countless golden feathers fell from its wings and shot towards Ye Chuyun like gold and iron. These feathers have sharp edges and can cause serious damage. At the same time, the man-eating plant demon king was not idle either. A black gas emanated from its pistol and continued to spread around. Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes and opened the protective shield of the purple jade mirror. Then his body split into 2, releasing his clones. Ding ding ding. Golden feathers kept falling on the protective shield, rapidly reducing the energy points of the purple jade mirror. Ye Chuyun felt very painful watching this. He felt like there was an alien force in his brain trying to invade. He knew that this was the mental power of the man-eating plant demon king, which wanted to invade his brain and control his thoughts. Once you are controlled by it, you can only be controlled and become its meat. Ye Chuyun concentrated slightly. The powerful mental power engaged in a fierce battle with the mental power of the man-eating plant demon king. In less than a second, the man-eating plant demon king's mental power was destroyed. The man-eating plant demon king didn't expect that this human's mental power was so strong that he couldn't control him. In anger, thorny vines stretched out from the petals of the man-eating plant demon king and hit Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun also took the opportunity to attack, as fast as lightning. The fighting power of the man-eating plant king itself is not strong, but its mental power is strong. As long as it can't control the other party, it won't pose much of a threat. Ye Chuyun first let his clone deal with the golden sparrow king, and he rushed towards the man-eating plant demon king. Countless thorny vines are also approaching at this time. Ye Chuyun's brows were raised and his eyes were cold. Court death. Swish. The knife flashes. Streams of true energy 5 or 6 feet long cut through the sky, cutting off the vines flying in the air. Roar. These vines are like the flesh and blood of the carnivorous plant demon king. After being cut off, the man-eating plant demon king screamed in pain. Looking at Ye Chuyun, who was getting closer. The man-eating plant demon king had no way to deal with him. If your mental strength is not strong enough, you cannot control the other party. As a flower demon, I cannot move and cannot escape. The man-eating plant demon king wants to control the golden sparrow king to come and protect himself. However, the golden sparrow king was already entangled by Ye Chuyun's clone at this time and had no time to split himself. There was no way. It could only continue to release black gas to see if it could hurt this hateful human. Ye Chuyun had no expression on his face. The next second, his entire body was covered in red flames, continuously burning the surrounding black gas. Then he passed through the thick black fog and attacked again. The man-eating plant demon king completely collapsed. Now even the poison gas that he was so proud of was useless against the other party. Isn't this a dead end? Perhaps it felt the threat of death. The man-eating plant demon king actually burst out with potential that even it itself could not believe. In the distance, the man-eating plant demon king was seen struggling hard, pulling out thick roots from the ground one by one, not caring even if they were broken. Finally, under Ye Chuyun's stunned gaze, the man-eating plant demon king actually relied on these roots, swaying its huge body and fleeing into the distance. Oh my goodness, I've really learned a lot today. Ye Chuyun was completely dumbfounded. It's just a pity that the speed of the man-eating plant king is too slow. In addition, its huge body also caused a lot of obstacles to itself, and it could not run far. Ye Chuyun accelerated slightly and caught up. Swish. The sword energy is flying. Swish. A tearing sound was heard. The huge petals of the man-eating plant demon king were cut off by the sword energy, and black blood flowed out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The carnivorous plant king fell to the ground and roared in pain, but still continued to run despite the pain. Ye Chuyun was very impressed by its tenacious spirit. With tears in his eyes, he stabbed her several more times. In just a moment, the man-eating plant demon king was chopped into dozens of pieces. This time, he was really dead. Then, a huge and dazzling white light flew out from the corpse of the man-eating plant demon king and poured into Ye Chuyun's body. Kill the level 8 man-eating plant king level and gain double energy points plus 8,000. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Congratulations, your level has been promoted to 10. Your strength increases by 10 points. Your agility increases by 10 points. Your constitution increases by 10 points. Your spirit increases by 10 points. You gain 5 free attributes. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for being the first to reach level 10, receiving 100 reputation points and a gold treasure chest. Announcement. Ye Chuyun's reputation has reached over 100, and he has once again received the blessing of heaven, increasing all his attributes by 20 points. Hint. You have reached level 10 and can take the Heavenly Dao assessment. Do you want to enter the Heavenly Destiny Temple now? Tip. You don't have to enter the Temple of Destiny immediately, but you will be forced to teleport after reaching level 11. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel immediately became lively. Kai Koen. Fuck. I checked my level. It's still level 5, and then I looked at Yishun. He's already level 10. Wang Gang. This is just comparing people. It's really frustrating. Lu Qian. A golden treasure chest. I don't know what will come out of it. I shed tears of envy. Zhuang Liang. Ah? No. The gold treasure chest is gone. I absolutely cannot let go of the silver treasure chest. The double energy points are almost gone. Everyone, upgrade quickly. Lei Chun. I'll go. Don't grab it. I have to hurry up too. Finally, level 10. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. He also saw the hint just now. The Tiandao assessment is the assessment for job transfer. Apart from the hidden career change certificate, this is the only way to obtain a career. Based on the performance of the assessment, Tiandao will transfer the job according to the various data of the person being assessed. The better the data, the better the career you will get after passing the assessment. It's a pity that only those who have passed the Tiandao assessment can understand this truth. The first group of people who conducted the Tiandao evaluation can be called lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, they can be the first to change their jobs, have stronger power, and be one step ahead of others. But unfortunately, they don't know that the higher their own panel, the better the career they get. Later, this secret was known to more and more people. They all chose to improve their panel data as much as possible before level 10. As the first person to reach level 10, Ye Chuyun already knew this secret and was fully prepared. As long as he enters the Temple of Destiny, he will definitely be able to obtain a super powerful profession. Chapter 54 Tower of Elements. The guarantee for future takeoff. Roar. After losing the control of the man-eating plant demon king, the goldfinch king finally woke up. When it saw the corpse of the man-eating plant demon king, its first reaction was to run away. Are you kidding? Even the man-eating plant king can't beat this human. Then how could I, who was previously controlled by the man-eating plant demon king, possibly defeat this human? To be a bird, you must have self-knowledge. Want to run? Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes, naturally not intending to let the Golden Sparrow King go. However, at this time, the Golden Sparrow King had already flown into the sky and was about to fly away. Ye Chuyun quickly ordered his clone to grab his left hand, and then used the clone's huge power to throw himself into the sky. Where are you running to? Ye Chuyun roared and landed accurately on the back of the golden bird. Bing! The Golden Sparrow King was shocked and quickly turned around, trying to get rid of him. Ye Chuyun calmly grabbed the Golden Bird King's feathers and couldn't get rid of them at all. Then flames burst out from his whole body, and he clung tightly to the Goldfinch King's back, burning it continuously. Feeling the scorching heat on his back, the Golden Sparrow King screamed in pain. Even if the extreme gold shield skill was activated, Ye Chuyun still had other ways to torture it. Boom. Finally, the Golden Sparrow King could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Ye Chuyun climbed up and took the life of the Golden Sparrow King with several slashes of his sword. Killed the level 8 Golden Sparrow King level and gained double energy points plus 8,000. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Finally dead. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the man-eating plant demon king, it is much more difficult to kill the Golden Sparrow King. After all, this guy can fly in the sky, but he can't fly. This is very uncomfortable. But as long as I die, it's fine. I wonder what kind of spoils I can get after killing 2 king-level beasts and those colorful birds and man-eating flower monsters in a row. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun hurriedly opened the storage space to check. Ultra Gold Shield, a second-tier skill that forms a protective armor around the body, capable of blocking some attacks. Learning requirements require mastering E-level gold control and possessing a super strong E-level physique. Mind Control, a second-tier skill that allows you to use your mental power to control the enemy. The higher your mental power, the more powerful this skill becomes. You must master E-level mental superpowers, with a mental power of 500 or above. Talent Imprint. After use, you will gain E-level talent, Gold Control. Talent Marking. After use, you will gain E-level talent, Wood Control. Talent Marking. After using, you will gain E-level talent and Super Strong Spirit. Talent Marking. After using, you will gain E-level talent and Super Strong Physique. Cow Earrings, Spirit plus 80, can shorten the cooldown of some skills. Second level top grade equipment, requires level 9, Spirit 300 or above. Golden Belt, Defense plus 35, Constitution plus 20, movement speed increased by 30%, second class premium equipment. Skill Stone 20. Strengthening Stone 20. Not bad, not bad. A bunch of skill books and equipment dropped again. Ye Chuyun smiled with satisfaction. After learning all the skill books, I gained 2 more powerful skills. The same talent imprint is enhanced. Not surprisingly, it failed. But Ye Chuyun also gained 2 new talents, Control of Gold and Control of Wood. Of the 5 elements talents, only the earth element is left to be obtained. He now has a total of 8 talents. They are SSS level 100% explosion rate, E-level super strength, D-level physical enhancement, E-level super spirit, D-level water fusion, E-level gold control, E-level fire control, and E-level wood control. As long as he can acquire the earth element talent, he will have all 5 elements, and who knows, new talents may emerge at that time. Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. After Ye Chuyun put on the cow earrings and gold belt, he took out the golden treasure chest with anticipation. A golden treasure chest. I've never even seen one in my previous life, but now I've got one. Ye Chuyun was very excited. The gold treasure chest is just 1 level lower than the dark gold treasure chest. Swallowing nervously, Ye Chuyun slowly opened the golden treasure chest. Countless golden lights flashed, and Ye Chuyun suddenly found that his storage space, which originally had more than 20 grids, was reduced to only 2 grids. It's a huge explosion. 5 first-level spell scrolls, 3 second-level spell scrolls, and 1 third-level spell scroll. He even gave away 100 skill stones and strengthening stones. In addition, there were 4 items that made Ye Chuyun's pupils shrink. This time it really took off. Element Tower Production Blueprint. Requires intermediate blacksmith level. After learning, you can build an element tower. Divine Essence. A rare item from heaven and earth. 5th rank. It is the purest essence left by the high elves. Taking it can transform one's physique and enhance the power of their bloodline. 5 Spirit Pill Recipe. A second-tier pill, available to novice alchemists. After learning, you can refine the 5-spirit pill. Wind feather wings, strength plus 100, constitution plus 50. Gain the ability to fly after wearing, with a built-in flying feather attack. Tier 5 equipment. Requires level 10 to equip, but the flying feather attack requires mastering the E-level talent wind control. The Tower of Elements. It's actually the blueprint for the Tower of Elements. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed. He dared to say that all the things he had obtained now, including the initial whetstone blueprint, were not as good as this elemental tower manufacturing paper, because it is really too outrageous. Ye Chuyun knew that after taking the train, they would head to the real world of gods and demons, the Blue Star region. Surviving there would be even more difficult than in the poisonous swamp. After arriving there, the first thing they had to do was to establish a base and gain a foothold in this world of gods and demons. Then, the base will be developed step by step into a town, a city, a country, or even a divine realm. It is actually not difficult to establish a base. You just need to gather the materials needed to build the base. However, once the base is established, it will be subject to the test of heaven. Only after passing the test can the base be successfully built, and then you can get various benefits. But this test is not so easy to complete. In the previous life, only 1 in 10 settlements could complete the test of heaven. Even now, he couldn't guarantee that he could pass the test of heaven 100% and successfully build the base. But now that he has the manufacturing drawings for the elemental tower, things are completely different. As long as he can build an elemental tower in the base before the test of heaven comes, then passing the test of heaven will no longer be a problem. The Tower of Elements will take action then. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun was extremely happy. We are more confident about establishing the first divine realm in the world of gods and demons in the future. Chapter 55, Growth by Leaps and Bounds. After calming down, Ye Chuyun's attention was attracted by the divine essence. The wonders of heaven and earth are either obtained by killing high-level life forms, or are born from various alien spaces, or from nature. In short, it is definitely a good thing. Suddenly, a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. He could clearly see that the golden ball of light in his palm was emitting a powerful vitality and a hint of spirituality. Ye Chuyun quickly grabbed the ball of light and swallowed it whole. Ye Chuyun only felt the ball of light go down his throat and into his lower abdomen. Then his whole body emanated golden light, and strands of golden threads emerged from his body, forming a large golden cocoon. And Ye Chuyun was also constantly absorbing power from the light ball. The whole process lasted half an hour. Snap! Half an hour later, the golden cocoon was torn apart, and Ye Chuyun's figure appeared. At this moment, his appearance, body shape, and temperament are all very different from before. His originally handsome facial features became weird after the transformation. Her black hair was streaked with golden wisps. His height is close to 1.9 meters, breaking the laws of nature. Ye Chuyun felt the changes in his body and was delighted. Hint: your body has been transformed, and your strength, agility, physique, and spirit have each increased by 100. Hint: your bloodline has been purified by the essence of the divine essence by 1%, and your strength, agility, physique, and spirit have each increased by 100. Hint: you absorbed a trace of spirit power, but the concentration is too low to awaken the inherited skill. Hey! Ye Chuyun couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the prompt. I didn't expect that after swallowing this divine essence, I could actually gain a trace of elven power. It's a pity that the concentration is too low and no inherited skills have been awakened. If the concentration is high, you can easily take off if you obtain the inherited skills of a high-level elf. But he is not greedy. After being transformed by the divine essence, his various data directly achieved a leap-forward growth. I am already very satisfied. It is worthy of being a 5th-level wonder of heaven and earth. It is so cool. Oh yes, there are also wind wings. Ye Chuyun's heart moved, and he replaced the purple jade mirror with wind feather wings. Boom. A pair of huge green wings, 5 meters wide, suddenly unfolded behind him. Swish. The next second, he flapped his wings and flew thousands of feet into the sky. At this moment, Ye Chuyun felt like he had turned into the free wind, soaring above the sky. After a while, it landed on the ground reluctantly and retracted its wings. If Feng Yuqi had appeared earlier, he wouldn't have had to kill the Golden Sparrow King in such a miserable way. In addition to these trophies, killing the man-eating flower monster and the 5-colored bird also allowed Ye Chuyun to gain a lot of essence. Essence of the man-eating flower demon, spirit plus 15 after taking it. 5-colored bird's essence, after taking it, strength plus 10, agility plus 5. After consuming all the essences to the upper limit, Ye Chuyun happily opened the panel to check his latest data. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 10-1-3020/200000. Reputation, 180. Title, The One Favored by Heaven. Strength, 1044 E level, super strength, plus 209. Agility, 768. Constitution, 1057 D level constitution enhancement, plus 429. Spirit, 1229 E level spirit is super strong, plus 246. Free attribute points, 5. Combat power, 8,536, 8196 plus 340. Even though Ye Chuyun already had a guess in his heart, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw his panel data. Too strong. Mental, physical, and strength directly broke through the 1,000 mark. The combat power is even more incredible, reaching 8,200 plus. If you take into account the bonus of talent, it can reach 10,000. This is not a level 10 panel at all. With the addition of various equipment, elixirs, rare items from heaven and earth, and blessings from heaven, this panel is truly incredible. But this is not the limit. It can be higher. At this time, Ye Chuyun remembered that he had also opened the second-level pill recipe, the 5-spirit pill, from the golden treasure chest. This pill is one level more effective than the strength pill and body tempering pill. Before going to the Temple of Destiny, he must improve his combat power as much as possible. When your combat power reaches its limit and cannot be improved any further, then enter the Temple of Destiny. Finally, Ye Chuyun combined the golden spirit pearl and the wooden spirit pearl. Now he only needs the last earth spirit pearl to open the seal and enter the Swamp King's tomb. Looks like I need to quickly gather the last earth spirit orb. Completing the mission will reward me with 100 attribute points and a silver treasure chest. I must get this reward before heading to the Temple of Destiny. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. With this in mind, Ye Chuyun summoned Feng Yuqi again. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, flew out of the valley, and headed towards the next target location. During the flight, Ye Chuyun also enjoyed the scenery below. He saw many people along the way. For example, Wang Gang's team. When Ye Chuyun flew over their heads, Wang Gang's team was still fighting with 8 level 6 ferocious beasts. With their perfect and tacit cooperation, in just a moment, the 8 level 6 ferocious beasts were instantly destroyed. At this time, their strength has long been different from what it used to be. With Ye Chuyun's equipment and essence, skill books, and continuous attribute point bonuses, each member of Wang Gang's team has at least 2,000 combat power. Killing these level 6 beasts in seconds is no problem at all. Come on, Ye Chuyun shouted excitedly. The sudden voice above his head made Wang Gang slightly stunned. He looked up and saw Ye Chuyun flying over his head with an excited smile on his face. The others were also shocked by this scene and just stood there in a daze. Fuck. Master Yi, why did you turn into a bird man? Wang Gang shouted. Ha ha ha, aren't you envious? Are you jealous? Ye Chuyun laughed and then flew away. The scene of him flying was also discovered by many people. In the chat channel, Kai Koen. Fuck, did you all see that? I actually saw Yi Shin flying in the sky. Wang Gang, I can't help but see this. I'm so envious. I want to fly in the sky too. Lei Chun, I'm so envious. No, I have to turn my jealousy into strength. Captain, let's go and continue hunting ferocious beasts. Preferably ones with wings. Who knows, maybe a pair of wings will appear. Lu Qian, oh my god, Lei Dekongming, you are so smart. I agree with your idea. Let's go and find the winged beast. Huang Peng, I just saw a big bird with wings. Where are you running? Zhuang Liang, fuck, where did you see that big bird? Are there any other big birds there? Huang Li, I have a big bird on me, do you want it? Wang Yun, can you drive on this broken road? Ye Chuyun probably doesn't even know it himself. His unintentional action once again aroused the enthusiasm of everyone in Area 118 to hunt ferocious beasts. Chapter 56 complete the last piece. At this time, Ye Chuyun came to a plain. Reminder, 24 hours have expired, double energy points will be cancelled. It's a shame it's here so soon. Ye Chuyun sighed regretfully, then looked down at the endless plain. This is also the end point of Ye Chuyun's journey. He was alert and did not land rashly. There were all kinds of huge stones on the plain. These stones may seem ordinary, but Ye Chuyun knows that they are all ferocious beasts. Once he lands on this plain, these stones will definitely attack him. So Ye Chuyun dare not be careless. He flew in the air, and the storm blade in his hand swayed slightly. A huge stream of true energy fell from the sky and randomly hit a 3-meter-high stone. Boom. With a loud bang, the rocks exploded and dust flew everywhere. A rock giant 7 feet tall with green grass on his head broke out of the ground. It is made of rocks, has a pair of green eyes, and has an amazing aura. At the same time, the other rock giants hiding in the plains also revealed their true faces, looked up, and looked at Ye Chuyun coldly. There are hundreds of these rock giants. Name: Rock Giant. Level: 8. Combat Power Assessment: 3000. Features: stubborn, bloodthirsty, and protects territory. Skill: throwing LV5. Talent: none. Explosion rate: 2.5%. Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows and was not afraid of these rock giants. His combat power is now 8,200 points. The rock giant has a maximum of 3,000 points. There was a huge gap between the two sides, and he really couldn't imagine how he could lose. But even so, Ye Chuyun was still cautious and did not land on the plane rashly. After all, we only have one life, and once it's gone, it's gone. Roar. The rock giants looked up at the human looking down at them. Feeling provoked, with a low roar, the rock giant took the first step. It just pressed one hand on the ground and condensed a huge piece of earth and stone that was 1 meter long and wide. Boom. The rock giant held the earth and rocks in his hands and smashed them directly at Ye Chuyun. The earth and rocks came like cannonballs, fast and fierce. The other rock giants followed suit and threw huge rocks at Ye Chuyun. Court death. Ye Chuyun raised his brows, flapped the wind wings behind him slightly, and easily avoided the dirt and rocks. The earth and rocks kept passing by Ye Chuyun's body and fell on the ground behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The earth and rocks continued to smash into huge pits on the ground, and then exploded and cracked. In an instant, dust and gravel flew everywhere. If someone else was hit by this, they would probably be injured immediately. We should hurry up and deal with these rock giants. Ye Chuyun didn't want to deal with these rock giants, so he simply used all his strength. He just waved his hand, and his clone appeared beside him. The original body and the clone used skills at the same time. The next second, countless flaming meteors and water tornadoes appeared at the same time, sweeping towards the group of rock giants. Fire skill: Flying Fire Meteor. Water skills: Sea King's Wrath. Start quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, countless waterspouts swept the rock giants in, and countless flaming meteors shattered the rock giants into pieces. At the same time, Ye Chuyun and his clone were not idle either. They kept swinging their swords, and countless sword auras fell from the sky, constantly attacking the rock giant. Ouch! This group of rock giants had no power to resist Ye Chuyun at all. Corpses were constantly being blasted into rubble and fell onto the plain. Kill a level 8 rock giant and gain plus 500 energy points. Kill a level 8 rock giant and gain plus 500 energy points. Kill a level 8 rock giant and gain plus 500 energy points. It takes about 5 or 6 minutes. Under the fierce bombardment of Ye Chuyun and his clone's skills, all the rock giants were annihilated. In an instant, he gained more than 50,000 energy points. Luckily, the double energy point buff is gone. If I had continued killing, wouldn't I have to level up? Ye Chuyun thought with a little fear. If he were to reach level 11, he would be forcibly teleported to the Temple of Destiny. He didn't want to enter the Temple of Destiny before he was fully prepared. Boom. Just as Ye Chuyun was secretly delighted, a rock giant over 20 meters tall rushed over from a distance. Ye Chuyun's expression changed, and he quickly flapped his wind feather wings and retreated frantically to put some distance between him and it. Name: Rock King Level. Level 9. Combat Power Assessment: 4800. Characteristics: stubborn, violent, bloodthirsty, territorial. Skills: Quicksand Whirlpool exclusive skill, Flying Rock LV5, Strengthening LV5. Talent: E-level Earth Manipulation, E-level Super Strength. Explosion rate: 16%. Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows. The Rock King's combat power is even higher than that of the Man-Eating Plant King and the Goldfinch King. It is worthy of being a level 9 king-level beast. But compared to him, it's still a lot worse. While Ye Chuyun was looking at the Rock King was also looking at him. It looked up at Ye Chuyun, its eyes full of vigilance. It saw this human slaughtering his own minions just now. This human strength is probably about the same as its. The Rock King was a little wary, but not much. It must kill this human to avenge its brothers. It can be said that he is very stubborn. The Rock King roared and used his enhanced skills to increase his combat power. Then he jumped and pounced towards Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun sneered and stroked the blade of the storm blade with his palm. Buzz. The blade was instantly covered with a golden light and became much sharper. Swish. The next second, he slashed at the Rock King with a knife. A flash of golden knife light. The storm blade slashed across the Rock King's body, bringing up countless pieces of gravel. Ouch! The Rock King screamed in pain, and his originally high momentum suddenly seemed to stall. Its body is the best defensive armor, but who knew that it could be easily broken by this human? Oh, it won't avenge my younger brother. Even though it is stubborn, it doesn't mean it doesn't care about its life. At that moment, the Rock King howled and plunged into the ground. It has earth-related talents, so it's not surprising that it can burrow underground. But how could Ye Chuyun let it escape? His eyes kept flashing, looking for the direction in which the Rock King escaped. He kept swinging the storm blade in his hand, slashing wildly with the sword energy. At the same time, he continued to use Poseidon's wrath and meteor to carry out carpet bombing. He just couldn't believe that this couldn't kill the Rock King. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. The plains were constantly blasted open, with roars continuing. The Rock King had been blown out of the ground long ago and was constantly being tortured by Ye Chuyun. Its momentum has fallen to its limit. Mixed with a shrill scream, the Rock King exploded and turned into rubble all over the sky. Chapter 57. Gather all 5 elements of talent and open the Swamp King Cemetery. Kill the level 9 Rock King level and gain plus 5,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Is he dead now? Ye Chuyun looked at the body of the Rock King without any emotion in his heart. Compared with the previous few king-level beasts, this victory was too easy. It may also be because the gap in combat power between the two sides is too large. Open the storage space and check the loot obtained this time. First up is the spoils of these rock giants. Spirit of the Rock Giant. After taking it, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 6. 100 refining stone. Excellent material for forging equipment. More than 100 spirit essences and several hundred kilograms of 100 refining stones were harvested. In addition, there are more than 10 pieces of first-level equipment, several first-level skill books, and several earth spirit bead fragments. Another great harvest. It has to be said that his storage space has long been full. Before coming to the plain, Ye Chuyun had thought about the situation of insufficient storage space. You can only spend God and demon coins again to expand the storage space. Finally, there's the Rock King's loot. Talent marking. After use, you can obtain E-level Earth Control. Talent marking. After use, you can gain E-level Super Strength. Rock Wrist Guard. Defense plus 30. Constitution plus 20. Earth-based abilities increased by 30. Second-tier premium item. Requires a level of 9 and a constitution of 300 or higher. Quicksand Vortex. A second-tier skill. Upon use, it causes the ground to collapse, forming a vortex that draws enemies in. To learn, you must master E-level Earth Control. Hint. You have learned the second-level skill, Quicksand Vortex. Ye Chuyun looked at the skills and suddenly understood. No wonder he had never seen the Rock King use this skill. Because this skill is only effective when the enemy is on the ground. But he was in the sky the whole time during the battle with the Rock King, and this skill of the Rock King could not hurt him at all. Sure enough, it's always better to be cautious. Hint. You have obtained the talent, E-level Earth Control. The Earth element talents are finally complete. Now he has gathered all the 5 elements talents of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Maybe new talents will be born from this. Hint. It has been detected that you already possess the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and are awakening new talents. Hint. You have awakened E-level talent, wind control. Hint. You have awakened the E-level talent, thunder control. Hint. You have awakened the E-level talent, ice control. I was right. It actually can generate new talents. Ye Chuyun was very excited. He learned this conjecture from other people's casual conversation in his previous life. As long as you gather all 5 elements of talent, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, you can derive new elemental talents. But at that time he had no capital to try. Even a low-level F-grade talent imprint was beyond his reach. There are even fewer people who can possess all 5 elements of talent. Even if they gather all the information and find that they can really obtain new talents, they will not announce the news. There is a big difference between a person's conjecture and a person's confirmation. Just guess what others are saying for fun. But if someone proves that the conjecture is true, then the nature is different. If the news spreads, the price of the talent imprint will only become more terrifying. After Ye Chuyun was reborn, he never thought that he would be able to gather all the 5 elements of talent. But since obtaining the SSS level 100% explosion rate talent, everything has become so easy. Ye Chuyun looked at Feng Yuqi behind him. After awakening wind control, he can use wind wings to attack. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun felt a little headache. Alas, There are so many ways to attack that he doesn't know which ones to use. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely faint from anger. They all wish they had more means of attack. But Ye Chuyun felt that there were too many means of attack. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. In addition to E-level Earth Control, Ye Chuyun also obtained an E-level Superpower Talent imprint. It just so happens that he has this talent now and can carry out the fusion. It doesn't matter. It's either failure or success. Go for it. Ye Chuyun closed his eyes and used his talent to engrave. Ding, fusion successful, E-level power super evolved to D-level power enhancement. Strength enhancement, permanently increased strength by 40%. Huh, it actually worked? After failing so many times before, Ye Chuyun has become a little numb. I didn't expect it to be successful this time. Sure enough, luck is conserved. Swallow the essence of the rock giant to the upper limit and equip the rock bracers. Then he couldn't wait to check his data. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 10-6-3020/200000. Reputation, 180. Title, The One Favored by Heaven. Strength, 1104D level, strength enhancement plus 442. Agility, 768. Constitution, 1177D level constitution enhancement plus 471. Spirit, 1229E level spirit is super strong plus 246. Free attribute points, 5. Combat power, 8,926 8556 plus 370. Great, great. My combat power has increased by a few hundred points. It seems I have to find a way to get my combat power to over 10,000 before entering the Temple of Destiny. After reading the data, Ye Chuyun immediately felt confident. After combining the Earth Spirit Pearl fragments into the Earth Spirit Pearl, he finally collected the 5 Spirit Pearls of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's time to hand in the mission. Ye Chuyun was overjoyed, then flapped his wind feather wings and flew towards the altar. Half an hour later, Ye Chuyun returned to the 5-color altar. The entire altar is pentagonal, with a pillar at each corner. There are 5 pillars in total, each with a different color, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is a circular notch in the middle of the column. As long as all the spirit beads are placed into this circular recess, the seal of the altar can be lifted and the tomb of the Swamp King can be opened. Ye Chuyun stepped onto the altar and casually came to a golden pillar. This is a golden pillar, and a golden spirit bead needs to be placed in it. He looked at the notch on the pillar, took out the golden spirit bead, and placed it in it. Click. Only a crisp sound was heard. The golden spirit bead entered the recess and fit perfectly. Buzz. The next second, the golden pillar burst into golden light and slowly sank. Now only 4 pillars remain on the altar. Ye Chuyun followed the same method and placed spirit beads of different attributes into the pillars. Boom, boom, boom. One pillar after another sank into the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 5 pillars sank into the ground, and the seal of the altar was completely lifted. The entire altar shook violently. Ye Chuyun noticed that the black fog behind the altar gradually dissipated, revealing the building hidden inside. Announcement. Ye Chuyun has lifted the seal on the 5-colored altar and opened the Swamp King's cemetery. Announcement. Players above level 5 can now enter the Swamp King's cemetery for exploration. As soon as this announcement came out, the chat channel exploded. Chapter 58. Preparations before heading to the Temple of Destiny. A big purge. Chat channel 118. Wang Gang. What the hell is this Swamp King cemetery? Why does it sound like the location of the final boss? Kai Kuan. Fuck, Master Yi. What did you do behind our backs again? Lu Qian. It seems that this Swamp King cemetery is the final instance of this poison mist swamp. Isn't it like this in online games? There is usually a novice instance in the novice village. Ye Chuyun. This Swamp King cemetery appeared after I opened the seal of an altar. It is an alien space, probably similar to what was said above, a novice copy. Zhuang Liang. Yishan has appeared. Is this Yishan dungeon difficult? I saw that the prompt said that you need to be at least level 5 to enter. Ye Chuyun. Although it is a novice dungeon, its difficulty is undoubtedly undeniable. Therefore, I suggest that those who want to go to the Swamp King Cemetery should first increase their combat power to 2,000 before going. You will also need certain defense and healing methods before entering. Lei Chun. What Yishin said makes sense. This isn't an online game where you can die countless times. You only have 1 life, so it's best to be cautious. Huang Li. Wow. The map of the Poison Swamp has already marked the location of the Swamp King's tomb. It turns out it's in the deepest part of the Poison Swamp. I haven't even been there yet. Wang Yun. As expected of Yishan, The beasts there are at least level 5. I guess Yishin must have arrived there on the first day. No wonder he leveled up so quickly. Wang Gang. I'm really a little curious. What is Yishin's combat power? It can't be 5,000 already, right? Lu Daqiang. Oh my god, 5,000? I'm only 1,500. God is worthy of being a god. 5,000 combat power. I can't imagine how cool it must be. Feng Yu. I don't even dare to dream that I can have 5,000 combat power, but dreaming of 3,000 combat power is still a little hopeful. Ye Chuyun. 5,000 combat power. Actually, it's a bit. Wang Gang. Master Yi, did I overestimate you? Ye Chuyun. Lo. Lu Qian. Lu Daqiang. Kai Kuan. Lei Chun. Zhuang Liang. Breaking the formation, Yi Shun, your Versailles performance is quite good. Tears are streaming down my face. Wang Gang. Wow, 5,000 combat power is still too low? Huang Li. Holy crap, could it be 6,000? 7,000? 8,000? Lei Chun. That's too little. I'll just guess 10,000. Yi Shun, tell me if my guess is right. Wang Gang. Fuck, 10,000? Lao Lei, are you trying to scare me to death? Ye Chuyun. That's about it. Don't discuss me anymore. You should hurry up and improve your combat power. Remember my words. You need a minimum combat power of 2,000 to enter the Swamp King's cemetery. You also need to have certain defensive and healing methods. Be careful of sneak attacks. Wang Gang. God Yi, you said 2,000 combat power is easy, but there are actually many people here who can't reach it. I guess only the top 30 people in the level ranking can achieve it. Lu Daqiang. After hearing what Yishin said, I was very excited. Then I looked at my panel and saw 1,500 combat power. Oh, it's okay. Kai Kuan, my team of 5, including me, has barely reached the 2,000 combat power qualification. We are still short of a tank. Is there anyone who can sign up? Wang Gang, my 5-man team has an average of 3,000 combat power per person. Can someone heal or assist me? Feng Yu. Good boy, you're starting to recruit people now? Ye Chuyun. Friends who haven't reached 2,000 combat power don't have to worry too much. I just put a new batch of equipment, skill books, and spirit essences on the shelves, which can greatly increase your combat power. Ye Chuyun. Because of the Swamp King's tomb this time, all these things are 10% off. Everyone come and buy them. Kai Kuan. Fuck. Master Yi, you were waiting for us here. Your advertising is really good. I'm going to buy it now. Wang Gang. Damn it, don't grab it. Zhuang Liang. These bastards, they snatched everything away as soon as Yishin finished speaking. Lu Daqiang. Haha, I grabbed 2 pieces of equipment and 3 spirit essences. Now my combat power can increase by another 100 or 200. Ye Chuyun exited the chat channel with a smile on his face. He didn't tell any lies in the chat channel. Although the cemetery of the Swamp King is a novice dungeon, it is divided into several levels of difficulty. There are 4 levels: easy, normal, difficult, and hell. The minimum combat power of 2,000 he mentioned was just based on the conditions set for the simple level. Judging from the average combat power of everyone in Area 118, it would be great if they could clear the easy level of the Swamp King Cemetery. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun looked at the huge building behind the altar and left without looking back. His goal was to clear the hell-level Swamp King Cemetery, so it was not yet possible. The most important thing now is to seize the time, improve your combat power as much as possible, and go to the Temple of Destiny for the assessment. Hint: congratulations on completing the mission. You've received 100 free attribute points and a silver treasure chest. Ye Chuyun looked at his panel. He now has a total of 105 free attribute points. He thought about it and simply added it all to his spirit. He now has at least 10 skills, and he must have strong mental strength to release them all at the same time. In addition, the power of these skills mostly depends on the level of spirit. So now his main attribute is spirit. Add all 105 free attribute points to spirit. Spirit has now reached 1334 points, which is the highest attribute in the 4 dimensions. The combat power also reached 9,136 points. In addition to 100 points of free attributes, Ye Chuyun also obtained a silver treasure chest. In addition to what he currently has in his storage space, there are also what he just acquired at the trading house. Now he has a total of 8 gray treasure chests, 8 bronze treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. If he were to synthesize them, he could produce at least 2 black iron treasure chests. This is not enough. He must at least synthesize a silver treasure chest. If possible, he also wants to synthesize a golden treasure chest. Now, he even looks down on the silver treasure chest. Looks like I have to go back to my old ways. Ye Chuyun smiled slightly and took out the treasure chest detector. Then, he summoned wind feather wings and flew into the sky. Taking this opportunity, He planned to find all the undiscovered treasure chests in the poisonous fog swamp. A big cleanup. Chapter 59. Open treasure chests crazily and collect all the essences in the poisonous fog swamp. 2 hours. In an uninhabited cave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 23. Wow. Ye Chuyun looked at the storage space with shining eyes. He spent about 2 hours collecting all the undiscovered treasure chests in the toxic swamp. There are a total of 23 gray treasure chests and 12 bronze treasure chests. There are no black iron treasure chests or silver treasure chests. But it's normal. The Poison Mist Swamp is just a trial site for novice players, and it's unlikely to have high-level treasure chests. Now add to what Ye Chuyun originally had. He has a total of 31 gray treasure chests, 20 bronze treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. Now it's time to combine the treasure chests. Ye Chuyun put all the treasure chests together and synthesized them. Hint: synthesis successful, get 1 bronze treasure chest. Hint: synthesis successful, get 1 bronze treasure chest. Hint: synthesis successful, get 1 bronze treasure chest. Tips keep popping up. Until all the treasure chests were used up, Ye Chuyun looked at the remaining treasure chests. Now there are only 3 gray treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, and 3 silver treasure chests in front of him. Wow, all he needs is a silver treasure chest to synthesize a gold treasure chest. This is such a pity. Ye Chuyun sighed and gave up the idea of synthesizing the golden treasure chest. The most urgent task is to quickly improve our strength. There is no need to fight to the death with the golden treasure chest. Just open all these treasure chests. Each treasure chest flashed with dazzling light. This time, Ye Chuyun's storage space was completely insufficient. In desperation, he could only spend the coins of gods and demons to expand. Ye Chuyun looked at the items that popped out of the treasure chest. More than 10,000 god and demon coins were harvested. There are more than 10 first-level spell scrolls, 4 second-level spell scrolls, and 1 third-level spell scroll. Dozens of strengthening stones and skill stones were harvested. He also obtained several skill books, and even got a second-level skill book, which immediately attracted Ye Chuyun's attention. Teleport, a second-level skill that consumes mental energy and can instantly move a distance of 10 meters. Learning requirements require an agility of 500 or above. What a good thing. Ye Chuyun was delighted and decided to study. In addition to skill books, more than 10 pieces of equipment were also obtained. Among them, there are 3 first-level equipment, 5 second-level equipment, and 5 third-level equipment. It's a pity that among the 5 third-level equipment, for our necklaces, Ye Chuyun already has the Chain of Sages. The attributes of Chain of Sages are similar to those of the other 4 necklaces, and it also has the ability to shorten the skill cooldown by 1/5, which is very rare. Ye Chuyun was reluctant to change it. Apart from that, the last piece of third-level equipment is pretty good. Sapphire Bracelet, Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 10. Wearing it can shorten the cooldown time of skills. Tier 3 equipment. Another piece of equipment that can shorten skill cooldown time. Ye Chuyun put it on decisively. In addition to these items, the only other item in the treasure chest is a blueprint. Glimmer Plate Armor Blueprint. Able to be crafted by junior blacksmiths, 2nd tier, top-grade equipment. It's actually a blueprint for forging equipment. It was also the first time that Ye Chuyun saw the equipment drawings. When he saw the properties of this shimmering plate armor, he couldn't help but gasp. Fuck. Glimmer Plate Armor. Defense plus 40, Constitution plus 20, Strength plus 10, with the added skill of Healing Power, which emits a healing light to heal itself. Wearing requirements. Level 5, Constitution 200 or above. This shimmering plate armor is truly top-notch. Ye Chuyun was a little envious. This shimmering plate armor is better than his iron turtle armor in terms of both attributes and accompanying skill effects. The point is, if he can learn to forge this glimmer armor, you can create this shimmering plate armor infinitely. Moreover, the properties of this glimmering plate armor are so excellent that it can definitely be sold at a good price. Ye Chuyun believed it. The gold-absorbing ability of this shimmering plate armor is definitely not weaker than that of a primary whetstone. We need to get a set of blacksmithing tools quickly. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. After opening all the treasure chests, Ye Chuyun's next goal is to collect the spirits of all the ferocious beasts in the poisonous swamp. There are many kinds of ferocious beasts in the poisonous fog swamp. Ye Chuyun has not met all of them since he was born. There are still many ferocious beast spirits that Ye Chuyun has never encountered and has not obtained. These can further enhance his combat effectiveness. Ye Chuyun looked at his watch. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Night is about to fall. Time waits for no one. We have to hurry. Ye Chuyun patted his body, put on night vision goggles, and flew out of the cave. 3 hours later, outside a rocky mountain. Roar! A huge purple scorpion fell in front of Ye Chuyun. You killed the level 2 poison-tailed scorpion, gaining plus 80 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ye Chuyun looked at the storage space. Fortunately, he earned a lot of god and demon coins and continued to expand his storage space. The space that originally had only 100 grids has now been expanded to 200 grids. Now most of these grids are filled with various spirits and equipment. Now I've finally collected everything. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to find these ferocious beasts that I had not killed yet in these 3 hours. In order to gather the essence, he killed at least 100 ferocious beasts of different kinds. The energy points reached 50,000 to 60,000, bringing me one step closer to level 11. He did the math. There are a total of 28 different kinds of ferocious beasts in this poisonous swamp. All the ferocious beasts he had killed before only numbered 13. It took 3 hours to collect all the remaining 15 types. He even obtained nearly 180 spirit essences. I wonder how much my combat power will increase if I swallow all of this essence. Looking at the spirit that was as big as a small mountain, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After swallowing more than 100 spirit essences in a row, I don't know if my body can withstand it. Never mind, charge. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, grabbed a handful of essence, and stuffed it into his mouth. Consumed the essence of the dream silkworm and gained 4 points of strength attribute. Consumed the essence of the red poison marten and gained 5 points of strength and 3 points of constitution. Consumed the essence of the giant crocodile and gained 8 points of strength attribute. There are a total of 15 types of ferocious beast essences, and the upper limit for taking each type is 10 times. In other words, Ye Chuyun swallowed 150 spirit essences in one breath. The attributes are constantly rising rapidly. When Ye Chuyun swallowed the last essence, he felt his throat numb. Chapter 60, Beyond the Limit, Breaking Through 10,000 Combat Power. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 10-11360/200000. Reputation, 180. Title, The One Favored by Heaven. Strength, 1334 D level, Strength Enhancement plus 534. Agility, 856. Constitution, 1476 D level Constitution Enhancement plus 590. Spirit, 1537 E level Spirit is super strong plus 307. Combat Power, 10,776, 10,406 plus 370. This is 10,000 combat power. The moment Ye Chuyun saw the panel, he was stunned. He previously thought that breaking through 10,000 combat power at level 10 was as difficult as climbing to the sky. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to take one step at a time now. He has already consumed all the essence in the poisonous fog swamp to the maximum limit. But there are the body tempering pill, the strength pill, and the latest pill recipe, the 5-spirit pill. Various spiritual fruits. Ye Chuyun didn't even take the maximum amount. In other words, 10,000 combat power is not his limit. Then let me see how much combat power is my limit. Ye Chuyun licked his lips excitedly. Taking out the green jade furnace, he immediately began to refine the elixir. There are so many spiritual herbs in the storage space, and now they can finally be consumed. Ye Chuyun opened the alchemy furnace and put the spiritual herbs into it very skillfully. Then his expression darkened, and a ball of red flame appeared out of nowhere, lighting the alchemy furnace. A few minutes later, a body tempering pill was successfully refined. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, but proficiency did not increase. It's really hard to increase my proficiency. I don't know when I can be promoted to an intermediate alchemist. Ye Chuyun shook his head and continued refining. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, proficiency plus 1 point. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, but proficiency did not increase. Proficiency in refining the power pill has not increased. It took more than 2 hours. Only then did Ye Chuyun use up all the materials for refining the body tempering pill and the strength pill. In the end, 15 body tempering pills and 16 strength pills were refined. Proficiency increased by more than 30 points. It is still a long way to go before he can be promoted to an intermediate alchemist. It's a pity that he is not skilled enough, and the materials for 1 body tempering pill and 1 strength pill are only enough to refine 1 each. If he was promoted to an intermediate alchemist like in his previous life, then it is possible to use 1 batch of alchemy materials to refine 2 to 3 pills. Not to mention the senior alchemists, Grandmaster-level alchemists, and even the Grandmaster-level alchemists. Although Ye Chuyun has the alchemy experience of an intermediate alchemist, his alchemy level is still only elementary. It can only increase the success rate of alchemy, but cannot increase the number of pills produced. This is an irreversible rule. Next, try the 5-spirit pill. Ye Chuyun was very happy. In his previous life, he was just a worker, and what he needed to refine every day was the body-tempering pills. He had never come across other pill recipes. One is that the force he belongs to does not provide it to him. Second, the recipe was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. The 5-spirit pill was the first second-level pill he had ever come into contact with. To refine the 5-spirit pill, you have to start from scratch. After learning the pill formula, Ye Chuyun opened the trading house and began to collect materials for refining the 5-spirit pill. All that is needed to refine the 5-spirit pill are second-level spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the resources in Village 118 have increased several times, and second-level spiritual herbs are no longer rare. Soon Ye Chuyun had collected the recipe for about 35 spiritual pills. Then he focused his eyes, carefully opened the furnace, and put the materials for refining the 5-spirit pill into it. This time he was no longer as casual as before when he refined the body-tempering pills and strength pills. 10 minutes later, black smoke began to emerge from the furnace. A burnt smell emanated from the furnace. Ye Chuyun's face darkened slightly. He knew at a glance that the alchemy had failed. After all, this is just the initial refining process, so failure is normal. Let's continue. Ye Chuyun shook his head and continued refining. The second time, failed. The third time, failed. It was not until the 5th time that a fragrance of elixir emanated from the cauldron. Successfully refined the 5-spirit pill, proficiency increased by 2 points. Finally succeeded. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. The next second, a crystal-clear pill appeared in his hand. Wollingdon, taking it can improve your health. I wonder how effective this 5-spirit pill is. Ye Chuyun observed carefully for a while, and then took the 5-spirit pill. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun felt a strange force constantly flowing in his body. His body is also getting stronger. Hint: your body has been improved by the 5-spirit pills. Strength +5, Constitution +5, Agility +5, Spirit +5. A 5-spirit pill actually adds a total of 20 attribute points. Ye Chuyun was very surprised. It is worthy of being a second-level elixir. The body-tempering pill and the strength pill can only increase a single attribute by 10 points. The 5-spirit pill can provide all-round improvement. Even if you have used up the upper limit, you can still sell it. This 5-spirit pill is definitely another way to make money that can be sold smoothly. In this way, Ye Chuyun continued to purchase spiritual herbs from the trading house and refine pills. Successfully refined the body-tempering pill, proficiency increased by 1 point. Successfully refined the power pill, but proficiency didn't increase. Successfully refined the 5-spirit pill, proficiency increased by 2 points. Hint: after taking the body-tempering pill, your body has developed drug resistance, and your constitution is increased by 8. Hint: after taking the body-tempering pill, your body has developed drug resistance, and your constitution is increased by 7. Hint: after taking the body-tempering pill, your body has developed drug resistance, and your constitution is increased by 6. Tip: your body's drug resistance has reached its limit. Taking the body-tempering pill again will have no effect. Tip: take the strength pill, strength +10. Hint: take the vitality pill. Since your body has developed drug resistance, your strength will increase by 9. Tip: your body's drug tolerance has reached its limit. Taking the Dolly pill again will have no effect. Hint: after taking the 5-spirit pill, your body has developed drug resistance. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +4, Spirit +4. Tip: your body's drug tolerance has reached its limit. Taking Wooling pills again will have no effect. Ye Chuyun took all the body-tempering pills, strength pills, and 5-spirit pills to the maximum limit in one breath. His combat power was greatly improved again. Combat power, 1141211042, plus 370. The combat power has exceeded 11,000. Ye Chuyun was very excited. Then he took out the strengthening stones and skill stones and began to strengthen his equipment and skills. Chapter 61: Mysterious Man and Woman Head to the Temple of Destiny. Then he took out the strengthening stones and skill stones and began to strengthen his equipment and skills. Hint: consume 5 strengthening stones. Rune Greatsword is strengthened successfully, level +1. Hint: consume 10 strengthening stones. Rune Greatsword strengthening failed, level +0. Hint: consume 5 strengthening stones. The Iron Helmet is strengthened successfully, level +1. Hint. Consume 5 strengthening stones. Iron armor boots strengthened successfully, level +1. Hint. Consume 5 strengthening stones to successfully strengthen the rune shield, level +1. Consume 10 skill stones to upgrade Aquaman's Fury LV1 to LV2. Ye Chuyun didn't stop until almost all the strengthening stones and skill stones were used up. Remove the Fire Demon Stone from Stormblade +5 and place it into the Rune Greatsword +5. Now Stormblade +5 is officially retired. Iron Armor Helmet, Iron Armor Boots, Rune Shield, Rune Shoulder Pads, Rock Wrist Guards, etc. are all enhanced to the highest level. Skills. Strengthening LV1, Wrath of the Sea King, Fire Meteor, Mind Control, Extreme Gold Shield, Returning to the Origin Chi, Teleport, Clone Technique, and other skills. They have also been strengthened to the highest level. After these skills reach the maximum level, their power will increase a lot. The combat power has once again experienced a surge. Combat power, 1226-21168-2 plus 580. His current combat power is the maximum combat power he can achieve at the moment. If you want to improve again, you can only upgrade or get better equipment. But these are all a bit difficult for Ye Chuyun to do at the moment. It's time to set off for the Temple of Destiny. Ye Chuyun's face was solemn, and he was finally ready. Hint. Do you want to enter the Temple of Destiny? Enter. Ye Chuyun said without hesitation. Boom. The moment he made the decision, a beam of light descended from the sky, taking Ye Chuyun to a strange space. However, just as Ye Chuyun disappeared, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. Both figures were shrouded in a mist, appearing extremely mysterious. Then a calm male voice sounded. I didn't expect that within 3 days of this blue star's first arrival in the world of gods and demons, someone had already reached the first level and headed to the Temple of Destiny. It seems they are quite powerful. As soon as the words fell, a woman's voice sounded in the fog. It's indeed quite good. I just took a quick look at Area 118 and discovered that it seems to have won numerous resource challenges. The resources are several times more abundant than in other areas. Everyone's level and combat power are among the best in all the areas I've seen. At this time, the male voice sounded again. It's just that the human just now teleported too quickly, so I couldn't detect his combat power. Since he's already level 10, and he's obtained so many resources, his combat power should be at least 4,000. Female voice. With 4,000, you should be able to challenge the D-level Heavenly Dao assessment. If you can complete it, you might be able to obtain a very powerful inheritance. A male voice said, I hope he can pass, but I'm not optimistic about this human. After all, Blue Star is still a low-level world. He is naturally weak and lacks innate abilities and talents. His starting point is much lower than other high-level worlds. Female voice. That's not true. Heaven is fair. Humans in the lower world can obtain equipment, skill books, talent imprints, special items, and other goodies by killing ferocious beasts, while people in the higher world are restricted in every way. A male voice said, That's true, but I don't know if they can hold on. Many of the lower worlds were tortured by the various tests of the Heavenly Dao before the myriad races war even began. A female voice said, Don't worry about it. We traveled across regions to come here just to see the development potential of this blue planet and see if it's suitable for us to be an ally. Currently, it seems that this blue planet has average potential, except for Novice Village number 118. A male voice said, Haha, let's wait and see. After all, Blue Star has only been in the world of gods and demons for less than 3 days. It's too early to make such a hasty judgment on their potential. But if that human just now can't even pass the D-level assessment, then this blue planet isn't worth our attention. Female voice, I hope he can give us a surprise. As soon as the words fell, the 2 voices disappeared. The poison swamp returned to its original state. Hint, you are the first person in Area 1 to arrive at the Temple of Destiny, reputation +20. Hint, you have arrived at the 98,656th Destiny Temple. Hint, your reputation has reached 200, and you have received the blessing of heaven. Each attribute has increased by 20 points. Reminder, you have arrived at the Temple of Destiny. Please enter quickly and begin your Heavenly Dao assessment. Good guy, I've received the blessing of heaven again. When Ye Chuyun opened his eyes, he found a white light falling from the sky and landing on him. The next second, all of his attributes soared simultaneously, each increasing by 20 points. This happiness came too suddenly. The combat power also skyrocketed again, reaching 12,422. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction and began to observe his surroundings. He seemed to have arrived in a city in the clouds. There are soft clouds under my feet, but stepping on them feels like walking on flat ground. and in front of him was a huge and majestic palace. There were two big characters, Heaven's Mandate, written on the plaque of the giant palace. It's the Temple of Destiny. The palace is suspended above the clouds in the sky, half hidden and half covered, like a palace in heaven. Although I have seen this scene in my previous life, it is still shocking to watch it again now. Ye Chuyun was deeply moved and strode towards the huge palace. When we arrived at the palace gate, there was a loud bang and the door opened automatically, revealing a long corridor inside. Ye Chuyun walked in without any hesitation. When he came to the corridor, Ye Chuyun looked around as if it was his first time here. On both sides of the corridor are walls made of white jade, which are hundreds of feet high and engraved with patterns of various rare and exotic animals, making them look extraordinary. At the end of the corridor is a huge teleportation light portal. Soon, he came to the end of the corridor, passed through the light gate, and entered an extremely magnificent hall. Tip: fighting is prohibited here, violators will be killed. As soon as Ye Chuyun entered the hall, he attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Hey, someone's here again, who is it? Black hair, yellow skin, from the blue planet? Looks like a human. It's rare for someone from a lower world to enter the Temple of Destiny. It's really interesting. Before he knew it, Ye Chuyun had become the focus of the entire audience. Chapter 62. All the worlds gather together, the Heavenly Dao Divine Monument. Ye Chuyun looked around very calmly. The whole hall was very lively, with about 100 people. No, these more than 100 people cannot be called people. They are more like some kind of creatures. There are werewolves with wolf heads and human bodies, elves with pointed ears, giant octopuses, and other strange creatures with dark blue skin all over their bodies. Even more unusual are robots and dwarves. There were also humans wearing ancient costumes, but when they saw Ye Chuyun, they looked down at him with arrogance. The same goes for others. In the eyes of these guys, Ye Chuyun seemed to be an inferior person, and they were the superior people. How could he, a barbarian from a lower world, be looked up to by them? Ye Chuyun naturally understood. This group of people all come from the middle world or even the higher world. Of course, heaven not only summoned their blue star, but also summoned many people from other worlds to descend into the world of gods and demons. There is only one goal, which is the survival of the fittest. Those who survive will only become stronger and stronger until they achieve immortality. Some worlds may have descended into the world of gods and demons very early and have developed to a terrifying scale. Some are like Blue Star, which has just entered the world of gods and demons and has to start from scratch. Fortunately, out of fairness, the way of heaven divided each world into an area. If you don't have heavenly level strength, you won't be able to cross regions. Under normal circumstances, each area is well off and each does not interfere with the other. There is only one exception. It is the battlefield of all races. The battlefield of 10,000 races will randomly draw challengers from different worlds and let them compete with each other. Those who survive in the end will receive unimaginable rewards. However, the opening time of the 10,000 races battlefield is not fixed. It may be opened tomorrow, or it may not be opened in a year, 2 years, or even 10 years. Therefore, in order to prepare for the battlefield of all races that may arrive at any time, people from all worlds are working hard to improve their strength. In the previous life, the Blue Star domain entered the battlefield of all races 1 year after it descended into the world of gods and demons. Ye Chuyun no longer wanted to recall what happened after the battle of all races, because the result was too tragic. The strength of their Blue Star is much weaker than that of other worlds. This time, he must improve his strength as much as possible. Only by reaching the heavenly level of combat power can one perhaps have a place in the battlefield of all races. Hey, fellow tribesmen, is this your first time at the Temple of Destiny? Just as Ye Chuyun was thinking, a 2-meter-tall strong man wearing animal skins came to his side. He spoke in an obscure language, but when it reached Ye Chuyun's ears it was automatically converted into the language of Blue Star. Ye Chuyun was very surprised. He didn't expect that someone would talk to him at this time. After all, he was considered by this group to be a barbarian from a lower world. I haven't even had time to mock you. How could I possibly talk to you? But when he saw that the person coming was also human, he was not surprised. The hatred between people of the same race is far less than that between people of other races, and most people are still very friendly. Name Ohu human. Level 2. World, Yunxing lower world. It turns out that this person also came from a lower world, but it seems that they came to the world of gods and demons earlier than their blue planet. Yes, we have just arrived in the world of gods and demons not many days ago, Ye Chuyun said with a smile. Imohu was shocked when he heard this. So your world has just arrived in the world of gods and demons? How many days has it been since it came? Ye Chuyun said calmly. Less than 3 days. Less than 3 days? Imohu exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. People from other worlds were also surprised when they heard their conversation. In less than 3 days, we can come to the Temple of Destiny for the Heavenly Dao assessment. Logically speaking, when a lower world descends upon the world of gods and demons for the first time, shouldn't it take at least 10 days or even a month to enter the Temple of Destiny? Haha, it seems this human is quite capable. Imohu calmed down and asked again. Fellow tribesmen, are you planning to conduct the Heavenly Dao assessment now? Ye Chuyun nodded. Yeah. Then you are quite powerful. It has been less than 3 days since you came to the world of gods and demons, and you have already reached the level of a first-level strong man. Imohu looked at him in disbelief. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Ye Chuyun smiled modestly. When the level reaches 10, one becomes what Thor calls a first-level strongman. Level 20 is the second level, level 30 is the third level, and so on. However, this strength division is not absolute. If your own combat power exceeds too much, even if you are level 20, you can become a 3rd level, 4th level, or even 10th level strongman. That's impressive. Logically speaking, someone from a lower world would need at least 10 days to reach the 1st level. I didn't expect you to achieve it in less than 3 days. Imohu kept praising him. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused dissatisfaction among others. So what if you've reached the 1st level? For you humans from the lower world, it's already pretty good to pass the F-level Heavenly Dao assessment. Hee, at least so far, these low-level creatures from the lower world have only passed the E-level assessment at best. What's the use of leveling up quickly if your combat power doesn't increase? It's useless even if you reach the 1st level. Haha, our advanced world is still really powerful. At least they can pass the E-level evaluation. Bah, you look down on people. Imohu's face turned ugly when he heard this. He also came from a lower world and was often ridiculed by this group of people. Since fighting is not possible here, this group of people can only satisfy their desire to talk. Don't pay attention to them. They are just talking big. Ye Chuyun comforted. You're right. Imohu recovered and nodded. Let me first show you the assessment of this Heavenly Dao assessment. As Imohu spoke, he brought Ye Chuyun to the center of the hall. In the center of the hall there are 10 stone tablets emitting brilliant light. These stone tablets are exactly the same size from left to right, and are all 10 feet high. It is covered with inscriptions and strange runes. There is a huge light gate under each stone tablet. The two came to the stone tablet on the far left, and Imohu began to introduce. Have you seen these 10 stone tablets? These are the Heavenly Dao Divine Tablets. These stone tablets are arranged in levels, from left to right, from level 1 to level 10. If you are at the 1st level, you must choose this 1st level Heavenly Dao Divine Monument to conduct the Heavenly Dao assessment. But before the evaluation, you need to place your hand on the Divine Tablet for assessment. The Divine Monument will assess your ability to perform the Heavenly Dao assessment based on your combat prowess. The grades are from low to high, F to S. Before Imohu could finish his words, there was a commotion in the hall. Chapter 63 Walk in confidently and walk out in failure. Just as Imohu was introducing the function of this Divine Monument to Ye Chuyun, a huge figure came to their side, attracting the attention of others in the hall. Ye Chuyun and Imohu were also attracted by this huge figure. He is actually a human being. However, this person was 3 meters tall, bald, wearing leather armor, and his skin was slightly pale. At this moment, he was looking at Ye Chuyun and the others with contempt. Name Titan Human. Level, 1st level. World, Tianza, Star Medium World. Are you finished? Titan looked at them with disdain. If you don't want to do the Heavenly Dao assessment, please move aside, and I'll go over. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's someone from the middle world. He's going to take the 1st level Heavenly Dao assessment. So they're from Tianza Star? They're quite famous in the world of gods and demons. It's said that their region has participated in the 10,000 races battlefield twice, and even made it into the top 1,000. What? You made it into the top 1,000? There are at least 7,000 to 8,000, maybe even over 10,000, in the regions participating in the 10,000 races battlefield. To be able to make it into the top 1,000 is truly incredible. Tian Zexing has existed in the world of gods and demons for at least 50 years. This Titan should be a newborn. This time, he came to participate in the 1st level Tian Dao assessment, probably aiming for a level above C. A C-level assessment? That requires over 6,000 combat power. If you can really pass it, then becoming an Earth-level expert in the future is a foregone conclusion, isn't it? That's not that exaggerated. That's Earth rank. Even if he can pass the sea-level assessment at the first rank, it doesn't mean he can pass the sea-level assessment at the second or even 10th rank. Besides, less than 10% of people can pass the sea-level evaluation, so it's not certain that this Titan will pass. Hee, wait and see the show. Everyone was talking about it. Ye Chuyun and Mo, who also looked at Titan curiously. Then Mo, who pulled Ye Chuyun aside. Fellow tribe member, this person is from a medium-sized world and is from the somewhat prestigious Tianzi star. We should not provoke him for the time being. Mo, who said in a low voice. Since he's also taking part in the Heavenly Dao assessment, I'll use him as an example and show you how to do it. Good idea. Ye Chuyun nodded, then continued to look at Titan. He naturally knew how to conduct a Heavenly Dao evaluation. It's just that this Titan got there first, so it's okay for him to just watch the fun. He had also heard of Tianzi Xing's name in his previous life. In their previous life, their Blue Star region was selected into the battlefield of all races, and the Tianzi Star area was also included. It's just that their Blue Star region was too weak at that time, so they could only hide and barely survive until the end of the battle. Tianzi Xing killed people everywhere and finally won the top 500 place and received many rewards from the Heavenly Dao. Ye Chuyun wanted to see how powerful this Titan from Tianzi Star was. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Titan. The Titan just stared at the monument. If you want to start the Tian Dao evaluation, you still need to conduct a verification evaluation first. Simply place your hand on the divine tablet to make an assessment. Thinking of this, Titan decisively placed his big hand on the divine monument. Buzz. The divine monument emitted a dazzling light and began to evaluate. Titan always had a very confident smile on his face. After about a minute, the light disappeared and a B-level logo appeared on the light gate. This means that Tata's level in the Tian Dao assessment this time is B. It is one level higher than the C level that everyone had guessed before. After seeing this level, Titan's smile widened and he strode into the light gate. Only the people in the hall were left in shock. It took them a while to recover and start discussing. Did you see that? It's B class. I just guessed that this Titan was C class. It seems I underestimated him. Hey, if I pass the B-level assessment, I wonder what kind of professional talent I can get. I'm so envious. Are you envious? I envy you for quickly completing your first level assessment. Aren't you D-level? If you pass, you can also obtain a powerful professional talent. I don't dare. If I fail, I will be demoted to E-level. Even if you don't dare, you have to complete it. Otherwise, do you want to stay in this temple of destiny forever? That's not impossible. Ye Chuyun watched silently, with a hint of shock in his eyes. I didn't expect this Titan to have something special. For the B-level assessment, the required combat power must be at least 8,000. As expected of a medium-sized world, its combat power has reached 8,000 at level 10. The upper limit is much higher than their Blue Star. It was only because of his SSS level talent and the help of various adventures that he was able to reach a combat power of 12,000. The middle world and even the higher world can be reached easily. They, Blue Star, fought hard to reach Rome, and the people of these worlds were born in Rome. This is really infuriating. Moreover, the higher the difficulty of the assessment, the lower the probability of passing. In his previous life, when he was evaluated at the first level, he was assessed as E grade, but he failed in the evaluation. After the failure, he was directly downgraded from E level to F level. He barely passed the assessment and obtained a warrior-type professional talent. I don't know if this Titan can pass the B-level evaluation. Ye Chuyun thought with interest. Fellow tribesmen, he has already gone in to start the evaluation. Aren't you going to follow him? Seeing that he didn't take any action, Mo who asked in surprise. Ye Chuyun smiled. No rush, no rush. Let's see if this Titan can finally pass the B-level evaluation. Mo whose eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. I see. Now that you mention it, I really want to see if he can pass the test. Others had the same idea. Some people who come to the Temple of Destiny are not in a hurry to undergo the Heavenly Dao evaluation. They also wanted to see if there were any experts here. Everyone didn't have to wait long. After waiting for about an hour, the light gate began to tremble violently. The huge Titan staggered out of the light gate, as if being driven out. Impossible. How could I fail? Just a little bit more. Titan turned his head with an unwilling look on his face and roared at the light gate. Chapter 64. Reasons for failure. Start evaluating. Everyone present was shocked. Unexpectedly, Titan failed. If you fail the B-level evaluation, you can only downgrade to a C-level evaluation if you want to continue. I actually failed. Hee, it seems that Tianzi Star is just SOSO. Yeah, if the B-level evaluation fails, Then we can only proceed to the C-level evaluation. Could it be that even the C-level evaluation will fail? I just don't know what the B-level evaluation is about. Why did even the Titan from Tianzi Star fail? Even Ye Chuyun and Mo, who were shocked. I actually failed the B-level assessment. What kind of assessment is this? Mo, who said in a daze. You don't know either? Ye Chuyun looked at him in surprise. How would I know? When I was at the first level, I was only rated E. Mo, who scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Ye Chuyun also swallowed nervously. What he experienced in his previous life was only rated F. At that time, the most he could do in the assessment was to kill all the ferocious beasts. I really don't know what the assessment content of the B-level evaluation is like. And Titan is still there complaining. It was about to pass the B-level evaluation, but who knew it would almost fail? This is not a pleasant experience for anyone. At this time, a man in ancient costume walked out of the crowd and came in front of Titan. Ye Chuyun looked at him. Name: Greed Human. Level 3. World: Huanyun Star Medium World. Friend, may I ask what your B-level assessment is? If you don't want to tell me, forget it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes suddenly showed anticipation. After all, most people cannot access the Tiandao evaluation above C level when they are at the first level. Some areas of the world even send people to wait here specifically to collect evaluation information at all levels from level 1 to level 10. Anyway, as long as you don't complete the Heavenly Dao assessment, it doesn't matter how long you stay in the Temple of Destiny. The content of the Tiandao assessment is diverse, and B-level is rare. If they could take this opportunity to get information about the B-level Tiandao evaluation, it would be a huge benefit to them. After that, who knows, the rest of their tribesmen might be able to prepare in advance and pass the B-level Heavenly Dao assessment. Upon hearing this, Titan glanced at him slightly, with a look of resentment on his face, and nodded. It's okay to tell you. The content of the assessment is actually not complicated. Titan kept thinking about what happened before. There were no prompts when I first entered, but later I found out that I needed to kill the messenger, collect 20 inheritance fragments, and piece together the complete inheritance book. After obtaining the Book of Inheritance, I will be able to complete the assessment and obtain the inheritance. Tan Mo and the others were slightly stunned when they heard this. That's not difficult then. Yeah, we only need to collect 20 inheritance fragments. Is that difficult? Could it be that the envoy is very powerful? Everyone's speculations made Titan's face more and more bitter. Titan just shook his head and sighed slightly. It's not because those messengers are too powerful, but because the drop rate is too low. I really don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. Those emissaries were about the same strength as me, so I easily dealt with them. However, the drop rate is far too low. I killed almost all the messengers, but I still couldn't collect the inheritance book. Titan roared unwillingly. I only need 2 more. Only 2 more, and I can pass the Heavenly Dao assessment. Is it because of this reason? Everyone was speechless and had nothing to say. If it is because the enemy is too strong or there is not enough time, then it is understandable. However, because the Titan's drop rate is too low, even if all the messengers are killed, it is still impossible to collect the inheritance fragments. This can only be said to be bad luck. I didn't expect that the Tiandao assessment could be assessed in this way. Mo was a little scared after hearing this. Oh my god, please don't let me encounter this kind of assessment mission. Who can tell the exact drop rate? Even if it's 80%, it's still infinitely close to 0. Titan is so unlucky. If he had encountered any other assessment task, he might have passed it. However, Ye Chuyun said with envy, "Good boy, I wish this task was given to me." Hearing this, Mo looked at him as if he were a fool. Huh? Is your head okay, fellow tribesmen? Speaking of fellow tribesmen, the Titan review has already concluded. Why aren't you hurrying up? Everyone still felt sorry for Titan. At this time, Mo seemed to have heard Mo's words and also noticed Ye Chuyun standing in the corner. He immediately smiled and said, "My fellow tribesmen, I don't think Titan will be able to continue the Heavenly Dao assessment for a while. Do you want to give it a try?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Ye Chuyun again, and some of them had a playful smile on their faces. Master Mo, you are so kind and amiable. You are so kind to the inferior people in the lower world. What's so interesting about his Heavenly Dao evaluation as a human from a lower world? He's probably only E-level at best. E-level missions are very simple. At most, they involve collecting materials and killing designated targets. But who knows? He might not even be able to complete them. Ha ha ha. Let's go. There's nothing to see anymore. I have to continue testing. This group of people from other worlds did not think that Ye Chuyun could receive a high-level assessment. However, these people have a natural sense of superiority towards those in the lower world. Even if you are not interested, you should try to provoke the other person as much as possible. Titan sat aside to recover his strength, looking at Ye Chuyun and the others with disdain. It seemed that he also thought that this person from the lower world would not be able to make any waves. Ye Chuyun looked at this group of people and just wanted to laugh. Anyway, even in their previous lives, their blue star had been ridiculed by these high-ranking higher worlds. He's used to it. But originally, he wanted to keep a low profile and try not to attract so much attention. Now these people are so shameless that they have to rush over to slap me in the face. I'm sorry. He has made up his mind to make this face. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun sneered. He simply pressed his hand hard on the divine monument and began to evaluate. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw his action. Look, that human has put his hand up there. Something interesting is about to happen. What kind of show can we watch? It's either F level or E level. Hey, the good show I'm talking about is other people. I see. Ha ha ha. Then there will indeed be something interesting to watch soon. This group of people commented in a self-righteous manner, and their tone revealed a sense of superiority. Chapter 65, A-Level Evaluation. A confusing assessment. However, just after Ye Chuyun placed his hand on the divine tablet began to move. Buzz. The divine monument suddenly emitted a light brighter than the test titan, as if it was fully evaluating Ye Chuyun's combat power. Then the other 9 divine monuments also began to tremble continuously. What's going on? This was the first time other people had seen this situation. Especially Tan Mo and Titan. After seeing the scene, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look at each other at the same time, and a bold idea popped up in their minds at the same time. Oh my god, this can't be. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot out from the divine monument and fell straight on Ye Chuyun. When the golden light dissipated, a huge A logo appeared on the light gate. A level? Everyone was extremely shocked, their eyes fixed on the light gate. How is this possible? A human from a lower world can actually receive an A-level assessment. The people from other worlds roared in frustration. To get an A-level assessment, one's combat power must be at least 10,000. Could it be that this human, who is only level 10, already possesses a combat power of no less than 10,000? A combat power of 10,000 at level 10? How is that possible? According to that human, his world has only just descended into the world of gods and demons, less than 3 days ago. Oh my god, I feel like I got slapped in the face. This scene was like Ye Chuyun giving them a loud slap in the face, making them dizzy. My fellow tribesmen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Congratulations. Mo who on the side burst into huge cheers, making the others even more embarrassed. Among the crowd, Titan was even more incredulous. He was proud of being one of the best among the young generation of level 10 on Tianzi Star. In order to lay a solid foundation, he consumed countless rare treasures, awakened several talents, and even had a special physique. Even so, he was still no match for a human from a lower world. The shock Ye Chuyun brought to him was far stronger than that brought to others. This time, when he looked at Ye Chuyun, he didn't dare to show any contempt. By this time, the Titans had already respected him as a strong man. What a shame. With my combat power, I thought I could reach S rank, but I didn't expect it to be only A rank. Ye Chuyun looked at the A level mark on the light gate and sighed slightly in his heart. Tan Mo noticed Ye Chuyun's reaction, as if he knew what he was thinking, and smiled and said, "My friend, please don't be greedy. To obtain an S rank assessment, your combat power must be at least 20,000. So far, I haven't seen many people who can reach 20,000 combat power at level 10. Even in the higher worlds, few people can do it. It's really too difficult. Perhaps only those worlds at the Earth level, Heaven level, or even God level can achieve this. 20,000 combat power." Ye Chuyun was secretly amazed when he heard this. He spent so much effort to increase his combat power to over 12,000. I didn't expect that in order to get an S-level assessment, you need to have a combat power of more than 20,000. This condition made Ye Chuyun feel a little outrageous. Even if he cheats, he may not be able to achieve this goal. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun felt relieved. If there is no S rank, then there is no S rank. A level is also very good. Compared to the F grade in his previous life, a grade is much better. Besides, even if he can't get an S level assessment at the first level, who knows, maybe he can achieve it when he reaches the second level? Everything is possible. At this time, Tan Mo continued to say, "I'm actually more curious about what the A-level Heavenly Dao assessment will be like. Could it be the same as the Titan test, where you collect inheritance fragments and synthesize a chapter of inheritance? Friend, if possible, could you tell me the content of the assessment after the Tiandao assessment is over?" "That's no problem. Ye Chuyun thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then he turned around and strode into the light gate under the gaze of everyone. It was not until Ye Chuyun's back disappeared from everyone's sight that they began to sigh. I wonder if this human from a lower world can pass the A-level Heavenly Dao assessment. That's hard to say. From what I know, even people from higher worlds may not be able to pass the A-level assessment. Hee. I hope this human won't be so unlucky as to encounter the same assessment as the Titan. In just a blink of an eye, Ye Chuyun arrived at a dim plain. And in the distance of the plain stands a mountain that towers into the clouds. A faint silver light flickered above the mountain, illuminating the dim plain. Hint: you have arrived in the source realm. Tip: you are in a special world. All chat channels and private chats have been closed. You cannot communicate with the outside world. Hint: the flow of time in this world is different from that in the outside world. 10 minutes is equal to 1 minute in the outside world. Is this space teleportation? Ye Chuyun used the identification skill to obtain the map. Hint: your skills cannot analyze this place. What? Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this place could not be analyzed. It is worthy of being called Tian Dao Review. It is extraordinary. And now the Heavenly Dao has not told him what kind of assessment he needs to complete. In desperation, Ye Chuyun had to explore on his own first. Summoning wind wings, he planned to fly into the sky, first to observe the overall terrain. But before he could fly up, several lightsabers fell from the sky. Oops. Ye Chuyun subconsciously activated the extreme gold shield, and a golden shield protected him. Ding ding ding. At this time, lightsaber attacks continued to appear in the sky, and even more and more. Moreover, the attack power of these lightsabers is very strong. Ye Chuyun felt that his golden shield might not be able to withstand the attacks soon. In desperation, Ye Chuyun had to give up flying. It was not until he folded his wings and landed his feet on the ground that the lightsaber disappeared and stopped attacking. Fuck, this is the rhythm of not letting me fly. Ye Chuyun was very upset. Tian Dao, what exactly do you want me to do? Give me a hint. If you're not allowed to fly, then I can just walk on the ground. With a slight sigh, Ye Chuyun raised his foot to leave. Suddenly, dozens of lightsabers sprang out from under his feet and flew into the sky. Ye Chuyun reacted in less than a second and dodged the lightsaber attack with a backflip. But before he could catch his breath, lightsabers began to fall from the sky again. Fuck, are you trying to kill me? Ye Chuyun waved the rune sword in his hand, blocked with his shield, and swept away all the flying lightsabers. And Ye Chuyun also discovered a problem. The longer you stay in this damn place, the more lightsabers you will have, and their attack power will become stronger and stronger. He finally understood. This assessment is meant to kill him. Chapter 66: Dark Messenger, Blade Messenger. It seems we have to leave this place as soon as possible. After figuring it out, Ye Chuyun suddenly accelerated and turned to run towards the mountain. With the bonus of skills and equipment, Ye Chuyun was like a gust of wind, shaking off many lightsaber attacks. With the help of the Ultra Gold Shield, he easily blocked the attack and moved forward. The result was just as Ye Chuyun expected. After leaving that place, the lightsaber never appeared again. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked. One by one, dark shadows and black armor crawled out from the ground, each emitting an astonishing aura and staring at him intently. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun quickly threw an identification over. Name: Dark Messenger. Level: 10. Combat Power Assessment: 7,000. Features: Skill. Talent. Explosion Rate: 1%. Good fellow. 6 dark messengers suddenly appeared. It seems that Tian Dao, you really want to kill me. This is really one wave after another. Ye Chuyun was slightly shocked. He didn't know much about the specific information about this dark messenger. However, judging from their combat power, it is not difficult to deal with them. But judging from the current situation, he knows nothing about the skills, characteristics, and talents. It's better to be cautious in everything. Let's try the level of these dark messengers first. At this time, Ye Chuyun naturally could not retreat. If he retreated, the lightsabers behind him would still be waiting for him eagerly. So Ye Chuyun used the clone technique and let his clone test the strength of the dark messenger. He could also use this opportunity to observe the dark messenger's skills to prevent any other traps. After all, it is an A-level Tian Dao evaluation, so we must not be careless. At present, Ye Chuyun has upgraded the clone technique to the highest level, with 70% of his original combat power. Dealing with 6 dark messengers shouldn't be a problem. After summoning his clone, Ye Chuyun immediately dodged to the side. The clone immediately rushed towards the dark messenger with the rune sword in hand. But before the clone came close, the next second, The 6 dark messengers were immediately surrounded by black mist, and their aura soared. Ye Chuyun hurriedly checked again. It was discovered that their combat power suddenly soared to 8,000. Then the black fog continued to spread around, covering the clone as well. Ye Chuyun was still trying to avoid the spread of the black fog. As the original body, he can naturally sense the situation of the clone. As soon as his black mist touches his clone's skin, it will make the clone's body numb. Mental and physical strength are also constantly declining. Vision is also affected. At the same time, 6 dark messengers also pounced on the clone. Ye Chuyun was very calm. He knew that these 6 dark messengers could not kill his clone for the time being. So he ordered his clones to launch a defense and continue to deal with the 6 dark messengers, determined to get hold of all their information. After the clones fought with the dark messengers for more than 100 rounds, Ye Chuyun had a pretty good understanding of their skills and talents. The talent of this dark messenger should be the ability to control dark matter. Black fog is one of its skills. If you are within the range of the black fog, you will be corroded by the dark matter contained in the black fog, resulting in a decline in physical fitness. They also possess a black flame skill, which is much more powerful than ordinary flames. Besides, other skills and talents are not a big problem for Ye Chuyun. There were no other traps, and this dark messenger didn't seem to have any intelligence or skills in pestering people. As long as you don't get entangled by their black fog, it's easy to deal with them. The clone is still in the black fog, and the 6 dark messengers are constantly besieging and consuming the clone's physical strength. Flying fire meteor. Aquaman is angry. Quicksand vortex. As soon as Ye Chuyun made a move, he directly used a big package of 3 group attack elemental skills. The 6 dark messengers had no time to react before they were torn into pieces by the skill. After the dark messenger died, the black fog disappeared, leaving behind only several pieces of gold foil engraved with runes. Huh? Something actually exploded. Ye Chuyun picked it up with curiosity and was immediately shocked. Page 5 of the Heritage Fragment. The scattered fragments of the Book of Inheritance written by the Celestial Spirit record the inheritance of the Celestial Spirit. There are 50 pages in total. Only by collecting them can one obtain the Celestial Heritage. Inheritance fragments. Am I actually on the same assessment mission as Titan? But why did Titan say I need to collect 20 inheritance fragments, but I only need 50? Did Titan lie? Or is it because I'm an A-level reviewer? Ye Chuyun kept thinking. He looked at the fragments in his hand. There were 3 pages in total, page 5, page 7, and page 11. There is not a single duplicate. It was thanks to the 100% explosion rate that he was able to collect all 3 cards at once. If we look at it based on the normal explosion rate, his assessment will be even more difficult than Titan's. If the assessment is just about collecting inheritance fragments, then I can complete it quickly. This task is too easy for me. Finally, I know my assessment task. Now Ye Chuyun finally had a goal. So he began to look for the dark messenger. However, the lightsaber that appears from time to time is still a trouble for Ye Chuyun. Fortunately, he got used to it and gradually mastered the pattern of the lightsaber's appearance, so it was no longer a problem. However, without the guidance of a map, finding the dark messenger is still somewhat difficult. Unknowingly, Ye Chuyun also obtained 20 inheritance fragments. Looking at his watch, he specially set up a timing function. The watch showed that he had been in the source realm for an hour. 10 minutes here is equivalent to 1 minute outside. So now an hour has passed, but only 6 minutes have passed in the outside world, right? It looks like the Titan spent 10 hours here. Luckily, this assessment doesn't seem to have a time limit, otherwise it would be really difficult. Ye Chuyun looked around. The entire plane was endless. All the dark messengers here had been eliminated by him. At this time, he had unknowingly arrived at the foot of the mountain. What is this again? Ye Chuyun discovered a pitch-black monster slowly walking down from the foot of the mountain. This monster is much smaller than the dark messenger, but its arms and feet are made of sharp knives, which is very weird. Nameblade Master. Level 10. Combat Power Assessment 8,000. Features. Skill. Talent. Explosion Rate 1%. Another new messenger? Ye Chuyun was stunned. Chapter 67. Heavenly Sin Forging Diagram Fragment. The only inherited set. This Blade Master's combat power is 1,000 higher than that of the Dark Master. Out of caution, Ye Chuyun still let his clone go up to test it out. The clone was much more cautious this time. He first used stealth to get behind the blade user and interrupted the sneak attack. However, before the clone could get close, the blade user seemed to have eyes on his back and turned into a black shadow and hit the clone. There's something, Ye Chuyun said in astonishment. He discovered that the Blade Master also seemed to have a talent for darkness. The Dark Messenger controls dark matter, and this blade bringer seemed to be able to sense darkness. So the clone used stealth to hide in the darkness and was soon noticed by the Blade Master. After being hit, the clone launched a series of fierce attacks on the blade user. But no matter from which angle the attack comes, the blade user can use his sharp knife to perfectly block it. This sharp knife also looks extremely sturdy. Moreover, it is extremely fast, and even if the clone uses elemental skills to attack, it can dodge them one by one. What a fast speed! Seeing his clone gradually unable to hold on, Ye Chuyun was shocked. This was the first time he felt that this Blade Master was a bit difficult to deal with. However, after a brief shock, Ye Chuyun found that the blade user suddenly turned towards him, gave up attacking the clone, and rushed up directly. And it also possesses wisdom. Ye Chuyun was shocked. However, he did not run away. Instead, he attacked the blade user together with his clone. Although the blade user is very difficult to deal with, Ye Chuyun has already figured out its methods. It's not a problem to deal with it. With the addition of the original body, the blade user also discovered something was wrong. They are obviously two identical people, but their fighting power is obviously not on the same level. Ye Chuyun also gradually figured out the blade user's tactics and began to attack with all his strength. The Blade Master wanted to retreat. As soon as he saw its eyes, Ye Chuyun felt very familiar. Oh my god, this is like trying to escape. Humph, how could I possibly let you escape? Ye Chuyun sneered, his eyes gradually becoming darker. Let me try the power of mind control. Roar! The Blade Master accidentally saw Ye Chuyun's eyes and immediately felt something was wrong. But it was too late. At this time, Ye Chuyun's spirit had already invaded the Blade Messenger's brain. In less than 10 seconds, it was successfully controlled. After being controlled, the blade user immediately stopped attacking and stood there with lifeless eyes. Although it is extremely fast and has powerful attacks, but in terms of mental power, it is far inferior to Ye Chuyun. Oh my god, is it that easy? Ye Chuyun was also shocked by his own skills. He then tried to give orders to the blade bringer. End it yourself. After receiving the order, the Blade Master did not hesitate and plunged the two swords into his chest, ending his life. So mind control is the most awesome thing? After Ye Chuyun saw the Blade Messenger die, a piece of paper fell beside him. Originally, he thought it was a fragment of inheritance. But when he picked it up and took a look, he was stunned and even suspected that he had seen it wrong. Heavenly Sin Forging Blueprint Fragment. The only inherited set, a total of 6 pieces, current number of fragments 1/20th. No way, besides inheritance fragments, can anything else be found here? Ye Chuyun looked at the fragments of the drawing in his hand, hardly daring to believe his eyes. The only inherited set. He had spent 10 years in the world of gods and demons in his previous life, but had never heard of it. Besides, how could anything other than inheritance fragments be revealed here? Could this be the hidden reward for the review? Ye Chuyun kept guessing in his heart. After thinking about it, he concluded that this was the only possibility. This must be a hidden reward for those who take the test. Maybe because the drop rate was too low in the past, no one triggered this hidden reward even if they passed the assessment. But he has a 100% explosion rate, so he was able to discover it. However, since it is the only inherited set, its power must be extremely strong. He can't let this opportunity go. For a moment, Ye Chuyun was full of motivation and rushed directly to the top of the mountain, constantly looking for the Blade Messenger. After knowing the Blade Bringer's weakness, it becomes easy to kill him. Basically, Ye Chuyun can kill anyone he finds instantly. But the difficulty lies in that he needs to rely on his naked eyes to find the trace of the blade user, and there is no other special means. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. At this time, Ye Chuyun found a safe corner at random. Eat and drink barbecue, and rest with purified water. I have been in a state of combat for 2 hours, and I am really tired. Especially killing the blade user used up a lot of mental energy, which needed to be temporarily restored. During these 2 hours, Ye Chuyun obtained another 13 inheritance fragments and 5 Tianzue forging diagrams. It's not far from collecting the Book of Inheritance and the Heavenly Sin set. At this time, Ye Chuyun had only explored 1/3 of the entire mountain. He felt that as long as he explored the remaining 2/3, he would be able to collect the Book of Inheritance and the Heavenly Sin forging diagram. After resting for about half an hour, my mental and physical strength were restored to their peak. Ye Chuyun continued to head towards the top of the mountain. Huh? A new messenger has appeared. After walking for a while, Ye Chuyun suddenly found that a messenger in a black robe suddenly appeared on the road ahead, looking mysterious. Name Earth Witch Messenger. Level 10. Combat Power Assessment 10,000. Features: Skill. Talent. Explosion Rate 1%. Challenger. Since you have made it this far, it means you are qualified to fight me. If you defeat me, you can move on. I didn't expect that this Earth Witch messenger would actually speak. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. These 3 minutes. While the Earth Witch messenger was speaking, Ye Chuyun quickly observed his surroundings. Well, there are no traps and no companions to help. We must seize the initiative and take action first. So Ye Chuyun took advantage of the time when the Earth Witch messenger had not yet finished speaking and directly summoned his clone to attack the opponent's vital points. At the same time, his eyes became deep and he stared at the Earth Witch messenger. However, what surprised Ye Chuyun was that the other party acted as if nothing had happened and did not react at all. This shows that the other party's mental strength is very strong. This guy is a mentally ill person. The Earth Witch messenger snorted coldly, waved his hand, and set off a series of firestorms that rushed towards him. Aquaman is angry. Ye Chuyun was not to be outdone. One waterspout after another collided with the firestorm, canceling each other out. Then the witch waved again lightly. The area within a radius of 10 meters became an extremely cold place, greatly reducing the movement speed of Ye Chuyun and his clone. Chapter 68. Solution, Tombstone. It's a bit difficult. Ye Chuyun looked solemn. Immediately afterwards, flames burst out from his body, raising the temperature around him and immediately relieving the coldness in his body. See if you can entangle him. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun immediately used his wood talent. Several pitch-black vines emerged from the ground and directly wrapped around the limbs of the Earth Witch messenger, making him unable to move. His wood talent is only E level, and he has not yet learned any wood-related talent skills. Therefore, he could only barely manipulate this vine to control the enemy. And this also consumes a lot of mental energy. Fortunately, the vine was able to control the Earth Witch messenger. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun's face showed joy. This way he could take the opportunity to get close and give it a fatal blow. However, the next second, something strange happened. The Earth Witch messenger snorted coldly, and a red magic circle rose under his feet, completely enveloping it and emitting a faint halo of light. The vines instantly turned into bursts of black smoke and dissipated. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill seems to make the user immune to control effects and damage effects, making him almost invincible. Not sure, let's see. Then the witch attacked again. At the same time, countless firestorms, ice storms, and mad sand fields appeared, making Ye Chuyun feel a little numb. This is too much of a cheat. Ye Chuyun wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although the combat power of this Earth Witch is assessed to be 10,000, it is lower than his combat power of 12,000. But Ye Chuyun discovered that its talents and skills were very abnormal. If you count these, the combat power of this Earth Witch messenger is at least over 13,000. Ye Chuyun kept dodging the attacks. At the same time, he also tried to let his clone use skills such as Extreme Gold Shield, Frenzy, and Strengthening to increase his combat power. See if you can ignore the skill attacks and rush directly to the front of the Earth Witch messenger for an extreme 1-for-1 exchange. However, Ye Chuyun was overthinking it. The clone used all kinds of skills to rush to the front of the Earth Witch messenger, then suddenly jumped, raised the rune sword in his hand high, and was about to chop it down. The Earth Witch messenger looks so thin, he is probably a thin dog wizard. The defense and strength are definitely not that good. But the next second, the Earth Witch messenger used his invincible skills again to dissolve the attack of his clone. At the same time, it pulled out a big sword from somewhere and blew the clone away. The clone fell heavily to the ground and was bombarded with skills again. He died instantly. Ye Chuyun. He saw a man who was even older than him. I don't know what to say. How should we deal with it? In a panic, Ye Chuyun noticed something strange. From the beginning to the end, the Earth Witch messenger did not move at all. Even when the clone rushed in front of it, it did not move. Could it be? A bold idea arose in Ye Chuyun's mind. In order to verify his idea, he gritted his teeth, summoned wind wings, and flew into the sky. Oops. The Earth Witch messenger's expression also changed. I didn't expect to be discovered by this human. As soon as Ye Chuyun flew into the sky, he found that the lightsaber that was supposed to appear did not react at all. He was suddenly ecstatic. As expected, the lightsaber is gone. Ha ha. I didn't expect that Earth Witch messenger. Your weakness is actually here. Before, Ye Chuyun always thought that as long as he flew into the sky, those lightsabers would appear and attack him, even on the top of a mountain. This was his preconceived notion. Unexpectedly, after reaching the top of the mountain, those lightsabers no longer appeared. This should be the way out. Once he flew into the sky, all attacks from the Earth Witch messenger could not hit Ye Chuyun, and he can finally launch a counterattack. Let's see how long you can fly. As soon as you come down, it will be your death. The Earth Witch Messenger stared at Ye Chuyun in the sky and snorted. Ha ha, then you don't have to worry about it. I can fly as long as I want. Ye Chuyun in the sky was observing calmly. Although I found a way to avoid the attacks of the Witch Messenger. But he knew that he couldn't do anything to the other party for the time being. His attacks couldn't reach it either. I wonder if Titan's B-level review has ever encountered this Earth Witch Messenger. If they met, how would he defeat the other party? You have to know that Titan's combat power is much lower than his. If the Titans can destroy this Earth Witch Messenger, that means there must be some way to easily eliminate this Earth Witch Messenger. While flying in the sky, Ye Chuyun began to observe the terrain of the entire mountain. The entire mountain is completely flat. All views can be easily seen. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun noticed that a tombstone wrapped in black mist appeared abruptly 100 meters away from the Earth Witch Messenger. There are tombstones in other places as well. These tombstones are all engraved with strange patterns. Other than that, there's nothing strange about it. Could it be that there is some connection between these tombstones and the Earth Witch Messenger? The Earth Witch Messenger also felt something was wrong at this time. Because it found that this human actually noticed the tombstone, it was suddenly shocked. But it cannot show panic at this time. Otherwise, this human would immediately notice something was wrong. I can only remain silent. However, when Ye Chuyun saw that the Earth Witch Messenger fell silent, his eyes suddenly lit up. This Earth Wizard has some wisdom, but not much. Doesn't the silence at this time further prove that there is some special connection between the tombstone and it? You don't want to talk, right? Let's go. Ye Chuyun immediately flew over the tombstone closest to the Earth Witch Messenger and chopped it down with a sword. Don't want. When the Earth Witch Messenger saw this scene, his face suddenly changed and he reached out to stop it. But it found that it could not move at all, and its skill attacks could not hit Ye Chuyun. He could only watch as Ye Chuyun's true energy easily cut through the tombstone. The tombstone suddenly broke into several pieces. Immediately afterwards, the Earth Witch Messenger was torn into several pieces and let out a painful howl. The wailing sound echoed throughout the entire mountain and finally turned into starlight and dissipated. Ha ha, I guessed right. As long as we destroy the tombstone, we can destroy the Earth Witch Messenger. After destroying the Earth Witch Messenger, a book of inheritance and a blueprint for forging heavenly sin were revealed. After Ye Chuyun picked it up, he looked at the other black stone slabs. If he guessed correctly, there must be a witch messenger living in each tombstone. Just destroy it and solve the problem at the source. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled, and the wind wings behind him flapped continuously, flying towards other tombstones. Chapter 69 Obtaining Inheritance. Malice from the Mysterious Statue. After finding a way to quickly eliminate the Earth Witch Messenger, in just a few minutes, Ye Chuyun destroyed most of the tombstones on the entire mountain. It turns out that the Earth Witch Messenger was hiding in these tombstones from the beginning. This is their true nature. As long as he finds and eliminates the Earth Witch Messenger, he will be like a piece of fish that can be slaughtered at will. Ouch! As the last tombstone was smashed, Ye Chuyun finally reached the top of the mountain. The last fragment of the Book of Inheritance and the blueprint for forging heavenly sin fell to the ground. Before Ye Chuyun had time to pick them up, all the inheritance fragments in his storage space flew out. It began to merge with the last piece of inheritance fragment on the ground, forming an ancient book. The ancient book was suspended in midair, with golden divine words constantly appearing on the cover. Hint: obtain the Book of Inheritance. Finally, it's done. After seeing the Book of Inheritance, Ye Chuyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. So my assessment is complete, right? Picking up the fragments of the Tianzue forging diagram on the ground, Ye Chuyun came to the ancient book. Hint: do you want to open the Book of Inheritance and accept the inheritance of heaven? Fuck, Tiandao, why are you still playing word games? Seeing the prompt, Ye Chuyun kept complaining in his heart. He thought that after piecing together the complete Book of Inheritance, he would be able to complete the task and obtain the inheritance. But looking at the situation now, perhaps I will have to go through a new round of tests before I can obtain the inheritance. It seems that Titan was too naive before. I thought that I could obtain the inheritance by gathering 20 inheritance fragments and piecing together the inheritance book. Forget it, forget about it, just go in. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth and finally opened the Book of Inheritance. There was a flash of white light, and he was instantly sucked into the ancient book. Hint: you have arrived at the Garden of Heaven. Here it is. Ye Chuyun looked around. This courtyard looks very ancient and mysterious. The architectural style is oriental and magnificent. Although fascinating, there is a hint of subtle oppression hidden in it. It should be here. Ye Chuyun saw a tightly closed door in the courtyard and hurried over. The gate is made of a special kind of white jade and is engraved with many patterns of gods. At least Ye Chuyun had never seen any of them in his previous life. After looking for a while, Ye Chuyun pushed open the door. Click, click, click. As soon as the door opened, white light immediately slipped out from the crack and illuminated the entire courtyard. Then a cold air rushed out from the door. Ye Chuyun was stunned and quickly wrapped himself in flames to resist the invasion of cold air. When the door was fully opened, he walked in. Inside the gate is a large hall. There are hundreds of various sculptures placed in the hall. There are statues with swords pointing to the sky, statues with heads bowed in thought, statues with fists raised high, and statues holding mirrors. But Ye Chuyun discovered that these statues were located on the left and right sides. In the middle sits a statue of a man whose face cannot be seen clearly. The other statues are standing, only he is sitting. It was as if all the statues were submitting to him. Could it be that if I choose a random statue, I will be able to obtain the inheritance? Just when Ye Chuyun was struggling, the prompt appeared again. Hint: the will of the gods has chosen you. Do you submit to this will? What? Before Ye Chuyun could figure out what was happening, a majestic voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Human, submit to me, and I will grant you infinite power. Even the gods would tremble at this power. From now on, you will be the strongest in the world of gods and demons. Submit to me, and the world will be in your hands. Forehead. Ye Chuyun covered his head in pain and kept shaking it to get rid of the seductive voice. The conditions proposed by that voice were too tempting. He couldn't help but want to agree. Suddenly, Ye Chuyun recalled everything in his past life. In his previous life, he had always been in a passive state, passively descended into this world of gods and demons. In order not to be wiped out by the laws of nature, he passively killed ferocious beasts, improved his strength, and completed various tasks. After leaving the trial ground, he passively surrendered to a force, and his daily task was to work as a pill refiner. When the force he joined provoked a powerful enemy and was destroyed. Because of his identity as an intermediate alchemist, he could only passively submit to this more powerful force and continue to work as an alchemist. Keep compromising and keep surrendering. In the end, he died as cannon fodder on the battlefield of all races. Now I have been reborn back to the very beginning. Ye Chuyun was not in a passive position this time. He took the initiative to kill the ferocious beasts in order to become stronger. The purpose of becoming stronger is to no longer submit to any force. Now, you want him to surrender again? This is impossible. And that voice continued to seduce. I can give you everything you want. Ye Chuyun smiled when he heard that. What I want to have. All I want is the right to say no. Can you give it to me? When the voice saw that it could not bewitch Ye Chuyun, it immediately became angry and embarrassed. Stupid humans. You'll regret the choice you make. As soon as the words fell, the whole hall trembled. The statue of a man sitting in the middle actually stood up. He just pointed at Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun suddenly felt as if he was restrained by an extremely domineering force. Oops. Ye Chuyun subconsciously wanted to summon a clone, but he found that the clone technique was still in the cooling state. There are no other invincible skills. The clone didn't work. Ye Chuyun wanted to break free from this power, but found that with his current strength, he couldn't open his eyes. In the end, he could only watch the statue's fist about to fall. Could it be that I am going to fail? Ye Chuyun knew that he would not die within the Tiandao evaluation. But once hit by the statue, his Heavenly Dao assessment will definitely fail. Just as the fist was about to hit Ye Chuyun, the other statues suddenly shone brightly. The statue of the man suddenly shattered. It was like a mirror was broken, and the fragments were scattered all over the ground. But then the fragments reunited to form a statue of a man. Godman number 1. Stop. You are not qualified to attack the candidate. He refused to surrender and has passed the test of heaven, so he deserves the inheritance. By doing this, you are breaking the rules of heaven. On the left, a statue holding a giant sword suddenly spoke. Humph, celestial being number 5, you've ruined my plans. The male statue snorted coldly, slowly sat back down, and then looked at Ye Chuyun coldly. Candidate, you're lucky this time, get out of here. As soon as the words fell, in the blink of an eye, Ye Chuyun disappeared in the hall. Chapter 70. Transform into a god. 3 unique talents that defy all odds. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chuyun appeared in the source realm again. Just now, what exactly happened? Ye Chuyun looked at the ancient book still floating in the air, confused. But before he disappeared, he heard the conversation between the 2 unknown creatures. The temptations just now were actually a test for him. He refused. Logically speaking, he should have inherited the legacy. But the male statue seemed to be angry and wanted to kill him by force, causing his evaluation to fail. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun's eyes gradually turned cold. If other statues hadn't stopped him, he might have failed in this evaluation for no apparent reason. Godman number 1, right? I'll remember you. If I don't avenge this, my name, Ye Chuyun, will be written backwards. Hey, Yin Chui? She seems pretty nice. Reminder, the evaluation is complete. Do you want to accept the inheritance? Accept. Ye Chuyun did not hesitate and decisively accepted the inheritance. Suddenly, the ancient book glowed with golden light, and a beam of white light shot out from the book and entered Ye Chuyun's eyebrows. Ye Chuyun only felt that his mind was constantly filled with various information, as if the whole world was falling apart in his eyes. Not until the ancient book disappeared did Ye Chuyun's whole body begin to emit a faint golden light. Announcement. Ye Chuyun is the first to successfully change his job, gaining plus 100 reputation points. Hint. Your reputation value has reached 300, and you have once again received the blessing of heaven, with all attributes increased by 30. Hint. Congratulations on obtaining the heavenly heritage, rewarding all attributes plus 100. Hint. Congratulations on your job change to God, officially entering the first level. Hint. Congratulations on your successful job change and obtaining the title, Celestial God number 250. Tip. Generating professional talents based on your own 4 dimensions. Please wait. God. Ye Chuyun was overwhelmed by the series of prompts. According to the prompts, he also knew that he had successfully changed his job and obtained a profession called God. Ye Chuyun had never heard of this profession in his previous life. His initial idea was to gather 300 spirit points and see if he could change his job to become a chi refiner. I didn't expect so many things to happen later. His various attributes are like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, running wildly. However, since it is an A-level evaluation, I believe that this profession called God must be more powerful than chi refiner. In addition, Ye Chuyun also got a title that sounds weird. He clicked on the title and took a look. Godman number 250. This title signifies that you are the 250th lucky person to be promoted to a Godman. Equipping this title grants you plus 100 to all attributes, plus 100% resistance to the 5 elements, plus 100 attack power, and plus 100 defense power. What the hell? I'm the 250th lucky person to be promoted to a god. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. Wow, it turns out that besides him, there are 249 other lucky people who have transformed into gods. Isn't this a common thing? Huh. It doesn't make sense after thinking about it. This should be calculated based on the entire world of gods and demons. The entire world of gods and demons has a population of at least hundreds of billions, trillions, or even tens of trillions or hundreds of millions. Among these people, there are only 250 people who have changed their professions and become gods, including myself. If you think about it this way, it's not that common. But why must I be the 250th? This number is indeed a bit unlucky. Even 251 is fine. After equipping the title, Ye Chuyun looked at the panel. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 10-11368-0/200000. Reputation, 300. Title, The One Favored by Heaven. Celestial Being number 250. Strength, 1712 D-level strength enhancement plus 685. Agility, 1222. Physical fitness, 2004 D-level physical fitness enhancement plus 802. Spirit, 1903 E-level spirit is super strong plus 381. Combat power, 14462, 13682 plus 780. Wow. The combat power soared by more than 2,000 to 14,000. This title is a bit too powerful. Just as Ye Chuyun was daydreaming, he suddenly remembered what had happened before. The statue of a man is called Celestial One by the other statues. Does this, number 1, have any special meaning? Is there any competition between him and other gods? However, just as Ye Chuyun was thinking, a prompt appeared. Tip, your exclusive professional talent has been generated. Please check. After seeing the prompt, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to check it out. He has 3 unique talents. Heaven's Blessing. As someone favored by heaven, you will gain 100 points in all attributes for each level you reach, and 50 points of free attributes. Heavenly Might. As a celestial being, you will never allow others to offend your majesty. When you attack an enemy, Heavenly Might will be triggered, and the enemy's attributes will be reduced by 30% across the board. Natural Law. You possess the 5 elements talent, naturally possessing the ability to mutually promote and restrain each other, and your mental strength is extremely strong. When you release a skill, your skill power will be amplified by 300%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by 50%. Oh my god! Looking at these 3 talents, Ye Chuyun was shocked. It's perverted. It's really perverted. What kind of heaven-given talent is this? With each level up, all attributes will increase by 100, and 50 free attributes will be obtained. Is it because he was previously awarded the title of the one favored by heaven that he was born with this talent? Just based on this talent, this god profession is already amazing. Not to mention heaven's power and heaven's will, two equally incredible talents. Reach the sky in one step. It's really a step to heaven. Reminder, the evaluation is over. Do you want to leave the source world? Ye Chuyun quickly calmed down his excitement. Leave. At this time, the number 98656 Destiny Temple was very lively. Just after Ye Chuyun entered the light gate, many people have engaged in heated discussions about whether he can pass the review. I bet 10,000 god and demon coins that this human will definitely not pass the A-level assessment. Hey, so you're so pessimistic about that human? Then I'll bet 20,000 that this human might just pass the A-level assessment and ascend to the top in one fell swoop. I bet 30,000. Someone even set up a gambling table in the hall and let these gamblers place their bets one by one. Upon seeing this, Mo directly bet 50,000 god and demon coins to ensure that Ye Chuyun could pass the A-level evaluation. Titan remained silent, his eyes fixed on the direction of the light gate, as if he wanted to stare a hole in it. About 30 minutes later, Ye Chuyun walked out of the light gate. Chapter 71 Exchange Intelligence to Maximize Benefits. Hey, look, that human is coming out. Someone shouted, and everyone gathered around and looked at him eagerly. When Ye Chuyun first came to the Temple of Destiny, no one cared about him, and some even disliked him. But now, he seemed to have become the central figure of this Temple of Destiny, attracting everyone's attention. Friend, you finally came out. As soon as Ye Chuyun came out, Tan Mo hurried forward. How's it going, friend? Did you pass the Heavenly Dao assessment? Well. Ye Chuyun smiled and did not intend to tell others that he had passed the Tian Dao assessment. However, the next second, a voice echoed in the hall. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun from the Blue Star World for completing the A-level Heavenly Dao evaluation. Ye Chuyun. Good boy. Now I have no choice but to keep a low profile. As soon as the announcement came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. This human actually managed to pass the A-level Heavenly Dao assessment. Oh my god and demon coins, I feel so sad. Suddenly someone beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. Ha, I made a lot of money. The odds are 10 to 1. Someone danced with joy. Mo, who was even more ecstatic. He bet 50,000 coins of gods and demons. According to the odds of 1 to 10, he earned back 500,000 coins of gods and demons in one go. Titan looked at Ye Chuyun with a complicated expression. How could he not have expected that he would lose to a human from a lower world? If this matter were to get back to Tian's star, he would be so embarrassed. At this time, Titan's expression was complicated, and he no longer had the contempt he had before. Oh my god, this human actually passed the A-level Heavenly Dao assessment. So what kind of inheritance did he obtain? That must be a very abnormal inheritance. This is really a step up. From the Blue Star World, it seems there is a chance for us to cooperate. By the way, let's ask him what the A-level evaluation is all about. Oh my god, I almost forgot. At this moment, everyone rushed over to ask about the content of the review. Tan Mo was the first to come to Ye Chuyun. Friend, you promised me before that you would tell me the content of the review after you come out. Ye Chuyun nodded after hearing this, and then smiled cunningly. Of course I won't regret it. But I know you are here specifically to gather intelligence. I can tell you the content of the A-level Heavenly Dao assessment. I wonder how much information I can get from you in exchange for this. Tan Mo immediately understood what Ye Chuyun meant. It's nothing more than exchanging information. This can be considered an unspoken rule. Titan contributed the B-level review content unconditionally because he didn't care. However, if Ye Chuyun wants to use the A-level evaluation content for exchange, there is nothing wrong with that. Tan Mo immediately nodded in agreement. That's not a problem. Information about A-level Heavenly Dao evaluations is extremely rare. I understand the rules. As long as you tell me, I can tell you all the information I know about Heavenly Dao evaluations from F to D levels. How about it? If you don't believe me, you can sign a Heavenly Dao contract. Ye Chuyun nodded. In that case, let's sign the Heavenly Dao contract. Tan Mo was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter. Be careful, okay? Afterwards, Ye Chuyun signed a Heavenly Dao contract with Tan Mo and exchanged information. However, when exchanging evaluation information, Ye Chuyun still concealed some things. For example, the matter of the fragments of the Tianzue forging blueprint. The statues you see after entering the Book of Heritage. There is also information about his career that he has obtained. He didn't tell Tan Mo about any of this. After all, The Heavenly Dao contract given by Tan Mo only required him to tell him the content of the assessment. Ye Chuyun was not asked to tell him the process and results. When Tan Mo saw the information given by Ye Chuyun, he was shocked. You are also taking this assessment? He couldn't help but ask. Good. You actually finished it? Yeah. What kind of monster are you? I am human. The two of them went back and forth like this, leaving everyone a little confused. Hey, fellow tribesmen, what exactly is this assessment about? Mo, who was very curious. Come, I'll tell you in secret. Ye Chuyun waved his hand and told him in secret. The others put their ears closer, but could hear nothing. What exactly is the assessment? But they were so anxious. He was full of regret when he embezzled money. If only he had been nicer to Ye Chuyun like Mo who at the beginning. You might even get it for free. It seems that after experiencing this incident, we must never look down on any human from the lower world. When Mo who heard this, he showed the same expression as Tan Mo and was very surprised. Can you accomplish this? You're cheating here, right? Ye Chuyun shrugged and said nothing. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but come forward to ask. Ye Chuyun also took the opportunity to start the intelligence business. In order to obtain a level evaluation information, these people are willing to give it their all. Tell everything you know and say it all. Ye Chuyun not only obtained a lot of information about low-level Tian Dao evaluations, but also obtained a lot of information that he didn't know much about in his previous life. If other people got the information, they naturally wouldn't be so kind as to tell others. Therefore, those who failed to exchange information can only come to Ye Chuyun to exchange. He had used the A-level Tian Dao evaluation information in his hands to the fullest extent, made a fortune, and those who knew the content of the intelligence all looked at Ye Chuyun as if he were a monster. Titan couldn't help but exchange information from Ye Chuyun. He felt even worse. You have to know that in order to collect 20 inheritance fragments, he killed all the messengers and was still too short. And Ye Chuyun actually wanted to collect 50 of them. He also completed the problem. This is outrageous. In Titan's opinion, this assessment is purely a matter of luck. All we can say is that Ye Chuyun is extremely lucky. This is the only way Titan could comfort himself. It's almost time to go. Seeing that the information had been exchanged almost completely, Ye Chuyun planned to leave. At this time, Mo who seemed to remember something and quickly took out a jade token and handed it to Ye Chuyun. Fellow tribesmen, this is my name tag. Add me as a friend. Although my world doesn't have the power to cross regions yet, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay, thank you very much. Ye Chuyun smiled and accepted the jade token. Seeing this, the others also took out their jade tokens and came forward. Friends, add me in too. One more friend means one more way. At this moment, they were extremely enthusiastic, as if they had completely forgotten how they had mocked each other before. After all, being able to pass the A-level Tian Dao assessment at level 10 means that one's future achievements are limitless. Chapter 72 returns with headache-inducing manufacturing conditions. Sure. Ye Chuyun accepts everything that comes his way. As long as they are given a famous brand, he will take it. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Ye Chuyun didn't do anything too ugly. Tan Mo and Titan also handed over brand names, and Ye Chuyun accepted them one by one. As Ye Chuyun walked, those people accompanied him all the way. Until Ye Chuyun's figure disappeared, the group of people were still watching eagerly. Hint, you have returned to the toxic swamp. Finally back, Ye Chuyun looked at the extremely familiar scene around him with emotion. Compared to the Temple of Destiny, he felt more at home here. It feels like coming home. Beep beep. As soon as he returned to the poison swamp, Ye Chuyun found that his private chat was about to explode. The chat channel in Area 118 was also calling him frantically. Ye Chuyun naturally knew why. Presumably because of that announcement, everyone knew that he had successfully completed his first job change. I guess everyone is like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. In the chat channel, Kai Kun, @Ye Chuyun, Ye Shun, please come out. I'm so anxious. What's going on with the job transfer? Wang Gang, @Ye Chuyun, Ye Shun, if you don't come out soon, I won't have the energy to kill the beasts anymore. Wang Yun, @Ye Chuyun, I've been waiting for 1,000 years, just waiting for a moment. Huang Peng, @Ye Chuyun, boss, your equipment, spirit essence, and skill books have all been cleared out. Come and restock them quickly. Ye Chuyun, haha, it seems like everyone is waiting very impatiently. Here I come. Kai Kun, oh my god, I finally waited for you, Ye Shun. What exactly is going on with your job change? Ye Chuyun, it's nothing actually. When you reach level 10, the Heavenly Dao will prompt you to change your job. As long as you follow the prompts to take the assessment before level 11, you will be able to obtain the inheritance and successfully change your job. Wang Gang. Master Yi, can you tell me if I can change my job to become a warrior? I want to be a berserker and chop down enemies. Ye Chuyun. Since you want to obtain the warrior inheritance, then you should try your best to improve your physique and strength before you reach level 10. Zhuang Liang. God Yi, I think I understand what you mean. In other words, before level 10, we should improve the 4 dimensions as much as possible so that we can obtain a powerful profession when we change jobs. Ye Chuyun. Yes, that's probably what it means. Ye Chuyun. Also, this news is currently only known to us in District 118. I hope everyone will not spread it in the regional chat channel. Lu Qian. That's for sure. Yi Shun, don't worry. We in District 118 are all united and will definitely not say anything nonsense. Kai Kuan. Don't worry. Yi Shun, I will help you supervise. If anyone talks nonsense in the regional chat channel, I, Kai, will be the first to not let him go. Yi Chuyun. Haha, then this task is left to you. Wang Gang. If that's the case, then our current mission isn't to level up, but to improve our combat power as much as possible before reaching level 10? Yi Chuyun. Yes, I will also put new equipment, skill books, spirit essence, elixirs and other items on the shelves. You can use them to improve your combat power. Kai Kuan. Good boy. Master Yi, your advertising campaign is absolutely perfect. Huang Li. Yi Shun, the deepest path I have ever walked is your routine. Yi Chuyun smiled, and then put all the equipment, skill books, and extra spirits that he had accumulated in order to collect spirits on the shelf. When others saw the items on the shelves, they started to rush to buy them. In less than a minute, all the items on the shelves were sold out. Goodness, so these people are just saving their money and not buying anything, waiting for me to put things on the shelves. Yi Chuyun muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered. Oh right, the Heavenly Sin suit. The fragments of his own Tianzue forging blueprint are still in the storage space. So much has happened before. He didn't have time to check. Besides, it was not easy for him to take these things out in the Temple of Destiny. I wonder how powerful the attributes of this unique inherited set will be. After a moment of excitement, Yi Chuyun took out the fragment of Tianzue's forging design from the storage space. There are 20 fragments in total, which can be synthesized directly. After synthesizing the complete Tianzue forging blueprint, Yi Chuyun was finally able to see the attributes of this unique inherited set. Heavenly Sin forging blueprint. The only inherited set, only a Grandmaster level blacksmith can forge it. The 6-piece Heavenly Sin set consists of the Heavenly Sin breastplate, Heavenly Sin helmet, Heavenly Sin leggings, Heavenly Sin boots, Heavenly Sin gauntlets, and Heavenly Sin wrist guards. This item can only be equipped after obtaining the Heavenly Heritage. Equipment requirements include level 10 or higher, with strength, agility, constitution, and spirit at 1000 or higher. 2-piece set effect. Defense plus 1000, damage received reduced by 30%, healing effect increased by 30%. 4-piece set effect. All attributes plus 500, gain the skill Heavenly Protection, which can add an invincible skill to yourself, immune to all damage, and control effect, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of half an hour. 6-piece set effect. Each time you take damage, you gain a brand. After accumulating 30 layers, you can activate the skill Sinner's Judgment, which increases all attributes by 100%. Attacks on dark enemies are also increased by 100%. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 1 hour. This suit's effect is really abnormal. Yi Chuyun was stunned. The effects and attribute bonuses of this suit are comparable to the attributes of suits above level 5. And it is definitely the best of the best in the set. He couldn't wait to get the Tianzue suit out right now. However, when he saw the conditions required to forge the suit, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Enthusiasm comes quickly and goes away quickly. First of all, the first condition is that only a master-level blacksmith can forge it. My goodness, he doesn't even have the forging tools now, let alone becoming a master blacksmith. The second condition is the materials needed to forge the set. 10 eternal gold hearts, 200 magic crystals, 65 elements source stones, water of life. Is the person who designed this forging diagram crazy? These materials are more than enough to forge 7th-tier equipment. After reading the design drawings, Yi Chuyun opened his mouth in surprise and was shocked beyond words. But he soon calmed down. Yes, how could he forge such abnormal properties so easily? Fortunately, he knew the sources of these materials, so he was not confused. He must forge this Heavenly Sin set. Chapter 73 set off to the Hell-level Swamp King Cemetery. After temporarily putting the forging drawings into the storage space, Ye Chuyun looked up at the sky. The sky is already pitch black at this moment. It was already 2 a.m. and it was the third day. Now he can take the train to his next destination. Before leaving here, let's deal with the tomb of the Swamp King first. Ye Chuyun smiled. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test his strength. I don't know how to deal with the hell-level Swamp King cemetery copy with my current strength. Is it difficult or easy? Back to the 5-color altar. The seal here had long been lifted by Ye Chuyun. Under the huge building is a huge light gate. You can now enter the Swamp King's cemetery to challenge it. When Ye Chuyun landed on the 5-colored altar, he found that it had become much more lively. The originally empty 5-colored altar is now crowded with people. Everywhere there are people calling for team formation and dungeon play. A simple level Swamp King cemetery. A group of 6. All we need is a level 5 boss with healing abilities. If you come, you'll have priority in item distribution. Ordinary level group. Come level 6 and above for violent output, 5 for 1. A powerful support boss will come to the simple level, guaranteed. Some of these people hid their equipment, while others did not hide it and displayed it openly. But Ye Chuyun immediately recognized that most of the equipment worn by these people were produced by him. Wow, I have become the largest equipment contractor in District 118. He also saw many familiar faces, such as Huang Li and Lu Daqiang. These people often slack off in the chat channel. Now they have all come together to form a team that looks quite prestigious. When Ye Chuyun saw this group of people, a familiar feeling suddenly flashed through his mind. In my previous life, I was the same. If you don't have enough strength, just start your own group and call for people frantically. Once you are strong enough, look for a team. Just as Ye Chuyun was lost in his memories, others had already noticed him. If a person with wings suddenly landed on this 5-colored altar, who would not pay attention? Someone immediately recognized Ye Chuyun's identity. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Look, it's Ye Shun." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention immediately shifted to Ye Chuyun. As soon as Ye Chuyun came to his senses, he saw a group of people gathering in front of him. That fiery look in his eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. Fuck, it really seems to be Ye Shun. What do you mean by seems? He is Ye Shun. Haven't you seen his profile picture? Master Yi, I'm your fan. Please sign an autograph for me. Wow, where's this place? Where can I get the paper and pen for you? Ye Shun, are you also here to fight in the Swamp King cemetery? Do you need a team? Fuck, Ye Shun, if you want to team up, look at me. I have healing skills, I'm awesome. Tisk, forget it. Ye Shun will definitely be soloing. Why don't you come to my place? I'm in need of a healer. Surrounded by a group of people, Ye Chuyun felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, another group of people came over at this time and separated the crowd, which made Ye Chuyun breathe a sigh of relief. Ye Chuyun also saw that the people who came were Wang Gang and others. Wang Gang, Zhuang Liang, Lu Qian, Lei Chun, and Wang Yun. In addition, there is a new member, Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan himself is very handsome, 1.8 meters tall, and has a strong body. These 6 people actually formed a team. They are no longer the same as they were before. As the team leader, Wang Gang is now level 8 and his equipment is brand new. There are several first-level equipment and 2 second-level equipment. In terms of combat power, Ye Chuyun guessed it should be around 3,000. Zhuang Liang, Lu Qian, Lei Chun and others have also reached level 7, and their combat power is around 2,500. These 6 people together are the strongest team in District 118 except for Ye Chuyun. Master Yi, you are finally here. Wang Gang said with a smile. Are you going to the Swamp King's grave? Ye Chuyun nodded. Well, how about you guys, have you passed the level? Wang Gang sighed when he heard this. Kai Kuan on the side said, don't mention it. Ye Shun, we are entering the ordinary level Swamp King Cemetery. Don't mention how difficult it is. The Swamp King Cemetery is right outside a forest. You can only fight the final boss after you exit the forest. We haven't even left the forest yet, and we've already died twice. If we die again, we'll have to wait until the next day to challenge again. If that doesn't work, we can only challenge the simple level. Have you never left the forest? Ye Chuyun was not surprised by this result. If the Swamp King's graveyard was that easy to beat, it wouldn't be the final instance of the toxic swamp. The third-level suit is not that easy to obtain. But what is more humane is that in the Swamp King Cemetery, the dead can be resurrected. The simple level can be resurrected 5 times, the normal level can be resurrected 3 times, and the difficult level can only be resurrected once. There is no chance of resurrection in the hell level. Once dead, you are dead. As for the ordinary level Swamp King Cemetery, it requires at least that all members have a combat power of more than 4,000. Judging from the current overall strength of Wang Gang's team, it is still a little bit lacking. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun still persuaded. You'd better try the easy level challenge again. Lei Chen nodded. We plan to try the normal level again. If that doesn't work, we'll try the simple level. By the way, Yi Shun, which level do you want to challenge? Before Ye Chuyun could speak, Kai Kuan beside him said with a smile. Since it's Yi Shun, it must be difficult level. Right, Yi Shun? Ye Chuyun nodded. That's right, so I challenged the hell level. Kai Kuan laughed heartily upon hearing this. See, I was right. Master Yi is going to challenge the difficult level. Then he reacted and stared at Ye Chuyun with his eyes wide open. Huh? Hell level? Fuck. Yi Shun, you're going to challenge the hell level? What? Hell level? Everyone on the side was dumbfounded. They may not even be able to pass the simple level now. Now I heard from Ye Chuyun that he wants to challenge the hell level? My goodness, it's like they live in two different worlds. God Yi, don't be impulsive. Wang Gang persuaded in a panic. There's no chance of resurrection in the hell level. How about you try the difficult level first, Yi Shun? Yeah, Yi Shun, you haven't even been in here yet. Don't be so impulsive. Better safe than sorry, try the difficult level first. Everyone began to persuade him. Enter Chapter 74 and unlock hidden achievements. Facing everyone's persuasion, Ye Chuyun's expression remained unchanged. What Wang Gang and the others said is indeed correct. According to his cautious character, you should definitely try the difficult level first. But this is all based on the premise that he has not cleared the Swamp King's cemetery. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun had no idea how many times he had passed through the Swamp King's cemetery. He has read no less than 10 versions of that guide. And most importantly, whether it's easy, normal, hard, or hell, the clearance reward can only be obtained once. That is if he clears the difficult level. You won't be able to get the hell level clearance reward. And he must get the hell level clearance reward. Therefore, he could only choose the hell level. Moreover, he is 100% sure that he can clear the hell level Swamp King cemetery. That's why I say that. Okay. Wang Gang seemed to understand what Ye Chuyun meant and immediately stopped others from trying to persuade him. Since Yi Shun has made up his mind, he should be confident. We shouldn't try to persuade him any further. The others immediately shut up after hearing this. Okay, then I'll go to hell level first to scout the way for you and give you the first-hand strategy when I come out. Ye Chuyun smiled and strode away. Everyone just watched him walk into the light gate. Good guy, go to the hell level Swamp King cemetery to explore the way for us. Yi Shun has to be you. But if Yi Shun can pass the level, we might be able to ask for some information. Shall we continue fighting? We just happened to find a healer. Why are we still fighting? Let's wait until Yi Shun comes out. If we fight now, our chances of resurrection will be wasted. Captain, how about we wait? Lei Chen asked when he saw Wang Gang didn't move. Wang Gang nodded. Well, let's not take any action for now. I want to see if Yi Shun can clear this hell-level Swamp King cemetery. Tip. You are about to enter the Swamp King cemetery. Please select the difficulty level. Tip. The difficulty levels are from low to high, namely easy, normal, hard, and hell. Tip. Regardless of whether it's easy, normal, hard, or hell, you can only receive the clearance reward once after clearing any level for the first time. Please be aware of this. Tip. In the easy level, players can be resurrected 5 times in the Swamp King's graveyard. Tip. In normal levels, players can be resurrected 3 times in the Swamp King's graveyard. Tip. In difficult levels, players can be resurrected once in the Swamp King's graveyard. Tip. In the hell level, players have no chance of resurrection. Please select. Ye Chuyun chose hell without saying a word. Suddenly, the entire light gate turned from white to pitch black, like the entrance to the abyss. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared at the entrance. When the people standing in the distance saw these eyes, they immediately got goosebumps all over their bodies. They felt threatened by death. Oh my God, I feel like if I go into the hellish Swamp King cemetery, I'm afraid I won't even be able to defeat the monsters inside. Kai Kuan said, rubbing the cold sweat on his forehead. The 2 girls, Lu Qian and Wang Yun, couldn't help but hug their arms and shiver. I think you're absolutely right. I feel a chill all over my back now. Ye Chuyun ignored the threat from those eyes and strode into the entrance of the abyss. After entering, there is a dark forest. The sky was covered with thick black clouds, with lightning and thunder in the clouds, as if it was the end of the world. Ye Chuyun looked up. I saw a ruined building vaguely appearing at the end of the forest, half hidden. And around the forest, there are some white bones scattered from time to time. Ye Chuyun had no expression on his face and walked towards the ruined building. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the ruined building. The sound spread in all directions, causing the entire forest to sway violently. Suddenly, large black shadows appeared in various places in the forest, swaying continuously. Countless forks in the road appeared in the forest. Here it comes. Ye Chuyun's expression froze. The terrifying thing about the Swamp King's cemetery is this forest. The forest seemed to have only one path leading to the ruined building at the end. In fact, anyone who doesn't know the strategy will eventually get lost in this forest. Wang Gang's team must have felt the same way, thinking that it would be very simple as long as they walked out of the forest. But there are 30 roads in the entire forest, and only one leads to the location of the final boss. The other roads are either blocked by elite bosses or stationed with a bunch of monsters. If you make a wrong move, you will die if you can't win. Moreover, these 30 roads will be refreshed every time you enter. Even if you find the way out the first time, the next time you come in, there will be another way. However, after completing the game more times, many people have discovered the pattern of how to find the correct path. Ye Chuyun naturally knew this rule, but he didn't plan to walk out of the forest directly. If you want to truly clear the hell-level Swamp King Cemetery, then you have to walk all 30 roads. This is a hidden achievement. So Ye Chuyun randomly chose a small path on the far right and walked over. But before he could walk for long, 5 dark shadows rushed out from the darkness of the forest and blocked his way. At this time, the dark clouds were moving, and the moonlight shone down faintly, revealing the true face of the black shadow. The black shadows turned out to be the rotting corpses of ferocious beasts. Most of the corpses of these ferocious beasts were rotten, like melted candles. Ye Chuyun could no longer recognize what these corpses looked like when they were alive. Name Corpse Beast. Level 10. Combat Power Assessment 6000. Features: fearless, bloodthirsty, violent, sonic attack, weak to fire. Skill: ultrasonic level 5. Talent: none. Explosion rate: 10%. As expected of a hell-level dungeon. It's just an ordinary monster, but it has 6000 combat power and a very high drop rate. Looking at it this way, it basically corresponds to the strategy. It's a good opportunity to practice with these corpse beasts and see how strong I am now. Ye Chuyun stared at the 5 corpse beasts in front of him. Heavenly power. Suddenly his eyes turned silver, and a majestic and inviolable aura surged from his body. This is his first-level professional exclusive skill, Tianwei. For the enemy he wants to attack, he can directly weaken its attributes by 30%. Woo woo woo. The 5 corpse beasts only felt a sudden threat of death approaching, causing them to tremble, and their momentum was greatly reduced. Chapter 75. Hell-level difficulty? Just kill. Name Corpse Beast. Combat Power Assessment 4200. My goodness, the combat power dropped by 30% like a deflated ball. Flying Fire Meteor. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chuyun threw out a fire skill. I saw huge meteorites about 3 meters in size falling from the sky and directly hitting the 5 corpse beasts. He immediately discovered that his skill had become much stronger. The original size of the meteor was only about 1 meter. After the 300% skill enhancement of nature's law, it directly becomes 3 meters. Needless to say, its power. After a long period of fierce bombardment, the 5 corpse beasts were completely destroyed. It was a complete crushing defeat. Kill a level 10 corpse beast and gain plus 1000 energy points. Kill a level 10 corpse beast and gain plus 1000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. So easy. Ye Chuyun himself was a little surprised. I once again marveled at the power of the god profession. It's just a first-level talent, but it's already so abnormal. What about when he reaches level 20, the second stage, level 30, the third stage, or even level 100, the 10th stage? How incredible would that be? He couldn't even imagine it. Ye Chuyun looked at the spoils dropped by the corpse beast. I don't know what kind of good things can be dropped by ordinary monsters in the hell-level dungeon. Spirit of Corpse Beast. Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10-5. Fearless plate armor. Defense plus 30, Constitution plus 20. Wearing it can enhance the spirit by 10%, resisting the enemy's mental attacks. Second level top grade. Wearing requirements. Level 8 and above, Constitution 200 and above. Healing. A first-level skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit. It can heal yourself and others. Learning requirements. Spirit 200 or above. It's just an ordinary monster, but it actually dropped so many goodies? Ye Chuyun was once again amazed at the hellish generosity. It just so happened that he was still missing a healing skill, so he learned it immediately. He immediately consumed 5 essences of the corpse beast, and his combat power increased by another 200 points. After getting rid of the 5 corpse beasts, Ye Chuyun continued to move forward. From time to time, one or two corpse beasts would appear along the way, but they were all easily dealt with by Ye Chuyun with one sword. Energy points and loot are constantly increasing. Soon the first road reached its end. At the end was a black barrier, preventing him from going any further. Sure enough, it was a dead end. I can only go back and continue to take the second road. But at this time, Ye Chuyun suddenly discovered that under this black barrier, there were 7 or 8 purple stones scattered. Hey, isn't this a magic crystal? His eyes lit up, and he immediately put away the 7 or 8 magic crystals. Ye Chuyun had more than 10 strategy guides about the Hell-level Swamp King Cemetery in his mind. There are both true and false and true here. But now let's look at it together. One of the guides mentioned that it was in the Hell-level Swamp King Cemetery. Every road, whether it is a dead end or a life path, will give you a reward at the end. It seems so. This Hell-level copy has many benefits. Although the risk level is high, the risk and reward are proportional. After confirming again that the first road had been cleared by myself, Ye Chuyun expended his energy to continuously cast teleport and quickly returned to the original location. He discovered that this teleportation was simply a magical skill for traveling. After being strengthened by nature's law, he could teleport hundreds of meters in an instant. This speed is simply invincible. This time Ye Chuyun came to the second road. This time, no corpse beasts appeared on the road. At the end is a large translucent flower. This flower is completely different from the man-eating plant king. The feeling given by the Venus flytrap demon king is that it is beautiful, but also has a hint of temptation and danger. But this flower only gives people a feeling of fear and weirdness. If a timid person sees it, his sanity value will probably drop to 0 directly. This large flower has 6 petals, and when open, its diameter exceeds 10 meters. Countless, translucent fleshy tendrils grew out from the petals. The strangest thing is undoubtedly that the center of the flower is not a pistil, but a face. Ye Chuyun was standing far away from the flowers, but he could see them clearly. This translucent strange face has blurred facial features and slightly resembles a human face. Name: Corpse Mother Beast Mutation. Level: 10. Combat Power Assessment: 7500. Features: likes to eat corpse chi, takes root in the earth, and cannot move. Skills: Soul Devourer LV5, Strength Amplifier LV5. Talent: E-level Super Spirit. Explosion rate: 15%. Ye Chuyun's gaze moved slightly downward. Beneath this giant flower lies a slender green rhizome. The green rhizome is only as thick as an adult's arm and is rooted in the ground. According to the strategy, Ye Chuyun knew that this was the only weakness of the corpse mother beast. Just cut off the rhizome and you will kill it. Ye Chuyun raised the rune sword in his hand without any hesitation. In just a breath of time, he released dozens of golden true chi that were 10 meters long. In an instant, all of them hit the huge corpse mother beast. What weakness is there to target? He is already so strong. Just kill it directly. Ouch! In just a moment, the huge body of the corpse mother beast was torn into pieces, and its translucent color kept changing. A large number of black spots appear on the surface, like grouper. The 6 petals are also rapidly withering and falling off. The huge body was gradually rotting and disintegrating. Kill a level 10 mutated corpse mother beast and gain plus 1,200 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. In less than 10 seconds, the corpse beast died tragically at the hands of Ye Chuyun. The essence of a corpse mother beast, a second-level top-grade helmet, and an E-level super-powerful spiritual talent imprint were revealed. The first thing Ye Chuyun did after destroying the corpse mother beast was to observe the surroundings. Then I felt happy. At the end of the second path is a colorful stone. Name: 5 Elements Source Stone. Function: can be used for construction and forging equipment. The 5 Elements Originium, like the magic crystal, is one of the materials needed to forge the Heavenly Sin set. Ye Chuyun happily put it away, quickly returned to the starting point, and walked towards the third road. The 15th road. Ye Chuyun walked on the road with an expressionless face. Behind him lay a pile of corpses of the corpse beasts. He didn't know how many corpse beasts and corpse mother beasts he had killed. All he knew was that the loot in his energy points and storage space was increasing crazily. Chapter 76. Level 3 Blood Suit. Enter the final level. At this point, his level progress is already level 10-168680/200000. Upgrading soon. All the way to the end of the road. Ye Chuyun finally encountered the first king-level beast in the Swamp King's cemetery. This is a werewolf of gigantic size. It has silver-white fur and a pair of pitch-black claws. A translucent liquid continued to flow out of the open mouth. The liquid immediately turned black and emitted blue smoke when it fell on the ground, showing signs of corrosion. Apparently, the werewolf's saliva is corrosive. Name Werewolf King level. Level 10. Combat Power Assessment 9000. Characteristics: bloodthirsty, murderous, territorial consciousness. Skills: Death Gaze LV5, Roar LV5. Talent: D-level strength enhancement. Explosion rate 20%. Hee, it's actually a human. It smells so good. When the Werewolf King saw Ye Chuyun, more and more saliva flowed from his mouth. Weak human die. Suddenly, the Werewolf King moved, and his swollen chest began to move upwards, passing through his neck and then to his mouth. It's about to use its skill, Roar. At this time, the Werewolf King's mouth was already puffed up. Release skills when you see the opponent. Ye Chuyun was indifferent to this and just waved his hand. Flying Fire Meteor. Aquaman is angry. Quicksand Vortex. Die. In just a moment, countless meteors and meteorites fell, countless water tornadoes swept in, and sand whirlpools continued to emerge on the ground. The three elemental skills have become extremely terrifying after being enhanced by nature's law. Before the Werewolf King could react, he was submerged in it. Werewolf King. Can I still play? This damn human. Can you wait for its skills to be released? No. The Werewolf King roared in extreme despair before he even had time to use any skills. It watched its body sink into the quicksand. It was then hit by countless meteorites. Then he was sucked into the waterspout. The Werewolf King felt as if the time around him had been slowed down countless times. This made it extremely painful. At the same time, it also sensed the breath coming from Ye Chuyun. This made it open its eyes wide, as if it had thought of something. You are God. Unfortunately, it's too late. Before the Werewolf King could finish his words, a waterspout destroyed his body. Kill the level 10 King level Werewolf King and gain plus 10,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. After the werewolf dies, a silver-white treasure chest appears at the end of the road. I wonder what good stuff the Werewolf King will reveal next. Ye Chuyun quickly opened the storage space to check. Werewolf King's Essence. After taking Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20. Crimson Armor. Defense plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Strength plus 20. When worn, killing an enemy automatically absorbs their essence and blood. Upon reaching a certain level, a strengthening skill can be unleashed, increasing all attributes by 10% for 1 minute. Requires level 10, Strength and Constitution 500 or higher. This is one of the third-tier premium sets. 2-piece set effect. Defense plus 100, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. 4-piece set effect. Reduce damage by 30% based on the holder's defense. All attributes plus 80. 6-piece set effect. Activate the skill Blood Rage. Each time you take damage, your strength and agility increase by 2%. This can be stacked up to 5 times and lasts for 1 minute. Level 3 Bloody Suit. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. The most famous item in the Swamp King Cemetery is the third-tier top-grade suit, the Bloody Suit. The Bloody set consists of 6 pieces. Combines defense, attack, and treatment in one. It is considered the best of the third-order suits at level 10. Even at level 20, some people are reluctant to change this set. The current Scarlet suit is much better than the Iron Turtle suit he is wearing. Unfortunately, there is only one. Ye Chuyun planned to replace his equipment after collecting 6 pieces. Before the Tianzue suit was manufactured, the Bloody Suit is Ye Chuyun's best choice at the moment. In addition to the bloody armor, Werewolfmon also dropped a D-level strength-enhancing talent imprint. At this time, Ye Chuyun also noticed the silver treasure chest. It seems this is the reward for the 15th road. Ye Chuyun did not open it, but put it into the storage space. See if there is a chance to synthesize another golden treasure chest. Another hour passed. During this period, Ye Chuyun had confirmed that the 18th road was the way to survival. But he didn't choose to walk out of the forest. Instead, he chose to continue walking the remaining 12 roads. On the 30th road, Ye Chuyun encountered another giant bat of the king level. It can be easily solved in no time. I also got a 3rd-level top-grade suit, the Blood Red Helmet. Crimson Helmet. Defense plus 40, Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 30, reduces damage by 15% based on the wearer's defense. Required to wear, level 10, Spirit and Constitution 500 or above. One of the third-tier premium sets. In addition, there are also items such as God and Demon Coins, Essence, Skill Stones, and Strengthening Stones. At the end of the road, there is another silver treasure chest. At this point, all 30 roads have been explored. During this period, Ye Chuyun dealt with almost all the ferocious beasts he encountered with one move, without exception. This place is too weak compared to those messengers from the origin realm. His level is about to break through. Level 10 199820/200000. At this point, the hidden achievement has been achieved. This time, Ye Chuyun returned to the 18th road and walked in again. This time he finally passed through the forest and came to the ruined building. Inside the ruined building is a hall that looks empty. There was a door at the end of the hall and nothing else. Because the building was so dilapidated, there were huge cracks in many places and the moonlight shining and made the place look gloomy. Ye Chuyun walked slowly through the corridor. There are many patterns and words engraved on both sides of the corridor. The patterns are various creatures. Among them were the familiar green-clawed beast, stone ape beast, eyeless snake, purple poisonous frog, ghost wolf, iron turtle beast, and so on. These are the patterns of ferocious beasts that have appeared in the poisonous fog swamp. The way of heaven descends, summoning all races, bringing destruction and disaster. The races abandoned by the way of heaven will become. Ye Chuyun watched silently. This passage simply introduces the origin of this poisonous swamp. This was also a secret that shocked people when they came here in their previous life. It turns out that whether it is the green claw beast, the stone ape beast, or the iron turtle beast, these ferocious beasts, he was once summoned by heaven and descended into the world of gods and demons. Chapter 77 The King of the Swamp, the Overlord level ferocious beast. But later, for some unknown reason, they lost the qualifications to continue staying in the world of gods and demons. Afterwards, he was forcibly bound here by the Heavenly Dao and became a tool for other players to become stronger. Some are even NPC-like existences that can only obey the orders of heaven, although they can never leave the world of gods and demons. But the good thing is that even if they die, they can appear again as long as the Heavenly Dao wants to continue summoning them. Perhaps this is also a disguised form of eternal life? Shaking his head, Ye Chuyun quickly put this dangerous idea behind him and continued to look at the words in the corridor. The last paragraph describes the deepest part of the poisonous fog swamp, where the Swamp King lives. As long as you defeat the Swamp King, you can get the Dream Crystal. The Dreamy Crystal is the reward for completing the level. This is also the purpose of Ye Chuyun's trip. This corridor is not long. Behind the door is a strange cave. At this moment, these huge caves are filled with the corpses and bones of corpse mother beasts, corpse leader beasts, werewolf beasts, and other ferocious beasts. The corpses and bones piled up like mountains. And on top of these skeletons, there was an astonishingly large python lying there. The giant python was more than 10 feet long from head to tail, and its body was covered with dark yellow scales that shone with a faint light. The most important thing is that it actually has 2 heads, and 4 legs covered with scales grew from its snake belly. Each paw has 5 claws. The claws gripped the skeleton tightly. The 4 heads of the 2 snake heads were bulging, as if horns were about to grow. Name: Swamp King Overlord level. Level: 10. Combat Power Assessment: 12,000. Characteristics: Absolute Defense, Schizophrenia, Bloodthirsty, Fearless. Skills: Ice and Fire Double Ring Exclusive Skill, Strengthen LV5, Iron Wall LV5, Frenzy LV5, Strength Amplification LV5, Constitution Amplification LV5, Agility Amplification LV5, Levitation LV5. Talent: D-Level Strength Enhancement, D-Level Physical Enhancement, D-Level Ice Fusion, D-Level Fire Fusion. Explosion Rate: 30%. Even though I know that the attributes of the Hell-level Swamp King are very abnormal. But when he saw the message that popped up identification, Ye Chuyun still couldn't help but take a breath. With so many skills and talents, is this a dominant beast? This is an existence more terrifying than the king-level beast. The king level means that it is a king-like existence among its kind. The overlord level means that it is the absolute overlord in the poisonous fog swamp. This is the overlord level. However, in his previous life, let alone the overlord level, he even died at the hands of a king-level beast. Killing a dominant beast was unthinkable. But this time, he can think about it. Human. When Ye Chuyun appeared, the Swamp King also noticed him. The snake head on the left suddenly spoke. Hiss, it's actually a human. I didn't expect that there would be a human coming here. This time it was the snake head on the right that spoke. The left snake head said, Brother, it seems that the Heavenly Dao has summoned a human from a lower world this time. The right snake head said, Little brother, it seems that we are going to have a feast this time. Hiss, eating these corpse beasts every day makes me almost vomit. The left snake head said, Brother, This human is not easy to deal with. I am afraid I can't beat him. Right Snakehead? Tisk, why are you afraid? I'll be resurrected by the Heavenly Dao after I die anyway, so just do it. Left Snakehead. Oh, that's right. Even if we die, we can be resurrected by the Heavenly Dao. What is there to be afraid of? Ha ha ha. Ye Chuyun watched the two of them perform with an expressionless face. In his previous life, this Swamp King was criticized by countless people because he was ordered by the Heavenly Dao to stay in this alien space for the rest of his life. So crazy. It originally had only one snake head, but it actually split out another snake head and began to talk to itself. This is how schizophrenia comes about. But Ye Chuyun understood. Anyone who had to stay here for the rest of their life would go crazy. At this time, the two snakeheads were still talking to themselves. Ye Chuyun looked at him coldly, his eyes gradually turning silver. Tianwei activate. The Swamp King suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming down, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, it felt that its various attributes were greatly reduced. Name Swamp King. Combat Power, 8400. Looking at the panel of the Swamp King again, Ye Chuyun sighed even more. The talent Tianwei is really too heaven-defying and too abnormal. Originally, the Swamp King had a combat power of 12,000. This time, it was weakened by heaven's power by 30, and even less than 9,000. How can we fight this? With his current combat power of 14,000, he can even crush the opponent directly. The two snakeheads widened their eyes at the same time. The left snakehead, you, a human, are actually a god? The right snakehead said, how is it possible? How can a human like you from a lower world obtain the inheritance of heaven? The left snakehead said, brother, what should we do? This human is actually a god. We can't defeat him at all. The right snakehead said, little brother, why are you so scared? The other party is a god. If we can eat him, maybe we can leave this damn place. The left snakehead said, brother, you are right. Since they are celestial beings, if we can eat them, we may be able to break free from the control of the heavens and regain our freedom. Left snakehead, even if we die, we can be resurrected. This wave is not a loss. Right snakehead, brother, let's go. Left snakehead, brother, go ahead. I'll help you unleash your skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge body of the Swamp King leaped up and temporarily hovered in the air. This is the skill used, levitation, which allows you to temporarily suspend in the air. Strengthen, frenzy, iron wall, strength increase, agility increase, physique increase. The snakehead on the left kept roaring. With the help of various skills, the combat power that was originally weakened by Ye Chuyun increased again. The combat power reached 11,000. At the same time, the snakehead on the right also roared. Ice and fire double rings. In an instant, a blue and red light appeared behind it. The blue and red light gradually condensed into a halo, floating behind the swamp light. This is the exclusive skill of the Swamp King. Ice and fire double rings. Then the two halos automatically attacked Ye Chuyun. Boom, boom, boom. Two earth-shattering bangs. The ice and fire auras fired two lasers respectively. Wherever the blue laser passed, all the skeletons were frozen into ice. Wherever the red laser passed, all the skeletons began to burn. Two lasers, each carrying destructive momentum, shot directly at Ye Chuyun's head. Chapter 78. Perfect Evaluation. Get the Revival Crystal. The next second, Ye Chuyun didn't think twice, spread his wind wings, and flew up directly, quickly avoiding the laser. However, the attack of the ice and fire rings did not stop there. One laser after another is shot out automatically. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Chuyun controlled the wind wings and kept shuttling through the lasers. Those lasers couldn't even hit a hair on his head. Lasers kept falling on the walls, causing the entire cave to shake continuously. That ice and fire double ring is indeed something. Able to continuously release lasers. It seems like he will not stop until Ye Chuyun is killed. The Swamp King was so happy when he saw the human in front of him dodging in front of him and looking so embarrassed. The left snakehead said, Big brother, look, that human doesn't dare to get close to us under the attack of our ice and fire rings. Right snakehead, yeah, little brother, as long as this human can't get close to us, we can find a way to wear him down. Oh, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Hearing the conversation between the two snakeheads, Ye Chuyun's eyes turned cold. Swish. In just a moment, Ye Chuyun split into three and actually released two clones. The clone technique has also been strengthened. Originally, he could only release one clone, but now he can release two clones. Moreover, each clone has 85% of the combat power of the original body. When the Swamp King saw this, both snake heads were stunned. But before it could think about it, its two clones rushed towards it from the left and right at the same time. Right snakehead. Oops. It quickly used the ice and fire rings to attack the clone from the left and right at the same time. The two clones kept dodging and using skills to attack at the same time. Guiyuan Jinqi, elemental skills. All skills are used at once. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides' skills continued to clash, and a delicate balance was achieved. At this time, the two snakeheads of the Swamp King were focusing on their two clones respectively, and did not notice that the original body had disappeared at all. By this time, the Swamp King had also noticed something was wrong. The left snakehead said, "Brother, those two clones don't seem to want to attack us. It's like they just want to hold us back." The right snakehead said, "Little brother, you are right. I also feel that something seems to be wrong. Where's the original body? Have you seen where the original body has gone?" Left snakehead, "True form? Bro, this is bad." Before the Swamp King could react, a cold light appeared behind it. Ye Chuyun suddenly appeared behind him and slashed down with the rune sword. The Swamp King quickly used the ice and fire rings to cover himself. It thought that this would be able to resist Ye Chuyun's attack. However, it was precisely because the Swamp King did this that it played exactly into Ye Chuyun's wishes. Snap! Just one sword. Ye Chuyun split the Swamp King, including the snake and the ice and fire rings, into two halves. The two snake heads of the Swamp King didn't even have time to scream before they were split in two and died. Boom. The huge body of the Swamp King fell to the ground with a loud bang. The next second, a huge and dazzling white light flew out from the corpse and poured into Ye Chuyun's body. Congratulations, you killed the Swamp King Overlord level and gained 40,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Tip: due to the existence of Heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 100 points. Your agility increases by 100 points. Your physical fitness increases by 100 points. Your spirit increases by 100 points. You gain 50 free attributes. After seeing the prompt, Ye Chuyun smiled. Finally upgraded. Although he already knew that his talent was abnormal, he still couldn't help but be surprised after seeing the prompt. Others can only gain a total of 40 attribute points and 5 free attribute points when they level up. Wow, he increased his money tenfold. This feeling is so cool. Ye Chuyun did not open the panel for the time being, but immediately opened the storage space. He couldn't wait to know what the spoils were after killing the Swamp King. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Another big explosion. From easy to difficult, the Swamp King you encounter will only be king level at most. Moreover, their combat power, talent, and skills will all be greatly reduced. Only the hell-level Swamp King can unleash its true strength. What comes out is a collection of all the essences in one. The first is the spirit of the Swamp King. 10 of them exploded at once, just enough for him to use up to the upper limit. Swamp King's essence. After taking strength plus 50, agility plus 50, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 50. The second is the third-level premium suit. Previously, Ye Chuyun killed 2 king-level ferocious beasts. Got 2 of the 6-piece set. The remaining 4 items are all on the Swamp King. Crimson Boots, defense plus 40, agility plus 50, allows silent walking, plus 50% movement speed based on the wearer's agility, requires level 10, agility 500 or above, one of the third-tier premium sets. Crimson Shoulder Pads, defense plus 40, constitution plus 50, equipped to slowly restore mental strength. Required to wear at level 10, constitution 500 or above, one of the third-tier premium sets. Crimson Belt, defense plus 50, constitution plus 40, reduces damage by 5% based on the wearer's defense. Required to wear, level 10, constitution 500 or above, one of the third-tier premium sets. Crimson Wrist Guard, defense plus 40, constitution plus 50, reduces damage by 5% based on the wearer's defense. Required to wear, level 10, constitution 500 or above, one of the third-tier premium sets. Now all 6 pieces are complete. In addition, there are skill books and talent imprints. Talent marking, D-level strength enhancement, D-level physical enhancement, D-level ice fusion, D-level fire fusion. Directly unleashed all the talents of the Swamp King. Ice and fire dual rings, a third-tier skill that summons ice and fire dual rings, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Learning requirements require D-level talents, ice fusion and fire fusion, with a spirit and physical fitness requirement of 2,000 or higher. This skill has made Ye Chuyun envious for a long time. This time it finally came out. Finally, There are skill stones and enhancement stones, a lot of which dropped, more than 50 in total. Before Ye Chuyun could deal with the spoils, the announcement came. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for clearing the Hell-level Swamp King's cemetery and gaining reputation plus 100. Tip. When your reputation reaches 400, you can once again receive the blessing of heaven, with all attributes increased by plus 40. Tip. Clear the Hell-level Swamp King cemetery for the first time and get a perfect rating to receive a Resurrection Crystal. Resurrection Crystal. Gain a chance to revive once, automatically consumed after death. Chapter 79 shares strategies and returns to the original starting point. Finally, I finally got it. Ye Chuyun looked at the transparent crystal that suddenly appeared in the storage space with excitement. The Resurrection Crystal can give him a chance to be resurrected. In the world of gods and demons, humans only have one life, and once dead, they are dead. Like the lives in other advanced worlds, such as the destined ones of Destiny's Star. They are born with 9 lives. And every time they die, their strength will double. Therefore, the people of Taiyamingxing are not afraid of life and death in the battlefield of all races. The more they die, the stronger they become, making people terrified. This kind of innate talent is something that humans cannot compare to. But the way of heaven is fair. Since humans only have one life, it rewards them with resurrection crystals. Having a resurrection crystal is equivalent to having an extra life. You can only get this one if you complete the hell-level dungeon perfectly for the first time. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun had heard others speculate about this. In the world of gods and demons, there may be skills or talents that can resurrect people. However, it is unknown whether this skill or talent actually exists. Just as Ye Chuyun was looking at the revival crystal and fell into deep thought, there was an uproar outside. A minute ago, Wang Gang and others had been waiting for news at the 5-color altar. Suddenly, the announcement came. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for clearing the Hell-level Swamp King's cemetery and gaining reputation plus 100. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately caused an uproar among the public. They can only see this announcement. I don't know that Ye Chuyun obtained the revival crystal after passing the level. If he knew, he would probably be even more scared to death. Oh my god, I actually passed the Swamp King's cemetery, and it's hell level. God is worthy of being God. When we couldn't even pass the simple level, God directly broke through the hell level by himself. I really don't know what kind of rewards the hell-level Swamp King cemetery will have. Oh my god, I can't even imagine it. I wonder if there are any equipment that Yishin doesn't need. Even if it's just scraps, it would be invaluable to us. That's right, I still have several hundred god and demon coins on me. If you say that, I have to borrow some money. Come on, are there any brothers who are short of money? We provide loan services with 1% interest. Fuck, brother, you're really fast. Oh my god, Kai Kuan jumped up in fright. Yishin actually passed the hell-level Swamp King cemetery? Lei Chen kept muttering. Is he still human? Wang Gang kept shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It seems that Yishin's combat power may have exceeded 10,000. It's true, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. After waiting for a while, everyone finally saw a figure walking out from the closed door. It's Ye Chuyun. As soon as Ye Chuyun appeared, everyone surrounded him tightly. Yishun, you have cleared the Swamp King's cemetery. Do you have any strategies you can share? Yishin, are you selling your strategy? Our team wants to buy one for a fee. Ye Chuyun also felt helpless at this time. These people are really too enthusiastic. He waved his hands quickly and shouted, "Don't worry, everyone. I will provide the strategy guide to everyone for free, so don't worry." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly fell silent and looked at him eagerly. Afterwards, Ye Chuyun gathered everyone together and shared the strategy about the Swamp King's cemetery. His guide is suitable for all levels from easy to hell. As long as you listen to this guide carefully and make all the preparations, you may be able to pass the level when you go to the Swamp King's cemetery. Everyone did not doubt the source and authenticity of the strategy, but listened carefully and took notes. Because Ye Chuyun has already passed the hell-level Swamp King cemetery, so it's not surprising that everyone thinks he knows these strategies. Ye Chuyun didn't care whether they believed it or not. As the saying goes, if you believe, you will have it. If you don't believe, you will have nothing. Anyway, the most important third-grade premium suit and revival crystal have been obtained. He got to eat the meat, so he had to let others have some soup. After listening to the strategy, everyone suddenly understood. Oh my god, why can't I get out of that ghost forest? It turns out there are so many paths. Every time we go in, the path to survival will change randomly. So as long as we look for red flowers on the road, we can tell which one is the path to survival. Oh my god, is the Swamp King's combat power so abnormal? So, it seems like scout-type supports and healing-type supports are very important. The Swamp King Cemetery can actually produce a Tier 3 set of equipment. This is incredibly exciting. Then our team is missing a reconnaissance support. Is there anyone who wants one? The minimum combat power is 2000. Once you have a team, let's try the simple level. My hearing amplification skill is maxed out. I can now conduct reconnaissance, and my combat power is 2100. Okay, it's you. Everyone started to form targeted teams in full swing. The efficiency is much higher than before. Soon, several teams walked into the light gate one after another. Let's get going soon too. Seeing this, Wang Gang's team became very impatient and rushed in immediately. Ye Chuyun had already left the 5-colored altar. Poisonous Fog Swamp, Square. After 3 days, I'm back to the starting point again. Ye Chuyun looked as if he was in another world. He was the only one in the square at this time. Others either go to hunt ferocious beasts to level up, or go to challenge the Swamp King Cemetery dungeon. Looked at the watch. The time now is 4 a.m. It took him 2 hours to clear the Swamp King Cemetery. The train arrives at 8 o'clock. It was the same time he had arrived at the square by train for the first time 3 days ago. So Ye Chuyun simply took a rest in the square. Taking this opportunity, he also began to sort out the spoils. The first is the spirit obtained from the Swamp King Cemetery. Spirit of the Corpse Beast. After taking it, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10. Corpse Mother Beast's essence. After taking it, spirit plus 20. Werewolf King's essence. After taking it, constitution plus 30, strength plus 10. Corpse Bat King's essence. After taking it, agility plus 20, constitution plus 20. Swamp King's essence. After taking, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 50. It's a pity that we only got 5 of each of the Werewolf Kings and Corpse Bat King spirits. The other spirit essences all have more than 10 and can be taken directly up to the upper limit. Ye Chuyun simply closed his eyes and swallowed all the essence in one breath. Chapter 80. The soaring combat power exceeded 23,000. After swallowing all the spirit essences, Ye Chuyun's attributes experienced an unprecedented surge again. In addition, there is a bloody 6-piece set. Ye Chuyun also took off the iron turtle suit and other equipment on his body. Put on all 6 pieces of bloody suit. I have obtained many enhancement stones and skill stones in the Swamp King Cemetery before. This is exactly when it comes in handy. However, these strengthening stones can only strengthen 2 of the 6 pieces in the set. After all, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more strengthening stones it consumes. In addition, the enhancement may fail, and a lot of enhancement stones will be lost. So Ye Chuyun prioritized strengthening the blood-colored armor and blood-colored helmet. He was lucky and only failed twice. Just when the strengthening stones were almost used up, these 2 pieces of equipment were strengthened to the highest level. Crimson Armor plus 5, Defense plus 200, Constitution plus 150, Strength plus 80. When worn, killing an enemy automatically absorbs their essence and blood. Upon reaching a certain level, a strengthening skill can be unleashed, improving all attributes by 10% for 1 minute. Requires level 10, Strength and Constitution 500 or higher. This is one of the 3rd-tier premium sets. Crimson Helmet plus 5, Defense plus 180, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, reduces damage by 15% based on the wearer's defense. Required to wear, level 10, Agility, Constitution 500 or above. One of the 3rd-tier premium sets. The properties of these 2 enhanced pieces directly surpassed his Iron Turtle Armor plus 5 and Iron Turtle Helmet plus 5. Hint: it is detected that you have 6 pieces of bloody suits, triggering the equipment attributes. 2-piece set effect: Defense plus 100, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. 4-piece set effect: reduce damage by 30% based on defense, stackable, all attributes plus 80. 6-piece set effect: activate the skill Blood Rage. Each time you take damage, your strength and agility increase by 2%. This can be stacked up to 5 times and lasts for 1 minute. After all the equipment is put on, the equipment effect of the 6-piece set is also triggered. Ye Chuyun opened the latest panel. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 11-39820/300000. Reputation: 400. Title: The One Favored by Heaven, Celestial Being number 250. Strength: 2762D level, Strength Enhancement, plus 1105. Agility: 2142. Constitution: 3244D level Constitution Enhancement, plus 1298. Spirit: 2883 E-level spirit is super strong, plus 577. Free attribute points, 50. Combat power, 23,000 and 22,000, and 62, plus 960. After seeing the panel, Ye Chuyun was shocked. He just took a trip to the Swamp King's cemetery, and his combat power skyrocketed. His combat power was 14,000 before he entered, but it directly became 23,000 after he entered. A hell-level copy, and it's just a novice copy. It's so terrifying. Finally, there were 50 points of free attributes, and Ye Chuyun continued to add them all to spirit. Now the spirit has reached 2,933 points, and is about to break through the 3,000 mark. However, what Ye Chuyun did not expect was that his physical fitness was now the highest, reaching 3,000. After processing all the spirit essence and equipment, Ye Chuyun took out the talent imprint. In the Swamp King Cemetery, he also obtained many talent marks. In E-level spirit is super strong 4 pieces. D-level strength enhancement 2 pieces. D-level agility enhancement 1 piece. D-level ice fusion 1 piece. 1 piece of D-level fire fusion. Among them, ice fusion, fire fusion, and agility enhancement are what Ye Chuyun does not have. You can get it by directly using the talent imprint. The rest are all fused. First, E-level spirit is super strong. Ding, fusion failed. Well, it's another familiar reminder. It's a small scene, don't panic, keep going. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion successful, E-level spirit super strength evolved into D-level spirit enhancement. After seeing the prompt, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. Finally succeeded. Next is D-level strength enhancement. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion successful, D-level power is enhanced and evolved into C-level power. State of power permanently increases strength by 80%. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. C-level talent, so terrifying. Permanent increase of 80%. His current strength is 2,762. If it is a permanent increase of 80%, doesn't that mean a 2,209 point increase in one go? If you add the two together, wouldn't his strength be infinitely close to 5,000? Oh my god, this talent is too incredible. He also gained new talents. They are D-level agility enhancement, D-level fire fusion, and D-level ice fusion. Now his talents add up to a total of 12. I'm afraid there's no one in any other district who has more talent than him. There is also a 3rd level skill book ice and fire double ring. Ye Chuyun also met the conditions for learning and started studying decisively. Now he has another means of attack. Finally, Ye Chuyun put all the replaced equipment, surplus equipment, essence, skill books, etc. on the shelves after setting prices. Now his storage space was empty again. The feeling of emptying your backpack all at once is truly addictive. There were less than 4 hours left before the train arrived, and Ye Chuyun could only wait silently in the square. And while waiting, the announcement appeared again. Announcement: congratulations to Wang Gang, Lei Chun, Lu Qian, Wang Yun, and Kai Kuan for completing the easy level of the Swamp King's cemetery for the first time. Oh, after seeing the announcement, Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned, then smiled. I didn't expect Wang Gang and his group to be so impressive. They actually cleared the easy level in such a short time. It seems they failed at the normal level, so they chose the simple level as a second best option. But even so, it's already impressive. It seems they have really grown up. However, in the following period, no announcements appeared except for Wang Gang's team. After all, not everyone has the strength of Wang Gang's team. Even if there is a strategy, it cannot guarantee that you can pass the game 100%. The combat capability must also be up to standard. Being able to complete the game in such a short time is already very good. This made Ye Chuyun think of his previous life. Even if you want to clear the simple level of the Swamp King Cemetery, it will take a month and a half. Now they can clear the easy level on the 3rd day. If this happened in other districts, it would be unthinkable. The chat channel was also very lively, with everyone congratulating Wang Gang's team. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but join in. It was just a way to kill time anyway, and he soon became one of the people playing together. Chapter 81. Recipe for Yin Yang Pill. Get on the train again. That's all. The 4 hours passed quickly. While Ye Chuyun was waiting, many people came to the square one after another. Among them was Wang Gang's team. When they saw each other, there was no surprise on their faces. After all, their purpose is the same. They all want to take the train to the next destination. That is the real world of gods and demons. At this time, Wang Gang and others came to Ye Chuyun and looked at him with a smile on their faces. Master Yi, thank you so much. Wang Gang said gratefully. If it weren't for your strategy, we wouldn't even be able to get past the easy level of the Swamp King's cemetery. Yeah. Ye Chuyun waved his hand and smiled calmly. It's nothing, really. The strategy is just a supplement. The main thing is up to you guys. Wang Gang smiled sheepishly, then hesitated for a moment before asking. Godyi, I have a pill recipe here. It was dropped from the Swamp King's cemetery. See if you can exchange it for your +5 Stormblade. After saying that, he took out a piece of paper from the storage space and handed it to Ye Chuyun. Dan recipe? Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Wang Gang could reveal such a good thing. Ever since he switched to that rune sword, Stormblade has been gloriously retired. This time he put all his equipment on the shelf, including the +5 Stormblade. But he priced the Stormblade at 10,000. This price is not expensive in the early stage. It is even very cheap. You should know that in the later stages, even a random second-level equipment can be sold for at least 50,000 to 60,000 God and Demon coins. However, this price is still astronomical for Wang Gang and others. So when Wang Gang and others discovered this recipe when they were attacking the Swamp King's cemetery, the first thing he wanted to do was to exchange the Stormblade from Ye Chuyun. Let me take a look. After taking the drawing, Ye Chuyun looked at it carefully. Yin Yang Dan pill recipe can be made by intermediate alchemists. Yin Yang Dan increases fire resistance by 500% within 1 hour after taking it. Fire resistance increased by 500%? When Ye Chuyun saw the recipe, he was shocked. At the same time, his heartbeat began to accelerate. He suddenly remembered something. In the previous life, by chance, a team once saw a level 25 lone traveler who was able to solo the level 30 alien space dungeon, the Flame God Cave, and also cleared the difficult level. At that time, no one could even clear the simple level of the Flame God Cave. This level 25 lone traveler was actually able to clear the difficult level of the Flame God Cave by himself. After repeated questioning, the level 25 Lone Ranger finally revealed the information. The reason why he was able to pass through the Flame God Cave was because he had medicine that could increase resistance to fire. As long as you can withstand the magma in the Flame God Cave, it will be very easy to pass the Flame God Cave. As soon as this news was announced, the prices of all drugs that increase fire resistance suddenly soared, and the supply was completely unable to meet the demand. And the reason why so many people want to pass through the Flame God Cave. This is because the Flame God Cave is a great place to produce forging blueprints. It was precisely because of these forging blueprints that the level 25 lone traveler made a fortune. He even joined a first-rate force with the help of these forging blueprints, became their exclusive blacksmith, and received focused training. And now Ye Chuyun just happened to have a recipe for a pill that could increase resistance to fire. Still a 500% increase. He had never seen such a miraculous elixir recipe in his previous life. If this recipe were put up for auction, Ye Chuyun even thought that this could be sold for at least millions of God and Demon coins. But now Wang Gang said he wanted to use this recipe to exchange for his own +5 Stormblade. Okay, I'll change. Ye Chuyun naturally agreed with great joy. However, he knew the value of this pill recipe, but Wang Gang did not. So he took the Stormblade and Iron Turtle sets off the shelves and handed them over to Wang Gang, and also gave Wang Gang 10,000 God and Demon coins. He made a profit by being able to exchange for the Yin Yang pill. But he also couldn't let Wang Gang and others suffer too much. Are you giving me all these? Wang Gang was also surprised when he saw the equipment. Then he immediately understood that the value of the recipe might be beyond his imagination. Then he felt very happy again. He felt that Ye Chuyun was very righteous and did not let him suffer any loss. Well, do you want to change? Ye Chuyun asked with a smile. Change. Wang Gang naturally nodded in agreement. Then he gave all the equipment and divine and demon coins to Lei Chun and others, without keeping any equipment for himself. Ye Chuyun saw it all and couldn't help but admire Captain Wang Gang. When you have good equipment, give it to your teammates first. Where can you find such a good captain? However, Lei Chun and others only accepted the equipment and refused to take the God and Demon coins. He insisted on giving these divine and demon coins to Wang Gang, which was considered as buying these equipment. Wang Gang had no choice but to accept the 10,000 God and Demon coins. Ye Chuyun watched all this from the side and just smiled without saying anything. Woo woo woo. Boom. Just as everyone was chatting, a black train appeared from the void and slowly drove towards the square. Here I come. Lei Chun shouted excitedly when he saw the train. The black train was like a giant steel dragon, with white steam emitting from the front of the train as it moved forward. However, in just a dozen seconds, everyone including Ye Chuyun felt a huge pressure coming towards them and could not help but retreat. Woo! A long whistle sounded and the steam slowly dissipated. The black train that takes them to the world of gods and demons appears again. The next second the black train stopped at the square. The doors of the train opened automatically one by one, and the interior of the carriage suddenly lit up, waiting for Ye Chuyun and others to enter. Everyone looked at the black train in front of them, with both happiness and confusion in their eyes. I'm happy that I finally left this damn place called the Toxic Swamp. But what makes them confused is what kind of horrible place will be waiting for them if they get on the train. Just as everyone was hesitating, a figure boarded the train without hesitation. It's Ye Chuyun. Seeing Ye Chuyun get on the train so decisively, Wang Gang and others looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and followed him into the train. After entering, Ye Chuyun randomly found a carriage on the right and sat down. Wang Gang and others sat opposite him, looking nervous. Once again boarding the train, everyone was no longer the ignorant and panic-stricken people they were 3 days ago. Now that they have gained power, each of them would be almost non-human if they were placed on the previous blue planet. However, the more this happened, the more they could feel how powerful the means of heaven were. Chapter 82. Go to the Blue Star region and choose a region. This black train is not something our blue planet can produce. It's like something out of a movie, like alien technology. Lu Qian looked out the window and sighed. Captain, where do you think this train will take us? Kai Kuan asked a little nervously. Wang Gang was also very nervous at this time. He shook his head and then looked at Ye Chuyun. When he saw Ye Chuyun still had a calm expression, he suddenly wasn't nervous anymore. Ye Shun, where do you think this train will take us? When Ye Chuyun heard Wang Gang's question, he was about to answer. The train suddenly made a whoosh sound, and then the doors slammed shut and started moving. At the same time, a sound was heard in the carriage. Everyone in District 118, welcome aboard the train. After leaving the trial ground, you will truly enter the world of gods and demons. The place you are going to next is an area of Blue Star that I have specially designated for you. I have named it the Blue Star region. Your next mission is to survive in this Blue Star region, establish your own settlement, and prepare for the myriad races battlefield that may one day arrive. In the Blue Star region, there are all kinds of different dimensions, fierce beasts, opportunities, and missions. You can explore them on your own. Work hard to improve your strength, humans of Blue Star. Okay, finally, please ask the highest-ranking person among you to choose the area you will be traveling to next. There are 10,000 regions in total. You can choose freely. The area you were previously in was Area 1. You can also choose to go there directly. But I remind you, once you choose, the following tasks can only be completed within the area you choose. Please select this. The sudden words stunned everyone present. Then they all looked at Ye Chuyun. After all, he is now the highest-ranking person on this train. His choice may affect their future and life and death. After all, if you make a bad choice and end up in a very dangerous area, that would be hell. Huh? Aren't we in Area 1? Can we go to other areas now? Wang Gang said puzzledly. It's good that we are Region 1, but that doesn't mean we can't go to other regions. This is also good. It gives us the freedom to choose. So, should we continue to Area 1, or go to another area? Master Yi, which region do you plan to choose? Kai Kuan looked at him cautiously. Master Yi, you can choose whatever you want. No matter what decision you make, we will still support you. Lei Chun kept patting his chest to make assurance. Seeing this, others also echoed. Yes, Yi Shun, there are 10,000 regions anyway, and we have no idea what the situation is in these regions, so you can choose with confidence. Indeed, no one has ever been to these 10,000 regions, so in the end, we can only choose randomly. Hey, why not pick something auspicious? How about 666? Good fellow, it doesn't have to be so auspicious. Just when everyone's conversation was getting more and more off topic, Ye Chuyun finally spoke. I choose Area 1888. Okay, this train will go to Area 1888. Once you arrive at the location, the mission will begin. Good fellow, Yi Shun, you are quite decisive. You made the decision so quickly. Wang Gang looked at him in shock. Why is it number 1888 and not 888? Kai Kuan also muttered to himself. 888. Make money, how wonderful. At this moment, Lei Chen's eyes lit up. 1888? If we want to make money, it has to be you, Yi Shun. Oh my god, so this is why you chose number 1888, Master Yi. This wave of metaphysics is pretty good. Okay, I feel like I'm about to take off. It's such an auspicious number. If I don't take off, who will? Good fellow. Yi Shun looked at these people speechlessly. Everyone now believes that he chose this number purely for the sake of luck. However, what no one knew was that Ye Chuyun's choice of this area was by no means accidental. This area number 1888 was a popular area in the previous life. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the sea, eat by the sea. For example, I can sell seafood, and you can sell ginseng. Each region has its own unique features. If you choose them well, you can use them to make wealth, improve your strength, and develop your influence. And number 1888 was a treasure in the previous life. All the forces that developed in that region were first-rate forces. Even the strongest superpowers in the Blue Star region are concentrated in Area 1888. It can be said that the center of the Blue Star region is Area 1888. Today, number 1888 is still an unexplored area, full of treasures to be discovered. But these cannot be said to people like Wang Gang. It's good to let them misunderstand. In this way, if someone asks about it, Ye Chuyun can use this reason to get rid of them. Rumble. The train was already traveling in the void at this time. Looking outside through the car window, I could only see darkness. About half an hour later, the speeding train finally slowed down. Everyone who was originally sitting and chatting and resting stood up immediately when they saw this. They understood that the train was about to stop. Everyone, we are about to arrive at Area 1888. After you get off the bus, the mission will begin. During this period, you can take the train to other areas, but the missions you accept can only be completed in Area 1888. Please be informed. The train continued to slow down, and finally stopped completely with the sound of the whistle. The lights in the car went out one after another, and the tightly closed doors were all opened. When the car door opened, a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed in from outside. At this time, many people came to the car door, but no one dared to run out. After going through so much, they know the consequences of rash actions, and naturally will not do so. Looking out through the car door, you can see solid walls on both sides. The wall continued to extend forward, forming a large passage. It's like a train station. Let's go. Just when everyone was hesitating, Ye Chuyun was the first to stand up and walk out of the station. With his lead, the others also plucked up the courage and followed him out. When everyone got off the train, they found that the train did not leave, but stayed there. This station is a bit like the train station on our Blue Star. Wang Gang sighed as he observed. The others also nodded. Chapter 83 starts the resident mission and activates the world rankings. More than that, seeing this station, I thought I was back on Blue Planet. Ye Chuyun remained silent. This train station does look a lot like their Blue Planet. The thick walls on both sides form a huge passage exit with a ceiling above. Everything seems so familiar. About 80 people walked about 40 meters and then left the exit of the dark passage. After walking out of the passage, everyone found that there was a desert outside that stretched as far as the eye could see. Announcement: arrived at Area 1888, started the mission, and built a base. Mission content: please find a way to kill the ferocious beast and obtain the resident order. Task tips: this garrison order can only be used to establish a garrison within the 1888 area. There is no time limit and no penalty for failure. Task tips: only by killing a level 10 boss or above beast will there be a certain chance of dropping a resident order. Mission tips: the sooner the base is built, the richer the mission rewards will be. Tip: enter Area 1888 and activate the world channel. Tip: save the regional channel number 1 and open the regional channel number 1888. Tip: there is a limit on the number of comments in the world channel. Each person can only make 10 comments per day. Tip: open the world ranking list. Tip: open the world battle power list. Tip: open the world wealth list. Tip: open the regional trading line. The series of prompts left everyone overwhelmed and dazzled. Most people's first choice is not to open the world channel, but to open the world ranking list. They want to know who is currently ranked number 1 in the world. Everyone, including Ye Chuyun, received a prompt message before the announcement appeared. Tip: the world rankings will be opened soon. Tip: you can choose to hide your combat power, level, and wealth, but your ranking will still be displayed on the leaderboard. Hint: do you want to hide? Hide. Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed, and he thought carefully. He is naturally very confident in his level and combat power. If a world ranking list is released, he is most likely the first in terms of level and combat power. He also knew that he could hide his level, combat power, and wealth. Ye Chuyun thought about it, and chose to hide his fighting ability. Rank and wealth are no longer hidden. Class and wealth reveal nothing. As long as others don't know how much your combat power is, it's fine. Even if he hid his combat power, his name was still number 1 on the world combat power list. It's harmless. This also gives others room for imagination. Otherwise, what if the first place has 23,000 combat power, but the second place has not even 10,000 combat power? How embarrassing it would be to be second. He also thinks about everyone. What if others see how powerful I am and lose the desire to catch up, and just give up? This won't do. We can't let others get too desperate. If you hide your fighting ability, you can give others space to work hard and let them think they can surpass you. How great is that? Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. So he chose to hide his combat power, but not his level. So when everyone opens the world rankings, this is what they see. World rank ranking. Number 1, Ye Chuyun, level 11. Number 2, Xiao Shanyun, level 9. Third place, James Strong, 9th level. Number 4, Nakamurata, level 9. Number 5, Jin Yunche, level 9. World Combat Power Ranking. Number 1, Ye Chuyun, Combat Power. Number 2, Chu Yunlan, Combat Power. Number 3, Xiao Shanyun, Combat Power. Number 4, Walter 6634, Combat Power. World Wealth Ranking. Number 1, Qian Duo 3766656 God and Demon Coins. Number 2, Ye Chuyun 102548 God and Demon Coins. Number 3, Li Qinghong 85642 God and Demon Coins. Everyone stared at the leaderboard in amazement. Number 1 in the world rankings, Ye Chuyun. Number 1 in the world's combat power rankings, Ye Chuyun. Even in the world wealth rankings, Ye Chuyun is ranked 2nd. What kind of monster appeared in their area 118? Then they all looked at Ye Chuyun with strange eyes. Kai Koen. Good fellow. Yi Shun, you old scoundrel. I guess that you would definitely hide your fighting power. Zhuang Liang. Okay, that's how we play it, right? I didn't expect that besides Yi Shun, the old bastard, there are so many other old bastards with hidden combat power, right? Lei Chun. We know that the 4th place's combat power is 6,634. I'm guessing Yi Shun's combat power must be over 10,000. TSK. It seems that the top 10 in the world combat power rankings are not that great. Wang Gang. Not so good. Lazy. I think you must be too proud. Let's see our fighting strength first before we speak. Lu Qian. God Yi, you are so touching. You don't hide your wealth and level, but you hide your combat power. Is this to prevent others from feeling despair? Wang Yun. Of course, the reason behind this is so heartwarming. I love it. Facing everyone's gaze, Ye Chuyun remained calm and coughed lightly. Then he looked at the number 1 on the wealth list in shock. It was just as he expected. The number 1 on the wealth list is still the same as in the previous life, a dragon countryman named Qian Duo. This person doesn't like to level up, he only likes to do business and make money. He made his first fortune by reselling goods with his keen business acumen. He then hired a team to help him hunt ferocious beasts and earn energy points, earn money, and level up at the same time. Solid Stone Qian Duo thought it was very valuable from the beginning, so he stockpiled a lot of it. Until the advent of the primary whetstone, Qian Duo's fortunes soared because of this. Although he didn't earn as much as Li Mu Bai, he also went on a spending spree. Later, he relied on this money to continue to develop. Finally, the largest chamber of commerce, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, was established in the Blue Star region. He also became the richest man in the Blue Star region. This person has a very strong sense of the market and the ability to manage direction. This can be seen from the current world wealth list. Ye Chuyun thought he had seized the opportunity and earned a large sum of God and demon coins. But it still doesn't make much money. This shows how strong Qian Duo's earning ability is. This is exactly what Ye Chuyun saw. If he had the chance, he would like to dig up more money. Moreover, Ye Chuyun knew the area where Qian Duo was in the early days, so he could go and find him. He knew that Qian Duo was extremely obsessed with money. If only he could find a way to make more money. Qian Duo probably asked to join his forces. At this time, not only Ye Chuyun and his group, but also people from other areas, who have reached level 5, can take the train to the next destination. When they saw the world rankings, they were all shocked. Chapter 84. A Management Genius. 2 God-level Masters. Isn't this poaching? World Channel. Everyone from areas 1 to 10,000 gathers here. The moment it opened, it was already bustling with activity. Number 666 Xiao Shanyun. I'm not even first place. Who is this Ye Chuyun? He's actually level 11. Number 2333 Feng Tao. Yi Shun. Is that Yi Shun? I didn't expect you to be level 11. Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. Oh? The guy upstairs, you know him? Do you know his combat power? Number 2333 Huang Zhuais. I don't know. We don't know how much combat power Yi Shun has. Now that he's hidden, it's even harder to guess. Number 526 Nakamura. Humph. How high can your combat power be? Can it be 10,000? And you're actually hiding your combat power and playing tricks. Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. Oh, you're from Sakura country? If you scream again, I'll spray you to death. Number 888 Qian Duo. Wow, this Ye Chuyun is quite wealthy. He actually has so many God and demon coins. I wonder if I can do business with him. Number 1888 Ye Chuyun. Business is fine. I'm buying a lot of spiritual herbs, ores, equipment, and skill books. Are you willing to sell them? Number 888 Qian Duo. Good boy. You are good. I also bought a lot of these things. It seems that our business can't be done. Number 1888 Ye Chuyun. No, even if the deal doesn't work out, there's still righteousness. Let's be friends. I'll call you when I have the opportunity to make a fortune in the future. Number 888 Chien Duo Duo. I like to hear that. Okay, add me as a friend. If there's a chance to get rich, take me with you. I might make money. Number 666 Xiao Shanyan. Brother Ye Chuyun, can you please tell me your combat power? Number 1888 Ye Chuyun. My combat power is only slightly higher than the 4th place. Number 1568 Chu Yun Lan. A little bit, right? If you don't want to say it, forget it. I won't force you, but please add me as a friend. I want to hang out with you, big brother. Number 1888 Ye Chuyun. Okay, you're welcome anytime, but don't come now. You can wait until we have the base established. Number 666 Xiao Shanyan. Oh my god, a base? Boss, if you can set up a base, I'd like to join too. Just add me as a friend. Number 888 Chien Duo Duo. Base? Do you already have a base order? Number 1888 Ye Chuyun. Haha, not really. But to survive in this world of gods and demons, you must have your own territory, otherwise where will you rest when you're tired? Maybe you can even build an auction house, a chamber of commerce, or something like that. Brother Chien, don't you agree? Number 888 Chien Duo Duo. Oh, Brother Yi, you really hit the nail on the head. Right. Soon, Ye Chuyun's 10 speeches ended. He exited the world chat channel, and there were 3 more people in his friend list. They are Chien Duo Duo, Xiao Shanyun, and Chu Yunlan. Ye Chuyun wanted to win over these 3 people. Needless to say, he has a lot of money and is definitely a management talent. If he built a base, he believed that with so much money, there would be no problem with the base. The second is the combat capability to protect the base, which is simply the foundation of a force. Xiao Shanyun and Chu Yunlan were both among the top 100 god-level masters in the Blue Star domain in their previous lives. P.S. This has been changed. Originally, there were 10 god-level masters, but the author has now changed it to top 100. The top 10 seems too few. After all, there are more than 7 billion people. If there were the top 100, it would feel like 100 flowers blooming. The strength of these two is no weaker than Zhuang Ziqing. Xiao Shanyun was ranked first in the world ranking list in his previous life, and his combat power was also quite good. Later, he established his own force Shanhan, which also became a first-class force. Chu Yunlan, a possessor of double A-level talents, joined Xiao Shanyun's forces in the early days of his previous life. It would be difficult for a force not to take off if it had 2 god-level masters. And now, Ye Chuyun's goal is to win over these 2 people while they are still in a confused state. At this time, Xiao Shanyun and Chu Yunlan were the easiest to deceive. In fact, in his previous life, Xiao Shanyun had no intention of establishing his own power. He initially joined a faction with the idea of joining whichever faction established a base first. Later, for various reasons, Xiao Shanyun left that force. To put it bluntly, the pie the boss painted was too big for him to finish. So Xiao Shanyun simply built his own force, which later became Shanhan. Ye Chuyun's plan was to lure Xiao Shanyun over when he had built the base. He is not one to make empty promises, but to put tangible benefits in front of everyone. And Chu Yunlan was even easier to deceive. Among the 3 people, Chu Yunlan's difficulty is the lowest. Because Chu Yunlan is a person who admires the strong. So as long as he is stronger than Chu Yunlan, he can be won over. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. The people around also exited the world channel and began to explore. Now everyone is in a desert and doesn't know where to go. Suddenly, not far away, Wang Yun's ears moved slightly, as if he sensed something, and he turned his head and shouted, "Everyone be careful." Following Wang Yun's loud shout, everyone discovered that a small sand dune suddenly exploded more than 10 meters away from them. There was a loud bang, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the sand pit. It turned out to be a giant scorpion that was over 20 meters long. I saw that its body was as black as ink, and its shell was as hard as iron, like some kind of metal. Name Dune Scorpion. Level 10. Combat Power Assessment 6000. Characteristics: bloodthirsty, murderous, territorial consciousness. Skills: Poison LV5, Strength Amplification LV5. Talent: None. Explosion rate: 5%. At this time, Kai Kuan, who possessed the identification skill among all the people, widened his eyes when he saw this data. Oh shit, this Dune Scorpion has a combat power of 6000. Everyone be careful. What the hell? This Scorpion has 6000 combat power. After hearing Kai Kuan's reminder, everyone except Ye Chuyun looked frightened and took a few steps back involuntarily. Ye Chuyun was closest to the sand dune scorpion at this time, and had his back to it. Seeing this, the dune scorpion showed a mocking expression in its eyes, and the next second it rushed straight towards Ye Chuyun. Seeing this, others couldn't help but shout, "Ye Shun, be careful!" What's that noise? As soon as Ye Chuyun came to his senses, he saw a huge black scorpion rushing towards him. Just when everyone thought he was in danger, Ye Chuyun snorted coldly, raised the rune sword in his hand, and swung it forward. Chapter 85. It was a close call. I almost got killed. Roll! Ye Chuyun shouted loudly. A stream of golden energy flew out from the rune sword, directly splitting the dune scorpion in front of it into two. Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Hiss. Seeing Ye Chuyun kill a dune scorpion with a combat power of 6,000 so easily in seconds, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Kai Kuan. Although I knew Ye Shun was awesome, after experiencing it firsthand today, I realized that I still underestimated Ye Shun. Wang Gang. Good fellow, the 6,000 combat power dune scorpion is like a cabbage in front of Ye Shun. He can be cut at will. Zhuang Liang. The Swamp King we encountered in the simple Swamp King cemetery before was about this powerful. Wow, this kind of power is just an ordinary monster in Area 1888. Lu Qian. Mom, this place is too dangerous. I suddenly realized that the poison swamp is more suitable for me. Wang Yun. Why do I feel like we've gone back to the days before liberation? We were thriving in the poisonous fog swamp before, but here we are again feeling like we were struggling to deal with the green claw beasts in the beginning. Everyone was about to cheer when they saw the dune scorpion was dead. Suddenly, sand pits around the desert exploded one after another, and dune scorpions rushed out from them one after another. Among them, there is a green scorpion whose color is different from other dune scorpions. It seems to be a mutated dune scorpion. Name, Dune Scorpion Mutation Grade. Level, 10. Combat Power Assessment, 7,000. Characteristics, Bloodthirsty, Killing, Leadership, Territorial Awareness. Skills, Poison LV5, Strength Amplification LV5, Slashing LV5. Talent, F-Level Agility Enhancement. Explosion Rate, 7%. As soon as this group of dune scorpions appeared, they surrounded everyone. This scene was like returning to the first time he descended into the world of gods and demons and was surrounded by green-clawed beasts in the square. Wang Gang, Kai Kuan, and others all took a deep breath subconsciously. Retreat. Let's retreat back to the station. Wang Gang and others' first reaction was that they could not deal with so many sand dune scorpions, so they immediately turned around and ran towards the train station. But the next second, ice and fire double rings. Two halos, one red and one blue, suddenly appeared behind Ye Chuyun. What followed was a massacre of dune scorpions. Everyone stared in amazement at Ye Chuyun standing in the center with his arms folded. The red and blue rings behind him were like laser cannons, continuously shooting out red and blue lasers. Those dune scorpions had no ability to resist at all and were directly penetrated by the lasers, turning into corpses. What the hell? What kind of humanoid killing machine is this? I feel like I've underestimated Ye Shun's strength once again. I think that Ye Shun was able to pass through the hell-level Swamp King cemetery by simply forcing his way through. There was no need for any strategies or anything like that. I suddenly feel that these dune scorpions are not so scary, and even a little pitiful. What the hell is this? Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. In less than a few minutes, all the dune scorpions died under Ye Chuyun's double rings of ice and fire. Ye Chuyun himself didn't even move. He just stood there, and the ice and fire rings behind him would automatically lock onto the enemy and attack. Plus the bonus of the talent Nature's Way. The ice and fire double rings in Ye Chuyun's hands were 3 times more powerful than those used by the Swamp King. It feels like a waste of talent to use it to deal with these dune scorpions. Phew, that was a close call. I almost got ambushed. After killing the dune scorpion, Ye Chuyun patted his chest in fear, as if he had become a victim. If Wang Gang and others had not seen the dead bodies of sand dune scorpions all over the ground, they might not have believed it. Wang Gang, Kai Kuan, Zhuang Liang, Lu Qian. Everyone was silent. But at the same time, they also knew that this place was even more dangerous than the poisonous fog swamp. Judging from their current strength, it would be difficult to explore this place. Not to mention that the resident order can only be obtained with a certain probability by killing ferocious beasts above level 10. This is still very difficult for them at the moment. The world channel was also filled with wailing. Most of them encountered the same situation as Wang Gang and others, and found that the ferocious beasts here were much stronger than those in the trial grounds they had been in before. They simply can't win. God Yi, I think we should go back to the poison swamp and upgrade first. Judging from our strength, we may not be able to deal with the ferocious beasts here for the time being. Wang Gang expressed his thoughts first. Others also agreed, saying that they would first return to the poisonous fog swamp to improve their strength. After becoming stronger, they would return to Area 1888 to find a way to build a base. Well, that's fine too. This place really isn't suitable for you for now. Ye Chuyun nodded in agreement. Although Wang Gang and others' current levels and combat power are far beyond those of people at the same stage. But it's not strong enough. I really need to go back to the Poison Mist Swamp for further study. Ye Chuyun continued. I suggest that you go to the Temple of Destiny at level 10 to obtain the inheritance, and then return to Area 1888. This will make things much easier. When Wang Gang and others heard Ye Chuyun mention the Temple of Destiny, their eyes suddenly lit up. They had only heard Ye Chuyun briefly talk about the Temple of Destiny before. I know that once I reach level 10, I will receive a summons from the Temple of Destiny. They need to enter the Temple of Destiny for assessment, be evaluated according to the assessment level, and obtain inheritance. After obtaining the inheritance, their strength will undergo a qualitative change. It is indeed as Ye Chuyun said. After they obtain the inheritance, it will indeed be much easier for them to come to Area 1888. Kai Kuan immediately stepped forward and asked, Yi Shen, what exactly is this Temple of Destiny? Do we need to improve our attributes as much as possible before reaching level 10? Are there any rules? Wang Gang. God Yi, if I increase my strength as much as possible, will I be able to obtain the Berserker inheritance? Lu Qian. God Yi, look at me. I want to obtain the Archer's inheritance. What attributes do you think can be improved? Ye Chuyun was overwhelmed by the questions one after another. But Ye Chuyun had already prepared. Previously, he had used the information about the A-level evaluation at the Temple of Destiny to fleece everyone present. It finally came in handy at this time. Chapter 86 Act alone again and launch follow-up plans. Ye Chuyun also told Wang Gang and others what he knew. Content related to each level of evaluation, and the conditions required to obtain some inheritance. The conditions for obtaining low-level inheritance are no secret to Tan Mo and others. If this insignificant information could be exchanged for the A-level evaluation information in Ye Chuyun's hands. These corrupt people are just what they want. Wang Gang and others also benefited a lot from learning so much information from Ye Chuyun. They also understood the twists and turns involved. So, as long as your strength reaches 100 and your constitution reaches over 100, you'll have a chance to obtain a warrior inheritance. If I have one of the 5 elements talents, plus my spirit is over 100 points, I might be able to obtain a mage-type inheritance. If any of the attributes reach over 300, there's a chance of obtaining a high-level inheritance. The conditions for obtaining inheritance are varied and Ye Chuyun cannot guarantee it 100%, he can only give a general explanation. When Wang Gang and others learned that Ye Chuyun used his own evaluation information in exchange for this information, they were extremely moved. Ye Chuyun did this just because he hoped that others could become stronger as well. After all, his strength alone is useless in the battlefield of all races. What he needs is for everyone in Dragon Country, and even the entire Blue Star to become strong. It's inevitable to feel lost when alone, but walking together is the journey. But he is not a saint and cannot help everyone. So he tried his best to help those who were willing to follow him and trust him. Okay, that's all the information we have. Figure out which direction to take. I have somewhere else to go. Since Area 1888 cannot be explored, you should take the train back to the toxic swamp. Ye Chuyun stood up, patted the sand, and then walked towards the train station. The others also quickly stood up and followed him. The crowd walked out of the train station in a mighty procession and walked back in a mighty procession. Arriving at the station, Ye Chuyun pointed to the ticket office, which seemed to be empty. Go there and buy a ticket back to the poison swamp. Ticket? Wang Gang and others looked at the empty ticket office. They had no idea that tickets were still available there. But since there are 3 big words, ticket office, written on the platform, it must be where tickets are sold, right? Ye Chuyun came to the ticket office first and said to the empty window, give me a ticket to Area 884. Ticket to Area 884, priced at 20 god and demon coins. Would you like to purchase it? Purchase. Without any hesitation, Ye Chuyun immediately took out 20 god and demon coins and placed them on the windowsill. There was a flash of white light, and the 20 coins of gods and demons disappeared, replaced by a green ticket with the number 884 written on it. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Let's talk privately if you need anything. Ye Chuyun picked up the ticket, smiled at the others, and boarded the train. Under the gaze of everyone, the train drove away with a whoosh. Then another black train appeared, waiting for the others. Captain, where is Ye Chuyun going? Kai Kuan asked in confusion. Wang Gang had no idea and just rolled his eyes at him. How would I know that? Stay out of God's business. Let's hurry back to the poison swamp to continue leveling. By the way, let's share the information that Master Yi gave us with other brothers. My attributes have all exceeded 300 points. I wonder if there's a chance I can obtain a powerful inheritance. Sitting on the train heading to Area 884, Ye Chuyun opened the storage space. He had just killed so many dune scorpions, and he hadn't checked the spoils yet. Sand dune scorpion essence. After taking it, constitution increases to 15, poison resistance plus 10. Dune blade, attack plus 30, strength plus 20, attacks with a toxin that paralyzes the enemy for 10 seconds, first class quality. Equipment requirements, level 10, strength 100 or above. Sand dune scorpion's tail, contains toxins and can be used as medicine. Level 10 beasts are different. Even though the equipment they drop is only level 1, its attributes are much better than those of lower level equipment. Ye Chuyun muttered, took out the essence of the sand dune scorpion, and ate 10 of them. Constitution increased by 150 points to 3,394 points. Physical fitness has become the highest attribute among his four-dimensional attributes. This is really unexpected. The combat power also suddenly jumped to 23422. After looking at the panel, Ye Chuyun opened the trading line. Now the trading house has been connected to Area 1888, and there are more things to buy. At the same time, the equipment, skill books, spirit essence, etc. that Ye Chuyun had previously listed in the trading house had long been sold out. He used up all the god and demon coins that he deposited at the purchasing office and exchanged them for a large number of spiritual herbs, ores, and other materials. Ye Chuyun looked at the current price of first-level equipment. Previously, Ye Chuyun was the only person in Area 118 who could sell large quantities of equipment. Now that trading houses are connected across regions, there are more choices. But Ye Chuyun looked at the price and his eyes widened. Wow, a random piece of rubbish first-level equipment is priced at 1,888 god and demon coins. The cheapest one is also 888. This guy can afford it. It's just the third day since I arrived in the world of gods and demons. Who has so many 888s on him? Comparing the prices he listed them for, it's no wonder his gear sold out so quickly. Ye Chuyun thought about it and decided to pass the equipment to his brothers in District 118 first. Fortunately, the trading house can specify the sales. Ye Chuyun put all the Dune Scorpion's essences and equipment on the shelves and designated that only people in Area 118 could purchase them. He then deposited another 100,000 god and demon coins in the acquisition area and added some more items to his purchases. I don't know if I can receive it, but it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Then he continued to search in the trading house to see if he could find some bargains, such as forging blueprints, pill recipes, etc. It's a pity that it's still the early stage of the world of gods and demons, and there aren't that many opportunities for him to pick up, so he has to give up. After closing the trading house, Ye Chuyun took out a few jade tokens from the storage space. These jade plates belong to Tan Mo Hu, Titan, and some people he likes. This is their name tag. Once you use it, you can add them as friends across regions. It's just that there was no open world channel before, so it can't be added yet. You can add it now. So Ye Chuyun stuck the jade cards on his forehead one by one, let his mental power connect to the jade cards, and added friends one by one. Chapter 87 Invitation to the Auction, Dark Night Valley. After adding all friends, Ye Chuyun heard a beep sound. In the friend list, Mo Hu's avatar is constantly flashing. It seems that this person has been waiting for Ye Chuyun to add him as a friend. After this discovery was made, I contacted him immediately. Mo Hu, my fellow tribesman, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you just add me as a friend? Ye Chuyun, sorry, we just activated the world chat channel, so you know. Mo Hu, oh I see. I forgot about this. Ye Chuyun, brother Mo Hu, did you come to me just to say hello? Mo Hu, that's not the case. Besides coming to say hello to you, I have something good to tell you. Good thing? Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows and became a little curious. Ye Chuyun, good news? What good news? Mo Hu, my fellow tribesmen, you from Blue Star have just arrived in the world of gods and demons. I guess you haven't seen the auctions held in this world. It turned out to be an auction. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun roughly understood what Mohu meant. In the previous life in the Blue Star region, various forces established various chambers of commerce in order to make money. The only way to expand the influence of the Chamber of Commerce is to hold an auction. At the auction, all parties will bring out their treasured equipment, elixirs, elixir recipes, forging blueprints, skill books, and even talent imprints, etc. This will showcase the Chamber of Commerce's heritage and attract more people to consume. Not only the Blue Star region does this, other worlds do this as well. It's just that in his previous life, Ye Chuyun had never participated in auctions held in other worlds. He actually wanted to know what was sold at auctions held in other worlds. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun also continued speaking along with Mohu's words. Ye Chuyun, auction? Is it held in your world? Mohu. That's not the case. This auction is held on a medium-sized world, Fengi Star. Mohu. In order to expand their influence, they specially invited some people from other worlds to participate. Hey, I happen to know one of the organizers there. He's a good friend of mine, so I received the invitation. Mohu. Well, do you want to go and see it? Ye Chuyun. I definitely want to see it, but we can't travel across the world, so how can we participate in this auction? Mohu. That's easy. As long as you get an invitation, you can participate in the auction without going to their world. When the time comes, you can just bid on what you want to buy. Once you bid, the item will be handed over to you. Ye Chuyun. How can it be like this? But I don't have an invitation. Mohu. That's easy. I can just ask my friend to send you another invitation. Ye Chuyun. Really? Thank you so much. Mohu. Hey, that's nothing. I should thank you, my fellow tribesmen, for giving me the information about the A-level evaluation for free. Ye Chuyun. Then I will wait for your invitation letter, brother Mohu. Mohu. Well, I'll contact my friend now. Ye Chuyun turned off the private chat. Within a few minutes, he received a prompt. Hint. Mohu from Yunxing wants to trade with you. Do you agree? Tip. Transactions from other worlds can only be made once a month. Ye Chuyun agreed immediately. A transaction box suddenly popped up. Ye Chuyun saw Mohu put up a black jade token and directly traded it to him. After getting the black jade token, Ye Chuyun began to study it. According to Mohu, as long as the mental power is input into the black jade token, it can be activated. He tried to release his mental power to activate it. But I got a message. The auction will not take place for another 5 days. Oh my god, all my excitement was for nothing. Ye Chuyun shook his head and put the invitation letter into the storage space. I thanked Mohu again and then waited quietly for the train to reach its destination. 10 minutes passed. The train finally arrived at its destination, Area 884. Outside the train station was a dark forest. As soon as Ye Chuyun came out, countless pairs of green eyes appeared in the dim forest, staring at him intently. Ye Chuyun had no expression on his face. He summoned wind wings and flew into the sky, leaving the forest. Identification. A huge map appeared in Ye Chuyun's mind. Ye Chuyun took a look. The dark forest just now is called the Dead Forest. The ferocious beasts in this forest are all level 10, and the strongest one is a level 12 king-level tree demon. This dead forest is rich in a material called dead soul wood. It's a pity that this withered soul wood has too few uses and is not very popular. This information was collected by him in his previous life. According to his memory, Ye Chuyun looked at a place called Dark Night Valley on the map. That was the destination of his trip. Fortunately, with the help of his flying wings, he flew directly to the depths of the valley in no time. The Dark Night Valley is rich in ore. The outskirts of the valley are the territory of the level 11 ferocious beast goblin. And deep in the valley is the territory of the level 12 ferocious beast goblin. In order not to alert the enemy, Ye Chuyun landed first. Picking up a few stones and ores, he continued to go deeper into the Dark Night Valley. Using stealth for the first time in a long time, Ye Chuyun sneaked all the way to a big mountain. Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes, and with his super eyesight, he could see countless goblins in the mountains. Most of the goblins were short in stature and kept waving the tools in their hands to dig at the stone walls of the mountain. There were also many huge goblins holding whips in their hands, constantly wandering and patrolling around the mountains. Name Dwarf Goblin. Level 12. Combat Power Assessment 8,000. Characteristics: Obedience, Servility, Great Strength. Skills: Strength Amplification LV5, Slashing LV5, Stamina LV5. Talent: None. Explosion Rate: 5%. Name Evil Goblin Mutation. Level 12. Combat Power Assessment 9,000. Characteristics: Management Awareness, Killing, Bloodthirsty. Skills: Strength Amplification LV5, Whirlwind/LV5, Berserk LV5. Talent, F-level strength enhancement. Explosion rate, 7.5%. The smaller ones are dwarves and goblins. The larger ones are evil goblins. This is easy to distinguish. Ye Chuyun would not appear in front of this group of goblins so openly. After he chose a spot, he grabbed a handful of stones and aimed them directly at the evil goblin not far away. Chapter 88. Lure the snake out of its hole, the engineering master Arner. The small stone hit the evil goblin closest to Ye Chuyun with great force. Wallalalal. The evil goblin who was hit by the stone screamed in pain, then turned his head to look in the direction where the stone came from. At this time, Ye Chuyun had already hidden himself and was not discovered by the evil goblin. Woo! The evil goblin looked around in confusion, but didn't find anything unusual, so he relaxed. Just as it turned around, Ye Chuyun appeared again and threw a handful of stones over. Wow! This time the evil goblin finally realized something was wrong. He waved the whip in his hand and commanded the dozen or so dwarf goblins around him to follow him and run towards Ye Chuyun. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun's mouth curled up. The fish took the bait. The location he chose now happened to be a blind spot and would not attract the attention of other evil goblins. When the evil goblin and his minions came to where Ye Chuyun was, he had already been waiting for a long time, holding the rune sword in his hand. I saw several golden sword auras flash by. Wherever the sword energy passed, the evil goblin and its dwarf goblin minions had no power to resist and were all split in half. Puff, puff. The sound of cutting was endless. Kill a level 12 evil goblin mutated and gain plus 4,000 energy points. Kill a level 12 dwarf goblin and gain plus 3,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. In just a few seconds, a group of corpses fell in front of Ye Chuyun. Then Ye Chuyun looked around. Nothing happened. Didn't it show up? Ye Chuyun frowned, then continued to use stealth to move to another location and continue to attract the evil goblins. In this way, Ye Chuyun followed the same method and solved batch after batch of evil goblins and dwarf goblins. Ye Chuyun didn't know how many goblins he had killed. He only knew that his upgrade energy points were constantly increasing. There are more and more loot in the storage space. The number of goblins in the mountains is also decreasing. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Boom. The earth suddenly shook. A huge steel robot drilled out from the ground, causing quite a stir. Looking closely, a vague figure can be seen through the transparent head shell of the robot, which looks like a goblin. Damn human, I've tolerated you for so long, yet you killed so many of my men. Are you trying to stop my research? This goblin is different from the dwarven goblin and the evil goblin. It is smaller in size and its skin is golden yellow all over. At this moment, it was looking at Ye Chuyun with anger. Name Arner Special. Level, 15. Combat Power Assessment, 15,000. Characteristics, Master of Engineering, loves research, and is afraid of death. Skill, Talent, Explosion Rate. You finally showed up. The moment he saw the goblin coming out, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. Everything he had done before was to lure out this special goblin named Aner. This goblin, which is marked as special, is actually not a ferocious beast, but it exists similar to NPC. In other words, it was also once summoned to the world of gods and demons by the Heavenly Dao. But in the end they were controlled by the way of heaven and became a being similar to the natives. Existences that are given special marks by heaven often have profound meanings. There must be some opportunity in them. The reason why Ye Chuyun knows it so clearly. This is because in his previous life, a man named Shao Gang discovered the existence of Arnold in the Dark Valley. At that time, Blue Star had already descended into the world of gods and demons for half a year. Everyone's combat power has already caught up. The highest ones have a combat power of hundreds of thousands. Shao Gang was only in his 20s at that time, and his combat power was only over 20,000 points. The reason he came to Dark Knight Valley was because he was a blacksmith. He wanted to save money and collect the ore and make his own equipment. By chance, he found Aner in the depths of the Dark Knight Valley. After fighting with Aner for a long time, he got a treasure map from Aner. This person just chatted casually on the World Channel at that time, and not many people paid attention to it. But later, when Shao Gang showed amazing talent in forging and finally became a forging master, everyone then remembered the treasure map and couldn't help but connect the two together. At that time, it became a hot topic on the World Channel. It was just that at that time, Shao Gang relied on his identity as a forging master to join the first-class force Xinyao. No one would bring bad luck to Shao Gang because of this unconfirmed matter, so it was left unresolved. Ye Chuyun happened to eat the whole melon at that time. He guessed that Xiao Gang must have obtained some props from the treasure map that could increase the probability of forging, which was why he was able to soar into the sky. Even if the treasure in this treasure map is not an item that can increase the probability of forging, it must be some other good thing. And Xiao Gang once said that after he got the treasure map. Seeing that Ye Chuyun didn't say anything, Arnold became even more angry. Its hands kept moving, and the huge robot under it suddenly vibrated. Its speed soared, and it rushed straight towards Ye Chuyun. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun used his flying wings to fly into the sky to avoid Einer's attack. I didn't expect that a human like you could actually fly. Arnold was slightly stunned, then laughed and continued to control the robot. The robot suddenly ignited, and its huge body actually flew up. Die! Arnold showed a sarcastic smile on his face, and his small hands began to manipulate. Boom, boom, boom. Countless gun barrels suddenly appeared on the robot's body, and it started firing at Ye Chuyun. Ultra Gold Shield. Faced with Arnold's firepower attack, Ye Chuyun did not rush to fight back. Ding dang dang. The extremely golden shield, strengthened by nature's law, provides an unprecedentedly strong defense. Einer's attack hit the shield and failed to break through it at all. What? Seeing that his attack seemed to be tickling the opponent, Arnold's expression suddenly changed. Then it gritted its teeth and pressed a red button. Then 3 huge rocket launchers shot out from the robot's body, hitting the shield and causing a huge explosion. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Ye Chuyun was still fine. So strong? Arnold widened his eyes and had already begun to think about retreating. Ye Chuyun immediately noticed this familiar feeling. Just when Einer was about to escape, he used the teleport skill to come in front of Einer. Then he grabbed Arnold's neck and lifted his body up. Chapter 89. Become a subordinate and go to Jiulong Lake to hunt for treasure. Arnold was strangled by the neck and looked at Ye Chuyun with fear in his eyes, as if he wanted to beg for mercy. Ye Chuyun looked at it expressionlessly and just slowly uttered 3 words. Treasure map. Arnold's eyes widened when he heard this. Then he stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the robot that had fallen to the ground. It seems that the treasure map is on the robot. Ye Chuyun didn't waste any time and took Arnold directly to the robot's side. However, out of caution, Ye Chuyun did not let Arnold get close to the robot. He began searching the robot himself. Arnold himself does not have much combat power. Without the robot, he is just a weakling with only 5,000 combat power left. Ye Chuyun directly used mental control to control it and made it stand aside obediently. After a while, Ye Chuyun found a metal box on the robot. When he opened the metal box, he saw a treasure map inside. It seems that Xiao Gang was not lying. He really does have a treasure map. Ye Chuyun was delighted. He carefully observed the treasure map and found that the place marked on the treasure map was exactly Area 844, a place called Jiulong Lake. After seeing this place, Ye Chuyun's eyes showed shock. Because this place is his next target. There is something there that he needs to use his talent of water fusion to get. Unexpectedly, the treasure marked on the treasure map is also in Jiulong Lake. What a coincidence. If that treasure is also at the bottom of Jiulong Lake, then his talent of water fusion is really just right. After putting away the treasure map, Ye Chuyun looked at Arnold. He didn't want to kill Arnold. It would be a shame to kill Arnold, the Grand Master of Engineering. He wanted to try to subdue Einer. Ye Chuyun continued to strangle Arnold's neck and released his mental control. After the mental control was lifted, Arnold's originally dim eyes regained their luster. Human, you just controlled me. Arnold was not stupid either. He knew that he had been controlled by Ye Chuyun just now. The fear of death drove Arnold to beg for mercy. Human, you've taken the treasure map. Please let me go. I don't have any other aspirations. I just want to continue studying engineering. If you kill me, I won't be able to do my research. That would be more painful than killing me. Oh, you want to continue studying engineering? Hearing this, Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed. I can let you go, but I have only one condition, which is to become my subordinate. After becoming my subordinate, you can continue to study your engineering. Subordinate. Arnold was stunned when he heard this, as if he knew what it meant to be a subordinate. If it becomes Ye Chuyun's subordinate, it means that it can break free from the control of heaven. But then its fate was in Ye Chuyun's hands. As long as Ye Chuyun has a thought, it will die without a burial place. And the worst thing is that if Ye Chuyun is unhappy, he will kill himself. It cannot be resurrected again. But Arnold was more concerned about whether he could continue to study engineering. Its love for engineering is beyond life. So when Ye Chuyun suggested that it could continue to study engineering, Arnold hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Hint, Arnold wants to be your subordinate. Do you agree? Ye Chuyun's mouth curled up. He knew Einer would agree. Now with the help of an engineering master, things will be a lot easier. Agree. Hint. Congratulations. Arnold has become your subordinate. Announcement. Ye Chuyun is the first to have a subordinate. Reputation plus 100. Hint. Your reputation has reached 500, and you have received the blessing of heaven, with each attribute increased by plus 50. This announcement was not only known to District 118, but also to the World Channel. It immediately caused an uproar. Everyone is going crazy at Ye Chuyun. Without clicking on it, Ye Chuyun knew that everyone must be talking about this matter now. He ignored it and looked at Arnold, who had become his subordinate. Arnold, please go back to your research institute first. I'll call you back when I'm about to leave. Understood, my lord. Arnold nodded obediently and returned to the robot's control panel. He disappeared in front of Ye Chuyun in a flash. We have to hurry. Ye Chuyun quickly left the Dark Night Valley and rushed towards Jiulong Lake at full speed. After leaving the Dark Night Valley, Ye Chuyun flew rapidly for half an hour, passing through many areas with high-level ferocious beasts. There are many high-level ferocious beasts of level 20, 30, and even 40 or above in these areas. At least with his current combat power, he cannot be provoked. Fortunately, he had the help of wind wings and didn't have to travel on the ground. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to avoid those high-level ferocious beasts. Jiulong Lake is not simple either. It is the lair of the fishmen. In addition to the murlocs, there are many annoying water elves in Jiulong Lake. The ferocious beasts here are generally level 20 to 30. Murlocs have curse skills that can absorb the enemy's attributes and transform them into their own attributes. In other words, the higher Ye Chuyun's attributes are, the stronger the fishman's attributes will be. It is very difficult to kill and very disgusting. Therefore, in the past life, basically no one was willing to come to Jiulong Lake to hunt ferocious beasts to level up. But at this time Ye Chuyun had to take the risk and come to Jiulong Lake. The treasure in the treasure map also includes that thing, which must be obtained quickly. Otherwise, if someone else gets there first, he'll have nowhere to cry. Before approaching Jiulong Lake, Ye Chuyun landed first and slowly approached using stealth. The treasure on the treasure map is clearly marked, just below the bottom of Jiulong Lake. Jiulong Lake is a huge lake with an area of 100,000 square meters. The lake is surrounded by forests. Many murlocs patrol the forest. These fishmen are sturdy in build, usually with a fish-like upper body and human-like feet in the lower body. It is completely different from the mermaids described in fairy tales. Their combat power is also very strong. Name, Murloc Warrior. Level, 20. Combat Power Assessment, 25,000. Characteristics: obey orders, fearless, bloodthirsty. Skills: Murloc Curse Exclusive Skill, Strength Amplification LV5, Summoning LV5. Talent: ill-level Water Control. Explosion Rate, 8%. Seeing the attributes of the fishman, Ye Chuyun also felt a lot of pressure. He could only continue to stay stealthed and did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 90: Obtain the Teleportation Stone and sneak into the lair. There are at least several hundred Murloc warriors patrolling outside Jiulong Lake. These Murloc warriors alone were enough to make Ye Chuyun feel in trouble. Not to mention that there are even more terrifying Murloc wizards, Murloc kings, and so on in Jiulong Lake. It is better not to alert the enemy and cause trouble for yourself. Ye Chuyun could only hide and wait silently for the opportunity to enter Jiulong Lake. Fortunately, he had the bonus of nature's law, which greatly shortened the cooldown time of stealth. The original duration of stealth was 1 minute, and the cooldown was 5 minutes. However, with the addition of nature's law, the duration of his stealth was enhanced, reaching 3 minutes. The cooldown time has also been shortened by 50%, from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes. That is to say, once his stealth duration ends, the skill's cooldown time has already ended. Stealth can then be continued. There are a lot of Murloc warriors wandering around Jiulong Lake. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun had the help of stealth skills, so he was not discovered. Ye Chuyun secretly observed for a long time and almost figured out the patrol routes of these fisherman warriors. These Murloc warriors each have their own patrol routes and do not interfere with each other. And they don't patrol all the time, they always take a break. After calculating the patrol patterns of the Murloc warriors, Ye Chuyun began to act. Relying on his foresight, Ye Chuyun dodged wave after wave of Murloc warriors. With one final sprint, he jumped into the Jiulong Lake with a splash. The sound of diving immediately attracted the attention of a team of Murloc warriors. But they looked around and didn't see any movement, so they turned around and left. Gulyalu. With the help of the D-level water fusion talent, Ye Chuyun can become one with the water and breathe freely in the water. He was like a nimble fish, swimming continuously towards the bottom of Jiulong Lake. As soon as he entered Jiulong Lake, Ye Chuyun was unable to use stealth to conceal his figure. Soon, he was targeted by a group of strange blue jelly-shaped objects. Name Water Elf. Level 20. Combat Power Assessment 28,000. Features: docile, will not attack people, natural enemy of murlocs. Skills: Water Roar exclusive skill, summoning LV5, spirit amplification LV5. Talent: A-level water control, A-level super strong physique. Explosion rate: 8.5%. Chirp. Seeing humans, these water elves seemed very curious and kept surrounding him. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. He will not underestimate these cute creatures that look like slimes. If you provoke them, it will be more terrifying than provoking the Murloc warriors. Without hesitation, Ye Chuyun summoned 2 clones. One follows him, and the other is responsible for leading away the water elves. He quickly swam faster, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for the whereabouts of that thing. The bottom of the lake is very deep, with reefs of various sizes scattered everywhere, appearing very chaotic and complicated. This made it much more difficult for Ye Chuyun to find that thing. Fortunately, the only good news is the existence of water elves. Those fishmen gather in their nests at the bottom of the lake and don't patrol around. Because although water elves are gentle, they will not actively attack people. But he is born with an extremely strong desire for murlocs. To put it bluntly, murlocs are their food. This undoubtedly greatly improved Ye Chuyun's safety. The other clone also got rid of the water spirit and returned to the original body. Now the original body and the 2 clones began to search for the whereabouts of that thing separately. About 20 minutes passed. Ye Chuyun's eyes suddenly lit up. One of his clones finally discovered the whereabouts of that thing. Swim quickly to your destination. That thing is hidden in a triangular reef crevice. Finally got you. Ye Chuyun looked at the 3 fist-sized purple redstones in his hand and felt extremely excited. Teleportation Stone, a one-time special item that can be used to instantly teleport to a designated location. This stone looks like an ordinary stone from the outside. If it were someone else, they really wouldn't be able to notice it. And the reason why Ye Chuyun was able to discover it. This is because he discovered this teleportation stone by accident in his previous life. But at that time I didn't know the specific function of this teleportation stone, so I could only sell it. There were 3 pieces in total, and each piece sold for 100,000 Shenma coins. It can be said that he made a huge fortune. At that time, Ye Chuyun thought he had made a lot of money. Little did he know that he had already suffered heavy losses. However, this teleportation stone is extremely important to him now, and he must get it. Now that the teleportation stone was finally in his hands, the huge rock hanging in his heart finally fell. Next, all that's left is the treasure marked on the treasure map. I have the impression that the treasure on the treasure map is located in the fishman's lair. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun secretly gritted his teeth. It seems that I still have to give it a try. Then he took his 2 clones and swam all the way to the entrance of the fishman's lair. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Ye Chuyun saw many Murloc warriors guarding the entrance. He cannot use stealth while underwater. It seems that it can only be used by entering the nest. However, if you want to enter the nest, you still have to find a way to pass the entrance first. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun let one of his clones act as bait to lure away all the fishman warriors at the entrance. This is currently the only way for him to easily enter the nest. At most, one would have to sacrifice 1 clone. The clone was also very powerful. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of all the fishmen warriors at the entrance. The clone then escaped, and all the Murloc warriors at the entrance gave chase. Watching the clone lead away all the fishman warriors at the entrance, Ye Chuyun quickly took another clone into the nest. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the nest, Ye Chuyun and his clone were able to use stealth techniques. At this time, Ye Chuyun also sensed the news that his clone was dead, from luring away the Murloc warrior to him entering the lair. The clone only bought him less than half a minute. It seems that his choice was right. You can't fight these Murloc warriors head-on. Ye Chuyun and another clone continued to go deeper into the nest. During this period, I saw many Murloc warriors and Murloc wizards. The combat power of the Murloc wizard is even stronger than that of the Murloc warrior, reaching 28,000. This made Ye Chuyun even more cautious. The nest is very large, with a staircase leading deep underground. Go down the stairs, and you should be able to find the treasure. The stairs are spiral-shaped, extending continuously underground, as if there is no end in sight. Chapter 91. The Book of the Divine Craftsman. The Water Monster Appears. It took Ye Chuyun and his clone about 20 minutes to finally walk up this seemingly endless staircase. The lowest floor is a spacious hall. The entire hall is the size of a football field, magnificent and luxurious. There are many pictures and words carved on the rock wall. In the center of the hall is an altar. In the center of the altar, there is an ancient book hanging in the air, shining with golden light. Ye Chuyun looked around. There was nothing else in the entire hall except this ancient book. Then he turned his gaze to the hanging ancient book. It seems that this ancient book is the treasure marked on the treasure map. Just throw identification over. Book of the Divine Craftsman. Forge a sacred object. Equipping it will increase the success rate of forging. Every time you successfully forge a piece of equipment, you will definitely gain proficiency. Hint: the success rate of the first stage is 80%, the success rate of the second stage is 70%, the success rate of the third stage is 60%. The success rate of the 10th stage is 5%. The Book of the Divine Craftsman? After seeing the miraculous effect of the Book of the Divine Craftsman, Ye Chuyun finally understood. Why was Xiao Gang able to become a forging master in his previous life? Whoever equips this Book of the Divine Craftsman can become a master of forging. If you become a junior blacksmith, you will have a 10% success rate in forging first-level equipment. Add to that the 80% success rate of the Book of the Divine Craftsman, and you get a 90% success rate. In other words, as long as your luck is not too bad, you can succeed 9 times out of 10 times when forging first-level equipment. Although the success rate from the 2nd to the 10th level gradually decreases, this is already very good. Even the 10th level still has a 5% success rate. But what really terrified Ye Chuyun was this. As long as you successfully forge a piece of equipment, you will definitely gain proficiency. What does it mean to be able to gain proficiency? This means that even if he continues to forge first-level equipment, he can still gain proficiency. Wouldn't it only take a few minutes to become a forging master? If it weren't for the help of the Book of the Divine Craftsman, gaining proficiency is not that simple. When forging a piece of equipment, there is only a certain probability of gaining proficiency. Perhaps if you forge 10 pieces of first-level equipment, you may only gain 2 to 3 points of proficiency if you are lucky. Moreover, as the blacksmith's level increases, if you want to gain proficiency in the future, you must forge high-level equipment. The problem is that the materials for forging high-level equipment are expensive and time-consuming. Even after forging, you may not necessarily gain proficiency. You can only keep piling up the amount. In other words, being a blacksmith is a very tedious and expensive profession. From this perspective, the Book of the Divine Craftsman is truly amazing. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun ordered his clone to walk towards the altar without saying a word. After all, he didn't know what dangers there might be here, so it was better to be careful. Although he has a resurrection crystal, he has a chance to be resurrected and does not have to worry about death. But he couldn't leave such a precious chance of resurrection here. The clone walked up to the altar and felt a distinct chill. As the original body, Ye Chuyun naturally felt this chill. He didn't know where the chill came from. Maybe it was from that altar. I imagine there will be terrible consequences if the Book of the Divine Craftsman is taken out. But at this time Ye Chuyun had no choice. He couldn't just stare at the Book of the Divine Craftsman and walk away, right? Who can do this? Let the clone get the Book of the Divine Craftsman first. Regardless of anything, the clone immediately took the Book of the Divine Craftsman and then threw it into Ye Chuyun's hands. Got it. A hint of excitement flashed across Ye Chuyun's eyes, and he quickly put the Book of the Divine Craftsman into the storage space. But at this moment, hint, you have triggered the seal of the altar, and the King of Nine Dragon Lake is about to appear. Tip: automatically accept the mission and destroy the King of Jiulong Lake. Mission: please destroy the water monsters living in Jiulong Lake and completely lift the seal. Tip: this task has no time limit and no penalty. Tip: this mission is unique. Once you accept it, no one else can take it again. Only after you die can others take it again. Countless golden chains emerged from the altar and tied up the clone tightly. Then bursts of roars came from above the stairs. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure surged out from the altar. A huge figure appeared directly in the hall. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes upon seeing this. This is a strange beast that looks completely different from the merman. This strange beast is about 4 meters tall and 10 meters long. It has a lion-like head with a pair of antlers on its head, eyes like a tiger, a body like a horse, a tail like a cow, and is covered with blue scales. When he saw this, Ye Chuyun suddenly thought of the mythical Qilin. However, he had never actually seen a Qilin, he just felt that it looked like one. Name: Water Monster Overlord Level. Level 40. Combat Power Assessment. Features: Skill. Talent. Explosion Rate. What the hell? What is this? Ye Chuyun's expression changed. It turned out to be a level 40 Overlord level beast. He is only level 11. If the enemy's level is more than 20 levels higher than your own, the identification skill will not be able to detect the opponent's information. At present, Ye Chuyun only knows that its name is Water Monster, and it is the king of Jiulong Lake. This should be an existence similar to the king of the swamp, the overlord of Jiulong Lake. My goodness, Xiao Gang never mentioned any information about the water monster in his previous life. If taking away the Book of the Divine Craftsman will attract the appearance of a water monster, how did Xiao Gang avoid it? The moment the water monster appeared, its attention shifted to the bound clone. At this time, Ye Chuyun was still in stealth mode, and his clone had been exposed. Human die? The water monster roared angrily, and a white laser suddenly shot out from its eyes. The clone had no power to resist, and turned into ashes after being hit by the laser. Hiss! Ye Chuyun took a deep breath when he saw this. Fortunately, he did not go to the altar himself to get the Book of the Divine Craftsman. Otherwise, he would have been the one turned into ashes. And humans? At this time, the water monster suddenly turned its head towards where Ye Chuyun was sneaking, staring at him, who had become invisible. Oh no, we've been discovered. Ye Chuyun's expression changed drastically. Although I don't know how the water monster found him. Perhaps it has dark perception or some other talent that can sense his whereabouts. No matter what, he had to find a way to escape. He can't defeat this water monster now. Oh, there's no other way. I can't do it without this. Ye Chuyun sighed inwardly and took out a purple-red stone. It was the teleportation stone he had obtained before. With just a thought, you can be teleported anywhere. Chapter 92, Tying Temple, Golden Divine Stone. Hint: you have been locked by the water monster. While locked, all attributes are reduced by 10%. Hint: Heaven's power is triggered. Heavens will cannot be offended. Attributes are restored. The water monster's eyes were about to shoot out lasers. Ye Chuyun decisively used the teleportation stone in his hand and disappeared in the hall with a bang. Hint: you have arrived at the Tying Temple. Ye Chuyun's figure flashed, and he used the teleportation stone to appear in a crystal temple. Phew, that was a close call. If I had been a second slower, I might have died right there. Damn, that Xiao Gang must have concealed a lot of information. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but curse inwardly. For example, the water monster and that quest. That Xiao Gang only said that he had found the treasure on the treasure map and didn't say anything else. He must be hiding something more important than the treasure. Could it be the mission? After the water monster appeared, Ye Chuyun accepted a unique mission, which was to destroy the king of Jiulong Lake. This made Ye Chuyun suddenly remember. In his previous life, after Xiao Gang joined the first-rate force Xinyao, the leader of Xinyao once led a large-scale attack on Jiulong Lake, which caused quite a bit of discussion. At that time, no one connected this incident with Xiao Gang. Everyone thought they were attacking Jiulong Lake and looking for opportunities. After all, many forces would do this. A regional mission, huh? Ye Chuyun saw the key to this task at a glance. This quest is just like the quest at the five-colored altar in the Poison Mist Swamp. It can only be triggered when you reach certain areas and is a unique task. Even if the next person comes here, the task will not be triggered again. At the same time, these tasks are different from those in the Poisonous Swamp. You only need to collect spirit bead fragments and synthesize spirit beads. Most of them are extremely dangerous tasks, and the difficulty is definitely far beyond one's own ability. Never mind. There's no time limit for this mission anyway. At worst, I can just wait until I'm stronger and go back to kill that water monster. After Ye Chuyun figured it out, he continued to use stealth skills and moved forward carefully. There are many golden statues standing around the temple, which makes people shudder. In the middle of the temple is a statue of a saint. The statue of the saint holds a fist-sized, colorful divine stone in both hands. Ye Chuyun's attention at this moment was focused on the five-colored divine stone. Golden divine stone, a sacred alchemical object that can turn stone into gold and perform alchemical transformations and elemental refining. Sure enough, this thing is still here and has not been taken away. Ye Chuyun was ecstatic. His original plan was to teleport directly to this place after obtaining the teleportation stone and take away the golden divine stone. However, the sudden appearance of the water monster forced him to take out the teleportation stone to escape. But it just happened that he was teleported here directly, so he achieved his goal. Ye Chuyun just didn't believe that the water monster could chase here. It's a pity that the clone is still in cooling state. Ye Chuyun could not stay in the Tying Temple for too long, and had to take the golden divine stone away quickly. This place is much more terrifying than Jiulong Lake. Any ordinary monster might be as powerful as a water monster. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth, grabbed the golden divine stone from the hands of the saint statue with his big hand, and snatched it away. And just after he took away the golden divine stone, the statues in the temple, including the statue of the saint, began to shake. Red light flashed in their eyes as they locked onto Ye Chuyun. However, Ye Chuyun had already grasped the teleportation stone in his hand before taking action. After obtaining the golden divine stone, he immediately used the teleportation stone to teleport again and disappeared in the temple. Dark Valley. Ye Chuyun stumbled and appeared in the mountains where he had met Arnold before. Wow, that's terrifying. Any of those statues must be at least level 60. If that saint statue were to fully revive, it would be even more terrifying. It's worthy of being a level 80 large-scale regional dungeon, the Tian Temple. Luckily, I have the teleportation stone. Otherwise, even if I had more lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill me. Recalling the scene at that time, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but touch his forehead, already covered in cold sweat. But fortunately, everything went according to plan, and I finally got the golden divine stone. This is the most precious opportunity in the Tian Temple. Ye Chuyun's eyes were shining as he looked at the 5-colored divine stone in his hand with excitement. The existence of the golden divine stone was no secret in previous lives. In the previous life, the Tian Temple was an 80-level super-large regional copy. Many forces were eyeing it, wanting to conquer it and look for opportunities. At that time, 2 superpowers, more than 10 first-rate forces, and more than 20 second-rate forces attempted to attack. In the end, it took a huge price to finally occupy it. The golden divine stone was discovered when they entered the Tian Temple. In order to seize the golden divine stone, the forces that had previously worked together immediately turned against each other and started to fight frantically. Finally, the shining golden divine stone fell into the hands of a first-rate force called Jiuchong Lu. As a result, Jiuchong Lu soared to the sky and became a superpower. It just so happened that in his previous life, Ye Chuyun had just sold the 3 teleportation stones in his hands. When I heard this gossip, he couldn't help but associate the teleportation stone with the golden divine stone, since the teleportation stone can teleport to a designated location. So, can we directly use the teleportation stone to teleport to the Tian Temple, take away the golden divine stone, and then use the teleportation stone to escape? Wouldn't it be possible to get it without any effort this way? This method may also be applicable to other very large replicas. Wanting to be here, Ye Chuyun felt that he had made a mistake at that time. The value of those 3 teleportation stones is much higher than he imagined. And the 5-colored divine stone now lying quietly in his hand indeed confirmed the feasibility of this plan. The golden divine stone can perform alchemy, turning what was originally just waste stone into precious metal. The real Midas turns stone into gold. Having it is like having a treasure pot. This item is also an indispensable part of Ye Chuyun's later development of power. Fortunately, he finally got the golden divine stone, and the subsequent plans can be implemented. After putting the golden divine stone into the storage space, Ye Chuyun looked around. He returned to the place where he had met Aner before. Now I have obtained the Book of the Divine Craftsman and the golden divine stone. All that's missing is a set of forging equipment. Chapter 93 Free Forging Equipment, Strange Fire. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun knew where to obtain a set of forging equipment in Area 1888. Although that set of forging equipment is just ordinary equipment, it is better than nothing. And he had to hurry back to Area 1888 to find a base. But before leaving, he wanted to take Arnold with him. Ye Chuyun tapped his forehead with his finger and tried to contact Arnold. Arnold, where are you? A voice quickly came back. Sir, I'm here in the laboratory. Should I leave? That's right, pack up and follow me. Sir, could you please wait for me? I'm currently researching a magical device that's very important to me. I might be able to successfully create it soon. Oh, making a magic device. Ye Chuyun became interested when he heard this. Where is your laboratory? Can I take a look? Of course you can, sir. My laboratory is just underground. I'll come pick you up now. Ye Chuyun waited for a few minutes, and Arnold soon emerged from underground driving a robot. Just go ahead, I'll just follow you. Yes, sir. Arnold's laboratory. I'll go. Ye Chuyun looked at the exquisite room in amazement. He really didn't expect that Arnold's laboratory was so luxurious. The room, which is over 300 square meters in total, is filled with large and complex equipment, which are probably the tools used by Arnold for research and manufacturing. At this time, Aner was wearing a strange helmet on his head and a pair of crystal glasses on his eyes. In his left hand, he held a tool similar to a laser pointer, and in his right hand, he held a pair of red steel boots. I saw Arnold holding a laser pen in his left hand and scanning the boots, as if he was studying something. Seeing that Arnold was so focused, Ye Chuyun did not disturb him, but just watched silently from the side. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he noticed some equipment in the corner. Forging equipment. Ye Chuyun walked over with a look of surprise. There was a small silver hammer and a glass cover on a round table in the corner. He casually picked up the small silver hammer on the table. Name 100 refining hammer. Level 2. Function. When forging equipment, the success rate increases by 2%. This 100 refining hammer is pretty good. It can actually increase the success rate by 2%. Then Ye Chuyun looked at the glass cover beside him. There was a fist-sized flame in the hood. The flame is purple, unlike the reddish-yellow color of ordinary flames. As beautiful as glass. Strange fire? Ye Chuyun's eyebrows jumped, and he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this flame. He also immediately identified it. Name glass flame. Level 2. Function. It has an extremely high temperature, which can more effectively melt impurities and increase the success rate by 5% when refining pills and forging items. Strange fire is a flame that is born naturally between heaven and earth. Very rare. According to different abilities, they are divided into levels 1 to 10. The strange fire itself is very rare. It not only increases the probability of alchemy and forging, but can also be used as a means of attack, making its value even more amazing. In the previous life, the birth of a 5th-level strange fire, the bipolar magic flame, led to more than a dozen first-rate forces scrambling for it. After hundreds of thousands of casualties, it was finally snatched away by Xiong Jintian, the leader of a first-rate force. Soon afterward, relying on this bipolar magic flame, Xiong Jintian's strength increased greatly. At that time, many alchemists signed up to join his forces. Xiong Jintian relied on the reputation of the bipolar demonic flame and even won over a master alchemy master. This greatly increased his power not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of financial resources. Thinking of this bipolar demonic flame, Ye Chuyun immediately had an idea about it. If this can be obtained, it will definitely be of great help to the development of one's own power in the future. It will also be of great help in his promotion to the Grand Master of Alchemy and Grand Master of Forging. However, if he wanted to ensure that he could obtain the bipolar demonic flame, he still had to plan carefully and prepare a lot of things to be sure of getting it. Then Ye Chuyun couldn't help but sigh that it was the right decision to conquer Arnold. Not only did he get a Master of Engineering for free, you can also get a 2nd-level Strange Fire and a 2nd-level Hammer for free. The two together form a complete set of forging equipment. This also saved Ye Chuyun a lot of effort. Success. Just as Ye Chuyun was studying the forging equipment, Arnold's research seemed to have come to an end. It was holding a pair of red steel boots in its hands, with a look of joy on its face. Ye Chuyun also walked forward curiously and asked, "Arnold, what kind of magical device have you developed?" "Flying boots. My lord, follow me, and I will show you." The two returned to the ground. Aner put on his flying boots with excitement. At this time, Ye Chuyun also noticed that these flying boots seemed to be able to expand and contract according to the size of the feet. He had been worried that the boots were too big for Arnold to wear. "I didn't expect this design to be so user-friendly." After putting on the flight boots, Arnold nodded at Ye Chuyun, as if triggering some mechanism. The flying boots suddenly spewed out a large amount of red flames and instantly carried Aner into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the jet of flames from the flying boots surged, and with a whoosh, Aner disappeared into the air, and his trace could no longer be seen. "Oh my god, so soon." Seeing this, Ye Chuyun was stunned. After a few seconds, Arnold fell from the sky again with a whoosh. "Ha, it worked." Aner looked at the flying boots on his feet and laughed excitedly. Ye Chuyun was also very curious about its flying boots. "Aner, your flying boots only provide the function of flying?" "To answer your excellency, it is like this." "Then how long can your flying boots fly?" "As long as there is enough fuel, we can keep flying." "How fast is it flying?" "About 500 kilometers per hour." "So soon." Hearing this, Ye Chuyun was secretly surprised. The speed of these flying boots is equivalent to the flying speed of a small passenger plane on Blue Star. Feng Yuqi's speed was only 100 kilometers per hour, and with his wind talent, it barely reached 150 kilometers per hour. Ye Chuyun continued to ask, "Are there any equipment restrictions for these flying boots?" Arnold shook his head. "There are no equipment restrictions. Even if you are level 1, you can equip flight boots and fly." At this point, Arnold's tone suddenly became excited. "That's why I'm so obsessed with studying engineering. I want to create all kinds of magical devices that don't require any level or equipment requirements. Like these flying boots and my robot. Even if it's level 1, it's that kind of magical device that can kill a god with one strike." Ye Chuyun asked back. Chapter 94, Life and Occupational Subdivision, Wandao Holy City. Arnold nodded quickly. Yes. What I want to study is exactly what you were talking about, sir." "Sir, you really hit the nail on the head. My lifelong pursuit is to research a magical device like the one you mentioned, even if it's only level 1, that can kill enemies of higher levels. Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes. Arnold didn't say the words, kill the gods after all. Is it because you don't dare? Arnold, can you mass-produce these flying boots of yours? Ye Chuyun still asked the question he wanted to ask most at the moment. After all, flying equipment was extremely rare even in the previous life, and as soon as it appeared, it would be snatched up. If this flight boot can be mass-produced, it will definitely be a great thing. Who knows, it might become one of his trump cards to compete with other forces in the future. Unfortunately, Arnold shook his head. These flight boots cannot be mass-produced for the time being. A hint of disappointment flashed across Ye Chuyun's eyes when he heard this. Why can't it be mass-produced? There are two. One is the material for making flight boots. It contains an ore called fire copper. It is very rare and precious, so it cannot be mass-produced. Fire copper? A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. Isn't this a coincidence? There is a fire copper mine in the poisonous fog swamp. The thing that is most in demand is fire copper. Ye Chuyun immediately said, don't worry about the fire copper issue. What's the other reason? Another reason is fuel. The fuel that keeps the flying boots flying is made of magic essence. Although magic essence is not as rare as fire copper, it is still quite valuable. A demon. Ye Chuyun nodded in understanding. Magic essence is the essence extracted from magic crystal stone. 10 magic crystals can only produce about 100 milliliters of magic essence. But since you said there's no need to worry about the fire copper, I'll continue my research to see if there are other fuels that can replace the magic essence. Arnold, besides the flying boots, what other magical devices have you invented? Hearing this, Arnold looked at Ye Chuyun embarrassedly. Apart from the flying boots and the combat robot, the rest are just insignificant little inventions. This. Ye Chuyun looked at it in surprise. Logically speaking, it would be unreasonable for someone to become a master of engineering without inventing some amazing magical devices. For example, in the previous life, there was an engineering master named Feimu who built a teleportation tower for instant cross-regional teleportation. It became very popular for a while and was scrambled for by all major forces. Several other well-known engineering masters have invented some incredible magical devices. In his opinion, flying boots and that battle robot were not enough to make Aner a master of engineering. But this seems a bit contradictory. Then where did you get the title of Grandmaster of Engineering? Arnold shook his head. After being controlled by Tiandao, most of my memories of engineering inventions were drained away. What remains are only some engineering experiences. These flying boots, robots, and other inventions were all developed after I was controlled by Tiandao. I see. After listening to this, Ye Chuyun suddenly understood. For example, if he is a master of forging, then the Heavenly Dao took away all the equipment blueprints he had learned in order to become a master forger, or the memories of his own original equipment. All that remains is the success rate of forging equipment possessed by the forging master. The same is true for the Grandmaster of Engineering. Nothing was saved except the success rate. Tiandao, you really know how to play. But even so, Arnold still made a lot of money for him. Even if he lost all his memories of inventions, it would be pretty good if he only retained his success rate as a master of engineering. In the world of gods and demons, there are many possible occupations. For example, alchemy, forging, alchemy, chef, merchant, etc. At the beginning, most people would choose careers that make money quickly, such as alchemy and forging. Very few people choose engineering. Almost none. However, as the competition for popular professions such as alchemy and forging becomes more and more serious in the later period, some people choose other unpopular professions. It was at this time that engineering gradually grew stronger. Soon after, someone discovered the importance of engineering. Some people can use engineering to create special bombs, grenades, and other offensive weapons. Some people even created strategic weapons such as cannons and crossbow carts. Most importantly, engineers can also create mounts. It's similar to the flying boots developed by Aner. The world of gods and demons is so vast that it can be divided into 10,000 regions. Obviously, running on your legs is very tiring. But getting a mount is very difficult. Unless you have the talent to tame beasts, you can tame ferocious beasts as your mounts. Or equipment like wind feather wings may be dropped. Otherwise, there is no other way to get a mount. Therefore, engineering is particularly valuable. As long as you can get the design drawings, or do your own research like Arnold, you can produce mounts in large quantities. So even if Arnold had all his previous memories of engineering inventions extracted by Tiandao, now that he has developed flying boots, they are extremely precious to Ye Chuyun. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Arnold, Aner, do you know the holy city of 10,000 Daos? The holy city of 10,000 Daos. Hearing these 4 words, Arnold suddenly became excited. Of course I know. That's the place I've always dreamed of. What if I could let you into the holy city? Let me enter the holy city. Arnold looked at Ye Chuyun with a little disbelief. Is this possible? That's the Wandao holy city. For us engineers, alchemists, blacksmiths, and other professions, it's like a holy land. Could it be that, sir, you know how to enter the holy city? Ye Chuyun nodded. Of course I know. Just tell me whether you want to go or not. Yes, of course I do. Okay, then just focus on studying these flying boots. I'll take you with me when we can enter the holy city. Okay, sir, don't worry. I will do my best to ensure that these flying boots can be mass-produced. Arnold was now in a state of extreme excitement and kept repeating the word holy city. Ye Chuyun was not surprised at all. The holy city of 10,000 Daos is a big secret in the world of gods and demons. Even in previous lives, not many people knew about it. Generally, only the core figures of first-rate forces are qualified to know. However, even if they knew of the existence of the Wandao holy city, only a very small number of top-level forces were capable of trying to enter. The reason why Ye Chuyun knew about the Wandao holy city. This is because the second-rate force shadow he belonged to in his previous life had once entered. Chapter 95 Return to Area 1888, Target Station Order. The shadow itself is only a second-rate force and does not have the capital and strength to enter the Wandao holy city. It's just that Shadow can rely on others. A superpower took the lead and united Shadow and many other forces, which gave them the opportunity to enter the holy city of 10,000 Daos. As an alchemist, Ye Chuyun also had the opportunity to share in the benefits and entered the Wandao holy city with them. But he was just sightseeing. The holy city of 10,000 Daos was built by the Heavenly Dao and is known as a holy place for cultivation. Moreover, Wandao Holy Land is not only a holy place for cultivation, but also a holy place for those who live in professional professions. Because there is a better environment there, which can improve their production proficiency and success rate. As long as you enter the holy city of 10,000 Daos, even if you are just a junior engineer, junior blacksmith, or junior alchemist, you can also quickly become a senior engineer, senior blacksmith, or senior alchemist. After those who are already senior engineers, senior blacksmiths, or senior alchemists enter, there is a certain probability that they will be promoted to engineering masters, forging masters, or alchemy masters. Where can I find such an opportunity? In addition, there is a place called Wandao Library in Wandao Holy City. There are all kinds of opportunities there. Various incredible design drawings also come from the Wandao Library. So when Arnold heard that Ye Chuyun could bring it into the Wandao Holy City, he was extremely excited. But you can't just go to the holy city of 10,000 Daos whenever you want. If you want to enter the holy city of 10,000 Daos, you must have a pass. Only large regional dungeons above level 30 have a chance to drop passes. But this probability is almost infinitely equal to 0. There may only be a slight chance of it dropping when you are above level 50. According to statistics from previous lives, the probability may be 1 in 1,000. However, this probability is not a problem at all for Ye Chuyun now. The biggest problem is that he currently cannot deal with ferocious beasts above level 30. Therefore, the plan to go to the holy city of 10,000 Daos will have to wait until later. So Ye Chuyun could only paint a rosy picture for Arnold and ask it to continue working hard and do its job well. Return to the laboratory. Okay, Arnold, now pack up and follow me. Ye Chuyun urged. By the way, can you lend me this forging equipment first? After saying that, he put the silver-white hammer and strange fire on the table into the storage space. Yes, sir. Aina nodded. It's just forging equipment. If you lose it, you can make another one. It took out a Rubik's Cube-like cube and put all the equipment in the institute, including his inventions, into it. Ye Chuyun stood aside and looked at the Rubik's Cube in Arnold's hand with great curiosity. It seems that the Rubik's Cube in its hand seems to have storage function, similar to his storage space. After everything is packed up, Ye Chuyun picked up the short Arnold with one hand, spread his wings, and flew towards the train station. The two took the train back to the poisonous fog swamp. Ye Chuyun brought Aner to the small mountain range where the fire lizards used to live. With his current physique, even without the help of the iron turtle suit, he can withstand the scorching heat of the mountains. What's more, he now has the talent of fire, which will make him feel more at ease in this mountain range. These are all fire copper. Aner ignored the scorching temperature of the mountains and looked at the fire copper all over the ground in surprise. The fire copper, which it had previously thought to be very rare, seemed to be everywhere in this small mountain range, just like cabbage. Seeing this, Arnold quickly took out a machine that looked like a vacuum cleaner and began to inspect the mountains. After waiting for a while, It put the machine away and turned to look at Ye Chuyun excitedly. Sir, it seems that the earth veins here are spiritual and have the attribute of fire element, which is why they can produce so much fire copper. Even if we collect all the fire copper here, with this vein, fire copper will still be produced after a while. This mountain range is a treasure mine. Is that so? Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed. He hadn't thought of this. If this is the case, then this mountain range is indeed a treasure mine that can continuously and steadily produce fire copper. In this way, the problem of manufacturing materials for flying boots has been truly solved. The remaining issue is how to solve the fuel problem. After all, magic crystals are very precious, and using them as fuel for flying boots is a waste of money. 100 milliliters of magic essence can only sustain flight for half an hour, and 1 pound of magic crystals costs at least 500 god and demon coins. This is really too expensive and I can't afford it. Einer, your current task is to collect as much fire copper as possible. After the base is built, I will assign you other tasks. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Einer immediately took out his robot and various tools and began to control the robot to dig fire copper. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun felt relieved, turned around and left the poisonous swamp and returned to Area 1888. His mission this time is to quickly obtain the stationing order and build the station. Area number 1888. It was already evening. The night was as dark as ink, and the desert air was very cold. Ye Chuyun opened the world channel and took a few peeks. No announcement has appeared yet. This means that no one has issued an order to build a base so far. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. After all, the reward for building the first settlement is still very generous. He doesn't want to miss it. This area is a level 10 area and is called Lust Desert. Each region is also divided into many areas according to levels. The entire poisonous fog swamp can also be considered an area. However, unlike the Lust Desert, the poison fog swamp was specially designated for them by heaven as a place for their novice trials. The ferocious beasts here are dead and cannot be refreshed. In places like the Lust Desert, even if the ferocious beasts die, they will continue to refresh after 24 hours. However, treasure chests, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and mineral resources will still not refresh. But even so, it gives them the opportunity to kill monsters and level up. There are at least 4 leaders, 1 king level, and 1 overlord level ferocious beast suppressing here. Ye Chuyun's goal is to kill them and see if he can get the resident order. Although the drop rate is 100% for him, it does not necessarily mean that they have the resident order. If not, it will be useless even if the explosion rate is 100%. Ye Chuyun ignored the desert and spread his wind wings to leave. More than 10 minutes later, Ye Chuyun arrived in front of a towering mountain. Chapter 96 He prepare to die. There are sand pits everywhere around the desert, and there is at least 1 dune scorpion lurking in each of them. They silently wait for humans to arrive and give them a fatal blow. Ye Chuyun just took a quick look, and the wind wings spread out, slowly carrying him into the air. At the same time, red and blue rings began to slowly rise behind him. Ice and fire double rings. This time he's going to come here and do a carpet cleaning. Bang bang bang. Ye Chuyun was in the sky, and the double rings of ice and fire behind him continuously emitted red and blue lasers. Suddenly, the sand pit in front of him was instantly blasted by countless lasers. The dune scorpion hiding in it didn't even have time to react before it was blown into ashes and scattered by the wind, deader than dead. I had been feeling depressed for too long in Julong Lake and Tien Temple. At this time, Ye Chuyun also regained the pleasure of crushing, and a smile appeared on his face. Prepare to die, little monsters. Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. Kill a level 10 dune scorpion and gain plus 1,200 energy points. Kill a level 10 mutant dune scorpion and gain plus 1,500 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. In an instant, the army of dune scorpions suffered heavy losses. The dune scorpions that had not been affected yet crawled out of the pit on their own and fled in all directions. And Ye Chuyun naturally would not let them go. While the ice and fire rings were attacking automatically, he also used other skills to hunt it down. For a time, these dune scorpions were in dire straits, and their life was worse than death. Bang, bang, bang. The prompt sound continued to sound, and Ye Chuyun's energy points were also soaring wildly. Originally, his level progress was still at level 11285820/300000. After the first round of slaughter, his upgrade progress increased rapidly, and he was upgraded not long after. Congratulations, you have reached level 12. Tip: due to the existence of Heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 100 points. Your agility increases by 100 points. Your physical fitness increases by 100 points. Your spirit increases by 100 points. You gained 50 free attributes. After reaching level 12, Ye Chuyun's level progress reached level 12 6000/500000. After upgrading, each attribute increases by 100 points. The combat power also increased again, reaching 24622. There are still 50 points of free attributes, but Ye Chuyun does not have time to allocate them for the time being. He was still frantically chasing the Dune Scorpion at this time. Just after a big cleanup, at least 500 Dune Scorpions ran out of the sand pit. Ye Chuyun used the quicksand vortex skill directly, and more than 50 sand dune scorpions died immediately. Energy points are rising wildly again. It looks like it won't be long before I can level up again and reach level 13. Ye Chuyun was secretly excited. But at this moment, something strange happened. The desert exploded suddenly, and several huge figures emerged from the ground, blocking Ye Chuyun directly, as if to stop him from continuing killing. First up were 4 giant dune scorpions, each more than 20 meters long. It seems he is the leader. In addition, there is a larger red sand dune scorpion that is more than 30 meters long. There is no need to guess. It must be the king-level dune scorpion. What's even more terrifying is that in addition to this red sand dune scorpion that is more than 30 meters long, there is another, even more terrifying beast. It is more than 40 meters long and looks more like a giant earthworm. His entire body was smooth, with the exception of a mouth filled with sharp teeth. As they appeared, Ye Chuyun used identification on them respectively. Name: Dune Scorpion General Leader Level. Level: 11. Combat Power Assessment: 9000. Characteristics: Bloodthirsty, Murderous, Territorial Consciousness. Skills: Bite LV5, Poison LV5, Strength Amplification LV5. Talent: F-Level Physical Enhancement. Explosion Rate: 10%. Name: Dune Scorpion King Level. Level: 12. Combat Power Assessment: 12,000. Characteristics: Bloodthirsty, Killing, Command Consciousness. Skills: Earth Roar Exclusive Skill, Earth Curse LV5. Talent: E-Level Earth Manipulation, E-Level Super Strength. Explosion Rate: 15%. Name: Dune Mother Overlord Level. Level: 13. Combat Power Assessment: 18,000. Features: Bloodthirsty, Killing, Domain Protection. Skills: Earth Blessing LV5 Exclusive Skill, Violent Cyclone LV5. Talent: D-Level Earth Fusion, D-Level Wind Fusion, D-Level Physical Enhancement. Explosion Rate: 20%. How dare you, tiny human, trespass into my territory. The Mother of the Dunes roared, and the entire Lust Desert was suddenly filled with dust. Yo, I'm afraid of you. At this time, Ye Chuyun was still in the sky, looking down at them. If you have the guts, just fly up and hit me. He knew that neither the Dune Scorpion General, the Dune Scorpion King, nor the Dune Earth Mother had the ability to fly. This is the most deadly. Now they are just sitting ducks in front of him. Roar. The Dune Mother naturally knows this as well. Damn humans, I won't let you go after I'm resurrected. That's great. Ye Chuyun laughed heartily, and the ice and fire rings behind him began to blast away. Tian Wei is activated, actively reducing their various attributes. Roar. The Dune Mother roared and used her skills. One after another, khaki shields protected it, and other ferocious beasts. The ice and fire double ring lasers bombarded the khaki cover, causing ripples. Blocked. Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned, then smiled. So what if it is blocked? This just blocked the attack of the ice and fire rings. But this doesn't mean that he has no other means. Flying Fire Meteor. Quicksand Whirlpool. Aquaman is angry. Feather Attack. With strong spiritual support, Ye Chuyun used all the skills he could use. Under the continuous bombardment of so many attacks. This time, the khaki cover could not hold out for even a second and turned into foam and melted. Bang. Oh. Accompanied by countless loud noises, a series of shrill screams rang out. The Dune Scorpion General, the Dune Scorpion King, the Dune Earth Mother, and other ferocious beasts had almost no power to resist. They exploded and turned into sparks all over the sky. Kill the level 11 Dune Scorpion General and gain plus 8,000 energy points. Kill the level 12 Dune Scorpion King and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill the level 13th Dune Mother and gain plus 50,000 energy points. Chapter 97. Establish a base and plan your location. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. With the deaths of the Dune Scorpion General, the Dune Scorpion King, and the Dune Earth Mother, the remaining Dune Scorpions were leaderless and immediately became chaotic, scattered, and continued to flee. At this time, Ye Chuyun's attention was all focused on the spoils, and he had no time to care about the escaped Dune Scorpions. He could only summon 2 clones and let them hunt down the remaining Dune Scorpions for him. He himself immediately began to check the spoils. A resident order, a resident order, a resident order is a must. Ye Chuyun looked at the storage space nervously. He looked at the grids one by one, just wanting to find the silver token in his memory. It is actually not difficult to obtain a resident order. Generally, ferocious beasts above the leader level may appear. The main problem is that the drop rate is too low, which is why people in the previous life thought that the resident order was difficult to obtain. For Ye Chuyun, he thought that he only needed to defeat a few leader-level beasts to get it to explode. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and his eyes were fixed on one of the boxes in the second-to-last row. I saw a silver-white token lying there quietly. It exploded. Residence order. Use this order to establish your own settlement in any area of Region 1888 and begin your journey to dominate the world of gods and demons. Ha ha ha. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but burst out laughing. With the resident order, it means that he has roots in the world of gods and demons from now on, and is no longer an endless stream. Only with roots can branches and leaves sprout, gradually absorb nutrients, and become towering trees. Someone played a joke like this in my previous life. A team without a base is like a bandit in the mountains and can only wander around. The team that has its own base is the local lord and can dominate the world. Because once a base is established, many benefits can be improved one by one. Restaurant, bar, hotel, chamber of commerce, mansion, store, etc. A variety of facilities will bring them various benefits. Mansion even releases tasks every day. People stationed there can rely on these tasks to earn contribution points and various rewards. As long as the level of the base is high enough, there will be endless tasks to complete every day. There are even tasks in the mansion that reward high-level equipment, skill books, talent imprints, etc. Relying on these benefits, whether it is to improve the level or combat power, it will be much faster than simply hunting ferocious beasts. The gap in combat power between those with stationed areas and those without will only get bigger and bigger. And the location of the station is also particularly important. This is related to the number of mansion tasks. The more ferocious beasts there are around and the more resources there are, the more tasks there will be. As more tasks are solved, the popularity of the base will increase, and more tasks will be available. There will even be missions from other regions. It's like a rolling ball, unstoppable. In the previous life, some people built their bases in deserted places for safety reasons. Who knew that after the base was established, there was not a single mission in the mansion, and I was stunned. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since we are setting up a base, we will have to spend money. Once the resident order is obtained, the first thing to do is to choose a location. After making your choice, spend the corresponding god and demon coins based on the size of the area. Tian Dao did not give any task prompts for this kind of thing. However, earning god and demon coins is not a difficult thing for Ye Chuyun. The main thing is to choose the address. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun immediately took out the resident order and used it. Tip: please select the address to establish the station in Area 1888. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge map appeared in front of Ye Chuyun. This map is even more detailed than the topographic map he obtained using the Identify skill. Red Moon Hill. Ye Chuyun looked towards the southwest of the map and immediately locked onto an area called Red Moon Hill. Red Moon Hill is a level 50 to 70 area, and it is said that an extremely terrifying demon lives there. Normally speaking, this area is just an ordinary leveling map. However, this place was fought over by various forces in the previous life. There are 3 reasons. The first is that there are 2 high-level resource areas near Red Moon Hill. One is the Tai's secret realm of level 60 to 75, which produces various high-level spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and even spiritual objects from heaven and earth. One is the Huangtian Tower of level 80 to 100, which is a large Shura-level alien space copy with many great opportunities. You can take off on the spot if you get any one of them. The second reason is the secret of Red Moon Hill itself. This secret was not discovered until everyone reached level 100. In an instant, all major forces wanted to establish bases in Red Moon Hill in an attempt to get a piece of the pie. However, at that time, Red Moon Hill had already been occupied by a superpower and had been developing for a long time. Other forces have no chance at all. It is said that a demon lives in Red Moon Hill. This rumor was not wrong at all. Later, someone discovered that there was indeed a demon living in Red Moon Hill. That demon god was once a legendary figure in the world of gods and demons. And this demon is also a guardian. It guards a strange tower. There are various trials in the tower. There, not only can you level up faster, but you can also get high-level powerful equipment. In the later stages of the world of gods and demons, it is difficult to obtain high-quality, high-level, and powerful equipment above level 50. So that strange tower became a hot commodity. The number of people gathering at Red Moon Hill every day is terrifying. And if he established his own territory there, the hotel fees alone would be an incredible fortune every day. The last reason is also the most important reason for Ye Chuyun. In the opposite direction of the Red Moon Hills, there is a map of an area called the Golden Flame Mountains. The requirements for the Golden Flame Mountains are not high, and you only need to be above level 30 to explore. After the secret of the Golden Flame Mountains in the previous life was discovered, it caused a fight among all forces in the entire area. 1888. This was the first time a regional level war broke out. Whether they are third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, or even superpowers, all have joined this war. Hundreds of forces were fighting each other, trying to occupy the Golden Flame Mountains and divide the profits therein. That battle caused heavy losses to all forces in the entire region. 1888. Chapter 98. Naming, long-awaited review. There was no way around it. This incident even attracted the attention of forces from other regions. At this time, all the forces in Region 1888 temporarily gave up their internal strife and formed the Golden Flame Alliance to share the benefits of the Golden Flame Mountains equally. In the future, if people from other regions want to enter, they will need to sign a Heavenly Dao contract with the Golden Flame Alliance. After coming out, you must hand in 20% of the spoils you harvested in the Golden Flame Mountains. In addition, you must pay a certain amount of God and demon coins before you are allowed to enter. And these profits will be distributed to other major forces through the Golden Flame Alliance. The reason why the Golden Flame Mountains are so popular. This is because the ferocious beasts there can explode a large number of magic crystals. This secret was discovered a long time ago. If you just spend half an hour there, you can get more than 10 magic crystals. The demand for magic crystals is very widespread and can be used almost everywhere. For example, magic devices, magic teleportation arrays, equipment production, magic building construction, etc. All of them require magic crystals. In the later period of the world of gods and demons, magic crystals even replaced the coins of gods and demons and possessed currency properties. Moreover, the fierce beasts in the Golden Flame Mountains refresh very quickly, and they can refresh once every 6 hours. These places where every inch of land is valuable are now all concentrated in one place. How could Ye Chuyun let it go? Not to mention that the area he chose is surrounded by high-level maps. Judging from the current strength of him and others, they are unable to get involved for the time being. But in addition to the maps of Red Moon Hills and Golden Flame Mountains, there are also many low-level maps around, and there are plenty of resources. No matter what, choosing this place is definitely 100 benefits with no disadvantages. When Ye Chuyun chose the location, a prompt popped up instantly. Tip: using the resident order to initially establish a resident will cost 100,000 God and demon coins. Do you agree? Although Ye Chuyun was mentally prepared, his heart still beat fast after seeing the prompt. My goodness, they have only been in the world of gods and demons for 3 days. In 3 days, how many people can have 100,000 God and demon coins? 100,000 God and demon coins is a huge sum of money for others. You can just use these 100,000 God and demon coins to buy equipment to arm yourself to the teeth. Here, it is just the cost of initially establishing a base. Not to mention that these 100,000 God and demon coins are only the initial cost of establishing a base. Develop the settlement, build various settlement buildings, and recruit people. All of these require the use of God and demon coins. Wait until then. Those coins of gods and demons are not coins of gods and demons. They are waste paper. Agree. Ye Chuyun nodded helplessly. This money must be spent and cannot be saved. Anyway, he has many ways to earn God and demon coins. If you don't have it, you can still earn it again. He had previously deposited 100,000 God and demon coins at the trading house, and he didn't have much left. Now, because of killing a large number of Dune Scorpions, he has obtained nearly 100,000 divine and demon coins. Together with what was left over, it was enough to establish a base. In just a blink of an eye, 100,000 divine and demon coins disappeared from his storage space. On the world wealth list, his name disappeared directly from the top 100, which attracted the attention of many people. Back to the time before liberation. Reminder, 100,000 god and demon coins have been deducted, and the settlement is being generated. Please wait for 30 minutes. Tip, before creating a settlement, please name your settlement. The name is exclusive to you and will not be used by others when they create settlements later. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Name. The name of the station is like a business card. The more famous you are, the more valuable this business card is. This name is something I should think about carefully. Be more domineering and call yourself Pajuan? Forget it, it's a bit vulgar. Hidden Dragon? Still not that great. What's the name? Ye Chuyun thought for a long time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Just call me Wei Yong. Wei Yong represents not yet finished and endless, meaning there is no end. It can also be considered as no disaster, meaning no disease or disaster, safe and healthy. Isn't this consistent with his goal? His goal is to gain eternal life. Life will never end, and will always be free from illness and disaster and healthy. Wei Yong, this is a good name. Tip, once the station is officially created, its name will be changed to Wei Yong. Ye Chuyun looked at the time. It takes 30 minutes to create a station. Only 8 minutes have passed. There is still a 22-minute wait. At this time, Ye Chuyun was no longer in a hurry. He looked down at the Lust Desert. The two clones are still chasing the remaining dune scorpions. After this massacre, his level progress has reached level 12-436,000/500000. He only needs tens of thousands more to upgrade and reach level 13. At this time, Xiao Shan-yun, who was ranked second, was still at level 9. The gap is widening. The remaining dune scorpions have become frightened birds and are hiding as far away as they can. The two clones searched for a long time, but only killed more than 50 dune scorpions. At this time, Ye Chuyun had no intention of chasing after the dune scorpion. After recalling his clone, he returned to the train station to continue checking the spoils. In addition to the city garrison order, the dune scorpion general, the dune scorpion king, and the dune earth mother all dropped a lot of loot. Plus the dune scorpions. Ye Chuyun's storage space was full again. In addition to the dune scorpion's essence, skill stones, and strengthening stones, there are also a large number of first and second level equipment. Only a small part of the spoils caught Ye Chuyun's attention. Soul of the Dune Mother, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Hearing plus 1010. When seeing this spirit, Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned. The spirit of this Dune Mother was different from the ones he had obtained before. It can actually improve hearing. This is quite rare. Hearing is one of the 5 senses. The 5 senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. These 5 attributes are hidden attributes and cannot be seen on the panel. If any of the 5 senses can be improved to a certain level, a qualitative change will occur. For example, the properties of hearing. If you improve to a certain level, you can activate new talents. It's called Shunfinger. It can detect various sounds within a radius of 100 miles. Vision can also evolve into a new talent called 100 Miles Eyes, which has a vision far enough to detect anything within a radius of 100 miles. The talent evolved from the sense of smell is smell analysis. The composition of various substances can be analyzed based on their smell. Taste is food analysis. The function is similar to odor analysis. The last sense of touch, the evolved talent, is called danger sense. With this talent, the body can sense various dangers earlier than the brain and issue warnings. It has to be said that these 5 sense talents are extremely practical. Chapter 99 5 Senses Talent, greatly increased combat power. Among the 5 senses, if you have either the ability to see and hear from afar, you are a natural scout. No matter which force you go to, you will be welcomed. And if you have food analysis and smell analysis, you can rely on these 2 talents to analyze the components of various elixirs and thus deduce the elixir formula. Danger perception increases one's own survival rate. And in previous lives, some people had also speculated about this. If these 5 talents are concentrated in one person, even more outrageous talents will be activated. However, this fact remains to be verified. Ye Chuyun also became interested. If given the chance, he would like to improve all 5 senses. He wanted to know what kind of incredible talent he would be able to activate once he had gathered all 5 senses. In addition to the spirit of the Dune Mother, there are also several third-level equipment. Earth Mother Shield, Defense plus 80, Constitution plus 50, comes with the skill Parry, which can resist 1 attack from the front. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Level 3, Equipment Level 10, requires Constitution of 500 or above. Earth Mother Battle Suit, Defense plus 40, Constitution plus 30, Strength plus 10, with skill weakening power, which can reduce equipment wearing requirements and also reduces physical damage by 15%. Third level, equipment level 5, requires constitution and strength of 100 or above. After seeing the attributes of these two pieces of equipment, Ye Chuyun was still slightly surprised. The properties of this battle suit are very ordinary and are not at all comparable to the blood-red armor he is wearing now. But the good thing about this battle suit is that its wearing requirements have been greatly reduced. You just need to reach level 5 and have your physique and strength above 100. This is simply good news for those low-level people. And this giant shield of Mother Earth is even more amazing. It was actually able to withstand a direct attack. Isn't this equivalent to an invincible skill? Although the cooldown time for this skill is 10 minutes. But he has a talent bonus that can reduce the cooldown time of skills. After various offsets, the cooldown time of this skill is only 3 to 4 minutes. You can use an almost invincible skill every 3 to 4 minutes. Where can you find such a good thing? So for Ye Chuyun, in addition to the Resident Order, this giant shield of the Earth Mother is the equipment he is most satisfied with. It seems that the rune shield in my hand can be retired with honor. Finally, there is a third level ring. Earth Mother Ring, Spirit plus 50, Wearer's Earth Attribute plus 100%, third tier top grade equipment. Equipment level 10, Spirit 500 and above. The ring properties are very ordinary. However, there are many places on Ye Chuyun's fingers that really need the embellishment of these rings. The talent engraving also had a great harvest this time. 4 F-level physical enhancements. 1 E-level Earth Control. 1 E-level Super Strength. 1 piece each of D-level Earth Fusion, D-level Wind Fusion, and D-level Physical Enhancement. It's a pity that his strength talent has evolved to the C-level Strength realm. This E-level talent imprint with superpower can only be saved temporarily. The E-class Earth Control is no longer needed, so I can only save it and see if I can sell it for a good price later. Ye Chuyun began to integrate the other talent imprints. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. All 4 E-level physical enhancement talent imprints failed. E-level soil manipulation directly evolves into D-level soil fusion. E-level wind control also directly evolves into D-level wind fusion. There is only 1 D-level physical enhancement left. Ding, fusion failed. Not surprisingly, it failed. After everything was integrated, Ye Chuyun looked at his talent. First of all, it is the only SSS level talent with a 100% explosion rate. The second is the 5 elements talent, D-level water fusion, D-level fire fusion, E-level wood control, E-level gold control, D-level wind fusion, D-level ice fusion, D-level earth fusion, and E-level thunder control. Then there are the 4-dimensional talents, C-level strength, D-level physical enhancement, D-level mental enhancement, D-level agility enhancement. In addition, there are 3 major professional talents. They are Heaven's Power, Heaven's Laws of Nature, and Heaven's Blessing. There are a total of 16 talents, which makes Ye Chuyun dizzy. Even if you have only one of these talents, you can take off on the spot. He actually owns 16 of them. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun felt a sense of pride in his heart. This is the result of his hard work along the way. Next, Ye Chuyun took the essence and changed his equipment. I got a lot of strengthening stones this time, which can strengthen 2 pieces of equipment. Previously, Ye Chuyun strengthened both the blood-colored armor and blood-colored helmet to the maximum level. This time he chose to strengthen Crimson Shoulder Guards and Mother Earth Shield. I was lucky this time and was able to strengthen everything to the maximum level after using up 2/3 of the strengthening stones. Crimson Shoulder Guards plus 5. Defense plus 180, Constitution plus 150. Equipped to slowly restore mental strength. Required to wear at level 10, Constitution 500 or above. One of the 3rd-tier premium sets. Earth Mother Shield plus 5. Defense plus 200, Constitution plus 150. Comes with the skill parry, which can resist 1 attack from the front. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Tier 3, Equipment level 10, requires Constitution 500 or above. Haha. The attribute bonus of this Earth Mother Giant Shield plus 5 is much stronger than the Rune Greatsword plus 5 in his current hand. Now Rune Shield plus 5 can officially retire. At this moment, Ye Chuyun's physical fitness and momentum continued to rise rapidly. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had 50 free attribute points that had not been allocated, so he quickly added them all to Spirit. Then Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to open the panel to check his latest data. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 12436000/500000. Reputation: 500. Title: Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength: 3412 C level, Strength plus 2730. Agility: 2292 D level Agility Enhancement, plus 917. Constitution, 4234, D-level Constitution Enhancement, plus 1694. Spirit, 3133, D-level Spirit Enhancement, plus 1253. Hearing, 100. Combat Power, 27,342, 26,142, plus 1200. Not bad, not bad. With a little more effort, I can break through 30,000 combat power. He estimated that Chu Yunlan, who was in second place, only had 7,000 combat power, no more. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled with satisfaction. There were still 15 minutes left, and Ye Chuyun was waiting silently at the train station. Chapter 100. Teleport to the station, all attributes doubled. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Hint. Congratulations, your base has been created successfully. Do you want to teleport? Finally, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, owning a base that belongs only to him was something Ye Chuyun would never have dared to imagine in his previous life. Now that he has finally achieved his first goal, how can he not be excited? Soon, Ye Chuyun calmed himself down and quickly teleported to the base. And just after Ye Chuyun was teleported away, an announcement popped up on every channel. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for establishing his first settlement, Weiyang. His reputation increased by 100 points, and he received a double bonus to his initial attributes. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for establishing his first settlement, Weiyang. His reputation increased by 100 points, and he received a double bonus to his initial attributes. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for establishing his first settlement, Weiyang. His reputation increased by 100 points, and he received a double bonus to his initial attributes. This announcement was different from previous ones, as it was issued 3 times. It seemed as if he wanted to remind everyone what Ye Chuyun had done. As soon as this announcement came out, the whole world fell into chaos. World Channel. Number 666 Xiao Shanyun. Fuck, what's going on with this guy? It's only been a short time. How come he's already set up the base? Number 888 Qian Duo. Did he get the garrison order? Damn it. If this garrison is established, how much money can we make? Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. At Ye Chuyun, boss, do you still mean what you said before about hanging out with me? I want to hang out with you. John 999. Oh my god, how come the dragons were the first to build a base? What bad luck. Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. I told you, idiot, stay out of my sight. Didn't you hear me? Believe it or not, I'll follow the internet cable and pull you out and kill you. 2564 Walter. Oh my god, Mr. John, you must not provoke them. This Chu Yunlan is ranked second in the world in combat power. The dragon people are very scary. John number 999. Humph, it's only ranked second in combat power. The ranking will always change. Just wait and see. Our eagle country will soon establish a base. Will you dragon country people still be so arrogant when the time comes? Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. Haha, then I'll wait and see. Number 1315 Jin Zhihui. Stop dreaming, the one above. The second base belongs to our kimchi country. So what if it's eagle country? Our kimchi country is going to rise. John 999. How dare you? You Koreans are getting bolder, aren't you? 656 Hoshino Toru. Baga, the second base belongs to our Sakura country. Eagle country and kimchi country, all get out of the way for my great Sakura empire. John number 999. Okay, that's how you play it, right? I'm going to lead the team to hunt down the beast right now, and I won't give you any chance. Number 1888 Huang Li. Okay, let's fight. I love watching. Sure, phone number 1. All right. Yi Shun, you're playing like this, right? I'm still struggling in the trial grounds, not daring to leave, and you've even built a base. Number 1 Su Ming. The one upstairs, why don't we go and seek refuge with Master Yi together? I don't feel like working hard anymore. Number 1888 Wang Gang. All right. Yi Shun, keep quiet and do great things. Once this attribute doubling bonus comes, your combat power will be even more incredible. Number 1888 Zhuang Liang. All right, Captain, let's go and join Yi Shun. Number 1888 Lu Qian. Okay. Number 1888 Kai Kuan. Okay. At the same time, Ye Chuyun arrived at his base. Call. At this time, a gust of wind blew by. Ye Chuyun stood in a very desolate open space and looked around. It is called a base, but in fact it is just an empty space with only a sign and a fence. The sign had the words Weiyang written on it, and it was just casually stuck in the open space. There are not even any houses, and the fences are made of wood. Each fence is only about 1 meter high, simply enclosing the open space. This fence can't even contain humans, let alone stop ferocious beasts that are several meters in size. The entire vacant land is about 30,000 square meters in size. The space is quite large. Hint: congratulations on being the first to complete the station mission and receive a double bonus to your initial attributes. Tip: please work hard to develop your settlement and increase your reputation as much as possible. It really is a double attribute bonus. After seeing the prompt, Ye Chuyun smiled slightly. In the previous life, the first person to build a settlement received a bonus of doubling the attributes. This is not a reward that adds all attributes to 100, but a reward that doubles the initial attributes. The initial attributes are the four-dimensional attributes after he takes off all his equipment and titles. He calculated. After deducting all the equipment and title attribute bonuses, his 4 dimensions are still very high. Strength, 3,132. Agility, 2,119. Constitution, 3,284. Spirit, 2,743. If his current 4 initial attributes are used as a benchmark, the attributes will be doubled. Then his combat power will undergo earth-shaking changes. Boom. Ye Chuyun felt that there was a force that was constantly strengthening his body. The momentum keeps rising. Ye Chuyun felt that he could raise the entire Lust Desert to the ground with just one strike. Those fishmen in Jiulong Lake may no longer be his opponents. He couldn't wait to open the panel to check. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 12436000/500000. Reputation: 500. Title: Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength: 6544 C level, Strength plus 5,235. Agility: 4411 D level Agility Enhancement, plus 1,764. Constitution: 7518 D level Constitution Enhancement, plus 3,007. Spirit: 5876 D level Spirit Enhancement, plus 2,350. Hearing: 100. Combat Power: 49,898 48,698, plus 1,200. 49,000. When Ye Chuyun saw his own fighting power, he couldn't help but take a breath. He himself felt that this combat power was too abnormal. This combat power may not be possessed even at level 30. But he has reached level 12 now. This does not include the bonus of talent. If you add the bonus of talent, it will be even more terrifying. At this time, Ye Chuyun opened the World Combat Power list and took a look. World Combat Power Ranking. Number 1. Ye Chuyun Combat Power. Number 2. Chu Yunlan Combat Power. Number 3. Zhao Shanyan Combat Power. Number 4. John Combat Power 6834. Chapter 101. Managing the Residents. The Power of the Shining Golden Divine Stone. It's so miserable. The combat power of the 4th place is not even a fraction of his own. Fortunately, I hit my fighting power. If others saw my true fighting power, they would be so desperate. Ye Chuyun thought helplessly. Tip: the resident management system has been activated. You can now manage the resident. The appearance of a prompt pulled Ye Chuyun's thoughts back. Looking at this barren land, Ye Chuyun also wanted to develop it as soon as possible. I immediately opened the resident management interface to check it out. Resident management system. Resident name Wei Yang. Resident level 10/100000. Resident building, none. Limit of residents, 1/1500. Buildable buildings, mansion, hotel, house, tavern, chamber of commerce, shop, teleportation array. Tip: the settlement is your private property. In addition to these public buildings, you can also freely build various buildings within the settlement without any restrictions. Ye Chuyun looked at these buildable buildings eagerly. In the later period of the world of gods and demons, there are countless forces of all sizes. However, if you want to gain a foothold in the world of gods and demons, you must rely on your base. Because if you want to develop your power, you must have huge funds. It's like starting a company. The first thing you have to pay is employee salaries, rent, water and electricity bills, and various other expenses. How can you start a company without money? In the resident area, in addition to public buildings such as mansions and houses, you can also build various buildings at will. This directly makes the station commercialized. In previous lives, some people even developed their bases into a one-stop industry offering food, drink, and entertainment. Massage parlors, foot massage parlors, restaurants, bars. I have to say that there are many talented people on Blue Star. However, Ye Chuyun did not intend to develop the base into a one-stop place for eating, drinking, and entertainment. Because the space at the station is limited, buildings can only be constructed within the base area. It would be a waste to build massage parlors or foot massage parlors. We must build more defensive buildings in the base. Otherwise, if other forces attack, or a tide of beasts attacks, can we rely on these massage parlors and foot massage parlors to stop it? This money is just a small profit. For the long-term development of the base, Ye Chuyun will not build it. Oh, forget it. I'm going to spend so much time thinking about it. Where will I get so many god and demon coins to build it? Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but sigh. Now everyone in the world channel is envious of him for building the base. But he never expected that he could only stare blankly at this 30,000 square meter empty space. Not to mention that you can build buildings at will within the base. Now just the mansion is probably giving him a headache. The mansion must be built. After all, it is the key to the development of the settlement. The second is residential houses. The function of a residential house is actually to provide a place to rest. As long as you rest in a house, you can automatically gain energy points. But this is not the most important function of a house. As long as you register your name on any house, you can get the teleport function. That is to say, no matter where you are, as long as you use this function, you can be automatically teleported back to the base. This function is simply a bug. There are also hotels. Hotels can provide a place for outsiders to stay. However, the hotel does not have the teleportation function like the houses. However, it can grant people who rest in the hotel a double energy points for 1 hour buff. However, this buff can only be obtained once a day. But even so, countless people in previous lives stayed in the hotel specifically for this buff. This ensures that the hotel always has business and demand exceeds supply. Drinking in the tavern can get various buff bonuses, which is also very good. If you build a guild of commerce, you can create an auction and expand the reputation of the settlement. The mansion is of utmost importance and must be built. First, let's see what materials are needed to build the mansion. Click on Mansion and the materials needed for the building will be displayed immediately. Building name Mansion. Required materials: stone 1,000, wood 1,000, steel 500. God and demon coins 50,000. Function. After construction, you can accept tasks and increase the station reputation by 500. The series of materials made Ye Chuyun feel dazzled. All thoughts are summed up in one word: money. To put it bluntly, if you want to build these buildings, all you need is money. Whether it is stone, wood, steel, or other materials, they can all be purchased in the trading house. Hey, let's make money first. Ye Chuyun sighed. The 100,000 god and demon coins he had on him were all used to build the base. At most, he had a few thousand god and demon coins left on him. Fortunately, his storage space was filled with a lot of spoils obtained in the Lust Desert. If you sell it, you should be able to get about 200,000 god and demon coins. The money problem was temporarily solved. Then there's the issue of materials. He had all the stones, wood, etc. needed to build the mansion. Finally, only bronze and steel stone are left. Few people sell in this trading house. After all, bronze is also a rare mineral. The mansion needs a lot of bronze. Even if all the bronze in the trading house was cleared out, there would still be a long way to go. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled and took out the golden divine stone he had obtained in the Tian temple before. Golden divine stone, a sacred alchemical object that can turn stone into gold and perform alchemical transformations and elemental refining. He risked his life to get the golden divine stone just for this moment. After taking out the golden divine stone, Ye Chuyun randomly took out a dozen stones and placed them on the open space. Golden divine stone. This time it depends on your strength. Ye Chuyun smiled and placed the golden divine stone on the stone. Hint: do you want to use the golden divine stone to refine the elements? Yes, Ye Chuyun said decisively. Immediately afterwards, the golden divine stone emitted a faint golden light. The golden light flowed into one of the stones. Bang! The basketball-sized stones turned into powder and scattered all over the ground. Nothing was extracted. Ye Chuyun didn't care at all. Now 10 pieces of stone are only worth 1 god and demon coin, which is not worth anything at all. But if you can extract rare mineral elements, you will make a lot of money. Element refining is actually equivalent to extracting mineral elements from stones. The situation just now only shows that there are no mineral elements in this stone. Not much loss. Ye Chuyun continued to try by placing the golden divine stone on another piece of stone. Bang bang bang. 7 or 8 attempts in a row all failed. Ye Chuyun was a little depressed. Which unlucky guy sold him these stones? Chapter 102: Crazy Refining, Mansion Construction. Bang. This time Ye Chuyun continued to try. But the stone this time is different from before. This time, in addition to the stone turning into powder, There was also a dark blue metal block lying among the powder. It's bronze. It's shipped. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. It cost him about 10 pieces of stone to refine a piece of bronze. These stones are worth at most 1 god and demon coin. A piece of refined bronze can be sold for more than 30 god and demon coins. Wow, 3,000% net profit. The golden divine stone is so terrifying. No wonder in the previous life, Jiucheng Lu soared into the sky after obtaining the shining golden divine stone. With this ability, anyone can fly. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief after getting the first piece of bronze. There is little copper ore in the trading house, and the price is outrageous. Now that he had a source of bronze, he was too lazy to go to the trading house to buy it. He began to speed up his movements. The stones were taken out one by one, and in less than a few seconds they were all turned into powder. And the ores around Ye Chuyun are increasing. In addition to bronze, there are also steel, stone, brass, gold, diamond, and so on. He also didn't know what rare minerals were contained in these stones. Each refining is like opening a blind box. Groups of stones were consumed crazily, and the broken powders gradually piled up into a small hill. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew away all the powder. This ability will definitely be very useful for cleaning the room. It took more than an hour for Ye Chuyun to refine more than 5,000 pieces of stone, got more than 500 pieces of bronze, more than 600 pieces of steel, and various other rare ores. Even a lot of magic crystals were obtained. What surprised Ye Chuyun even more was, he found many materials in these stones for making the Tianzue heritage set. This is a pleasant surprise. These more than 5,000 pieces of stone are only worth more than 500 god and demon coins at most. However, the price of the refined ore can be sold for nearly 100,000 god and demon coins. I don't know how many times the profit has increased. The most important thing is that the output of rare minerals is very small, and it is unlikely to purchase them in large quantities. Unless, like the Fire Copper Mountain and the Poison Mist Swamp, the mountains there possess spirituality and can continuously produce ore. However, even Ye Chuyun had rarely heard of that kind of mountain range in his previous life and didn't know much about it. Even if he knew of a few very good resource mines, he couldn't get them right away. The most reliable method at present is to use the golden divine stone to madly refine the stone. The materials were almost gathered, so Ye Chuyun finished refining. As soon as the refining was finished, he received a lot of prompts. Reminder: the Dune Scorpion essence you put up for auction has been sold, and 200 god and demon coins have been placed in your storage space. Reminder: the Dune Blade you listed at the auction has been sold, and 1,000 god and demon coins have been placed in your storage space. A series of selling reminders also made Ye Chuyun's mouth curl up slightly. This wave made me earn nearly 100,000 god and demon coins. My wallet is full again. Now I have the materials and 50,000 god and demon coins. Ye Chuyun immediately began to build the mansion. Once the mansion is built, he will bring his friends from number 118 over, and then they will be able to upgrade by taking on tasks. The mission is not just to hunt down ferocious beasts. There are also construction tasks, collection tasks, etc. The upgrade speed is much higher than that in the poisonous fog swamp. Boom, boom, boom. Hand in all the materials and 50,000 god and demon coins, and choose a location. A huge building appeared out of nowhere in the center of the open space. However, this building was covered by a layer of white mist, and bursts of knocking sounds could be heard from the mist from time to time. It is obvious that the building is not yet completed. Tip: the mansion is under construction. Please wait for 3 hours. Ye Chuyun nodded. He is not in a hurry. Now that the mansion was successfully built, he still had about 60,000 divine and demon coins left. Several houses can also be built. The structure of the houses is similar to that of single apartments in the previous life. A house can accommodate 50 people. Then he would have to build at least 20 buildings. Fortunately, the materials used in residential houses are very simple. All you need is stone, wood, and 5,000 god and demon coins. But despite this, he is still short of money. Hiss! Ye Chuyun couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. God and demon coins. Where can I earn coins from gods and demons? The kind that can earn him hundreds of thousands at a time. Ye Chuyun thought about it. Now he has a way to earn a large amount of god and demon coins. There is only a primary whetstone and a blueprint for the glimmer plate armor. The former is a stone that can restore the durability of equipment. The latter is a second-level top-grade equipment, but its attributes are better than some third-level equipment. The time has not come for the primary whetstone to appear yet. It will take at least 6 days for the primary whetstone to gradually show its value. Even if it is made and sold now, no one will pay attention to its real function. There must be a market for primary whetstones to demonstrate their value. Therefore, the only thing that can make a lot of money at the moment is glimmer plate armor. Looks like it's time to become a forger and start making money. After making up his mind, Ye Chuyun no longer wasted time. He first took out 50,000 god and demon coins and built 10 houses. Suddenly, 10 huge buildings appeared around the open space, waiting to be completed. Tip: the house is under construction. Please wait for 1 hour. While waiting, Ye Chuyun came to chat channel 118 to chat with Wang Gang and others. Chat channel 118. Ye Chuyun. Everyone, what are you doing? Kai Kuan. Master Yi, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you so long. Ye Chuyun. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I'm dealing with things at the base. Wang Gang. By the way, speaking of the base, what's the situation there right now? Can we join them? Ye Chuyun. I was just about to talk about this. Now that we have a base, we can be considered to have a place to stay. And there are many benefits to having a base, such as Ye Chuyun did not hide anything and listed all the benefits of joining the base. It immediately caused a strong reaction from the crowd. Kai Kuan. Ye Shun, I want to join. I can accept tasks, teleport with 1 click, and get a 1-hour energy point buff. What a magical place this is. Wang Gang. Fuck, Ye Shun, I'm so depressed. We don't have many beasts to hunt in the poisonous fog swamp right now. When can we go to your base? I'm going to level 10 soon. Lei Chen. Ye Shun, me too. I'm almost level 10. Let me do the quests. I want to become a quest immortal and do quests like crazy. Chapter 103 Forging Equipment. After Ye Chuyun listed the benefits of joining the base one by one, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood and wanted to join in. After all, the ferocious beasts in the poisonous swamp will not respawn even if they die, and their number will only decrease. Sooner or later it will be finished. There is now a phenomenon of monster snatching in the poisonous fog swamp. In contrast, they prefer to do task upgrades. Ye Chuyun. How about this? Brothers above level 5 in area 118. If you want to join the base, take the train and wait for me in area 1888. I will pick you up later. Wang Gang. Okay. Lei Chen. Okay. Kai Kuan. Okay. I also chatted with my friends in District 118 for a long time. An hour passed quickly. Tip: the residential building has been completed. Please inspect it. Upon hearing the prompt, Ye Chuyun immediately looked up. The white fog outside the building disappeared, revealing the full view of the houses. The exterior of the entire house is dominated by black, with gray stone decorations, which looks very elegant and grand. A house has 10 floors, and each floor has 5 rooms. Ye Chuyun picked a building at random, found a room on the 3rd floor, and registered his name. Tip: your name has been successfully registered on the house, activating the teleportation function. If you want to return to the base later, you can use the skill to teleport directly. He pushed open the door to the room. The space in the room is not big, only about 80 square meters. The decoration inside is also very simple. There is nothing except a lamp on the ceiling, a bed, a stone table, and a chair. Ye Chuyun was not surprised. He looked around, a satisfied expression on his face, and nodded. Well, that's good. At least I didn't include the common area in the calculation. Why not just renovate this place and turn it into a forging room? Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun immediately started to work and soon DIY'd the room. A simple forging room was made. Then Ye Chuyun no longer wasted time, took out the forging drawings of glimmer plate armor, and chose to study directly. Suddenly, all kinds of knowledge about forging plate armor flooded into his mind. Hint: you have learned how to forge shimmering plate armor. Ye Chuyun had already prepared the materials for the glimmering plate armor. Then he placed all the materials on the stone table. He took out the Book of the Divine Craftsman. Book of the Divine Craftsman. Forge a sacred object. Equipping it will increase the success rate of forging. Every time you successfully forge a piece of equipment, you will definitely gain proficiency. Hint: the success rate of the first stage is 80%, the success rate of the second stage is 70%, the success rate of the third stage is 60%. The success rate of the 10th stage is 5%. This incredible piece of equipment is finally coming in handy. With the Book of the Divine Craftsman, Ye Chuyun's success rate in forging shimmering plate armor can directly reach over 60%. With the bonus of a set of second-level forging equipment, the success rate can be directly increased by 80%. Logically speaking, the success rate of an ordinary junior blacksmith in creating first-level equipment is only 20%. After success, there is only a 30% chance of gaining 1 proficiency point. If you create a second-level glimmer plate armor, the success rate will probably be even lower, definitely not more than 10%. However, if the crafting is successful, the chance of gaining proficiency will be greater. But in this case, if you want to quickly advance from a junior blacksmith to an intermediate blacksmith, you can increase your proficiency by forging high-level equipment. However, this will consume a huge amount of resources, which ordinary people simply cannot afford. Only Ye Chuyun did not have this concern. He has the golden divine stone and has no shortage of mineral resources. Moreover, the materials for forging shimmering plate armor are also very simple. All you need is 10 pieces of brass, 2 bottles of magic essence, and 20 pieces of steel stone. Normally, the cost of making a set of glimmer plate armor is nearly 1,000 divine and demonic coins. If successfully manufactured, one piece could be sold for around tens of thousands of god and demon coins. But if you fail, you have nothing. But Ye Chuyun didn't care about this issue. With the help of the golden divine stone, brass and steel stone can basically be extracted from the stone. The stone is worth only a few dollars. If you calculate it this way, it costs others nearly 1,000 god and demon coins to make a piece of glimmer plate armor. And he only needs to spend 200 god and demon coins at most. The most important thing is the Book of the Divine Craftsman. With the Book of Forging, he could successfully forge glimmer plate armor 8 out of 10 times. This makes much more money than him going through the trouble of hunting ferocious beasts. According to the requirements of the drawings, Ye Chuyun began to slowly make the shimmering plate armor. First, he took out the second-level strange fire, glass flame. As soon as glass flame appeared, it automatically wrapped around his hand. A ball of flame wrapped around his hand, but he didn't feel any burning sensation, but instead felt very warm. Ye Chuyun first put the magic crystal into the glass fire to temper it. The magic crystal quickly melted into liquid under the scorching fire. This is the devil. Ye Chuyun quickly poured the liquid into the bottle, then took out the brass and steel stone and put them into the glass flame. After burning for about 3 minutes, the brass and steel melted and became liquid again. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ye Chuyun immediately took out the magic essence and poured it into the liquid. After adding the magic essence, the originally melted liquid gradually solidified again. Ye Chuyun quickly placed it on the iron felt, took out a small silver hammer, and started hammering. Ding dang dang. Fire flashed, and the sound echoed in the room. As Ye Chuyun knocked, the solid in his hand gradually turned into a suit of silver-white armor. It looks like it's almost successful. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the glimmer plate armor, proficiency +2. When the armor was fully formed, a prompt popped up immediately. Success. Ye Chuyun was delighted and quickly clicked on the equipment data to check. Glimmer plate armor, unidentified. Identification. As Ye Chuyun finished speaking, a progress bar popped up. The words "under appraisal" appeared on the screen. Ye Chuyun waited silently. It cannot be said that it is completely successful now, because it also depends on whether the attributes of the equipment meet the standards. Even if it is successfully manufactured, if the equipment attributes do not meet the standards, the value of the equipment will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if the attributes of the equipment exceed the standard, the value will increase indefinitely. About a minute later, the progress bar finished reading and the data of the glimmer plate armor was finally displayed. Glimmer plate armor, defense +39, constitution +18, strength +9, with the skill healing power, which emits a healing light to heal the user. Wearing requirements: level 5, constitution 200 or above. Chapter 104 Hot Sale. It didn't meet the standards? After seeing the data, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but frowned. Then he felt relieved. After all, he is just a junior blacksmith. It is already very good to be able to successfully produce the second-level top-grade equipment, glimmer plate armor, in one go. Even if the equipment data does not meet the standards, he has still made a profit. No matter what, he didn't lose out. Picking up the shimmering plate armor, Ye Chuyun took a good look at it. The silver metallic texture and gorgeous appearance made him very satisfied. Nowadays, it is very impressive for ordinary players to have even a few first-level equipment. I can't even imagine the second-level top-grade equipment. You have to hunt down at least a ferocious beast at the leader level or above to have a certain chance of it popping up. It cannot be popularized at all. The sale of a second-level top-grade equipment will immediately lead to a rush of buyers. Not to mention that the attributes and skills of this glimmering plate armor are excellent. Wearing it is like having a portable nanny. The improvement this brings to the tank is self-evident. It is simply a magical weapon. Since the attributes did not meet the standards, Ye Chuyun tried to price it at 8,000 and put it up for sale. This time he lifted the restrictions. Not only can the items in Area 118 be purchased, but anything belonging to Area 1888 can also be purchased. After putting it on the shelf, Ye Chuyun stopped paying attention and continued forging. With the experience of the first success, I succeeded again in less than 10 minutes the second time. Glimmer plate armor. Defense plus 41. Constitution plus 21. Strength plus 11. With the skill healing power, which emits a healing light to heal itself. Wearing requirements. Level 5. Constitution 200 or above. This time, the attributes of the glimmering plate armor not only meet the standards, but also exceed them by a lot. 2 hours passed quickly. Ye Chuyun continued to forge the shimmering board. Failed 5 times and succeeded 15 times. Including the one that has already been put on the shelves, there have been a total of 16 successes. Although he failed 5 times, Ye Chuyun was already very satisfied. The cost of these 5 pieces can be immediately recovered by selling 1 piece of glimmer plate armor. The proficiency also gained 32 points, which is an incredible improvement speed. If you follow the normal forging speed, you may not be able to gain 10 points of proficiency even if you forge for a whole day. And he only forged for 2 hours and got 32 points. This speed is many times faster than others. Then Ye Chuyun put all 15 pieces of shimmering plate armor on the shelf. Different prices are listed according to different attributes. The highest is 20,000 god and demon coins, and the lowest is 7,000. Reminder, the mansion has been completed, please inspect it. Okay, the mansion is finished. We can almost go to the train station to pick up Wang Gang and the others. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, and as he was about to walk out of the room, his private chat rang. In order to avoid being disturbed while forging equipment, Ye Chuyun modified the private chat permissions in advance. You can't chat with him privately without becoming his friend. Now the only ones who can chat privately are him and the people in the list. Ye Chuyun looked at the contact person. It turned out to be Qian Duo. He didn't know what Qian Duo wanted to talk to him about at this time. When Ye Chuyun opened the private chat, he saw Qian Duo's series of questions. Qian Duo, Boss, is this shimmering plate armor sold by you? Qian Duo, Boss, are you there? Please reply quickly. Qian Duo, fuck, boss, how come you can release so many shimmering plate armors in an instant? Can you mass produce them? Qian Duo, boss, you're selling them at such a low price. Didn't you notice that all your shimmering plate armors were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves? Ye Chuyun was very surprised. How did Qian Duo know that he had put the glimmer plate armor on the shelves? Logically speaking, only the person who initially chose Area 1888 can see the items he put on the shelf. Trading banks in different regions do not communicate with each other. This led to the emergence of many speculators and chambers of commerce in the world of gods and demons in the previous life. Many people have made a lot of money by taking advantage of the information gap between regions. Quickly open the transaction line. Sure enough, a series of prompts popped up. Reminder, the glimmering plate armor you listed on the trading platform has been sold, and 12,000 god and demon coins have been placed in your storage space. Reminder, the glimmering plate armor you listed on the trading platform has been sold, and 10,000 god and demon coins have been placed in your storage space. Reminder, the glimmering plate armor you listed on the trading platform has been sold, and 10,000 god and demon coins have been placed in your storage space. Fuck, they're all sold out. Ye Chuyun was startled. He originally thought that the glimmer plate armor would have to be put on the trade fair for a while before it could be sold. Who knew it would be put on the shelves and sold out in seconds? It seems that he underestimated the value of this shimmering plate armor. Maybe it's because I've seen too many top-quality equipment, so I think this piece of shimmering plate armor may not be that powerful for others. After this wave, he immediately earned more than 200,000 god and demon coins. It only cost him 2 hours and a few thousand god and demon coins. This is much more profitable than hunting ferocious beasts. He finally understood why so many forces in his previous life were willing to recruit and train these forging masters and alchemy masters. It really makes money. However, he still had some doubts as to why this shimmering plate armor was sold so quickly. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun asked curiously, "How did you know that?" Qian Duo, "Why would I need to know that? Your glimmer plate armor has already exploded in the world channel." Qian Duo, "I heard that the first person who bought your glimmer plate armor wore it and challenged a level 10 Lord level beast in a one-on-one fight." Qian Duo, "And he's completely unharmed. He's simply invincible." Qian Duo, "I originally thought there was only this one piece of glimmer plate armor, but I didn't expect you to suddenly put so many pieces on the shelves at once. Everyone is going crazy trying to grab them." Qian Duo, "This matter has spread throughout the world channel. Now they are looking for people in Area 1888, wanting to buy your glimmer plate armor on their behalf." Qian Duo, "Boss, tell me the truth. This shimmering plate armor definitely didn't drop from a ferocious beast, right? Even if you're lucky, it's impossible to get so many pieces." Qian Duo, "Did you forge these shimmering plate armors, boss?" Ye Chuyun, "Huh, That's right. These shimmering plate armors were all forged by me. These are just the first attempts, and I will continue to sell them later. Ye Chuyun, Brother Qian, do you want it? How about I give you a few pieces directly at an internal discount price? He wanted to take the opportunity to establish a good relationship with Qian Duo. But what he didn't expect was that Qian Duo's next sentence was, Qian Duo, boss, do you still mean what you said before about hanging out with me? Qian Duo, are you short of people at your base? Chapter 105. Recruiting people can earn a lot of money. Recruiting one and getting 3 free is such a good deal. Upon hearing this, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Qian Duo to get restless so quickly. Perhaps it was because he saw the value of the glimmer plate armor that his desire to make money became unstoppable. After all, Qian Duo doesn't love the Shenma coin, but wants to enjoy the process of making money. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun quickly replied, Ye Chuyun, of course I welcome it. I believe that with the help of Brother Yu Qian, the future of the base will be prosperous. Qian Duo. By the way, besides me, there are a few brothers who want to follow me and join your base. Is that okay? Ye Chuyun, sure, the more the better. My base can accommodate 1,500 people now, so your few people are no problem at all. Qian Duo. Haha, then I feel relieved. I have already taken the train to Area 1888 with a few other brothers. With your words, my brothers and I can save money on the return tickets. It's not a loss at all. Ye Chuyun, okay, I'll go pick you up now. After talking with Qian Duo, Ye Chuyun immediately packed up his things and walked out of the house. As soon as he walked out of the house, he saw the mansion standing in the center of the settlement. Ye Chuyun originally wanted to go to the mansion to take a look. But at this time, Wang Gang sent a message saying that they had arrived at Area 1888 by train. He then temporarily gave up the idea of entering the mansion and hurried to the train station to pick someone up. After flying for about dozens of minutes, Ye Chuyun arrived at the train station. At this time, the train station was already crowded with at least 200 or 300 people gathered here. Wang Gang, Kai Kuan, Lei Chun, and others took the lead. The other friends from District 118 followed behind. In addition, there were 4 men and 1 woman who looked unfamiliar standing next to Wang Gang and his companions. Both sides were talking happily, and the whole train station was filled with noisy voices. When Ye Chuyun appeared at the train station, everyone instantly turned their eyes to him. The originally noisy train station suddenly became quiet. Everyone present, except Qian Duo, immediately showed respect when they saw Ye Chuyun. It felt like welcoming an important person with tension and excitement. When they left the toxic swamp and came to Area 1888, they were like homeless birds. I want to fly higher, but I have no home. Helplessness and loss surged in my heart, and I didn't know what the future would hold. But since the base was established, they found that they finally had a home. This made them feel very fortunate. Sorry guys, for the long wait. Ye Chuyun said apologetically. Wang Gang quickly waved his hand and said, Master Yi, what are you talking about? We haven't been waiting for long, right? Yeah. Everyone quickly agreed. Ye Chuyun could feel their restraint and awe. But this is normal. This feeling was just like when he saw those great figures in his previous life, a little restrained and a little awed. But he never expected that one day he would become the object of awe and restraint of others. At this time, he turned his eyes to the several strange men next to Wang Gang. Boss Yi, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Qian Duo. At this time, a handsome young man who looked to be in his early 20s stood up and said to Ye Chuyun with a smile, This person is Qian Duo. The others, led by him, stood silently behind him. Since we are all companions from now on, don't call me boss, just call me by my name. Ye Chuyun also smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with the other party to show his friendship. Then he looked at the people behind Qian Duo and felt that they looked familiar. Brother Qian, would you like to introduce the brothers behind you? Qian Duo also noticed Ye Chuyun's gaze and quickly said, I was just about to introduce you. The people behind me are all good brothers who have been with me all the way. Then he pointed to the man standing on the far left. The man was very strong, 1.9 meters tall, holding a huge shield in his hand, and his body was covered with traces of battle. Xiong Yuntao, focus on defense. He is the tank of our team. Hello, Bossy. I've heard a lot about you. When Qian Duo called out his name, Xiong Yuntao smiled at Ye Chuyun very reservedly. Xiong Yuntao? Ye Chuyun looked at him in surprise. This person is one of the top 100 god-level masters in the future. In his previous life, Qian Duo single-handedly established the largest chamber of commerce in the Blue Star domain, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. He has countless enemies and assassins try to kill him every day. But without exception, all failed. This is because he has several confidants who are protecting him all the time. Xiong Yuntao is one of them. As one of the top 100 God-level masters, his strength is even stronger than Xiao Yunshan and Chu Yunlan. But Xiong Yuntao was not like Xiao Yunshan and Chu Yunlan, who shined from the beginning. He gradually revealed his strength only after he obtained the inheritance. However, what Ye Chuyun didn't know was that Xiong Yuntao had been following Qian Duoduo since the early days of the world of gods and demons. Qian Duoduo continued to introduce. In addition to Xiong Yuntao, there were 3 other people who came with him this time. They are Lu Jun, a man with a bald head and a military look; Yun Danqing, a man with long hair who looks slightly decadent; and Xiao Qian, a woman who is 1.8 meters tall and looks more manly than men. Ye Chuyun looked at them one by one and became more and more frightened. Good job. Qian Duoduo brought him a big gift. Except Xiong Yuntao. Although Lu Jun's strength is not as good as the top 100 God-level masters, he is also among the top ones. In his previous life, Yun Danqing was a master of alchemy with great talent. He even stepped into the ranks of Grand Masters in one step. And Xiao Qian also has a talent for management. As Qian Duoduo's deputy, she manages Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in an orderly manner. In the previous life, any one of these people would have been the target of competition among all the major forces. I didn't expect that Qian Duoduo would pack it all up and give it to him. How could Ye Chuyun not be happy? At this time, Xiong Yuntao and others were far from being as domineering and arrogant as they were in their previous lives. Now they seemed as obedient as quails in front of Ye Chuyun. After getting to know each other, Ye Chuyun looked at everyone and nodded. Since you have decided to join the station, we are all one family from now on. The base has just been established, and we need your help everywhere. But I won't treat you unfairly. As long as you join my base, you will get all the benefits you deserve, and they will be the best. Okay, that's enough talk. Everyone, please follow me back to the base. As soon as Ye Chuyun finished speaking, he led everyone out of the train station and headed to the base. Chapter 106. Guess how much combat power I have. Since everyone has not yet registered their names in the houses, they cannot be transferred. So Ye Chuyun could only take them and walk slowly back to the base. Fortunately, he had already figured out the approximate map distribution of Area 1888. Plan a safe route before you come. By following this safe route, you can avoid most dangers along the way, even if you encounter a few ferocious beasts seeking death on the road. Ye Chuyun also easily solved the problem with one sword. Now his combat power is close to 50,000, so it shouldn't be too easy for him to deal with these insignificant people. However, Ye Chuyun didn't know that his nonchalant attitude made the others following him admire his strength even more. Invisibly, Ye Chuyun pretended again. After walking for more than an hour, they had only completed 1/3 of the journey. The location chosen by Ye Chuyun is very far from the train station. It would take at least 3 hours to get there. The others didn't complain at all and followed Ye Chuyun quietly. Ye Chuyun himself was a little helpless. No help from mounts. Walking really wastes a lot of time. But if you have a mount, the journey of more than 3 hours may only take half an hour or even 10 or 20 minutes. If they built a teleportation array at their base, it would be even faster. It only takes 1 second to teleport from the train to the base. However, building a teleportation array is something that can only be done in a level 2 base. While on his way, Ye Chuyun also sent invitations to everyone present to join the base. Hint: Wang Gang has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 2/1500. Hint: Kai Kuan has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 3/1500. Hint: Lei Chun has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 4/1500. Reminder: Luo Bing has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 100/1500. Announcement: Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for breaking through 100 residents and receiving a bonus of 50 free attributes. Reminder: Yang Tianla has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 500/1500. Announcement: Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for exceeding the 500 resident population and receiving a reward of 100 free attributes. A series of announcements popped up. Not only Ye Chuyun and others saw it, but everyone on the World Channel also saw it. There was no change on Ye Chuyun's face. He knew that when the resident population increased to a certain number, God would reward them. The others were extremely shocked. The world channels are discussing it again. However, the people following Ye Chuyun were only shocked for a moment before they shifted their attention back to the base. Weiyang, is that the name of the station? This name is good. It feels very noble. Level 1 base. Does that mean it can be upgraded in the future? How can it be upgraded? After accepting Ye Chuyun's invitation, everyone started discussing. Duo is even more full of fighting spirit. In such a large base, there are opportunities to make money everywhere. He needs to study it carefully and try to maximize the benefits of this base. Thinking of this, Duo immediately patted his chest and said to Ye Chuyun, "Boss Yi, now that I've joined the base, the funds for its development will be mine. Sure, I'll hand my money over to you." Upon hearing this, Ye Chuyun nodded very solemnly. He was very confident in handing the money over to Duo for management. The main reason is that Duo was famous for his good reputation in his previous life. He has never been a person who only cares about profits. Instead, he values reputation and friendship more. Although he likes to make money, it doesn't mean that he will do anything to make money. Last time, one of Duo's good brothers was targeted by a top-tier force. Even at this time, Duo was willing to give up many benefits to this first-class force to calm their anger. But this first-rate force was unwilling to accept it and insisted on hunting him down to the end. At that time, Duo's Chamber of Commerce had just started out, and in terms of strength, it was simply unable to compete with it. But for the sake of his good brother, Duo spent all his fortune and hired many masters to fight against this first-class force. The final result was heavy losses for both sides. Duo's newly developed Chamber of Commerce returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. The first-rate force was severely damaged and instantly fell to a third-rate force, no longer having the ability to be arrogant. If Duo was a person who valued profit, he would never give away all his wealth for his good brother. That good brother is Tao. After that incident, he followed Duo wholeheartedly. Later, after becoming one of the top 100 god-level masters, he tried his best to resist the forces that wanted to harm the Chamber of Commerce, making Tongtian Chamber of Commerce the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the Blue Star domain. So as for Duo, Ye Chuyun was still very confident in handing the money to him. The development of the base is still based on financial resources. Ye Chuyun only knows the future development situation and which things will be particularly valuable in the future. However, if you want to maximize the benefits of this information, you still have to leave it to professionals. But people in this profession must be trustworthy. Duo perfectly meets this condition. As long as there is a lot of money, the funds of the base will be under good control. Ye Chuyun can handle the rest of the things by himself. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun shifted his gaze to everyone present and said with a smile, "Everyone, since you have chosen to join the station. But you will certainly still have many concerns. I'm afraid this station won't be able to develop. I'm worried about the future of the station and my own future. So, to reassure you, let me give you some surprises so you can follow me with confidence." Surprise? Do you have any secrets, Master Yi? Everyone expressed confusion. With such an obvious base, what secrets could there be? They also figured out the functions of the various buildings in the base, so they couldn't be considered secrets. Perhaps everyone has also seen the world rankings? Everyone knows that I'm #1 on the world ranking list and #1 on the world combat power list. Let me guess, as the #1 in the world's combat power ranking, how much combat power do you have? How much combat power is there? Everyone was puzzled. Wang Gang was the first to stand up and said, "Do I need to ask about your combat power, Ye Shun? It must be over 10,000. Ye Chuyun nodded. "It's definitely over 10,000. Can you guess the exact number?" Seeing that Ye Chuyun did not deny it, everyone widened their eyes. Chapter 107. I can't beat anyone, but Ye Shun can't beat anyone. Fuck, Master Yi, are you serious? Lei Chen shouted. "Oh my god, Boss Yi, you actually have a combat power of 10,000. Duo looked at him in disbelief. Ye Shun's combat power is over 10,000 at level 12. Look at me at level 8 with a combat power of 3,000. I am so envious that I shed tears. Kai Kuan noticed something was wrong with Ye Chuyun's words and cautiously asked, "God Yi, if you let us guess the specific number, does that mean your combat power is more than 10,000, maybe 15,000? Kai Kuan's question brought everyone back. Ye Chuyun nodded. "That's too low, keep guessing." "What the hell, 15,000 is too low." Everyone was stunned and trembling all over, and a terrifying thought arose in their hearts at the same time. Ye Shun, could it be that you have a combat power of 20,000? Ye Chuyun smiled, continued to shake his head, and sighed. "Forget it, I won't play tricks on you guys anymore. Now, all of you open the World Battle Power Rankings and wait. I'll only show you for 1 second, and then I'll hide immediately. If you miss this opportunity, it will be gone." Hearing this, everyone opened the World Combat Power list at the fastest speed in their lives without hesitation. At this time, the world's combat power rankings have not changed much. World Combat Power Ranking. Number 1, Ye Chuyun, Combat Power. Number 2, Chuyun, combat power. Number 3, Xiaoshanyan, combat power. Number 4, Xiaohe 6898 combat power. The top 3 are still Ye Chuyun, Chuyun, and Xiaoshanyan, without any change. On the contrary, the 4th place is constantly changing. This makes the top 3 very mysterious. Their combat power has always been, and no one knows the exact amount. But judging from the fact that the 4th place Chuyun has never surpassed the 3rd place Chuyun, their combat power must be very high. There have always been people on the World Channel speculating about the combat power of the top 3. But now, Wang Gang and others were staring at the number 1 on the list without blinking, afraid of missing something. It's about time. Ye Chuyun took a deep breath. Quickly unhide, then hide again a second later. This speed is unavailable to anyone except those who happen to click on the list and saw it by chance. It is estimated that only people like Wang Gang who know in advance can discover his specific combat power. Wang Gang and others lived up to everyone's expectations and discovered Ye Chuyun's true fighting power. However, when everyone saw Ye Chuyun's true fighting power, they were dumbfounded. Each of them had a look of disbelief on their faces at this moment. I just stood there blankly, not daring to believe what I had seen. Qian Duoduo looked at Ye Chuyun with his mouth wide open, and it took a while before he burst into a loud shout. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? What did I see, what did I see? 49898, I know every single digit, but why does putting them together make my head spin? This combat power, am I really not dazzled? You are not seeing things. Yi Xin just has so much fighting power. I don't even have 1/3 of Yi Xin's combat power. I'm useless. Then I won't be sleepy if you have so much. If you look at it that way, I'm also useless. My God, with Yi Xin's combat power, I think he is invincible in the Blue Star region. I understand. I can't beat anyone, but Yi Xin can't beat anyone. The Dragon Kingdom's rhetoric is extensive and profound. You have mastered it all, right? After learning about Ye Chuyun's true combat power, everyone fell into self-doubt. Xiong Yuntao, Lu Jun, Yun Danqing, and Xiaoqian and others were all staring with their eyes wide open. Xiong Yuntao quickly pulled Qian Duoduo over, and several others also came over. Xiong Yuntao whispered, "Oh my God, boss, what kind of golden thigh did you cling to? This is too perverted." Qian Duoduo smiled proudly upon hearing this. Well, your boss has a keen eye, and I spotted such a talented person at first sight. Now you can rest assured, right? Following Ye Chuyun, we will soon be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Surprisingly, no one refuted his words. Lu Jun, Yun Danqing, and Yin Xiaoqian all agreed with what he said. Originally, they joined together with Qian Duoduo, but they were still a little unwilling to accept it in their hearts. Why should they live under someone else's roof? If Qian Duoduo wasn't their boss and hadn't persuaded many people, otherwise they wouldn't have joined at all. But they didn't expect that they would be the ones to get the upper hand. Thinking of this, Xiong Yuntao and others couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Ye Chuyun also glanced at the World Channel. The World Channel was the same as usual at this time, and no one was discussing his combat power. It took everyone a while to recover. Master Yi, don't say anything more. With you here, I believe our base will prosper in the future, Wang Gang said, patting his chest. Qian Duoduo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, you are so scary, you are simply cheating. To be honest, after joining the base, I still had some concerns in my heart. After all, our base is the first one established in the Blue Star region, so it will inevitably attract attention from all parties. Who knows? Other people might be jealous and try to deal with us in every possible way. But when I saw your fighting ability, Brother Yi, all my worries disappeared immediately. All conspiracies are futile in the face of absolute strength. With you here, I feel the safety of our base is absolutely guaranteed. Next, I can develop the base with confidence. Qian Duoduo's words woke everyone up. In fact, they are all a little worried in their hearts. After all, now that they have left the poisonous fog swamp, they have no destination and don't know where to go. At this time, Ye Chuyun stepped forward and established a base. They naturally want to join and find a place where they can settle down. But no one can predict what will happen next. So they were also worried about whether Ye Chuyun would be able to lead them to development after joining the base. But now, when they knew Ye Chuyun's fighting ability, all these worries are gone. Are you kidding? Such a powerful person was able to lead them to develop a base. They were lucky. It's like holding on to someone's thigh. Now even if Ye Chuyun drives them away, they will not leave. These people immediately stood up and expressed their attitudes. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Ye Chuyun smiled with satisfaction. If the base wants to develop now, it still urgently needs everyone's help. But at the same time, he also knew that if he didn't show his true abilities at this time, this group of people would not be able to follow him wholeheartedly, especially Qian Duo and others. By doing this, he can also increase the trust of Qian Duo and others. Chapter 108. Everything needs to be done. Grab the mission. The facts were just as he expected. When Qian Duo and others learned about his true combat power, they became more determined to follow his own ideas. With Ye Chuyun's operation, everyone else walked with more energy. After walking for more than an hour, everyone finally arrived at the camp. Is this the base? Everyone stared with wide eyes at the empty space in front of them with only a few buildings. Although Ye Chuyun had given them some precautions before coming. But after seeing the real thing, I was still a little dumbfounded. Ye Chuyun also coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, it's just a level 1 base after all, so everything needs to start from scratch. Okay, let me take you to register for the residence first. After registering, you will be able to activate the teleportation function and can be teleported to the station at any time in the future. Then I'll trouble Yishan. Everyone was very happy as they finally had a place to stay. Ye Chuyun used his authority to register everyone's names on the houses. However, he had only built 10 houses before, which could only accommodate 500 people at most. Now, if we add the people who followed him and Qian Duo and a few others, there are a total of 753 people. There are still 253 vacancies here. Think of this. Ye Chuyun simply used the money he earned from selling the glimmering plate armor to build another 20 houses in one go. In addition to buying wood and stones, he also paid 100,000 divine and demon coins for construction costs. We were suddenly back to the time before liberation. This made Ye Chuyun feel a toothache. Money, no matter how much I have, it's never enough. At this time, many people had already moved into the houses, and there were still more than 200 people who had not yet registered for their houses, and they were looking at him eagerly. Ye Chuyun quickly said, "Everyone, it will take an hour to build a house. For those who haven't registered yet, why not chat with them first or go to the mansion for a stroll? You can accept quests at the mansion. You can take a look now to see if there are any suitable quests to accept. The rewards for the mission are very generous." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up and they hurried to the mansion without stopping. I was afraid that if I was a step late, the task would be snatched away by someone else. Ye Chuyun also followed him to the mansion. The interior of the mansion is not big, about 300 square meters in size. It wasn't empty inside, but was occupied by rows of task boards. These mission boards are arranged in order of difficulty from level 1 to level 10. There are many tasks posted on the task board, waiting for everyone to claim them. Ye Chuyun took a look. Although the mansion has just been established, there are still many tasks, at least hundreds of tasks waiting to be received. And after completing these tasks, they will be refreshed again after waiting for 6 hours. As more tasks are completed, the number of tasks refreshed each time will gradually increase. At the same time, the number of tasks is also related to the location of the base. The location he chose was the prime location in Area 1888. In the previous life, this location was occupied by a superpower called Fantasy World 1000 Destruction. At first, this force was unknown, but it developed step by step relying on its prime position. It even recruited 8 of the top 100 God-level masters to take charge, becoming the dominant force in Region 1888. This position has always been a hot commodity in the eyes of other forces. Countless wars, big and small, have occurred in order to seize this base. It can be said that there is continuous gunfire every day. But making money is real money. With a lot of financial support, Fantasy World 1000 Destruction is not afraid of challenges from other forces at all. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun also smiled bitterly to himself. There will definitely be unrest here in the future. He must also encounter the scene of continuous gunfire every day like in his previous life illusionary world of 1000 destructions. But before that, he must make sufficient preparations. At this time, there were many people gathered in front of the task board. Kill 10 Minotaurs, difficulty level 1. These beasts can be killed at Nyoto Mountain. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 10,000 energy points, 500 God and demon coins, a piece of first-level equipment, and 5 contribution points. Oh my god, this quest is pretty good. Nyoto Mountain is a level 10 area, and this quest specifically states that the Minotaur's combat power is only 6,000. Furthermore, this quest can be completed in a team. Look at this. I'm gathering 100 stalks of starlight grass, difficulty level 2. This spiritual grass can be gathered in the cloudy mountains. Upon completion, I'll be rewarded with 20,000 energy points, 1,000 God and demon coins, a gray treasure chest, and 10 contribution points. Hey, I happen to have a few starlight grasses on me, but I collected them in the poison mist swamp. If I accept this quest, can they be counted as well? That should be possible. Wow, what kind of amazing mission is this? It rewards energy points and god and demon coins. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the mission actually rewards a treasure chest. It's true. I cried to death. Everyone, look at this. Killing a lion warrior, difficulty level 3, will actually reward you with 50,000 energy points, a piece of second-level premium equipment, and 20 contribution points. There are too many tasks. I can't finish them all. But what is this contribution point? Many people have noticed the existence of this contribution point. Ye Chuyun had not mentioned this before, so they were all a little curious. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun quickly explained. Contribution points can be exchanged for various resources in the mansion. However, if you want to redeem resources, you must complete 1,000 tasks in the mansion before they can be activated. After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. I see. These contribution points can be exchanged for resources. So these contribution points are quite important. Then what resources can these contribution points be exchanged for? Ye Chuyun smiled slightly when he heard this and revealed a little information. As for resources, they are mostly living resources. For example, fabrics, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, pots and pans, cigarettes, liquor, etc. What? Ye Chuyun's words made everyone excited. Oh my god, cigarettes and alcohol? Really? Oh, no. I have to go on a mission, and I can actually exchange it for cigarettes. Isn't this going to make me greedy to death? Oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. I'm really tired of eating that tasteless barbecue every day. I want to eat something with flavor. Don't fight with me for this second-level mission. I'm determined to do it. My combat power is too low. I saw that there are mining and gathering tasks among these tasks. I think they are suitable for me. Why don't I just become a logistics staff in the future? Of course, the logistics personnel can still live. Anyway, we have a base to protect us now. That's fine. I'll just be a quarry worker from now on and help contribute materials to the base. How about I become a lumberjack? Then can I return to my original job as a butcher, specializing in selling ferocious beast meat or something like that? Then can I be a tailor? I'm a famous designer. There's no such thing as beautiful clothes that I can't make. Then I can be a chef and open a restaurant in the base. Chapter 109 Discussion. After arriving at the base, these weak and low combat people seemed to have found a new way out, and they cheered excitedly. When the others saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. They are truly happy from the bottom of their hearts. Ye Chuyun also nodded silently. A garrison cannot be filled with only combat talents who are always shouting for war and killing. We must also have some logistical talents in life. In this way, the entire base can be fully developed. Oh, enough talking. I've accepted this first-level mission. I don't even want to sleep right now. I just want to quickly complete the missions to level up, make money, and develop the base. Same here. I'll take this mission and explore the surrounding area to see if there are any resources. I'll share them with everyone then. I've accepted a mission that requires chopping down 100 kilograms of wood. Is there anyone willing to team up with me to complete it? We can split the reward equally when the time comes. Add me in. Good. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. Although it was already late at night, they did not feel sleepy at all. Just when everyone was discussing the mission, Ye Chuyun brought Qian Duo into his room. He has some things he needs to discuss with Qian Duo alone. Oh my god, did you transform this room into a forging room? Qian Duo looked around the room carefully and was secretly amazed. Is this where your shimmering plate armor was forged? How did you become a blacksmith? After I arrived at the base, I observed the surrounding environment. Your location is absolutely perfect. The west has a lot of development resources, the east has several low-level areas, and the south and north also have several high-level areas. It doesn't look that simple. Especially the Golden Flame Mountains. I'm really interested in them. I always feel like there's something good there. Don't disbelieve me, my intuition is rarely wrong. Qian Duo told the story in a leisurely manner, leaving Ye Chuyun stunned. Ye Chuyun looked at him in surprise. He was right about the person. Even though Qian Duo was not a reborn person, he could still see through the nature of this base at a glance. Especially the Golden Flame Mountains, where one can discover the secrets just by intuition. Brother Qian has a good eye? This location is arguably the best in Area 1888, bar none. Ye Chuyun nodded and chuckled. So you can definitely imagine that this place will become very popular in the future, and we must find a way to protect it. I called you here alone this time because I wanted to discuss the future development of the base with you. The two found a table and sat down. We really need to plan it carefully. Qian Duo nodded. The first issue is funding. Ye Chuyun continued. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo smiled and said, Brother Yi, is this funding issue still a problem? As long as you can continuously produce the glimmer plate armor, I will find a way to raise the price and sell it. That will provide the funds for development. Ye Chuyun smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. It's not enough. It's too little. The money from selling the glimmering plate armor alone is far from enough to develop the settlement. Just building the garrison, the mansion, and the houses has cost me 400,000 or 500,000 god and demon coins. And selling the glimmer plate armor is only a last resort for now. It can only solve the most urgent problem. We still need a method that can steadily earn god and demon coins over the long term. What? Qian Duoduo was also a little surprised. But he understood it when he thought about it carefully. If Ye Chuyun wants to make money from the glimmering plate armor, it means that he must spend a lot of time making it. But as the backbone of the base, he cannot spend so much time on such things. Then I understand, Brother Yi. Do you want to focus on developing your career? Qian Duoduo saw through his thoughts at once. That's right. Ye Chuyun nodded. The top priority now is to focus on developing our life and career. Not limited to alchemists, blacksmiths, engineers, alchemists, tailors, chefs, etc. These will be the main moneymakers for our station. Ye Chuyun understood how profitable a settlement would be if it had a large number of living occupations. Kill monsters and sell equipment? How can it be faster than having countless blacksmiths helping you forge equipment every day and night? Not to mention the extremely disgusting explosion rate of ferocious beasts. Improve combat power? Countless alchemists refined various elixirs, and their combat power increased rapidly. Engineering can even produce various magical devices. People have to eat and wear clothes. After all, we cannot live without food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This is another expense. Although coming to the world of gods and demons has separated us from normal life, there is still life everywhere. Qian Duoduo instantly understood Ye Chuyun's meaning, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Brother Yi is not bad. Are you a genius? Indeed, if you want to get rich, you still need to develop your life and career. Since we are human beings, we cannot live without food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Having said that, Qian Duoduo immediately changed the subject. But Brother Yi, if you want to develop your profession, you need at least the most basic tools. You know my brother Yin Danqing. He was lucky enough to get a pill formula that allowed him to become an alchemist, but he doesn't have the most basic alchemy furnace. As for a blacksmith, he'd definitely need forging blueprints and equipment. It's the same with engineering. It also requires equipment and blueprints. How do we solve these problems now? We don't know where to find the pill recipes or forging blueprints, not to mention the crappy drop rate. Qian Duoduo's words go straight to the heart of the matter. Ye Chuyun naturally understood. Once you learn the pill recipes and forging drawings, you cannot teach them to others. This also means that if you want to cultivate life professions such as alchemists and blacksmiths, you must have the corresponding alchemy recipes and forging drawings. Secondly, they can refine pills and forge equipment to improve their proficiency. But pill recipes and forging blueprints are extremely precious nowadays. Where can we get them in large quantities? But this is a big problem for others. But it was not a problem for Ye Chuyun. Chapter 110: The Direction of Future Development. Adventure. Ye Chuyun looked at Qian Duoduo with a smile on his face and said, Brother Qian, I understand your concerns. But these are not problems. I will solve this. What you need to do now is recruit talents first. What we need now is a mature team with a clear division of labor. Qian Duoduo nodded. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I'll take care of all this. But then again, developing a career in life requires a lot of time, energy, and money. What you said are not things that can be developed now. They are all in the later stage. So we still have to think of a way to make money in the early stages. Ye Chuyun remained silent. Don't worry. What we are going to talk about next is the issue you are talking about now. Having said that, Ye Chuyun took out something and placed it in front of Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo took a closer look and was immediately stunned. Is this solid stone? When Qian Duoduo saw this thing, he was very surprised. What lay before him was nothing but solid stone. And the reason why he was surprised? Because he wanted to purchase a large amount of this thing recently. However, he still had some concerns before purchasing and had not yet made a move. Now when he saw Ye Chuyun take out this thing, he immediately understood what it meant. Is there something special about this solid stone? Ye Chuyun did not answer him, but took out another drawing and placed it in front of Qian Duoduo. Primary whetstone? Qian Duoduo looked at the drawing with a puzzled look on his face. When he discovered that this solid stone was needed to make this primary whetstone, his expression finally changed drastically, and he looked at Ye Chuyun anxiously. What is the function of this primary whetstone? It can restore the durability of equipment. Ye Chuyun answered softly. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo immediately understood. I see, that's how it is. A solid stone, a primary whetstone, which can restore the durability of equipment. Brother Yi, you've really discovered a gold mine. Qian Duoduo was very excited. Solid stone, this must be purchased. Buy as many as you can. The price of this thing will definitely rise rapidly in 4 days. When the primary whetstone comes out, the entire Blue Star region will go crazy for it. At this moment, Qian Duoduo was in a state of extreme excitement. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He really deserves to be the #1 businessman in his previous life. His mind is so quick. He then said, this primary grindstone will become the first pot of gold for the development of our station. Now, besides recruiting talents, our main task is to frantically acquire these solid stones. It would be best if we could buy all the ones for sale in the Blue Star region. Qian Duoduo came back to his senses and nodded when he heard Ye Chuyun's words. Well, I'll take care of the purchasing. However, I haven't activated the trading house in Area 1888 yet. I've only activated the trading house in Area 888. It's really difficult to purchase solid stones from the entire Blue Star region. You don't have to worry about this. Ye Chuyun shook his head. In addition to the mansion, there is also a chamber of commerce in the residence public buildings. After that, we will establish a chamber of commerce, which will connect us to all the trading houses in the Blue Star region. Then you can purchase and sell with confidence. So that's how it is? Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Ye Chuyun with admiration. Brother Yi, after talking to you for so long, I found that compared to me, you are more like a businessman. Not only have you solved almost all the problems I was worried about, but you've also even obtained a primary whetstone. Even without my help, you can develop the base on your own. Upon hearing this, Ye Chuyun quickly waved his hand. Brother Qian, please don't flatter me. I'm just a half-baked person and can't compare to you, Brother Qian. Now in Qian Duoduo's eyes, he is a great man who knows everything. But he couldn't say that he was reborn and had memories of the next 10 years in the world of gods and demons in his head. I'm just putting forward my own ideas. The specific implementation still depends on your help, Brother Qian. Qian Duoduo laughed when he heard this. Brother Yi, you are so humble. In this way, the two chatted in the room for more than an hour. Finally, Qian Duoduo left the room, and Ye Chuyun continued to forge the glimmering plate armor. After all, the only way to make money now is to rely on this. First, take out a large amount of stone and refine it with the golden divine stone. After collecting the materials for forging the shimmering plate armor, he began to work hard on the forging. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the glimmer plate armor, proficiency +2. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the glimmer plate armor, proficiency +2. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the glimmer plate armor, proficiency +2. Tip: your forging proficiency has reached 100. You can gain energy points by forging equipment. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the glimmer plate armor. Proficiency +2, energy points +800. Seeing this message, Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned. Yes, how could he forget such an important thing? After reaching a certain level of proficiency, you can gain energy points. As the difficulty increases, more and more energy points will be obtained. In previous lives, the levels of those forging masters and alchemy masters could even be ranked in the top 100 in the world rankings. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun suddenly became happy. Wow, now he not only makes money by forging the glimmering plate armor, but also gains energy points. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I made a lot of money. My mood suddenly became very good. Ye Chuyun's forging movements became much faster. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. Look at my nunchaku, hum hum ha hey. At this time, he was humming a song while forging iron, and he looked very happy. However, he did not notice that the shimmering plate armor in his hand had gradually changed into another shape as he struck it. When the equipment was completed, Ye Chuyun discovered that the glimmering plate armor in his hand had completely changed. Oh no! Ye Chuyun looked at the equipment in his hand, which had completely changed shape, and thought he had failed. Hint: you have forged an unknown piece of equipment, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Announcement: congratulations to Ye Chuyun for his first self-created equipment. He received +100 reputation points and a gift from heaven, with all attributes increased by +50. Chapter 1:11 Brand new equipment, sacred plate armor. Hint: you have forged a new piece of equipment. Please name your equipment. When Ye Chuyun saw this prompt, he was slightly shocked. Wow, How did he forge a brand new piece of equipment just by humming a song? But he knew that blacksmiths could create their own equipment. However, creating your own equipment is very difficult. Not only must one be very skilled in forging, but one must at least be at the level of a senior blacksmith. And you also need to be familiar with the changes in various materials. Only after countless attempts can you create a piece of equipment yourself. Moreover, creating your own equipment is one of the prerequisites for becoming a forging master. Which forging master doesn't have a few pieces of equipment that he created himself? This is also the reason why they are welcomed by major forces. But at the same time, the requirement of creating one's own equipment has also blocked countless senior blacksmiths, preventing them from becoming grandmaster blacksmiths. This makes the forging master even more valuable. However, Ye Chuyun inadvertently created a piece of equipment that belonged to him while humming a song. However, a large part of the credit may be attributed to the help of the Book of the Divine Craftsman. Let me see what this piece of equipment I created while humming looks like. Ye Chuyun clicked on this unknown equipment out of curiosity. Unnamed plate armor. Defense plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Spirit plus 30, with the additional skill Holy Light, which heals the player while removing negative status effects. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Third tier, premium grade. Wearing requirement, level 10, Constitution and Spirit both at 200 or above. Oh my god, why are the properties of this plate armor so abnormal? Ye Chuyun was shocked. The blood red armor he is wearing now, before it was strengthened, had attributes not as high as this plate armor. And this skill is even more perverted. It is an enhanced version of healing light. While healing yourself, you can also purify negative states. This skill directly increases the value of this equipment several times. Moreover, the wearing requirements are not high, as long as the physical and mental fitness reach 200 each. When you reach level 10, no one can meet this condition. This piece of equipment may be even more popular than the glimmer plate armor. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but get secretly excited. As soon as the announcement appeared, Qian Duoduo came to his room immediately. Fuck, Ye Shun, what kind of outrageous thing have you done again? The world channel is going crazy. Qian Duoduo looked at him in surprise. How did you suddenly forge a new piece of equipment? Is it possible to forge equipment yourself? What are the properties of this new equipment? Here, look for yourself. Ye Chuyun curled his lips and sent the attributes of the equipment over. Qian Duoduo's eyes widened immediately when he saw it. Oh my god, these attributes, these skills, this is even more abnormal than the glimmering plate armor. Brother Yi, your luck is really too good. Ye Chuyun remained silent. This time it really depended on his luck. By the way, your equipment hasn't been named yet. Have you decided on a name? Qian Duoduo asked. Ye Chuyun thought for a moment. Let's call it Holy Plate Armor. Hint, congratulations, you have named it successfully. The Sacred Plate Armor forging diagram will be automatically generated. As a creator, you can draw your own Sacred Plate Armor forging diagram and provide it to others for learning forging. Just after the prompt ended, a new function called Creation appeared in Ye Chuyun's skill bar. After clicking it, he can draw the forging diagram by himself and provide it to others for use and learning. After seeing this, Ye Chuyun was even more ecstatic. This is why the Grandmaster of Blacksmithing is so important. Hallowed Plate Mail is different from Glimmering Plate Mail. There is only one blueprint for the Glimmer Plate Armor. Even after Ye Chuyun learned it, he could not make another forging blueprint for the Glimmer Plate Armor by himself. Because he was not the original creator, this shimmering plate armor was not created by him at all. But Holy Plate Armor is different. The Holy Plate Armor is his original creation. As the original creator, he can naturally give as many forging drawings as desired. That's why in the past life, so many blacksmiths worked day and night without sleep just to create an original piece of equipment. Because the value of the forging diagram itself cannot be compared with a few pieces of equipment. The forging master can live a luxurious life just by selling a few forging blueprints. Other blacksmiths can only work themselves to death, repeatedly making the same equipment every day, and the god and demon coins they earn may not be as much as they earn from selling a forging blueprint. Originally, Ye Chuyun planned to make his first fortune by selling glimmering plate armor. But now he has changed his mind. He wanted to spread the reputation of this sacred plate armor and focus on selling the forging blueprints. A piece of holy plate armor might only cost 20,000 to 30,000 divine and demon coins at most. However, the forging design drawings of the sacred plate armor can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of divine and demon coins. He believed that as long as he paid more money, he might be able to sell it at this price. Although Qian Duoduo is still #1 on the world's wealth list. But this does not mean that Qian Duoduo is the richest. It is possible that many people have exchanged their god and demon coins for various resources and hoarded them, hoping to get rich in the future. No matter what, a forging blueprint for a sacred plate armor would have to be sold for at least 200,000 divine and demon coins. When Ye Chuyun told Qian Duoduo about his idea, he immediately received Qian Duoduo's strong support. Brother Yi, I told you that you are more like a businessman than me. Qian Duoduo was dejected. Haha, it's just good luck, good luck. Ye Chuyun smiled embarrassedly. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo stopped teasing and continued with a serious face. Regarding the sale of the sacred plate armor, Brother Yi, just leave it to me. I will find a way to make it happen. But first we have to establish this chamber of commerce. You just shared the authority of the station with me. I found that I still lack the necessary steel and stone to establish the chamber of commerce. There aren't many of these things in the trading house, so I wanted to ask Brother Yi if you have any. Steel stone. Ye Chuyun was secretly shocked when he heard this. Steel and stone are really scarce resources and are needed everywhere. He looked at his backpack and found that there were more than 100 pieces of steel stone, all of which were refined from the stone using the golden divine stone. He immediately took out all of it and gave it to Qian Duoduo. So much. Qian Duoduo was also very surprised, and then ecstatic. That's enough. Now we have all the materials to build the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 112, a recruitment conference full of fireworks. After the Chamber of Commerce construction materials are gathered, Qian Duoduo took the shimmering plate armor forged by Ye Chuyun and left the room without stopping. He still has a lot to do. The base had just been built, and Ye Chuyun shared most of the authority with Qian Duoduo, intending to let him do it freely. Being able to develop Tongtian Chamber of Commerce on his own, Ye Chuyun absolutely believes in Qian Duoduo's ability to manage the base. That will definitely be able to beat him, a half-baked one. Ye Chuyun only needs to be a hands-off boss and be responsible for the main decision-making. This made Ye Chuyun sigh. This is really cool. According to Qian Duoduo's plan, he still needs to forge the sacred plate armor first. We need to publicize it first, and then we can sell this forging diagram to the public. Ye Chuyun was also happy about this. Anyway, he will gain proficiency and energy points no matter what, so why not do it? Time passes by little. The sky outside had already turned from night to day. The fourth day arrived. Ye Chuyun was immersed in the joy of forging equipment. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the holy plate armor, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the holy plate armor, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the holy plate armor, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Congratulations, you have reached level 13. Tip: due to the existence of Heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 100 points. Your agility increases by 100 points. Your physical fitness increases by 100 points. Your spirit increases by 100 points. You gain 50 free attributes. Every time he created a piece of sacred plate armor, Ye Chuyun would silently recite it in his heart. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. This is all money. Pieces of sacred plate armor also filled the entire room. In the end, it was upgraded. Let's leave it at that for now. Ye Chuyun stopped and looked at the room full of equipment. Only then did he realize that he had forged so many sacred plate armors. Just click and there are more than 80 items. All the materials on my body have been used up. The attributes of these sacred plate armors have basically reached the basic level, and many fine products have exceeded the basic attributes by a lot. At the same time, his proficiency has also increased significantly, reaching more than 400 points. Only halfway to becoming an intermediate blacksmith. Ye Chuyun opened his panel again and took a look. He just reached level 13, and I don't know how much his combat power has increased. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 13 11,000/600000. Reputation: 600. Title: Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength: 6694 C level, Strength plus 5,355. Agility: 4561 D level Agility Enhancement, plus 1824. Constitution: 7668 D level Constitution Enhancement, plus 3067. Spirit: 6026 D level Spirit Enhancement, plus 2410. Hearing: 100. Combat Power: 51,098 49,898 plus 1200. Free Attribute Points: 200. The combat power finally broke through 50,000 and reached 51,000. Ye Chuyun looked and saw that he had a total of 200 free attribute points. 150 of these points are rewards for increasing the settlement population. The other 50 points are awarded for upgrading. He added it all to the spirit. Now the spirit has reached 6,226 points. The combat power also climbed to 51498. After collecting all the sacred plate armors, Ye Chuyun left the room, intending to hand them over to Qian Duoduo. When he walked out of the room, he felt that the outside seemed to have changed. The felling team is hiring. We're short of a power-type player. A third-level mission. Is there anyone willing to team up and complete it together? Selling clothes. This designer once owned an independent brand on Blue Star, with annual sales reaching tens of millions. You can choose from a variety of styles, and it only costs 10 divine demon coins each. We're selling barbecue. Come buy some if you haven't eaten yet. Is there anyone who needs a massage? We can provide door-to-door service. The base was very lively at this time, with many people setting up stalls outside. Before, this place was very desolate, and there was no one to be seen. Now it is full of fireworks. At the same time, Ye Chuyun also saw many people gathered in one place, forming a long queue. Looking along the team, Ye Chuyun saw Qian Duoduo and a few others. It turned out that they were recruiting people at the representative station. Weiyang resident is recruiting staff. Anyone with experience in finance, personnel, logistics, or other related fields on Blue Star is welcome to apply. Or a combat talent with a combat power exceeding 3,000 and a level of 8 or above. People working in medicine, machinery, forging, and other related professions are also welcome. As long as you join us and follow our instructions, you will receive a fixed salary and various benefits every month. Currently, positions are limited, first come first served. Beside Qian Duoduo, Xiong Yuntao was shouting continuously. When I heard that I could receive a fixed salary every month and various benefits, many people came over like a cat smelling fish. Ye Chuyun also came over quietly at this time to see how Qian Duoduo recruited people. Qian Duoduo and several others were sitting at a rectangular table about 4 meters long. Those who came to register lined up consciously and asked questions one by one. At this time, in front of Qian Duoduo, sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking quite shrewd. Qian Duoduo asked, "Brother, what position are you applying for?" "I'm applying for a financial position." "Oh, have you ever worked in a related profession on Blue Star?" "Of course I am. I used to be the financial director of a large corporation, managing hundreds of people. I'm not interested in your management skills. What we want to know is your financial calculation ability. Can you accurately calculate profits and costs? Can you strictly control costs?" "Well, let me tell you this. I've been to jail for our boss." "Okay, it's you. The station is just starting out, so the monthly salary is tentatively set at 3,000 divine and demon coins. But don't worry, it will definitely increase in the future. Furthermore, your equipment, skill books, and other benefits will all be provided by the station. Is that okay?" Okay. Then we will sign a Heavenly Dao contract. Next, I don't have any special skills, I just know how to cook. Can I apply for this job?" "Yes, I can be a chef. The monthly salary is 2,000 god and demon coins. Do you want to do it?" Go. I used to work in a pharmacy. Can I apply for this position?" "Come and be a herbalist. You'll get a guaranteed monthly salary of 500 divine and demon coins. We'll provide the collection locations, and you'll be responsible for collecting the herbs. Hand in the herbs you collect, and your commission will be used as a commission." Okay. I don't know anything, but I used to be a car show model. What kind of job do you think I can apply for? How about coming to our Chamber of Commerce and being a receptionist? The benefits are very good." Okay. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. Wow, this efficiency is so strong. Chapter 113. Wow, won the lottery? Another top 100 master. At this time, Qian Duoduo also noticed Ye Chuyun standing beside him. Haha, Alliance Leader Yi, you're here? Leader Yi? Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned and pointed at himself. Leader? Calling me? Xiong Yuntao smiled aside. Yes, Alliance Leader Yi. You are the leader of this station, right? I think he should be called the leader. +1. Others also fully recognized this title. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun nodded helplessly. Whatever you want. In that case, I hereby declare that Qian Duoduo is the deputy leader. When I'm not around, his words are mine. Receive. Everyone agreed. Haha, Alliance Leader Yi, how is it going? How much have you forged the sacred plate armor? Qian Duoduo teased. Here, for you. Ye Chuyun took out all the sacred plate armor and threw them to Qian Duoduo. So much. Qian Duoduo was also a little surprised at this time. Then he looked happy. It just so happens that I've sold all the shimmering plate armor you gave me before. These sacred plate armors of yours just solved my urgent need. Once I hype up these sacred plates, the price will increase several times over. Sharp. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Then he added, then Vice Alliance Leader Qian, I'll leave the base to you for now. I need to go out for a while. Okay, go ahead and don't worry. There's no problem here for now. I'll call you if there's anything else. Good. Hey, wait. Qian Duo seemed to suddenly remember something at this time and stopped Ye Chuyun, who wanted to leave. Huh? Is there anything else? Ye Chuyun looked at him in confusion. Qian Duo immediately said, the hotel will be completed in half an hour. Why don't you wait until it's finished and get the double energy point buff for an hour before leaving? Hostile. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. He once again felt that choosing Qian Duo to help him manage the base was the right decision. Qian Duo must have also realized the importance of the hotel. Without Ye Chuyun's reminder, he spontaneously built the hotel. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun nodded immediately. Okay then, I'll wait for the hotel to be built and get a buff before leaving. You continue to recruit people. I'll go look around somewhere else. Good. After saying that, Ye Chuyun walked towards the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is built next to the mansion and is about the same size as the mansion. In the previous life, the Chamber of Commerce was the most important building besides the mansion, because it not only connects trading houses in all regions, but also can hold auctions as the level increases. Auctions are one of the effective ways to increase the reputation of a residency. If it is done well and the reputation of the base is spread, more people will come to buy the products produced by their base. In addition, branches can be established in other regions to seize business opportunities. Just as Ye Chuyun was walking towards the Chamber of Commerce, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Alliance Leader Yi, do you want shaved ice? A thin young man holding a wooden bowl in his hand suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chuyun. There was some crushed ice in the wooden bowl, with a little red powder sprinkled on it. Judging from the appearance alone, this shaved ice deserves a big 0 from Ye Chuyun. Alliance Leader Yi, would you like some shaved ice? I've sprinkled some special seasoning on it. It tastes sour and sweet, and it quenches your thirst. It only takes 1 god and demon coin. The boy looked at Ye Chuyun with expectation and a little nervousness in his bright eyes. Forehead. Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned and looked at the young man. My goodness, is this boy already 18 years old? Judging from his appearance, this boy is really too young. Could it be that he just happened to be stuck at the age of 16 and was then summoned by heaven to the world of gods and demons? When seeing this young man, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but think of his previous life. At that time, when he was not yet an alchemist, he also set up stalls everywhere to attract customers. At that time, the missions in the mansion basically disappeared within seconds of appearing, leaving him no chance to accept them. The team also fails to meet various requirements. I had no choice but to set up a stall to sell some small items, just to earn a few coins so that I could stay in a hotel and get a buff. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled and took out 10 god and demon coins. Okay, then just give me 10 servings of shaved ice. 10. Then please wait a moment, Alliance Leader Yi. I will make it for you now. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this. He accepted the 10 coins of gods and demons and quickly handed the wooden bowl in his hand to Ye Chuyun. Then he took out 9 wooden bowls. Under Ye Chuyun's gaze, he hung one hand on the wooden bowl, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Call. A gust of cold wind blew by, and some broken ice appeared in the wooden bowl. Ice talent. Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows. While the boy was making the ice, he picked up a spoon and tasted the shaved ice. Although it looks a bit ugly, it tastes pretty good. Ye Chuyun's appetite was aroused, and he finished the shaved ice in a few bites. The young man at the side followed suit, filling 9 wooden bowls with crushed ice one after another. Then he took out a small bottle and poured the powder inside on them one by one. That's how Jiufen shaved ice is made. Alliance Leader Yi, this is for you. The boy said excitedly. Ye Chuyun licked his lips, then picked up a piece of shaved ice and started eating. And the boy continued to sell it to others. It's just a pity that none of them were successful. So far, Ye Chuyun is the only customer who comes to patronize him. Seeing the young man return to his side with his head down and a dejected look on his face, he asked, What's your name, little brother? Upon hearing this, the young man quickly looked up at Ye Chuyun and said, My name is Bai Hang, which means sailing. You said your name is Bai Hang? When he heard the name, Ye Chuyun's heart tightened. My goodness, what lottery ticket did he step on? This young man turned out to be Bai Hang, who was known as the Doomsday Disaster in his previous life. Another one of the top 100 god-level masters, and he is ranked 21st. In his previous life, Ye Chuyun had never seen this great man before, and he didn't expect that he was just a little kid. How come he has fallen to the point of selling shaved ice at this time? If he could win him over and train him, wouldn't his base be even safer? Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun asked tentatively. Little brother, why don't you go hunt the beasts, or go to the mansion to take on the mission? How much money can you make selling shaved ice? Chapter 114, Successful Deception. Bai Hang smiled awkwardly when he heard that. I'm only level 5, with a combat power of less than 1,000. I don't know what went wrong with my brain, but I put all my attribute points into spirit. No one wants to team up with me. I can only sell shaved ice. Looking at Bai Hang's nervous look, Ye Chuyun smiled. No one would have thought that the doomsday disaster that everyone feared would come. Life would be so miserable now. In his previous life, Bai Hang was one of the top 100 God-level masters and possessed heavenly-level strength. Levels 10 to 100 correspond to levels 1 to 10 respectively. After the 10th level, it is divided into Earth level and Heaven level. Among the top 100 God-level masters, according to the ranking, the top 50 have Heaven-level strength, and the bottom 50 have Earth-level strength. Bai Hang is ranked 21st, but he is a genuine Tianji master. 10 years later, only a handful of people in the world of gods and demons could reach Bai Hang's level. It is no exaggeration to say that Bai Hang's single thought can determine the life and death of millions or even tens of millions of people. As a master of Tianji, it is such a waste of his talent to sell shaved ice here now. It is really hard to imagine that the future doomsday disaster will be such a clumsy teenager. But what Ye Chuyun didn't expect was Bai Hang originally from District 118? How come he had never noticed it in his previous life? He remembered that Bai Hang was not very famous in the first 3 years in the world of gods and demons. It seems that I heard rumors that he has always been a nobody in a second-rate force. Because of a very famous incident, Bai Hang became the scapegoat and was kicked out of this second-rate force. Bai Hang immediately swore that he would never join any forces and would never trust anyone. Even after he became a 4th-level master, there were still some forces offering very attractive benefits to recruit him. Bai Hang didn't agree and didn't even look at it. This angered these forces, and they sent out their masters and their bases to assassinate Bai Hang. But this not only failed to destroy Bai Hang, but instead killed all the people in these forces. He became stronger as the battle went on, and soon he was directly promoted to a ground-level master, settling accounts with these forces one by one. These forces had to pay a heavy price to settle the matter. Until Bai Hang was promoted to the heavenly level, these forces did not dare to appear in front of him. And the second-rate force that kicked Bai Hang out was extremely regretful. This gossip has also been frequently discussed in the World Channel. That second-rate force has always been ridiculed by many other forces. An opportunity to advance from a second-rate power to a superpower slipped away. Ye Chuyun also guessed that the reason Bai Hang appeared here was probably related to himself. In the previous life, Area 118 went their separate ways after leaving the poisonous fog swamp. Because at that time there was no one like him who could bring all the people in District 118 together. In the previous life, everyone developed on their own and gradually disappeared. Only Wang Gang's team made a little splash and joined a second-rate force and became famous. The others, including Ye Chuyun, basically have no presence at all. Now he has established his own base and gathered everyone in District 118 in advance. He didn't realize that there was actually a hidden dragon and crouching tiger in their number 118, and there was a future heaven-level master. The others were all lured here by Ye Chuyun from other places. Bai Hang was born and raised in District 118, and he must not be let go. He guessed that the reason why Bai Hang could grow so fast must be related to his talent. Even if he recruits Bai Hang now, as long as he trains him well, he will definitely become a heavenly master again in the future. Bai Hang looked at Ye Chuyun nervously. At this time, Ye Chuyun was staring at him closely, as if he was some kind of treasure. This gave Bai Hang goosebumps all over his body, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Alliance Leader Yi, you're almost done with your shaved ice, right? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Ye Chuyun looked at Bai Hang's vigilant eyes and actions, and knew that he must have had some wrong ideas. He immediately smiled and said, "Don't think too much. I'm just very interested in the way you were able to instantly condense shattered ice." Method. Hearing this, Bai Hang became even more alert. Ye Chuyun quickly continued, "Don't worry, my interests are my own. I won't ask any more questions. I just want to ask, do you want to join us and become a staff member here?" He pointed behind him. Qian Duo is still recruiting people there. Me join you. Bai Hang's face was full of disbelief. Can I? Ye Chuyun nodded. Of course. I think you have the potential to become a master, and I want to invest resources in you and train you. Then the subject changed. But in return, you must sign a Heavenly Dao contract with us and absolutely cannot betray us. Is it just that simple? Okay, I agree. Ye Chuyun thought Bai Hang would hesitate after hearing this. Unexpectedly, he agreed immediately. You agree to this without even thinking about it. Bai Hang smiled and shook his head. That's something to consider. One reason is that I believe in your character, Alliance Leader Yi. No one else wants to buy my shaved ice, but you bought 10 of them at once. I think you must be a good person. Thank you for the compliment. Ye Chuyun smiled embarrassedly. He didn't know Bai Hang's identity at first, and he bought the shaved ice with the mentality of helping him. And the second reason is that even though I have no skills at all, you are still willing to invest in me, Alliance Leader Yi. I can't think of any reason why you would betray me. Besides, I, Bai Hang, am not the kind of person who betrays my own people. When Ye Chuyun heard this, he immediately smiled happily. So you agree? Bai Hang nodded. I agree to join, but I have one condition. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Hang gritted his teeth and mustered up the courage to say, if I join and enjoy your resources but can't help you in any way, please let me leave. This. Ye Chuyun looked at him in surprise. I thought Bai Hang would put forward some conditions, but I didn't expect it to be this. This child is really good and sensible. Ye Chuyun felt very relieved. That second-rate force in the previous life must have been really blind to have driven out such a good kid. Okay, I agree to your terms. You don't have to tell me that I won't keep a useless person who only enjoys the resources for nothing. Then come with me and register with Vice Alliance Leader Qian first. Ye Chuyun nodded, appearing calm and composed. In fact, he was already smiling from ear to ear in his heart. Chapter 115. The Magical Use of the Chamber of Commerce, Tianyun Coins. Among the top 100 God-level masters, he and Xiong Yuntao have already recruited 2. If given the chance, Xiao Shanyun and Chu Yunlan might be able to trick them into coming over. If that is true, then his base will have a total of 4 top 100 God-level masters. Even a superpower may not receive this treatment. This is really cool. This is... Qian Duo watched Ye Chuyun leave and then come back shortly afterwards. This time he brought with him a young boy who looked no older than 16. What is this combination? Before he finished asking, Ye Chuyun pointed at Bai Hang and said, he's Bai Hang. I plan to train him. You can take him with you first. Without much explanation, Qian Duo immediately understood what Ye Chuyun meant. Okay, then let's sign the Heavenly Dao contract first. I just received a few good seedlings. Little brother, you can team up with them for training. By the way, add this when you draft the contract. Ye Chuyun told him the request that Bai Hang had made before. After hearing this, Qian Duo looked at Bai Hang in surprise. I really didn't expect that this child would be so honest and take the initiative to make this request. Thinking of this, he smiled and immediately felt that Ye Chuyun had a good vision. Qian Duo quickly drafted a contract. This contract is equivalent to a contract with the Heavenly Dao. Once signed, it means that you are under the control of the Heavenly Dao. Someone might break the contract on Blue Star. But here, once a contract is signed, no one will dare to break it because it will cost their life. After reading the contract, Bai Hang felt like he was dreaming. The treatment stated in the contract was something he could never imagine. This treatment is much better than others who work hard to hunt ferocious beasts, especially since he has a fixed basic salary every month even if he doesn't have to do anything. Alliance Leader Yi, do I really deserve such good treatment? Bai Hang looked at Ye Chuyun anxiously and asked. Ye Chuyun shook his head with amusement. You really underestimate yourself. You haven't even realized your potential. First you have to believe in yourself. Having said that, Ye Chuyun changed the subject again. If you don't believe in yourself, then you're of no use to me. Just leave as soon as possible. I don't want to keep idle people here. After being scolded by Ye Chuyun, Bai Hang felt relieved and quickly signed the contract. Alright, once you've signed, follow Vice Alliance Leader Qian. Just listen to what he says. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. Ye Chuyun was very satisfied with Bai Hang's attitude, and turned and left after he finished speaking. As for how to train Bai Hang in the future, he would discuss it with Qian Duo later. Now let's get used to it. Bai Hang watched Ye Chuyun leave. Looking at his back, I felt very grateful. I was determined to perform well and never let him down. Ye Chuyun continued to come to the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce was empty at this time, with many people sitting inside and chatting with each other. Our leader is truly formidable. This glimmer plate armor is being snapped up like crazy. Yes, originally this glimmer plate armor was only available in Region 1888, but now even other regions are vying for it. It's said that if you snatch a piece of glimmering plate armor and then resell it, you can earn at least several thousand more divine and demonic coins. I regret it so much. There were so many shimmering plate armors in front of me before, but I didn't buy a single piece. That's hilarious. You don't buy it because you don't want to? Or because you don't have the money? Why did you expose me? Come on, Instead of thinking about this, why don't we go to other areas and see if there's any good deal to be made? I see other brothers have already made thousands of god and demon coins by reselling. Now we are the only ones who own a chamber of commerce. We can't let this opportunity to make money pass us by. Yes. Ye Chuyun's hearing is now extremely strong, and he can easily eavesdrop on the sounds around him. It seems that the benefits of the Chamber of Commerce are gradually becoming apparent. With the Chamber of Commerce, you can connect with trading houses in all other regions and engage in reselling. Currently, only their base has this capability. If you miss this opportunity to make money, you will lose a lot. Ye Chuyun found a random place to sit down and called up the trading interface. He wanted to see if he could find some bargains in other areas. First of all, the equipment. Just click on the equipment column. Suddenly, rows of data appeared on the translucent screen. With a rough look, Ye Chuyun roughly understood the approximate price of the equipment. The prices of equipment are still outrageous, because the market has not yet become popular. The cheapest first-level equipment now costs 500 god and demon coins, and the most expensive is 2,000 to 3,000 god and demon coins. But cheap ones will basically be bought once they are discovered. It's expensive and no one buys it. So basically, the price of first-level low-level equipment is about 1,000. The second and third levels are even rarer, and there are basically only a few of them. As long as it is put on display and the price is not too outrageous, people will buy it. There are also other spiritual herbs, minerals, etc., and the prices are not too outrageous. It seems that this group of people have sold a lot and have gained experience. Just go to the World Channel and ask. You will only be fooled once and never again. But these are not Ye Chuyun's goals. His goal is to find things whose true value has not yet been discovered. If you find these things, it's called a real bargain. Ye Chuyun casually clicked on the other option and started searching. Barbecue? 2 god and demon coins apiece. Damn, why did the price go up? Well, this dress is pretty and suits me very well. It's only 10 god and demon coins. I'll buy it. Hey, what is this? A lottery coin? Suddenly, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some treasure. Tianyun coin. Function unknown. It turned out to be Tianyun coins, and there seemed to be a lot of them. These Tianyun coins are engraved with numbers corresponding to numbers 1 to 10. In the previous life, the Tianyun coin was also called the lottery coin. As long as you collect all the Tianyun coins from number 1 to 10, you can combine them into a lottery box. Just like when he first descended into the world of gods and demons. You can draw anything from the lottery box. Talents, equipment, special items, skill books, etc. All can be pulled out. To obtain this Tianyun coin, you must kill a golden toad wearing a coin on its head. However, the location where this golden toad appears is not fixed, and even Ye Chuyun does not know where to meet it. He didn't expect to see so many Tianyun coins here. Chapter 116 Golden Bunker. The only mission. The amount of money transported these days adds up to several thousand. It's really strange that no one bought it after it has been on display for so long. Ye Chuyun looked at the price and immediately smiled. See the selling price of this Tianyun coin. Ye Chuyun finally understood why so many Tianyun coins could not be sold. Each Tianyun coin is bid for 5 Shinma coins, and the highest is 10 Shinma coins. It was not expensive for Ye Chuyun, and it was even too cheap. But for others, buying a Tianyun coin without knowing what it is used for is really a bit of a waste. However, if they knew the function of this Tianyun coin, they would not think so. These thousands of Tianyun coins would probably be snatched away in minutes. If you were lucky, you might even be able to draw out your talent. Someone even pulled out a 5th-level equipment set with amazing attributes. I don't know how many people wanted to buy it. The price of Tianyun coins once rose to thousands of Shinma coins each. Each one was sold at an almost sky-high price. But even so, there are still many forces rushing to buy. Ye Chuyun swept them all away without saying a word. Tens of thousands of god and demon coins are nothing to him now. Besides, money won't appreciate in value if you just keep it on your body. The best way is to make money from money. After buying the Tianyun coins, Ye Chuyun looked through all the items and didn't find any bargains. Forget it. It's fate. Being able to buy the Tianyun coin is enough for me. Ye Chuyun shook his head and closed the trading interface. These days, the coins cannot be used yet. After a while, the function of this Tianyun coin will be officially activated by Tiandao. By then it will be a disaster. Everyone will scramble to buy them all. Tell Qian Duo about this and ask him to help you keep an eye out for acquisitions. Then he waited for the hotel to be built. Half an hour passed quickly. Tip: the hotel has been built successfully. Please inspect it. It's finally healed. Ye Chuyun hurried to the hotel. Before others rushed in, he quickly opened a room, grabbed a buff, and ran away. After leaving the base, Ye Chuyun spread his wind wings and flew rapidly to an area called Golden Ruins. The Golden Ruins is a level 20 area. Many places here can trigger regional tasks. There is also a unique task with very rich rewards, and you can also take the opportunity to obtain a large number of treasure chests and energy points. The main thing is that this unique task will provide the manufacturing materials for the Tower of Elements. That's why Ye Chuyun came here. His goal is to complete this sole mission. The Tower of Elements is a building that Ye Chuyun must build immediately after the base is completed. The reason why Ye Chuyun was so anxious to build the Tower of Elements was because of something that others did not know, but Ye Chuyun knew. When the number of bases in the entire region reaches 10 or more, the Heavenly Dao will then open up new tasks. It is the Beast Tide. This is a test from heaven. It is both an opportunity and a disaster for the station. If we survive this Beast Tide, the level of the base will be directly and unconditionally upgraded to level 1. But if they fail, all the buildings that have been built with great difficulty in the base will be destroyed. If that's the case, then so be it. But in addition to the complete destruction of buildings, many lives will be lost. This is not a good thing for them. Ye Chuyun naturally didn't want Xian Duo and the others to die in the Beast Tide. Therefore, the Tower of Elements must be built. With the Tower of Elements, his base is definitely the safest. This is no joke, otherwise it would not have become the mainstream defensive building in the world of gods and demons in the previous life. However, the materials used to build the Tower of Elements are very numerous, and many of them are extremely precious and rare. Ye Chuyun could only hurry up and find a way to get it together. According to his memory, he was looking for a hidden passage in the Golden Ruins. Soon he discovered this hidden passage. Using stealth, Ye Chuyun walked in this hidden passage for about 10 minutes. Then I saw a bunker buried in the loess. There were 7 or 8 short, armored dwarves guarding the entrance to the bunker. These dwarves have arms as thick as their thighs, and their muscles look as hard as rocks. With his dark skin, he looks like a black rock from a distance. The only mission is in this bunker. Name, Dark Iron Dwarf Special. Level, 16. Combat Power Assessment, 17,000. Characteristics, addicted to forging, paranoid. Skill, talent. Explosion rate, 10%. This bunker is hidden in the Golden Ruins and is very mysterious. In the previous life, this place took a long time to be discovered. This Golden Ruin can receive many good tasks. Some tasks will even give third-level equipment. This place was also taken by a lone ranger who likes adventure and missions. And that person still managed to accomplish it. This person often updates his strategies on the World Forum after completing tasks and has quite a few fans. Ye Chuyun is also one of his fans. The World Forum is a new feature that will be activated later. Everyone can post on it and earn god and demon coins and reputation. That's all for later. After the Lone Ranger completed the task, he posted the entire process on the forum for his fans to watch and study. Since it was the only mission, they could only look at it and could not accept it again. Ye Chuyun felt very sorry about this. But now he is very grateful to the Lone Ranger for sharing the strategy with him. Ye Chuyun walked straight over. The Dark Iron Dwarves just glanced at him and ignored him, letting him walk in. These Dark Iron Dwarves, like Aner, are NPC-like beings. They will not attack actively unless the killing conditions are triggered. The bunker is very large, like an independent village. There are buildings of all sizes and all kinds of dwarves everywhere. There are also shops, bars, hotels, and everything you need here. It's not hard to imagine they've lived here for a long time. As soon as Ye Chuyun came in, these dwarves all focused their attention on him. There was surprise, excitement in their eyes. But they just stood there motionless, watching Ye Chuyun walk past. Following the street, Ye Chuyun came directly to the largest building in the bunker. Here, a dwarf with a big black beard was waiting for him enthusiastically. Name Luke Special. Level, 25. Combat Power Assessment, 30,000. Features? Skill. Talent. Explosion rate, 12%. Chapter 117 Mission Strategy. Welcome to the Golden Bunker. I am the master of this Golden Bunker, Luke. Luke looked at Ye Chuyun very enthusiastically. At this moment, he was very excited. It has been so long since he saw a new Heavenly Dao summoner appear here. The dwarf tribe has been ordered by heaven to stay in this place forever and fulfill their respective missions. It's fine to stay here forever. After all, the dwarves only love forging and have no interest in fighting and killing. Otherwise, they would not have been eliminated and become playthings of nature. But you bastard Tiandao, if you say that we have to fulfill our respective missions, then someone has to come. In this godforsaken place, there is not a single person in sight. Fortunately, someone finally came. Let's see if he can complete the task first. Hello, respected Lord Castle Master. This is my first time here. I see that this place seems to be in some difficulty. How can I help? Ye Chuyun smiled very respectfully. If you want to accept the only mission here, there are also prerequisites. The condition is to increase the reputation value of the golden bunker as much as possible. When your reputation reaches a certain level, you will be able to accept this unique task. But this reputation value is not easy to increase. There are many and complicated tasks in the golden bunker. Tian Dao will not tell them the reward for the mission. Therefore, before the task is completed, the person doing the task does not know whether this task can actually increase the reputation of the golden bunker. Because there are many tasks and they are very complicated, the rewards are also uneven. So many people gave up. But the Lone Ranger in his previous life was a mission maniac. As long as it was a mission, he wanted to complete it. This led to him finally receiving this only task. Ye Chuyun had watched the entire process of the Lone Ranger completing the mission in the golden bunker on the forum. Of course, you need to know which tasks can increase your reputation. The task of the castle lord in front of you can increase your reputation value, and the increase is very large. It's just that this task is deceptive and many people were deceived in the beginning. When the Lone Ranger was doing this mission, he keenly discovered the secret and later gained a lot of reputation points through this mission. At that time, Ye Chuyun admired him very much. He is indeed a mission maniac. Luke stroked his beard, secretly excited. It seems that the human in front of me is quite sensible. I just don't know if he can discover the secret of this golden bunker. After thinking for a while, he said, "Dear guest, since you mentioned it, our golden bunker does need your help. We have lived in this golden ruin for a long time. This area is extremely hot, and water resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Our lives are becoming increasingly difficult. Dear guest, if you would like to help, could you please help us get a large amount of water or something to relieve the heat? Hint. Do you want to accept the mission crisis in the golden bunker?" Ye Chuyun took it decisively. Lord of the castle, of course I am happy to help. This mission in the previous life did confuse many people. As long as Luke is given more than 10 liters of water or 10 kilograms of ice, the task can be completed. After completing the mission, most people thought they could only complete it once, so they stopped paying attention to Luke and turned to do other tasks. But the Lone Ranger discovered that this task could be repeated. Although the difficulty of the tasks will gradually increase, the reputation points given are indeed the highest in the entire golden bunker. Luke was overjoyed when he heard this and took out a wooden barrel. "Then I'll trouble you. Then please fill this barrel with water and give it to me." Hint. You accept the mission crisis in the golden bunker. Task content. Please provide Luke with 10 liters of water or 10 kilograms of ice. Ye Chuyun took the barrel from Luke without saying a word. Then he used his water talent to fill the barrel with water. This bucket weighs exactly 10 kilograms. "Lord Luke, take a look. Are these water sources enough?" Luke's eyes lit up when he saw the barrel filled with water. "That's enough. I didn't expect that you, my guest, could collect so much water in such a short time. Thank you so much." Hint. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have received 5,000 energy points, 500 god and demon coins, and plus 10 gold bunker reputation. Ye Chuyun was secretly satisfied. After completing the task, Luke stood aside silently, avoiding eye contact and not speaking anymore. It was this reaction that initially confused many people, making them think that there were no more tasks to be taken. Even if someone continued to talk to him, he would not respond much. Ye Chuyun was not surprised and continued. "Lord Luke, I think this 10 kilograms of water is a bit too little. If you need it, how about I get you some more?" What he said now was what the Lone Ranger said back then. If you want to continue accepting tasks, you must take the initiative to ask to continue looking for water sources. Sure enough, when Ye Chuyun said this, Luke smiled again and said, "In that case, please help me get some more water." Hint. Do you want to accept the mission crisis in the golden bunker? Received another task. But this time, Luke gave him 2 wooden barrels, and the required water source was 20 kilograms. Ye Chuyun followed suit, filling 2 wooden barrels with water and handing them to Luke. Luke accepted it with satisfaction. Then Ye Chuyun continued to ask questions and received another task. This was repeated about 100 times. Tip. Your reputation value in the golden bunker has reached 1,000, and you can no longer gain reputation value. Hint. Your reputation level in the golden bunker is respected. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for being the first to unlock the fame level and be rewarded with a black iron treasure chest. It's finally full. And I also got a black iron treasure chest, not bad. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. To be honest, he almost vomited while doing this task. I don't know how many wooden barrels are filled. The experience gained from the missions was almost enough for him to level up. Reached level 13-5-11000/6000000. A full 500,000 more energy points. Now the conditions have finally been met, and I can accept the only mission. Then he continued to ask Luke, Lord, is there anything else I can help you with? Luke began to admire the human in front of him. My goodness, there are at least 700 or 800 buckets of water around him. The perseverance of this human being in front of me is really too strong. I actually maxed out my reputation with him. This time Luke finally spoke. Chapter 118. Sweeping the Forging Blueprints. Golden Hamster. Our clan is trapped in the Golden Bunker and cannot leave. But our clan's greatest treasure, the Iron Heart Jade, has been left somewhere. I wonder if you can help us find it. Hint. Do you want to accept the only mission, Heart of Steel? Is there any need to ask? Ye Chuyun accepted it decisively. Lord of the castle, I am naturally happy to help you. Don't worry, I will definitely get the Iron Heart Jade back. Seeing this, Luke nodded with satisfaction. Then please. Hint. You have accepted the only mission, Heart of Steel. Mission content. Please go to the Lost Canyon, search for the treasure left behind by Luke's family, and return it to him. Luke will give you a very generous reward. After accepting the only mission, Ye Chuyun achieved his goal and said goodbye and left. After walking out of the room, Ye Chuyun walked towards the east side of the bunker. There is a shop there. A female dwarf was sitting there bored. When she saw Ye Chuyun coming over, she quickly cheered up and looked at him respectfully. Dear guest, do you need anything to buy? Ye Chuyun looked at the counter. Inside are various forging designs. If your reputation value does not meet the requirements, you will not be able to buy it at all. Now that his reputation in the Golden Bunker has reached its peak, he can naturally buy them all. Ye Chuyun took a quick look. Among these 10 forging blueprints, 5 are ordinary first-level equipment blueprints, 3 are second-level equipment blueprints, and 2 are second-level top-grade equipment blueprints. Moreover, these equipments are not low-level, but can only be equipped at levels 8 to 10. I want all these forging blueprints. How many god and demon coins are they? Ye Chuyun asked quickly. The female dwarf did not dare to neglect it. She quickly calculated and said, Dear guest, 10 forging blueprints will cost you a total of 220,000 divine and demonic coins. Good fellow. Ye Chuyun felt bitter inside. Money, money, money. Why do you have so little? Of course, he couldn't have so many on him now. I could only call Qian Duoduo quickly. Ye Chuyun, do you have 220,000 god and demon coins to help me out in an emergency? Qian Duoduo, wait. Qian Duoduo gave him 220,000 without saying anything. Ye Chuyun quickly bought the 10 forging design drawings. As soon as he got the design drawings, Ye Chuyun quickly traded them to Qian Duoduo. This scared Qian Duoduo. Before, he was worried about where to get the design drawings to develop a career. Wow, Ye Chuyun turned around and gave him 10 forging design drawings. Qian Duoduo immediately understood what the 220,000 yuan was used for. Qian Duoduo, Alliance Leader Yi, did you use the 220,000 to buy these forging blueprints? Ye Chuyun, how is it? Can I get my money back? Qian Duoduo, forget about making a profit. With these 10 forging blueprints, I can make a fortune, right? Ye Chuyun, then I feel relieved. Qian Duoduo, it just so happens that I received a good seedling here, who actually has a talent for forging. It looks like I can start training him. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun also became interested. Ye Chuyun, oh, what's that person's name? Qian Duoduo, let me think about it. We've hired too many people. I need to recall some things. Qian Duoduo, oh, yes, his name is Neodali. Ye Chuyun, fuck Neodali? Ye Chuyun was shocked. If the person Qian Duoduo was talking about is really called Neodali, then he is so awesome. In his previous life, Neodali was a master of forging. This is because he has a talent that can increase the forging success rate by 20%. Moreover, this person not only has a talent for forging, he was originally a blacksmith on Blue Star and has rich blacksmithing experience. He created many pieces of equipment on his own and was eventually recruited by a superpower and worshipped like an ancestor. I didn't expect that he was also from District 118. My goodness, how much talent was missed. After thinking about it, Ye Chuyun still felt that he needed to remind Qian Duoduo. But we must not let this forging genius get away. If we let him go and he joins another force, we will suffer a huge loss. Ye Chuyun, since he has a talent for forging, then you should focus on training him. It would be best if you could sign a Heavenly Dao contract with him to bind him to the station. Qian Duoduo, don't worry, I will definitely not let such a good talent go. Only then did Ye Chuyun feel relieved. Looking at the time, Ye Chuyun was not in a hurry to leave the Golden Bunker. He took on 2 more tasks here. Both of these tasks can only be accepted when the reputation value reaches a certain level. They all hunted a ferocious beast called the golden hamster to obtain its fangs and fur. Completing tasks will give you rare ores and forging materials. Some of these materials can be used to make the Tianzue suit. Normally, it is difficult to obtain. Ye Chuyun flew all the way and soon found a golden hamster's nest. These golden hamsters look extremely cute and well-behaved, and their appearance is a bit like the blue star's chinchillas. But its cute appearance is just a protective color. Once you get close, the golden hamster will definitely use its fangs to gnaw you to pieces without leaving any bones. Name golden hamster. Level 15. Combat power assessment 18,000. Features: super strong defense, underground escape, deadly fangs, bloodthirsty. Skills: charge LV5, steel strengthen LV5, earth escape LV5. Talent: none. Explosion rate: 8%. The nest that Ye Chuyun discovered contained more than 50 golden hamsters, which was enough for him to complete the task. Prepare to die, rats. Ye Chuyun smiled cruelly and rushed forward. The rune sword in his hand was thrown out directly by him, leaving an afterimage. Countless golden true energies surged out, defeating these golden hamsters. The golden hamster didn't even have time to react before it died. I'm done for today, shoo shoo. Kill a level 15 golden hamster and gain double energy points plus 12,000. Kill a level 15 golden hamster and gain double energy points plus 12,000. Kill a level 15 golden hamster and gain double energy points plus 12,000. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. Tip: due to the existence of heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 100 points. Your agility increases by 100 points. Your physical fitness increases by 100 points. Your spirit increases by 100 points. You gain 50 free attributes. More than 50 golden hamsters died instantly at Ye Chuyun's hands. Countless loots were revealed. Chapter 119, Flying Dragon Canyon, a difficult challenge. I finally got an upgrade. During the whole process, Ye Chuyun felt that he didn't use any skills at all. He just slashed a few times and easily dealt with these golden hamsters. Looked at the spoils. The golden hamster basically drops first-level equipment. After all, it is an ordinary ferocious beast. In addition, there are essences, skill books, skill stones, strengthening stones, god and demon coins, etc. Golden helmet. Defense plus 20, agility plus 15, constitution plus 15. Wearing this allows you to use the skill underground escape. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Wearing requirement is level 15, agility and constitution 500 or above. First tier equipment. Parry, a first level skill. After using, you can resist a fatal attack, but will fall into a weakened state. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Learning requirements require a physical fitness of 200 or above. Golden hamster's spirit. Agility plus 20, spirit plus 20, earth element plus 10. Ye Chuyun nodded secretly. It is worthy of being a high-level ferocious beast. Even its first-level equipment has attributes comparable to low-level second-level top-grade equipment. However, the wearing requirements have also become higher, requiring level 15. What surprised him more was that he actually got the skill book parry, and a lot of it. Although parrying is only a first-level skill, it is a popular skill for everyone. It's almost a life-saving skill. Can withstand a fatal attack at a critical moment. Who knows, this skill might be enough to save your life. Especially in this world of gods and demons. Without the resurrection crystal, you only have one life. This makes life-saving skills particularly important. In the past life, the parry skill was basically in short supply in the trading house. At the same time, the drop rate is also very low. Almost as long as it is sold, even if the price is much higher than the market price, someone will buy it immediately. Ye Chuyun looked at the skills. Although using this skill will make you fall into a weak state. But it is a life-saving skill after all. Although the giant shield of the earth in his hand can currently withstand one attack from the front. But who would complain about not having enough life-saving skills? In the end, he chose to study. At the same time, the golden hamster also broke out a lot of fur and fangs. Originally, there was only a certain probability of these materials dropping from killing the golden hamster. But with Ye Chuyun's 100% explosion rate bonus, naturally every golden hamster exploded. Before Ye Chuyun could finish dealing with the spoils, a huge figure emerged from the nest. This is a giant golden hamster. What makes it different from other golden hamsters is that it has a golden horn on its head. Oh, is it the leader of the golden hamsters? Ye Chuyun used the Identify skill on it. Name Golden Hamster Mutation Grade. Level, 15. Combat Power Assessment, 20,000. Features, Offense and Defense, Bloodthirsty, Deadly Venom, Territorial Awareness. Skills, Charge LV5, Steel Strengthen LV5, Earth Escape LV5, Poison Arrow LV5. Talent, F-level Physical Enhancement. Explosion Rate, 10%. It turned out to be a mutant level 1. Ye Chuyun suddenly lost interest. Roar. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered, the mutated golden hamster was very angry. But the next second, a golden light flashed. Its head fell to the ground with a bang. The huge body also fell to the ground with a loud bang. I'm a rat. I died before I could even show off. Kill a level 15 mutated golden hamster and gain double energy points plus 16,000. Too weak. Ye Chuyun shook his head and sighed. His current combat power is 52,000, and killing this group of golden hamsters whose highest combat power is only 20,000 feels as easy as cutting vegetables. In addition to the essence, the mutant golden hamster also dropped 4 items. Among the 4 items is a level 15 second stage greatsword, which has very good attributes in all aspects and can also reduce the cooling time of skills. It is definitely a top-grade greatsword. The other piece is a relatively ordinary large shield. However, equipment like shields are also very rare, so it is considered good to have one. The last 2 items are the fangs and the golden hamster fur, which are quest items. What a pity that there is no talent imprint. Ye Chuyun was very surprised, but he was only slightly surprised and no longer paid attention to it. Among these spoils, the only one that can currently improve his strength is the essence of the golden hamster. Ye Chuyun swallowed it all. Agility and spirit increased by 200 points each. At the same time, the earth element also increased by 100 points. This means that he will be able to use earth-based skills more easily and with greater power. After reaching level 14, there are still 50 free attribute points that have not been allocated. Ye Chuyun still added all these free attribute points to his spirit. Then he opened the panel and looked at his latest data. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 14438, 000/700, 000. Reputation, 600. Title, Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength, 6794 C level, Strength plus 5435. Agility, 4861 D level Agility Enhancement, plus 1944. Constitution, 7768 D level Constitution Enhancement, plus 3107. Spirit, 6576 D level Spirit Enhancement, plus 2630. Hearing, 100. Combat Power, 53,198, 51,998, plus 1,200. The combat power increased by another 1,000, becoming 53,000. The feeling of this rapid increase in strength is really great. All the mission items have been collected, and Ye Chuyun is not in a hurry to complete the mission. Anyway, he still has one mission to complete. You can also deliver these 2 tasks together after completion. Now he is going to the place indicated by the mission content. Area 1256, Phylong Canyon. The Lost Canyon mentioned in the mission is somewhere here. When Luke gives you a mission, he doesn't tell you the specific location of the mission, but some hints will be given. The Lone Ranger in his previous life spent a lot of time trying to find it, and finally found this place based on the clues given by Luke. Phylong Canyon is a high-level area. It is said that the one who rules this area is a level 50 Earth Dragon, a dominant beast. In terms of terror, it is no less terrifying than the water monster encountered in Jiulong Lake. There are a large number of birdmen with human heads and bird bodies flying around in the sky. The average level is 30, and their combat power is similar to Ye Chuyun. This forced Ye Chuyun to move cautiously on the ground. This made him feel like he was back in the time of Jiulong Lake. Wow, how could it be such a difficult challenge? Ye Chuyun couldn't help but complain in his heart. Chapter 120. Since it is an electronic product, it is definitely not afraid of water. When the Lone Ranger took on this sole mission, he was already level 45. Ye Chuyun is only level 14 now. The difficulty of the two is simply not on the same level. Fortunately, although Ye Chuyun is only level 14, his combat power is comparable to that of level 30, plus various skills, talents, and life-saving skills. If you really encounter these birdmen or that level 50 Earth Dragon, you should be able to find a way to escape. Ye Chuyun walked silently in the woods, trying not to attract the attention of the group of birdmen in the sky. After walking for about an hour, he came to the edge of a cliff. There were no birdmen here, so Ye Chuyun immediately relaxed and looked down at the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a bottomless abyss, like a portal to hell, attracting him, trying to lure him into jumping. Ye Chuyun naturally didn't hesitate at all. He spread his wind wings and dived down. Hint: you have discovered the Lost Canyon, a huge pit deep in the cliff. It is also Ye Chuyun's destination this time. Before landing, Ye Chuyun was attacked. Countless lasers shot out from the depths of the pit, aiming directly at Ye Chuyun. Fuck! Ye Chuyun was shocked and immediately raised the giant shield of the Earth Mother in his hand, activated the skill, and blocked the laser attacks from the front. But the laser attack skill behind him could not be blocked. Ye Chuyun quickly activated the ultimate gold shield and enhanced skills to strengthen his own combat power, allowing him to withstand these attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, these lasers don't seem to be very powerful. Ye Chuyun carried the laser and came to the depths of the pit. Here, he saw countless mechanical puppets and immediately understood where these lasers came from. Name mechanical puppet. Level, 25. Combat power assessment, 30,000. Characteristics, mechanical, thoughtless, lifeless. Skills, pulse cannon LV5, energy shield LV5. Talent, none. Explosion rate, none. The mechanical puppet is only as tall as a human and is not considered a ferocious beast. These are products of engineering and are similar to magic devices. Even if you kill them, nothing or energy points will be dropped. Some of these mechanical puppets hold double axes, some hold long swords and spears. Behind them is a tightly closed steel door. Ye Chuyun glanced at it briefly. The number of these mechanical puppets is really despairing. Just a casual glance shows that there are at least 500 of them. They all stood guard in front of the steel gate. If you want to get in, it seems you can only clear them out. If someone else were to come, they would have to form an elite team of at least 100 people. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Alarm, alarm, intruder detected. Follow the orders given by the master. Anyone who intrudes will be killed. Anyone who intrudes will be killed. Anyone who intrudes will be killed. After Ye Chuyun broke in, he alarmed all the mechanical puppets. Each mechanical puppet's eyes flashed red as it kept repeating these few words. It's nothing more than killing Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun smiled slightly. If all these mechanical puppets were replaced by the birdmen in Phylon Canyon, he would turn around and run without saying a word. Now his combat power of 53,000 is enough to deal with these little karami. At this time, Ye Chuyun had already activated the ice and fire double rings, and was also constantly releasing other skills. The ice and fire rings continuously shot out lasers, colliding with the mechanical puppet's pulse cannon, causing countless sparks to burst out. At the same time, Ye Chuyun waved his hand again, and countless azure flames appeared out of thin air. The scorching flames were like a sea, instantly engulfing the entire army of mechanical puppets. However, the expected scene of the mechanical puppet being burned to ashes did not appear. Before the flames arrived, this group of mechanical puppets deployed energy shields to block the attack. Ye Chuyun was a little surprised. These mechanical puppets are indeed quite capable, and they can actually block the attacks he launched using strange fire. Seeing that the attacks of the mechanical puppet army were getting more and more fierce, Ye Chuyun's eyes turned, and he had an idea. Even if it's a mechanical puppet, it's still an electronic product, right? Since it's an electronic product, is it more afraid of water? Ye Chuyun chuckled and immediately summoned countless water tornadoes to submerge the entire army of mechanical puppets. Sizzle. Sure enough, as soon as these mechanical puppets came into contact with water, the energy shields were automatically released and black smoke began to rise from their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. As more and more water entered their bodies, the movements of these mechanical puppets became slower and slower, and finally they fell to the ground one after another. Looking at the mechanical puppet that had lost its combat capability, Ye Chuyun was suddenly filled with joy. He did not open the steel door immediately, but began to examine the structure of these mechanical puppets. Ye Chuyun came to a mechanical puppet at random and took a closer look. The outer shell of the mechanical puppet was not damaged at all, but its core was damaged by being submerged in water. He found that the shells of these mechanical puppets were platinum in color and very hard. Ye Chuyun raised the rune sword and chopped it down using 1/3 of his strength. Bang! There was only a white scratch on the shell, no other problems. The material of this shell seems to be very good. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. You should know that his current strength plus talent directly gives him an attribute index of 11,000. 1/3 of the strength is at least more than 3,000. That's it, the shell was only slightly damaged. This time, Ye Chuyun used 2/3 of his strength and continued to chop down. Bang! This time, the shell finally cracked, but it was not completely damaged. Finally, Ye Chuyun used all his strength to completely destroy the outer shell, revealing the core inside. So precise. After peeling off the outer shell, Ye Chuyun saw the interior of the mechanical puppet and was secretly amazed. The interior of the mechanical puppet is very sophisticated and is made up of various tiny parts. It's a pity that these parts were submerged in water and damaged. Where the heart should be is a huge magic crystal, which seems to be the power source of this mechanical puppet. Finally, Ye Chuyun opened the mechanical puppet's head and took a look. This place is also made up of countless precision parts. He has not studied engineering, so he can't understand it anyway. But just because he doesn't understand it doesn't mean others can't understand it. Ye Chuyun took a look and decided to take all these mechanical puppets back to Arnold for research. If it can be copied, this mechanical puppet will be a great help to his base. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun took out a Rubik's Cube, which was the one in Arnold's hand. This thing is called a storage cube, and its function is to store things. Chapter 121 Hidden Passage, Shortcut. But this storage cube is different from his storage space. There is a limit to what can be stored in storage space. A mechanical puppet like this cannot be placed in the storage space. But the storage cube is not picky and can hold anything. Moreover, this Rubik's Cube has a space of thousands of square meters, which is enough to accommodate these mechanical puppets. After cleaning up the entire battlefield, Ye Chuyun put away the Rubik's Cube and walked towards the gate. Come to the gate. The steel door was closed tightly, and Ye Chuyun tried to push it. Even if he used all his strength, it didn't move at all. Forget it. Let's just open it according to the guide. Ye Chuyun shrugged, gave up trying, and looked to the right side of the steel gate. There was a keyhole covered with moss. Luke just happened to give himself a black key. Ye Chuyun inserted it into the keyhole perfectly and snugly. Waited for a moment. Click, click, click. The steel door suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, then slowly opened, revealing a gap large enough for one person to enter and exit. Ye Chuyun immediately pulled out the key and used stealth to enter the door. After entering the gate, Ye Chuyun walked forward carefully. Now he was in a wide passage. Perhaps because of its age, the passage is covered with rust. If you accidentally get scratched, you might get tetanus. Occasionally, you can hear the sound of dripping water and the roar of machines running. This means that there must be something inside, and it is not safe. There were no abnormal situations in the entire passage, and Ye Chuyun passed safely. After walking through the passage, Ye Chuyun came to a huge hall. There is a big door on each side of the hall, which is also rusty and covered with moss. There is a lamp embedded around the wall. However, Ye Chuyun did not choose any of the doors to open. He came to the lower left corner of the hall and saw a light on the wall. If you look closely, you will find that this lamp is much brighter than the other lamps on the wall. Ye Chuyun didn't hesitate and turned the lamp directly. Click, click, click. A big door suddenly appeared behind Ye Chuyun, and it turned out to be a hidden passage. Really? Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up and he walked in immediately. This hidden passage was naturally discovered accidentally by the Lone Ranger in the previous life. There are many hidden passages here, each with various rewards. However, even though the Lone Ranger was very powerful, he still couldn't find all the hidden passages here in the end. This hidden passage is not long. At the end of it is a large golden box covered with talismans. It looks very unusual at first glance. This big box is not the kind of treasure chest that can be synthesized, so Ye Chuyun can only open it. However, Ye Chuyun did not go over and open the box immediately. Instead, he summoned a clone to go over and open the box on his behalf. The clone came to the big box without any obstacles and opened it. However, the next second, the talisman attached to the box emitted a black light and hit the clone directly. Black smoke immediately came out of the clone's body and then disappeared. It would be okay if he just died. Oh my god, this is really hard to guard against. Ye Chuyun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not rush to open the treasure chest, but instead adhered to the principle of caution and let his clone open it. The Lone Ranger in the previous life did not describe in detail the process of opening the treasure chest. Therefore, Ye Chuyun was not aware of the abnormality of this treasure chest. However, after his clone died, the talisman on the box also disappeared. It seems that this talisman is a one-time item. Ye Chuyun summoned another clone to open the treasure chest. This time there was no danger, and the clone opened the treasure chest safely. Ye Chuyun took a closer look from a distance. The box was actually filled with magic crystals. Ye Chuyun was immediately delighted when he saw this. Magic crystals are good. He will never have too many. Ye Chuyun asked his clone to bring the box over, and he put all the magic crystals inside into the storage magic cube. After getting the things in the box, Ye Chuyun followed the same method and continued to look for other hidden passages. The Lone Ranger in the previous life found a total of 5 hidden passages. Ye Chuyun has found one so far. The other 4 are hidden in other places. Ye Chuyun took a look and decided to complete the task first. After all, even if you know the strategy, who knows what unknown changes may happen during the process. According to the guide, Ye Chuyun looked at the passage on the far left of the hall and walked in. The passage on the far left is not long, and you will soon reach the end. At the end is a huge pool. If you think in normal terms, a normal person would subconsciously think that they had taken the wrong path after seeing this pool and would immediately turn back. However, Ye Chuyun didn't think twice and jumped directly into the pool, swimming deeper and deeper. There is a passage at the deep end of this pool. If you want to obtain the steel heart jade, you must reach the core area of this place. However, if you want to reach the core area in the normal way, there will be many obstacles, traps, etc. on the way. Only by overcoming these can you finally reach the core area and obtain the steel heart jade. But the Lone Ranger in his previous life did not take the usual path, and he discovered a shortcut that could lead him directly to the destination. I swam for nearly 20 minutes. Ye Chuyun finally saw a dark passage. Swim quickly to the entrance of the passage. Following the passage, Ye Chuyun finally fell into a large pool. Ye Chuyun stretched his body and looked up. This place seems a bit similar to Jiulong Lake. There is a spiral staircase. As long as you walk up this staircase, you can reach the core control area at the top. Ye Chuyun climbed up the stairs carefully and slowly. This spiral staircase has at least hundreds of steps. Ye Chuyun didn't know how long he had been walking, but finally he reached the top floor. At the top of the spiral staircase, there is a corridor leading directly to the core area. The walls on both sides of the passage were engraved with spells that he could not understand. But I don't know how long this place has been eroded by time, and there is rust everywhere. Ye Chuyun took a deep breath and ran down the passage without any hesitation. Just as he stepped into the passage, a shrill alarm sounded. Warning, warning, intruders have invaded the S-Class core area. Warning, warning, intruders have invaded the S-Class core area. Warning, warning, intruders have invaded the S-Class core area. Activate the defense mechanism and drive out the invaders. The entire passage continued to vibrate. It seemed like something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Chapter 122: The Three Weird Guardian Puppets. Ye Chuyun naturally knew that this would happen once he stepped into the passage. This is bound to happen. Even the Lone Ranger in the previous life couldn't escape. If you want to reach the core area, you must go through this passage. There is no other choice. Moreover, at this time Ye Chuyun had already taken a shortcut and avoided countless crises, which was already very good. The entire passage was still shaking, and the surrounding walls were constantly flashing red light. It gives people a very urgent feeling. Ye Chuyun almost turned into an afterimage. His speed reached an extreme speed. But this passage is too long. He turned several corners, but still couldn't see the end. At this time, Ye Chuyun noticed that there was a red dot behind him that was constantly following him. This red dot is at most the size of an eyeball. Name tracking puppet. Level, 25. Combat power assessment, 25,000. Features tracking, no thoughts, no life. Skills, energy shield LV5, combat power detection LV5. Talent, none. Explosion rate, none. After seeing the data of this red dot, Ye Chuyun ignored it. It seems that it is because of the existence of this tracking puppet that the alarm was triggered when he stepped into the passage. This tracking puppet has no attack capabilities, and its only function is tracking. Even if Ye Chuyun wanted to attack it, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to it for a while. The Lone Ranger in the previous life mentioned this tracking puppet. This thing is extremely sensitive and alert, and it has its own detection system. Anyone who harbors any murderous intent towards it will be detected by it. It will retreat immediately, not giving others any chance to attack. It will also call its companions, which is very difficult to deal with. The Lone Ranger in the previous life didn't know this at first and attacked once. Then, a large number of tracking puppets followed him, which was a headache. Now only one is okay. Just let it follow. At this moment, a roar sounded from behind Ye Chuyun. A huge figure ran over closely behind. Looking closely, it was a giant robot. After this robot appeared, the entire passage stopped vibrating. It seems that this is the defense method that the voice mentioned. Name Guardian Puppet. Level, 30. Combat power assessment, 40,000. Characteristics, mechanical, thoughtless, lifeless. Skills, Devour LV5, Energy Cannon LV5, Energy Shield LV5. Talent, none. Explosion rate, none. I saw this guard puppet roaring behind Ye Chuyun, as if it would not stop until the other party was killed. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun continued to speed up. It is actually not difficult to kill this guard puppet. This is actually a trap. This guard puppet is not fast. Judging from Ye Chuyun's current speed, This guard puppet probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him even if it ran its legs off. However, when a normal person sees this guard puppet, if his fighting power is inferior to that of the other party, he will subconsciously choose to escape. But if you do this, you will soon be caught up by the guard puppet. However, if the combat power exceeds that of the guard puppet, one will subconsciously think of destroying it. That's the trap. If the guard puppet is killed, two stronger guard puppets will appear soon. The guard puppet that appears again will have its combat power and speed doubled. The more you kill, the more you have. The more you kill, the stronger you become. The more you kill, the more you have. Therefore, the correct strategy is not to kill. Just run away. As long as you can escape from this passage, neither the guard puppet nor the tracking puppet will follow you. Ye Chuyun understood this truth, so he kept running away. Sure enough, this guard puppet could only follow behind him, helpless and furious, because it couldn't catch up with Ye Chuyun at all. More than 10 minutes later, Ye Chuyun finally ran out of the passage and came to a core area. The core area is a huge console. This console controls the operation of all puppets. In the center of the console there is a huge cylindrical light shield. Inside the light shield was a black diamond-shaped metal. Steel heart jade. Function unknown. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. This is the goal of his trip, the iron heart jade. But before Ye Chuyun could carefully observe the entire console, he saw the entire console suddenly sound an alarm. Alarm, alarm. An intruder has breached the control console. Activate the autonomous defense mechanism. Activate the S-level defense mechanism. Boom. 3 huge robots appeared out of thin air in front of Ye Chuyun. It looks exactly like the previous guard puppet. Name Guardian Puppet. Level 40. Combat Power Assessment 60,000. Characteristics: mechanical, thoughtless, lifeless. Skill. Talent. Explosion rate: none. Oh my god, 60,000 combat power. Ye Chuyun frowned. Suddenly, 3 guard puppets with a combat power of 60,000 each appeared in front of him, and things suddenly felt a bit tricky. The Lone Ranger in his previous life did not explain this situation in the strategy guide. It seems that only by defeating these 3 guard puppets can we get the Iron Heart Jade. Since you want to fight, then come on. Ye Chuyun chuckled, drew out the rune sword, and paid attention to the 3 guard puppets walking slowly towards him. Although these 3 guard puppets look the same, they give Ye Chuyun different feelings. There are 3 guard puppets. The eyes of the leftmost one are blue, the middle one is red, and the right one is green. Ye Chuyun stood still while the 3 guard puppets kept approaching. As the 3 guard puppets approached, Ye Chuyun felt that his body was half cold and half hot. He seemed to have discovered something. With a wave of his hand, countless seas of fire formed by strange fire appeared, submerging the 3 guard puppets. Ye Chuyun observed secretly. The sea of fire submerged the 3 guard puppets. But the guard puppets on the left and in the middle showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, the guard puppet with green eyes on the right seemed to be in some pain. However, the next second, something surprising happened to Ye Chuyun. The guard puppet with red eyes in the middle opened its mouth wide and sucked in the sea of fire in one breath. The green-eyed guard puppet on the right roared, and the scars on its body that were originally burned by the sea of fire immediately recovered. Fuck! Ye Chuyun screamed, and stepped back immediately. It seems that fire skills are useless to them. This time he used water skills again, and Aquaman was angry. This time, the guard puppet on the left still did not respond. The guard golems in the middle and right are a bit of a pain. But the guard puppet on the left also opened its mouth wide and dissipated Ye Chuyun's water skills. The guard puppet on the right roared again, and all its injuries were healed. Good fellow. Ye Chuyun was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 123. Third tier spell scroll, easy kill. Another failed attempt. At this time, 3 guard puppets were approaching. They all jumped high at the same time, and then stomped down with their 6 big feet. Ye Chuyun dodged their attacks with a teleportation. After 2 rounds of testing, Ye Chuyun probably figured out the routines of these 3 guard puppets. The guard puppet with blue eyes on the far right can invalidate attacks from water-based skills. The guard puppet in the middle with red eyes can invalidate attacks from fire skills. The green-eyed guard puppet on the far right has extremely powerful healing skills that can instantly heal all damage. This is a bit difficult. Even if he doesn't use water or fire skills, he can still use earth, wood, and thunder skills to attack. Those injuries will be quickly healed by the green-eyed guard puppets. It seems that we cannot fight a protracted war with them. It is necessary to kill the guard puppet that can use healing skills in one go. As long as this guard puppet is gone, the other 2 puppets will be very easy to deal with. Unfortunately, these guard puppets have no independent consciousness. Otherwise, Ye Chuyun wanted to use mental control to control them. This is the easiest solution. The most uncomfortable thing is that the other party is a puppet and has no life characteristics. Heaven's power has no effect on them at all. Seeing that the 3 guard puppets were about to surround him again, Ye Chuyun hurriedly summoned countless wooden vines to wrap them up. The 3 guardian puppets were entangled by wooden vines and temporarily lost their ability to move. It's a pity that he didn't formally learn wood-related skills, otherwise the power would be even stronger. Now he was relying purely on his wood-type talent to control the wooden vines, and could only temporarily trap the 3 guardian puppets for a few seconds. Soon they will break free. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun quickly summoned the ice and fire rings. Focus on attacking the puppet with green eyes. Strengthen. Frenzy. Return to the origin. Taking advantage of the ice and fire double ring attack, Ye Chuyun used all his strength and slashed the neck of the green-eyed guard puppet with a knife. Clang. His invincible attack was blocked by a layer of brilliant white light and did not hurt the guard puppet at all. Only then did Ye Chuyun notice it. In addition to these 3 guardian puppets, there is actually a very small puppet hidden behind the green-eyed guardian puppet. At first Ye Chuyun thought it was a talisman, but he didn't expect it to be a puppet. It's hard to spot with the naked eye. It will only appear when any of the 3 guardian puppets is threatened with death. Fuck, there are still experts? Ye Chuyun was very surprised. It seems that this puppet has some skills that can block his identification skills. Otherwise, why hadn't he discovered its existence before? This small puppet looks like a piece of talisman paper attached to the green-eyed guardian puppet. Although it looks very weak, it's just a small, thin dog. But the defensive power is astonishing. Even if Ye Chuyun activated the strengthening and frenzy skills and increased himself to 60,000, he still could not break the opponent's defense. It is true that there is always someone better than you, and there is always someone better than you. However, the opponent's weaknesses are also obvious. It has no ability to move on its own and can only attach itself to other guardian puppets as a pendant. The attack methods of these guardian puppets are actually not strong, and they do not have any powerful skills. But their defenses are very powerful. Even someone as strong as Ye Chuyun would have a headache with them. If it were someone else, they would have died at the hands of these guardian puppets long ago. Only Ye Chuyun can deal with them for a while. Okay, this is how you play, right? Ye Chuyun sneered and took out a golden scroll from the storage space. TSK, it seems that this is the only thing I can use. Ye Chuyun looked at the golden scroll in his hand with great pain. This is his only 3rd-level spell scroll, Devouring the Void. It can devour everything and turn it into nothingness. It is a top-level skill. He can't care so much now. He has many skills, but none of them work against these puppets. It seems that after this battle, he will have to find a way to strengthen his skills. He used to think there were too many skills, but now he thinks he was too naive. How can you complain about having too many skills? He now feels it is too little. From the moment Ye Chuyun took out the 3rd-level spell scroll, the whole process took less than a second. At this time, the 3 guardian puppets also broke free from their restraints. Humph, since you're so eager to die, I'll give you a ride. Ye Chuyun snorted coldly. Although he was reluctant, he was afraid that something else might happen if he delayed any further, so he had to use it with reluctance. Just after he tore open the 3rd-level spell scroll, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared on the console. The entire formation exuded fiery energy, and the crisscrossing runes flashed with strange light. At the same time, the 5 elements of the entire console and even the entire canyon surged like a tide and were gathered to the center of the magic circle. As the magic circle worked, it made crackling sounds, and the rhythm of frying beans made people's heart palpitate. The energy in the array became increasingly condensed, forming a huge black hole. The black hole is extremely huge, swallowing everything around it, and emitting suffocating dark energy. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun immediately used teleportation without hesitation and quickly escaped into the distance. He knew very well that if he was swallowed by a black hole, the consequences would be disastrous. Black holes have no ability to choose. No matter friend or foe, anything within their range will be cruelly devoured. These guardian puppets had no power to resist and could only watch themselves being swallowed by the black hole and turned into nothingness. The black hole lasted for a long 10 seconds and then gradually shrank. The energy gradually dissipated and eventually disappeared completely. Everything swallowed by the black hole can never be found again, leaving only an empty and terrifying scene. Ye Chuyun waited quietly for a while and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that no new guardian puppets appeared around. But he still didn't act rashly. He continued to summon his clone tool man, came to the light column that sealed the Iron Heart Jade, broke the light column, and took out the Iron Heart Jade from it. Now that the Iron Heart Jade was in his hands, Ye Chuyun was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly found a scroll in a corner of the console. That is exactly the range that the black hole swallows. This scroll may have originally been secretly hidden in this corner of the console. Because of the black hole swallowing, it was exposed by chance. Driven by curiosity, he picked up the scroll. This was an incredible sight, and Ye Chuyun's eyes widened immediately. This is Chapter 124. Got the map, started to search. After Ye Chuyun finished reading all the contents on the scroll, he discovered that it was actually a map. It turns out that this place is called Mechanical Fortress. The map in Ye Chuyun's hand depicts the entire structure of this mechanical fortress. There are many hidden passages, which are also depicted. This was a pleasant surprise for Ye Chuyun. His face was full of surprise. Ye Chuyun really didn't expect to get the map of the mechanical fortress. Even the Lone Ranger in his previous life, the master known as the Mission Maniac, had never obtained a map here. But it is also possible that he did not realize that there is a map in this console. In any case, with this map, Ye Chuyun would never miss such an opportunity to loot the mechanical fortress. After putting the map away, Ye Chuyun came to the console. The control console is the core area of this mechanical fortress, controlling all the puppets here. If he could find a way to control the puppet, he might be able to search for treasures in this mechanical fortress more safely. Ye Chuyun looked around and roughly figured out how to control the console. I saw him operating it for a while, and the roaring sound continued to echo. Finally, through his manipulation, all the puppets in the entire mechanical fortress stopped working. This is also another purpose of Ye Chuyun. He wanted to take all these puppets back to Arnold for research. If Arnold could figure out a way to mass-produce or develop a magical device similar to these puppets, it would be a huge breakthrough. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun took out the map, looked at it, chose the nearest hidden passage, turned around, and left. 6 hours later. It was almost afternoon. The treasure in the last hidden passage is finally in my hands. Ye Chuyun took the box from his clone's hand and opened it to take a look. It's a box of rare ore. Steel, stone, brass, silver, jade, all kinds of things are available. This big box weighs at least several hundred kilograms. If converted into god and demon coins, it would be worth at least tens of thousands. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction and put them all into the storage space. At the same time, in this hidden passage, there was a guardian puppet standing there motionless. Its eyes are purple, a bit similar to the guardian puppets that Ye Chuyun had dealt with before, but also a bit different. Originally, this guardian puppet was placed here to prevent the treasures here from being taken away by outsiders. However, Ye Chuyun had already operated on the console before arriving, cutting off the connection between it and the puppet. So now this puppet can only stand there stiffly, completely without any aggressiveness. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun took out the Rubik's Cube and put it away. The storage cube, which originally had a space of thousands of square meters, was now filled with all kinds of puppets. In addition, Ye Chuyun also obtained many treasures. First of all, there are countless rare ores, magic crystals, skill stones, and strengthening stones. Rare ores can be used for construction and forging. Magic crystals can be stored as strategic materials for the future. The skill stone can enhance all his current skills to the maximum level. The strengthening stones are also enough for Ye Chuyun to strengthen all the equipment on his body that has not been strengthened to the maximum level. In addition, there are many high-level spiritual herbs and fruits. For example, there are more than 10 rare spiritual herbs, such as the 3rd-level spiritual herb Flame Spiritual Herb, the 4th-level spiritual herb Prajna Fairy Orchid, etc. There are even rare spiritual fruits, such as the 3rd-level Dragon Scale Fruit and the Heavenly Silkworm Fruit. Even if these spiritual herbs and fruits are taken alone, they can enhance the various attributes of the body and achieve improvement. The Dragon Scale Fruit can even improve one's own bloodline, with an almost negligible probability of obtaining the dragon's inheritance. The Heaven Silkworm Fruit and the Prajna Fairy Orchid can greatly enhance one's spirit, and there is a certain probability of gaining talent. At the same time, they can also be used as medicine to make elixirs. It would be a waste to swallow them directly. If he could get the recipe for the elixir and use it to make the elixir, he could make better use of it. These spiritual herbs and fruits above the 3rd level can usually only be obtained in other dimensions, and in very small quantities. Now there are almost no people in the entire trading house selling 3rd-level spiritual herbs and fruits. Most of them are 1st and 2nd-level spiritual herbs and fruits. It was the same in the previous life. In the early days, there were no high-level resources for sale. Only after a few months, as everyone continued to develop the surrounding areas and obtain more and more high-level resources, did the items in the trading house become richer. 3rd-level spiritual herbs and fruits, and the kind that can improve physical fitness and have other special effects. In the previous life, Any one of them could be sold for tens of thousands of god and demon coins. If converted, Ye Chuyun now has at least hundreds of thousands of divine and demon coins worth of spiritual herbs and fruits. But these will not be directly displayed on the world wealth list. Now on the world wealth list, Ye Chuyun's name has dropped to 56th place. But if you really want to calculate wealth, he might be number 1. In previous lives, there were many very low-key and invisible wealthy people, although their names are not at the top of the world's wealth list. But some people have paid attention to them and calculated the various fixed assets they own, the equipment and treasures they own, etc. These people converted all of it into divine and demonic coins and discovered a horrifying fact. The wealth of any one of them was hundreds of times more than that of the person at the top of the world's wealth list at that time. After knowing this fact, no one cares about this list anymore. After all, the authenticity is too low. As long as someone exchanges all the god and demon coins on him for treasures of equal value, then the list will not be displayed. So the world's wealth lists are becoming more and more fake. But these have nothing to do with Ye Chuyun. At this moment, his attention was all on the baby. Ye Chuyun did not swallow these third-level spiritual herbs and fruits directly, because in addition to these spiritual herbs and fruits, he also obtained 2 pill recipes in the mechanical fortress. Earth Element Pill Recipe, a third-tier pill, only refinable by intermediate alchemists. Taking it can maximize the improvement of various physical qualities. It also has a 5% chance of increasing Earth-type talents below level B. If the user doesn't have Earth-type talents, there's a 2% chance of gaining F-level Earth-type talents. Dustless Pill, a second-tier pill made by junior alchemists. Taking it beforehand can keep one awake for 30 minutes and prevent dizziness, paralysis, and mental control. Ye Chuyun did not have these 2 pill recipes, so he learned them immediately. Ye Chuyun discovered it only after studying. Some of the materials used to make Diyuan Dan require third-level spiritual herbs and fruits. Chapter 125, Diyuan Pill, Wuchen Pill, Abyss Greatsword. Diyuan Pill, as the name suggests, is similar to Wuling Pill. It can maximize the improvement of 4-dimensional attributes, and can also improve Earth-related talents below level B. If you don't have Earth-related talent, there is still a certain chance of obtaining F-level Earth-related talent. Although the probability is very low, it is better than nothing. You should know that in addition to Ye Chuyun, who can kill everyone with the talent imprint, it is extremely difficult for others to reveal it. Especially now, it is difficult for a group of people to deal with a leader-level ferocious beast. Forget about obtaining the talent imprint. You would have to kill at least dozens or even hundreds of leader-level beasts. And even if you get it, it doesn't mean that this talent imprint can belong to you. There are also teams that have become enemies because of a talent imprint. Therefore, in the early days of the world of gods and demons, talent imprints, even any F-level talent, could be sold at a sky-high price. As long as the Diyuan pill is taken, there is a certain probability of obtaining F-level Earth-type talent, and it can even improve the Earth-type talent. The key is that Diyuan Dan can be mass-produced. This will definitely be more popular than talent engraving. It is precisely because of the existence of these pill recipes that the status of alchemists is as important as that of blacksmiths. In addition to being an intermediate alchemist, refining Diyuan Dan also requires third-level spiritual herbs and fruits. As luck would have it, Ye Chuyun just happened to have them on him, and most of them were the main materials for refining Diyuan Dan. Once the main materials are gathered, the other materials can be purchased at the trading house, which is not a problem. Therefore, Ye Chuyun has no plans to take these spiritual herbs and fruits directly for the time being. He wanted to maximize the value of these spiritual herbs and fruits. Obviously, using them to refine Diyuan pills is a good way to maximize their value. In addition to the Diyuan pill, there is also a pill recipe called Wuchen pill that Ye Chuyun secretly marveled at. Once taken, it can resist dizziness, paralysis, mind control, and other effects within 30 minutes. The value of this pill may be even higher than the Diyuan pill. Anyone who has ever played a game knows how troublesome it is to be stunned or paralyzed. Not to mention that in the world of gods and demons, everyone has only one life. If you don't have any means of saving your life and are stunned, paralyzed, or mentally controlled, there is only one outcome: death. Even if the dizziness, paralysis, or mental control lasts only for a second, it can determine life or death. If the dustless pill can ignore the level, it only focuses on this effect. It's simply a miracle drug. As long as you take it, no matter what level you are, even if a level 100 enemy controls you, it will have no effect. That would be awesome. With this pill, he may be able to explore many places that he didn't dare to go to before. This surprised Ye Chuyun very much. Moreover, the refining requirements for this dustless pill are not as strict as those for the Diyuan pill. Only second-level materials are needed to refine it. Ye Chuyun immediately placed the dustless pill in front of the Dun pill. When he gets a chance, he will try to refine it and test the effect. Let's see if this dustless pill is really as he thought, able to ignore the level and have a direct defensive effect. Apart from the spiritual herbs, fruits, and elixir recipes, Ye Chuyun also obtained a piece of equipment. Abyssal Greatsword, attack damage plus 100, all attributes plus 50, attack speed increased by 50%, 10% chance to deal double attack damage when attacking, inherent skill, Abyssal Binding, which binds the enemy and prevents them from moving, simultaneously reducing their defense for 3 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Tier 4 equipment, required level 15, all attributes 1000 or above. The overall shape of the Abyss Greatsword is huge and heavy. The sword is made of a special black iron, very thick and wide, like the night sky. The entire surface of the sword is covered with mysterious runes, emitting a faint blue light, as if intertwined with the darkness. There are several narrow grooves on both sides of the sword, which can be inlaid with gems, further increasing the power of the sword and beautifying the visual effect. The entire Abyss Greatsword is about 2 meters long. The width of the sword exceeds the span of an arm, and the tip of the sword is sharp and pointed. This Abyss sword weighs over 1,000 pounds, but Ye Chuyun held it easily with one hand. What a shame. Such a top-grade greatsword requires level 15 to be equipped. I'm only level 14 now, 1 level short. Looking at the big sword in his hand, Ye Chuyun was very envious, but he could only look at it for the time being and could not equip it. The attributes of this greatsword are really great. It is considered the best greatsword he has ever seen in the world of gods and demons. The basic attributes that have not yet been strengthened have already far surpassed the rune sword in his hand. If it is strengthened, the attack may reach 200. In addition, it can also increase all attributes, increase attack speed, and has a certain probability of doubling attack power. It also has binding skills. This greatsword is enough for Ye Chuyun to use until he reaches level 20 without having to change it. Of course, if you come across better equipment, you must change it. I have to say that this trip to the mechanical fortress was really rewarding. Not only can he complete Luke's only mission, but he can also obtain materials to build the Tower of Elements. Also obtain so many resources, recipes, and equipment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Chuyun took out the Skill Stone and Strengthening Stone. He planned to enhance all these skills and equipment to the maximum level at once. The skills that are not at the maximum level yet are Healing, Parry, and Teleport. Parry was a skill that Ye Chuyun learned after coming to the Golden Bunker, and he did not have time to strengthen it. The reason why Healing and Teleport haven't been strengthened yet is simply because Ye Chuyun didn't pay attention to them before. He had rarely been injured before, so he had basically never used the skill Healing, so naturally it was not enhanced. Teleport is rarely used, so it has not been enhanced. Because Ye Chuyun usually uses Wind Feather Wings to travel. It's a pity that the Wind Feather Wings, as a special item, cannot be strengthened, which is a pity. Ye Chuyun upgraded these 3 skills to the maximum level in one go. Anyway, he has a lot of skill stones now. The remaining equipment are Crimson Boots, Crimson Belt, and Crimson Wristbands which have not been enhanced. It was not strengthened before because there were not enough strengthening stones. If you want to enhance a 3rd level equipment to the maximum level, taking the failure rate into account, you will need at least 60 enhancement stones. 3 pieces of 3rd level equipment require at least 180 reinforcement stones. Ye Chuyun didn't have so many strengthening stones on him before. After searching the mechanical fortress, I finally got more than 200 reinforcement stones. Chapter 126. The second station is established. Ding! Enhancement failed. Bloody wristband level plus 0. Ding! Enhancement failed. Bloody wristband level plus 0. This familiar feeling is here again. Ding! Enhancement successful. Bloody wristband level plus 1. There were more than 200 strengthening stones, and finally only more than 10 were left. The 3 pieces of blood-colored equipment were finally strengthened to the maximum level. Crimson Boots plus 5. Defense plus 150. Agility plus 120. Allows silent walking. Plus 50% movement speed based on the wearer's agility. Requires level 10. Agility 500 or above. One of the 3rd-tier premium sets. Crimson Belt plus 5. Defense plus 140. Constitution plus 120. Reduces damage by 5% based on the wearer's defense. Required to wear, level 10, Constitution 500 or above. One of the 3rd-tier premium sets. Crimson Wrist Guard plus 5. Defense plus 140. Constitution plus 120. Reduces damage by 5% based on the wearer's defense. Required to wear, level 10, Constitution 500 or above. One of the third-tier premium sets. Ye Chuyun looked at the few remaining strengthening stones and sighed. It's the time and the fate. Now all 6 pieces of the Scarlet set have been upgraded to the maximum level. His defense and combat power also increased dramatically. Now his combat power has reached 53,958 points and is about to break through 54,000. After taking stock of the harvest, Ye Chuyun followed the exit indicated on the map and returned to the steel gate where he had entered. Now that the Heart of Iron has been obtained, all the hidden passages have been cleared. Ye Chuyun no longer had any reason to stay here. The next second, Ye Chuyun flew into the sky and left. It took another hour for Ye Chuyun to return to the Golden Bunker. Just as he returned to the Golden Bunker, the appearance of an announcement disturbed his thoughts. Announcement: Congratulations to Nakamura Tian for establishing his second settlement, Sakura Empire. His reputation increased by 100 points, and he received a reward that increased his initial attributes by half. Announcement: Congratulations to Nakamura Tian for establishing his second settlement, Sakura Empire. His reputation increased by 100 points, and he received a reward that increased his initial attributes by half. Announcement: Congratulations to Nakamura Tian for establishing his second settlement, Sakura Empire. His reputation increased by 100 points, and he received a reward that increased his initial attributes by half. A day later, someone actually established a second base. It was an old acquaintance. Nakamura Tadashi was the first one to establish a base in his previous life, and he fooled many masters. Moreover, this person had a good vision and chose a very good place, which later developed into a superpower. But Ye Chuyun doesn't like this person. First, because he is a Sakura countryman, he is hostile to their dragon country and often opposes the dragon country. The second is that this person is cruel and ruthless. In his previous life, he sacrificed thousands of lives just to get the dark gold treasure chest. Although he got the treasure chest, those who died for him did not show any gratitude at all. The third is that this person's character is really bad. He was notorious in his previous life. The people around him are all top-notch, and everyone beats them up. It can be said that birds of a feather flock together. However, precisely because of this, Nakamura lives a more comfortable life than other forces. Heartless, taking advantage of everything around you. I'm talking about people like Nakamura. So Ye Chuyun just couldn't like this person at all. After the announcement, the World Channel became lively again. Ye Chuyun sneaked in to take a look. World Channel. Number 526 Nakamura. Haha, a half attribute bonus. That's awesome. My combat power has skyrocketed by 3,000, surpassing second place Chu Yunlan. As soon as Ye Chuyun saw this sentence, he immediately became interested and opened the World Combat Power list to check. World Combat Power Ranking. Number 1 Ye Chuyun, Combat Power. Second place Nakamura, Combat Power 10056. What is the combat power of number 3 Chu Yunlan? What is the combat power of number 4 Xiao Shanyan? The combat power of the second place is already 10,000? Ye Chuyun was slightly stunned. That is to say, when Nakamura's base was not yet completed, the combat power was probably 7,000. Now his initial attributes have increased by 1/2, and his combat power has skyrocketed by 3,000. From this, we can infer that the total value of these two halves is only 1,500. Then Nakamura's 4 attributes may not exceed 1,000, only about 700 to 900. A combat power of 10,000 surpasses Chu Yunlan. Then it can be imagined that Chu Yunlan's combat power is about 800 to 900. It should not be underestimated. Number 1568, Chu Yunlan. Huh, little Sakura countryman. What are you so proud of? Isn't it because you established a base that heaven awarded you half of the attribute bonus? If it weren't for this reward, could your combat power surpass mine? Number 666, Xiao Shanyan. Haha, Brother Chu is right. And your character is really terrible. Your compatriots reported you before. You hired hundreds of people to help you kill leader-level beasts everywhere in order to get the station order. Now you regret it after finally getting the reward. The original agreement was 1,000 God and Demon coins per person, but it became 100 God and Demon coins per person. Do you think this is true? Number 526 Nakamura. Humph, they heard it wrong. I said 100 God and Demon coins from the beginning. Who can they blame if they misheard? 1,000 God and Demon coins per person. I also want to do this kind of thing. 666 Xiao Shanyan. TSK. You are so shameless. Ye Chuyun was not at all surprised to see this. After all, Murata was famous for being thick-skinned in his previous life. His face is as thick as a city wall. Number 526 Shinshan Yudo. Bah. You said from the beginning that you would give us 1,000 coins for killing one leader-level beast. We helped you kill 12 leader level beasts to get this one station order. You should give us all 12,000 coins each. Number 526 Nakamura. You said 1,000 god and demon coins, so that's 1,000? Do you have any proof? Do you have any written receipt? Anyway, I gave each of you 1,200 god and demon coins. Just like that, I've already gone bankrupt. What else do you want? Do you have to force me to death? Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. My goodness, this guy is really shameless. He speaks as if others are the bad guys, and he is the most innocent. Number 526, Yudo Shinyama. Nakamura. You are so shameless. You should go to hell. Number 526, Guanggu Wu. I also want to report that this Nakamura Tian, in order to collect 100,000 divine demon coins for the construction of the base, has threatened to break one of our legs if we don't donate 100 divine demon coins. Chapter 127 Crazy Taunting. Sure phone number 1. Oh, there's still melon to eat. Number 1888, Qian Duo Duo. More melons, I love to see them. Number 1888, Ye Chuyun. I love hot melons, too. Number 1568, Chu Yunlan. Brother Yi, you're here too? What a rare guest. 666 Qiao Shan. Boss, I want to cling to your thighs. Are you still hiring for your base? Sure phone number 1. Boss, I want to curry your favor too. As soon as Ye Chuyun appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of most people. As soon as Ye Chuyun appeared, the people who were originally denouncing Nakamura immediately changed direction and focused on him. Nakamura Tadashi was immediately displeased. Number 526 Nakamura. Hey, my base is hiring too. Why don't you ask? After hearing this, some people burst into laughter. Number 546 Wang Xia. This is hilarious. How dare you, a Sakura countryman, talk about recruiting people? Didn't you see what your compatriots just said? You even robbed them just to get 100,000 god and demon coins. Who would dare to go to your base with someone like you? Number 526 Nakamura. Robbery? When did I rob him? I was clearly trying to provide a home for my compatriots and wanted everyone's help. Number 526 Nakamura. Besides, it's not like I don't want him to donate for nothing. I promise that anyone who donates money will be given a place after the base is built. Number 526 Guanggu Wu. Bah. Who wants your spot? You're the one who threatened me to donate money, saying you'd break my legs if I didn't. How could I dare not donate? Number 526 Nakamura. You can come if you want. Number 526 Nakamura. Hiring. If you can help me develop this base, I have very generous benefits for you. Number 526 Tatino Osamu. Oh, your base is just an empty lot now. What benefits can you get? Number 526 Nakamura. I can only speak twice now, so I'll cut to the chase. Although my settlement has nothing right now, as long as you join and help me develop it, I can give you residency rights, building dividends, and other benefits. In the future, you will all be the backbone of the settlement, veterans. Where else can you find such a good thing? Number 1888 Kai Kun. Come, let me translate it into Chinese for everyone. Developing together means you contribute money and effort to help him build the public buildings in the garrison, and he sits back and reaps the benefits. After these public buildings are built, he reluctantly gives you a right to live there, and then gives you some random dividends. From now on, you will all be slaves to the garrison. Where can you find such a blessing? Number 1888 Wang Gang. Okay, you little Sakura countrymen, you play like this, right? It's really disgusting. Number 1888 Bai Hang. Huh? So you have to earn points for the right to live there? Isn't it given as soon as you join the settlement? I thought all those public buildings in the settlement were there from the beginning. Aren't they given as part of the package? Number 1888 Qian Duo Duo. I'm dying of laughter, Nakamura Tian. You're truly a vampire. You tricked your compatriots into helping you break the station order, then threatened your compatriots into paying to help you build the station, and now you're trying to trick your compatriots into helping you build the station. It's so embarrassing. Yi Shun and I both paid for it ourselves. All you have to do to join our base is lie down and enjoy it. Number 666 Chu Yun Shuang. I'm dying of laughter. See, all I need to do is go into Yi Shun's residence and lie down and enjoy myself. Do I still need to work like a slave? Qian Duo Duo. Number 1888. One more thing to add, our station is currently recruiting official staff. They offer a fixed salary in god and demon coins, and include equipment, skill books, and so on. If you have special talents, you can come and sign up with me. We also have a mansion at our base where you can take on various quests. We also have houses for you to live in. Registering allows you to activate the instant teleportation function. The inn will receive a double energy point buff, and the Chamber of Commerce will include all trading houses in the area. There are only a few spots left, so sign up quickly. Qian Duoduo's words stunned everyone. Number 666 Chuyun Shuang. Oh my god, what kind of paradise is that, Ye Shun? It's so cool. I want to sign up. Shifeng number 1. Fuck, this is what we call welfare. What a piece of shit that Nakamura is. He wants others to work like slaves there. Number 1 Su Ming. Master Yi, are you still short of people? My friends and I really want to go. Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. Hey, don't fight with me. Master Yi, please save a spot for me. I'm taking the train to area 1888 right now and waiting. Number 666 Xiao Shanyan. Fuck, brother, wait for me. Let's go together. Number 1888 Qian Duo. The number of places is limited. If you are interested, you can come to the number 1888 regional train station tomorrow. I will conduct the interview there. Shifeng number 1. Okay. Number 1568 Chu Yunlan. Okay. Number 666 Xiao Shanyan. Okay. The World Channel was immediately flooded with this sentence. Nakamura became anxious when he saw this. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the announcement to advertise here, but now everything was disrupted. He had one last word left to speak, and he continued to speak unwillingly. Number 526 Nakamura. Hey, I'm hiring here too. Don't listen to their nonsense. The benefits here are really good. However, this sentence was simply ignored by others and fell into oblivion. Ye Chuyun didn't expect things to develop like this. At first his purpose was just to eat the melon. Unexpectedly, Qian Duo took the opportunity to advertise, attracting everyone's attention. But his attention was mainly on individuals. Shifeng, Su Ming, Chu Yunlan, and Xiao Shanyan. Now they have expressed their intention to join his station. However, Ye Chuyun didn't know whether they were joking or really wanted to join. If he really wanted to join, he naturally wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. You should know that Chu Yunlan and Xiao Shanyan were also among the top 100 god-level masters in their previous lives. Although these two people are not as powerful as Bai Hang, they only have Earth-level strength. But even if it is at the Earth level, it is still very powerful and capable of ruling a region. His base definitely needs people like this, the more the better. Ye Chuyun tried to chat with them privately. First he went to Shifeng. Although Shifeng was not one of the top 100 god-level masters in his previous life, he was still a famous figure in the town. Ye Chuyun, brother Shir, are you there? Shifeng, God Yi? I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. So how is it going? Do you agree to let me join the garrison? Ye Chuyun, do you really want to join? Shifeng, of course, but I'd like to bring my other brothers along. Is that okay? Chapter 128, everyone joins and takes on the task. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun was not surprised at all. Shifeng values friendship very much. There were several brothers who had been through thick and thin together in District 338 before. It was normal for Shifeng to want to bring them to join his base. Ye Chuyun, which brothers do you want to bring with you? He tried to ask. Shifeng, not many, just 3. They are all brothers who have been through thick and thin with me since descending into the world of gods and demons. They are Wei Daojun, Lin Yu, and Long Chuan. After seeing the name, Ye Chuyun understood. In his previous life, Shifeng did not join any faction, but instead established a base with these 3 people. Later, it gradually developed into a second-rate force brotherhood. These 3 people have always been by Shifeng's side, never leaving him. If you look at it normally, these 3 people are indeed very loyal. But then one day, Shifeng mysteriously disappeared. No one cared at first, but when there was no news from Shifeng for more than 30 days, many people realized that something was wrong. As the leader of the Brotherhood, Shifeng should have been in chaos after being missing for over 30 days. But later someone discovered it. As early as the first day Shifeng disappeared, the Brotherhood was controlled by a man named Lin Yu. Lin Yu said that he was actively looking for Shifeng's whereabouts. But a group of dragons cannot be without a leader. As the second in command of the Brotherhood, he must maintain the operation of the entire base. So he temporarily took over the management of all affairs of the entire base. The other 2 people didn't know what was going on and didn't try to stop it. Anyway, this matter is just for conversation. No one really cares about this matter. Even if Shifeng is missing, what does it have to do with them? Ye Chuyun thought so at first, but after learning a little about the whole incident, he stopped paying attention to it. Now that I think about it, there are some problems. I just don't know whether the current Lin Yu is the Lin Yu who has no problems or the Lin Yu who has had problems for a long time. However, these are Ye Chuyun's current thoughts. If I really tell Shifeng about this, he will probably just think he's crazy. After all, he couldn't provide any evidence to prove that there was something wrong with Lin Yu or the other 2 people. Judging from the situation, if he did not agree to the other 3 people joining the base, Shifeng would definitely not join. After thinking about it, Ye Chuyun agreed. After all, he is not Shifeng. He doesn't trust Lin Yu and the other two. After that, all he had to do was be more careful and let Qian Duo be more wary of these three people. If there really is something wrong with these three people, I believe it will be exposed soon. Sooner or later, Shifeng will see the true faces of these three people. This may not be a bad thing. Shifeng is indeed a rare talent. It is rare for him to come to us on his own initiative. It would be a pity to let him go. Ye Chuyun. Okay, in that case, Brother Shi, bring your three friends and come to Area 1888 tomorrow. I will arrange for Vice Alliance Leader Qian to pick you up. Shifeng. All right, don't worry, Ye Shun. Once I join the garrison, I will definitely take care of everything for you. Ye Chuyun. Haha, then I'll wait and see. After finishing the chat with Shifeng, Ye Chuyun continued to contact the next one. Chu Yunlan and Xiao Shanyan seemed to really want to join. As soon as Ye Chuyun contacted them, he agreed immediately. They are all Lone Rangers and have a good relationship with each other. Now that two more top 100 God-level masters have joined, Ye Chuyun is also very happy. As for Su Ming, she was indeed interested in joining. In fact, Ye Chuyun also values Su Ming very much. Su Ming is very special. She is not a combat-type person like Shifeng, Chu Yunlan, and Xiao Shanyan. Even her own combat power is far inferior to that of Chu Yunlan, Xiao Shanyan, and others. But she is a very rare auxiliary talent. As the saying goes, the output is changing, but the support is constant. Ye Chuyun has played countless mobile games and understands the principle well. No matter how powerful and explosive the output of each new character is, when I see the assistant, I still have to call him Dad. This principle is the same whether in games or in the world of gods and demons. Whether it is treatment, strengthening, or purifying negative states. As long as you know any one of the skills, you can be considered a support. You'll be welcomed wherever you go. What's more, Ye Chuyun suspected that Su Ming, like Shifeng, possessed S-level talent. In her previous life, she and her small team did not establish a base, but became an adventure team. Their team explored various regions in search of opportunities and was very famous in their previous life. Many forces pay to hire them, and many forces also want to recruit them. Although the number of people is very small, the combined strength of everyone in Su Ming's team is not inferior to any second-rate force. But the main contributor is Su Ming. As a support, she is almost omnipotent. It increases attack, defense, healing, adds negative status to enemies, and can also remove negative status from teammates. With her around, with all the added bonuses, even a pig can take off. Ye Chuyun believed that if Su Ming could join, their base would become even more powerful. It's just that Su Ming, like Shifeng, has people they care about. Shifeng is one of his three good brothers. Su Ming is a team of about 40 people. They are also good brothers and sisters who have been through thick and thin together. Ye Chuyun naturally agreed. Even if these people don't have Su Ming, they are all elites. It's just what I wanted. All the people combined don't exceed 50. For a level 1 base that can accommodate 1,500 people, this is just a sprinkle of water. Even with the addition of Shifeng and others, there were still nearly 500 vacancies in his base. After informing Qian Duo that these people were going to join the base, Ye Chuyun hung up the phone. He doesn't need to worry too much about what happens next. He believes Qian Duo will arrange it. Golden Bunker, Lord's Room. When Luke saw Ye Chuyun walk in, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes, and he hurried to greet him. Dear guest, I didn't expect you to return so soon. Did you encounter any difficulties with your mission? Is there anything I can help you with? It thought that Ye Chuyun must have encountered some trouble since he came back so early. Yes, this is the only mission after all. How can it be completed so quickly? However, it is not that it intentionally does not want the other party to complete the task, which increases the difficulty of the task. On the contrary, it hopes that the other party can complete this only task as soon as possible, so that he may have the opportunity to obtain the reward from heaven and lead his people out of control. Chapter 129, Gold Medal, Book of Advanced Magical Devices. Lord Luke, take a look. Is this the Iron Heart Jade you want? Ye Chuyun smiled, took out the Steel Heart Jade, and asked. He had no intention of keeping the Iron Heart Jade for himself. After all, this thing is just a quest item, and is completely useless to him. When Luke saw the Steel Heart Jade in Ye Chuyun's hand, he was stunned. This shape, this color, this feeling that shook his soul at the first sight. It is indeed the Iron Heart Jade. Yes, this is the Iron Heart Jade. I never thought you would find the Lost Canyon and retrieve the treasure so quickly. On behalf of all our tribesmen, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. Luke took the Iron Heart Jade with great excitement and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Hint: congratulations on completing the only mission, Heart of Steel. Mission rewards. 1 gold medal, Book of Advanced Magical Devices, 10 black iron hearts, 100,000 energy points, 100,000 god and demon coins, and the golden bunker's reputation reaches exalted. It is indeed the only mission. Ye Chuyun was overwhelmed by the series of rewards. In this reward, 100,000 energy points and 100,000 god and demon coins can be said to be the most insignificant rewards. Any other reward will be enough. And this time the reward was beyond Ye Chuyun's expectations. Did the Lone Ranger in the previous life receive so many rewards? It seems that he only obtained a gold medal, 5 black iron hearts, 100,000 energy points, and 100,000 divine and demon coins. I have never seen this book of advanced magic devices before. Could it be that because he handed in the task faster than the Lone Ranger, the amount of the reward was affected? Ye Chuyun thought about it. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other possibility for the time being. Ye Chuyun took out the gold medal first. Gold medal, Tier 4, limited to Ye Chuyun, represents the highest honor in the golden bunker. Wearing it increases forging success by 5%, has a 50% chance of increasing proficiency by 1 point, and has a certain chance of improving equipment attributes during forging. A hint of joy appeared in Ye Chuyun's eyes. If it weren't for the Book of the Divine Craftsman, this golden medal would be a forging artifact. In particular, there is an advantage that the Book of the Divine Craftsman does not have. There is a certain chance to improve the attributes of the equipment. No matter how low the probability is, as long as Ye Chuyun keeps forging, the attributes of one piece of equipment will be improved. There is a huge difference between the quality of equipment, even if the attributes are just a little bit higher. However, if more than a dozen pieces of equipment are gathered together, a lot of combat power can be increased. Being able to increase combat power is already the best advantage. Although I don't know how big the increase is, judging from the fact that the Lone Ranger in his previous life made a lot of money from this gold medal, it must be quite high. However, Ye Chuyun's main purpose in undertaking this mission was to obtain the Black Iron Heart. This is the main material used to craft the Tower of Elements. It is equivalent to a core-like existence. The Black Iron Heart stores tremendous energy, which is like a battery. Even if the energy inside is used up, it can be replenished using magic essence. However, the container for storing energy must be the Black Iron Heart. One piece is enough to build an elemental tower. With 10 Black Iron Hearts, there is a lot of room for maneuver. Ye Chuyun thought happily. Finally, there is this Book of Advanced Magic Devices. It was a pleasant surprise for Ye Chuyun. Book of Advanced Magical Devices records the methods of making various magical devices. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Ye Chuyun opened the Book of Advanced Magical Devices. I just don't know what kind of magic device it is and whether it can help the development of his base. As soon as he turned to the first page, Ye Chuyun saw something good. It turned out to be the method of making enchanted armor. In my previous life, engineering was a very unremarkable and unpopular profession. What really made engineering rise was this enchanted armor. Enchanted armor, if attached to equipment, can increase the equipment's defense or attributes. Of course, how much it can be improved depends entirely on the level of the enchanted armor. However, this enchanted armor does not take up any equipment space. In other words, if you equip enchanted armor, it is equivalent to equipping an extra piece of equipment. A person can only equip a maximum of 5 main pieces of armor: helmet, breastplate, belt, wrist guards, and shoes. Cannot equip 2 helmets, breastplates, belts, etc. But if you have enchanted armor, it is equivalent to equipping 2 helmets, breastplates, and belts. In the previous life, as soon as this enchanted armor came out, it was immediately snatched up by everyone. Even if it was just a basic enchanted armor, it was sold at an astonishing price. In the end, there was almost no enchanted armor left in the trading house. You can only buy it on the black market or at an auction. In the previous life, a third-rate force accidentally obtained a forging blueprint for primary enchanted armor. Relying on this primary enchanted armor, they quickly became a second-rate force and became the flagship product of their base that was well known far and wide. However, the Book of Advanced Magic Devices that Ye Chuyun currently has contains basic and even advanced methods of manufacturing enchanted armor. And it is different from forging drawings. This Book of Advanced Magical Devices can be considered a book of inheritance. It can directly grant the learner the ability to make enchanted armor without the need for forging drawings. Originally, Ye Chuyun thought that the gold medal and the Black Iron Heart were the best rewards. I didn't expect that the Real King turned out to be the Book of Advanced Magical Devices. Ye Chuyun continued to flip backwards. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. This Book of Advanced Magic Devices is simply a huge treasure trove. in addition to enchanted armor. There are also gem buckles that can create a hole on the weapon out of thin air to embed gems. There are also alchemical equipment, forging equipment, magic device mounts, etc. Any one of the magical devices here can help Ye Chuyun earn unimaginable wealth. Phew, that's great. With this book on advanced magical devices, it looks like we can recruit a large number of engineering apprentices. Give this book of advanced magic devices to Aner to study and see if it can be used to create advanced enchanted armor. Ye Chuyun let out a long sigh. This one mission was totally worth it. It solved many of his problems at once. One is the core material problem of the Tower of Elements. One is the issue of talent training at the base. It was worth the time he spent. As for the reputation value of the Golden Bunker, Ye Chuyun didn't care much about it. When your reputation reaches worship, you can enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases in the Golden Bunker. You can buy a lot of first and second level equipment here. After all, they are a dwarf race and are best at forging equipment. Even at a 20% discount, these equipment are still much cheaper than in the trading house. Chapter 130 Sweep. In the previous life, many people who could not afford to buy equipment, in addition to completing tasks here, also wanted to increase their reputation and purchase the first and second level equipment here. You only need to raise your reputation value to around 200 to enjoy a 20% discount. In his previous life, after Ye Chuyun knew about this, he also rushed to the Golden Bunker, frantically completed tasks, and saved money to buy a set of level 10 second-order equipment. Although he was already level 30 at that time, the level 10 second stage equipment was still high-level equipment for him. Not to mention now, at least 90% of people don't even have a set of level 10 second-order equipment. These equipments are a bit useless to Ye Chuyun, but for others, it is simply the best, and he could buy it at a 40% discount. Ye Chuyun casually came to a nicely decorated equipment store. The owner is a middle-aged dwarf with a strong build. There are at least dozens of first and second-level equipment on display in the store. He randomly picked up a second-level greatsword. The equipment attributes were similar to the rune greatsword he had equipped before, and it could also release a wind attack, which was very good. Asked for the price. Shopkeeper, how much is this equipment? The middle-aged dwarf bowed respectfully and replied, Dear guest, this piece of equipment originally costs 10,000 divine and demon coins, but because you are a great benefactor to our Golden Bunker, we will give you a 50 discount, and it will only cost 5,000 divine and demon coins. Ye Chuyun understood and nodded, then continued to select a piece of equipment and asked the price. The middle-aged dwarf answered very patiently, without any impatience on his face. This made Ye Chuyun feel very strange. After all, he had seen other dwarves come over to ask about the price of equipment. The middle-aged dwarf rolled his eyes and looked indifferent. When it came to Ye Chuyun, his face changed immediately. Wow, my reputation has reached worship. Is this such a cool thing? Ye Chuyun couldn't help thinking. After asking around, Ye Chuyun got a rough idea of the price. If he were to buy it, the first-level equipment would cost between 1,000 and 3,000 god and demon coins depending on the quality of its attributes, and the second-level equipment would cost between 3,000 and 5,000 god and demon coins. This is basically impossible outside. But if Ye Chuyun buys it, it will be so cheap. Ye Chuyun immediately had an idea. With such a good opportunity, he wanted to purchase a large number of these first and second-level equipment as a benefit for their station personnel. This will not only increase the combat effectiveness of the station personnel, but also make them more loyal to the station. Anyway, it's not much to pay, just some coins from gods and demons. The money you spend now is small, and the money you earn in the future is big. Ye Chuyun still knows how to make choices. However, Ye Chuyun still had a question that needed an answer, so he asked, Shopkeeper, if I want to buy equipment at a 50% discount, is there a quantity limit? The middle-aged dwarf laughed loudly upon hearing this. You are our Golden Bunker's benefactor, so naturally you can buy as much as you want. Don't worry, guests. We have plenty of equipment in stock. Feel free to buy any. After hearing this, Ye Chuyun was completely relieved and immediately contacted Qian Duo. Ye Chuyun, call Vice Alliance Leader Qian. Qian Duo, Alliance Leader Yi, what do you want to talk to me about? Ye Chuyun, of course it's a great thing. 50% off for first and second level equipment. Buy as much as you want. Are you interested? Qian Duo, holy crap, 50% off? Is that true? Seeing this, Ye Chuyun told Qian Duo about the Golden Bunker. Qian Duo was shocked. Qian Duo, fuck, what are you talking about? Level 1 equipment only costs a maximum of 3,000 god and demon coins, and level 2 equipment costs a maximum of 5,000. Ye Chuyun, yes, I have special channels here, and I can get a lot of first and second level equipment. How much money do you have now? Qian Duo, well, Let me do the math. I've already sold over 20 pieces of your sacred plate armor, earning about 600,000 god and demon coins. How about I give them all to you first, and you buy some equipment first? I've recruited a lot of people here, many of whom have special talents. I'll give them as benefits to stabilize their morale. Ye Chuyun was very surprised. Qian Duo is really capable. He was able to sell more than 20 pieces of sacred plate armor for more than 600,000 divine and demon coins. As expected of a businessman, he is able to maximize profits. If it were him, he could probably only buy 400,000 god and demon coins at most. But if you pay more, you can squeeze out an extra 200,000 god and demon coins. After receiving 600,000 god and demon coins from Qian Duo, Ye Chuyun began to make large purchases. First, we bought 100 pieces of first-level equipment, weapons, and armor, enough to arm more than a dozen people to the teeth. There are more than 80 pieces of second-level equipment. All 600,000 god and demon coins were spent, and Ye Chuyun also spent tens of thousands of god and demon coins himself. These equipments were given to Qian Duo as welfare for their base, and he was allowed to use them himself. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chuyun bought another teleportation stone for the golden bunker. As long as you crush it, you can be instantly teleported to the golden bunker no matter where you are. However, this teleportation stone can only be purchased if the reputation value reaches worship or above. Ye Chuyun plans to come back here when he needs to purchase equipment in the future. After buying the equipment, Ye Chuyun completed the other two tasks as well. This time I didn't get a lot of rewards, just some rare materials. But this is exactly Ye Chuyun's purpose. With these rare materials, he was one step closer to forging the Heavenly Synth set. Next, he left the golden bunker, took out the treasure chest detector, and went back to his old job. In addition to the unique mission here, there are also many treasure chests hidden in it. Moreover, the treasure chests in the Golden Ruins are somewhat different from those in other areas. Whenever you see a treasure chest, most of them are likely to contain gems. Gems are also very valuable in the world of gods and demons because they can be inlaid in equipment and, depending on the color, can grant the equipment various abilities or improve attributes. Red is strength, yellow is agility, blue is constitution, and green is spirit. A first-level gem can increase an attribute by 20 points. Although the improvement is small, one piece of equipment can be inlaid with a gem. This is a lot of improvement. Just like enchanted armor, if all the equipment on your body can be inlaid with gems, the increased attributes will be huge. Therefore, the demand for gemstones in the past was very high, and the prices were very high. The treasure chest in the Golden Ruins has become a hot commodity, because it has a certain probability of producing gems. In addition to treasure chests, the Golden Ruins also contain various resources, such as ores, spiritual herbs, rare spiritual fruits, etc. It would certainly not be cost-effective to leave like this. We have to take these treasure chests away no matter what. Chapter 131 Crazy Treasure Chest. 5 hours later, the entire Golden Ruins had entered the deep night, and in a few hours it would be the early morning of the 5th day. Unlike the scorching heat of the day, the Golden Ruins are very cold late at night. The highest temperature is only around 3 to 5 degrees. Ouch! I saw a giant beast covered in armor, more than 2 people tall, falling in front of Ye Chuyun. You killed the savage orc leader, gaining plus 20,000 energy points. Ye Chuyun calmly stepped over the giant beast's corpse, came to a silver-white treasure chest, and put it into the storage space. At this point, he had cleared out all the treasure chests in the Golden Ruins. Adhering to the principle of not missing any treasure chest, Ye Chuyun spent 5 hours and finally cleaned the entire Golden Ruins. There were 53 gray treasure chests collected, 21 bronze treasure chests, 5 black iron treasure chests, and 1 silver treasure chest. There is not a single gold treasure chest. This made Ye Chuyun complain. This place is called the Golden Ruins, but there is not a single golden treasure chest. This is really ironic. But even so, his gains made him extremely happy. The whole backpack is stuffed full. It seems that it needs to be expanded again. During this period, he also killed many ferocious beasts that blocked his way. However, because he was in a hurry to find the treasure chest, he did not deliberately look for ferocious beasts to kill. At most, he just collected their essences and stopped killing. Therefore, he only obtained more than 300,000 energy points, which was just enough for him to reach level 15. After level 15, he can equip the level 15 Abyss Greatsword. But now he doesn't have any extra strengthening stones on him. It just so happens that I can use the treasure chest collected from the Golden Ruins this time to obtain enough strengthening stones, and then strengthen the Abyss Greatsword and replace the Rune Greatsword. In order not to attract attention, Ye Chuyun returned to the golden bunker. After Luke arranged a room for him, Ye Chuyun began to sort out the things he had gotten. All these treasure chests are synthesized. There is nothing good in a gray treasure chest. You have to get at least a silver treasure chest to get the real good stuff. And the higher the level of the treasure chest, the more gems it will reveal. It's like a gray treasure chest. Even if Ye Chuyun has a 100% chance of getting it, he can only get a first-level gem at most. However, a bronze treasure chest can produce a second-level gem and several first-level gems. By analogy, the higher the level of the treasure chest, the more things will come out. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it is definitely better than more than 50 gray treasure chests. After making the decision, Ye Chuyun began to synthesize. Originally, there was a black iron treasure chest in Ye Chuyun's storage space. However, he didn't know if there would be any variables if he combined this black iron treasure chest with the treasure chest produced in the golden ruins. Just keep it in the bottom of the box and wait for another opportunity to combine it with other treasure chests. The main thing to synthesize now is the treasure chest produced from the golden ruins. First, 53 treasure chests were combined into 13 bronze treasure chests, and there was one more gray treasure chest. The extra gray treasure chest would be of no use for the time being, so Ye Chuyun simply opened it. After opening the gray treasure chest, I got a red first-level gem, a first-level equipment, a first-level spell scroll, and one strengthening stone. Strength gem, a first-level gem. When embedded in equipment, it grants strength plus 20. Ye Chuyun took a look at it and put it aside for the time being. The 13 bronze treasure chests plus the original 21 in the golden ruins add up to a total of 34. Continue synthesizing. Only 8 black iron treasure chests were synthesized this time. There were still 2 extra bronze treasure chests left, and Ye Chuyun opened them all. This time I got 2 second-level gems, for first-level gems, second-level equipment, and second-level spell scrolls, strengthening stones, several skill stones, and 1 explosion rate potion that increases the explosion rate. The 8 black iron treasure chests plus the original 5 black iron treasure chests were combined into 3 silver treasure chests. Ye Chuyun continued to open the extra black iron treasure chests. This time I got 1 third-level gem, for second-level gems, a third-level equipment, a strengthening stone, a skill stone, and a drink-making recipe. After learning the recipe of this drink, you can make the drink. Drinking these drinks is equivalent to getting a buff. For example, strength increases within 30 minutes, or other attributes such as agility, spirit, and physique increase. It's better than nothing. After I go back, I can give this formula to Qian Duo and let him decide who to give it to. If a bar is opened in the future, the person who has learned the drink recipe can go there to sell drinks, which is also a good job with stable income. The last 3 silver treasure chests plus the original 1 silver treasure chest were finally combined into a gold treasure chest. Ye Chuyun looked at the golden treasure chest and felt deeply moved. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the more treasure chests it will cost to synthesize. Look at how many gray, bronze, black iron, and silver treasure chests he used to synthesize this golden treasure chest. However, he believed that the value contained in this golden treasure chest was definitely worth his efforts. Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to open it. Countless golden lights flashed again. The golden treasure chest disappeared, and what appeared was a ground full of colorful gems, divine and demon coins, equipment, skill books, spell scrolls, etc. Seeing the gems piled up in front of him, Ye Chuyun's breathing stopped. It's worthy of being called a golden treasure chest. It's a huge explosion. Ye Chuyun classified the gems according to their grades. This time, the golden treasure chest exploded with a 5th-level gem, 10 4th-level gems, 20 3rd-level gems, 50 2nd-level gems, and more than 100 1st-level gems. In addition, there is a 4th-level skill book and a 4th-level equipment. Hundreds of enhancement stones and skill stones exploded. 10 1st-level spell scrolls and 4 2nd-level spell scrolls. There are more than 100,000 god and demon coins. Each area's treasure chests have their own characteristics. For example, the treasure chests in the golden ruins mainly produce gems, so the output of equipment, skill books, special props, etc. is very average. However, other areas may be dedicated to producing equipment, skill books, or special items. The corresponding gems will reduce output. So Ye Chuyun was not surprised that the golden treasure chest only dropped a 4th-level equipment and a 4th-level skill book, because he had been prepared for this. However, when seeing the data of this 4th-level equipment, a hint of joy flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. 7 stars earrings, all attributes plus 80, with the skill 7 stars light, which grants invincibility for 3 seconds and reduces skill cooldown to 20 minutes. Tier 4 equipment, requires equipment level 12, with all attributes 500 or above. Chapter 132. Combat Power Surges Again. It turned out to be a 4th-level earring equipment. Ye Chuyun looked at the earrings she was currently wearing. Or the second-order cow earrings. Cow earrings, Spirit plus 80, can shorten the cooldown of some skills. 2nd-level top-grade equipment. Requires level 9, Spirit 300 or above. Because this cow earring has the ability to shorten the skill cooldown time. So he was reluctant to change it. But now the 7 stars earrings can also shorten the skill cooldown time. Mainly, it also has invincible skills. Now Ye Chuyun couldn't resist this temptation. Now cow earrings can finally retire. Moreover, he has reached level 15 and can equip the Abyss Greatsword. There are also more than 100 strengthening stones, enough to strengthen it to the maximum level. Ye Chuyun immediately began to strengthen himself, clicking frantically. Ding, enhancement failed. Ding, strengthening successful. Ding, strengthening successful. Ding, your Abyssal Greatsword has been strengthened to the maximum level and cannot be strengthened any further. Ye Chuyun looked at the remaining strengthening stones, and the corners of his mouth twitched. My goodness, there are only 5 left out of the more than 100 strengthening stones. A strengthening stone can now be sold for around 200 to 300 god and demon coins, and is a scarce commodity. This wave of enhancement directly cost 20,000 to 30,000 god and demon coins. It's simply a money-eating beast. Fortunately, the enhanced properties of the Abyss Greatsword are worthy of the many enhancement stones he contributed. Abyssal Greatsword plus 5, attack damage plus 300, all attributes plus 180, attack speed increased by 150%, 30% chance to deal double attack damage when attacking, attached skill, Abyssal Binding, which immobilizes the enemy and reduces defense for 5 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Tier 4 equipment, required level 15, all attributes 1000 or above. The enhanced Abyss Greatsword has extremely powerful attributes. Not only are the attack power and attributes improved, but also the attack speed, the probability of causing double attack power damage when attacking, and the duration of the skill are all improved. If this piece of equipment were to be auctioned, it would fetch at least 150,000 god and demon coins. After replacing the musket with a cannon, all 50 free attribute points gained from the upgrade were added to the spirit. In addition, Ye Chuyun also obtained a large amount of spirit in the Golden Ruins. In addition to the Golden Hamster, there are a total of 80 spirits and 8 types of ferocious beasts. Because we need to search the entire Golden Ruins treasure chest. Ye Chuyun traveled almost all over the Golden Ruins and encountered almost all kinds of ferocious beasts. There seemed to be only 9 types of ferocious beasts in the entire Golden Ruins, including the Golden Hamsters. Perhaps there are some species hidden and not discovered by Ye Chuyun. But Ye Chuyun didn't want to spend time looking for it for the time being. Ye Chuyun swallowed all 80 spirits in one breath. These spirits are all from ferocious beasts above level 20. Almost every one of them can increase the attribute by at least 40 points. 80 of them combined can increase the 4-dimensional attributes by at least 3,200 points. The combat power has surged again. Ye Chuyun couldn't wait to open the panel and look at the latest data. Name, Ye Chuyun. Level, 15-1-3200/8-00000. Reputation, 600. Title, Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength, 7954 C level, Strength plus 6,363. Agility, 6091 D level Agility Enhancement, plus 2,436. Constitution, 9088 D level Constitution Enhancement, plus 3,635. Spirit, 7706 D level Spirit Enhancement, plus 3,082. Hearing, 100. Combat Power, 63,368, 61,678, plus 1690. Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. Wow, my combat power has exceeded 63,000. It seems that he is expected to reach a combat power of 100,000 before level 20. This is something that may not be possible even at level 50. I opened the World Combat Power list and took a look. He is still the number 1. The combat power of the second place Nakamurata increased a little, no longer 10056, but became 10238. However, the difference in combat power between him and Ye Chuyun is still not small. Ye Chuyun's combat power is almost 6 times that of Nakamura Tian. If Nakamura saw Ye Chuyun's true fighting power, he would probably faint from fright. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun couldn't help laughing. Hiding your combat power is indeed a good strategy. If other people really saw his true fighting ability, it would be too hopeless. Others' combat power would increase by 100 or 2 at most, but he could increase it by thousands or even tens of thousands. Even riding a rocket isn't that fast. Shaking his head, Ye Chuyun quickly put these useless thoughts behind him and continued to check other spoils. In addition to the 4th level equipment and spirit essence, there is also a 4th level skill book, which also makes Ye Chuyun feel very surprised. Shape Swap, a 4th tier skill. The main body and clone can swap endlessly regardless of distance. This skill has no cooldown. To learn, you must have learned the clone technique and reached the maximum level. When Ye Chuyun saw this skill, he was surprised at how powerful it was and couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, he learned the art of clone. Otherwise, the conditions for learning this skill cannot be met at all. No matter how awesome this skill book is, you can only stare blankly. The higher the level of the skill, the more demanding the learning conditions. Previously, attributes were required, but now conditions other than attributes are required. For example, this 4th level skill of shapeshifting. The learning requirement is to learn the art of clone. Judging from the content of the skill, it is indeed true that this skill can only be learned after learning the art of clone. Ye Chuyun remembered that he had a very abnormal 6th level skill in his previous life. The learning conditions for this 6th level skill not only require the learner to have qualified attributes, but also requires multiple talents and the learning of various other skills. In addition, the learner must complete designated tasks. The study conditions are so harsh that they are outrageous. But the power of this 6th level skill is incredible. If the learner meets all the requirements and completes the designated tasks, then his combat power will increase significantly, and he will be able to challenge at least 10 levels. Shaking his head, Ye Chuyun didn't think about it anymore and learned this teleportation. This skill is like a magical skill for Ye Chuyun. Can ignore distance and teleport infinitely. Then he could just summon his clone first and place it in the base or the golden bunker. Once something happens at the base, he will immediately exchange with his clone and achieve instant teleportation. Or you may have to go to the golden bunker to deliver the mission. He doesn't have to spend so much time traveling. He can just rely on his clone to teleport. Chapter 133. Exploring the Swamp King's cemetery again. In addition, it can also allow the clone to hide in a safe place. If he encounters a life or death crisis, he will immediately exchange with his clone. If this skill is used well, it can bring about endless possibilities. There is no need to upgrade this skill. Next, Ye Chuyun focused his attention on these gems. These gems all increase 4-dimensional attributes. 1 5th level gem plus 10 4th level gems are enough for him to inlay all his equipment with gems. However, if you want to embed gems, you need to make gem holes on the equipment. The method of making gem holes is recorded in the Book of Advanced Magic Devices. Just let Aner learn and make the gem hole. At this time, Arner was still digging for fire copper in the poisonous fog swamp, and it was unknown how the progress was. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun collected all his belongings and flew towards the poisonous swamp. Back to a familiar place. There weren't many people left in the poison swamp at this point. Even if there are any, they are almost all at the 5-color altar. The Swamp King Cemetery dungeon there is refreshed once a day, and the 3rd level suits inside are still very tempting. If you are lucky enough to find one, you can sell it at a high price of at least 30,000 god and demon coins in the trading house. Ye Chuyun looked at the time. There are still more than 2 hours left until the end of the 4th day. Just enough for him to fight in the Hell-level Swamp King Cemetery dungeon. Adhere to the principle of not wasting times. Ye Chuyun entered the Hell-level cemetery of the Swamp King alone. It was the familiar forest and the familiar corpse beast. Ye Chuyun looked at his panel. He is now level 15. After changing to new equipment, his combat power has reached 63,000. There is a huge difference between myself and the 3rd day. He saw several corpse beasts charging towards him with their mouths wide open and roaring. Ye Chuyun just raised his eyes slightly, teleported in front of it, and a flash of sword light passed by. Without using any skills, just pure strength, he chopped off the heads of several corpse beasts in an instant. Kill a level 10 corpse beast and gain plus 1,000 energy points. Kill a level 10 corpse beast and gain plus 1,000 energy points. Kill a level 10 mutated corpse mother beast and gain plus 1,200 energy points. You killed the werewolf king, gaining plus 10,000 energy points. You killed the sky bat king, gaining plus 10,000 energy points. Ye Chuyun killed almost one ferocious beast at a time, and it only took him half an hour to clear out all the ferocious beasts in the forest. Finally, he came before the Swamp King. The Swamp King still sleeps. Disturbed by the intruder, it opened its eyes very skillfully and spoke its lines before the person could even see clearly. Who disturbed my sleep? As he spoke, The Swamp King sat up, and both heads looked at Ye Chuyun. Damn humans. Is it you? When he saw who was coming, the Swamp King immediately recognized Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun grinned and was about to speak. The Swamp King fled without a second thought. Just kidding, it was killed by this human last time. This time, its intuition told it that this human was stronger. If you don't run away, are you waiting for him to come and kill you? I'll go. Ye Chuyun didn't expect that the Swamp King would run away so easily. However, he easily caught up with the Swamp King with just a teleportation. Hey, why are you running? You can be resurrected anyway, so I won't lose anything by killing you once. The Swamp King seemed not to hear and continued to run away. The snake head on the left was still wailing. The left snake head said, "Brother, run quickly. If you die, then die." That human said it so easily. Right snake head. Yes, second brother, this human really knows nothing. Left snake head. After we die, it will take us a whole day to be resurrected. Left snake head. I couldn't speak for the entire day. It was pitch black all around. It was so scary. Right snake head. Yeah, let me stay in that damn place for a whole day and can't speak. Won't it suffocate us to death? The left snake head said, "Humans, please don't kill us. It's really uncomfortable not to let us speak." Right snake head. Yeah, there's nothing good about us if you kill us, so just let us go. Ye Chuyun was slightly speechless. Why is there so much drama about this Swamp King? These two snakeheads are talking to themselves here. They seem to be really crazy. How could he not know what the Swamp King meant? Whether at the easy or difficult level, the Swamp Kings killed are actually projections of the original body. Only the Swamp King of hell-level existence is the real body. As long as the original body is not killed, it doesn't matter how many times the clone or projection dies. But once the original body dies, it needs to be resurrected. This time is exactly 24 hours. However, Ye Chuyun didn't know what would happen during the resurrection process. Now that I heard this from the Swamp King's mouth, it is indeed a bit terrifying. Staying in a dark place for 24 hours without being able to speak. It's really scary just thinking about it. Even Ye Chuyun himself couldn't bear it to some extent. I think the Swamp King, having experienced that feeling once before, doesn't want to experience it again. If that's the case, how could it possibly allow Ye Chuyun to slaughter it obediently? But even so, Ye Chuyun had no intention of letting the Swamp King go. No matter what, it can be resurrected after death, and that is enough. Ye Chuyun slashed down with several swords at lightning speed. In an instant, the Swamp King's body was chopped into several pieces and fell to the ground. Congratulations, you killed the Swamp King Overlord level and gained 40,000 energy points. Looking at the corpse of the Swamp King, Ye Chuyun clasped his hands together and muttered to himself apologetically. I'm sorry, please bear with it. I guess the Swamp King has started cursing by now. After saying that, Ye Chuyun turned around and left the alien space. This time the harvest was quite fruitful. More than 100,000 energy points were obtained. I just happened to have a complete set of the Scarlet Level 3 suit, and I can give you a lot of money later. This bloody suit may play an unexpected role for him. In addition, there are a number of first-level skill books, a number of spirit essences, a number of first- and second-level equipment, and a number of enhanced stone skill stones. It has to be said that the amount of loot in the hell level is incomparable to that in the simple level or even the hard level. In the past, so many forces organized tens of millions or even tens of thousands of people to attack the hell level dungeon, knowing that even if they just cleared the hell level dungeon once, the spoils they obtained would be able to make up for or even exceed their losses. It can even make them rich overnight. Chapter 134, Methods to Increase Reputation, Research Puppets. And Ye Chuyun has a 100% explosion rate, so there will be even more spoils. There were so many things that Ye Chuyun's storage space could not hold them all. Originally, his storage space had more than 200 grids. Before entering, more than 100 grids of his storage space had been occupied. Most of them are rare minerals, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, etc. These are the materials that Ye Chuyun is going to use to forge equipment and refine pills. It cannot be used for the time being and can only be stored in the storage space. In addition, there are special items such as elixir recipes, teleportation stones, fortune coins, golden magic stones, books of divine craftsmen, spell scrolls, revival crystals, etc. I can't move. I can't move at all. This time, a lot of things were obtained in the Swamp King's cemetery, which directly burst the storage space again. But now if he wants to continue expanding the storage space, each grid will cost him thousands of god and demon coins. Even if it is just to expand 10 grids, it may cost 100,000 god and demon coins. It will only get more expensive. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun remembered that when the base reaches level 2, a base warehouse can be built. The warehouse can only be opened by the highest authority in the station, Ye Chuyun himself. A level 1 warehouse has tens of thousands of grids. He can open the warehouse at the base at any time to store and retrieve items. If there is a warehouse, even if his storage space is full, he can open the warehouse and put the things in the storage space into it. This way he wouldn't have to spend a lot of god and demon coins to expand his storage space. In terms of cost effectiveness, building a warehouse is the most cost effective. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for building a warehouse is that the base must be upgraded to level 2. If you want to upgrade the settlement, you must increase the settlement's reputation. Ye Chuyun opened the resident management system and took a look. Resident management system. Resident name Wei Yang. Resident level 131560/100000. Resident buildings, mansion, hotel, chamber of commerce, residential houses. Limit of residents, 906/1500. Is this much reputation still needed to level up? A hint of helplessness flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. There are several ways to increase your reputation. One is to build public buildings, such as mansions, hotels, chambers of commerce, etc. Residential houses cannot increase prestige. Therefore, the mansion, hotel, and chamber of commerce each increase the reputation value of the residents by 10,000, totaling 30,000. The remaining reputation points are all given by resident members completing mansion tasks. The more tasks you complete, the higher your reputation will be. In addition, Tiandao will announce the resident missions every once in a while. This is a task for all personnel stationed there and is a mandatory task that must be completed. For example, Ye Chuyun knew that after building 10 bases, there would be a task to resist the beast tide. This is a mandatory task that all personnel stationed there must complete. As long as you complete it, you can also gain a lot of reputation points and other very rich rewards. If you want to increase your reputation now, either continue to build public buildings or rely on members to continuously complete public hall tasks. Currently, the only public building that can be built in the station is the tavern. The tavern can also increase the reputation value by 10,000. But in addition to this, Ye Chuyun also knew a way to increase the reputation of the station. Even in the previous life, not many people would know about this method. Now Ye Chuyun is the only one who knows this method. However, this requires him to bring Arnold back to the base first, and then plan slowly. After leaving the Swamp King's cemetery, Ye Chuyun came to the Fire Copper Mountains. As soon as he arrived here, Ye Chuyun discovered that the originally scorching Fire Copper Mountains had changed drastically. The scorching heat of the entire mountain range is gone. There are potholes everywhere caused by excavation. Ye Chuyun saw Arnold not far away still driving the robot to dig. Arnold! Ye Chuyun called a halt. Hearing his voice, Arnold immediately stopped what he was doing and drove the robot over. Grown-ups, how much fire copper have you dug? Have you dug all the way through this mountain range? I've basically dug it all up. I've placed over 100,000 kilograms of fire copper in the cave. As Arnold spoke, he brought Ye Chuyun to the cave where the fire lizard had lived before. At this time, there was no fire lizard left in the cave. Instead, there were piles and piles of fire copper ore, almost forming small hills. More than 100,000 kilograms almost filled the entire cave, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. More than 100,000 kilograms. Ye Chuyun was secretly surprised. As a relatively rare mineral resource, a pound of fire copper would cost at least 80 to 100 god and demon coins. More than 100,000 kilograms, worth at least 8 million or even tens of millions of god and demon coins. It's like getting rich overnight. However, Ye Chuyun currently has no intention of getting rich by selling fire copper. Fire copper is a consumable resource with various uses. For Ye Chuyun, these more than 100,000 kilograms of fire copper will not even be enough in the future. How could it be sold? Ye Chuyun then changed his mind. This Arnold is really fast. Only one day had passed, and almost all the fire copper in the entire mountain had been mined. Ye Chuyun looked at the robot under Arnold. I guess the robot must have contributed most of the effort to Aner being able to dig out more than 100,000 kilograms of fire copper so quickly. When seeing this robot, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but think of the puppets in the mechanical fortress before. There are some similarities between the two. Perhaps Aner would know something. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun took out the Rubik's Cube, picked out a guard puppet at random, and placed it in front of Arnold. Arnold, do you recognize this? Ye Chuyun asked. This is... As soon as Arnold saw the guard puppet, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. It immediately jumped off the robot, came to the side of the guard puppet, and studied it carefully. What an exquisite magic device. The magic wire circuit inside is much more complicated than the puppet robot I am making now. Arnor first examined the body structure of the guard puppet and kept praising it. Then it opened the head of the guard puppet, exclaimed in surprise, and carefully took out a crystal the size of a grain of rice. Sir, it seems that this little crystal is controlling this puppet. Forehead. Ye Chuyun was also confused. Although he had never been exposed to engineering, he understood what Arnold meant. The rice-sized crystal in its hand is like a chip. A program was implanted into this crystal. With this program, the guardian puppet can operate automatically. Chapter 135 The Possibility of Promotion to Grand Master of Engineering. Return to the base. What makes Ye Chuyun very regretful is that the program in this crystal stone cannot be tampered with at present. In other words, the purpose of this program is to allow the guardian puppets to kill enemies that break into the mechanical fortress. With Arnold's current technology, there is no way to deal with this level of skill. Previously, Ye Chuyun forcibly cut off the connection with these puppets through the console, making these programs unable to be activated. But if Arnold reactivates the program, then this group of guard puppets will still follow the program's orders and kill Ye Chuyun and the others as enemies. Arnold, is there really no way to tamper with these programs? Ye Chuyun was a little reluctant to give up. If these puppets are used properly, they can be a great help to the garrison. As long as there is a program, the puppet can operate automatically. This is simply a worker chosen by God. Arnold thought for a moment after hearing this. But it is a master of engineering. Although I have no memory of the invention of the magic device. But the experience was still there, and I quickly came up with a solution. Sir, how about this? I definitely can't change this. But I can remake the crystal and implant new programs into it. What do you think? Remake the crystal? Ye Chuyun immediately understood what Arnold meant. Since the program in the crystal cannot be changed, just make a new one to replace the original one. This method is certainly feasible. But how to make crystal? Ye Chuyun raised this question. Arnold smiled confidently. Don't worry about this, my lord. The crystal is very simple to make. The only material is a jade crystal the size of a fingernail. The difficulty lies in how to implant the program into the jade crystal. Sir, give me 3 days. I should be able to come up with a solution. Yujing, huh? That's no problem. Ye Chuyun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. It's just jade crystal, not a very rare material. You can buy it in the trading house. Since Arnold is confident that he can figure out a way to implant the program, let him do it. Then Ye Chuyun returned the Rubik's Cube to Arnold, and all the puppets were inside it. Then, Ye Chuyun took out the book of advanced magic devices and handed it to Arnold. Arnold, take a look at this book. This is... Arnold took it with a puzzled look on his face and began to read it. Suddenly, it let out a loud cry. Its emotions even higher than when it had seen the guardian puppet before. These are the methods for making magic devices. Enchant armor, pulse cannon, gem hole, mecha tank, glare bomb, ice grenade. Arnold was more excited than ever at this moment. Where did you get this book, sir? Ye Chuyun smiled. Don't worry about where I got it. Which of these magical devices can you make? After hearing this, Arnold also recovered a little. For now, things like primary enchanted armor and gemstone sockets aren't a problem for me. Just give me the materials and I can make them right away. But I still need to research other magical devices. But I think it will be done soon. Who knows, I might be able to become a grandmaster with this book of advanced magical devices. Grandmaster? Ye Chuyun's eyes flashed. Grandmaster of Engineering and Grandmaster of Engineering. Although there is only one letter difference between the two, the gap is worlds apart. If one could create his own magical device, he would have the potential to become a master of engineering. So if you want to become a Grandmaster of Engineering, it is not as simple as just creating your own magical device. Just like how Ye Chuyun created the holy plate armor. It just takes an opportunity or a moment of inspiration. A piece of equipment was created in this way. The same applies to magical devices and elixirs. It's just a moment of inspiration, but it can create all kinds of equipment, magic devices, or elixirs. That is completely beyond one's control. So although some people created their own unique equipment, magic devices, and elixirs, they were promoted to the master level. However, it is not an easy task to ask him to create new equipment, magic devices, or elixirs again. The Grandmaster is different. One of the things that makes a Grandmaster stronger than a Grandmaster is that he can create new equipment, magical devices, elixirs, etc. at any time. This is not based on momentary inspiration, but rely on their own solid experience. With rich experience as a foundation, you can create without any inspiration. It can also be customized according to customer needs. If any force possesses such a Grandmaster level figure, then both its strength and financial resources will be overwhelming. However, it is not so easy for a master to be promoted to a Grandmaster. Ye Chuyun just smiled at Arnold's words, with only a slight expectation in his heart. Okay, Aner, since you can now make primary enchanted armor and gem sockets, I'd like to ask you to help me make these two magical devices first. I need a large quantity. Arnold nodded when he heard this. Okay, then, sir, do you still need to dig for my fire copper? Ye Chuyun walked out of the cave, looked around, and then shook his head. Forget it. You've almost mined all the fire copper here. If you want to cultivate new fire copper, it will probably take at least a month. Let's just leave it at that for now. Pack up and come back to the base with me. Good. Arner nodded quickly, activated the storage cube, and put away the fire copper, guard puppet, and robot. Now the space inside the storage cube is completely full and can't hold any more things. Ye Chuyun brought Arnold back to the base. I found that the place had changed again. In the middle of the residence is a huge mansion. On the left is the Chamber of Commerce, and on the right is the hotel. The houses are built on both sides. Originally, the entire base was surrounded by a circle of broken and rotten wooden fences, with no defensive measures at all. Now when Ye Chuyun looked again, he found that there were suddenly several people standing next to the originally empty fence. There is a person guarding almost every 10 meters. In addition, the base is patrolled from time to time. There were people setting up stalls everywhere in the base, making it look very messy. Now after the rectification, there is a special place for people to set up stalls, and it seems much more orderly. Late at night, the entire base was still brightly lit. Ye Chuyun helped Arnold register at a private house. After completing the registration, he gave Aner the materials for making gem holes and primary enchanted armor, letting it study them slowly. Ye Chuyun called Qian Duoduo over. Chapter 136 Qian Duoduo's report, the future rising stars of the station. Alliance leader Yi, you are finally back. After receiving the news, Qian Duoduo rushed over immediately. Now as the deputy leader of the base, he has a lot of things to do every moment. Recruit people, manage, allocate resources, assign work, and make money. Maybe every minute, a new problem will come up and you need to solve it yourself. My head is about to explode. But he said he wished he could spend every minute as if it were 10. Ye Chuyun naturally knew this too. Look at Qian Duoduo, who was once a young man full of vigor and vitality, but now he has become a slave. Ye Chuyun also smiled very embarrassedly. The reason why he was so eager to dig up more money was because he was afraid that the same situation would happen to him. If Qian Duoduo was not here, he would handle these things himself. He might go crazy. As soon as Qian Duoduo came in and was about to complain, he noticed Arnold next to Ye Chuyun. Alliance leader Yi, who is this? At first he thought that Arnold was a ferocious beast or something, and he immediately became alert. But on second thought, if it was a ferocious beast, how could it appear in the base? He immediately relaxed. But no matter what, this Aner is definitely not human. He immediately became curious. Upon hearing this, Ye Chuyun quickly introduced Arnold to Qian Duoduo. Subordinate, Grandmaster of Engineering? Qian Duoduo was completely confused by what he heard. But he soon understood. It turns out that there are special beings like Aner in the world of gods and demons. I was even more amazed at Ye Chuyun's methods. He was actually able to subdue a master of engineering as his subordinate. After introducing Arnold, Ye Chuyun gave instructions to Qian Duoduo. Arnold will be our chief engineer from now on. If you have any engineering talents suitable for development, you can let Arnold take a look. Understood. Qian Duoduo nodded when he heard this. By the way, Alliance leader Yi, you've arrived just in time. I have a few things I need to report to you. Ye Chuyun blinked curiously. What is it? Qian Duoduo quickly said. Several people in the base have already reached level 10 and have received guidance from the Destiny Temple. But I told them not to go to the Temple of Destiny right away. Master Yi, do you have any suggestions? Oh, Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up when he heard that. Which ones? Wang Gang, Zhuang Liang, Kai Kuan, Lei Chun, these 4 people. So it's them. Ye Chuyun's face was full of emotion. He didn't pay much attention to the world rankings. I didn't know that Wang Gang and his friends had already reached level 10. Now he is level 15 and still ranked first. But the second place is no longer Qiao Shanyan. But it was an eagle named James, level 11. Ye Chuyun is also quite familiar with this person. Although this guy named James was not one of the top 100 god-level masters in his previous life, he is also one of the best among the eagle people. The top 10 are basically already level 10. Although Wang Gang and his friends reached level 10, they did not make it into the top 10, but hovered around the top 20. But even so, Qian Duoduo told him. Ever since Wang Gang and his friends reached level 10, they have been receiving various private messages from time to time. The content is nothing more than an attempt to poach people. Among these private chats, there is a shameless person like Nakamurata. They offered various tempting conditions, hoping that Wang Gang and his companions would leave Ye Chuyun and join them. However, they were all rejected by Wang Gang and others. Joke. Now Wang Gang and others have joined Ye Chuyun's base and were recruited by Qian Duo as combatants. Only they themselves know the benefits they enjoy. That's incomparable to the flattery you get anywhere else. Those people promised that after Wang Gang and his friends joined, they would enjoy a guaranteed salary of 1,000 god and demon coins every month. In addition, equipment, skill books, etc. would depend on their usual performance. The slightly better ones only give a guaranteed salary of 2,000 god and demon coins. What Wang Gang and his companions usually need to do is to help those people hunt ferocious beasts and complete dungeons. It means we will attack wherever we are told and be on call 24 hours a day, more savage than cattle and horses. And all the things revealed must be handed over. Wang Gang and his friends refused without even thinking. However, the other party thought that Wang Gang and his friends were overambitious and incompetent, and immediately became angry and embarrassed. They just said, "If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who can do it," and ran away. Hearing this, not only Qian Duo laughed, but even Ye Chuyun couldn't help laughing out loud. The slightly better ones only have a guaranteed minimum of 2,000 god and demon coins. Be on call 24 hours a day, all spoils must be handed in, and equipment, skill books, etc. depend on performance. What kind of cow and horse is this? Even if you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. So you brought all the experience from Blue Star here, right? Wow, it's truly an intangible cultural heritage. This is a world of gods and demons, who would still serve you like a beast of burden. The minimum wage for a chef here is 2,000 yuan, and he is only responsible for preparing 3 meals a day and midnight snacks for the staff. If there are any extra equipment and skill books, they can be provided free of charge. Even for logistics staff, the monthly salary is calculated at 3,000 to 4,000 god and demon coins, and equipment and skill books are provided free of charge. Not to mention combat personnel like Wang Gang and others. It is still in the early stages of the base's development, and funds are very tight. So Qian Duo currently only gives them a monthly base salary of 5,000 yuan plus contribution points as a reward. Contribution points are based on the completion of daily tasks. Completing dungeons and hunting designated ferocious beasts are both considered tasks. Of course, you can choose to turn in the spoils and exchange them for contribution points, or you can choose not to turn them in. Qian Duo doesn't force it. Contribution points were also set up by Qian Duo himself and are the circulating currency within their base. Although as a resident staff member, you can enjoy the benefits of free equipment and skill books. But those equipment and skill books are the most common. Want good stuff like high-level equipment and skill books, such as holy plate armor. You must use contribution points to redeem it. It can be said that in the future, contribution points may be more valuable than god and demon coins. Qian Duo specially left 10 pieces of sacred plate armor as an incentive. These people are like chickens with blood, working hard to complete tasks for contribution points, just to be able to change into such a sacred plate armor. Ye Chuyun is very confident about this kind of benefits and treatment, and no one else can give it to him. So let alone Wang Gang. Even other people would not want to leave here. Moreover, Wang Gang and Ye Chuyun all came from District 118 together. Even if Ye Chuyun did not provide such good benefits, he believed that Wang Gang and others would not leave. Because Wang Gang and others are the most loyal. Ye Chuyun noticed this point about them, so he planned to focus on training them. Chapter 137 Analysis, Blue Star Domain Martial Arts Conference. After learning the situation from Qian Duo, Ye Chuyun also called Wang Gang and others over. When Ye Chuyun saw Wang Gang and the other 3 again, he was slightly surprised. After not seeing them for just over a day, he discovered that Wang Gang and the other 3 were in very different spirits. Especially since Ye Chuyun had previously purchased a large number of first and second level equipment in the Golden Bunker, Wang Gang and the other 3 benefited from it, and their entire bodies were almost brand new. In order to attract others, Wang Gang and his 3 companions did not deliberately hide the appearance and special effects of their equipment. Each one is so gorgeous that it almost blinds the eyes. All of the equipment is level 10, which can definitely be called luxurious at this stage. Now, with the equipment of Wang Gang and the other 4, as long as they command properly, there is absolutely no problem in passing the difficult level copy of the Swamp King Cemetery. Yi Shun, long time no see. Wang Gang was very happy to see Ye Chuyun and wanted to get closer to her, but Kai Kuan spoke first. "God Yi, please look at me. I'm level 10, but my combat power is less than 4,000. If I go to the Destiny Temple now, can I pass the F-level assessment?" Upon hearing this, The others didn't care anymore and rushed up one by one, chattering nonstop. Ye Chuyun smiled helplessly and waved his hand. Don't worry, come one by one. Kai Kuan, you asked first, so let's start with you. Now that you're 10, have you decided on your future direction? Kai Kuan quickly said. I want to develop in the direction of a thief or assassin. What do you think I should do, Master Yi? Ye Chuyun thought about it. Since this is a related profession like rogue and assassin, I recommend that you focus on developing your agility and constitution. Kai Kuan was puzzled. I can understand agility. After all, for a thief or assassin, the faster the better. But why develop physique instead of strength? Ye Chuyun smiled and simply explained. Then tell me, in the world of gods and demons, no matter how powerful you are, if you can't survive, what good is it? One sentence immediately woke Kai Kuan up. Yi Shun, I understand. All my free attribute points are useless. I will add them all to agility and constitution now. Ye Chuyun nodded. It's best if both agility and constitution are above 300. While it doesn't guarantee you'll get a thief-related profession, it's pretty close. And your combat power is almost 4,000, so your evaluation level is more than F level. It's likely E level or even D level. Ye Chuyun was also very surprised that Kai Kuan could grow to this level. Normally speaking, having 3,000 combat power at level 10 is quite impressive. As long as you can pass the evaluation of the Temple of Destiny, you can get a relatively powerful profession. No matter where he goes, he is a backbone force, and it is not a problem for him to get a middle or senior management position. Then Wang Gang came over and asked again. He is more extreme and develops his strength in all 4 dimensions. Whether it is adding points or choosing equipment, strength is the main focus. Ye Chuyun had no objection to this, but only suggested that he focus more on developing his physical fitness. Wang Gang's combat power is higher than Kai Kuan's, close to 5,000. Zhuang Liang and Lei Chen's combat power is about the same as Kai Kuan's. On average, almost everyone has a combat power of 4,000. This made Ye Chuyun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. While others are still trying their best to recruit high combat talents, they are like cabbages in his base. It is said that Xiong Yuntao, who joined with Qian Duo, is still at level 9, but his combat power is 5,500. It can be seen that Qian Duo deliberately prevented Xiong Yuntao from upgrading and increased his combat power as much as possible. After all, there is Ye Chuyun as a living example here. Even a fool knows that before reaching level 10 and heading to the Temple of Destiny, the higher the combat power, the better. Wang Gang and his companions, who might have been lost in the crowd, changed their fate in their previous lives because of Ye Chuyun, an anomaly, and now they have become brilliant. Regarding career choices, Ye Chuyun couldn't give much advice, because there are no fixed professions in the world of gods and demons. What's more, Tiandao will combine the examinee's own attributes, talents, skills, etc. to customize a unique profession. However, these professions basically do not deviate from the scope of main professions such as warriors, mages, thieves, etc. Unless it's a hidden profession like Ye Chuyun. Half an hour passed quickly. During this time, Ye Chuyun chatted with Qian Duo, Wang Gang, and others. Ye Chuyun also learned some gossip that he had missed. For example, the forging genius recruited by Qian Duo, Niodali. After Ye Chuyun gave the forging drawings to Qian Duo, he began to train Niodali vigorously. First, he gave Niodali a forging blueprint of a first-grade top-grade equipment and asked him to learn it. The unlimited provision of forging materials is to enable Niodali to increase the forging success rate as much as possible. Niodali lived up to everyone's expectations and can now succeed once out of 5 times. The only thing we can do is to avoid losing money. As long as you keep going, you will be able to make a profit from it soon. He is indeed the forging master of the previous life. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but marvel. In addition, Qian Duo also discovered a talented alchemist. It's Wang Yun from Wang Gang's team. She originally majored in medicine on Blue Star and was quite interested in spiritual herbs and knew a lot about them. Qian Duo got a recipe for body tempering pill from somewhere and asked Wang Yun to learn it. Although there were some bumps in the beginning, the success rate was far lower than Niodali's. But he is also much better than other alchemy apprentices and already has the aura of a leader. If trained, it is very likely that he will become a senior alchemist, not to mention a master of alchemy. What surprised Ye Chuyun the most was Bai Hang's growth. Qian Duo couldn't help but ask him where he found such a genius. Since Bai Hang was recruited, he has demonstrated unparalleled combat capabilities. The skills he learned seem to be able to exert extraordinary power in his hands. Although Bai Hang has been trained with Qian Duo's resources, his combat power has reached about 2,000. But after the competition, even Xiong Yuntao, who had a combat power of 5,500, was suppressed and almost defeated. What will happen if this happens when he grows up? Ye Chuyun smiled when he saw this. Are you kidding? Is the top 100 God-level masters just a joke? In the previous life, in order to select the top 100 God-level masters, Tiandao specially held the Blue Star Domain Martial Arts Conference. The Blue Star Domain Martial Arts Conference was held in the first year after their Blue Star arrived in the world of gods and demons. The rewards are extremely rich. Even if it's just a consolation prize, you can get a lottery box where you can draw anything. Of course, the premise is that you are lucky. Chapter 138, Heaven-Defying Enchanted Armor, Life Guild. In addition, the top 100 players will receive attractive rewards. 10th level equipment, 10th level skills, rare items from heaven and earth, and even S-level talents. So when this event was held, almost everyone in the Blue Star region signed up. That's billions of people. After layers of selection, the top 100 contestants were finally selected from these billions of people. They are the so-called top 100 God-level masters. Each of the 100 people who can stand out from billions is no ordinary person. Bai Hang, in particular, is the best among them. Without some fighting talent, Ye Chuyun simply didn't believe it. The Blue Star Domain Martial Arts Conference is held once a year. Bai Hang stood out in the third year, created an unexpected storm, and came into their sight as a super dark horse. The top 100 God-level masters every year are not fixed. The first 100 were selected in the first year. The top 100 in the second year will be temporarily fixed, waiting for others to challenge them. If the challenge is successful, the later talents can replace them. Bai Hang successfully challenged the 90th place in the third year and replaced it. In the fourth year, he continued to challenge the 50th place and succeeded. In the fifth year, I challenged the 40th place and succeeded. Finally, it stayed at 21st place. It can be said that even if Bai Hang is so powerful, he cannot defeat the top 20. Because Bai Hang is not the only monster. The top 20 are all monsters among monsters. Just when Ye Chuyun was lost in his memories, he suddenly heard Arnold shouting, "Done! Done!" Arnold came to Ye Chuyun happily with an object in the shape of a nail plate. "Sir, please take a look. The primary enchanted armor is finally completed." Ye Chuyun came back to his senses. His eyes immediately lit up. He took the armor plate and checked the data. Primary enchanted armor, defense plus 30, all attributes plus 10. Very simple attributes, slightly worse than the second level equipment, but better than the first level equipment. However, this primary enchanted armor can be equipped additionally. A maximum of 6 pieces of primary enchanted armor can be bound. If you calculate it this way, the attribute bonus is really incredible. The attributes of the 6 pieces added together are defense plus 180 and all attributes plus 60. This means that if you bind 6 pieces of primary enchanted armor, you can increase your combat power by 640 points out of thin air. Where can I find such a good thing? Moreover, there are no equipment requirements for primary enchanted armor. Even if it is level 1, it can be equipped. The materials used for making it are also very simple. All you need is 10 copper or 5 bronze and a magic crystal. The total cost does not exceed 1,000 god and demon coins. This is the case even for the primary enchanted armor. The manufacturing materials for intermediate enchanted armor are also very simple, requiring only 15 iron ores, 10 refined iron ores, and 5 magic crystals. The attributes are far better than the primary enchanted armor. Defense plus 600, all attributes plus 180. Advanced enchanted armor requires 20 silver ores, 10 mithril ores, and 10 magic crystals. Defense plus 1800, all attributes plus 600, and can also increase damage reduction. Even for the highest level of enchanted armor, the materials used to make it are not particularly rare and are very easy to obtain. If the entire body is bound with the highest level enchanted armor, it is equivalent to increasing 6,600 points of combat power out of thin air. Without any requirements, 6,600 combat power points were increased out of thin air. Who can resist this temptation? After Ye Chuyun announced the properties of the primary enchanted armor and explained its functions, Qian Duoduo's eyes immediately glued to the primary enchanted armor, as if he saw unlimited business opportunities. Oh my goodness, this thing is too outrageous, isn't it? Can it be made with just 10 copper or 5 bronze and 1 magic crystal? Ye Chuyun nodded. Yes, the cost will not exceed 1,000 god and demon coins at most. I plan to first provide the primary enchanted armor to our internal personnel and use contribution points to exchange it. After it's saturated, we'll sell it to the outside world. When Wang Gang and others heard that they could exchange for contribution points, they beat their chests and stamped their feet, and they couldn't wait to complete the task and get the contribution points reward. Qian Duo understood the other meanings in Ye Chuyun's words. Could it be that, in addition to the primary enchanted armor, there will also be intermediate or even advanced levels? Ye Chuyun didn't comment, just smiled. But Qian Duo immediately became excited and understood what he meant. In that case, I have to quickly recruit a few more engineering apprentices. Otherwise, relying solely on Grandmaster Arner to create the basic enchanted armor would be a bit of a waste of talent, wouldn't it? Ye Chuyun also nodded. That's exactly what we should do. Recruit a few more reliable apprentices as soon as possible. However, they must sign a Heavenly Dao contract. The method for making primary enchanted armor must never be passed on. Of course, just leave it to me. Once you recruit them, I will let Aner teach them. In addition to the primary enchanted armor, Aner also made gem holes. The method of making gem holes is even simpler. All you need is one piece of iron ore. Install the gem socket on the equipment, and you can equip the gem. Ye Chuyun also gave all the 1st to 3rd level gems, a blood-colored suit, and other spoils he had obtained from the Golden Ruins to Qian Duo. These gems, bloody suits, and other equipment are also included in the list as exchange objects for contribution points. The 4th and 5th level gems are kept for themselves. At this time, Wang Gang and others had already left, all to earn contribution points. Qian Duo couldn't digest so many things at once, so he said goodbye and left to prepare for subsequent development plans. It can be said that Ye Chuyun's arrival once again added countless things to his burdens. He already had too much to do, and now he had a lot more to do. I wish 24 hours could be divided into 48 hours. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun could only express his gratitude silently in his heart. However, before Qian Duo left, Ye Chuyun asked him to help build a living union. This, life union, is a territory exclusively for life professions. In the future, forging equipment, making magic devices, refining pills, etc. will all be completed in this life union. In addition, everyone also has a place to exchange experiences. In the future, Ye Chuyun will ask Arnold to give lectures regularly to facilitate learning for other apprentices. This life union may become a holy place for life professions in the future. However, this living union is not located in the public buildings in the residence. If you want to build it, you can only do it yourself. Chapter 139. Inlaying gems and refining pills like crazy. Fortunately, among the talents recruited by Qian Duo this time, there are many architectural designers, construction engineers, etc. As long as you have all the materials, it is not difficult to build a building by yourself. As Aner is currently only able to create primary enchanted armor and gem sockets, Ye Chuyun asked him to make 6 pieces of primary enchanted armor and gem sockets, and equip himself with them first. The first is the primary enchanted armor, which can produce effects as long as it is bound to the equipment. The 6 pieces of primary enchanted armor directly increased Ye Chuyun's combat power by 640 points. Now his combat power exceeded 64,000, reaching 64,028 points. After binding 6 pieces of primary enchanted armor, Ye Chuyun drilled all the gem holes on his equipment. Abyssal Greatsword, Earth Mother's Giant Shield, and Bloody 6-piece set. There are 8 gem holes in total, which can hold 6 gems. First is the 5th level gem. Level 5 Agility gem can be inlaid on leg equipment, Agility plus 300. There is only one 5th level gem, and no matter what its attributes are, Ye Chuyun must equip it. Without any hesitation, Ye Chuyun embedded this 5th level Agility gem into the blood-colored boots. Even if he changes to new equipment in the future, he can still take out the gem and put it on the new equipment. In addition, there are 10 4th level gems, 2 Strength gems, 3 Spirit gems, 2 Agility gems, 2 Constitution gems, and 1 Defense gem. For example, the properties added by Power gems, Spirit gems, etc. are slightly weaker than those of 5th level gems. Only 200 points are added. Different types of gemstones have different requirements for setting positions. For example, Agility gems can only be embedded in leg equipment. The Power gem can only be equipped on weapons and gauntlets. Constitution gems can only be equipped on breastplates, shoulder pads, and belts. The Spirit gem can only be equipped on the helmet. Among them, the more special Defense gem can only be embedded in the shield and can increase the defense power by 400 points. However, this request is perfect for Ye Chuyun, who has difficulty making choices. His Earth Mother shield can be equipped with this only 4th level defensive gem. The Abyss Greatsword and Crimson Wristguards are equipped with 4th level Strength gems. The blood-colored helmet is equipped with a 4th level Spirit gem. Equip all other parts with Constitution gems. Now that all 8 pieces of equipment have been inlaid, the combat power has skyrocketed again. Ye Chuyun immediately opened the panel to check. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 1526-2000/8000000. Reputation: 600. Title: Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength: 8414 C level, Strength plus 6731. Agility: 6451 D level Agility Enhancement, plus 2580. Constitution: 9748 D level Constitution Enhancement, plus 3899. Spirit: 7966 D level Spirit Enhancement, plus 3186. Hearing: 100. Combat Power: 67,428 65,158, plus 2270. The combat power increased by over 3,000 in an instant. The improvement in combat power made Ye Chuyun in a good mood. If this trend continues, he might even be able to break through 100,000 combat power before reaching level 20. The combat power exceeded 100,000 at level 20, which was basically impossible in the previous life. Perhaps only super geniuses in the high-level world can achieve it. As a low-level human being, Ye Chuyun was able to reach this level, but no one would believe it if he told others about it. At this moment, he sat cross-legged and took out the alchemy furnace and a pile of spiritual herbs and fruits from the storage space. Since Wang Gang and others are about to go to the Temple of Destiny, he, as the boss of the base, has to help in any way he can, such as the Great Strength Pill, the 5-Spirit Pill, the Body Tempering Pill, etc. He can provide it unlimitedly to Wang Gang and others, allowing them to consume it to the upper limit. This can greatly increase combat power. It just so happens that he can improve his alchemy proficiency as quickly as possible. The refining conditions for Yin Yang Dan and Di Yuan Dan both require an intermediate-level alchemist. At present, Ye Chuyun has learned all the pill recipes. Only he can refine it and cannot ask anyone else to do it. It's also a good opportunity to improve my proficiency and help Wang Gang and others get more stock. Unfortunately, the Book of the Divine Craftsman can only guarantee that he will gain 100% proficiency in forging. There is no guarantee that he can gain alchemy proficiency 100%. If Ye Chuyun wants to be promoted to an intermediate alchemist, he can only rely on piling up countless resources. It was already early morning, and it was the 5th day. Some of the people stationed there were already very tired and went to bed early. But this is not a problem for Ye Chuyun. In his previous life, he almost evolved away from sleep and became the king of scrolls. It's not enough, there's simply not enough time. Sleeping was out of the question. Others think this way even more. But people always feel tired and want to sleep. Not sleeping all the time is undoubtedly overdrawing your life. In the previous life, there was an alchemy master named Jin Hong. In order to solve the problem of sleeping, he created an elixir called the sleepless pill. Taking it once every 7 days can solve sleep problems. As soon as it came out, it was snapped up. It can be seen how much effort the film kings have put in to solve the problem of sleeping. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, but proficiency did not increase. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, proficiency plus 1 point. Successfully refined the body tempering pill, proficiency plus 1 point. Successfully refined the 5-Spirit Pill, proficiency plus 2 points. Successfully refined the 5-Spirit Pill, but proficiency did not increase. Refining from night to day. Ye Chuyun himself didn't know how many body tempering pills, strength pills, and 5-Spirit pills he had refined. Whenever the materials ran out, he would ask Qian Duo to replenish them with new ones. Qian Duo also knew that Ye Chuyun was refining medicine, and he took the initiative to bring a large number of first and second level spiritual herbs and fruits for him to use. But what surprised Ye Chuyun was, Qian Duo said that these first and second level spiritual herbs did not cost any divine and demon coins. All of them are contributed by the resources of the collectors. Ye Chuyun was very curious, so he went to Qian Duo to find out more. Then he understood that since Qian Duo included all the good things such as holy plate armor, gems, essence, bloody suits, and primary enchanted armor into the contribution point exchange list and then announced it, these people exploded. Because they had no contribution points, they could only stare blankly at so many top-quality equipment. They also ranked these exchange items. The first place is the 3rd level top-grade suit, the bloody suit, followed by the holy plate armor, primary enchanted armor, gems, essence, etc. The bloody suit has undoubtedly become the item that these people most want to exchange. Chapter 140 Crazy Exchange List. You have to know that the best equipment they have now is only the second-level equipment. The third-level top-grade equipment, or even a suit, is something that you can't even imagine. Since it is a set, the price is 100,000 contribution points, and all the sets can be redeemed. All of them can be exchanged for just 100,000 contribution points. Where can I find such a good thing? There is the temptation of top-quality equipment, such as the Scarlet set and Holy Plate armor. These people don't even want the God and Demon coins anymore. They just want contribution points. A rule set by Qian Duo before played a big role. As long as you hand in all the gains from battle or collection, you can exchange them for corresponding contribution points. But if you don't want to hand it in, you won't be forced to do so. You just won't get any contribution points as a reward. When this rule was first announced, almost no one took it seriously. Anyway, as long as you complete the task, you will be rewarded with contribution points. Why do you have to hand over all your battle or collection gains in order to get more contribution points? No matter how you think about it, the God and Demon coins are more attractive. Only a few people noticed something was amiss and handed over a portion of the spoils in exchange for contribution points. Qian Duo also played a little trick here. When these people handed in their spoils, they were given contribution points exceeding their original value. These contribution points are enough to exchange for some very good things, such as spirit essence, gems, etc. These are items that are not currently being sold on the trading floor. It can be said that it is something that cannot be bought even with the coins of gods and demons. But this part of people has not noticed it yet. Now that Qian Duo has made these things public, this group of people took a closer look. Wow, these contribution points of mine can be exchanged for the essence and first-level gems here. Although these things are not as good as the Scarlet set, the Holy Plate armor is better, but it is also a top-notch product that cannot be bought outside. And the quantity is limited. If you don't change it now, when will you? So in front of everyone, this group of people immediately spent all their contribution points and exchanged them for essences and gems from Qian Duo. This undoubtedly stimulated others even more. Wow, someone has already started redeeming. No one dares to think about the Scarlet suit for the time being. After all, it requires 100,000 contribution points, which cannot be exchanged in a short time. But those essences, gems, and primary enchanted armor can be exchanged. It only takes a few hundred contribution points at least, and you can get it all in no time. If it's a little late, I'm afraid all of them will be replaced. Seeing that the gems and essences were becoming less and less, these people suddenly became restless. At this time, Qian Duo saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately brought out the previous rule. As long as you hand in spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and other spoils in exchange, you can get corresponding contribution points. As soon as these words were spoken, many people immediately took out all their assets in order to exchange for a few more contribution points. Some people even rushed to accept the mission, not even asking for the God and Demon coins, just the contribution points. This also resulted in Qian Duo instantly exchanging for a large amount of spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and other materials. Even the tasks are completed much faster than before. When Ye Chuyun heard this, he couldn't help but admire Qian Duo's approach. Doing this is like killing two birds with one stone. Everything these people handed in, and the contribution points they earned in exchange, were carefully calculated by Qian Duo. It was almost like selling it to him at a 20% discount. But these people still do it. Because the things Qian Duo gave them can only be exchanged with contribution points. Even if it's a 20% discount, they will accept it. Moreover, Qian Duo indirectly stimulated the work efficiency of these people through this. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun looked at Qian Duo who was smiling at the moment, and couldn't help but shiver. Evil capitalists. It's so scary. After the alchemy was finished, Ye Chuyun's side was filled with various bottles and jars. It contains a large number of body-tempering pills, strength pills, 5-spirit pills, etc. As a result, Ye Chuyun was finally promoted to an intermediate alchemist. These 1,000 points of proficiency were entirely accumulated through countless resources. After being promoted to an intermediate alchemist, he would not be able to gain even 1 point of proficiency when refining body-tempering pills, strength pills, or 5-spirit pills. Because no matter whether it is the body-tempering pill, the strength pill, or the 5-spirit pill, the highest level is only the second-level pill. For junior alchemists, they can gain proficiency in refining first to second-level pills from time to time. But after reaching the intermediate level of alchemy, the level of first and second-level pills is too low. It must be at least a third-level pill or above to be able to gain proficiency from the refining process again. Ye Chuyun was like this in his previous life. As an intermediate alchemist, he can only refine first-level pills. As a result, his proficiency level has never increased. Alchemists are still very rare nowadays and have to be trained slowly from apprentices. But at that time, alchemists were already everywhere, like cabbages. One could grab a handful at a time. A very special volume. When major forces recruit alchemists, the minimum standard is that of an intermediate alchemist. Only small groups would want a junior alchemist. Moreover, even if an intermediate alchemist enters, he can only make first to second level pills. A third-level elixir can only be made by a high-level alchemist. After all, when working as an alchemist, all the materials are provided by the base. In order to save costs, the garrison must want to hand over the high-level elixirs to high-level alchemists with higher success rates. Why give it to an intermediate alchemist? Therefore, even if Ye Chuyun entered a big force, he could only refine first-level pills. In order to improve their level, some intermediate alchemists even go to great lengths to purchase third-level pill recipes at their own expense and use the materials to make the pills themselves. But Ye Chuyun didn't have the money. Just a third-level pill recipe costs a minimum of 100,000 god and demon coins, which is not something he, a worker with a monthly salary of 5,000, can afford. This caused his alchemist level to remain at the intermediate level forever. Announcement: congratulations to Shun Nuo for establishing his third settlement, the Star Moon Alliance. This increases his reputation by 100 points and grants him a bonus that increases his initial attributes by 1/3. Announcement: congratulations to Shun Nuo for establishing his third settlement, the Star Moon Alliance. This increases his reputation by 100 points and grants him a bonus that increases his initial attributes by 1/3. Announcement: congratulations to Shun Nuo for establishing his third settlement, the Star Moon Alliance. This increases his reputation by 100 points and grants him a bonus that increases his initial attributes by 1/3. Another station has been created? After seeing the announcement, Ye Chuyun also came out of his memories. He had heard of the Star Moon Alliance, which was also a first-rate force in his previous life. Chapter 141: New Changes in the Base. The birth of the third base naturally triggered another discussion on the World Channel. But Ye Chuyun didn't care that much. He believes that in the near future, more and more stations will be established. Each base will take advantage of this golden period of development to fully develop its own base and strengthen its strength. As the first leader to establish a base, he naturally cannot fall behind. Ye Chuyun also did not forget that if the total number of bases in the entire region reached 10, a new round of Tiandao missions would be launched. He had to hurry up and forge the Tower of Elements. Now the core of the Tower of Elements, the heart of black iron, has been obtained. Now all that's missing are some other odds and ends. These materials are not difficult to obtain, but currently no one is selling them in the trading house. Ye Chuyun can only rely on himself to find a way to obtain it. But this is not a big problem. Ye Chuyun knew that there was a place where he could obtain a large amount of forging materials, rare spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, etc. The Tower of Elements, Earth Element Pills, and some materials for the Heavenly Sin set can be obtained there. There are even more drawings of many life professions. There will also be drawings of basic and even advanced whetstones. But that place is a large team alien space. It also stipulates that only people between levels 5 and 20 can enter. Although in principle at least 20 people are required to enter, one person can also enter. Ye Chuyun planned to try it alone first, as he had never been to that dungeon before. Just read the guide. With his current combat power of 67,000, going there would be a dimensionality reduction attack. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun called Qian Duo over again. Are you leaving again? Qian Duo asked as he put the pills away. Ye Chuyun curled his lips. I'm going to seek benefits for everyone. The world is so big, I want to see it. Qian Duo couldn't stand hearing such words and quickly waved his hands. Okay, go ahead. I'm here. I have to lead the team to the train station to recruit people later, and also pick up brothers and sisters like Shifeng, Chu Yunlan, Xiao Shanyun, and Su Ming. But if anything happens, you have to come back quickly. Ye Chuyun nodded with a smile. That's natural. Before leaving, Ye Chuyun instructed Arnold to follow Qian Duoduo's instructions first. It will do whatever Qian Duoduo tells it to do. Arnold naturally had no complaints and agreed immediately. All its attention is now focused on the book on advanced magical devices, and it wants to study it day and night. Walk out of the house. The sky over the entire base was already getting light. Everyone walked on the wide streets with excitement on their faces, as if they had taken stimulants. Ye Chuyun also found that there were many new people in the base, and everyone was looking around like a curious baby. At this time, 3 or 4 people came over and were responsible for guiding these newcomers. Come on, you're new here, right? Come with me. I'll show you around the base. Let's register at the residential building first. There's also the mansion where you can take on missions. Oh my god, the benefits are so good. Haha, it seems I made the right decision to come to Weiyang Station. Yes. I don't know how many people want to enter Weiyang Station now. I have wasted a lot of effort, but it is worth it. There were also people shouting constantly. Is there anyone selling contribution points? 10 god and demon coins in exchange for 1 contribution point. Find a top expert to help you level up. Each level up will give you 500 contribution points. Fuck, what are contribution points? Don't you want the god and demon coins anymore? Hey, you're new here, right? You might not understand this, but right now in the base, contribution points are worth more than god and demon coins. Let me explain. Oh my god, contribution points can actually be exchanged for so many good things. I want to exchange 20 god and demon coins for some contribution points. Is that okay? Fuck, buddy, why are you still stealing my business? At this time, Ye Chuyun walked out of the hotel and got a 1-hour double energy point buff, while also restoring his physical strength and spirit to their peak. This is another benefit of the hotel. As long as you spend a certain amount of god and demon coins, you can restore a certain degree of physical strength, concentration, mental fatigue, and other problems. But it does not fundamentally solve the hidden dangers caused by not sleeping. However, it has solved the difficulties faced by most of the current Scroll Kings. It's almost time to leave. Ye Chuyun was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by someone. Wait a minute, sir. Are you interested in making money? A middle-aged man walked over and asked with a smile. At this time, all of Ye Chuyun's equipment was hidden. However, the clothes he wore were all designed by major designers in the area, and they all looked very refined and handsome. Coupled with his unique master's temperament, he immediately attracted the middle-aged man. Make money. Ye Chuyun turned around and looked at him with an amused look on his face. It was discovered that the middle-aged man was a level 5 newcomer. Ye Chuyun immediately understood that the middle-aged man in front of him probably wanted him to help him upgrade. Many people have done this in previous lives. After the level is raised, they will turn around and work for the lower level ones, helping them upgrade and earn god and demon coins. Ye Chuyun naturally did the same. However, at that time, the special role only gave 1,000 god and demon coins for each level up, which was worse than being a slave and also delayed my time for upgrading. Ye Chuyun gave up after only 1 day. That's right, boss, are you interested? The middle-aged man said flatteringly. Just help me level up. How about 1,000 god and demon coins for level 1? Ye Chuyun heard it. My goodness, this is too expensive. He had previously seen someone looking for someone to help him level up, and he was given 500 contribution points for each level. 500 contribution points converted into god and demon coins would be at least 5,000. He immediately shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Please go find someone else. He has so many things to do, including upgrading, completing missions, making money, and accumulating advantages for the future development of the base and preparing for the future hegemony among all races. Now, if he goes to a trading house to buy things, he might earn hundreds of thousands of god and demon coins. There is no need to devalue it so much for just 1,000 god and demon coins. After saying that, he turned and left, and with a flash of his wind feather wings, he flew into the sky. Fuck, I met a real big shot. When the middle-aged man saw Ye Chuyun suddenly fly into the sky, he suddenly regretted it. He asked for 1,000 god and demon coins, thinking that Ye Chuyun was easy to fool. He had used this method before to fool an expert who had no idea about the market price and helped him to reach a higher level. Now that he has met a real big shot, the middle-aged man suddenly feels like crying but has no tears. If I had known earlier, I would have quoted 5,000 Shima coins. Chapter 142 Red Moon Church, Uninvited Guests. Ha ha ha, you newbie are so funny. That's our leader. A patrolman dressed in first-level gear passed by, saw the whole thing, and laughed. Never mind. There are always these newbies who are so ambitious that they think they can trick fools. Who has the time to help others level up now? Let's take advantage of our patrol time to see if we can exchange them for some contribution points. The companion who was also on patrol said anxiously. I see. I'm just reminding that newcomer so he doesn't fail to recognize the leader next time he sees him. This is for his own good. The patrolman sneered. After hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly realized what was going on and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, if what the patrolman said was correct, then didn't he just let the leader of the Weiyang base beat him to level up? They also gave a price of 1,000 god and demon coins for each level up, a price that would make even a dog shake his head. If it were anyone else, they would have fought with me long ago, not to mention that that person was the leader of the alliance. First in the world rankings and first in the world combat power rankings. No one has surpassed it so far. He actually wanted to order such a big shot around just now. Isn't this like lighting a lantern in a toilet to illuminate the shit? If Ye Chuyun had been angry just now, I don't know whether I could still be standing here alive. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he quickly turned around and ran away. The other newcomers who wanted to be guided by experts to level up also shut up and went to look for tasks to level up in silence with a guilty conscience. On the other side, Ye Chuyun left the base and took the train to the next destination. Area 655, Red Moon Church. There are countless tombstones standing around a dilapidated church, and faint whispers can be heard from the tombstones. This makes the area extremely terrifying. This is also a large team space. Compared to the Swamp King Cemetery and the Poison Mist Swamp, the Red Moon Church is much more difficult. The former recommends a team of at least 5 people to enter. The latter recommends a team of at least 20 people to enter. The gap is obvious. The Swamp King Cemetery is more like a team instance. The Red Moon Church is a team dungeon. Team dungeons are different from squad dungeons in that they are not only more difficult, but also drop better loot. Especially in the Hell level team dungeon, the drop rate is at least 50%. And next to each team copy, there will be a list. The team and name of the first pass, as well as the station forces, will be recorded above for later viewing. This is equivalent to a fixed promotional advertisement. In addition to the first pass, there is also a shortest time to pass the level, but this record is not fixed. As long as other teams pass the level faster, they can replace the team in the rankings. In the past, in order to achieve this record, countless teams were constantly working on strategies to figure out how to pass the level faster. They will then publish these strategies on the forum and charge a fee. Every day, when Ye Chuyun is bored, he will look for these guides on the forum to pass the time. Now is the perfect time, all the benefits are his. When Ye Chuyun arrived at the Red Moon Church, he found that it was already crowded with people. This couldn't help but make Ye Chuyun feel very surprised. This was the first time he saw so many people besides Area 118 and Qianduoduo and the others after the 5th day since he arrived in the world of gods and demons. Ye Chuyun's sudden appearance also attracted a lot of people's attention. However, since Ye Chuyun had hidden all his equipment, nothing could be seen. And not everyone has the identification function now. So these people just took a quick glance and then turned their eyes away and ignored it. Ye Chuyun was also very happy about this, so he simply went to a corner and observed quietly. It is definitely not a coincidence that so many people suddenly appeared in the Red Moon Church. I just don't know what their purpose is in coming here. When Ye Chuyun arrived at the Red Moon Church, there were only more than 30 people there. Then more and more people came to the Red Moon Church. More and more people came, but no one entered the Red Moon Church. They just stood outside chatting, as if they were waiting for someone. Ye Chuyun also took the opportunity to blend in with them, pretending to chat with them, and almost figured out the situation. These people are all dragon people, from different regions. The only thing they had in common was that they all chose Area 655 and discovered the Red Moon Church. Now they are preparing to attack the Red Moon Church. Ye Chuyun nodded and continued to ask them who was the team leader. Without thinking too much, these people gave out the name of the leader. What surprised Ye Chuyun was that when they reported the name of the team leader, he found out that the team leader was not the same person. Instead, 3 people led their teams to attack the Red Moon Church. In other words, everyone in the Red Moon Church, except Ye Chuyun, is divided into 3 forces. The first leader was Zhou Yuanqing, who was considered one of the first people to arrive in Area 655. This person is quite ambitious. When he came to Area 655, he gathered many people on his own. Now he has formed a force and is expected to establish a base. Ye Chuyun had heard of this person's name. Isn't this the old boss? The second-rate force shadow that he joined in his previous life was founded by Zhou Yuanqing. Zhou Yuanqing's base was indeed originally established in Area 655. Later, bases were established in other regions. But Ye Chuyun didn't know that his old boss had originally led the team to challenge the Red Moon Church. However, according to his memory, Zhou Yuanqing's name was not on the first record of his previous life. It seems that this challenge is doomed to fail. The second leader is Chu Yunxin. She came to Area 655 relatively late, but her combat power is unparalleled. She once fought against a level 10 king-level beast alone, and she has the title of the best master in Area 655. This time, I led the team purely to clear the Red Moon Church. Naturally, many people are willing to join her team for the title of the #1 master. Ye Chuyun had heard of this person. Although he was not one of the top 100 god-level masters in his previous life, he was also a very powerful person. The third leader is called Yiwan. This person's strength is average and cannot compare to the previous 2. But he leads a group of unwanted savages, who are generally rookies with low combat power and no one wants them. Commonly known as Wild Group. Oh my god, I've never heard of this name before. What day is it today? I actually ran into so many important people. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. He had also heard of the name Yuan. In his previous life, this person was famous as a military advisor of a first-class force. Like Qian Duo, Yuan is also a genius in a certain field. Chapter 143: The Three Strong Ones Gather. If Qian Duo has superhuman talent in business, then Yuan also has extraordinary talent in commanding battles. In his previous life, Yuan joined a third-rate force King Fengtang. Relying on his own abilities, he climbed up step by step from an unknown rookie to the top of King Fengtang. Although it has become a high-level force, King Fengtang is only a third-rate force. Its overall strength and foundation are nothing compared to other second-rate and first-rate forces. The leader of King Fengtang was just lucky. He was extremely fortunate to have obtained a settlement order in the early days of the world of gods and demons and established a settlement. It's just that the location chosen when establishing the base was not very good. The surrounding area is almost barren, with nothing there, except for a piece of mineral resources. Relying on this piece of mineral resources, King Fengtang was able to develop and recruit batches of members to settle in. Yuan is one of them. At first, he was recruited by King Fengtang as a logistics staff. He demonstrated strong management abilities and was appreciated by the leader, becoming his right-hand man. However, before King Fengtang could develop, it was attacked by several other bases. Fights between bases are a very normal thing in the world of gods and demons. It's nothing more than a scramble for resources between bases. Especially since King Fengtang is only a third-rate force, it is normal for it to be attacked by other bases. In previous lives, there were many third-rate forces that were swallowed up by other first- and second-rate forces. Even second-rate forces sometimes cannot escape the fate of being swallowed up. But just when everyone thought that King Fengtang would be swallowed up, a surprising reversal is coming. At that time, a second-rate force and 3 third-rate forces joined forces to attack King Fengtang. Everyone thought that King Fengtang was doomed this time. But the result was that King Fengtang won a great victory and other forces were completely wiped out. All of this is thanks to Yuan. In the process of fighting with other forces, Yuan showed amazing command talent. Often defeat the enemy with fewer troops and predict every move of the enemy in advance. In the end, only a few people on one side died, but the other side was completely wiped out. Everyone thought that King Fengtang was bronze, but unexpectedly, it was king. But to be more specific, it should be said that King Fengtang took off only after it relied on Yuan. In the end, all the resources of those completely destroyed forces were occupied by King Fengtang. King Fengtang also took off as a result and eventually developed into a first-class force. Although it is not as powerful as a superpower, it is still one of the best among all the first-class forces. All of this is because of Ye Yuan's existence. Upon hearing that this person was also in the Red Moon Church, Ye Chuyun immediately became interested. Now the management and profit-making of the base are supported by Qian Duo, and with Xiaoqian's assistance, they can barely cope with it. But when it comes to combat command, having a lot of money is not enough. It would undoubtedly be great if Yuan joined. There is a lot of money to help with the economic development of the resident area. Yuan will be in full charge of the strategic deployment of the base. Combining 2 swords is so cool. Ye Chuyun nodded continuously while thinking that this was a very good plan. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated. The first team leader, Zhou Yuanqing, came over with a group of people. Zhou Yuanqing himself is thin and weak, looking like a white-collar worker on Blue Star. Ye Chuyun noticed that his equipment was not hidden, and the equipment was very uniform, like a suit. However, judging from the light emitted by the equipment, it is only at the 2nd level. Zhou Yuanqing himself is also level 10, but I don't know if he has changed his job. Its combat power is also 6,000, ranking at the top of the world combat power rankings. The 20 or so people behind Zhou Yuanqing were also fully armed to the teeth, but judging from the quality, they were no more than level 2. Wow, they are indeed the most powerful force in our region 655. Look at their boss's equipment, it's so gorgeous. We barbarians can't compare at all. Of course, they reportedly occupied a particularly good resource area and earned countless god and demon coins. There are also several forgers, and even the worst one has 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. Hey, these people's equipment is pretty good for us savages, but look at Zhou Yuanqing's equipment. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably a suit, and a 2nd-level suit at that. Holy crap, I've never seen a suit like this before. It's so cool. Others looked at Zhou Yuanqing, and others with envy. Ye Chuyun's expression remained calm. For the savages, these equipments are something they could never even dream of getting. But for him, these equipments were regarded as welfare and were provided directly and unconditionally to the staff of Weiyang Station. Better equipment requires contribution points to exchange. Now these things are only known to the people inside their Weiyang base and have not been spread. Therefore, no one on the World Channel knows the true situation of Weiyang Station. Many people still don't take it seriously, thinking that their Weiyang base is just the title of the first base established and actually does not have much foundation. Little do they know that judging from the current strength of their Weiyang base, no other force in the entire region can compare to them. Just as everyone was admiring the equipment of Zhou Yuanqing and others, they had already walked over. As soon as Zhou Yuanqing and others arrived, many people immediately walked out of the crowd and came to his side. It seems that these people are Zhou Yuanqing's people. Zhou Yuanqing nodded and led these people to a corner, apparently waiting for someone. Ye Chuyun also stood quietly in the crowd, eating melons and watching the show. He wanted to know, what kind of sparks will the three teams led by Zhou Yuanqing, Chu Yunxin, and Yuan create in the Red Moon Church? More than 10 minutes later, Chu Yunxin arrived with a large group of people. The team led by Chu Yunxin had very uniform equipment, comparable to Zhou Yuanqing's team. Among them, Chu Yunxin was not wearing second-level equipment, but most of her clothes were made up of second-level equipment. Her breastplate was even a third-level equipment, shining with dazzling light. Ye Chuyun was slightly surprised. Chu Yunxin's third-level breastplate is the sacred plate armor forged by him personally. Qian Duo sold more than 10 pieces. It seems that one of them fell into Chu Yunxin's hands. Looking at Chu Yunxin wearing the sacred plate armor, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. There is a feeling that my work is recognized. Chapter 144. Fight for the Magic Crystal Mine. In addition to the sacred plate armor, Ye Chuyun also noticed that the two crystal daggers on Chu Yunxin's waist were flashing abnormally. He recognized it at a glance as a very famous piece of equipment, called the Phantom Thorn, a second-level top-grade equipment. This piece of equipment comes from a copy of the Trial Land, the Ghost Castle, which is very famous. Because it can make the user become nothingness, enter an invincible state, and increase the probability of 100% attack and critical hit. It's simply a magical tool. That Ghost Castle became very famous because of this. In the past, many people went there every day to play dungeons just to get the Phantom Thorn. However, only the final boss of the Ghost Castle at the difficult level or above can drop the Phantom Thorn. I didn't expect Chu Yunxin to be able to reveal it. One is that she is extremely strong, and the other is that she is really lucky. I have to say, he does have some skills. After Chu Yunxin arrived, another group of people came out and came to her side. Miss Chu, long time no see, Zhou Yuanqing said with a smile. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with Chu Yunxin. If you mean a few hours is a long time, then it is indeed a long time. Chu Yun looked at Zhou Yuanqing with a forced smile. How arrogant you are. Do you really think you can get through this Red Moon Church? Zhou Yuanqing was defeated by Chu Yunxin and immediately changed his expression, snorting coldly and saying with disdain. The difficulty of the team dungeon is not comparable to those small dungeons in the trial grounds. To pass it, it depends more on the command. Really? No matter how good the command is, what's the point if the strength is not enough? Anyway, don't forget what we three agreed on before. Whoever clears the Red Moon Church at any level will own the area. I don't need you to remind me. After saying that, Chu Yunxin and Zhou Yuanqing's team stopped talking and each found a corner to rest. After listening to the conversation between Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin, and combining it with the revelations of other onlookers, Ye Chuyun finally understood the whole process. So this trip to the Red Moon Church was planned in order to seize resources? The cause was that Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin's men discovered a rare mineral resource at the same time. If all of them are collected, a rough estimate is that you can earn millions of god and demon coins. At the same time, Yuan also discovered this rare mineral resource. However, due to the huge power of Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin, Yuan also found many savages and formed a temporary savage force to compete with the other two. However, none of the three parties wanted to fight. The main reason is that the fight is simply impossible. After all, in the world of gods and demons, once you die, you are dead and there will be no resurrection. Many people are just workers. Why would they risk their lives for these few coins? So there is no way a fight can break out. After all, it is not a matter of life and death yet. So after discussing it for a long time, we finally came to this conclusion. Regardless of the difficulty level, whoever can clear the Red Moon Church first will own this piece of mineral resources. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but complain about this. They simply don't understand the horror of team dungeons, right? Do you think that just a few of us can clear the Red Moon Church? Although the level limit of the Red Moon Church is 5 to 20, it does not mean that its difficulty is the lowest level 5. If you want to pass the level, even the lowest simple level, it is unlikely to do so without an average combat power of 8,000. Whether it is Zhou Yuanqing, Chu Yunqing, or Yuan. As far as he knew, their names had never appeared in previous lives. In other words, their trip to the Red Moon Church was doomed to fail. Now Zhou Yuanqing's team and Chu Yunqing's team are divided into two groups. The last group left are Yi Yuan's people. The people Yi Yuan gathered were not as strong as the team brought by Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunqing. Everyone's equipment was scattered, and it was good enough to have one or two pieces of equipment. Ye Chuyun was still mixed in here at this time. Oh, it's so lively here. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a simple-looking uncle came running over in a hurry. It was Yi Yuan. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yi Yuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Although he was in a hurry, he had to run here on foot after all, and he had to avoid many ferocious beasts along the way, so it took him some time. This was also the first time Ye Chuyun saw Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan himself is about 1.9 meters tall and looks like a simple and honest uncle in his 30s. The equipment he was wearing was not very good, far inferior to Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunqing. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan simply does not have the strength or capital to compete with Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunqing. Wanting to snatch the minerals from them is simply like an egg hitting a stone and overestimating one's own capabilities. After Yi Yuan arrived, the remaining group of people finally found their backbone and gathered around. Ye Chuyun wanted to continue watching the show, so he followed the crowd and joined Yi Yuan's team. These people were originally people Yi Yuan brought in temporarily, and they were not very familiar with each other. Even if Ye Chuyun sneaked in, Yi Yuan didn't notice anything. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's check it out again. Zhou Yuanqing looked at Yi Yuan with contempt and was about to ridicule him, but Chu Yunqing spoke first. No matter the difficulty level, whoever clears the level first will get the right to collect the mineral resources, right? Yi Yuan asked. Not bad. Chu Yunqing nodded. Let's decide it this way. Zhou Yuanqing said lightly. Ye Chuyun stood in the crowd and asked the person next to him out of curiosity. Hey, brother, I was just pulled over here and I haven't figured out the situation yet. What kind of rare mineral is that they're fighting over? The person who was questioned by Ye Chuyun was also very easy to talk to. Well, I just heard about it. The mineral resources there seem to be magic crystals or something. Magic crystal? Ye Chuyun immediately became interested. What Zhou Yuanqing, Chu Yunqing, and Yi Yuan were competing for was actually a magic crystal mine. Good thing he asked, otherwise he would have missed it. This is a magic crystal vein. Before the Golden Flame Mountains were developed, there were very limited ways to obtain magic crystals. Now there is actually a magic crystal vein in front of Ye Chuyun. He definitely can't miss it. Brother, are you sure they are fighting for the magic crystal mine? Ye Chuyun continued to ask. That should be the case. I heard it from other brothers as well. The man said uncertainly. Okay, thank you. Ye Chuyun nodded and continued to focus his attention on Zhou Yuanqing and the other two. Chapter 145 officially joins the battle. The value of the three words, Ye Chuyun. Zhou Yuanqing and the other two made the decision in just a few words and prepared to sign the Heavenly Dao contract. Regarding the Heavenly Dao contract, someone had already publicized it on the World Channel on the third day. So basically it's something that everyone knows. But just as the three were about to sign the Heavenly Dao contract, Ye Chuyun finally couldn't help but stand up and stop them. Wait a moment, everyone. Ye Chuyun's sudden appearance immediately shifted the attention of Zhou Yuanqing and the other two to him. Who are you? Zhou Yuanqing frowned and looked at Ye Chuyun with a little annoyance. Chu Yunqing and Yi Yuan were also very surprised. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yuanqing's eyes flashed and he used his identification skills on Ye Chuyun. The identification skill can be used on ferocious beasts or humans. If used on a ferocious beast, its name, combat power, characteristics, explosion rate, etc. can be displayed. But if it is used on a human, only the name and rank can be seen. Unless your own level is 20 levels higher than the person being appraised, your combat power will not be visible. So when Zhou Yuanqing saw Ye Chuyun's name, the anger on his face quickly turned into shock. It was obvious that he recognized Ye Chuyun. Are you Ye Chuyun? Zhou Yuanqing looked at him in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Yunqing and Yi Yuan's expressions changed, and they looked at Ye Chuyun with awe. The crowd was in an uproar. Being stared at by so many people, Ye Chuyun suddenly felt as if a thorn in his back and was extremely uncomfortable. However, he understood very well why these people had such a big reaction when they heard his name. After all, the three words Ye Chuyun are now known to everyone in the entire Blue Star region. The first person to reach level 10 was Ye Chuyun. The first person to change jobs was Ye Chuyun. The first person to establish a base was Ye Chuyun. The number one in the world rankings today is Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun is still number one in the world's combat power rankings. In addition, there are many other firsts, all of which were achieved by Ye Chuyun. With so many halos concentrated on one person, it is hard not to attract people's attention. Fuck Ye Chuyun. I finally saw him in person today. I just took a look at the world rankings. Wow, this guy is already level 15. That's too scary. How did he get there? The combat power is still hidden. Now the second place has a combat power of over 10,000, but still hasn't surpassed Ye Chuyun. Oh my god, doesn't that mean he has a combat power of at least 20,000? Who knows? I feel like there's going to be something interesting to watch. Hehe, that's exactly what happened. I didn't expect Ye Chuyun to suddenly jump out. It seems he has set his sights on that piece of mineral resources. It's really going to be a good show to watch. The force led by Ye Chuyun is currently at its peak in Area 1888. Almost no one dares to provoke him. Now he has suddenly come to Area 655. I wonder if Zhou Yuanqing and the others can defeat Ye Chuyun. How can we not defeat him? No matter how powerful Ye Chuyun is, he is just one person now. With so many of us, do we still need to be afraid of him? The crowd was talking about the purpose of Ye Chuyun's sudden appearance here. Zhou Yuanqing and the other two were not stupid either, and they quickly guessed the purpose of Ye Chuyun's appearance here. Ye Chuyun, you're leaving your base alone and are coming to compete with us for the mineral resources? Zhou Yuanqing looked at Ye Chuyun coldly, his tone gradually becoming colder. Chu Yunxin also looked at him with hostility. Yi Wen's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a good idea, and he smiled with interest. Ye Chuyun coughed lightly. He knew it was rude of him to show up suddenly and intercept. But when interests are at stake, we still have to fight for it. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun said, "What? Coincidence, it's all coincidence. I just happened to walk over here and saw you three appear here. In that case, please leave here." Chu Yunxin immediately made her attitude clear. Having Zhou Yuanqing and Yi Wen as two opponents was already a difficult task. If Ye Chuyun showed up at this time, things would become even more troublesome. Yi Wen did not stop Chu Yunxin, which meant that he also hoped that Ye Chuyun would join in. Ye Chuyun didn't care much about the attitudes of these three people. With his fighting ability, no one present was his match. Moreover, the ownership of this mineral resource has not yet been determined, so anyone can compete for it. It was just because Zhou Yuanqing and the other two were the first to discover it, and Ye Chuyun, a latecomer, was indeed not in the right. If the three of them had reached an agreement that whoever discovered the mineral first would own it, then Ye Chuyun would naturally have nothing to say. However, the condition set by the three people is that whoever passes the Red Moon Church first will be able to obtain ownership of the mineral. Then he could do the same as Zhou Yuanqing and the other two. As long as he passes the Red Moon Church, why can't he obtain ownership of the minerals? Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun immediately ignored the hostility of the three people and asked, "The mineral you're fighting for is magic crystal?" Zhou Yuanqing sneered when he heard this. "Do I need to tell you whether it is a magic crystal stone or not?" Ye Chuyun rolled his eyes. He knew his old boss from his previous life very well. There's no way to get anything out of him. Chu Yunxin also kept silent, looking indifferent. In the end, only Yi Wen was left. Yi Wen's eyes turned. He looked at Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin, then at Ye Chuyun, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He immediately said, "Yes, that mineral is indeed magic crystal. Is it really a magic crystal vein?" Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he made a decision immediately. "Excuse me, the three of you. I also want to fight for this magic crystal vein." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin's expressions changed immediately. Yi Wen smiled secretly and looked at him with interest. Ye Chuyun glanced at him. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew why Yi Wen suddenly spoke. "It's nothing more than trying to pull myself into the game. The savage team led by Yi Wen is much inferior to Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin. The hope of obtaining the mining rights to that mineral is even slimmer." At this time, Ye Chuyun suddenly appeared, which undoubtedly disrupted the three-way confrontation. Yi Wen made a prompt decision and decided to let Ye Chuyun join in. Even if he fails to obtain the mining rights in the end, Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin will not have an easy time. Who knows, he might even benefit from it, maybe even drink some soup. Hearing that Yi Wen confessed so honestly, Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin were very angry. Looking at Ye Chuyun's attitude, it is obvious that he will not miss this opportunity. Chapter 146 Negotiation. The difficulty is upgraded. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuanqing suppressed his inner anger and looked at Ye Chuyun. "This mineral resource was discovered by Chu Yunxin and me. We accepted Yi Wen's sudden joining us. You're not even from Area 655. What gives you the right to compete with us for this mineral resource? Chuyun also had a gloomy face. Yes, I admit that you are very powerful. You are the first in level and combat power. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This matter cannot be resolved by your words alone. It seems that Zhou Yuanqing and Chuyun are very determined to reject Ye Chuyun's desire to join. And because of Ye Chuyun's sudden words, many other people looked at him with contempt. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun sighed, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. Don't be too nervous, you two. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Why don't you listen to my proposal and then make a decision? Haha, even after all this, you still haven't given up? You're really interesting. Zhou Yuanqing looked at Ye Chuyun, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Yuan also glanced at Ye Chuyun. He found that Ye Chuyun looked very calm and confident, and was not angry because of the rejection from Zhou Yuanqing, Chuyun, and others. Every move I make has a sense of confidence. But he didn't understand where Ye Chuyun's confidence came from. The teams led by Zhou Yuanqing and Chuyun are all elites, and the average combat power of each person is at least over 3,000. There is only one person on Ye Chuyun's side, although he established a base and recruited a large number of talents. But a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Even if Ye Chuyun wanted to call for help, those people could not rush from Area 1888 to Area 655 in an instant. If Zhou Yuanqing and Chuyun were determined not to let Ye Chuyun join, is it possible for Ye Chuyun to defeat so many people alone? So what if he is the highest in rank and combat power? He thought that Ye Chuyun's combat power was no more than 20,000. And this combat power has already exceeded his imagination. Yuan didn't dare to think about any higher combat power, because he knew how difficult it was to improve his combat power. First of all, the equipment. Although the data shows that the lowest explosion rate of ferocious beasts is 1%. But in reality, the explosion rate of equipment is far less than 1%. Basically, if you kill 1,000 ferocious beasts, only a few of them may drop equipment. The drop rate of mutant, leader, and king-level beasts may be higher, but it does not mean that equipment will be dropped 100%. Not to mention spirits, special items, and so on. Even the set of second-level equipment Zhou Yuanqing was wearing was bought from different people at a high price and put together into a set. If I rely on myself to do it, I don't know how long it will take. But that can only be bought by people with talent. If not, you can only rely on yourself. Therefore, Yuan didn't think that Ye Chuyun's equipment would be that powerful. At most it was only level 3. Add to that various other adventures and financial support, and the maximum combat power is 20,000. But deep down in his heart, Yuan still had some doubts. Perhaps Ye Chuyun's combat power is more than 20,000, maybe 30,000, or even 40,000. After all, Ye Chuyun appeared to be a little too calm. It is either the confidence that comes from one's own strength, or the confidence that comes from other aspects. For Yuan, the former is more likely. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It shouldn't be that outrageous. Yuan shook his head and put all his speculations behind him. In that case, tell me your proposal. Chuyun was still a little afraid of Ye Chuyun, so she let him continue. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun smiled and continued. Anyway, the 3 of you have already agreed that whoever clears the Red Moon Church first will get the right to collect the minerals, right? That's right. Zhou Yuanqing nodded and felt very depressed when he thought of this. It was obviously his younger brother who discovered that place first, but who knew that Chuyun found out about it, and then Yuan got involved. This proposal was also put forward by Yuan. Zhou Yuanqing didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he could only accept it. So, you also want to join us and clear the Red Moon Church? Chuyun frowned, feeling extremely unhappy. Not to mention Ye Chuyun's own combat power, the people in his base are probably not easy to deal with either. There are several level 10 masters alone, and many of their people are in the top 100 of the combat power list. After all, Ye Chuyun was the first person to establish a base, and he also had fame and financial resources. They must have recruited a group of very high-quality combat talents. If they were really allowed to join, then she, Zhou Yuanqing, and Yuan might have wasted their efforts and would be making things easier for Ye Chuyun. So when Chuyun saw Ye Chuyun nod, he immediately wanted to refuse. But Ye Chuyun did not give her a chance to refuse, and immediately said, I know what you're worried about, but don't worry, I'm the only one challenging the Red Moon Church this time. I'll challenge the Red Moon Church alone. As long as I clear it, the mining rights for this mineral will belong to me. How about that? What, you're alone? When these words were spoken, Zhou Yuanqing, the other 2, and everyone present were shocked. Oh my god, what did he just say? Is he going to the Red Moon Church alone? Good boy, this is a bit too confident. You made me think that the Red Moon Church would be easy to pass. If I hadn't seen that the Red Moon Church recommended a minimum of 20 people to enter, I might have believed it. Is it possible for one person to clear the Red Moon Church? I won't believe it even if you kill me. Hee, who can say for sure? Ye Chuyun is number 1 on the battle power list, with at least 20,000 battle power. If it's a simple level Red Moon Church, maybe he could actually pass it. What you said is really possible, but I don't know if the boss and the others agree or not. Everyone was talking about it, and Zhou Yuanqing and the other two had complicated expressions, looking at Ye Chuyun with a bit of disbelief. Are you going to challenge the Red Moon Church alone? Zhou Yuanqing still didn't quite believe what Ye Chuyun said. Chu Yunxin frowned even more. Although the three of us said before that no matter what level, as long as we cleared the Red Moon Church, we would be fine. But your combat power is much higher than ours. If it's a simple level Red Moon Church, it's still unfair to us. Yuan did not comment. With a combat power of 20,000, it might be possible to clear the simple level of the Red Moon Church alone. But then Ye Chuyun smiled. Who said I'm going to challenge the simple level Red Moon Church? Chapter 147. Reach an agreement and enter the dungeon. From Zhou Yuanqing's perspective. What? Zhou Yuanqing was stunned. You don't want to challenge the simple level Red Moon Church, so you want to challenge the normal level one? Ye Chuyun shook his head and said directly. I plan to directly challenge the Hell level Red Moon Church. What? Hell level? Everyone was dumbfounded again. Did I hear correctly? He said he was going to challenge the Hell level Red Moon Church. You heard me right, damn. Is he going to die? Doesn't he know that Hell level beings cannot be resurrected? Crazy. Crazy. Either he's crazy or I'm crazy. Why do I think he should be able to pass it? Then you are indeed crazy. That is the Hell level Red Moon Church. I'm afraid that there is not just an ordinary beast inside that can wipe us out. Zhou Yuanqing and the other two were frightened by Ye Chuyun's words and didn't know what to say. After waiting for a while, Zhou Yuanqing asked uncertainly, Are you sure you want to challenge the Hell level Red Moon Church? This is no joke. Are you willing to risk your life just for the right to collect minerals? Chu Yunxin and Yuan also nodded. Ye Chuyun didn't care. I wonder if you agree with my proposal. Isn't this fair after all? This. Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin felt Ye Chuyun's firm attitude and were also very troubled by it. But since he said so, they had no reason to refuse. After all, they said that they would challenge the Hell level Red Moon Church alone, and only if they passed the level before them could they obtain the right to collect minerals. This was too difficult, and they almost all agreed that it was impossible for Ye Chuyun to complete this challenge. In that case, they no longer had the idea of refusing. After all, they are still quite wary of Ye Chuyun himself and the forces behind him, so they cannot be too drastic. Okay, since you said so, let's do as you say. It was an unwise decision to have a falling out with Ye Chuyun here, so Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin had no choice but to compromise. Yuan naturally had nothing to say. After all, the decision-making power was not in his hands. He was very happy that Ye Chuyun could join, so that it would not be so easy for Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin to obtain the right to collect minerals. He just couldn't imagine that Ye Chuyun would be so crazy that he actually wanted to challenge the Hell level Red Moon Church. Seeing that Zhou Yuanqing and the others agreed, Ye Chuyun also breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the four of them signed the Heavenly Dao contract as agreed before. Once a contract is established, it must be observed. Now they have no chance to regret. With Ye Chuyun included, the forces were divided into four. Zhou Yuanqing's three groups of people stood in a triangle, while Ye Chuyun stood alone in the middle of them, looking a little lonely. Okay, now that we've negotiated, let's go in quickly. Zhou Yuanqing was afraid that another, Ye Chuyun, would jump out, so he spoke quickly. Okay. Chu Yunxin and Yuan nodded. You guys go in first, I'll go in later. Ye Chuyun crossed his arms and said calmly. You're so confident that you're waiting for us to go in first? Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yeah, you don't want to wait for us to get in, and then sneak into the simple level Red Moon Church, and then when you pass it, you can say that you have passed the Hell level? Zhou Yuanqing sneered. Ye Chuyun did not speak, but Chu Yunxin rolled his eyes first. Zhou Yuanqing, are you stupid? Don't you see the list next to it? It's blank right now. Once you clear the level for the first time, the list will automatically show the difficulty and name of the person who cleared it. There's no trick here. Zhou Yuanqing glanced at the list beside him and realized something. Oh, I forgot about that. It looks like my name will be on the list soon. Ignoring the expressions of Chu Yunxin and Yuan, Zhou Yuanqing set the difficulty of the Red Moon Church to easy before entering. In this way, when other people enter, they will also be sent to simple mode. Zhou Yuanqing led the team first, and one by one they turned into a white light, and entered the Red Moon Church. Next came Chu Yunshin and Yi Wan. In the end, only Ye Chuyun was left. Based on their strength, I'm afraid they'll be wiped out in less than half an hour. Ye Chuyun knew how terrifying the Red Moon Church was, so naturally he was not optimistic about Zhou Yuanqing and the other two. The Red Moon Church is a team dungeon, and the map inside is hundreds of times larger than the toxic swamp, almost the size of a small town. The more powerful ones are even as big as a city with a population of 1 million. In the world of gods and demons, the key to clearing all team dungeons is to find an exit. As long as you can leave the Red Moon Church, you have passed the level. It is very simple, but the process is not simple. If you want to leave, the first thing you have to do is to stay alive. I just don't know if Zhou Yuanqing and his people can realize this fact. After adjusting the difficulty to hell level, Ye Chuyun stepped into the light gate alone. Zhou Yuanqing led more than 40 people into the Red Moon Church. The sky was dark at this time, and the red moon became particularly conspicuous in the dark night. The red moonlight illuminated the dim earth, and Zhou Yuanqing could also see the surrounding scenery clearly. This is a wilderness full of tombstones. The huge tombstones are at least 10 meters high, forming a huge maze. From time to time, countless wailing sounds came from nowhere, creating a particularly strange atmosphere. It's so cold. Someone couldn't help but hugged his arms and shivered. Speaking of which, boss, how do we defeat the Red Moon Church? Can we clear it by killing the boss inside? This place is too scary. It feels like zombies will crawl out of that tombstone at any moment. Could it be that this Red Moon Church is full of ghosts? Oh my god, I'm most afraid of ghosts. Zhou Yuanqing frowned, not at all frightened by the strange scene. Okay, stop talking and listen to my instructions. I'll assign tasks to each of you first. After a few minutes, the division of labor for the entire team was determined. A total of 4 people have healing abilities and 6 people have auxiliary bonus abilities. These people were arranged to walk in the middle and receive treatment and reinforcement at any time. There were a lot of tanks, more than 10 in total, some of which were arranged at the front and some at the back, so that both ends could be taken care of. 5 people with reconnaissance skills improvised. The remaining melee and ranged combatants follow the tank, mainly fighting in the front and providing support. Chapter 148: The Terror of the Red Moon Church. Alright, the reconnaissance team will go explore the route first, and we will wait for intelligence here. Zhou Yuanqing was very satisfied with the current team allocation, so he arranged for 5 investigators to go ahead and investigate. There are now 3 paths in front of Zhou Yuanqing. If you want to pass the level as quickly as possible, you must plan the shortest route within a short period of time. Avoid fights that can be avoided. The 5 investigators nodded and began to act separately, carefully walking towards 3 different roads. In less than 5 minutes, 2 of them came running back from the leftmost road, one after the other. How? Zhou Yuanqing asked. There are traps on that road. There are over 30 ghost warriors in total, and each one has a minimum combat power of around 7,000. 7,000. Zhou Yuanqing's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. Wow, his combat power is more than 6,000. How can any ordinary ferocious beast have a combat power of 7,000? Fortunately, there were special investigators who discovered the trap. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out as soon as we came in. Soon after, the investigators on the other 2 routes also completed their exploration. There are 3 roads in total, 2 of which have traps, and 1 has no danger at all. Zhou Yuanqing immediately led the team to the safe road in the middle. A treasure chest appeared on that safe path. Zhou Yuanqing opened it and found that it was a box of steel stones, worth about 5,000 god and demon coins. It's worthy of being a large-scale team dungeon. It's only been a few minutes, and we've already received such rich rewards. Zhou Yuanqing smiled, put away the steel stone, and continued walking forward. Then 4 more forked roads appeared in front of Zhou Yuanqing. This time, Zhou Yuanqing still asked 5 investigators to continue exploring the way. At this pace, I'll be able to clear the level soon. When we get to the boss, with so many of us working together, are we still worried that we won't be able to defeat him? Zhou Yuanqing thought victory was in sight and felt relieved. But before he could feel proud for long, he heard several screams coming from the distance. Hint, Kai Xiang died. Hint, Wang Le died. Hint, Huang Jiang died. A series of death reminders appeared, and Zhou Yuanqing's face turned pale. Scout team, what happened? Zhou Yuanqing asked quickly, but no one answered this question. Although simple level copies can be resurrected. But unless the whole team is wiped out, there is nothing you can do after dying in the dungeon. It's just like real death. Only when the whole team is wiped out or the level is cleared can you be resurrected and teleported out. But what is more humane is that even if you die, you can still get the reward for completing the game. Therefore, in the past life, people would often find someone to lead the dungeon, and they would just lie there and be done with it. The strange death of the reconnaissance team immediately made everyone nervous, and they looked around vigilantly. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. The healing and support teams are in the middle. The tanks and output should pay attention to protection and activate life-saving skills at any time. Although Zhou Yuanqing was a little frightened, he quickly recovered and began to give orders. He admitted that he was a little carried away. When people are at their most proud, problems always arise. This statement is still correct. He observed every move around him, and previous experience told him not to act rashly. The sudden death of 5 investigators was certainly not accidental. Suddenly, a mist drifted in the distance. Zhou Yuanqing's ears moved, and he suddenly said, "Something's coming. Tank, be careful." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became nervous. Those who have shields pick them up and use them to block the enemy's presence, while those who don't have shields can only hide behind those with shields. What the hell is that? A man standing in the front with a huge shield in his hand discovered a dark shadow, slowly walking towards them in the fog. The black shadow was hidden in the fog, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Moreover, its speed was a little too slow. Each step seemed like a snail crawling at a speed of 1 step. But everyone did not let down their guard. As the shadow approached, screams became intermittent, making the listeners feel creepy. "Tanks, be sure to use your life-saving skills at any time," Zhou Yuanqing shouted. Everyone listened to his words very carefully and immediately prepared to use their life-saving skills. As the black shadow walked out of the fog, it turned into a black light and arrived in front of the front row of tanks in the blink of an eye. "Quick, use your life-saving skills," Zhou Yuanqing shouted with his eyes wide open. Unfortunately, it's too late. The tank that was targeted did not have time to use its life-saving skills. The main reason was that the shadow was as fast as a bullet, and he had no time to open it. The tank was directly penetrated by the black shadow, and the huge shield did not play any defensive role at all. Killed instantly. The tank stared with his eyes wide open, and the pain in his chest kept reminding him that he was about to die. However, although the tank was afraid, he breathed a sigh of relief when he thought that he could be resurrected and died peacefully. Perhaps the death of that tank bought time for the other tanks. The other tanks all used their life-saving skills. The shadow continued to attack the next person, but was blocked by the shield. The others also recovered and dodged the shadow's attacks. The output hides behind the tank and counterattacks the shadow. At the same time, Zhou Yuanqing led the healing assistants to retreat in an orderly manner. I have to say that he is quite capable and can build a professional team. He doesn't act like a newbie at all. The healers all provided treatment to the tanks, while the supports all used enhancement skills to strengthen them. The front row finally stabilized. At the same time, Zhou Yuanqing also noticed that there was a dark shadow in the fog gradually approaching here. My goodness, it was already extremely difficult for them to deal with such a black shadow. If a few more come, won't the whole team be wiped out in minutes? As everyone retreated, the red moonlight shone down, and the true face of the black shadow was finally revealed. It has pitch-black fur, scarlet eyes, a ferocious dog head, and a huge body that is more than 4 meters tall. His hands were a pair of pitch-black iron claws, and it was these claws that took the life of a tank in an instant. Su Qing, quickly use your identification skills to see how much combat power this monster has, Zhou Yuanqing said with a frown. I don't know what skills the black shadow used just now, so I can't identify any results. Now that its true identity has finally been revealed, I guess the identification skill can be used now. A young man wearing a red headscarf standing behind him nodded immediately when he heard this. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the black shadow. Immediately afterwards, Su Qing's expression suddenly changed. Holy crap! This is a mutant dog-headed man with a combat power of 12,000. Chapter 149 Defeat. Mr. Duo? 12,000. After hearing Su Qing's words, Zhou Yuanqing immediately felt his scalp tingling. Wow, this mutated elite beast actually has a combat power of 12,000. The tank that was just killed had the highest defense in his team. Even with a defense of nearly 800, he was still killed instantly in one move. It was already difficult enough to deal with just one mutant dog-headed man, and 6 more mutant dog-headed men emerged from the fog. Boss, this mutant dog-headed man has another skill. If it can't be killed in one strike, it will continuously summon its companions. At this time, Su Qing did not forget to add another knife. Zhou Yuanqing was a little speechless. Is this not allowing people to survive? After seeing this, everyone understood the difficulty of the team dungeon. If the simple level is so difficult, how about the normal level? At this time, The mutant dog-headed man was unable to break through the front row's defense. He was a little angry and let out a long howl to the sky. A woo. As it howled, Zhou Yuanxing discovered that a group of dog-headed men suddenly appeared behind them. What the hell is this horse fighting for? Seeing so many dog-headed men and mutated dog-headed men, Zhou Yuanxing felt despair in his heart. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuanxing's team appeared outside the Red Moon Church. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. Zhou Yuanxing's face was full of bitterness. He really didn't expect that a simple level team dungeon would be so difficult. Their team was wiped out before they even completed 1/3 of the way. Looking around, it seemed that their team was the first one to be kicked out. This was even more embarrassing. Everyone else was stuck in the pain of the Red Moon Church dungeon. No one expected that the team dungeon would be so difficult, and there was simply no way out. This Red Moon Church is too difficult. There are so many kobolds, including mutant kobolds. We only have so little combat power. How can we possibly defeat them? Maybe Yuan knew that the Red Moon Church was so difficult, so he proposed this on purpose. Who knows? We haven't even made it through yet. With Yuan's team's configuration, are you sure they can make it through? That's true. Maybe Yuan's team is still hiding at the starting point and doesn't dare to leave. Ha! Boss, do you want to continue the challenge? Su Qing asked from the side. He has been following Zhou Yuanxing since the early days of his arrival in the world of gods and demons, and is considered his right-hand man. Challenge. Zhou Yuanxing shook his head. Don't even think about it. With our current strength, we can't get through it at all. I believe it's the same with Chu Yunxin and Yuan. We'll see. Su Qing nodded, then seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Oh, boss, that Yi Chuyun seems to have gone in as well. There seems to be no movement now. Is he dead? After Su Qing's reminder, Zhou Yuanxing immediately reacted. Yeah, didn't Yi Chuyun say he wanted to challenge the hell-level Red Moon Church? Judging from the difficulty, wouldn't he be killed in a matter of minutes? Is he really dead? Zhou Yuanxing opened the ranking list and found that Yi Chuyun's name was still at the first place and had not disappeared. As long as the name does not disappear, it means that the person is not dead yet. He's not dead. Could it be that he's really in the hell-level Red Moon Church? Su Qing sneered. If he's really in there, then he's probably not far from death. It's such a terrifying place. If he goes in alone, isn't he just seeking death? It's possible that he was scared away as soon as he entered the hell level. Zhou Yuanxing laughed when he heard this. That's what you said. Easy level is so difficult, I can't even think about hell level. Who knows, once he gets in, he might decide there's no hope, feel embarrassed, and run away. Su Qing nodded continuously. Even in his current state, he still wants to compete with us for the mining rights. Isn't that a clown? Haha. Now let's wait for Chu Yunxin and Yuan to come out. Zhou Yuanxing seemed to have thought that Yi Chuyun had been scared away by the hell-level Red Moon Church long ago, and left for fear of embarrassment. It's impossible that you would stay in there knowing that you will die, right? With the comparison, his mood immediately improved. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Chu Yunxin's team also came out, dejected. What happened to them all? Aren't they just dead? Even though we died, it doesn't mean we can't conquer the Red Moon Church in the future. Don't lose heart, Chu Yunxin said through gritted teeth. Seeing Chu Yunxin's embarrassed look, Zhou Yuanxing's eyes immediately lit up, and he went to greet her with a smile. Oh my, isn't this Chu Yunxin, the #1 expert in our region 655? How's it going? Did you clear the level? Chu Yunxin rolled her eyes at him, and said with the same smile. Oh my, it seems like you were eliminated earlier than us. So, are you unable to defeat that mutant dog-headed man? Zhou Yuanxing's face turned ashen after being ridiculed by Chu Yunxin. So what? Didn't you fail too? It's just the pot calling the kettle black. Chu Yunxin was so stunned that she couldn't speak. What Zhou Yuanxing said is indeed correct. Even if you are eliminated later than him, you are still a failure. Her team spent a long time trying to get rid of 2 mutant dog-headed men. Those mutated dog-headed men kept summoning their companions, making them exhausted and leading to their annihilation. Why aren't you talking? Zhou Yuanxing looked at the silent Chu Yunxin and sneered. If Yuan also fails, then we have to think of another way to determine the right to collect the ore. Hee, Yuan failed, but don't we still have Yi Chuyun? Chu Yunxin smiled slightly and looked at Zhou Yuanxing. Yi Chuyun. Zhou Yuanxing laughed out loud when he heard that. Didn't you just get eliminated from the simple level Red Moon Church? You should know how terrifying it is there. That Yi Chuyun went alone to challenge the hell level Red Moon Church. Wouldn't that mean he'd be slaughtered in a matter of minutes? I guess he ran away a long time ago. Instead of counting on him to pass the hell-level Red Moon Church, you might as well count on me to do the same. Rely on you? I might as well rely on myself to pass it. Chu Yunxin rolled his eyes and led the team away from Zhou Yuanqing to a corner to rest. Then we'll just have to wait for Yi Yuan to be eliminated. Anyway, I don't think it's likely that the three of us will be able to make it through. Just give up. Zhou Yuanqing shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and returned to his team. Chapter 150. Why is this happening? Chu Yunxin sat on a stone, observing Zhou Yuanqing silently. In fact, she felt relieved when she saw Zhou Yuanqing being eliminated. At the same time, she also knew the difficulty of the Red Moon Church. Ye Chuyun wanted to pass the hell level by herself, and she felt that it was almost impossible. She actually believed Zhou Yuanqing's guess. Ye Chuyun might have felt that the hell level was too difficult, and might have exited the dungeon early before being killed. You can exit the copy at any time as long as you think about it. This is very humane. If this is the case, then she still has hope of obtaining the mining rights. Next, we just have to wait for Yi Yuan to be eliminated. Chu Yunxin also believed that it would be impossible to pass the simple level of the Red Moon Church with the configuration of Yi Yuan's team. Originally, Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin both thought that Yi Yuan's team would be eliminated soon. Who knew that they waited outside for almost half an hour and Yi Yuan didn't show up, and they suddenly panicked. Oh no, boss. It's been half an hour and they still haven't come out. Are they going to be cleared? Su Qing looked at Zhou Yuanqing a little uncertainly and said, Impossible. Zhou Yuanqing's face was a little gloomy. He would rather believe that Yi Chuyun could pass the hell-level Red Moon Church than believe that Yi Yuan could pass the simple-level Red Moon Church with such a ragtag group of savages. At the same time, he also noticed Chu Yunxin's somewhat nervous gaze. I guess she was a little restless at this time. Fortunately, Zhou Yuanqing soon noticed that the light gate began to tremble violently, and the figures of Yi Yuan and others appeared. Zhou Yuanqing subconsciously looked at the list on the side. The clearance list was previously blank, but if someone really cleared the level, their name would appear on the list. At this time, the clearance list is still blank. This means that Yi Yuan did not pass the level successfully either. Zhou Yuanqing's originally nervous mood immediately relaxed. Now that none of the three people succeeded in passing the level, he could take this opportunity to propose other ways to obtain mineral collection rights to the other two. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuanqing immediately showed a confident smile on his face, and he raised his foot to walk towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and his team members were still sighing there. This Red Moon Church doesn't want us to pass the level at all. Without an average combat power of 7,000, who the hell can pass the level? Someone cursed. Alas, the Red Moon Church is simply too powerful. It's impossible for us to clear it at this stage. But Captain Yi is really amazing. He actually allowed us to persist in the Red Moon Church for so long. If our strength wasn't so poor, we might have been able to get through it. That's right, Captain Yi is really amazing. He found a way to get through the foggy areas so quickly. When it comes to command, I only admire Captain Yi. Okay, let's all take a break. With our current strength, we still can't pass through the Red Moon Church. Yi Yuan finally gave up on the Red Moon Church. Zhou Yuanqing also came over at this time, and his expression paused when he heard their conversation. Oh, Yi Yuan, did you guys also encounter the mutant dog-headed man? Yi Yuan nodded expressionlessly. Of course I did. Zhou Yuanqing raised his eyebrows. Have you fought? Of course. Before Yi Yuan could speak, a member next to him said with a smug look on his face. Thanks to Captain Yi, we were able to eliminate all those mutant dog-headed men. We also got a piece of equipment and a skill book. Zhou Yuanqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. So how did you defeat that mutant kobold? The person being asked was stunned for a moment, then spoke without hesitation. It's very simple, just... Cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuan quickly interrupted the man. His meaning was already very clear. The man also noticed that he seemed to be being tricked by Zhou Yuanqing and quickly shut up. He was so excited just now that he almost got tricked by Zhou Yuanqing. Even if you haven't cleared the Red Moon Church, it doesn't mean you won't be able to clear it in the future. The strategy they got from the Red Moon Church is extremely valuable and naturally cannot be shared. Seeing that he hadn't gotten anything out of him, Zhou Yuanqing felt very disappointed and glanced at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, now the three of us have failed to pass the level. I think we should find another way. You've seen the Red Moon Church. It's not a dungeon we can clear at this stage. Yi Yuan looked at him and Chu Yunxin and asked, Isn't there still Yi Chuyun? We have all failed, so he shouldn't have failed yet, right? What? Yi Chuyun? When Zhou Yuanqing heard Yi Yuan mention Yi Chuyun, he immediately burst into laughter. Even Chu Yunxin couldn't help but laugh. You still thinking about him? We couldn't even clear the easy level of the Red Moon Church. How could Yi Chuyun clear the hell level by himself? Maybe he ran away a long time ago. How is that possible? Yi Yuan frowned when he heard this, and it was obvious that he didn't quite believe Zhou Yuanqing's nonsense. He still remembered Yi Chuyun's expression at that time, which was so confident. How could he run away secretly? Why don't we wait a little longer? Ye Chuyun won't just sneak away like that. Hearing Yuan say this, Zhou Yuanqing immediately became angry. Do you still think he can make it through the hell-level Red Moon Church? This is simply an impossible thing. Just as he finished speaking, an announcement suddenly appeared, interrupting everyone's attention. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for successfully conquering the hell-level Red Moon Church and becoming the first team to clear it. All team members will be awarded 100 reputation points. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for successfully conquering the hell-level Red Moon Church and becoming the first team to clear it. All team members will be rewarded with 50,000 energy points. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for successfully conquering the hell-level Red Moon Church and becoming the first team to clear it. All team members will be rewarded with a mysterious treasure chest. As soon as the announcement was made, the whole audience was immediately shocked. Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunxin both felt that this announcement was extremely magical and unbelievable. What a joke. We can't even get through the simple fog area. So how come Ye Chuyun can clear the hell-level Red Moon Church by himself? Zhou Yuanqing stamped his feet and cursed. Is this possible? That's hell-level, and Ye Chuyun is just one person. Why is this happening? Chu Yunxin looked at the announcement and fell into self-doubt. Chapter 151 Hell-level Red Moon Church. Yuan was even more incredulous. He just vaguely felt that Ye Chuyun might be able to pass the level, but the possibility was very small. I didn't expect that he actually passed the level. It seems that the mineral collection rights finally fell into Ye Chuyun's hands. Oh, there's really nothing I can do now. I'll see if I can negotiate with Ye Chuyun and see if he can sell me some magic crystals. Yuan shook his head in distress and sighed. Time goes back to an hour ago. Ye Chuyun followed Zhou Yuanqing and the other two into the Red Moon Church. The sky was still dim, and a bright red full moon hung in the sky, like a bright lamp in the night sky. Compared to the simple level Red Moon Church, the hell-level Red Moon Church was filled with white fog, which not only blocked a lot of vision, but Ye Chuyun also sensed a hint of murderous intent in it. If it were Zhou Yuanqing and the others, they would probably be so scared that they wouldn't even be able to lift their feet. Oh, is this the hell-level Red Moon Church? Ye Chuyun ignored the invisible murderous intent around him, looked around, and smiled faintly. He found that the white mist here was like a living thing, and it would follow you wherever you went. And judging from the red light emerging from the white mist, there must be at least a dozen mutant dog-headed men in there, right? If it is a simple level Red Moon Church, there will be at most 6 mutant dog-headed men in the white fog. The number of ferocious beasts alone is far greater than that of the simple level, not to mention that there will be even stronger ferocious beasts later. It is worthy of being a hell-level team dungeon. This is not a place that people should come to at this stage. For ordinary people, coming here is no different from seeking death. In the previous life, countless teams died in this hell-level copy before they came up with a few ways to pass through the hell-level Red Moon Church. It can be said that this strategy was obtained at the cost of countless blood. Haha, let's see how far I can go in this Red Moon Church with my current combat power. Ye Chuyun looked at the white mist in front of him and smiled gently. Then he used teleportation and rushed directly into the white fog. The field of vision in the white fog is very short, and you can only barely see a range of 5 meters around you. Just as Ye Chuyun's left foot stepped into the white mist. Then, black shadows emerged from the white mist and rushed straight towards Ye Chuyun's head. These black shadows are all mutated dog-headed people. Name: Mutated Dog-Headed Man Mutation Level. Level: 15. Combat Power Assessment: 20,000. Characteristics: Bloodthirsty, Fearless, Tracking. Skills: Calling LV5 Exclusive Skill, Acceleration LV5, Earth Shatter LV5. Talent: Super Agility level, Super Strength level. Explosion rate: 10%. It is worthy of being a hell-level team dungeon. It is just a mutant-level ferocious beast, but its combat power is comparable to that of the leader-level ferocious beasts of the same level outside. Any mutated dog-headed man here can instantly kill Zhou Yuanqing, Chu Yunxin, Yuan, and everyone else in the team. Ye Chuyun's expression did not change at all, but his eyes turned silver-white. Tianwei passively triggers, automatically reducing the enemy's attributes by 30%. The Ultra Gold shield unfolded, easily blocking the attack of the mutant dog-headed man. The higher your spirit is, the stronger the defensive power of Ultra Gold shield will be. On the contrary, if the enemy has any skills that can penetrate the shield, then his Ultra Gold shield will become a decoration. It was obvious that these mutated gnolls did not have the skills to penetrate the shield. The mutant dog-headed man could not penetrate his Ultra Gold shield and could only roar continuously. Ye Chuyun has wasted too much time on these mutated dog-headed men. In addition to wanting to be the first to clear the hell-level Red Moon Church, he also wanted to set a record for the fastest clearance. Others may not know, but Ye Chuyun knows that the longer his name remains on the list, the more benefits he will receive. As long as you clear the hell-level Red Moon Church for the first time, your name will remain on the clearance list. But the fastest clearance list is different. The clearance list can only record the top 10 teams that cleared the level the fastest. In other words, as long as someone exceeds the shortest clearance time he set, his name will be pushed down. The fastest clearance list is calculated once a month, and different numbers of honor points will be awarded to those on the list according to their ranking. This honor point is Ye Chuyun's goal, and it will be of great use in the future. Therefore, Ye Chuyun must ensure that he can pass through the hell-level Red Moon Church as quickly as possible. Ignoring the attack of the mutant dog-headed man, Ye Chuyun continued to run towards the white fog. At the same time, Ye Chuyun also clearly felt that there were more and more mutated dog-headed men following him. As long as he stopped, they would rush forward and tear him to pieces. However, Ye Chuyun didn't think much about it, and continued to use teleportation to distance himself from the mutated dog-headed people behind him. There were constant roars behind me, and I felt powerless, wanting to chase but unable to. The mutated dog-headed man that Zhou Yuanxing was helpless with became a pet that Ye Chuyun could play with at will. The entire Red Moon Church is like a maze, with many roads, some leading to life and some to death. There are so many dead ends, at least 9 out of 10 are dead ends. And unlike the Swamp King Cemetery where every road has rewards, the dead ends here do not have any rewards. Only by taking the right path in life can you get rewards. So Ye Chuyun followed the strategy in his memory, eliminated dead ends directly, kept choosing the correct way to survive, and sang all the way. Ye Chuyun didn't even have time to check the rewards for survival, so he threw them all into the storage space. After running for more than 10 minutes, Ye Chuyun came to a small path and stopped. Rumble. Behind him were already 50 or 60 mutant gnolls and over 100 gnoll warriors, chasing him aggressively. If these dog-headed men are not dealt with, they will haunt him like ghosts. This is also their characteristic. Looking at so many ferocious beasts, Ye Chuyun curled his lips and muttered to himself. That's about it. Let's just get it over with once and for all. The next second, 2 rings, one red and one blue, appeared behind Ye Chuyun. Ice and fire double rings. As countless blue lasers were shot out, all the mutant gnolls and gnoll warriors were frozen and unable to move. Roar! These frozen dog-headed men struggled continuously and soon broke free from their restraints. Ice resistance is quite high. Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows. But he didn't expect to be able to hold these gnolls back for long by freezing them. The best is yet to come. At this time, blue flames shot up into the sky and ignited the fur of these dog-headed men. Oh, lo! The group of dog-headed men suddenly began to wail, as if they had suffered great harm. Speedrun Chapter 152 and reached the final boss level. Living in a large cemetery like the Red Moon Church, these dog-headed men have long developed the habit of liking cold and fearing fire. Therefore, fire is their weakness. Just attack them with fire spells, and you can cause huge damage to them. Kill a level 15 mutant dog-headed man, and gain plus 15,000 energy points. Kill a level 15 mutant dog-headed man, and gain plus 15,000 energy points. Kill a level 15 mutant dog-headed man, and gain plus 15,000 energy points. Kill a level 15 kobold warrior, and gain plus 10,000 energy points. Kill a level 15 kobold warrior, and gain plus 10,000 energy points. Because the road was very narrow, and there were so many gnolls on the opposite side, it was crowded in an instant. This now made it much more convenient for Ye Chuyun, as he could get rid of all these gnolls at once. The energy points continued to rise at a rocket-like speed and were soon upgraded. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. Tip: due to the existence of Heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 100 points. Your agility increases by 100 points. Your physical fitness increases by 100 points. Your spirit increases by 100 points. You gain 50 free attributes. After reaching level 15, the energy points required for upgrading doubled. Previously, it only took 700,000 energy points to upgrade from level 14 to level 15. But now it takes 1.5 million energy points to upgrade from level 15 to level 16. Ye Chuyun thought that he would not be able to upgrade so quickly. But by killing so many gnolls at once, his energy points quickly accumulated to 1.5 million. After more than 10 minutes, all the dog-headed men who were chasing him were easily dealt with by Ye Chuyun. With his current combat power of nearly 70,000, it is too easy for him to deal with these gnolls. There's also a ton of loot. Ye Chuyun didn't have time to look at these spoils. After killing all the pursuing gnolls, he continued to run deeper. Soon he came to an underground tomb. This crypt is located in the center of the Red Moon Church and is also the only exit. Ye Chuyun strode into the underground tomb without any hesitation. There are no monsters or traps here. However, in the center of the underground cemetery, there is a teleportation array with an exit. In addition, there is the final boss of the Red Moon Church and the guardian of the teleportation array. Only by defeating it can you leave the teleportation array and pass through the Red Moon Church. After walking through a long corridor, Ye Chuyun came to a dim hall. After he walked into this hall, the originally dim hall suddenly became bright, and green flames rose up all around, illuminating the entire hall. And in the center of the hall stood a huge dog-headed man. It was over 5 meters tall, wearing dark purple armor and holding a huge pitch-black axe in each hand. Ye Chuyun noticed that there was a teleportation array under its feet. At this time, it was fighting quietly on the teleportation array, motionless. Name: King of the Dog-Headed Men, Overlord level. Level: 20. Combat Power Assessment: 50,000. Features: Tenacious Life, Martial Arts Master, Territorial Awareness, Protection. Skills: Bladestorm LV5, Blood Sacrifice LV5, Teleport LV5, Shock LV5. Talent: Super Strength E level, Super Bloodline E level, Super Constitution E level. Explosion rate: 50%. Let's not talk about the terrifying 50,000 combat power. Even just the 3 words, Overlord level, are enough to make everyone tremble. Ye Chuyun looked at the iron-like muscles of the Gnoll King and the axe that was as big as 2 people, and couldn't help swallowing. According to the guide, this Gnoll King is extremely powerful. The key point is that characteristic. Martial Arts Master. Literally, this Gnoll King is proficient in martial arts, and his fighting power is far more than what it appears to be. The guide does not explain how to easily kill the Kobold King. There is only one way to get to the bottom of it. That means you must rely on your strength to defeat the Gnoll King. However, all the skills of the Gnoll King are introduced in detail in the guide, so it is not confusing. Although his combat power is close to 70,000 points, he still has to be cautious if he wants to deal with the King of Gnolls. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun decided to test the waters first and get familiar with the fighting style of this Gnoll King. Use the clone technique to summon 3 clones. This clone has almost 80% of the original strength and can almost test out most of it. Then Ye Chuyun ordered one of his clones to rush towards the Gnoll King. At the same time, there was a loud bang outside the hall and a door was closed. It seems that if we can't defeat this Gnoll King, we won't even have a chance to escape. Just as the clone rushed over, the Gnoll King suddenly opened his eyes and swung the double-bladed axe in his hand lightly. The thick thighs suddenly exerted force and rushed towards the clone. The clone reacted quickly, raising the shield in his hand and blocking it in front of his chest. In an instant, the double axes hit the shield with a series of explosions. Bang! The clone flew out and hit a stone pillar head-on. If it weren't for the Mother Earth's giant shield, he would have been killed in one hit. Unfortunately, the clone can only inherit the attributes of the equipment, but cannot use any skills of the equipment. Otherwise, relying on the skill of Mother Earth's giant shield, one can offset the damage from the front. However, Ye Chuyun also used this to infer that the power of this Gnoll King was not very abnormal. After all, even his clone was able to take the blow, which shows that his strength is not yet enough to kill his clone instantly. Then, as the original body, I can naturally deal with it more easily. After the clone was knocked away, the Gnoll King appeared behind him in a flash. It raised its 2 axes high, swung them hard, and suddenly chopped towards the clone's head. Teleport. The clone had no time to resist, so he used teleportation to dodge. But the Gnoll King reacted quickly and teleported again to the side of his clone. He kicked the clone in the side. Boom. This time, the clone was kicked into the wall again and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What a quick reaction. Ye Chuyun was secretly surprised. The whole process takes only 1 second. The Gnoll King can make a judgment in an instant and continue attacking. Is this the martial arts master? Fortunately, this attack still did not cause much damage to the clone. After all, as his clone, his physical attributes are also extremely high. As long as it is not a fatal injury, you will be able to recover quickly. Chapter 153. A plan to seize the 2 axes, and the tug-of-war begins. The clone was now several meters away from the Gnoll King. The clone teleported again to increase the distance between himself and the Gnoll King, and swung the black sword in his hand repeatedly. In an instant, dozens of golden lights flew out and smashed over. Just as he was about to hit the opponent, the Knoll King suddenly opened his mouth and revealed a hideous sneer. The two axes blocked in front of him, blocking all the golden light. Unharmed. Then the Knoll King took a big step forward and appeared in front of the clone in the blink of an eye. His two axes shone with cold light and continued to fall. The clone shouted loudly and gave up using the shield to block. He grabbed the double axes accurately with both hands. If you look closely, you can see that the clone's hands are covered with a layer of golden light, which makes these hands look like gold and iron, able to resist the attack of the double axes and control them without any harm. It's almost like taking a knife with bare hands. Well, the enormous force made it impossible for the Knoll King to pull out his double axes for a while. Okay. Ye Chuyun's real body also appeared behind the Knoll King at this time. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ye Chuyun naturally asked his clone to do this on purpose. If you don't take action now, when will you take action? Ye Chuyun slashed the dog-headed king's neck with a sword. At this time, heavenly power was triggered, reducing the opponent's combat power by 30%. Whether it is attack power, defense power, or attribute values, they all dropped sharply. As long as this sword hits the target, it can at least seriously injure the opponent. It's just a pity that I didn't succeed. The Knoll King felt the threat of death, and he actually loosened his hands and punched Ye Chuyun. The reaction is really fast. Ye Chuyun sighed as the Abyss Greatsword chopped down the Knoll King's fist, and the sound of metal rang out. Ye Chuyun was shocked and took 2 steps back. The Knoll King also fell backwards and almost lost his balance. Seeing this, the clone standing behind it immediately took action. The Abyss Greatsword transformed into a flaming greatsword and slashed at its armor, barely damaging the surface of the armor and not causing much damage. Wow, this armor is as hard as a turtle shell. Ye Chuyun was secretly distressed. Seeing that his attack failed, the clone quickly picked up his 2 axes and teleported away again. Now that he has no weapon, the Knoll King's attack power will probably be much less. Then the Knoll King stood firm. It was dumbfounded to see that its weapon had been taken away by someone else. You are cheating, this is not the way to play. It roared angrily and wanted to chase after it. However, Ye Chuyun stepped in front of him and continued to swing the Abyss sword to attack. At the same time, another clone appeared. This clone has no other mission but to launch spell attacks on the Knoll King. As the original body, Ye Chuyun stopped the Knoll King from dealing with his clone. I have to say that this skill is really cheating. With the ability to clone oneself, one person is equal to a team. And it is a super strong team with seamless cooperation. Meteors and fire showers fell from the sky, water spouts swept in, and so on. The Knoll King just felt extremely aggrieved. Without weapons, I can't exert my full strength. You also have to keep dodging attacks and always be in a passive state. After the attack lasted for more than 10 minutes, the Knoll King finally couldn't bear it anymore. Ye Chuyun noticed that its eyes were bloodshot, blood was surging throughout its body began to whip, and its muscles began to swell. The talent of heavenly power actually lost its effectiveness on it, and its originally reduced combat power immediately recovered. Name: King of the Dog-Headed Men, Overlord level. Level: 20. Combat power assessment: 70,000. Oh my god, the heavenly might actually lost its effect. 70,000 combat power, that's higher than mine. A bloody sacrifice. Once this skill is activated, combat power can instantly increase by 40%. The Kobold King originally had a combat power of 50,000, but 40% is only 20,000. Wow, this skill is even more powerful than my berserk. It seems we can't fight head-on. Seeing the Knoll King start to go berserk, Ye Chuyun immediately chose to stay away. The ferocity of a dominant beast is extremely serious, and you could easily die if you're not careful. Whether he can kill the Knoll King now depends on whether he can survive in his berserk state. Roar! The Knoll King roared angrily, and his powerful aura formed ripples that spread around him. Ye Chuyun and the other 2 clones were shocked by the pressure and retreated continuously, and were pushed against the wall. Damn humans, you actually played tricks on me like this. If it weren't for the Heavenly Dao controlling me, I would have killed all of you humans sooner or later. Accept the sanctions. The Knoll King, who was a circle bigger than before, stomped his feet suddenly, and the floor tiles within at least 5 meters around him were overturned and turned into powder. What a terrifying power. Ye Chuyun was shocked. After the rage, the Knoll King's strength is estimated to be at least 10,000. With the bonus of strength talent, it is almost the same as his. Before, he was able to suppress the opponent with his strength. It's hard to say now. But before Ye Chuyun could think about it, the Knoll King made a move. Its first target was the first clone that stole its double axes. With a teleportation, it appeared next to the first clone, with the purpose of snatching the double axes from the clone's hands. This is its weapon. If it can be snatched back, its combat power will increase again. In an instant, he came to the side of the first clone and punched it. As its fist fell, the huge force tried to compress the surrounding air continuously, making a series of explosion sounds. A gust of wind swept through the entire hall. Oh no! Ye Chuyun's face darkened. If this punch had actually landed on the clone, he would have died instantly. Moreover, the double axes in the clone's hands must not fall into the hands of the Null King. These twin axes are more than just weapons. It also possesses astonishing power and an extremely incredible skill. If it is snatched back by the Null King, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ye Chuyun immediately chose to use teleport. The next second, the clone disappeared, and Ye Chuyun's figure appeared. He held the Earth Mother Shield in front of him to block the Kobold King's impending fist. Boom. The enormous force caused the floor tiles under their feet to explode repeatedly, raising dust. Fortunately, Ye Chuyun used the skill of Mother Earth's giant shield to block the damage from the front and was unharmed. Chapter 154. Cleared, glorious moment. The cooldown time for this skill is 10 minutes. But with the help of talents and equipment, the cooldown time was shortened to 3 minutes. The clone holding the double axes was rescued, so he dared not stay there and ran away immediately. However, the next second the Null King caught up. Abyssal Binding. Ye Chuyun naturally would not let it do as it wished, and quickly used the skills of the Abyss Greatsword. The Abyss Greatsword suddenly transformed into a black shadow, which immediately entangled the legs of the Null King, preventing it from teleporting. But the duration of this Abyss bondage is only 3 seconds. While the black shadow bound the Null King, it also sprayed out a black mist that enveloped its entire body, greatly reducing its defense. But even so, it cannot stop the Null King. It can continue to act as long as the effect of Abyssal Binding ends. Ye Chuyun learned that the skill effect of blood-burning sacrifice lasts for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, a large amount of blood will be lost throughout the body, and the body will enter a period of weakness. But the Null King has a talent, super strong, E-level bloodline. This makes its chi and blood extremely powerful. Even if the blood-burning sacrifice consumes its own chi and blood, it will not make it much weaker. But this is also the tricky part of team dungeons. The final boss of each team dungeon is no pushover. Therefore, Ye Chuyun could not let the 2 axes fall into the hands of the Null King. These 2 axes cannot be placed in the storage space and can only be held in the hands. Moreover, the double axes are very large, and holding them in the hands greatly affects the movement. Therefore, Ye Chuyun could not hold the double axes himself and could only give them to his clone. Next, Ye Chuyun's main goal was to prevent the Null King from getting the double axes, drag out the duration of the blood-burning sacrifice, and then slowly grind it to death. Roar! At this time, the Null King was tied up and unable to move, roaring angrily. Soon the effect of the Abyss Binding ended, and the Null King resumed his movement and continued to chase the clone holding the double axes. This is really haunting. Ye Chuyun had no choice but to use his ice talent and the ice aura of the ice and fire double rings to freeze the Null King and slow him down. Fortunately, the effect is quite effective. The clone holding the double axes can always avoid the attacks of the Null King by a hair's breadth. The Null King also understood. If he didn't deal with the other 2 people, he would basically have no chance of taking over the double axes. There was no way out. The Null King roared and could only point his spear at Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun was naturally happy about this. He has already figured out its attack pattern. It is not difficult to deal with the Null King without the help of his double axes. Time passed by little, Ye Chuyun and the other 2 clones were jumping up and down. Fortunately, they all survived. The Null King's time of rage had long since ended, and he had returned to normal. The Heavenly Power talent played a role again, and the Null King fell into a disadvantage again. The scars on the Null King's armor became more and more numerous, and his movements became slower and slower. Abyssal Binding. After the cooling time ended, Ye Chuyun used his skills again to bind the feet of the Null King, making him unable to move. The Abyss Greatsword turned into a black light and slashed at the neck of the Null King again. Bang! The head of the Null King fell to the ground instantly, and the expression of shock remained on his face forever. Kill the level 20 Kobold King Overlord and gain plus 150,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ye Chuyun's upgrade energy bar increased sharply, but unfortunately, it was not yet at the level of upgrading. I don't even know how much spoils we have gained. Ye Chuyun didn't have time to take inventory. After the death of the Null King, the danger finally ended and the teleportation array emitted a dazzling light. He's finally dead. Seeing the head of the Null King fall to the ground, Ye Chuyun's tense body finally relaxed. He sat down on the ground, panting. To be honest, it is indeed a bit difficult for him to challenge this hell-level Red Moon Church alone. This Null King is so powerful that ordinary people at this stage cannot challenge him at all. He was not exaggerating. Perhaps at this moment, he was the only one who could defeat the Null King. However, I also worked hard to be able to defeat it. Once the Null King dies and the teleportation array is activated, it's almost like completing the game. After resting for a while, Ye Chuyun strode towards the teleportation array. Just after he left the teleportation array, the announcement appeared. This announcement was broadcast almost throughout the entire Blue Star region, and soon the World Channel and Ye Chuyun's private chat exploded. After Ye Chuyun came out, he immediately came to the front of the list. It was more than 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, made of pitch-black material. Ye Chuyun's name was already engraved on the list. The name stayed at the top of the list, extremely conspicuous. There are smaller white characters below the name, which means his place of residence is Weiyang. At the same time, his name also appeared on the fastest clearance list. Now he is the only one who has passed the level, so he is currently the first place. It took 1 hour, 7 minutes, and 35 seconds. This record has not been compared yet, so I don't know whether it is fast or slow. However, Ye Chuyun remembered that the fastest time a team took to pass the hell level in his previous life was more than 5 hours. Because the Red Moon Church limits the level of challengers to level 20 at most. So these 5 hours or so are already very fast. But when compared with Ye Chuyun's results, he was completely blown away. I believe that for a long time in the future, or even forever, my record of the fastest clearance time may not be exceeded. Ye Chuyun still has this confidence. At this time, Ye Chuyun was looking at the list with excitement, feeling extremely satisfied. It was an absolutely unprecedented and exciting moment to clear the hellish Red Moon Church for the first time and to do it all by myself. This symbolizes that your name will always remain on the clearance list. From now on, anyone who comes to the Red Moon Church will see your name. In my previous life, I always went to admire other people, but I didn't expect that now I can finally enjoy it myself. Ye Chuyun is also an ordinary person, with ordinary emotions and desires. Who doesn't want to show off? Even Ye Chuyun couldn't refuse this opportunity to show off. In the distance, Zhou Yuanqing, Chu Yunqin, and Yi Wenjin looked at him with complicated expressions. Others were even more envious. Whenever other people go to the Red Moon Church in the future, they will definitely see Ye Chuyun's name and admire and worship him. Chapter 155 Obtain the collection rights and recruit. Zhou Yuanqing and the other two were both impressed and afraid of Ye Chuyun at this moment. The difficulty of the Red Moon Church is obvious to all, and no one would think that the hell-level Red Moon Church would be several times more difficult than the simple-level Red Moon Church. It is definitely dozens of times more. But Ye Chuyun passed, and he was the only one who passed. It can be seen that his combat power is definitely not as strong as they had previously guessed, only 20,000. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuanqing was almost driven crazy. But he couldn't do anything to Ye Chuyun. Regret? He assigned the Heavenly Dao contract, and now that Ye Chuyun has passed the level, he, Chu Yunqin, and Yi Wen cannot enter the mineral resources. Because the effectiveness of the Heavenly Dao contract is absolute and cannot be resisted at all. And Zhou Yuanqing also understood. With Ye Chuyun's strength, he could kill them in seconds. What terrifying strength one must have to be able to clear the hell-level Red Moon Church alone. Anyway, it's enough to destroy their team. Although he could clearly use his absolute strength to seize the mining rights for that mineral, Ye Chuyun still insisted on competing with the three of them. This actually gave face to Zhou Yuanqing and the other two. Zhou Yuanqing is not a fool. How could he be so stupid as to provoke Ye Chuyun when he knew he couldn't win? What's the difference between this and seeking death? Zhou Yuanqing was really angry about losing the right to collect minerals. With a cold snort and a glare at Ye Chuyun, he turned and left with the others. Chu Yunqin also sighed. Her thoughts were the same as Zhou Yuanqing's. There is no time to hide, so how could I possibly seek death by provoking this evil star? It was really unexpected. She originally thought that it was a competition between her and Zhou Yuanqing, but she didn't expect that Ye Chuyun would come in the middle and everything became someone else's wedding dress. There was no reason to stay here any longer, so not long after Zhou Yuanqing left, she also left with the others. Now only Yi Wen and his team have not left. Yi Wen's face was full of regret, and the others were even more full of disbelief. Boss, what should we do next? We have lost the mining rights for the minerals, so we have no chance of getting the magic crystals. A man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks said, standing aside. Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is nothing we can do about this. We can only think of other ways. After that, he said to the others with an apologetic look, I'm really sorry for calling you over to help. Can I pay you the relevant compensation when I have more money? Boss, what are you thinking about? We don't want any reward at all. We just want to follow you. Someone said hurriedly. Yes, boss, please take us with you. I think we have a bright future following you. Yes, it's better than being alone like a savage. The others also echoed this and didn't want to leave at all. They were all unwanted savages, and Yuan gathered them together to form a team. They finally found an organization and didn't want to leave. Yuan was also helpless about this. Hey, there's no point in following me. I can't give you any guarantees. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun walked over and said with a smile, Thank you very much for telling me the information about the magic crystal. Long before the Heavenly Dao contract was signed, he already knew the location of the mine. At this time, he had already contacted Qian Duo and asked him to send as many people as possible to take over the mine. However, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. People in Area 1888 still have to take the train if they want to come to Area 655. This process will take a lot of time. So when he saw Yuan and other savages following him who were unwilling to leave, an idea suddenly arose in Ye Chuyun's heart. Congratulations, you have obtained the mining rights for the minerals. Yuan smiled. But it's better for you to take it than for Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunqing to take it away. Ye Chuyun could sense the restraint of Yuan and the others. But this is normal. But I just heard your companion say that you have a mission that requires magic crystals. Ye Chuyun asked casually. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to listen to you guys talking. It's just that my hearing is so good that I accidentally overheard it. Yuan didn't care much about this and nodded. Yes, I received a task that requires a large amount of magic crystals to complete. Ye Chuyun became interested after hearing this. In his previous life, Yuan became famous a year after he descended into the world of gods and demons. So he didn't really know Yuan. He just knew that he was a strategic talent. A large amount of magic crystals, how many exactly are needed? Yuan is a smart man. Seeing that Ye Chuyun is so concerned about his mission, he immediately had a guess. But this is just his guess. But he still told Ye Chuyun honestly. It requires 500 magic crystals. 500 magic crystals is indeed a considerable amount of money. Ye Chuyun pondered for a moment. Currently on the trading floor, a piece of magic crystal costs at least 50 to 80 god and demon coins. Ye Chuyun thought this price was extremely cheap. Because most people don't really understand the specific uses of magic crystals, they are sold so cheaply. Later, when people began to realize the importance of magic crystals, the price of magic crystals gradually increased. In the previous life, the price of magic crystals once rose to a terrifying price of 5,000 divine and demon coins per piece. In other words, the 500 magic crystals that Yuan needs would cost at least 30,000 god and demon coins based on the current prices in the trading house. And the trading house doesn't have that many magic crystals for sale. Because Yuan's trading house is only connected to Area 655, unlike Ye Chuyun, the establishment of a resident trading house allows him to connect with trading houses in all areas. There are less than 500 magic crystals in Area 655. It's no wonder that although Yi Wanming is clearly no match for Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunqing, he still has to compete with them for the right to collect minerals. Although Ye Chuyun didn't know what Yi Wan's mission was, but he felt that this was an opportunity to win over Yi Wan. He can borrow these 500 magic crystals to allow him to join the base. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled. Brother Yi Wan, is this mission important to you? Yi Wan nodded and said seriously, it's extremely important, so I must gather these 500 magic crystals no matter what. Really? Ye Chuyun looked at him and suddenly said, how about this? I'll pay for the 500 magic crystals. But the condition is that you must join my station. How about it? Chapter 156, everyone joins in, and the miners are here. Join your station? Yi Wan looked at Ye Chuyun in surprise. In fact, as early as when Ye Chuyun asked, he had guessed what conditions the other party might put forward. But what he didn't expect was that the condition proposed by Ye Chuyun was just to let him join the base. Well, you won't. Seeing Yi Wan's surprised expression, Ye Chuyun thought that the other party was reluctant and continued. Are you worried about the poor welfare of the residents? Don't worry about that. As long as you join the base, I believe you will be satisfied with the benefits I offer. Yi Wan quickly waved his hand. That's not the case. I'm just surprised. Is this all your conditions are? As long as I can join your base, you can give me 500 magic crystals? No matter how you look at it, he was the one who got the upper hand. Ye Chuyun smiled and said, that's right. but don't think you won't have to do anything after joining the base. I'm very optimistic about your abilities and plan to appoint you as the chief commander of our base. If you want to relax, that's unlikely. But the more you do, the more I will treat you well. You can rest assured about that. To be honest, after hearing Ye Chuyun's words, Yuan was quite moved. He is a wild man, so naturally he wants to have an organization. Moreover, Yuan is particularly confident in his abilities. Joining Ye Chuyun's base is undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. Yuan had thought about this before, but he was not sure whether Ye Chuyun's base would accept him. Now the opportunity suddenly appeared before him. It's really attractive. But Yuan looked at his brothers behind him and hesitated a little. In order to put together the team, he took great pains and put in a lot of effort. And these people are willing to follow him because they trust him. After this experience in the Red Moon Church, everyone has developed a tacit understanding. If I join the base now, what will happen to his brothers? Ye Chuyun also noticed Yi Wen's expression and seemed to understand something, and said with a smile, I think the other brothers are pretty good too. Do you want to join my base? However, before joining the garrison, everyone must sign a Heavenly Dao contract, promising never to betray the garrison. How? In addition to Yi Wen, he actually also observed other people. He found that these people had no major problems except for their poor equipment and combat effectiveness. The fact that they can stay by Yi Wen's side and never leave him is enough to show their character. In addition, these people followed Yi Wen to challenge the Red Moon Church and stayed inside longer than Zhou Yuanqing and Chu Yunqing. That means firstly, Yi Wen has strong command ability. Second, these people obey orders and their combat capabilities are not compromised. If they hadn't achieved these 2 points, they would have been wiped out long ago. Therefore, Ye Chuyun would not lose out by bringing these people into the base. As soon as Ye Chuyun spoke, Yi Wen and the others were shocked. Yi Wen was very grateful and thought that Ye Chuyun took his thoughts into consideration, so he accepted all his brothers. Therefore, his favorable impression of Ye Chuyun increased a lot. The others were also very surprised. They didn't expect that they would be able to join the great god's residence all of a sudden. However, although they were tempted, almost none of these people agreed. Instead, all their eyes were on Yi Wen. This performance immediately aroused Ye Chuyun's admiration. This means that he has a good eye for people. Yi Wen hesitated for a while, but finally nodded in agreement. Judging from the fact that Ye Chuyun was able to pass the hell-level Red Moon Church by himself, joining his base is definitely a very correct decision. And he also has to think about his other brothers. It is a rare opportunity for them. It would be a pity if they gave up just because they didn't want to join. Besides, it's not that I don't want to join the base. My brothers and I are willing to join. In that case, welcome everyone to join our big family. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction and sent an application to Yi Wen and others. It also comes with a Heavenly Dao contract. The content is very simple and there are no traps. It simply means that you must be tied to the Weiyang base for the rest of your life, and you cannot do anything to betray him, nor can you stir up trouble in the base and destroy its harmony. After all, the benefits of the base are so good that you can come and go as you please. There is no such good thing in the world. Other than that, he had no requirements. After reading it, Yi Wen and others were a little hesitant, but still signed this Heavenly Dao contract. Anyway, everyone will work wherever they go, so why not choose to work for the best company? Hint: Yi Wen has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 988/1500. Hint: Su Fei has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 989/1500. Hint: BlackRock has joined your settlement. Current settlement population, 990/1500. Announcement: Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for exceeding 1,000 residents and receiving a bonus of 200 free attributes. With the addition of more than 50 people, the total population of the Weiyang base has exceeded 1,000. Adding in the upcoming arrival of Shifeng, Su Ming and others, the population of the settlement is about to reach the upper limit of 1,500. Qian Duoduo's private message came soon, and it was nothing more than asking about the sudden increase in population in the base. Ye Chuyun gave a quick explanation and dismissed him. Well, welcome everyone, and become a member of the resident. Ye Chuyun looked at Yi Wen and others and smiled. I'd like to take this opportunity to give you a very simple task. If you complete it, I will give you a corresponding reward. Plans cannot keep up with changes, and Ye Chuyun did not expect that recruiting Yi Wen would be so smooth this time. Originally, he wanted Qian Duoduo to send people to collect ore. But now that we have recruited so many people, it is no longer necessary. After all, Qian Duoduo also needs people, so it's better not to trouble him if possible. Alliance Leader Yi, we are all part of the garrison now. Just give me your instructions if you have anything to say. Yuan had an organization and a position, so he quickly got into the groove and handled things in a businesslike manner. It's simple. Now that I have the right to collect, or I want you to help me collect as many magic crystals as possible, I will be very useful to you. And Yuan, you can take your 500 magic crystals first, and then hand over the rest to me. Don't worry about handing in the magic crystals in vain. We will reward you with contribution points. Contribution points are a unique reward mechanism for our base, and they can be exchanged for these things. After saying that, Ye Chuyun gave a copy of the exchange list to Yuan and others. Chapter 157, A Long-Awaited Inventory. Golden Hamster's Spirit, first level power gem, second level top grade equipment. Yuan read through the exchange list, and his shock grew. So this is Ye Chuyun's confidence? So this is the true face of Wei Yang? Yuan was very glad that he did not choose the wrong place. The others almost popped their eyes out of their heads. Oh my god, am I seeing things? There's even a third-tier premium suit. Wow, these things aren't even for sale on the trading floor. They're all top grade. Can they actually be exchanged for contribution points? Where's the mine? Where's the mine? I want to go dig now. I can't wait to become a mining expert. No one can steal my contribution points. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ye Chuyun smiled inwardly. Qianduo's method is extremely useful no matter where it is used. Then Yuan led the others to go mining. But this is only temporary. After all, letting Yuan go mining is a waste of his talent. But now is the time when we are short of people. Once you've recovered, we'll arrange for other people to take over. After Yuan and others left, Ye Chuyun was the only one left in the entire Red Moon Church. Let me see what good things I got from this trip to the hell-level Red Moon Church. Ye Chuyun opened the storage space eagerly. The storage space that he had emptied with great difficulty was now full again, which showed how many good things he had gotten in the Red Moon Church this time. The first is the various rewards obtained through survival. Because he wanted to speed up the process, he put the rewards into the storage space without even looking at them carefully. Now taking stock, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but sigh. It is worthy of being a hell-level team dungeon. Although it is the lowest level team dungeon, the rewards are also extremely generous. These rewards are all forging materials, third-level spiritual herbs and fruits, etc. Unparalleled true sulfur, cloud spirit steel, gallon stone, maha branch, fish pattern gold. As expected, the Red Moon Church was known as the material paradise in the previous life. With just one trip, almost all the materials for the Tower of Elements were gathered. The materials for Duandan were enough for him to refine 10 batches. In addition, some materials for the Tianzue suit have also been gathered. However, Ye Chuyun has not yet collected most of the high-level materials. It seems that it will take a lot of time to forge the Heavenly Sin set. In addition, Ye Chuyun also obtained a large amount of essence, equipment, talent imprints, skill books, skill stones, strengthening stones, etc. from the Knoll Warriors and mutated Knolls. Kobold Warrior's Spirit, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 30. Soul of the Mutated Dog-Headed Man, Agility plus 50, Strength plus 50, Dark Element plus 10. Talent Marking. After using, you can gain Agility Super Strong E-Level. Talent Marking. After using, you can gain Super Strong E-Level Strength. Spirit Summoning, a second-tier skill. After learning, a mutant dog-headed man can be summoned to assist in combat. The mutant dog-headed man's combat power is determined by the user's spirit level and cannot exceed 20,000 points. To learn, the spirit level must be 500 or above. Earth-Splitting Slash, a second-tier skill. After learning, you can use your weapon to condense an extremely powerful shockwave. There is no cooldown period. The learning condition is to reach a strength of 500 or above. Kobold Claw, attack power plus 60, agility plus 50, strength plus 20. Increases attack speed by 100% when attacking. Also triggers the skill Swiftness, increasing movement speed by 100%. Rank 2, top tier item. Equipment requirements. Level 11, strength and agility 300 or higher. Primary whetstone blueprint. Can be used to make a primary whetstone. Intermediate whetstone blueprint. Can be used to make an intermediate whetstone. Looking through it all, it's all good stuff. Especially spirit essence, skill books, and equipment. The summoning skill can summon a mutant dog-headed man. The strength of this ferocious beast is obvious to all. Ye Chuyun obtained a total of 10 spirit summoning skill books. This skill is really useless to him. Because he already has the ability to clone himself, he really looks down on this skill. But he can give these skill books to other members of the base for use. If everyone learns one, they can form a team of ogres. The Earth-Splitting Slash is actually similar to the Guiyuan Qi, so there is no need for Ye Chuyun to learn it. As for equipment, The Null Claw is particularly suitable for assassins. In addition, there are also the Cobalt Blade, Cobalt Great Shield, Cobalt Breastplate, etc. Although the names are not very good, they are very good second-level top-grade equipment. It can even form a 3-piece set for the Null, adding a lot of attributes. However, these equipment will definitely not be sold outside, and all of them will be consumed internally. It seems that the contribution point redemption list can be updated again. Most importantly, he also obtained 3 primary whetstones and a blueprint for an intermediate whetstone. This is the most important thing. In 2 days, most people will find that the durability of their equipment has reached the end and issue a warning. If he could bring out the whetstone in time at this time, then the moment of Weiyang Station's rise would really come. Finally, there is the spoils of the Cobalt King. The highlight is coming. The Null King also dropped a lot of items. One of the items was extremely dazzling, emitting a strange black light that made people shudder. Ash's twin axes, attack damage plus 100, strength plus 100, vitality plus 100, strength increased by 10% when attacking, comes with the gravity magnetic field skill, which greatly reduces enemy movement speed, preventing the use of teleport skills, cooldown time of 5 minutes, tier 4 equipment, equipment requirement level 15, strength and vitality 800 or above. The weapon of the Cobalt King has indeed been revealed. Ye Chuyun was delighted. The attributes of the Ash Double Axe are no less than the Abyss Greatsword in his hand. Moreover, the skill is also very abnormal. It can actually seal the teleportation skill. This is also the reason why he went to great lengths to protect his clone. If the Ash Double Axe returns to the hands of the Null King and he triggers this skill again, then he and his clone would not be able to use teleportation, and their survivability would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the Null King has a killer skill, Bladestorm. This skill also became apparent after he killed the Null King. Bladestorm, a tier 4 skill. Upon use, the player transforms into a storm, sweeping away everything. Anything touched by the storm is reduced to ash. This transformation lasts for 15 seconds, during which the player becomes invincible. To learn this skill, the player must have mastered the E-tier talent Wind Control and possess strength and constitution of 5,000 or higher. Very abnormal skills. Not only does it have attack power, it also comes with an invincibility buff. Chapter 158. Good things come one after another. If Ye Chuyun had not snatched the Ash Axe from the Null King's hands at that time, then his teleportation function will be sealed by the skill of the Ash Double Axe. If the Null King uses Bladestorm again at this time, he will be in big trouble. If the blood-burning sacrifice is added, then he might just die. Therefore, the Ash Twin Axes must not fall into the hands of the Null King. This is also the way to pass the level given in the guide. In the previous life, a team accidentally discovered this vulnerability. As long as the weapon of the Null King is taken away, it will not be able to trigger its skills, and its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Next, just grind it to death slowly. Almost everyone who followed used this method, and it has become the fastest way to pass the level. In addition to Bladestorm, Bloody Sacrifice also appeared. Blood Sacrifice, a 4th-tier skill that burns a certain amount of health, significantly increasing combat power and ignoring all negative buffs. It lasts for 3 minutes. After the effect ends, if excessive HP is lost, the player will fall into a weakened state. To learn, you must possess an E-tier talent with a strong bloodline and a physical fitness of 5,000 or above. Ye Chuyun was also very envious of this skill. The 2 trump card skills of the Null King were all revealed this time. Bladestorm and Bloodburning Sacrifice are both 4th-level skills. The learning conditions are also very abnormal. Putting aside the talent requirements, both skills require attribute points to reach more than 5,000 points. These 5,000 points do not refer to basic attribute points, but include the 5,000 points from equipment talent bonus. But it's also very high. It can be said that at present, no one except him can meet this requirement. Ye Chuyun just barely met the learning requirements of Bladestorm. However, Bloodburning Sacrifice still lacks an E-level talent, which means super strong bloodline. However, the Null King also revealed this talent imprint. This time, the Null King dropped a total of 3 talent imprints. In addition to the E-level talent and super strong bloodline, there is also E-level super strength and E-level super physique. Ye Chuyun now has more than 50 talent imprints on his body and can carry out a wave of synthesis. In addition, the Null King also dropped more than 50 spirits. Spirit of the Cobalt King, strength plus 200, agility plus 200, HP plus 10. Finally, there is even a blueprint for an advanced whetstone. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Now the drawings for the elementary, intermediate, and advanced whetstones are all collected at once. When he returns, he will be able to let Qian Duo take charge of the business and train as many talents as possible to specialize in making whetstones. This time, the Red Moon Church really had a great harvest. Not only did he gather all the materials for the Tower of Elements, but he also obtained blueprints for whetstones of various levels. I also gained a lot of equipment and spirits. The contribution point reward pool is continuously decreasing, so it's a good time to replenish it. However, before leaving, Ye Chuyun first used the Bloodline Super Talent imprint and obtained a new talent. Congratulations, you have obtained an E-level talent. Your bloodline is super strong. Super Bloodline enhances the power of your own bloodline. Each level increases all attributes by 5 points, increases the fusion rate with other unique bloodlines, and increases the chance of comprehending special skills. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun's face showed a thoughtful look. The higher the level of bloodline talent, the stronger the bloodline power will be. The power of blood has been studied by people in previous lives. The combat power of races in other high-level worlds is naturally higher than theirs. One of the reasons lies in the level of bloodline power. Those people in the high-level world are born with extremely strong bloodline power, which means that they may have the combat power of thousands or even tens of thousands when they are born. There is even the possibility of awakening talents. Moreover, every time they level up, they gain attribute bonuses that are incomparable to humans. Now, for every level up of the blue star, all attributes can only increase by 10 points, plus 5 free attribute points. As for those in the high-level world, every time they level up, they may be able to gain an increase of 20 points, 30 points, 100 points, or even 1,000 points in all attributes, and hundreds or even thousands of free attributes. This will result in the gap in combat power between the two sides only getting wider and wider. But fortunately, the law of nature is fair. Their natural growth as humans cannot compare to those in the higher world, but they can improve their own foundation and combat power by hunting ferocious beasts and obtaining various equipment, skill books, essences, special props, and other things. However, those people in the higher world can only obtain energy points by killing ferocious beasts and cannot obtain any other props. So those in the higher world sometimes envy those in the lower world. A high upper limit and a low lower limit. A low upper limit and a high lower limit. However, if Ye Chuyun were to choose, he would definitely choose the former. In addition to increasing the attribute points obtained from future upgrades, the power of blood can also increase the fusion rate of other exotic bloodlines. For example, if he had some dragon blood or elf blood in his hands now, he could fuse it with it. But the prerequisite is that his own bloodline power must be strong enough. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the invasion of these high-level bloodlines and would die from violent blood loss. If the fusion is successful, not only can one's own combat power be greatly improved, but one may also be able to obtain their exclusive talents. However, there is no opportunity to experiment with these for the time being. After all, he didn't have dragon blood or other high-level bloodlines for fusion. Put aside those unnecessary thoughts in your mind for a while. Ye Chuyun took out the 2 4th-level skill books, Blade Storm and Blood Sacrifice, and learned them all. In addition, there are more than 20 talent engravings left. 22 E-level superpower talent engravings. 20 E-level agility super talent engravings. 10 E-level physical super talent engravings. Before, Ye Chuyun had obtained an E-level superpower and an E-level earth control talent imprint in the Golden Ruins. However, he gave both talent imprints to Qian Duo and asked him to put them in the redemption prize pool. So now he only has 52 talent engravings. This was also the time when he had the most talent imprints. In the previous life, it was simply impossible to possess so many talent imprints. Even a talent imprint, even an F-level 1, can be sold at a sky-high price, not to mention an E-level talent imprint. As long as it has an E-level talent imprint, it can even be the finale item of the auction. Therefore, Ye Chuyun, who owns 52 E-level talent imprints, is now a complete super nouveau riche. Chapter 159. The combat power breaks through 80,000, the most unbearable episode. He now possesses a C-level talent, the Realm of Power. If you want to upgrade again, you must integrate another talent imprint that also has the C-level power realm. First, Ye Chuyun took out 22 E-level superpower talent imprints and began to fuse them frantically. Ding, fusion failed. Very good, the 2 talent engravings are gone just like that. Ding, fusion failed. 2 more. Ding, fusion successful, D-level power enhancement talent imprint obtained. Ding, fusion successful, D-level power enhancement talent imprint obtained. Wow, I didn't expect it to succeed twice in a row. Based on his rich experience in fusion, he knew that if he tried to fuse again, it would definitely fail. Then he merged the 2 E-level talent imprints. Ding, fusion failed. Look. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but curl his lips, knowing that it would not be so smooth. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. For consecutive failures brought Ye Chuyun's luck to the bottom. But nothing is absolute, and things will rebound after hitting bottom. At this time, Ye Chuyun took out 2 D-level strength talent engravings and fused them decisively. Ding, fusion successful, obtaining the C-level power realm talent imprint. Look, it turns out that they are all routines. Without some tricks, it is not certain that his 22 strength talent imprints can be integrated. Now only 16 out of the 22 strength talent engravings have been used, leaving 6 unused. However, based on this probability, it is unlikely that these 6 E-level talent imprints can be fused into a C-level talent imprint again. It would be better to maximize the benefits of these 6 E-level talent engravings. Ye Chuyun plans to put them all into the redemption reward pool. Whether you can get it depends entirely on your ability. Next, Ye Chuyun took the C-level power realm talent imprint and integrated it with his own talent. It succeeded very smoothly. Hint: using the C-level power conception talent imprint, your talent has successfully evolved into the B-level power conception. True meaning of strength. With this talent, your strength will increase by 1.5 times. 1.5 times, holy shit, this is awesome. Ye Chuyun felt an extremely powerful force flowing through his body. It seemed that with just one punch from me, the previous Null King would be knocked down immediately. Now his power seemed to have reached an inhuman level. Although this talent seems useless, it can only add 1.5 times the strength. But this bonus depends entirely on its own basic attributes. If your own strength attribute is only 100 points, then even if it is increased by 1.5 times, it is only 150 points. But this talent depends entirely on the later stage. For example, Ye Chuyun's current strength attribute is 8,514 points. If it is a 1.5 times bonus, it would be 12,771 points. Wow, this bonus is higher than his original strength attribute. It's totally a late-game talent. The higher the basic attribute value, the more abnormal this talent appears. The fusion of 22 strength talent engravings was completed, and finally 6 pieces were left, which were put into the redemption reward pool as rewards. Next is the 20 E-level agility talent engraving. Currently, his agility talent is still D-level agility enhancement. 20 agility talent engravings should be enough for him to reach C-level. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion successful, obtained D-level agility enhancement talent imprint. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. A series of fusion failures directly stunned Ye Chuyun. My goodness, in the face of absolute bad luck, even tricks may not work. I tried to fuse it 10 times in total, and used up all 20 agility talent engravings before I succeeded that one time. The D-level agility enhancement talent finally evolved into the C-level agility state of mind, adding 80% to the talent's attributes. Now agility is no longer his shortcoming. Even the top assassin may not be as fast as him. With the bonus of agility talent, Ye Chuyun's movement speed is even faster than teleportation. Finally, there are 10 physical talent imprints left. After all the fusion was completed, only a D-level physical strengthening imprint was obtained. After the fusion evolution, Ye Chuyun also possessed the artistic conception of a C-level innate body, with a physical fitness bonus of 80%. Although the evolved talent cannot be reflected in combat power, Ye Chuyun can truly feel that his strength has been greatly improved. Unfortunately, Ye Chuyun's spiritual talent is still D-level. Apart from that, his other 3 attribute talents are at least C-level. If I were to challenge the Null King again now, even if the 2 axes were still in the opponent's hands, Ye Chuyun might not be afraid. His current strength is so strong that even if the opponent uses all his strength, he can easily kill him. Next, Ye Chuyun consumed the essences of the Null Warrior, the Mutant Null, and the Null King to the maximum limit. The 50 free attribute points obtained from upgrading and the 200 free attribute points rewarded by Heaven were all invested in Spirit. The combat power has ushered in another surge. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 16236000/1600000. Reputation: 700. Title: Heaven's Favored Person, Heavenly God number 250. Strength: 11614. B-level strength, plus 17421. Agility: 8151. C-level agility, plus 7321. Constitution: 10248. C-level body state of mind, plus 8198. Spirit: 8416. D-level spirit enhancement, plus 3366. Hearing, 100. Chi and blood, 100. Dark element, 100. Combat power, 81,128, 78,858 plus 2270. Wow. So the combat power is already 81,000. Ye Chuyun was stunned. Before entering the Red Moon Church, his combat power was less than 70,000. After walking out of the Red Moon Church, his combat power soared to 81,000. Both strength and physical fitness have exceeded 10,000. Originally, agility was the most lagging of the 4 attributes. Ye Chuyun intends to devote all his energy to spiritual development. Now it has become the lowest point in spirit. The most unbearable episode has come. Not counting the talent bonus, the combat power is already 81,000. If the bonus of talent is taken into account, Ye Chuyun's actual combat power is definitely more than 100,000. He hasn't even reached level 20, but his combat power has exceeded 100,000. Ye Chuyun himself didn't expect this. All the spoils obtained in the Red Moon Church have been counted. When Ye Chuyun passed the Hell-level Red Moon Church for the first time, he did not obtain the Revival Crystal, but a mysterious treasure chest. Chapter 160. I'm sweating. Revival crystals can only be obtained as rewards for clearing very few special dungeons. For example, clearing the initial Trial Land dungeon for the first time is the best benefit for a novice dungeon. Ye Chuyun actually wanted to go to other trial sites, clear the novice sublevels there, and take advantage of the opportunities so that he could obtain a large number of revival crystals. The matter of the resurrection crystal was no secret in the previous life. Someone had tried this method in the past and found that it was simply impossible to achieve. There are unspoken rules among all trial sites. That is, they cannot be shared with each other. For example, if the people from District 118 go to the novice trial ground in District 388, where Shifeng is, and kill ferocious beasts, they will not be able to gain anything. Not even a single god and demon coin could be obtained. Spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, mineral resources, and treasure chests are all restricted to being collected and obtained only by people in Area 388. The same applies to Area 118. The people from District 388 came to the poisonous swamp, but were unable to obtain anything. The Swamp King's cemetery is even inaccessible. Therefore, Ye Chuyun's idea of taking advantage of others could not be realized at all. In the end, the novice copy in each trial land became a specialty. Just like their Swamp King cemetery can produce third-level top-quality suits. Other novice copies also have their own special features. They in Area 118 can make money by selling third-tier premium suits, and people in other areas can also make money from their own novice copy output. It can be considered as achieving fairness to a certain extent. In addition to the revival crystal that can be obtained by clearing the Hell-level novice dungeon for the first time, it can also be obtained by completing a special task. Ye Chuyun knew a few of these tasks, but none of them are something he can accomplish at this stage. This kind of task is usually long and tedious, requiring rounds of completion and a lot of preparation. There is no limit on how many quests you can get. Whoever completes it first will get the resurrection crystal. So Ye Chuyun was not in a hurry. Finally, if we were to ask where else he could obtain the revival crystal, it would probably be the mysterious treasure chest in his hand. Mysterious treasure box. There is a certain probability that you will get what you want. If someone who doesn't know this will be full of questions when seeing this explanation. If there is a certain probability that you can get what you want, then doesn't it become a wishing treasure chest? But Ye Chuyun knew that this mysterious treasure chest was just as the name said, a treasure chest that would make your wishes come true. If someone opens this mysterious treasure chest, they hope to get the revival crystal. Then maybe you can really get a revival crystal. However, the probability of this wish coming true is only 1% at most. Most people cannot get what they want when they open it. But the probability does not exist for Ye Chuyun. Because the SSS talent has a 100% explosion rate, the mysterious treasure chest will become a wish-fulfilling treasure chest in his hands. If he wants to get the revival crystal, he will definitely be able to get the revival crystal. A mysterious treasure chest can only give you one thing that you really want. So Ye Chuyun hesitated for a moment and still didn't open it. There is nothing he absolutely wants to acquire at the moment. It's better to wait until later. I looked up at the sky. It is now noon on the 5th day. Qian Duo must have returned with Shifeng and the others by now. It's time for me to go back. The Tower of Elements must be built as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun clicked on the teleportation skill and teleported back to the base with one click. This is the benefit of owning a home. You can teleport back to the base anytime and anywhere without having to take the train stupidly and spend a lot of time walking back. After some people established a settlement, they foolishly built mansions first instead of building houses. After I discovered the function of the houses, I didn't know how much time I had wasted. Time is more important to them than anything else now. I wish that 24 hours in a day could be turned into 48 hours. If you are an hour slower than others, the gap between you may widen a lot. After teleporting back to the base with one click, Ye Chuyun immediately called Qian Duoduo over. There is a special meeting room in the Chamber of Commerce. The two of them are now sitting in the conference room. Alliance leader Yi, you actually cleared an entire team dungeon solo without making a sound. It really caught me off guard. Qian Duoduo complained with a distressed look on his face. Ever since the news that Ye Chuyun cleared the hell-level Red Moon Church alone spread, he became an instant hit. Originally, Qian Duoduo brought some staff to the train station to recruit fresh blood. But I found that countless people had already flocked into the train station. The purpose is to be able to join the Weiyang base. However, the population limit of the garrison is only 1,500. Excluding Shifeng and his men, there are only more than 300 places left. If Qian Duoduo agrees, these more than 300 places will probably be used up in an instant. But the problem is that having a lot of money doesn't mean you can choose whatever you want. Every quota must be used wisely. This puts Qian Duoduo under a lot of pressure. Seeing Qian Duoduo's distressed expression, Ye Chuyun roughly understood what he was worried about and coughed lightly with a bit of embarrassment. Well, this is just a coincidence. Then he told Qian Duoduo everything that happened in the Red Moon Church. But the process omitted his own purpose of going to the Red Moon Church. After all, he couldn't say that he went there just because he knew that the Red Moon Church could produce various forging materials and high-level spiritual herbs and fruits. How do you know about the rewards if you haven't even been there? Ye Chuyun planned to make up an excuse to fool Qian Duoduo if he asked about it. Fortunately, Qian Duoduo didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the magic crystal mine. Qian Duoduo is a business genius after all, and he can see things that many people cannot see. He had discussed the future development of magic crystals with Ye Chuyun before. Ye Chuyun also stated very implicitly that in the future, magic crystals could even replace the divine and demon coins and possess certain currency transaction properties. This made Qian Duoduo always regard magic crystals as items that must be collected. Now Ye Chuyun actually discovered a magic crystal stone mine, which made Qian Duoduo feel as if he saw a mountain of gold in front of him. So, Alliance leader Yi, you challenged the Red Moon Church in order to seize the magic crystal mine? It seems you must have gotten this information from someone. So you went to Area 655 specifically to intercept it? Qian Duoduo suddenly realized. It still has to be you. Ah, yes. Ye Chuyun kept nodding his head and was actually sweating profusely. Chapter 161 Timing. My goodness, Qian Duoduo immediately imagined that he got the information about the magic crystal mine from someone and went to Area 655. It just so happened that Zhou Yuanqing and the other two were making a bet that whoever took over the Red Moon Church first would get the collection rights. He took advantage of this opportunity and seized the rights to collect minerals. Little did he know that his original goal was the Red Moon Church, not the magic crystal mine. But it's a good thing that it was a misunderstanding, so he doesn't have to make up excuses. Qian Duoduo's willingness to self-deprecate is also an advantage. Then Qian Duoduo asked about Yi Wen and others. Qian Duoduo didn't ask much about recruiting so many people into the base at one time, because Ye Chuyun was busy at the time and had no time to explain. Now that Ye Chuyun is back, he still needs to find out. However, this does not mean that he disagrees with Yi Wen and others joining. The main thing is that he needs to know the abilities of Yi Wen and others so that he can consider what kind of positions to give them. Ye Chuyun then gave a detailed introduction to Yi Wen and others. Qian Duoduo listened silently and was surprised that Ye Chuyun valued Yi Wen so much and even planned to give Yi Wen the position of chief commander. However, commanding a battle is definitely not what he is good at. And if there are people willing to share the pressure, a lot of money is naturally what you want. After understanding the situation, Qian Duoduo stopped asking questions and started talking about other topics. He looked at Ye Chuyun solemnly and said, Alliance leader Yi, I wonder if you've noticed that some people have recently discovered problems with their equipment. Ye Chuyun raised his eyebrows. Did they find that their equipment clearly showed attack power plus 10, but the panel showed attack power plus 5? Qian Duoduo nodded vigorously. Right. A lot of people have already brought this up on the World Channel. They've all noticed something's not right with their equipment's bonuses, but they can't find a solution. They're all so anxious right now. Someone in our base also had this problem. I temporarily took back their equipment and gave them a new batch of equipment. After saying that, Qian Duoduo picked up a first-level breastplate and gave it to Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun took it and took a look. Fearless plate armor, Defense plus 5, strength plus 5, first level equipment. The moment he saw the equipment data, Ye Chuyun's mouth curled up. Sure enough, the durability has decreased. Normally, the attributes of this fearless plate armor should be defense plus 10 and strength plus 10. But the equipment data now shows defense plus 5 and strength plus 5. It was cut in half. This means that the durability of the equipment must have dropped below 30%, triggering the equipment's automatic bottom line guarantee mechanism and reducing the data. However, durability has always been a hidden attribute of equipment and will not be displayed at all. So no one knows what the problem is now. When Qian Duoduo heard Ye Chuyun mention the reduced durability, his eyes immediately lit up. The durability has decreased. Should we introduce a primary whetstone? Ye Chuyun put down his fearless plate armor and shook his head. Now is not the time. Only a small number of people have discovered this problem yet, but not enough. We need to have a situation where there is widespread equipment damage before we can release the primary whetstone to achieve its peak effect. Understood. Qian Duoduo nodded when he heard this. He understood what Ye Chuyun meant. The only thing is that if we launch a primary whetstone now, only a few people will buy it at most, and it will not cause much sensation. The reason is that the equipment of these people has only had its data reduced, but has not yet reached the point of being damaged. Once the equipment is damaged, it completely loses its effectiveness. At this time, double the primary whetstones are needed to restore the durability. So until things reach their worst point, these people will not realize the importance of a primary whetstone. So now we just need to wait until there is widespread damage to the equipment. Introducing a primary whetstone at this time is definitely the best choice. By the way, how many blacksmiths have we trained in our base now? Ye Chuyun took a sip of red tea casually and asked, "This black tea tastes good. I wonder where Qian Duoduo got it." Qian Duoduo shook his head and said, "Aside from Niu Dali, we haven't found any other forging talents yet. Currently, including Niu Dali, there are 2 others who have learned the forging blueprints and become junior blacksmiths. Others are still in the forging apprenticeship stage and are frantically learning forging knowledge." Ye Chuyun nodded. In other words, including Niu Dali, we have now trained 3 junior blacksmiths? Good. Qian Duoduo was confused as to why Ye Chuyun asked this. Next, he saw Ye Chuyun take out 3 drawings and place them in front of him. This is... Qian Duoduo took the drawing and looked at it, and his pupils immediately shrank. Basic whetstone blueprint. Ye Chuyun took another sip of his red tea leisurely. Not bad. Let Niu Dali learn one of these 3 basic grindstone drawings first. As for the other 2, it's best to find 2 trustworthy blacksmiths to learn from. After all, this primary whetstone will be a hot-selling item in our base. Just leave it to me. I promise I'll take care of it for you. Qian Duoduo held the basic whetstone blueprint tightly in his hand, with a big smile on his face. There are a lot of ores around the location of the Weiyang base, and the collectors hand in large quantities of ores and forging stones every moment. He doesn't even need to buy the stones himself. If he doesn't use them all, he can make a profit by selling the mineral materials. I have to say that the position chosen by Ye Chuyun is absolutely amazing. Ye Chuyun looked at Qian Duoduo, the money-obsessed man, and shook his head and laughed. Just 3 primary whetstones have you so happy. What about the next thing? After saying that, he took out the ash double axes, various ogre spirits, talent imprints, first and second level equipment, and other items, and placed them in front of Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo stared at the mountain of treasure in front of him. Goodness, could it be that the primary whetstone blueprint, and these were all obtained from the Red Moon Church? Ye Chuyun lowered his eyes and touched his nose. Yes, these were all obtained in the hell-level Red Moon Church. I have to say the drop rate there is really high. Qian Duoduo nodded without comment. Indeed, the drop rate in hell-level dungeons is much higher than in the outside world. Master Yi, are you going to put all these items into the redemption reward pool? That's right. As for the exchange amount, you can decide for yourself. Good. Chapter 162 New. After Qian Duoduo took the things, he immediately left the meeting room without stopping. Ye Chuyun also left and went to find Arnold. Now, as a master of engineering, Arnold is respected by Qian Duoduo. At the same time, Qian Duoduo also recruited many engineering apprentices, and Arnold was responsible for teaching them. At this time, Arnold had just finished teaching and was frantically conducting research in his own laboratory. Arnold. Ye Chuyun stood behind it and greeted it. When Arnold heard this, he immediately stopped his research and turned around. Sir, it's you. You are here. Is there anything you want me to do? Ye Chuyun nodded. There is indeed something I need to ask of you, but there is no rush to tell you. You've been teaching some engineering apprentices these past couple of days. Have you discovered any promising talents? Hearing this, Arnold immediately looked distressed and complained to Ye Chuyun. "My lord, what kind of fools are you looking for? He doesn't even know the most basic engineering knowledge. He's clueless when asked. I can only explain this from the most basic engineering perspective. It really worries me to death." Ye Chuyun laughed awkwardly when he heard this. "Haha, thank you for your hard work. Take your time. They really have never been exposed to engineering before. As long as they are willing to learn, they will be able to improve." What the adults said is true. They are indeed very hardworking and willing to learn. They are making rapid progress. Then, according to your calculations, when will they be qualified for entry-level engineering? It will take at least a month. This is the fastest. Is that so? Okay, I'll be thanking you for the hard work during that time. Haha, your words are too serious. It's not hard at all. On the contrary, I feel like I'm back to when I first started studying engineering. I've gained a lot of insights. That's good. After saying that, Ye Chuyun took out the forging drawings of the Tower of Elements. Einer, take a look at this forging blueprint. Can you help me forge it? Although this Tower of Elements is a forging blueprint, it also contains some engineering. Therefore, if you want to forge the Tower of Elements, you will need Einer's help. Forging blueprints? Let me take a look. Einer took the forging drawing and looked at it. Upon seeing this, its eyes were immediately fixed and it couldn't move away. Ye Chuyun stood aside. Looking at Einer, he could clearly see that he had been attracted by the Tower of Elements. After a long time, it took a deep breath, looked up at Ye Chuyun, and returned the drawing of the Tower of Elements to him. "Sir, this Tower of Elements is truly exquisite. As for me, forging this elemental tower shouldn't be a problem. The success rate is guaranteed to be over 90%. But this requires the help of an intermediate blacksmith. Are you an intermediate blacksmith, sir?" Ahem. Ye Chuyun took the blueprint of the Tower of Elements with an embarrassed look on his face. "Soon. Since you are sure, Einer, I will come back to you later. You can continue your research." "Yes, sir." Ye Chuyun left Arner's laboratory and came to a forging room. He had previously told Qianduoduo that he would build his own living union. But building a living union is not such a quick thing. Qianduoduo could only temporarily build a few forging rooms and let the blacksmiths use them first. After all, the only one who can bring stable income to the base now is the blacksmith, and other life professions are still in the development stage. With the presence of Nyo Dali, a professional blacksmith, simple forging rooms were quickly built. When Ye Chuyun came to the forging room, he had only one purpose. Just upgrade to an intermediate blacksmith as soon as possible. The construction of the Tower of Elements cannot be delayed. As long as it is not completed, Ye Chuyun will always be thinking about this matter. Anyway, all the materials for the Tower of Elements have been gathered, so let's hurry up. The stock of holy plate armor is almost running out, so I'll take this opportunity to replenish it. After a while, Qianduoduo brought the materials for forging the sacred plate armor. Now his proficiency as a junior blacksmith has reached 442 points, and he is still 558 points away from being promoted to an intermediate blacksmith. If you want to gain proficiency quickly, you can only forge holy plate armor frantically. After preparing everything, Ye Chuyun took out the materials very skillfully, raised the silver hammer, and began to forge. The clanging sound echoed in the forge room. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the holy plate armor, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the holy plate armor, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Hint: congratulations, you have successfully forged the holy plate armor, proficiency +3, energy points +1000. Time passed by little, and the sky outside gradually changed from noon to dusk, and then to night. Just as Ye Chuyun was forging frantically, the entire base fell into chaos. The reason lies in the equipment that Ye Chuyun brought back. The third-level premium suit and other treasures on the previous exchange list aroused everyone's enthusiasm. This enthusiasm lasted for a long time, but gradually faded. The third-level premium suit is good, but the exchange points required are too high. Until now, no one has been able to meet the standards. Other items such as first-level gems, spirit essences, equipment, etc. became hot-selling products and were quickly sold out. As time goes by, the items that can be exchanged on the redemption list become fewer and fewer, so the enthusiasm of these people gradually faded. But in the afternoon, someone discovered that the redemption list had been updated and many more items were added to it. Inside the local Chamber of Commerce, with the establishment of the Resident Chamber of Commerce, along with trading houses throughout the region, many people have discovered the business opportunities therein. So a large number of people gather here at all times. Either they chat or they wait in the trading house to see if they can find a bargain and make a profit from the price difference. Qian Duo also took the opportunity to discover business opportunities and reset some of the settings of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as he uses the trading house to trade within the Chamber of Commerce, he can receive a handling fee of 0.1% of the transaction price, with a minimum of 1 Shenma coin. However, this fee is not high and is acceptable. Holy crap! Look, the redemption list has been updated. There are so many new things. It's finally updated. Looks like all those exchange points I saved up are finally going to be put to good use. Let me see what good stuff is on the shelves. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? A 4th tier weapon? Oh my god, is this Ash Double Axe 2 perverted? 200,000 contribution points? Sorry, I can't afford it. Just take a look. Forget about the Ash Double Axe. It's better to take a look at that kobold weapon. It only costs 10,000 contribution points to redeem it, and its attributes are also very good. Chapter 163 Magic Gold. Indeed, this one is more cost-effective. I can exchange it for one. I should grab it now before others find it. Oh my god, there are also skill books. Earth Shatter allows unlimited use of shock waves, and Summoning Spirit allows you to summon a mutant dog-headed man. It requires 30,000 contribution points. The Kobold suit is really cheap. It only costs 30,000 contribution points to buy it all. It's much more cost-effective than the Scarlet suit. The Spirit of the Kobold King, my god. Just one piece can increase so many attributes. I'm greedy. Contribution points. I want to earn contribution points. Just when the people in the Chamber of Commerce were shocked by the update of the redemption list, the door of the Chamber of Commerce was pushed open with a bang, and a middle-aged man ran in, breathing heavily. Everyone hurry, let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. The middle-aged man, who was panting, excitedly shouted to his companions. What happened? A man holding a large shield looked at him and wondered why his companion was so excited. The others also looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. The middle-aged man quickly said, "The redemption list has been updated, and many people are rushing to redeem it now. If we don't go now, it will be too late." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Chamber of Commerce fell silent. Let's go, let's go. The man holding the big shield suddenly stood up, rushed to the middle-aged man, and ran out of the Chamber of Commerce with him. This made the expressions of the other people in the Chamber of Commerce change immediately. Oh no, they're going to exchange items. Let's catch up with them. Oh no, I just happened to have my eye on that kobold suit. I hope you don't buy all of them. By the time everyone reacted, the exchange hall was already packed with people. Inside the fiery forging room, deep blue flames were burning continuously, melting one piece of solid ore after another. The sacred plate armor, which originally had a low success rate, was made very easily by Ye Chuyun. The whole process was almost smooth, and there was not much to find fault with. Whether it is the production speed or the quality of the equipment, it is amazing. Although repeating the same thing over and over again can be annoying. But seeing the increasing proficiency and the continuous experience gained, infinite motivation surged up continuously. In just 8 hours, Ye Chuyun forged more than 50 pieces of sacred plate armor. This speed is much faster than before. In the previous 15 hours, only more than 80 pieces of sacred plate armor were forged. That means an average of 5 pieces are forged per hour. Now we can forge more than 50 pieces in 8 hours, which means 6 pieces per hour on average. The efficiency is much higher than before. Ye Chuyun took a short break and looked at his forging proficiency, which was now over 600 points. It takes 1,000 proficiency points to be promoted from a junior blacksmith to an intermediate blacksmith. In just one day, I was able to increase my proficiency by more than 600 points, which is already very good. As long as I forge more than 100 pieces of holy plate armor, I will be able to be promoted. If an ordinary junior blacksmith knew his current improvement speed, he would probably be stunned. Normally speaking, it takes at least 1 month to be promoted from a junior blacksmith to an intermediate blacksmith. And Ye Chuyun was almost promoted in less than 2 days. Although there is the help of the Book of the Divine Craftsman, this speed is still monstrous. At this rate, if I try my best to improve, I will be promoted to an intermediate blacksmith on at least the 6th day. After becoming an intermediate blacksmith, it will take at least another day to forge the elemental tower with Aner. By the 7th day, there will be a large number of people with damaged equipment. If we release the primary whetstone at that time, we will undoubtedly make a lot of money. On the 8th day, the auction that Mo who mentioned will be held. I'll see what good things I can buy then. Ye Chuyun made a rough estimate in his mind and began to worry secretly. Time. Why do you have so little? Every minute and every second must be utilized. There simply isn't enough time. Once the issues of garrison defense and earning funds are resolved, The next problem is to upgrade the level of the base, recruit a large number of core experts, and build the skeleton of the base. If you want to form a superpower of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or millions of people, without hundreds of middle-level backbones, Qian Duo alone would not be able to manage the company. Now his life union is just beginning to develop. However, whether it is the materials needed for life and work, the workplace, or the sales channels of goods, they have gradually been improved. Then through continuous training at the station. If we develop the living union in the future, it will be like controlling a huge gold mine. Whether it is funds for the development of the base or various materials, they can be obtained from this living union at any time. By then, there will be no worries about recruiting talents. Beep, beep. Lots of money. Ye Chuyun heard the private chat notification tone and found out that it was Qian Duo who called. Ye Chuyun, Qian Duo, what do you want from me at this time? Qian Duo, a man named Rosen suddenly contacted me and said he wanted to spend a large sum of money to buy the holy plate armor. Ye Chuyun, that's easy. If he offers 50% more than the market price, then sell it to him. Ye Chuyun did not refuse. Now he has so many sacred plates in his hands that his internal digestion is almost saturated. If he offers a lot of money, there's no harm in selling it to him. I have heard of Rosen's name. In his previous life, he was the leader of a first-rate force. He was very powerful and even recruited a top 100 god-level master. Qian Duo, that's the problem. The guy named Rosen said he can't afford the god and demon coins and wants to exchange them for other items. Qian Duo, but I'm not sure about the value of this thing, so I wanted to ask for your opinion, leader. Ye Chuyun, oh, what is it? Send it to me. After saying that, Qian Duo sent the data of an item. When Ye Chuyun saw it, his expression changed suddenly. Magic gold. It was obvious that he recognized the true identity of the object. Magic gold increases the success rate of forging equipment. Magic gold is a panacea or, no matter what you are forging, adding a piece of magic gold can increase the success rate by 10%, and there is also a certain chance of improving the quality of the item. These are not displayed in the prompt. Chapter 164 Cooperation reached. Ye Chuyun didn't expect that Rosen would have magic gold in his hands. This thing was a very precious thing in the previous life. Basically, once a piece is put on the trading platform, it will be sold out in seconds. And they definitely won't be sold in large quantities. They are usually stored as strategic materials by some major forces. It can be said that it is priceless. It is generally not used easily. After all, this is something that can ignore the equipment level and directly increase the success rate by 10%, and it can also improve the quality of equipment. In other words, even if he was forging the top-level 10th-level equipment, the magic gold could increase the success rate by 10%. And if you are lucky, the magic gold can also improve the quality of this 10th-level equipment to a higher level. What would that be like? Maybe Rosen hasn't discovered the extraordinary nature of this magic gold yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken it out to exchange with him for the holy plate armor. If it were Ye Chuyun himself, he would not take out the magic gold no matter how much money he was offered. I just don't know how many pieces of this magic gold Rosen has in his hands. In his previous life, he had never heard of the rumor that Rosen had magic gold. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun continued to ask, which area is Rosen in? Qian Duo him? He's in area 326. What's wrong? Area number 326? Ye Chuyun thought about it. Could it be that Rosen discovered the magic crystal in this area? As far as he knew, there was a small copy of levels 5 to 15 in area 326, which produced some gems and skill books. Could this be the reason why Rosen wanted to purchase a large amount of holy plate armor? Is it just to conquer this small copy? However, the holy plate armor is indeed a small artifact, with additional healing skills and the ability to remove all negative states on the body. Sometimes this skill, if used well, can even save lives. Since Rosen wanted to exchange the magic gold for the holy plate armor, he would see how much he could squeeze out of the other party. Ye Chuyun, did they say how much magic gold they would exchange for a piece of holy plate armor? Qian Duo, don't tell me. Alliance leader, you want to exchange it? The other party did mention that he plans to exchange 100 pieces of magic gold for a piece of sacred plate armor. Qian Duo, and he even said that he wants all the sacred plate armor he can get. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun's eyes widened. Wow, 100 pieces of magic gold can only be exchanged for one piece of holy plate armor. It's not that he feels it's too little, but that it's too much. He thought Rosen was planning to exchange a piece of magic gold for the holy plate armor. I didn't expect the price to be 100 yuan right away. You should know that in the previous life, the magic gold was once sold at a sky-high price of 500,000 divine and demon coins. Even so, no one is willing to take action. When did his holy plate armor become so valuable that it could be exchanged for 100 pieces of magic gold? Ye Chuyun didn't even dare to think about it. But on second thought, how much magic gold does Rosen have in his hands? Could it be that he discovered a vein of magical gold? Perhaps Rosen had not discovered the usefulness of magic gold at all, which was why he exchanged it for the holy plate armor at such a low price. Ha ha ha, how could Ye Chuyun let go of such a good opportunity? He curled his lips and sent a message directly to Qian Duoduo. Ye Chuyun, 200 pieces of magic gold can be exchanged for a piece of holy plate armor. You can try to get it. The lowest price cannot be less than 150. Qian Duoduo, oh, since you said so, then I will do my best to help you get it. So this magic gold must be very valuable, right? Ye Chuyun, haha, I just think this magic gold has great potential. Qian Duoduo, okay, I'll go over and talk to that Rosen now. After saying that, he hung up the private chat. Ye Chuyun had almost finished his rest and continued to take out materials to forge the sacred plate armor. Half an hour later, Qian Duoduo's private message came again. Qian Duoduo, it's done. 250 mana gold in exchange for the sacred plate armor. The other party agreed. Ye Chuyun was shocked. Well, he still underestimated Qian Duoduo's ability. Originally, he hadn't expected the other party to agree to the exchange price of 200 pieces of magic gold, but just asked him to try his best to get more money. I didn't expect Qian Duoduo to be so helpful. Not only did he negotiate the price down, he also raised it to 250 yuan. Although Ye Chuyun was a little resistant to this number. But when he thought that this was 250 pieces of magic gold, he immediately smiled again. Ye Chuyun, okay, Vice Alliance Leader Qian, you have made great contributions. I will increase your dividend at the end of the year. If you want any other rewards, just let me know. Qian Duoduo, hey, since you said that, I'll speak up. Can I give the Ash Double Axe to Xiong Yuntao? Ye Chuyun thought about it. As one of the top 100 God-level masters, Xiong Yuntao seemed to be accustomed to using double axes in his previous life. No wonder Qian Duoduo would fight for it with him. The attributes of the Ash Double Axe are so good that anyone who sees them will be tempted. Ye Chuyun, the Ash Double Axe can be given to Xiong Yuntao, but we can't let others feel disappointed. Ye Chuyun, how about this? First give Xiong Yuntao 200,000 contribution points and let him redeem them himself, and then let him slowly complete the tasks to pay them back. Qian Duoduo, hee, I think so too. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Ye Chuyun, by the way, did that Rosen say how many sacred plate armors he needed? Qian Duoduo, I told you that they want a maximum of 200 pieces of sacred plate armor. Ye Chuyun, really? Okay. Qian Duoduo, ha, why do you sound so regretful, Alliance Leader? Ye Chuyun sighed inwardly. Isn't that a pity? Only 200 pieces of holy plate armor are needed. In other words, he could only exchange it for 50,000 pieces of magic gold. It's only 50,000 mana gold, which is totally not enough. Originally, Ye Chuyun thought that the other party would want as many sacred plate armors as possible, and thought he could make a lot of money from them. However, the fact that Rosen was able to offer 50,000 pieces of magic gold meant that the other party must have control over a magic gold mine. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled. He couldn't let go of this opportunity to make money. When the delivery comes, I will go to meet Lawson and see if we can discuss other cooperation. After chatting with Qian Duoduo, Ye Chuyun continued forging. The task is quite tight now, and 200 pieces of holy plate armor are just enough for him to be promoted to an intermediate blacksmith. It is now the evening of the 5th day. More than 50 pieces in 8 hours, 150 pieces left, and this goal should be achieved within 24 hours. He must try to complete these 200 pieces of sacred plate armor before the 7th day. Chapter 165. Collectively obtain professions and be promoted to intermediate blacksmiths. Time passes slowly, little by little. Time goes from evening to day, and then from day to evening. It was already the 6th night. During this period, 2 more bases were established. There are 5 bases in total. It is estimated that in a few days, all 10 bases will be completed. It will be a nightmare for everyone then. During the time that Ye Chuyun had been working as a blacksmith, many people who had just joined the base were amazed. They really didn't expect that the base would have such good benefits. Various advanced equipment and special props are no longer the private property of the resident. Instead, they are all made public as exchange items and can be exchanged as long as there are enough contribution points. And because Ye Chuyun is willing to invest a lot of resources to develop his life career, this means that at least 40% of the resident population are engaged in livelihood occupations. This has also greatly improved everyone's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The clothes are designed by famous designers from Blue Star. They are not only beautiful, but also have attribute bonuses. The food is made by the 5-star chef of Blue Star, and you can also get buff bonuses. Staying in a hotel can help you recover your strength quickly and feel refreshed after just 3 hours of sleep. There is a function of transferring the station with one click, which is very convenient. Because of this advantage, the Weiyang base instantly gained a dominant position among the current 5 bases, surpassing the other bases. During these 2 days, everyone did almost nothing else but frantically complete tasks and hand in various materials in exchange for contribution points. Some people also found that the Ash dual axe on the exchange list had been replaced. Anyone who was interested would find out after asking that it was obtained by Xiong Yuntao. Many people were not convinced, knowing that it was impossible for Xiong Yuntao to have 200,000 contribution points, and that he must have used a backdoor. But then Qian Duo asked Xiong Yuntao to train the newcomers for free with the Ash double axe. Bringing a new member to the next level will deduct 1,000 contribution points. Countless new people signed up immediately. At the same time, they also witnessed Xiong Yuntao's powerful strength. One person challenges a level 15 leader-level beast alone. All the spoils were distributed to the newcomers and received numerous praises. Gradually, the voices of opposition gradually disappeared. At the same time, Xiong Yuntao passed the C-level evaluation with the help of the Ash double axe and was very lucky to obtain a hidden profession, God of War. Wang Gang, Zhuang Liang, Kai Kuan, and Lei Chen also successfully changed their jobs. They all passed the D-level Heavenly Dao assessment and obtained a powerful profession. Wang Gang became a fighter, Zhuang Liang became a magic knight, Kai Kuan became a shadow assassin, and Lei Chen became a berserker. Lu Qian has just reached level 10 and has not yet changed her job. Lu Jun, Yun Danqing, and In Xiaoqian had already reached level 10. When they saw the achievements of Wang Gang and others, they decided to frantically increase their own combat attributes and strive to obtain a hidden profession. Shifeng, Su Ming, Xiao Shanyun, and Chu Yunlan understood this principle even more clearly and refused to level up, constantly improving their attributes. In order not to attract attention, they all concealed their combat capabilities. Now the world's combat power list is a series of question mark, and there are as many old perverts as feathers. In order to accumulate foundation, Bai Hang's level did not increase as quickly, and he is still at level 8. But in terms of attributes, he is not inferior to Xiong Yuntao, who has changed his job. Such rapid improvement seems to be related to Bai Hang's own talent. However, neither Ye Chuyun nor Qian Duo asked too many questions and gave Bai Hang enough respect. Qian Duo also kept sighing to Ye Chuyun. What a treasure! Hint. Congratulations, you have successfully been promoted from a junior blacksmith to an intermediate blacksmith. Hint. You have obtained the title Intermediate Forging Master. Intermediate Forging Master. Wearing this title can increase the forging success rate by 5%. I finally got promoted. Inside the forging room, Ye Chuyun looked at the sacred plate armor all over the ground with a smile on his face. This is the result of his hard work. There are 200 pieces in total, and each piece of holy plate armor has at least standard attributes, and more than half of the attributes exceed the standard by a lot. After storing all 200 pieces of sacred plate armor into the storage space, Ye Chuyun left the forging room. It's evening now. Seeing the dark night, Ye Chuyun picked up his watch and looked at it. Only then did he realize that it was already the 6th night. Fortunately, his watch is solar-powered and can be used to check the date and record the time. Otherwise, if you live this kind of reverse day and night life every day, it is easy to lose the concept of time. Qian Duo has also thought about this problem, so he arranges special staff to report the time to everyone in the base at any time every day. On the street in the central area of the base, Ye Chuyun quickly walked into the business. He originally wanted to call Qian Duo to the conference room, but Qian Duo couldn't spare the time now, so he asked him to go to the 2nd floor of the store first. When Ye Chuyun arrived at the 2nd floor of the trading company, he found that there seemed to be a lot more people here. There was already a long queue in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the business, and upon closer counting, there were actually about 100 or 200 people. My goodness, there are so many people. What are they doing? Ye Chuyun was puzzled and not willing to understand. The most urgent thing now is to find Qian Duo as soon as possible. So Ye Chuyun ignored the people queuing and walked straight forward. But others confirmed that Ye Chuyun was cutting in line. Hey, brother, do you know what first come first served means? Brother, you're a bit too bold. Aren't you afraid that the deputy leader will kick you out? Everyone in the queue cast angry glances at Ye Chuyun, but no one dared to take action. Because Qian Duo had ordered that anyone who took action in the business would be banned from entering the business for a month. However, someone soon recognized Ye Chuyun's identity and immediately exclaimed, "Fuck, isn't this Alliance Leader Yi?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd exploded. Alliance Leader Yi? Fuck, it really is true. Which brothers were disrespectful to Alliance Leader Yi just now? Come out and apologize. Oh my god, luckily I was smart and chose to keep my mouth shut. I was so scared, I was sweating profusely. Alliance Leader Yi is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. You're the only one who wants to take advantage of others. I wonder if Alliance Leader Yi needs a boyfriend. This. The few people who had just yelled at Ye Chuyun turned pale and apologized quickly. It's okay, it's okay. Ignorance is not a crime. Cutting in line is not allowed. I didn't mean to cut in line. I was just looking for the deputy leader. Ye Chuyun waved his hand and didn't care much. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are you guys doing lining up here? Ye Chuyun asked curiously. Chapter 166, Life Career Recruitment Assessment. Hearing the question, someone quickly stood up and answered. Oh, the deputy leader is planning to recruit a large number of people for life professions. If you are selected, you can enjoy very good benefits. Not only can you enjoy guidance from famous teachers, but also an unlimited supply of materials. If you perform well, you can be promoted to mentor and build your own team. Good boy. Is Qian Duo really that good at playing? Ye Chuyun widened his eyes and sighed. The man pointed to the front and said, the deputy leader is interviewing in that office. Ye Chuyun looked over and immediately saw a young woman walking out of the office with a lost look on her face. Seeing this, the expressions of the others also became a little depressed. My goodness, how many people have been eliminated in a row? It seems like there are more than 20 of them. The difficulty of review has increased. It has never been this difficult before. Oh my god, this is so difficult. I wonder what the chances are when it's my turn. As they talked, everyone began to get anxious. Qian Duo is really strict. Ye Chuyun couldn't help but be amazed. Following the crowd into the office, I saw Qian Duo with an expressionless face and 5 people sitting next to him. Ye Chuyun knew 3 of these 5 people. They are Arnold, Dali, and Wang Yun. Grown-ups. Arnold quickly stood up and looked at Ye Chuyun respectfully. Dali, Wang Yun, and 4 others also looked at him nervously. Alliance leader, let me introduce you. Qian Duo pointed at Dali with a smile on his face. Dali, the one I told you about before, is now the chief blacksmith at our station. Ye Chuyun looked over and nodded at him in a friendly manner. Dali is tall and strong, with a simple and honest appearance. Hello, leader. Dali smiled naively. Qian Duo said with a smile. Dali, it's rare to meet the leader. You must seize this opportunity. Opportunity. Dali and others looked confused. Qian Duo looked at Ye Chuyun and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you that the leader is also a blacksmith. The holy plate armor was invented by the Alliance leader. What? Alliance leader Yi is actually a blacksmith? The holy plate armor was actually invented by the Alliance leader? Now Dali and the others were in a mess. They knew Ye Chuyun, but they didn't know that Ye Chuyun was actually a blacksmith. Moreover, the sacred plate armor that has caused a sensation recently was actually invented by Ye Chuyun. That was the origin of the sudden surge in the status of blacksmiths, making them the most popular profession. Looking at Dali's excited eyes, Ye Chuyun shifted his gaze uncomfortably and looked at Wang Yun. Ahem, Wang Yun, long time no see. Didn't I expect you to become an alchemist? Wang Yun's appearance had completely changed at this time. He was wearing the fireproof robe unique to alchemists and a hood. She doesn't look like the little nurse she used to be. Wang Yun was also deeply moved when Ye Chuyun suddenly called him out. Thanks to the cultivation of the Alliance leader and Deputy Alliance leader, I have the opportunity to become an alchemist. Qian Duo smiled and said, Ha, you're being too modest. If you hadn't worked hard, then it would have been useless for Alliance leader Yi and I to cultivate you. After saying that, he changed the subject. But there's one thing I forgot to mention. In addition to being a blacksmith, Alliance leader Yi is also an alchemist. Wang Yun, if there's anything you don't know, please feel free to ask Alliance leader Yi for advice. After hearing this, Wang Yun was dumbfounded and looked at Ye Chuyun as if he were a monster. Oh my god, what a great guy this is. He is both a blacksmith and an alchemist. This is really the case of comparing yourself to others and getting frustrated. Ahem. Alright. Qian Duo, please introduce the other brothers. Ye Chuyun was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Oh, okay. Qian Duo continued to introduce the other 3 people to him. Wei Yun, the first one who has the greatest hope of becoming an engineer, was once a graduate student studying mechanical engineering on Blue Star and has some basic knowledge in engineering. The second one is Zhuang Kun, a formal potion master. A potion master is a bit like an alchemist, but there are differences between the two. Alchemists use various spiritual herbs and fruits to refine elixirs with various magical effects. The same goes for potion masters, who also create potions with various strange effects. But the alchemist does not use spiritual herbs and fruits to refine the medicine. Instead, they use the body parts of various ferocious beasts and various metal materials for refining. It's a bit like alchemy. In terms of the difficulty of refining, the alchemist's difficulty is higher than that of the potion maker. Ye Chuyun did not expect that their base could train a potion master so quickly. A potion master's recipe is even rarer than an alchemist's recipe. However, potion masters can use the body parts of various ferocious beasts and various metals to conduct research and create their own unique prescriptions. Moreover, the difficulty of creating a potion master's own prescription is relatively low among all life professions. If you want to create other professions on your own, you need to pay attention to various conditions, and you also need the right time, place, and people, which is very troublesome. But potion masters don't need to go through so much trouble. They just need to make various combinations. For example, what kind of potion can be made by combining the golden hamster's teeth and magic crystals? It may have no effect, or a special chemical reaction may occur. It's just a matter of trial and error. Sometimes, if a potion master is lucky, he can develop multiple recipes. Zhuang Kun has only developed a recipe called Strength Potion. After taking this potion, strength can be increased by 50 points and last for half an hour. Ye Chuyun was also very surprised by this. This strength potion is very useful. If it is sold, it can generate considerable profits for the base. The last one also surprised Ye Chuyun very much. He was actually a spiritual plant master named Lu Nong. According to Qian Duo, Lu Nong is a farmer in Blue Star and has extensive planting experience. He didn't know where he got a bag of first-level spiritual herb seeds, and Qian Duo asked him to try planting them. In the end, he really succeeded, and as a result, he received a hint from heaven and became a spiritual plant master. To put it simply, a spiritual planter is a profession that makes a living by growing spiritual herbs and fruits. If there are seeds, they can be cultivated. In the past, many settlements had many spiritual plant masters who were responsible for planting various spiritual herbs and fruits so that the settlements could be self-sufficient. It is still in the early stages of development, and the resources of spiritual herbs and fruits are still sufficient. But 10 years later, all the spiritual herbs and fruits in the entire area had been almost completely plundered. In the end, it can only rely on the spiritual plant master to continue cultivating. Therefore, the importance of spiritual plant masters is self-evident. Chapter 167 Personal Assessment, Another Forging Master. Now Ye Chuyun knew everyone, and he felt more and more amazed in his heart. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, his base had developed into this state. Is this the benefit of the early bird catching the worm? The faster you develop, the easier it is to take off. Sorry, Alliance Leader, I'm still busy here. Please wait a moment. Qian Duo said apologetically. Fine. Ye Chuyun sat next to him with a smile on his face. That's perfect. I'll see if I can recruit some good talents this time. Qian Duo smiled upon hearing this and said, That's good too. Alliance Leader, you're also a forger, so your vision should be sharper than mine. Thank you so much. Ye Chuyun waved his hand. Qian Duo nodded and sat down again. Neo Dali on the side immediately shouted. Next, after he finished speaking, a thin young man walked in immediately. When he saw so many people appear in front of him, a trace of panic flashed across the young man's face. He lowered his head subconsciously and said, Hello, examiners. My name is Yen Song. Although his voice was very low, everyone present still heard what he said with their extraordinary hearing. Yen Song. Ye Chuyun looked at the thin young man thoughtfully, as if he had thought of something but was not quite sure. Qian Duo, who was standing beside him, had no expression on his face. He nodded and asked, Yen Song, right? Tell me what kind of job you want to apply for this time. I want to apply for the position of blacksmith. Yen Song still kept his head down and spoke in a low voice. A forger. Qian Duo was not surprised at all. Recently, with the emergence of holy plate armor, many people have discovered that blacksmiths can make so much money and have developed a strong interest in them. This recruitment is also the case. Basically, 8 out of 10 people want to become blacksmiths. It's nothing new. Qian Duo looked at Neo Dali, then at Ye Chuyun. At this time, Ye Chuyun was staring at Yen Song closely, looking thoughtful. Qian Duo thought that Neo Dali was responsible for setting questions and testing interviewees before. It would be better to let Ye Chuyun take the test this time. Thinking of this, he patted Ye Chuyun on the shoulder. Ye Chuyun also came back to his senses and looked over with a puzzled look. Qian Duoduo looked at him with a smile. Alliance leader Yi, your chance to show off has come. Yin Song said he wants to apply for the position of blacksmith. Your major is suitable. Would you like to take the test? Ye Chuyun pointed at himself. Yes. Qian Duoduo nodded. Neodali also looked at it with a little anticipation. He wanted to see how Ye Chuyun would assess him and whether he could learn anything from it. Okay. Ye Chuyun nodded indifferently. In his previous life, he had come into contact with many blacksmiths in the past 10 years. When these people had nothing to do, they would share their forging experiences in the forum. Ye Chuyun has seen a lot, so practice makes perfect. As for forging talent, he doesn't have it. But in terms of experience, he can be said to have the most experience among those present. So he asked a few questions that were not too difficult. Anyone who has even a passing knowledge of forging basically knows the answer. But when Ye Chuyun asked, he used a very tricky direction. Even if you know the answer, you may still fall into the trap. When Neodali heard the question, he tried to answer it in his mind and soon came up with the answer. But he soon realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Soon the answer was changed again. Then Neodali found something wrong again, and this answer was also wrong. After revising the solution 3 or 4 times, Neodali finally came up with the final answer. Now Neodali admired Ye Chuyun even more. Such a simple problem could lead to so many changes, which made him understand the profession of blacksmith more clearly. What happened next surprised Neodali even more. Yin Song answered them surprisingly quickly, and all of them were correct. This not only surprised Neodali, but also Ye Chuyun. The guess in my heart became more and more certain. Yin Song looked at everyone cautiously. Seeing that they were silent, he thought he had failed. He lowered his head and turned to leave, muttering to himself. Oh, failed again. Where should I go next? Am I really not suited to learning forging? Do I really have to go hunting ferocious beasts with the others? But I'm an idiot at sports. I can fall flat on my face after taking a few steps. I'm lucky I don't get swallowed by a ferocious beast, right? Hey, wait. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun quickly stood up. Oh. Yin Song quickly turned around again, still lowering his head and not daring to look at Ye Chuyun. Alliance leader Yi, is there anything else? You're accepted. Oh, okay. I'll leave right away. Wait. Yin Song raised his head suddenly. I was accepted? Ye Chuyun smiled and nodded. Not bad. If he was not mistaken, Yin Song was a genius blacksmith who was known as one of the top 10 blacksmith masters in the Blue Star domain in his previous life. I didn't expect it to be here. Fortunately, he is here today. Otherwise, based on Yin Song's previous performance, there is a high possibility that he would be eliminated by Qian Duoduo. If that really happens, he will cry with Qian Duoduo in the future. Although Qian Duoduo was surprised that Ye Chuyun was so decisive in accepting Yin Song, he still took out a Heavenly Dao contract and placed it in front of Yin Song. From today on, you will officially become a full member of the Life Union. This is the Heavenly Dao contract. If you have no questions, please sign it. After reading the Heavenly Dao contract, Yin Song found that the treatment offered by Qian Duoduo was really good, and he was very tempted. Not only do they provide wireless materials and design drawings, but they also get a commission of up to 20% on the sales of the produced equipment. In addition, there is a guaranteed salary of 5,000 God and Demon coins. The most important thing is that once it becomes a living profession, there will be special fighters to help you upgrade. This is what makes him happiest. Without any hesitation, Yin Song signed the Heavenly Dao contract. Okay, since you've signed the Heavenly Dao contract, all you need to do is become a blacksmith. Ye Chuyun smiled. Now they have 2 future forging masters in their base, and he is looking forward to the future of the Living Guild even more. After Yin Song was recruited, many other people were interviewed one after another. Ye Chuyun is responsible for personally interviewing applicants for the positions of blacksmith and alchemist. Let Qian Duoduo and 3 other people interview the others. Neodali and Wang Yun became idle instead. After rounds of interviews, only 5 people, including Yin Song, were admitted from more than 200 people. Now Ye Chuyun doesn't need quantity, but quality. The requirements for the assessment must naturally be higher. Chapter 168. The time has come. The crazy primary whetstone. After the interview, Yin Song and 4 others were taken away for training by Neodali and others. Ye Chuyun and Qian Duoduo came to the meeting room. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, Ye Chuyun asked, "It's almost the 7th day? How is the training going?" The person he was talking about was naturally the one who made the primary whetstone. Qian Duoduo nodded and said, "I have almost cultivated the 3 primary whetstones you gave me. I have already made a batch. Take a look." After saying that, Qian Duoduo took out a rectangular crystal-shaped stone and placed it on the table. Ye Chuyun picked it up and examined it, then nodded. "The quality is good and it passes the test. Give me 100 copies first." I'll keep them on me as a backup. Good. Just work hard tonight and make as many elementary whetstones as you can. Whether you can make a name for yourself will depend on tomorrow. Leave it to me. The seventh day came quickly. Ye Chuyun, Qian Duo, and many others were sitting in the conference room with serious expressions on their faces. Today is very important to them. Ye Chuyun stared at the world channel closely. If he remembered correctly, someone would pop up soon. More than 10 minutes later, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Here it comes." Ye Chuyun took a closer look. As expected, some people have started complaining on the world channel. Wang Ku from Area 888. "Holy crap, guys. I was just hunting a beast and was about to kill it when suddenly a message popped up saying my weapon is broken and its durability has been reduced to 0. What am I supposed to do?" Jean Saiji from Area 2437. "Shit, me too." Suddenly, a message popped up saying all my equipment is scrapped and its durability has been reduced to 0. I didn't care at first, but now, even with my equipment on, I feel like I'm running naked. Li Chong from Area 633. "Fuck. I spent 2,000 God and Demon coins on this piece of equipment. Now it's broken. You can't expect me to buy a new one, right?" More and more people came out, complaining that their equipment suddenly became scrapped. "I don't know how to restore the durability." Seeing this, Ye Chuyun knew that the opportunity had come. He turned and looked at Qian Duo, Deputy Alliance Leader. "It's up to you to manage it from now on." Qian Duo grinned and said, "Just wait and see." Actors on stage. World Channel. Lu Qian from Area 1888. "My Tier 3 weapon is broken. What should I do? I spent all my money on it, and I can't buy Tier 3 weapons at the trading house right now." Number 526 Nakamura. "The one above, I don't have any third-tier weapons. Do you want second-tier weapons? I can sell them to you cheaply. It only costs 10,000 God and Demon coins. In addition to second-tier weapons, I also have a lot of first-tier and second-tier equipment. How about it? Do you need it?" Seeing this, Ye Chuyun and Qian Duo both frowned. Ye Chuyun gritted his teeth and said, "Why is this conspicuous bag everywhere?" Qian Duo also looked disgusted. "Wang Gang, act quickly and don't let him disrupt our plan." Wang Gang. "Okay." Wang Gang from Area 1888. Nakamura, you're stealing money. You're selling a second-level weapon for 10,000 God and Demon coins? Are you guilty of something? Everyone, don't worry. Didn't the prompt say that to restore durability, you only need to use the primary whetstone? Wang Ku from Area 888. "Oh, yes. I was so flustered just now that I didn't look carefully. The prompt did tell me to use a primary whetstone to restore durability, but where can I buy this primary whetstone?" Number 1888 Lu Qian. "Family, I just went to the trading house and saw someone selling a primary whetstone. One is only 10 God and Demon coins, which is only 10,000. Hurry and grab it." Jean Saiji from Area 2437. "Wow, where are you?" "Yes, but the price isn't right. Why is it 50 God and Demon coins? They said I'm a pickle person and raised the price 5-fold. Ashi, are you discriminating?" Number 526 Nakamura. "Baga, why are my purchases more expensive than that Korean guy's? 100 God and Demon coins apiece. Why don't you just go and rob him?" Wang Ku from Area 888. "Everyone, hurry up and buy it. This primary whetstone can really restore durability. However, it takes twice as many primary whetstones to restore the durability of scrapped equipment." Li Chong from Area 633. "Double is fine. Double the primary whetstones are only a few dozen divine and demon coins. It's better than just exchanging it for a piece of equipment that costs 2,000 divine and demon coins." Jean Saiji from Area 2437. "Shit, 50 is 50. This weapon cost me 5,000 God and Demon coins. It's my lifeblood." Number 526 Nakamura. "Kusu, 100 is 100. Number 526 Nakamura. "Wait, why are they all sold out? Are there any left?" "Ha ha ha ha, 10,000 primary whetstones. All sold out in 1 minute." Qian Duo stood up suddenly and laughed excitedly. "This time, the net profit is at least 100,000 God and Demon coins. The demand is simply outstripping the supply." Ye Chuyun was also very satisfied. 10,000 yuan is just a small amount, which cannot meet the needs of billions of people. Now I just regret that I don't have enough time to make more primary whetstones. Well, now that the market response is so enthusiastic, let's strike while the iron is hot and work as fast as possible to produce the primary whetstone. Good. Qian Duo nodded quickly. Ye Chuyun thought about it and felt that the 3 basic whetstone blueprints could not meet such a huge market demand at present. The 3 basic whetstone drawings can only be used by 3 people to learn. Now these 3 people can make 10 primary whetstones in 1 minute. Even if these 3 people worked frantically for 24 hours, they could only produce 43,200 pieces at most. It is far from enough for the market to absorb. If you want to take over this market, you will need more basic whetstone blueprints. The Red Moon Church can produce grindstone blueprints, but it can only be obtained once a week. Ye Chuyun has already fought. In addition, there are several other places to get it. Ye Chuyun pulled Qian Duo out and went to the next room. What's wrong? Qian Duo looked at him in confusion. Wang Gang and the others should be all right now, right? No, what's wrong? You should also know that 3 primary whetstone blueprints are not enough for the market. We must find a way to obtain more. Qian Duo nodded upon hearing this. Indeed. But didn't you, Alliance Leader, obtain these 3 primary grindstone blueprints in the Red Moon Church? You shouldn't be able to enter now, right? Yes, but I know another place where I can get the blueprint for a basic whetstone. So, I need you to arrange a group of people to go there and get more basic grindstone blueprints. Chapter 169, Trading Magic Gold. Now Wang Gang, Xiong Yuntao and others have successfully changed their jobs and can be regarded as the top combat force in the base. So Ye Chuyun planned to let them go to a place. Area number 886, Baiha area. There is a river there, with many ferocious beasts and strange fish ranging from level 10 to 15. Ye Chuyun's goal was not to let them kill the strange fish, but to find a way to catch the strange fish. As long as you can catch 100 of these strange fish, a mysterious fisherman will appear. The fisherman would ask the other party if he could give him these 100 strange fish. Of course, it's not free. The fisherman would take out various goodies to exchange for the 100 strange fish. There are essences, set equipment, skill books, special props, and so on. Among them is the blueprint for a basic whetstone. And after the exchange, if you can catch another 100 strange fish in the river, you can exchange it again. In other words, you can exchange it unlimitedly. The only difference is that you can exchange unlimited items, but there is a limit to the items you can exchange. For example, the blueprint for a primary whetstone can only be exchanged for 100 pieces. Once 100 tickets have been redeemed, they cannot be redeemed again. So after the story of being a fisherman in the previous life spread, the fisherman's exchange items had long been gone. He didn't even give Ye Chuyun a chance to drink some soup. Now, before anyone discovers this secret, Wang Gang and the others must hurry to that place. Wang Gang and his team should be able to deal with the ferocious beasts there. After telling Qian Duo the location and how to obtain the drawings, Qian Duo immediately began to plan. Soon Wang Gang and others received the order and set off for area 886 without stopping. Seeing this execution ability, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but nod his head. After Qian Duo finished dealing with the matter, Ye Chuyun took him to area 326 in a hurry to prepare for the transaction with Rosen. Ye Chuyun wanted to get the magic gold as soon as possible. After all, there is only one set of materials to build the Tower of Elements, and Ye Chuyun cannot guarantee that it will be 100% successful. Since magic gold can increase the success rate by 10%, Ye Chuyun had to get it before building the Tower of Elements. Area number 326. Ye Chuyun took Qian Duo and rushed all the way to the place where Rosen had agreed to meet. When he arrived at a bamboo forest, Ye Chuyun saw a group of people standing there. The leading man was about 27 or 28 years old, handsome, and looked very heroic in his shining black armor. The other party is already level 11, and I don't know what profession he has changed to. Rosen's name is also in the top 100 of the world's combat power list, but he also hides his own combat power. However, his name is lower than Xiong Yuntao, Wang Gang, and others. The combat power of Xiong Yuntao, Wang Gang, and others increased greatly after changing their jobs, and the highest combat power has exceeded 7,000. From this, Ye Chuyun guessed that Rosen's combat power would definitely not exceed 6,000. I just don't know if the 5 demon generals have been recruited by Rosen at this moment. In his previous life, Rosen was the ruler of the first-rate Force Magic City. The 5 demon generals of the Demon City can be said to be the 5 top masters in the Demon City. Although they are not among the top 100 god-level masters, the 5 of them have mastered a set of killing tactics, and when they join forces they can fight against up to 3 of the top 100 god-level masters. These 5 people also made an indelible contribution to the fact that Magic City was able to become a first-class force and control 10 city-states. Before coming to Rosen to trade, Ye Chuyun's secondary purpose was to see if these 5 people were following Rosen. If there is, he will see if he can poach some of them. It was a pity that he didn't see any of these 5 people next to Rosen. Ye Chuyun felt that it was very likely that these 5 people joined Rosen's forces in the middle of the journey and did not follow Rosen from the beginning. That's a pity. At this time, Rosen seemed to have noticed something. He looked up and saw Ye Chuyun and the others, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Excuse me, are you Ye Chuyun and Qian Duo? Ye Chuyun and the other two nodded. I guess you are Rosen, right? Ye Chuyun felt uneasy when he saw Rosen looking at him with a smile. Shall we trade now? Rosen nodded. Of course. 200 pieces of sacred plate armor in exchange for 50,000 pieces of magic gold. I've already prepared it. Okay, then, let's start the transaction. Ye Chuyun nodded and did not ask where the other party got the magic gold. Without any further ado, he took out 200 pieces of sacred plate armor from the storage space and piled them into a small hill in front of Rosen. Hiss! The people behind Rosen couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw so many pieces of sacred plate armor. Rosen also stared closely, fearing that the 200 pieces of sacred plate armor in front of him would disappear in front of him. Ahem, where's the magic gold? Seeing Rosen standing there blankly, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but remind him. Magic gold. Rosen also came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I almost forgot. I'll take it out now. After saying that, he took out 50,000 pieces of magic gold from the storage space. The maximum number of items that can be placed in each grid in the storage space is 999. Even 50,000 pieces of magic gold would only occupy 51 grids of storage space. The appearance of magic gold is a piece of purple metal, which looks very thick. Alliance leader, it's confirmed. It's 50,000 mana gold. Not bad. Qian Duo said. Ye Chuyun nodded. Long before Qian Duo confirmed it, he just glanced at it and confirmed the quantity. 50,000 pieces of magic gold, not a piece more, not a piece less. After confirming the quantity, Ye Chuyun put all the 50,000 pieces of magic gold into the storage space. The same is true for Rosen. However, holy plate armor cannot be stacked, and each piece will occupy a grid in the storage space. After Ye Chuyun saw that Rosen had only collected 100 pieces of sacred plate armor, he called someone over and took away the remaining 100 pieces of sacred plate armor. It seems that Rosen has not expanded his storage space. Ye Chuyun laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that it was the same in my previous life. Because expanding the storage space requires divine and demon coins, he is reluctant to give them up. In order to save money, Ye Chuyun has always used the initial 100 grids of storage space and has never expanded it. Now he understands that some things cannot be saved and must be spent when necessary. Now that the deal is done, we'll take our leave now, both of you. After obtaining 200 pieces of sacred plate armor, Rosen wanted to leave immediately with the others. Hey, wait. Ye Chuyun called them. Rosen turned his head and looked at the other party warily. Chapter 170 New Deal, New Wool. The entire process of the previous transaction seemed easy, but in fact, Rosen had been on guard against Ye Chuyun and the others. After all, the opponent is ranked first in the world's combat power rankings. It's not like there haven't been cases of gangs robbing each other. So when trading, Rosen called all his brothers, for fear that the other party would suddenly attack and rob him. The transaction was successfully completed, and Rosen temporarily let down his guard and just wanted to leave quickly with his brothers. Now he suddenly called me. Is he still trying to rob me? Well, seeing Rosen's vigilant eyes, Ye Chuyun naturally knew what the other party cared about. Quickly said, Actually, I have a deal I want to discuss with you, Brother Luo. Are you interested? Another deal? After confirming that the other party was not a thief, Rosen relaxed a little. Another deal? Hearing this, Qian Duo on the side looked at Ye Chuyun with a little surprise. Oh shit, leader, why didn't I know about this? As if noticing Qian Duo's gaze, Ye Chuyun turned around and smiled. Don't worry, don't you know now? Qian Duo looked at him speechlessly. It was obvious that Ye Chuyun had brought him here not to supervise the transaction of these 200 pieces of sacred plate armor. But it's for the next deal. Alas, ever since he came to Ye Chuyun's side, he has completely turned into a ruthless money-making tool. But this is what I like, isn't it? Thinking of this, Qian Duo curled the corners of his mouth. Okay, let him see what kind of deal Ye Chuyun wants to continue with Rosen. And what could he do to help? I wonder if Brother Luo is interested in the sacred plate armor blueprints. Ye Chuyun said calmly. Sacred plate armor blueprint. Rosen was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then seemed to realize something, and his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Could it be that, Brother Yi, you have any extra sacred plate armor blueprints? At this time, he didn't know that the holy plate armor was actually Ye Chuyun's original equipment, and he could draw an infinite number of holy plate armor drawings. Now Rosen was extremely excited. This is holy plate armor. If the best-selling items in the trading house could be ranked, holy plate armor would definitely be in the top 3. It's simply a star product. If he could get the blueprint for holy plate armor, Then he would be able to make holy plate armor. It is undoubtedly like getting a chicken that can lay golden eggs. And judging from Ye Chuyun's tone, it seems that he has more than one sacred plate armor. I just don't know whether the other party intends to trade with Shinma coin or something else. Rosen asked hesitantly. I wonder how Brother Yi plans to trade. Ye Chuyun gave Qian Duo a look, indicating that it was his turn to go on stage. Qian Duo nodded and walked forward with a smile. Since it's a transaction, it's naturally God and demon coins. How many God and demon coins does that require? Rosen couldn't help but hold his pockets tightly and asked cautiously. Tisk, well. Qian Duo was thinking in distress. Ye Chuyun glanced at it sideways and couldn't help laughing in his heart. After a while, Qian Duo spoke hesitantly. You also know how popular holy plate armor is in the market right now. I heard that they're being sold privately for as low as 100,000 God and demon coins each. As long as you can train a forger skilled in forging sacred plate armor, it will definitely be a sure win. So, how about 1 million God and demon coins for a sacred plate armor blueprint? 1 million. Rosen was so shocked that he was speechless. Not only Lawson, but everyone else was shocked by the price. Oh my God, did I hear that right? A forging blueprint actually sells for 1 million, and I don't even have 1,000 God and demon coins on me right now. Isn't this just robbery? Can you really make money? What are you talking about? I think 1 million is a good price. Every piece of holy plate armor sold out instantly at the Holy Plate Armor Trading House. They're even being sold for 100,000 divine and demon coins each. 1 million divine demon coins only means 10 pieces of holy plate armor. The cost of this holy plate armor will definitely not exceed 50,000 divine demon coins. Selling one piece will basically net me 50,000 divine demon coins. Then selling 20 pieces of holy plate armor will cover the cost, and every piece sold from now on will be our profit. Yeah, you're right. Looking at it this way, 1 million divine demon coins is indeed a bargain. If it were me, wouldn't I have to sell it for 5 million divine demon coins? That's what I said, but who has so many God and demon coins now? Our boss is extremely poor, otherwise he wouldn't have discovered ours before. Well, that's enough, stop it. When Rosen heard Qian Duo quote the price of 1 million God and demon coins, he didn't think it was expensive at all. On the contrary, he felt that the price was really reasonable. But I am short of money. I don't even have 100,000, let alone 1 million. Does Brother Luo think it's too expensive? Seeing that Rosen didn't speak for a long time, Qian Duo understood, but still pretended to be very confused and asked him. Rosen quickly waved his hand. No. On the contrary, this price is very fair. It's this 1 million God and demon coins. I don't have that many on me right now. Can I use something else to offset it? Something else? Tell me. Rosen hesitated. Wait a minute, I'll go discuss it with my brothers. After saying that, he started to discuss with the others in whispers. I really can't come up with 1 million God and demon coins, so why not? Use magic gold. Okay, there are plenty anyway. Listen to the boss. After waiting for a while, Rosen came back. Brother Qian, Brother Yi, how about this? We really can't come up with 1 million God and demon coins. How about we continue to exchange them with magic gold? Using magic gold again? Ye Chuyun frowned, looking very disgusted. Qian Duo also said, we exchanged 50,000 mana gold for it, which is a lot. Once there are more things, the prices are no longer the same. If possible, Alliance Leader Yi and I would like to exchange it with God and demon coins. This. Rosen became anxious when he heard it. No, I really don't have 1 million God and demon coins. How about I increase the exchange rate? Oh, Qian Duo raised his eyebrows and looked at Ye Chuyun. Seeing that he didn't speak, he said in great distress. Since you said so, it's hard for me to refuse. How about this? I'll still pay 50,000 magic gold in exchange for a sacred plate armor forging blueprint. How about that? Chapter 171, a series of traps, fooling people. Okay, I'll do as you say, Brother Qian. As soon as Rosen heard this, he immediately agreed, fearing that the other party would go back on his word. Ye Chuyun was already smiling brightly in his heart at this moment. It's fine if I have more money. Here's another 50,000 mana gold. And this is not the price for exchanging 200 pieces of holy plate armor, but the price for exchanging a holy plate armor blueprint. The cost of 200 pieces of holy plate armor was at least millions of God and demon coins, and on average each piece of holy plate armor cost about 8,000 God and demon coins. This is because the members of the base are frantically handing over various mineral resources in order to gain contribution points. This makes the cost of forging holy plate armor much lower. Even if it is sold, the holy plate armor can be sold for 100,000 God and demon coins. 200 pieces of holy plate armor were exchanged for 50,000 pieces of magic gold. But now Qian Duo actually used a blueprint of a sacred plate armor that was only worth 1 million divine and demon coins to exchange for 50,000 pieces of magic gold, which required 200 pieces of sacred plate armor. Moreover, the blueprint for the holy plate armor is not like 200 pieces of holy plate armor, which require a lot of resources to forge. The sacred plate armor blueprint is absolutely free of cost. Ye Chuyun is the original creator, and he can draw as many drawings of this kind as he wants. This wave is a case of getting something for nothing. Okay, now that the price has been set, I wonder how many sacred plate armor blueprints do you plan to take, Brother Luo? Qian Duo asked again. What? Isn't it just a change? Rosen was stunned again. Qian Duo spread his hands innocently. I never said we only sell one piece of holy plate armor. Is that so? Rosen felt extremely conflicted when he heard this. I didn't expect that I could exchange for more than one holy plate armor blueprint. If he could exchange for a few more and spend money to train a few blacksmiths who could forge holy plate armor, he would make a lot of divine and demonic coins. Thinking of this, Rosen gritted his teeth. Hey guys, I wonder how many sacred plate armor forging blueprints you have left? I'll trade you for whatever you have. This. Ye Chuyun and Qian Duo both seemed a little embarrassed, which made Rosen a little nervous. Qian Duo looked at Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun, on the other hand, made a gesture with his left hand behind him. Qian Duo saw it immediately and understood what was going on. 10. That's all. Are you sure you want both? 10. I want it. Rosen nodded quickly. That's 500,000 mana gold. Trade now. Well, hearing this, Rosen paused. I can't come up with 500,000 magic energy gold right now. How about we sign a Heavenly Dao contract first? I'll pay you the 500,000 magic energy gold in installments, okay? Okay, this is indeed not a small amount. Then let's sign a Heavenly Dao contract first. Seeing Ye Chuyun nodded, Qian Duo also agreed. Rosen didn't feel relieved until both parties signed the Heavenly Dao contract. Ye Chuyun also used his skills to create 10 sacred plate armor blueprints and handed them to Rosen. Thank you, Brother Yi. After getting the 10 sacred plate armor blueprints, Rosen's heart was completely relieved. Then he became very excited. With these 10 sacred plate armor blueprints, as long as he puts in some effort, he can quickly earn a large amount of divine and demon coins. By then, it will be easy to build a base and develop your own power. However, at this moment, Ye Chuyun continued. Brother Luo, with these 10 sacred plate armor blueprints, I wonder if you have enough funds to train 10 blacksmiths. Rosen was slightly puzzled. Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? Ye Chuyun said with a serious look. I've been through this before. Just training a blacksmith requires a huge amount of financial support. Let me ask you, does anyone under you know how to forge? After hearing this, Rosen really thought about it carefully, looked at his brothers, and tried to recall if there were any talents who knew how to forge. Rosen's younger brothers also looked at each other, and each of them took a step back involuntarily. Obviously, no one dared to stand up and say that they knew forging, which was no joke. Rosen obviously noticed the reactions of the younger brothers. Rosen's face immediately darkened. He looked at his brothers, immediately locked onto a slightly bald man, and shouted, Brother Lu, didn't you say you were a blacksmith on Blue Star? You should know something about forging, right? The big man called Brother Lu by Rosen had no choice but to stand up, looking conflicted. Yes, I used to be a blacksmith. But this doesn't mean I know forging. Rosen came to the big man and patted his shoulder with a look of trust. Brother Lu, don't be so modest. I believe you can do it. If you can successfully forge the sacred plate armor, you will be a great hero to us. You will definitely get a lot of dividends when the time comes. This is not possible. Hearing this, Brother Lu almost burst into tears. He cannot bear this kind of blessing. If he succeeds, he will get dividends. But if he fails, he will be doomed. Rosen was about to give him some advice when Ye Chuyun came over. It just so happens that I am a blacksmith. Why don't you let me test Brother Lu to see if he has the qualifications to become a blacksmith? Upon hearing this, Rosen nodded quickly. That's great. Thank you for troubling Brother Yi. Ignoring the big man's desperate look, Ye Chuyun asked a few questions about forging. These questions are very basic, and even the forging apprentices who have just learned forging in the base can answer them. Unlike the previous assessment of Yin Song, it does not have many traps. But even for these very basic questions, the big man was hesitant and couldn't answer them. Seeing his performance, Ye Chuyun seemed very regretful. Brother Luo, it seems that this Brother Luo doesn't understand forging. Forget about being a blacksmith. I'm not even as good as a blacksmith apprentice. Rosen's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? Isn't forging a simple thing? Is it so difficult? Brother Luo, you think forging is too simple. Forging is not such a simple thing. Ye Chuyun was very kind and taught Rosenkopf about the knowledge of blacksmiths. Rosen and his younger brothers also listened very carefully. This process lasted for more than half an hour. After the Tiandao Forum was opened in Ye Chuyun's previous life, he would visit the forum whenever he had free time. You can post on the forum if you are level 10 or above. Posts can be set to be free or paid. If the content of the post satisfies the viewers, they can also get rewards. Chapter 172, Crazy Wool Grabbing. Therefore, many blacksmiths on the forum often post their own experiences or blacksmithing tutorials for beginners in order to earn extra money. There are various versions available, including free ones. Ye Chuyun has read a lot, and his theoretical knowledge is basically very solid. He even posts on the Tiandao forum himself to teach novices how to earn god and demon coins. Now it is too easy for him to popularize forging knowledge to Rosen and others. Rosen and his younger brothers felt as if they were back in school. What Ye Chuyun said was not complicated, and Rosen and others could fully understand it. After Ye Chuyun finished his explanation, Rosen understood it easily. So it's so difficult to become a blacksmith? Rosen was very distressed. My goodness, it was from Ye Chuyun that he learned that training a blacksmith was so troublesome. Wouldn't the 10 sacred plate armor blueprints in his hand be useless? Ye Chuyun looked at Rosen's depressed expression and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Very good. It seems that the other party has fallen into the trap. The purpose of Ye Chuyun doing this was naturally to make Rosen understand the difficulty of training a blacksmith. Of course, he exaggerated this matter in front of Rosen. Now that the goal has been achieved, Ye Chuyun immediately started to implement his plan. Brother Luo, are you regretting exchanging these 10 sacred plate armor blueprints? No. Rosen quickly shook his head. I just don't know how to train a blacksmith. It seems that there is no hope in the short term. That won't do. Qian Duo interrupted at this time. With so much competition right now, holy plate armor is selling like hotcakes. Who knows if there will be equipment even more powerful than holy plate armor appearing in the next few days. Brother Luo, if you are late for one step, you will be late for every step. Brother Qian, what you said does make sense. Rosen naturally understood this. But I really don't have any way to quickly train a blacksmith. As he was speaking, Rosen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Ye Chuyun. Yes, Brother Yi, since you know so much about blacksmiths, you must be able to train one quickly, right? Well. Ye Chuyun looked very embarrassed. Of course you can, but... Before he could finish, Rosen said anxiously, Brother Yi, could you please help me train 10 blacksmiths? This won't work. Ye Chuyun quickly refused. We already have many forging apprentices to train at our base. How could we possibly have the energy to train 10 more? Although he was rejected, Rosen still did not give up. Brother Yi, you are the only one who can help me now. I know I'm troubling you, but I won't let you train me in vain. Brother Yi, please name a price. This. Ye Chuyun looked embarrassed, and after hesitating for a long time, he nodded. Since you said so, Brother Luo, I can't refuse. After all, we are partners. Thank you very much. After receiving Ye Chuyun's affirmative response, Rosen also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yi, please name a price. Wait, let me discuss this with Vice Alliance Leader Qian. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news, Brother Yi. After Ye Chuyun finished speaking, he simply started chatting with Qian Duo privately. At this moment, Qian Duo could no longer hold it in and immediately bombarded him with multiple messages. Qian Duo, Alliance Leader Yi, why did you agree to Rosen and the others? We don't have the time to help them train 10 blacksmiths. We don't even have enough for ourselves. Qian Duo, do you have any other plans? Ye Chuyun, of course. I said so much before. Wasn't it just to get Rosen to open his mouth and let us help him train 10 blacksmiths? Qian Duo. Good fellow, Alliance Leader Yi, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to build a good relationship with Luo's son? Ye Chuyun, of course not. Do I need to have a good relationship with Rosen? I'm mainly after the magic gold in his hand. Qian Duo. Oh my god, Alliance Leader Yi, you are wrong. Didn't you just exchange 500,000 magic gold? It's not enough. Ye Chuyun, that's definitely not enough. The value of this magic gold is far more than this. That Rosen must have controlled a vein of magic gold, and it's a very large vein. He can even come up with 500,000 magic gold. Ye Chuyun, if we help him train 10 blacksmiths, we can squeeze some money out of him. Once these 10 junior blacksmiths are trained, we can provide the materials for the sacred plate armor at a low price and continue to squeeze the magic gold from Rosen. Ye Chuyun, pluck all the wool off his head. Qian Duo, hiss, scary, so scary. Duo couldn't help but shiver. This is even more cruel than him. Worthy of being the leader. Rosen waited for a long time and was getting impatient. Brother Yi, how is it? Have you discussed it? All right. Ye Chuyun nodded. In this way, the pressure on us to train 10 blacksmiths is quite great. However, in order to help you, Brother Luo, we can only temporarily suspend the training of our internal members. Thank you for your hard work. Rosen was very grateful. But public is public, private is private, and we still have to collect the money. How much? Brother Yi, just tell me. Train a blacksmith, 1 million god and demon coins. 1 million god and demon coins. When Rosen heard this, his heart almost broke. But it was he who made the request, and it was he who wanted the other party to help. After gritting his teeth, Rosen agreed. Brother Yi, you know I don't have that many god and demon coins. Can I continue to use 50,000 magic energy gold to offset it? Ye Chuyun sighed and nodded helplessly. All right, then continue using the magic gold to offset it, and sign the Heavenly Dao contract. Thank you for your hard work. Rosen felt very sorry and quickly signed the Heavenly Dao contract for another 500,000 magic gold. My goodness, 1 million magic golds were lost in these trips. Okay, Brother Luo, just pick out 10 people first. Then follow me back to the base. I will arrange for someone to teach them. Rosen nodded, went back to discuss with his younger brothers, and finally spent another half an hour selecting 10 people. Among them was the big man known as Brother Lu. Hello, Alliance Leader Yi. My name is Lu Jiqiang. You can just call me Daqiang. Lu Jiqiang came over with others. Brother Yi, thank you for your help. I will take my brothers back now and quickly make up for your 1 million mana gold. Chapter 173 Country people come to the city. Good. Then everyone, follow me. Ye Chuyun and Duo didn't say much and left with Lu Jiqiang and the other 10 people. Rosen looked at their backs with a look of emotion on his face. I didn't expect that I just wanted to exchange for the holy plate armor at the beginning, but it developed so quickly, and I made several transactions in a row. He even owed tens of millions of god and demon coins in foreign debt. Not to mention tens of millions of god and demon coins. Even the number one on the wealth list doesn't have 1 million god and demon coins. Not to mention him. Even a fool knows that his pockets are cleaner than his face. Huh, wait. Rosen's face gradually became ugly, as if he suddenly realized something. Yes. How could Ye Chuyun not know that he didn't have 1 million god and demon coins? In that case, why did he still ask himself whether he should buy the sacred plate armor blueprint? The price of 1 million god and demon coins per piece is such that you can tell with your ass that he can't afford it. In the end, he could only exchange it with magic gold. Could it be that Ye Chuyun's original goal was not the god and demon coins, but the magic gold in his hands? And Rosen remembered again. Ye Chuyun is a blacksmith himself, so he definitely knows how difficult it is to train a blacksmith. But even so, he still sold 10 pieces of holy plate armor to himself. Until he was sure that he could not train 10 blacksmiths, he took the opportunity to take away another 500,000 magic gold from him under the pretext of helping him. My goodness, he has been plucked bald. But all this is just my own speculation. Maybe Ye Chuyun is not what he thinks. But no matter what, Rosen always felt that he had lost a lot in these transactions. However, he has not yet discovered any significant use for the magic gold, and it is just a piece of scrap metal in his hand. It's better to change to something that is useful to you now. Thinking of this, Rosen felt relieved. Brothers, let's go mining. Hey, let's go, boss, you're really amazing. You owe them millions of mana gold in one fell swoop. It will take us forever to dig it up. Hee, there's nothing I can do. I can't just refuse the golden goose right in front of me. I have to be decisive and fight for it. Don't worry, when we make money, we'll share it with our brothers. That's true. Following the boss, you can enjoy the best food and drink the best drinks. Since he was bringing 10 people with him, Ye Chuyun didn't want to hurry on his journey, so he just found a stone and used the Abyss Greatsword to dig out a simple stone basket. Let Duo, Lu Jiqiang, and 11 others stand in the stone basket. Ye Chuyun tied the stone basket with an iron chain, and then used the wind feather wings to carry everyone up into the air. Although flying is much slower, it is still faster than walking. TSK, this is really troublesome. It would be great if I had a flying mount. Ye Chuyun thought with a little distress. Riding at full speed back to Area 1888, Ye Chuyun finally brought Lu Jiqiang and 10 others back to the base. Oh my god, is this your base, Alliance Leader Yi? Lu Jiqiang and the other 9 people stood at the entrance of the base in amazement, as if they were Lu Lao entering the city. Originally, they thought that Ye Chuyun's residence was nothing more than a few thatched huts. What's going on with the scene that looks like a small town appearing before them? Although the fence outside looked very simple, Lu Jiqiang saw many well-equipped men and women guarding the surroundings with vigilance. During this period, there were also patrol teams moving around the base. When Lu Jiqiang and others saw the equipment on them, their eyes almost popped out. "Oh my God, Brother Lu, any piece of equipment they have seems to be better than ours." One of them swallowed and said enviously, "Yeah, just any random patrolman seems to have equipment almost as awesome as the boss. Good fellow, look at myself again. Where does this beggar come from? Look, a random passerby just walked by, and he looks like he's wearing holy plate armor. This is crazy. I can't even beat a passerby." Lu Jiqiang and others had bitter expressions on their faces, but at the same time they admired Ye Chuyun even more. For them, this place is like a paradise. Countless luxurious buildings stand tall. Although it is early in the morning, the streets are bustling with activity. Everyone is as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Hey, come and see this freshly baked barbecue. I'm a junior chef with a cooking bonus. Eating this barbecue not only increases your strength by 10 points for half an hour, but it only costs 5 divine and demonic coins apiece, and it also buys contribution points. What a reasonable price. It's free for you to upgrade someone. Afterwards, just go to the public office and give me a good review. Take a look at this. This is my latest masterpiece, the strength potion. It only costs 10 contribution points per potion. Little brother, do you need a massage?" Lu Jiqiang and others were dazzled by the shouting. Seeing the reactions of Lu Jiqiang and others, Ye Chuyun was very satisfied. "Wait here for a moment. Vice Alliance Leader Qian and I will go and arrange your accommodation and other matters. You may need to stay at the base for a while to learn forging techniques. But Rosen told you before, you should know that. You are not allowed to go anywhere until you become a junior blacksmith." Lu Jiqiang repeated what Rosen had told them before. "Don't worry, Alliance Leader Yi. We all know what we are doing. We are here to learn forging techniques, and we definitely don't have any other ideas. Okay, then you guys stay here." At this time, several figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the base, attracting the attention of Lu Jiqiang and others. "Ha ha, I've come back with a lot of stuff this time. I can finally take a break. I was really holding it in for so long." That's right. As soon as Vice Alliance Leader Qian gave the order, I rushed over without stopping, working myself to the bone. But it's also amazing. How did Vice Alliance Leader Qian know the situation there? There really is a fisherman there. Yes, but that strange fish is really hard to catch. This time, it is really thanks to Brother Bai's help. Otherwise the mission would not have gone so smoothly. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad I could help Brother Wang. Oh, I didn't expect the base to be so lively in broad daylight. The conversation of this group of people echoed in the ears of Lu Jiqiang and others. These people were Wang Gang and others who had just returned from the Baya area number 886. When they were teleported back to the gate of the Weiyang base, they immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Lu Jiqiang and others. Lu Jiqiang and others' eyes widened again, because Wang Gang and his team's equipment was so dazzling that it almost blinded their eyes. Chapter 174: The Differences in the World, Creating the Tower of Elements. There were 9 people in total who appeared in front of Lu Jiqiang and his companions. They are Xiong Yuntao, Wang Gang, Kai Kuan, Zhuang Liang, Lu Qian, Lei Chun, Bai Hang, Shi Feng, and Su Meng. Xiao Shanyun and Chu Yunlan went to other places to complete missions and did not go with them. The worst equipment of these 9 people are all second-level top-grade ones. The best equipped among them was Bai Hang. Although the equipment on his body was not a suit, his entire body was covered with third-level equipment, and with the silver-white staff in his hand, it looked no less than third level and was extremely dazzling, far superior to the equipment on the people they had just seen. Moreover, these gorgeous equipments, worn by a handsome young man, make him look even more imposing and attract attention. In addition to handsome young men like Bai Hang, there are also women like Su Ming who wear black robes that cover their faces and look very mysterious. Xiong Yuntao is 2 meters tall, holding 2 axes in his hands, like a peerless demon king, exuding a terrifying aura. In addition to Xiong Yuntao, Wang Gang and Shi Feng are also as oppressive as beasts. Zhuang Liang held a huge shield that was taller than a person, was covered in fiery red armor, and wore a ghost mask on his face, looking very majestic. Lu Qian was simply wearing cloth armor and holding a bow and arrow. Her hair had turned sky blue at some point, and her skin was snow white. As the saying goes, a white complexion can hide 3 flaws. Her beauty score, which was originally only 6 points, rose to 9 points due to her snow-white skin and hair. In comparison, Kai Kuan and Lei Chun seem a bit ordinary. When these 9 people appeared, their overwhelming aura instantly made Lu Jiqiang and others break out in cold sweats. and their legs couldn't help but tremble. It's really too strong. Big guys, it's rare to see you. When the patrolman saw Wang Gang and his 9 companions, they greeted them warmly. Boss, can you take me with you? I have contribution points. Where did you get the equipment on you, sir? Beautiful lady, please add me as a friend. At this time, many newcomers gathered around. Wang Gang and the other 9 people frowned and refused while quickly leaving. Lu Jiqiang and others watched their departing backs and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, who the hell are they? They're wearing so many Tier 3 equipment, I guess I'm dazzled. Hey, that girl with the bow and arrow is so beautiful. She must be at least 1.78 meters tall. Did she dye her hair? Why is it blue? Is she a foreigner? Tisk, little blackie, were you just staring at the girl? Didn't you see the weapon in her hand? And the staff in that boy's hand? It feels like it's more than just a 3rd-level weapon. A patrol officer not far from them accidentally heard the conversation between Lu Jiqiang and others and couldn't help laughing. Hey, everyone, I think your taste is still not good enough. I was just paying attention to Lu Qian and Bai Hang. You probably know that the scariest one is the one holding the twin axes. Lu Jiqiang didn't care. What do you mean? It's just that the handles are a bit bigger. Those 2 axes look just average. Haha, so I'll just say you have no taste. What level are those twin axes? They're 4th-tier weapons. What the hell? Level 4. Lu Jiqiang and others looked incredulous. When the patrol officer saw their appearance, they knew that they were new and knew nothing. He was bored, so he started to talk to them about science. After a while, Ye Chuyun arranged everything and came back alone. As soon as Ye Chuyun came back, he saw Lu Jiqiang and others standing there with dejected looks on their faces, as if they had suffered a huge blow. What's wrong with you? Lu Jiqiang looked up and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. During the time when Ye Chuyun was away, he felt like a frog in a well looking at the sky. When I came here, I instantly turned into a clown. The gap in resources and equipment is really despairing. If he went back and told Rosen what he saw and heard here, he didn't know whether he would collapse. Nothing, just chatting with the patrol officers here. Lu Jiqiang smiled, but the smile looked a little miserable no matter how you looked at it. The others couldn't even laugh. Seeing this, Ye Chuyun was also confused. But after thinking about it, he felt that Lu Jiqiang and the others probably felt a little uncomfortable about having to stay here for a long time without being able to upgrade. Ye Chuyun didn't expect that Lu Jiqiang and others were attacked by Wang Gang and others, which was why they became like this. Okay, I've arranged everything for you. You can just take a rest today. You are not members of the resident, so you can only visit some of the buildings here but cannot use them. But don't worry about your 3 meals a day. We have a special canteen and we guarantee you won't go hungry. Tomorrow you will officially begin learning forging techniques. Okay, thank you, Alliance Leader Yi. Under the leadership of Ye Chuyun, Lu Jiqiang and others settled down temporarily. Since they were not resident members, they could only stay in the hotel. After settling Lu Jiqiang and others, Ye Chuyun went straight to Arnold's laboratory. Now that he had obtained the magic gold, he had successfully been promoted to an intermediate blacksmith. Now I can finally make the Tower of Elements. Sir, I'm ready and can start at any time. Arnold said solemnly. Okay, take your time. Ye Chuyun also nodded solemnly and took out all the materials for building the elemental tower from the storage space. Crash. Materials kept falling on the table, gradually piling up into small hills. Boom, boom, boom. The ore fell to the ground and made a continuous sound. The materials needed to build the elemental tower are so numerous that they almost fill up half of the laboratory. Ye Chuyun took a deep breath, snapped his fingers, twisted his arms, and got ready. Let's get started. Yes, sir. At the same time, Lu Jiqiang and others also successfully checked into the hotel. Fuck, that patrolman didn't tell me this hotel was so awesome. The moment Lu Jiqiang checked into the hotel, he saw the prompt. Tip, you have checked into the hotel and have gained double energy points for 1 hour. He really didn't expect that this hotel had such a function. There are hardly any people talking about it on the World Channel. After knowing this secret, Lu Jiqiang quickly opened Rosen's private chat. Lu Jiqiang. Boss, this is unbelievable. Rosen, what's the big deal? Have you arrived at Brother Ye's base? At this time, Rosen and other brothers were in a dark cave. Chapter 175, I don't want to leave. Ding ding dang dang. A dark and empty underground cave, with the surrounding rock walls glowing purple. Rosen was waving the weapon in his hand, hitting the purple light quickly and accurately. Boom. With just one strike, a piece of purple crystal stone was picked off the rock wall. Another piece of magic gold, hee. Rosen licked his lips and picked up the magic gold that fell to the ground. He raised his eyes and looked ahead. The depths of the cave are simply endless. When he first discovered this cave, He and his brothers walked in the cave for a whole day, but still couldn't reach the end of the cave. Although no trace of any ferocious beast was found during the period, they still couldn't reach the end of the cave after walking for a whole day. This situation was really unbelievable to Rosen. Out of caution, he quickly stopped exploring the cave and chose to return the same way he came. Along the way, Rosen also discovered that there were purple crystal stones everywhere on the rock walls of the cave. I dug up a piece at random and found that it was a kind of ore that could increase the success rate of forging, called magic gold. The moment he discovered this stone, Rosen opened the number 326 regional trading house to look for it. Unfortunately, he did not find any other magic gold for sale in the trading house in area 326. Rosen didn't know that after establishing a base, creating a chamber of commerce could connect trading houses in all regions. Therefore, his trading house can currently only purchase items sold in area 326 and his previous trial site. However, although he didn't know the specific value of the magic gold, Rosen didn't intend to give up. Although he didn't dare to continue exploring this mysterious cave for the time being, he wanted to take away all the magic gold here. What was quite a coincidence was that he happened to see Qian Duoduo's promotion on the World Channel. He saw Qian Duoduo acquiring various rare mineral resources. Qian Duoduo is now considered a celebrity in the World Channel. The sacred plate armor he sells has become a hot-selling item and is hard to get. So an idea came to Rosen's mind and tried to chat with Qian Duoduo privately. He wanted to exchange the magic gold for the holy plate armor, but he didn't know if he could succeed. Originally, Rosen didn't think his chances of winning were high. What surprised him was that the other party actually agreed. And you can exchange it for a set of holy plate armor for only 250 yuan. This is really a very good deal for Rosen. Use these magic golds, whose functions are unknown, to exchange for holy plate armor that can be equipped immediately. Even if it were someone else, they would choose the latter. But Rosen never expected that at first he just wanted to exchange for 200 pieces of sacred plate armor. How did it become like this? Now he is burdened with a huge debt of millions of magic gold, and he doesn't even have time to upgrade. He has to stay in this cave and work as a hard-working miner day and night. Fortunately, this cave is full of magic gold, so digging out 1 million pieces should not be a problem. He could dig out a piece in almost 2 or 3 seconds, and at most more than 40 pieces in a minute. The minimum cost per hour is 2,500 yuan. 24 hours a day is 60,000 yuan. It was no problem for him and his brothers to dig up more than 500,000 magic gold every day. 1 million magic gold can be paid off in 2 days. Thinking of this, Rosen felt a little better. But here, Lu Jiqiang suddenly contacted him. Rosen thought they had already arrived at Ye Chuyun's base and were reporting to him now. Who knew that when I opened it, I saw Lu Jiqiang shouting. Lu Jiqiang, boss, this is unbelievable. Is this a big deal? Could it be that something unexpected happened to Ye Chuyun and the others? Rosen immediately became anxious. Rosen, what's the big deal? Have you arrived at Brother Ye's base? Lu Jiqiang, Ye Chuyun's base actually has a hotel. Just staying here will give you double energy points for an hour. Lu Jiqiang, this is incredible, boss. Rosen, is this true? Rosen was shocked. Just by staying in the hotel, you can get double energy points for 1 hour? How is that possible? But then Lu Jiqiang told Rosen everything he had seen and heard at the base. Now Rosen was completely dumbfounded. Why did he seem a little bit unconvinced by what Lu Jiqiang said? If it is true as Lu Jiqiang said, that Ye Chuyun's base has developed to that extent, it would be really terrifying. Far ahead. At this moment, Rosen immediately gave up the idea of doubting Ye Chuyun. Even if the other party is really trying to take advantage of him, he can only grit his teeth and swallow it. The gap in strength between the two sides is really too great. Even if Ye Chuyun wanted to snatch it away by force, he would not resist at all. Now that they are willing to trade fairly, I am actually getting the better deal. Thinking of this, Rosen secretly rejoiced. Lu Jiqiang and Rosen chatted for a long time. Finally, Rosen told himself not to cause trouble in the base and to study forging techniques honestly. Lu Jiqiang quickly agreed. How could he dare not agree? Anyone here can beat him up. How dare he cause trouble here? After closing the chat, Lu Jiqiang felt a little bored and left the hotel. Arrived at the mansion, he was very interested in this place and wondered why so many people gathered here. When Lu Jiqiang came in and saw the wall full of tasks, his originally puzzled look immediately turned into envy. Oh my god, so many tasks, such great rewards. Why can't I answer it? Lu Jiqiang was in tears. Then he came to the newly built bar and couldn't help but take out 10 god and demon coins to order a special beer. Delicious. Then we came to the cafeteria. There are all kinds of chefs gathered here, and a variety of delicious food emerges in an endless stream. Lu Jiqiang's mouth was full of oil while eating. Finally, he staggered out of the cafeteria, looked regretfully at the girl who was ordering a massage, and returned to the hotel helplessly. Lu Jiqiang fell headfirst onto the bed with satisfaction. After a long time, he felt satisfied. What the hell? Why do I suddenly not want to leave here? Inside the research room, time passes by little by little. Ye Chuyun and Arnold spent most of the day, taking every step carefully and cautiously. Finally, the Tower of Elements was built. The moment it was built, Ye Chuyun obtained 30,000 energy points, and his forging proficiency directly increased by 100 points. Now Ye Chuyun has been promoted to an intermediate blacksmith, and he will need 10,000 proficiency points to continue his promotion and become a senior blacksmith. It's difficult to just improve your proficiency now. Only by making advanced items like the Elemental Tower can one improve his proficiency. Chapter 176 The Tower of Elements is completed. After completion, the Tower of Elements was only the size of a palm, quietly lying in Ye Chuyun's palm. It's finally finished. It's truly magical gold. It increases the success rate by 10% and also greatly enhances the power of the Elemental Tower. Ye Chuyun's face was full of excitement. Now the safety of the base is finally guaranteed. 6 outposts have been established now. If 4 more are built, a terrifying beast tide will come. At this rate, 10 bases will probably be built by the 10th day. This speed can be said to be very fast. After all, there is the precedent of the construction of several previous bases. Basically, most people know that the resident order can be obtained by killing any ferocious beast at the leader level or above level 10. After obtaining it, just prepare 100,000 god and demon coins. Some people even issued a garrison order, but did not want to establish a garrison, so they sold it. It is said that a resident order has been sold for 200,000 god and demon coins. Now many people have realized the importance of the god and demon coins and have given up on upgrading and set up special gold-making groups. Under normal circumstances, what is most likely to drop when hunting ferocious beasts is the god and demon coin. Even if it is a level 1 green claw beast, killing a few of them will give out a few divine and demon coins, not to mention those of higher levels. The goal of the gold farming group is to hunt low-level ferocious beasts, and the only purpose is to obtain divine and demon coins. Blindly upgrading is useless. If one's own equipment and combat power are not improved, one will die if he encounters a high-level ferocious beast. The drop rate is so low now, I don't know how long I'll be able to get it by myself. Therefore, the fastest way is to buy ready-made ones directly with Shinma coins. Earning god and demon coins is equivalent to earning equipment. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the longer it takes to refresh. On the contrary, the lower level ones refresh very quickly. This also leads to the fact that there are more people in low-level areas than in high-level areas. However, as more people are using god and demon coins, the prices of items are also rising. Those merchants who stockpiled goods took the opportunity to make a fortune. As the amount of god and demon coins increases, it will become easier and easier to establish a base. So, establishing 10 outposts on the 10th day was considered slow by Ye Chuyun. But now that the Tower of Elements has been completed, he doesn't have to worry about this problem anymore. The tense nerves can finally relax. Ye Chuyun walked out of the laboratory with the Tower of Elements and called Qian Duo. Is the Tower of Elements completed? Qian Duo had been informed of this matter in advance, and at this moment he was looking at the small tower in Ye Chuyun's hand with great anticipation. Well, it's finally done. Come with me to witness the birth of the strongest defense tower in our base. Ye Chuyun smiled and came to the central area of the base. There is a circular open space here. At first, everyone thought that this place was going to be transformed into a square, but there was no movement. Over time, it was forgotten. Now that Ye Chuyun and Qian Duo had arrived at the open space, they immediately attracted some people's attention. Huh? Look, isn't that Alliance Leader Yi and Vice Alliance Leader Qian? What are they doing there? Chatting. I don't know, but did you notice what Alliance Leader Yi was holding? See, what is that, a toy? Who knows? With the appearance of Ye Chuyun and Qian Duo, the crowd continued to gather, and in an instant, it was a huge sea of people. It has to be said that since ancient times, watching the fun has been introduced into human DNA. Ye Chuyun ignored everyone's gaze and was planning his position. The location of the elemental tower cannot be placed randomly. It must be built in the correct position to ensure that the entire base can be 100% protected. Ye Chuyun's eyes kept moving. The position had to be accurate to within a millimeter, not a centimeter more or less. Okay, that's it. Finally, Ye Chuyun chose a location and activated the small tower in his hand. Boom. The small green tower in his hand continued to grow larger in the astonished eyes of the crowd. and finally expanded to hundreds of feet. The small green tower turned into a huge green tower, soaring into the sky like a sharp sword. Ye Chuyun carefully placed the Tower of Elements according to the position he had previously determined, without any error. After placement, the Tower of Elements will be built and automatically activated. The Tower of Elements standing in the center immediately spread out a green ripple. In an instant, everyone in the base, including Ye Chuyun himself, felt as if they were being observed. What the hell is this? At this moment, whether they were patrolling, setting up stalls, or working, they all saw the towering Tower of Elements. On the top of the tower there is a huge suspended crystal, emitting a faint purple halo. Everyone suddenly became curious. It's so beautiful. Some people are also fascinated by this huge building. Ye Chuyun flew to the top of the Tower of Elements, pressed one hand on the huge purple crystal, and officially activated the first function of the Tower of Elements. Suddenly, the huge elemental tower burst into a deep purple light. The azure light gradually condensed into a beam of light only as thick as a finger, extending upwards and straight into the sky. The beam of light rushed up to a height of 500 or 600 yards from the ground, and with a bang it turned into fireworks, with starlight scattering in all directions. The starlight was like an umbrella, covering the entire base. This fantastic scene stunned everyone in the station. What the hell is this? Why does this look a bit like the magic tower in my game? Starting tower defense mode, right? Everyone started talking about the Tower of Elements. Some people also found that the starlight merged into their bodies. As if discovering something, someone immediately widened their eyes and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, look at your status. It seems like there's an extra buff." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately opened their own panels to check their status. Concentrating fully can keep one's mental and physical strength at peak levels for 12 hours. Fuck, this buff is awesome. What's the point of this state? Why don't I know what's so awesome about it? Are you stupid? My mental and physical strength are at their peak for 12 hours straight. With this buff, why would I spend time recovering in a hotel? After this buff disappears, I will come back to the base to continue to obtain this buff. Then, won't I be able to be in peak condition 24 hours a day? Fuck, it really is. Is it that good? We'll know after we give it a try. Now I feel my mind is clearer than ever, and my physical strength is abundant. Chapter 177 Crazy Buff. After the people in the base gradually understood the effect of this buff, they became so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They cheered in the streets, happier than if they had won the lottery. Nowadays, everyone is a paper king, and they wish they could split 1 hour into 2 hours. Now with this buff, they don't have to go to the hotel and waste time to recover their physical strength and spirit. Although the recovery time in the hotel is accelerated, it basically takes 2 or 3 hours to recover to peak condition. However, if these 2 or 3 hours were used to complete tasks or hunt ferocious beasts, it might be possible to improve their combat power or experience. Where can you find such a good thing? Seeing this, Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction. This concentration buff is just one of the functions of the elemental tower, and it is one of the least mentioned functions. This feature was very popular in the past because you didn't need to spend time going to the inn, you just needed to be buffed by the elemental tower. But in this case, the hotel's business will actually decrease a lot. In addition, many outsiders will come to the base to get this buff for free. So the residents of the Tower of Elements came up with another way to make money. That is to charge an entrance fee. Because this buff will only be added after entering the base. So if you want to get this buff, you have to pay the ticket fee. But the cost is lower than the hotel. In order not to waste time, some people decisively paid the money. This also made the station a lot of money. Others can just take the buff and leave without spending any cost at all. This is simply a no-cost business. Until someone invented the sleep-inducing pill, this business gradually went bankrupt. However, the sleepless pill has not yet been released, and Ye Chuyun also wants to make some money using this function of the Tower of Elements. However, if you want to make money, you still need to spread the reputation of the Tower of Elements. This requires a lot of money for publicity. In addition to the function of concentration, the Tower of Elements has 2 other functions. The second function is the reconnaissance function. It can detect targets within a range of 100,000 meters around the base. If other forces want to ambush or launch a sneak attack, they will definitely not escape the detection of the Tower of Elements. Even with stealth, you can't escape the detection of the elemental tower. In addition, commanders can also use this to grasp the actions of everyone and give precise commands. The third function is the means of attack. The Tower of Elements contains a magic circle that can attack any target that is hostile to the base. It can also form a magic shield to protect everyone in the base from attacks. The power of attack and defense depends on the level of magic power. This requires the consumption of magic crystals. The more magic crystals you have, the stronger your attack and defense will be. Basically, strategic level weapons like the Tower of Elements require magic crystals. This also explains why the price of magic crystals remained high in the previous life. Just one attack from the elemental tower would consume hundreds of magic crystals. If we resist the beast tide, I'm afraid it will cost even more. After activating the Tower of Elements, Ye Chuyun flew down and returned to Qian Duo. Alliance leader, this elemental tower is too powerful, Qian Duo said with a smile. With this buff, I think a little publicity can bring in considerable profits. Haha, you understand me. But this will only make a small fortune from ticket sales, which won't last long. But let's make as much money as we can. We need the money right now. Qian Duo nodded. Wang Gang and his team have also been able to obtain many blueprints for primary whetstones from the fishermen. It just so happens that we've trained a few more junior blacksmiths, so we can increase the production of primary whetstones. Very good. It just so happens that they all have the concentration buff now, which is also very helpful to them and will greatly help improve their forging proficiency. Speaking of this, Ye Chuyun suddenly remembered. Now that we have the Tower of Elements, we can build a building. It's the arena, a place where you can PK freely and will not die. When the settlement level reaches level 3, you can build an arena. As the name suggests, the arena is a place for various people to PK and compete with each other. This is very helpful in improving personal strength. After all, in the world of gods and demons, it is not only ferocious beasts that can take your life, but also humans. It could be a fight for an opportunity, or it could be just for a piece of equipment, and you never know for sure, they might end up killing each other. It is still very necessary to improve personal strength. With the same combat power of 10,000, the side with more combat experience will definitely have a higher chance of winning. Ye Chuyun once saw a powerful man with a combat power of 50,000 who challenged a man with a combat power of 100,001. The opponent did not rely on combat power, but on extremely rich combat experience. He used various skills and movements to cleverly resolve the opponent's attacks. If he could build an arena within the base, and with the help of the Tower of Elements, the divine and demonic coins he would earn would far exceed the income from the primary grindstone. Alliance leader Yi, do you think I should publicize this matter now? Qian Duo asked. Ye Chuyun thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with the promotion now. It's better to say the sooner the better. Today is the 7th day, and tomorrow, the 8th day, is the day of the auction that he and Mo who agreed upon. He needs to collect as many god and demon coins as possible. Maybe I can buy something good at the auction then. Okay, you should find a way to spread the word now. The faster you move, the better. And keep the funds from the base for now. I'll need them tomorrow. Okay, I'll listen to you. At the same time, news about the changes in Ye Chuyun's residence gradually spread across the world channel. This made the savages, who originally wanted to go to other regions, excited. Anyway, it doesn't matter where you go, it's nice to go and get some buffs. Within an hour or two, quite a few people appeared outside the base. Before they even entered, they were stunned by the scenery inside the base. Just like Lu Jiqiang at the beginning, they couldn't believe what they saw. My determination to join the base has grown stronger. Qian Duo had already sent people to block the entrance of the base to maintain order. The base is particularly lively today. All patrolmen were standing guard at the gate to prevent outsiders from entering. Anyone who wants to come in must pay an entrance fee. For publicity purposes, Qian Duo temporarily set the ticket price at 3 Shenma coins. This price is still very humane. The first thing these people do after paying the money is to click on the panel to check their own panel. Chapter 178 Methods for Upgrading the Base. Concentrate fully. There really is this buff? Wow, I immediately felt my mind clear up, and I had endless energy. Oh my god, this place is like a paradise. There is even a hotel. There's food and a bar. It's so lively. I feel like I could stay here forever. What a shame. I just asked the person in charge here, and they are fully staffed and not hiring for the time being. That's a shame. These outsiders walked around and looked around, feeling a sense of being cramped coming from a small county town to a big city. At this time, someone came to the front of the hotel and suddenly thought of something. I heard there's a 1-hour energy point buff at the hotel. I wonder if it's true. You'll know if you really try it. Who's going to try it? At the hotel entrance, a group of people hesitated. At this time, an old lady in her 50s holding a bow and arrow couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Let me try. In a few minutes, the aunt ran out with an excited look on her face. Fuck, it's true. Go to the hotel and book a room. Just stay there, and you'll get an hour of energy point buff. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately exploded. Double energy points is too tempting for them. Suddenly, the hotel, which had no shortage of business, became overcrowded. The news spread more and more widely, and the first thing outsiders did when they entered the base was to rush into the hotel to book a room to get the double buff. No one seems to care much about the elemental tower's concentration buff anymore. Perhaps even Ye Chuyun did not expect that the buff of getting double energy points in 1 hour would be the most popular. Soon, all the rooms in the hotel were booked. Some people wanted to borrow someone else's room to get some buffs, but it was useless. Only the person who registered the room can enter to obtain the buff. At this time, some smart people will get the buff and then resell the booked room to others at 3 times the price. Made a lot of money. Deputy Alliance Leader, this elemental tower is incredible. In just a few moments, the hotel is already packed, with the number of people visiting increasing tenfold. Today's hotel's turnover has increased 100 times compared to usual. There are other businesses that have made a lot of money in sales, and even the cafeteria is packed today. Many people are interested in joining the residency. And Xiao Qian reported with a smile. Qian Duo took the report and looked at it carefully. The flow of people increased an hour ago. The normal price for renting a room in the resident hotel was 10 God and Demon coins per day. If you check out within an hour, you only need 5 God and Demon coins. The hotel is currently only level 1 and has only 100 rooms. Now so many people have booked the room all at once, and they canceled the room immediately in less than a minute. In the next hour, the hotel will be able to earn tens of thousands of God and Demon coins in profit. There is also the ticket fee. Even if it is only 3 God and Demon coins, you can still make tens of thousands. These are pure profits. Only an hour had passed, and I had already made so much money. He could imagine how much their base could earn in a day if this continued. Speaking of which, Deputy Alliance Leader, hotels are making so much money right now. Why don't we strike while the iron is hot and open a few more? And Xiao Qian suggested. No. Qian Duo shook his head and said, although the profits are considerable, the hotel takes up too much space in the base. Also, once a hotel is built, it cannot be demolished and must be handled with extreme caution. So it can't be demolished? This was the first time and Xiao Qian knew this. I see. This kind of thing does need to be handled with caution. Qian Duo nodded. Hotels are indeed the most profitable business right now, but don't limit your vision to the present. After all, the hotel's upper limit is here. The maximum price per room per day is 10 God and Demon coins, so the price increase can't be that much. Other people's goal is to get in and take advantage of the buff and then run away. If the price is raised, maybe no one will buy it. In the future, more and more settlements will be established. We have a hotel here, and naturally other places will have hotels as well. If you really want to make a lot of money, you have to rely on a monopoly industry. It's something I have that others don't have. After the explanation, and Xiao Qian suddenly understood. All right, now that a large number of outsiders have arrived at the station, you should quickly increase patrols to prevent any accidents. Okay. On the other side, Ye Chuyun left the base again and continued to carry out his plan. Right now, we still have to find a way to improve the reputation of the base and see if we can upgrade it to level 2 before the beast tide arrives. Ye Chuyun looked at his current station level. Resident level 168545/100000. There is still some distance to level 2. If things continue to develop normally, it will take at least half a month to upgrade. But there is a very speechless ending here. If the base cannot be upgraded before the beast tide, then after the settlement withstands the beast tide, no matter what the settlement level is, it will be rewarded with an upgrade +1 after the beast tide. In other words, if the base was level 1 before the beast tide, then the level of the base can be upgraded to level 2 after the beast tide. However, the original base only needed more than 40,000 reputation points to be upgraded to level 2. And this is only the 7th day. When the beast tide comes on the 10th day, the reputation points required will be even less. No matter how you think about it, it's a huge loss. After reaching level 2, if you want to upgrade again, the reputation points required will not only be 100,000, but 500,000. If he could fill the gap of more than 40,000 reputation points before the beast tide and be promoted to level 2 station, then after the beast tide, he can directly cross the 500,000 mark and soar directly to level 3. This kind of opportunity only comes once, and there will never be such a good opportunity again. Ye Chuyun naturally didn't want to give up. However, according to the normal process, it is unlikely to fill the gap of more than 40,000 reputation points in just a few days. So you have to take a shortcut. Ye Chuyun left the base, came to the train station, and took the train to area 332. Then he headed north to the level 15 area, Ghost Mountain. Ghost Mountain is a cursed mountain. It is dead silent and dark here, and even sunlight cannot shine in. It is full of cursed ghosts wandering around in Ghost Mountain. Ye Chuyun did not use stealth skills and walked in openly. These cursed ghosts are different from other ferocious beasts. They can sense the breath of all living things. Even if you sneak, they will be able to sense you. Chapter 179 Ghost Town, Sneak Attack. Soon Ye Chuyun encountered a cursed ghost. From the outside, the ghost looks like a white shadow suspended in midair. In fact, this is its entity, a white shadow. Name Cursed Ghost. Level, 15. Combat Power Assessment, 26,000. Features, immune to physical attacks, weak to magic, able to sense living things. Skills, Curse LV5, Mind Control LV5. Talent, none. Explosion rate, 5%. Woo woo woo. Hee hee. Seeing a living person, the cursed ghost seemed very excited and began to make strange noises. This sound is actually the cursed ghost launching its own curse and mind control skills. The curse skill can reduce the opponent's various attributes, and it can use this opportunity to use mental control on the opponent. If someone with low spiritual attributes came to Ghost Mountain, they would probably die miserably. But this trick is obviously useless to Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun had an expressionless face and a blue fireball condensed in his hand. A meeting gift for you. The blue fireball immediately covered the cursed ghost's entire body, and soon wisps of white smoke rose up. Wow wow wow. The cursed ghost began to scream, and soon turned into white smoke and disappeared. Kill a level 15 cursed ghost, and gain plus 10,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Seems pretty easy to deal with. Ye Chuyun curled his lips. This cursed ghost is basically immune to 80% of physical attacks. At the same time, its attributes are basically all in spirit, and the other 3 attributes can be ignored. This makes its spirit extremely powerful. However, compared with Ye Chuyun's spiritual attributes of tens of thousands, it is still not enough. Easily controlled. Only spell attacks can hit the opponent. Because all attributes are focused on spirit, the defense of the cursed ghost is almost zero. So once a spell attacks it, it will die instantly. Ye Chuyun looked at the spoils. Cursed Ghost's Essence, Spirit plus 30 after taking. Well, I only have 1 spirit, so poor. Shaking his head, Ye Chuyun continued to walk deeper into Ghost Mountain. There is a ghost town in the center of Ghost Mountain. That was exactly Ye Chuyun's destination. In addition to constructing buildings and completing mansion tasks, there is another way to obtain a large amount of resident reputation points. It's a crusade. The crusade missions are not fixed, but random. You may activate the subjugation mission by passing through any area. After completing the crusade mission, the station to which you belong will receive a large amount of reputation points as a reward. In the previous life, someone used this method to quickly upgrade a level 1 settlement to a level 3 settlement. Carry out crazy crusades and gain a lot of reputation points. However, what is quite coincidental is that there is also a 3rd level strange fire in the ghost town, the Ice and Fire Demon Flame. Right in the heart of the ghost town. In the previous life, the Ice and Fire Demon Flame was also discovered by chance by a force that was carrying out a subjugation mission. At that time, the leader took great pains and sent out thousands of people to fight against the ghost town. After hundreds of people died, they finally conquered the ghost town and successfully obtained the 3rd level strange fire, Ice Fire Demon Flame. But this time, Ye Chuyun can eliminate all the ghosts in the entire ghost town by himself. The 3rd level strange fire can also be collected in an instant. Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the way to the ghost town, Ye Chuyun killed about 20 cursed ghosts. It's a pity that all that was dropped from the 20-odd cursed ghosts were spirit essences, and there were no equipment or skill books. There aren't even any god and demon coins. No wonder no one came to Ghost Mountain to level up in the previous life. Perhaps it is only because of the existence of the ghost town that Ghost Mountain will not be forgotten. Arrive. After walking for a while, Ye Chuyun could already see the outline of the town. Just as he was feeling pleasantly surprised, a breeze suddenly blew out from the silent woods. Ye Chuyun's face turned cold. He felt the hairs on his back stand up, and his neck felt indescribably cold. Murderous look. Ye Chuyun has a strong spirit and is instinctively alert to danger. At the same time, this was the first time he felt such a cold, murderous aura. Without any hesitation, Ye Chuyun teleported away from the spot. Just as he disappeared from the spot, a dark shadow appeared. He was holding a silver dagger in his hand, as if he was about to stab. If Ye Chuyun hadn't discovered it and teleported away in advance, he might have been caught by this guy. Just by looking at his moves, Ye Chuyun knew that this person was no ordinary person and was definitely a veteran. The Black Shadow was also very surprised that Ye Chuyun was able to dodge his sneak attack. Then he disappeared without a word. It seems that he is still looking for an opportunity to attack him. Oh, Ye Chuyun sneered. Without any nonsense, he flapped his wings and pretended to fly into the sky. But the next second, he felt his foot stop. At some point, an iron chain was tied around his right foot, preventing him from flying. At the other end of the chain, the Black Shadow appeared again and pulled it hard. Huh. Ye Chuyun sneered and exerted force on his feet. Well, the Black Shadow pulled suddenly, but found that the chain did not move at all, and Ye Chuyun himself was floating in the air with an expressionless face, motionless. Can't you pull it? Ye Chuyun looked at him with disdain. He was confident in his strength and believed that no one could defeat him. If you're thinking of pulling yourself down by brute force, forget it. Let's see who has the greater power. Ye Chuyun grabbed the chain and easily lifted up the Black Shadow. Then the wind feather wings continued to flap and actually pulled the Black Shadow into flight. What the hell? The Black Shadow looked down at the ground, which was getting farther and farther away from him. Helplessly, he loosened his hand holding the chain and let Ye Chuyun go. You're really courting death. You actually tried to sneak attack me. Ye Chuyun basically didn't give the other party a chance to explain. Since he wants to launch a sneak attack on him, I will naturally not let him go. Die. Double rings of ice and fire appeared and immediately began carpet bombing the Black Shadow below. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions are constantly being heard somewhere in Ghost Mountain. Based on this firepower coverage, Ye Chuyun believed that the other party's chances of survival were very small. In this situation, Ye Chuyun seemed to have the upper hand, but he had not received any notification that the other party had died. That means the other person is still alive. Ye Chuyun kept scanning with his naked eyes and found that the Black Shadow had disappeared long ago. TSK, it would be nice if I had some detection skills. Ye Chuyun's face was gloomy. I thought so in my heart, but my hands continued to move. The ice and fire rings continued to carpet bomb, and other spells and skills also continued. After bombing for a long time, there was still no trace of the Black Shadow. Could it be that the other party has already run away? Chapter 180 Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. Ye Chuyun's face was gloomy, and he could no longer find any trace of the Black Shadow. If the opponent was only using stealth, he would have been knocked out long ago based on the coverage of the spell he just cast. But until now he has not received any notification of the other party's death, and has not found any trace of the other party. This means that the other party has a skill or talent that is more advanced than stealth. Ye Chuyun stopped attacking and looked around. As soon as the attack stopped, the entire Ghost Mountain fell into silence again. Woo woo woo. From time to time, the screams of cursing ghosts could be heard. Interesting. Ye Chuyun was not sure whether the other party had run away or continued to hide and wait for a sneak attack. If it were him, he would have turned around and run away without hesitation. If it were someone else, he wouldn't know. What if he were stubborn? Ye Chuyun was not afraid of the other party's sneak attack, but he was afraid that the other party would follow him and discover the secret of the ghost town. This is what is most disadvantageous to him. Who doesn't know how to play dirty? After waiting for a long time, Ye Chuyun smiled sinisterly, stopped flying, and landed behind a mountain. The Black Shadow probably wouldn't dare to take the opportunity to attack him at this time. The moment he landed, he used stealth to hide himself. He hadn't used stealth before because even if he had, he would have been discovered by the cursed ghost. In addition, there were no ferocious beasts here that could threaten him, so he did not use stealth. Now, in order to catch fish, I can only use some dirty tricks. But at the same time, he used the clone technique to summon a clone, who walked in the opposite direction of the ghost town on his behalf. Ye Chuyun hid himself and acted secretly. The clone followed his instructions, pretending to be very alert and moving forward cautiously. Ye Chuyun hid behind a big tree and observed silently. He wanted to see whether this idiot would leave or continue to hide so that he could launch another sneak attack on him. After about half a quarter of an hour, the clone was very safe and did not encounter any sneak attack. Could it be that the Black Shadow really left? Ye Chuyun did not let down his guard. The main reason was that he had seen too many bastards in his previous life. Don't engage in too much confusing behavior. Ye Chuyun tried to make his clone reveal some flaws to see if he could lure out the Black Shadow. But unfortunately, it still didn't work. In this way, Ye Chuyun and his clone endured another half a minute. 2.25 hours add up to half an hour. If Ye Chuyun didn't have the detection skills and couldn't find the whereabouts of the Black Shadow, he wouldn't be so frustrated. With his strength, killing the Black Shadow would only take a few minutes. But the opponent has a skill that is even more powerful than stealth. When it comes to hiding ability, Ye Chuyun believes that he cannot compare with the other party. But Ye Chuyun has a very good attitude. You can't be impatient at this time. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to all wrong. Anyway, it's only half an hour, he can endure it. Another half a quarter of an hour passed. This time, Ye Chuyun asked his clone to try to walk towards the ghost town. He suspected that the shadow had actually discovered the ghost town. The reason for the sneak attack on him was that he was approaching the ghost town at that time. The reason why he hasn't appeared yet is because the clone is heading in the opposite direction of the ghost town, so the black shadow has no reason to take action. Instead, the black shadow was eager to leave here quickly. If that's the case, then if you want to lure out the shadow, you have to head towards the ghost town. In order to verify his guess, Ye Chuyun asked his clone to change direction and start walking towards the ghost town. Sure enough, Ye Chuyun's guess was correct. In less than 10 minutes, a dark shadow appeared again behind the clone. This time the black shadow was very clever. He first used the iron chain to tie up the clone's body again, and then pretended to stab the person's back with the sharp dagger from the side. The whole process was smooth as flowing water. Snort. Now that the fish has taken the bait, Ye Chuyun no longer hides. Decisively use the abyss binding skill to entangle the shadow. For a total of 3 seconds, Ye Chuyun repeatedly swung the abyss sword in his hand, turning it into 4 sword shadows, each slashing towards the black shadow's vital points. Ye Chuyun was still very confident in his attack. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 sword shadows easily tore the black shadow into pieces. But Ye Chuyun still did not receive any notification of the other party's death. Is it also a clone? Ye Chuyun frowned. Ha ha ha, it really didn't disappoint me. Suddenly a low voice sounded, and the black shadow appeared again. Ha ha, you two. Ye Chuyun sneered and looked up at the other person. The black shadow was wrapped in a black hood and a black cloak, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. It seems that this cloak is also very special. The identification skill is invalid, and he doesn't even know the other party's name. Haha, I know you are Ye Chuyun. I can't beat you. The shadow sneered. But I absolutely won't allow you to enter the ghost town. Hee, you can't kill me anyway. He was sure that Ye Chuyun had no way to deal with him. Yeah. Ye Chuyun smiled slightly, his eyes gradually becoming deep. Kneel down. The moment he finished speaking, the dark figure in front of him did not kneel down. Instead, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in a corner and slid down on his knees in front of him. How is this possible? The black shadow was very panicked, but he found that he could no longer control his body. Finally, I caught you, kid. Ye Chuyun patted his face. When he discovered that the shadow might be able to use skills similar to the clone technique like him, he thought of a way to deal with it. It's simple, it's mind control. As long as your spiritual attributes are higher than the other party's, the other party will definitely not be able to escape your control. As long as this clone is a part of the original body will definitely not be able to escape. Sure enough, the result was just as Ye Chuyun expected. The black shadow ran over by itself under his control. This also means that the person standing in front of him was still not the real person, but a clone. What a pervert. Compare it with what I have. Take off your gear. Ye Chuyun said lightly. The equipment on this person can actually be counter-identified. I have to grab it. Depend on. The shadow's face was full of struggle, but his body uncontrollably took off all his equipment. At the same time, the black shadow finally revealed his true face. Huh. Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes, as if he recognized the person in front of him. The shadow's true identity is a young man in his early 20s. What is more special is that there is a black spot on his face, which makes his originally handsome face look a little hideous. Shadow flower? Ye Chuyun muttered to himself, his eyes thoughtful. Chapter 181 Solve the Trouble and Enter the Ghost Town. In the previous life, Shadow Flower was a very mysterious organization. It is considered an assassination organization. There are all unified killers inside, and each of them is a master among masters. Not only do they control a large amount of resources and power, they also have information that ordinary people cannot know. Their status as peripheral members alone shocked everyone. Among them, the Shadow Flower also has the leaders of the 7 deadly sins. Everyone possesses the strength of one of the top 100 god-level masters. As for the man in front of Ye Chuyun now, he only knew his title in the Shadow Flower, Juing. In his previous life, he was an outer member of the Shadow Flower. The reason why Ye Chuyun recognized him was because he had once assassinated the leader of a second-rate force alone and was hunted down. This incident is quite famous on the World Channel. However, Ye Chuyun didn't know whether he was still a member of Shadow Flower. Maybe the Shadow Flower has not been established yet, so he naturally cannot join it. Juing was mentally controlled by Ye Chuyun and took off all his equipment. Take out everything from your storage space. Ye Chuyun continued to order. The corners of Zhu Ying's mouth began to twitch, but his hands were out of control, and he took out everything in the storage space at once. That's all. Ye Chuyun frowned and looked at the garbage on the ground. What is this? More than 1,000 divine and demon coins, 1 or 2 first-level equipment, and scattered spiritual herbs and ores. Before, when he saw Zhu Ying's expression, he thought that there was some precious toy. So this is the garbage? Okay, it's better than nothing. Ye Chuyun muttered to himself as he put away all his things. After hearing this, Shadow's mouth twitched even more violently. But Ye Chuyun's next words scared him to death. End it yourself. Ye Chuyun put away his things and said expressionlessly. The next second after he finished speaking, Zhu Ying decisively ended his life with a look of fear on his face. Hint, Zhang Jiaqing is dead. So your name is Zhang Jiaqing? Ye Chuyun looked at his corpse and simply threw a fireball at him, completing the funeral for him on the spot. From the beginning, Ye Chuyun had no intention of letting this person go. The sudden attack was clearly an attempt to take his life. It's just that his strength is too strong, and Zhang Jiaqing obviously can't beat him, so he has to choose guerrilla warfare as a second best option. If he catches you later, there will be only one outcome. You will become a corpse. He's not some saint. As the saying goes, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If anyone offends me, I will kill him. Zhang Jiaqing's body turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind under the raging fire. The equipment he had just taken off was still on the ground. Ye Chuyun picked up a dagger and played with it for a while. The blade seems to be able to cut through the air. Such sharpness is quite rare. Oh, this dagger is pretty good. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. Shadow blade +5, attack damage +100, agility +80, attack speed increased by 200%. This passive skill grants a 20% chance of causing armor penetration when attacking, reducing the enemy's defense by 500. This item lasts for 1 minute and can be stacked 3 times. This is a tier 3 item, requiring a level 10 skill and an agility of 500 or higher. This Shadow Blade is a weapon designed specifically for assassins. The attack speed actually increased by 200%, which was even greater than the increase of the Abyss Greatsword in his hand. It also comes with a passive effect that can reduce the opponent's defense with a certain probability and can be stacked up to 3 layers. 1 layer can reduce the enemy's defense by 500 points, and 3 layers can reduce the enemy's defense by 1,500 points. The total defense power of all of his top-grade equipment was only 1870 points. If you lose 1,500 points of defense all of a sudden, it would be really uncomfortable. He is like this, let alone the ferocious beasts. This is undoubtedly the favorite weapon of assassins. Ye Chuyun guessed that this dagger alone could be sold for more than 50,000 god and demon coins. This dagger can be put into the redemption reward pool. I'm sure Kai Kuan would risk his life to get it if he saw it. Ye Chuyun looked at the Shadow Blade and smiled. Apart from the Shadow Blade, the other equipment was very ordinary, mostly first and second level equipment. Ye Chuyun just glanced at it casually and threw it into the storage space. Finally, there is the cloak that Ye Chuyun cares about more. Shielding Cloak. After wearing it, it can block other people's mental detection and also block identification skills. Wearing requirements. None. It's actually a level-less piece of equipment? Ye Chuyun was a little surprised. Non-level equipment refers to equipment that has no level requirements or wearing requirements. This equipment has both good and bad capabilities. The good ones can even be comparable to 10th tier equipment, while the bad ones are just garbage. If the equipment's capabilities are very good, its value may even be higher than high-end equipment. For example, the Shielding Cloak in Ye Chuyun's hand. It can actually block mental detection. This is a very remarkable ability. If he had this cloak, he would not have been discovered by the water monster in Julong Lake. With this cloak and stealth, his concealment is greatly improved. It's a pity that this equipment is a special equipment and cannot be equipped at the same time as Wind Wings. If he equips Wind Feather Wings, he cannot equip a cloak. There was no other way. Ye Chuyun could only selectively switch and use equipment according to the situation at the time. After solving the problem of Zhang Jiaqing, Ye Chuyun continued to walk towards the ghost town. The cold wind howled in Ghost Mountain, and it was pitch dark. In an abandoned wooden house, Ye Chuyun was rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for something. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he took out a golden key from a box. Found it. It seems the forum information is correct. This key is the key to enter the ghost town. The key is still there, which means that Zhang Jiaqing has never entered the ghost town. After all, this is the only way to enter the ghost town. If Zhang Jiaqing had been in there, then the key shouldn't be here. Before, he asked Zhang Jiaqing to take out everything in the storage space, and he also wanted to see if he had taken the key. Now it seems that everything is as I expected. Then Ye Chuyun found a well not far from the farm. This well is the entrance and exit to the ghost town. This wooden house is a decoy. People who come here will think there is nothing here and will be discouraged. In the previous life, this secret passage was not discovered until a long time later, and the ghost town came to light. Chapter 182. Start killing monsters. It was very dark in the well. Ye Chuyun took out his night vision goggles and put them on. He groped along the wall for a long time and found a brown brick. He pressed it down with one hand. Click, click. The bricks spread out from both sides, revealing a black iron door. There was a keyhole on the door, and Ye Chuyun obediently opened it with the key he had just obtained from the farm. The key and the keyhole fit together perfectly. Buzz. The iron gate slowly opened, revealing the scene behind the door. Ye Chuyun looked carefully and saw scattered bones everywhere behind the door and traces of fighting all around the walls. He immediately became alert. Here I come. Oh. As soon as the iron gate opened, a group of pitch-black monsters with unclear appearances roared out from deep behind the gate. When they saw Ye Chuyun, a living person, they became even more excited and rushed up with their fangs and claws bared. Name Ghost Demon. Level 17. Combat Power Assessment 28,000. Features: crazy sensitivity to flesh and blood, possesses a certain IQ, is very flexible, and is immune to physical attacks. Skills: soul-absorbing LV5, bite LV5, swiftness LV5. Talent: none. Explosion rate: 5%. Ghosts and evil spirits are more ferocious than cursed ghosts. Not only is it immune to 80% of physical attacks like the cursed ghost, it also has extremely fast speed. 10 random ghosts and evil spirits are enough to easily wipe out a level 5 to 10 team of more than 50 people. Now there are 5 ghosts and evil spirits appearing in front of Ye Chuyun. They were about to rush over. Ye Chuyun had no expression on his face and threw a few fireballs over. The fireball instantly exploded among the group of evil spirits and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Kill level 17 ghosts and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill level 17 ghosts and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill level 17 ghosts and gain plus 12,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ghosts and evil spirits are powerful, but that is only for people of similar level. But for Ye Chuyun, it was just like an adult hitting a child, a slap in the face. The 5 ghosts and evil spirits were easily eliminated, and a lot of god and demon coins and 5 spirits were exploded. Ye Chuyun stepped over the iron gate and continued to go deeper. The secret passage behind the iron gate is particularly long. During this period, many ghosts and evil spirits appeared, a total of 4 waves, all of which were dealt with by Ye Chuyun with just one fireball. The upgraded energy bar is also growing slowly. Half an hour later, Ye Chuyun finally saw the exit. Before he could walk out, he heard countless roars and shouts coming from outside. The exit of the secret passage connects to the center of the ghost town, so there are bound to be monsters. Ye Chuyun thought about it, and, out of caution, put on a shielding cloak and used stealth to sneak out. As soon as he came out, Ye Chuyun found himself on a street. There are ghosts and evil spirits everywhere. Hint: congratulations, you have discovered the ghost town and will automatically receive the subjugation mission. Subjugation mission: purify the ghost town. Mission content: clear all ghosts in the ghost town and activate the purification tower to purify the entire ghost town. Mission rewards: the station where the mission is completed will receive 50,000 additional reputation points, a large number of energy points, 500 free attribute points, and a random equipment treasure chest. The rewards are very rich, the most important of which is 50,000 reputation points. If Ye Chuyun can complete this task, the base can be upgraded directly. Ye Chuyun looked around and found that the entire ghost town was filled with ghosts and evil spirits, including many elite mutated evil spirits. As for the leader level and king level evil spirits, he has not discovered them yet. However, he was still very clear about the information about the ghost town. The leader level and king level evil spirits here will not exceed level 20 at most, and their maximum combat power will not exceed 50,000. He can handle it easily by himself. At the same time, Ye Chuyun picked up his watch and looked at the time. It was already noon on the 7th day. He still remembers the auction on the 8th day. We must fight quickly and decisively. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun walked out to the street openly, simply lifted the stealth spell, and revealed his figure. Suddenly, countless ghosts and evil spirits on the street turned to look at Ye Chuyun at the same time, revealing extremely ferocious expressions. Seeing the ghosts and evil spirits all around rushing over, Ye Chuyun immediately teleported away from the spot and ran to the other end. Oh, this move directly attracted more ghosts and evil spirits to follow him. The crusade mission requires Ye Chuyun to purify the ghost town. The prerequisite is to eliminate all the ghosts and evil spirits in the ghost town. Ye Chuyun is now still on the outskirts of the ghost town. He planned to eliminate all ghosts and evil spirits step by step, from the outside to the inside. Due to Ye Chuyun's appearance, the outskirts of the ghost town were in chaos. After a while of enticement, all the ghosts and evil spirits outside were attracted by Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun took a look and found nothing missing. He stopped immediately, and countless flaming meteors fell from the sky, covering an area of hundreds of meters, including the army of evil spirits he had lured. Meteors hit the ghosts and evil spirits one after another, and basically killed every one of them. As soon as one skill was released, more than 50 ghosts and evil spirits died and turned into a large number of energy points. The first wave of ghosts and evil spirits were all killed, and the next ones came up. There are countless ghosts and evil spirits in the ghost town, as well as its mutated versions. The ferocious evil spirits are constantly screaming and calling for help from other evil spirits. At this time, new evil spirits continued to pour in from the outskirts of the town. If it were anyone else, even Xiong Yuntao, Bai Hang and others, they would probably be scared to death seeing this scene. Even if all 1,500 people stationed there were mobilized, they would just be delivering food here. But this is for ordinary people. But for Ye Chuyun, it was the opposite. Now, having so many evil spirits is no different from delivering food to him. This is a good opportunity to gain energy points. Kill a level 17 cursed ghost and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill a level 17 cursed ghost and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill a level 20 ferocious evil spirit and gain plus 20,000 energy points. As the saying goes, if someone stands in your way, kill him. If someone stands in your way, kill him. Batches of evil spirits died, and Ye Chuyun's energy points rose wildly. The progress bar of 1.6 million energy points suddenly reached 60%. In less than 10 minutes, it reached 100% and successfully reached level 17. Chapter 183 appears one after another and upgrades again. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. Tip: due to the existence of heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 105 points. Your agility increases by 105 points. Your physical fitness increases by 105 points. Your spirit increases by 105 points. You gain 55 free attributes. The properties obtained from this upgrade are slightly different from before. It turns out that all attributes are increased by 100 points plus 50 free attribute points. But now there are 5 more points in total. Ye Chuyun naturally knew the reason for this situation. The reason is that his bloodline has been improved. The improvement of his bloodline means that his potential has also increased. Increased potential means more attribute points will be obtained after upgrading. While dealing with the evil spirits, Ye Chuyun took the time to open the panel and look at his upgraded data. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 1752,/20000000. Reputation: 700. Title: Person favored by heaven, celestial god number 250, intermediate blacksmith. Strength: 11719 B-level strength, plus 17579. Agility: 9256 C-level agility, plus 7405. Constitution: 10353 C-level body state of mind, plus 8282. Spirit: 8521 D-level spirit enhancement, plus 3408. Free attribute points: 55. Hearing: 100. Chi and blood: 100. Dark element: 100. Combat power: 81,968, 79,698, plus 2270. The combat power has increased by more than 800, which is very good. There were still 55 free attribute points, and Ye Chuyun also took the time to add them all to spirit. Who would have known that spirit, which had the highest value before, has now become his lowest attribute? After adding all 55 free attribute points to spirit, the combat power just broke through to 82,000. Although a lot of evil spirits were killed, for the entire ghost town, these kills were just a drop in the bucket. Ye Chuyun has been busy with other things these days and has slowed down his upgrades a lot. This also led to the fact that other people on the world ranking list saw that the level of the number 1 had not moved in the past few days, and everyone was excited and thought that there was a chance to surpass it. But in these few days, the second place highest is only level 12. There is still a huge gap between him and Ye Chuyun, who has already reached level 16. Now that Ye Chuyun has reached another level, it must be a huge blow to others. If someone could see the growth rate of Ye Chuyun's energy bar now, their eyes would probably pop out. They had to work hard for a whole day to increase their energy bar by a small amount, but Ye Chuyun could actually increase it to the maximum in less than 10 minutes. Ye Chuyun didn't expect that the evil spirits were so powerful. He stood there motionless. The ferocious evil ghost saw that his companions were gradually decreasing and continued to go to other places to call new evil ghosts for him to kill. The more you kill, the harder you summon. Although the number of evil spirits is decreasing, new evil spirits are still increasing. These evil spirits really made him cry to death. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. Tip: due to the existence of heaven's blessing, your attributes will be greatly improved. Your strength increases by 105 points. Your agility increases by 105 points. Your physical fitness increases by 105 points. Your spirit increases by 105 points. You gained 55 free attributes. Half an hour later, Ye Chuyun's aura increased, and he actually reached another level. At this time, the world channel also exploded. Some people like to open the world rankings to check the latest situation whenever they have time. If there is any major event, these people will release it on the world channel immediately to attract a group of onlookers. Now, an extremely strange thing is spreading in the world channel. Su Tian from Area 881. What the hell? What happened? I saw Yishin reach level 17 half an hour ago. How come he reached another level in just half an hour? Jin Zai Tian in Area 688. Shit, this is impossible. He only leveled up in half an hour. Is he cheating? Martin from Area 666. Oh my god, he must be the reincarnation of God. Amen. Wang Gang from Region 1888. Fuck, Master Yi. How could you take off without us on your back? Area 366, Sata Village. I thought second place Nakamura-san could catch up to Yi-san, but it seems that's out of the question. Our great Sakura Empire is completely impressed by the strength of the Dragon Nation. Ye Chuyun himself did not expect that the sudden change in his level would cause so much discussion. After reaching level 17, Ye Chuyun once again added all 55 free attributes to Spirit. After the upgrade, Ye Chuyun's combat power increased a lot, soaring by 1,000, reaching 83,000. After reaching level 20, the Temple of Heavenly Dao will summon him again to start the second level Heavenly Dao evaluation. Considering his current combat power of 83,000. By then, I estimate that it will be at least an A-level evaluation. The second level Tian Dao evaluation is not like the first level one. At the first level, he had not yet obtained any profession. Therefore, the first level Heavenly Dao assessment is to assess one's own abilities and various attributes, and then assign a suitable career. After obtaining a profession, the second level Heavenly Dao evaluation is a normal assessment. Success in the assessment will grant you career-related talents and opportunities. Depending on the difficulty of the assessment, talents and opportunities can be strong or weak. Therefore, the Tian Dao evaluation at each stage cannot be treated perfunctorily. After all, this is a great opportunity to focus on your future. After that, Ye Chuyun continued to slaughter evil spirits for more than 10 minutes, and the energy bar rose by about 30% again. As long as you continue for another half an hour, you will definitely be able to upgrade again. It's a pity that almost 70% of the evil spirits in the ghost town have been killed by Ye Chuyun. These evil spirits were also frightened, realizing that the human in front of them was not easy to deal with, and began to flee in all directions. Boom. Suddenly, 5 or 6 huge evil spirits, each 5 meters tall, landed from all directions. As soon as he appeared, he launched a fierce attack on Ye Chuyun. Name: Butcher Demon Boss Level. Level: 20. Combat Power Assessment: 35,000. Features: Ghostly Speed, Tenacious Vitality, Immune to Physical Attacks, Super High Intelligence. Skills: Spell Decrease LV5, Explosion LV5, Dynamic Lock LV5. Talent: Super Strong Defensive Level. Explosion Rate: 10%. Ye Chuyun teleported and avoided the attack of the 5 butcher evil spirits. Oh, as soon as Ye Chuyun left, the 5 evil butcher ghosts immediately locked their gazes on a corner. In the corner, Ye Chuyun's figure just appeared. Chapter 184: Crazy Ideas. The next second, the 5 butchers jumped again and attacked at ghostly speed. Ye Chuyun had no expression on his face, but he was secretly amazed in his heart. It is worthy of being called the Butcher Demon Ghost, a being even more powerful than the fierce demon ghost. Compared to the mutated elite beasts such as the ferocious demon, the butcher demon is not only taller in size, but also faster and has stronger attack power. At the same time, the butcher demon also has the ability to be immune to physical attacks, and also has a skill called spell diminishing that can weaken the attack of spell skills. As far as Ye Chuyun knew, the full-level spell diminishing skill could offset up to 50% of spell attacks. This is an incredible skill. Coupled with the butcher ghost's extremely tenacious vitality, it is really difficult to deal with. Many people died at the hands of this evil butcher in their previous lives. Just to deal with this one, at least thousands of lives would have to be sacrificed. Looking at the butcher ghost that continued to rush towards him, Ye Chuyun acted very calm. The butcher's evil ghost was about to drop the giant axe. The ice and fire rings behind Ye Chuyun automatically activated the defense mechanism and began to attack. The butcher evil ghost should have a general understanding of the attack of the ice and fire double rings, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. It didn't dodge at all and let the attack fall on itself. The other 4 butcher demons also approached, with the huge axes in their hands aimed directly at Ye Chuyun's head. Ye Chuyun sneered. The next moment, a gust of black wind blew by. A small storm condensed and formed in Ye Chuyun's palm in the blink of an eye. Then a strong wind blew and enveloped him completely. Use your 5 butcher demons to test the power of my blade storm. Ye Chuyun transformed himself into black wind. He felt that all the scenery was reflected in his eyes, and the wind was like arrows in his ears. He knew that his transformation was successful. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chuyun saw the 5 butcher ghosts roaring at him. He tried to control his body and move closer. The ghost town outside was in complete darkness, and a giant black tornado suddenly appeared. The 5-headed butcher evil spirits could not resist the suction of the black tornado and were sucked into it. The butcher and the evil ghosts suddenly felt darkness before their eyes, and the surrounding scenery disappeared. The hurricane wrapped around them and spun them around like a millstone, trapping them. Then they felt as if their bodies were falling apart in the black wind. Without any resistance, they disappeared into the black wind like air. Kill the level 20 butcher ghost boss level and gain plus 40,000 energy points. Kill the level 20 butcher ghost boss level and gain plus 40,000 energy points. Kill the level 20 butcher ghost boss level and gain plus 40,000 energy points. In the eyes of other evil spirits, in less than a second, their leader was wrapped in a ball of black wind and flew into the sky. No matter how hard he struggled, it was of no avail. After a while, he died. This scared them terribly and made them run even faster. Want to run? After easily dealing with the 5 butcher evil spirits, Ye Chuyun saw the ghosts and evil spirits fleeing in all directions. While the blade storm was still going on, he planned to get rid of all the remaining evil spirits and monsters in one go. Kill level 17 ghosts and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill level 17 ghosts and gain plus 12,000 energy points. Kill level 17 ghosts and gain plus 12,000 energy points. The black hurricane swept through the ghost town like a doomsday black wind. In order to expand the range of attack, Ye Chuyun consumed a lot of mental energy, and with the help of heavenly laws, the attack range of the violent storm reached an unprecedented height. Basically, all the evil ghosts and monsters die as soon as they are sucked to death, leaving no one behind. A series of prompts caused Ye Chuyun's energy bar to rise again, reaching more than 50%, bringing him one step closer to upgrading. He was promoted twice in just 1 or 2 hours, which scared everyone in the world channel half to death. Fortunately, he has blocked all private messages from strangers at this moment, otherwise he would be annoyed to death. The duration of the blade storm ended, all 5 butcher demons died, and even all the remaining demons were completely wiped out. At this point, Ye Chuyun had cleared out the outer and middle layers of the ghost town. All that's left is the final boss in the center. Taking this opportunity, Ye Chuyun took a rough look at the spoils of war. There are a total of 80,000 to 90,000 god and demon coins, and more than 400 evil spirits. Ghost spirit, agility plus 30, strength plus 30 after taking it. Ferocious demon spirit, agility plus 50, strength plus 50 after taking it. Spirit of the butcher demon, agility plus 80, strength plus 80 after taking. Including the spirit of the cursed ghost before, Ye Chuyun now has a total of 4 spirits in his body. Ye Chuyun took them one by one, 10 of each, reaching the upper limit. The spirit of the cursed ghost increases by 300 points of spirit. The spirit of the ghost demon increases 300 points of agility and 300 points of strength. The spirit of the ferocious evil spirit increases agility by 500 points and strength by 500 points. The butcher demon's spirit increases 800 points of agility and 800 points of strength. Adding them all together, the total increase is 1,600 points of agility, 1,600 points of strength, and 300 points of spirit. A total of 7,000 combat power points. This time, Ye Chuyun's combat power broke through again. It was 83,000 before, and with the 7,000 combat power this time, it skyrocketed to 90,000. In fact, Ye Chuyun has another bold idea. Just try to improve your combat power like crazy before level 20. See if you can increase your combat power to more than 150,000 before heading to the Temple of Heaven. If he could really succeed, he couldn't even imagine it. This is a record that has never been seen before and will never be repeated. In the past, those who were at level 20 and had a combat power of 30,000 were considered top masters of the first tier. If it's 50,000, then he's a super master, and he might even be ranked first in the world's combat power rankings. But now he actually wanted to increase his combat power to 150,000 at level 20. To be honest, he himself felt that it was a bit far-fetched. But if you think about it carefully, this is actually not something that cannot be done. Apart from the fact that his equipment could not be upgraded that much for the time being, he also had elixirs and spirit essences as two ways to quickly increase his combat power. As long as he wanted, he could rely on his talent of 100% explosion rate to collect the essence of ferocious beasts everywhere to madly increase his combat power. However, killing ferocious beasts would definitely gain energy points, so he had to control the number of times he attacked to avoid accidentally reaching level 21 and being forcibly sent to the Temple of Heaven. Chapter 185, the final boss, the Ghost Knight. In addition to obtaining a large amount of spirit, Ye Chuyun also obtained more than 10 first-level skill books and dozens of first- and second-level equipment of around level 10. The leader reported 5 pieces of third-tier equipment, 2 pieces of cloth armor that can increase spell attacks, and 3 two-handed axes. These equipment and spirits can expand the redemption reward pool. Finally, I got 5 talent engravings. Super Defense. After use, you can obtain the E-level talent Super Defense, which permanently increases defense by 20%. Ye Chuyun immediately took out a talent seal and used it. Now there is a new talent. His defense is currently 1870 points, and a permanent 20% increase would mean an increase of 374 points. An E-level defense talent is equivalent to wearing an extra piece of fully enhanced 4th-level equipment. As the defense index increases, the increase will only increase, not decrease. Ye Chuyun tried to strengthen the remaining 4 with the same defensive talent imprints. Ding, fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed. Well, very good, normal performance. Ye Chuyun nodded expressionlessly, no longer feeling the slightest bit of emotion about the second consecutive defeat. I didn't expect a trip to a ghost town would be so profitable. After sorting out all the spoils, Ye Chuyun flew up into the sky to take a look and nodded with satisfaction. After exploring around and confirming that there were no more evil spirits wandering around the ghost town, he came to the central square. Originally, there would be more evil spirits here, but when he was on the periphery before, those ferocious evil spirits kept summoning other evil spirits. Those evil spirits that were originally stationed in the square were naturally summoned over. Now the central square is empty, without a single evil ghost. There is a fountain in the square, but it is dry at this moment. Ye Chuyun took a closer look. A flame interwoven with blue and red was burning brightly within the fountain pool. It was none other than the 3rd-tier strange fire, the Ice Fire Demonic Flame. Hint: you have discovered the 3rd-level strange fire, Ice Fire Magic Flame. Do you want to obtain it? Without thinking, Ye Chuyun waved his hand and took away the ice and fire magic flames. Then he did not immediately check the properties of the ice and fire demonic flame, but suddenly stepped back. Because he knew that after taking away the ice and fire magic flame, the final boss of Ghost Town, the Ghost Knight, would appear. Damn humans. All living beings must die. At the moment Ye Chuyun took away the ice and fire demonic flame, the fountain pool shook and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the pool mouth. Ye Chuyun used stealth to hide himself immediately. After the black smoke appeared, it kept squirming and gradually condensed into a skeleton knight wearing black armor, holding a heavy silver sword, and with green eyes flashing. This knight is fundamentally different from other evil spirits in appearance. His whole body was made of bones, and green flames were coming out of his sternum. Ye Chuyun could feel a wave of scorching air coming towards him even though he was standing far away. The earth was instantly cracked and dried up by the scorching air wave. Judging from the aura emanating from this knight, it is not much different from that of the previous Null King. Name Ghost Knight King level. Level 20. Combat Power Assessment 45,000. Features: Territorial Awareness, Fire Resistance, Dark Creatures, Physical Attack Immunity. Skills: Endless Summoning LV5, Dark Sealing Sword LV5, Rage LV5, 7-segment / LV5, Dark Corrosion LV5. Talent: Dark Control E level, Super Attack E level. Explosion rate 20%. Very strong. Although his life level is 1 level lower than the Kobold King, his combat power is not much different. After seeing the panel, Ye Chuyun was secretly surprised. But he had some difficulty dealing with the Null King before, but now he was almost defeated by the Ghost Knight, whose combat power was even lower than that of the Null King. Green fire flickered in the Ghost Knight's eyes, and his stiff skull face made it impossible to tell his current expression. But just standing there makes people afraid to get close. Judging from its current combat power, no one except Ye Chuyun dares to challenge it in a one-on-one fight at this stage. Even if you form a team of 100 people, there is a 90% chance of being wiped out. There are numerous demons and monsters in the world of gods and demons. Even encountering a level 10 boss monster in the wild is enough to make a small group of 10 people feel scared and may even be wiped out. Let alone a level 20 king-level beast like the Ghost Knight. Judging from its skills, it also has a lot of large-scale destructive skills. In the previous life, it took thousands of people to finally kill the Ghost Rider, but it also came at a heavy price. But Ye Chuyun is not a reckless person. Although his fighting power was enough to kill the opponent, he knew how difficult the opponent's skills were to deal with. No matter how much you know about the strategy, it is just talk. Everything needs to be confirmed after knowing the real situation. So he summoned his clone as soon as possible and let the clone go first. The Ghost Knight locked onto Ye Chuyun as soon as he appeared. However, at this moment Ye Chuyun had already used stealth to disappear, and even it could not find his trace. As soon as the clone appeared, Ghost Rider's gaze immediately locked onto him, his eyes blazing with green fire. Die! The Ghost Knight raised the silver sword in his hand. Suddenly, green flames appeared on the entire silver sword, and the silver sword gradually changed its shape, with many hideous barbs appearing on the sword body. With a leap, the Ghost Knight came in front of the clone and swung it fiercely. The silver sword turned into a stream of light and cut through the air, aiming at the clone's head very accurately. The clone had no expression on his face. He teleported to avoid the attack and appeared behind it, then kicked the Ghost Knight in the back. Bang! The Ghost Knight was knocked away by a terrifying force and fell headfirst to the ground, with gravel scattering everywhere. The Ghost Knight himself did not suffer any serious damage, but he felt that his dignity had been hit. The whole person was furious. "Ah, you damn human! My followers, come on!" The Ghost Knight roared, and more than 10 plumes of black smoke emerged from the surrounding area. Ye Chuyun was hiding in the dark and saw it all. He understood that the Ghost Knight was using one of his special moves, endless summoning. More than 10 ferocious evil spirits appeared out of thin air beside the Ghost Rider and rushed towards the clone while roaring. Snort! The clone snorted coldly and skillfully used the flying fire meteor, instantly killing more than 10 ferocious evil spirits that were rushing towards him. Although the clone killed more than 10 ferocious evil spirits in seconds. However, Ye Chuyun, as the original body, did not obtain any energy points. Ye Chuyun then remembered that after the clones summoned by the clone technique killed the ferocious beasts, the original body could not obtain any energy points. Suddenly, he came up with a great idea. Chapter 186 Deception. Whenever he used the clone technique before, he would send his clones to die. But he didn't let his clone help him kill the ferocious beast. Because he knew that when the clone summoned by the clone technique kills the ferocious beast, the original body cannot obtain any energy points. However, the clone will still drop spoils when it kills the ferocious beast. Moreover, the clone also inherited his talent and has a 100% explosion rate. In this situation, Ye Chuyun came up with a very bold idea. Before, he had fantasized about whether he could reach 150,000 combat power when he reached level 20. If you want to greatly increase your combat power but cannot level up, you will need the help of equipment, essence, elixir, or rare items from heaven and earth. But no matter whether it is equipment, elixir, or rare objects in heaven and earth, they cannot allow Ye Chuyun to increase his combat power to 150,000. In the end, only the spirit has this possibility. However, the essence can only be released by killing ferocious beasts. Killing ferocious beasts will gain energy points, so he will undoubtedly be able to upgrade after reaching a certain number. In order not to level up so quickly, Ye Chuyun didn't even go to the hotel to collect the double energy points for an hour to obtain the buff. I'm just afraid of upgrading too quickly. Others complain that their upgrade speed is too slow, but I am afraid that the upgrade speed is too fast. But now Ye Chuyun suddenly remembered the matter of clone. An idea came to me immediately. Then let the clone kill the ferocious beast and collect its essence. No matter how many ferocious beasts the clone kills, it will not gain any energy points. This is simply a magical skill for him. Just when Ye Chuyun was excited alone, the ghost knight's face turned green. Although its face turned green under the illumination of the green flames, in a sense it also represented its very depressed expression at the moment. Damn human, you really pissed me off this time. Good man, can you say anything else besides damn humans? Ye Chuyun couldn't help but complain inwardly. The ghost knight roared, his voice echoing throughout the central square. Then it suddenly threw out the big sword in its hand. The moment the great sword flew out, it turned into a giant snake of green flames. This must be its inherent fire-controlling ability. The giant flaming snake was more than 20 meters long, and when it sat coiled up it looked like a small mountain. The flaming snake opened its mouth and bit Ye Chuyun fiercely. The clone just smiled slightly. As for fire, of course you have to use water to deal with it. In an instant, countless water elements around gathered in the hands of the clone. The long-awaited limited edition of Aquaman's Fury returns to the factory. The waves are surging. Ye Chuyun pointed at the flaming snake that was rushing towards him, and the gushing torrent instantly swallowed the opponent. The flaming snake instantly went out and turned back into an ordinary silver-white sword. So strong. The ghost knight saw the silver-white greatsword being washed back by the torrent and picked it up dejectedly. Mr. Ghost Knight, do you have any other tricks? The clone looked at it with a smile. If not, then you'll have to go back to that dark space and stay there for a while, right? Forehead. Upon hearing this, the green flame on the ghost knight's chest instantly shrank and became shaky. It seemed that it was afraid to go back into that dark space. Umph, I have one more trick. If you can break it, you'd be amazing. After saying this, the ghost knight's body was covered in black light, illuminating the entire central square. At the same time, a large black magic circle emerged with the ghost knight as its center and quickly rose into the air. The black magic circle only appeared for a few seconds before it instantly transformed into thousands of black lightsabers that fell down, forming a lightsaber field within a 30-yard radius of the ghost knight, and the clone was also wrapped in it. The dark sealing sword? Ye Chuyun narrowed his eyes. The reason why he didn't attack with his real body was because he knew this skill of the ghost knight. The dark sealing sword is a domain-type skill and is very domineering. As long as you are within this area, all skills will be sealed and cannot be used. And all of its own attributes are reduced by 20%. What's even more terrifying is that any enemies and attacks outside the range of this area cannot enter this area. The duration is 50 seconds. This skill was hailed as the strongest defensive control skill in the previous life. Not only can it protect itself, but it can also control the enemy. It was also because of this skill that the Ghost Knight was extremely difficult to kill in the previous life. He relied entirely on piling up human lives to trick out this skill. Once this skill is used, the cooldown period is 24 hours. So as long as the Ghost Knight uses this skill, it will not be difficult to deal with it. Even I can't do anything about this skill. I can only sacrifice my clone to trick this skill out. The Ghost Knight did not disappoint him and finally used this skill. Hey, damn human stinky rat, now you're in my hands, right? As soon as the field was unfolded, the Ghost Knight immediately stood up, and his aura suddenly became violent. In order to be on the safe side, this guy even used the frenzy skill to ensure that he could kill with one blow. The green flames all over its body increased several times, and it swung the silver sword at the clone with all its strength. The clone naturally would not sit still and wait for death. This field lasts for 40 seconds. In order to prevent the Ghost Knight from noticing anything, the clone must delay as much time as possible. Although all the skills of the clone are now sealed, the talents and attribute bonuses are still there. Gritting his teeth, the clone chose to face the enemy head-on with the Abyss Greatsword in hand. With a loud bang, the entire central square began to shake, and countless rocks flew everywhere. The clone relied on its extraordinary attributes and talent bonuses to actually withstand the attack of the Ghost Knight. The Ghost Knight's attack failed, and he was knocked back a few steps by the opponent's powerful force. It was also quite unexpected. You must know that in order to ensure that he could kill the opponent with one blow, he used his ultimate move, the Dark Sealing Sword. He also used the Rage skill to increase his combat power by 30%. Although this 30% combat power was weakened by another 20% by the opponent's talent Heavenly Power. But at least there is still 10% left, and his current combat power is close to 50,000. Even so, I still couldn't defeat the opponent. At this time, the Ghost Knight showed a ferocious sneer, took only 2 steps, and rushed to the front of the clone again, continuing to chop with the sword. At the moment of chopping down, the clone resisted again. With a bang, the silver-white sword was blocked by another black giant sword and could no longer move forward. Darkness encroaches. The Ghost Knight whispered in silence. Then a thick black fog suddenly enveloped the clone. Chapter 187. Take action and solve it easily. Hint: your clone is attacked by darkness, and all attributes are reduced by 20%. Good. I've tricked you out of another one of your trump cards. Ye Chuyun, who was hiding in the dark, curled the corners of his mouth. The overall attributes were reduced by 20% again, and the clone was obviously unable to withstand the attacks of the Ghost Knight. At this time, the Ghost Knight continued to sneer ferociously and began to attack frantically. First slash. The Ghost Knight muttered to himself in a low voice, and the huge sword in his hand flashed with black light and fell with astonishing momentum. Boom. A deafening roar echoed throughout the central square. Well, the clone's skills were sealed, and he couldn't use the shield, so he gritted his teeth and took the attack. But Ye Chuyun noticed that the ground under the clone's feet had cracked, so one could imagine how much force the clone had to bear. Second slash. After the first attack, the Ghost Knight did not stop. It just turned around, and the second attack followed, this time with even greater momentum. The third slash. The fourth slash. A crazy 3-hit combo, each one more powerful than the last. The clone gritted his teeth and endured it, blood constantly spitting out of his mouth. This was the internal injury caused by the opponent's power being continuously transmitted into his body through the weapon, causing crazy destruction. The fifth slash. Sixth slash. The seventh slash. The Ghost Knight kept swinging the giant sword in his hand, and the air made a series of explosions. Ye Chuyun watched silently in the dark. 7-segment slash is another special skill of the Ghost Knight. There are 7 hits in total. Each hit can increase one's own strength by 5%, which adds up to 35% of strength. Ye Chuyun was also very envious of this skill. If a skill book could be revealed, it would definitely be one of his trump card skills. This is a skill that increases percentage, and it will be very useful no matter if you are at level 100 or 200. It can be said that the stronger your own attributes, the stronger this skill will be. The clone endured the attacks of the Ghost Knight one after another, but finally could not bear it and was killed by the opponent with a sword. Originally, according to the attributes of the clone, he actually had a 70 to 80% chance of winning against the Ghost Knight. Normally, Ye Chuyun himself wouldn't even have to take action. His clone would be able to kill the Ghost Knight. But the Ghost Knight has some extremely powerful skills. First, the Dark Sealing Sword blocked all the clone's skills and reduced its attributes by 20%. Dark Erosion reduced the attributes by another 20%. Then the Ghost Knight launched another attack, and the clone had no resistance at all. If it were him, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, the clone is just a clone, not the original body. The clone's job is to trick out all of Ghost Knight's skills. Just after the death of the clone, the duration of the Dark Sealing Sword's domain also ended. Haha, that damn bug finally died in my hands. Seeing his clone die in front of him, the Ghost Knight was very happy. But the next second, its expression suddenly changed. Ye Chuyun suddenly appeared in front of it and looked at him with a smile on his face. How is that possible? Didn't you die in my hands? The Ghost Knight looked incredulous, then suddenly seemed to understand something and shouted frantically. You dumped me? Was that your clone just now? Ye Chuyun didn't answer, but just teleported in front of it and slashed it with a sword. The Ghost Knight subconsciously raised his great sword to block. But the next second, a huge force that he could not imagine came, and it was immediately knocked away by this huge force and fell to the ground. Now the Ghost Knight completely believed that the human he had just killed was a clone. How is that possible? How could it be a clone? If the clone is so strong, then what about the real body? The Ghost Knight was in great confusion and had no intention of continuing. Now all its skills are on cooldown, and after using the Rage skill, it itself enters a weak period. It cannot defeat the opponent with its own combat power. Although the Ice and Fire Magic Flame is its most precious treasure, it was with its help that it was able to be promoted from a lowest level cursed ghost to a Ghost Knight. But now it is almost dying, so life is the most important thing. The most important thing is that if it dies, it will be turned back into a cursed ghost by the heavens, and it is unknown how long it will take to evolve into a Ghost Knight again. Thinking of this, the Ghost Knight just started running. What the hell? Oh my god, why are they all running away? Ye Chuyun widened his eyes. My goodness, almost all the enemies who fight him run away in the end. Why is that? It's not like you can't be resurrected. So what are you afraid of? Ye Chuyun was really confused, and his hands kept moving. Abyssal binding. Several dark shadows appeared and immediately tied up the fleeing ghost knight. Well, the ghost knight's skull paused, and the green fire in his eyes faltered. Sir, please spare my life. Ye Chuyun was too lazy to pay attention to it, and just opened fire at full power. Ice and fire double rings. Return to the origin. Flying fire meteor. Aquaman is angry. In a few seconds, all kinds of cool skills were unleashed one after another. The Ghost Rider could only face death head-on. Damn it. Kill the level 20 Ghost Knight King level and gain plus 100,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Finally dead. Watching the Ghost Knight turn into ashes and disappear in front of him, Ye Chuyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the final boss of the ghost town was finally destroyed by himself. However, there is no indication that the task has been completed. Ye Chuyun took another round of inspection and eliminated a few evil spirits that had not been discovered. Now there is really no evil ghost in the entire ghost town. Finally, you just need to activate the purification tower and purify the ghost town to complete the task and gain 50,000 reputation points. Ye Chuyun hurried back to the fountain and slashed with his sword. Boom. A large hole was blasted out of the fountain, revealing an underground passage. Go down along the underground passage. A huge control console appeared in front of Ye Chuyun. Ye Chuyun leaned forward to take a look. This should be the control console of the purification tower. After destroying the ghost knight in the previous life, they searched for a long time before finding the purification tower, but they didn't know how to start it. This task appears to have no time limit. But there is a hidden rule. That is, if the purification tower cannot be activated to purify the ghost town within 3 days, the evil spirits in the ghost town will gradually revive. Chapter 188. Complete the mission and get a random equipment treasure chest. They didn't realize the problem at first. As the evil spirits gradually resurrect, they discover that there is a time limit for purifying the ghost town. But this time limit does not mean failure if exceeded. But if the time limit is exceeded, the evil spirits in the ghost town will be resurrected, and the fierce evil spirits, butcher evil spirits, evil spirit knights, etc. will reappear. This is really too painful for those who have worked so hard to eliminate them. So it took several more days before they finally found the console hidden in the fountain. After studying for a while, we finally succeeded in starting the purification tower. Afterwards, someone announced the process of purifying the ghost town on the forum in order to earn god and demon coins. At that time, Ye Chuyun was also very curious and spent 10 coins of gods and demons to click in and take a look. It just so happens that now all the benefits are given to him at a discount. After finding the start button on the console, Ye Chuyun pressed it. Boom. The moment he pressed the button, the entire underground passage began to tremble violently. Ye Chuyun teleported out. Then he saw a huge white tower slowly appearing in his sight. This giant white tower is more than 300 meters high. Buzz. As the giant white tower appeared, a beam of white light shot straight upwards. The white beam of light continued to extend towards the sky, and finally reached a certain point and suddenly exploded, turning into starlight that scattered in every corner of the ghost town. As the light penetrated, Ye Chuyun found that the originally dark ghost town gradually became brighter. The originally dark sky seemed to fade, turning from black to white. That eerie feeling also disappeared. Ye Chuyun felt that the temperature around him was getting warmer. Hint. Congratulations, you have successfully purified the ghost town. Tip. Complete the mission and receive 50,000 reputation points, 200,000 energy points, 500 free attribute points, and a random equipment treasure chest. Hint. Your base has been upgraded to level 2. Hint. Your settlement reaches level 2, the settlement range is expanded, public buildings are upgraded, and new public buildings are added. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for being the first to successfully upgrade the Weiyang settlement to level 2. Reward. 300 reputation points, 500 free attribute points, and 100 free attribute points for each settlement member. Hint. Congratulations. Your Heavenly Dao reputation has reached 1,000. Your title has been upgraded from Heaven's Favored Person to Heaven's Blessed Person. All attributes have increased by 200 points, and your luck value has increased by 1. A series of reminders and announcements made Ye Chuyun gradually excited. Not bad, not bad. Not only did you get 500 free attribute points by completing the task, upgrading a settlement also grants 500 free attribute points. In addition, his own Tiandao reputation value also exceeded 1,000, and all attributes increased by another 200. However, what Ye Chuyun cares about most is the luck value. This is a hidden attribute. Luck value is related to the success rate of weapon enhancement and the success rate of talent imprint fusion. However, the explosion rate of killing ferocious beasts and the luck value do not seem to be able to be increased. In the past, someone had specifically studied the bonus of the luck attribute. I found that luck can only be used to enhance weapons, engrave talents, open treasure chests, and other things that can increase the probability. However, the explosion rate of killing ferocious beasts cannot be increased by using luck points. Regarding this probability bonus, the final conclusion is that 1 point of luck can increase the probability by 1%. In other words, if he has 10 points of luck, the fusion of enhanced equipment or talent imprints can increase it by 10%. However, as far as Ye Chuyun knows, there are no more than 3 ways to obtain luck points. One is the Tiandao reputation value. As long as you continue to improve your Tiandao reputation and upgrade your title, you can gain luck points. The second one is some unique tasks, which can bring luck after completion. Ye Chuyun currently knows that there is a unique task that can obtain 1 luck point. But he has no way to complete that task now, because the task required something, and he didn't have it on hand right now. The third is the battlefield of all races. In addition to representing Blue Star and fighting against other worlds in the 10,000 races battlefield, there are also various achievements to be completed. For example, if you kill 100 enemies, you can unlock the achievement and get rewards. In addition, there are achievements such as surviving for 1 hour and occupying an area. You can also gain luck points after completing some achievements. But these are not what Ye Chuyun is capable of obtaining now. The most likely possibility is to increase the reputation value of Tiandao. At this moment, a beam of light fell from the sky and landed on him. In the blink of an eye, all his attributes skyrocketed by 200. There are also 500 free attribute points obtained from completing the Crusade mission and 500 free attribute points from upgrading the settlement reward. In addition, the 55 free attribute points he obtained from the previous upgrade have not been used yet. He now has a total of 1,055 free attribute points. Ye Chuyun thought about it and decided to add all these attribute points to Spirit. As all attributes increased by 200 points, his Spirit also increased by 200 points, reaching 8,936 points. Now it has increased by 1055 points, and finally reached a terrifying number of 10,236 points, finally breaking through 10,000. In addition, there is a random equipment treasure chest. Random equipment treasure box, 100% chance of obtaining Tier 4 equipment after opening it. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up. Random equipment treasure chest, there is 100% chance of getting equipment. However, the level of the equipment depends entirely on the level of the equipment when it is awarded by Tiandao. Without hesitation, Ye Chuyun opened the random equipment treasure chest. There was a flash of light. The treasure chest disappeared, and a crystal ring appeared. Ring of Light, Spirit plus 150. After wearing, you gain the skill Ring of Light, which increases your spirit by 10%. The duration is 10 minutes, and the cooldown is half an hour. This is a 4th tier equipment. Required to wear it at level 15 or above, Spirit 1000 or above. Yes, another ring. Ye Chuyun nodded with satisfaction and casually put the light ring on his finger. There are now 4 rings on his fingers, but he has 10 fingers, which means he can still wear 6 rings. Ye Chuyun planned to buy 6 rings from the trading house if he didn't get any other rings before entering the Temple of Heaven. After all, it can improve a lot of combat power. Very good. It seems that there is still a lot of room for improvement in my combat power. With the bonus of the Ring of Light, my spirit has now officially broken through 10,000 attribute points without the bonus of talent. Chapter 189. Base Upgrade. The gap gradually widens. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 18-1300000/300000. Reputation: 1000. Title: Person Blessed by Heaven, Celestial God number 250, Intermediate Blacksmith. Strength: 13624 B-level strength, plus 20436. Agility: 11161 C-level agility, plus 8929. Constitution: 10658 C-level body state of mind, plus 8526. Spirit: 10386 D-level spirit enhancement, plus 4154. Free attribute points, 0. Hearing, 100. Chi and blood, 100. Dark element, 100. Luck value, 1. Combat power, 93,928 91,658, plus 2270. Ye Chuyun looked at his panel and nodded slightly. This time the combat power has made great progress and has reached 93,000. After closing the panel, Ye Chuyun looked at the ghost town. At this time, the entire ghost town has been purified and has returned to its normal appearance. There is no longer any threat here, so it can be used as a base for garrison. And the ghost mountain outside is a natural defense loophole. The piles of cursed ghosts outside can help them resist outsiders. As long as no one knows the passage to the ghost town, they will not be able to find the specific location of the base. There are good resources around Ghost Mountain, as well as several low-level ferocious beast areas. The most important thing is that there is also a level 50 advanced area, and you can get considerable opportunities after opening the copy in the future. Unfortunately, he did not have a second garrison order, and he had no intention of establishing a second garrison for the time being. This place can only be a bargain for others. But then Ye Chuyun had an idea. Just because he doesn't want to establish a base here doesn't mean others don't want to. We can sell the information about this location to others who want to establish a base. Ye Chuyun thought about it and immediately thought of his friendly partner, Rosen. He definitely wants to establish a base. It would be better to sell this information to him and make some magic gold again. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun smiled with satisfaction. Chu. Rosen was digging in the mine when he suddenly couldn't help but feel an itch in his nose and sneezed. What's going on? Rosen was confused and couldn't figure out anything, so he continued mining. At the same time, an announcement regarding the base upgrade was made. Earth-shaking cheers were heard again from every corner of Weiyang Station. Everyone cheered. Qian Duoduo was also very happy and quickly entered the base management channel to check the situation after the base upgrade. At the same time, in the Blue Star region, Area 526, the Sakura Empire's headquarters, Nakamura Tadashi and a man with a pointed chin and monkey face came out talking and laughing. Since the establishment of the base, although Nakamura has a bad reputation, he has still deceived many people into joining the base. The 1,500-person crowd quickly filled up. This pointed-faced and monkey-like man is called Tokugawa Ken. He used to be a loafer on Blue Star who only cared about his parents. After traveling to the world of gods and demons, he thought he was the chosen warrior. Later, when he saw a strong man die tragically in front of him, he finally understood. I am just a passerby in an anime. In order to survive, he could only curry favor with others. Finally, he was carried on Nakamura's lap. Anyway, I am not a good person. Although Nakamura Tadashi is a rotten guy, he is very strong. It is enough to be able to protect your own safety. At this moment, Tokugawa Kensho said in a flattering manner, Mr. Nakamura, our houses are already built. As for the mansion, do you think we should start building it quickly? Nakamura nodded with satisfaction. Great. Change the permissions on the residential buildings and tell those people that the monthly rent for each room is 500 god and demon coins. If they don't pay, their right to live there will be revoked. 500 god and demon coins. That seems a bit too much. Tokugawa Ken said hesitantly. Nakamura rolled his eyes. Humph, it's only 500 god and demon coins. Now everyone's level and combat power have caught up. You can easily earn that much by killing some low-level beasts in 10 days or half a month. Besides, what I charge is relatively low. I heard that Shinnua's Star Moon Alliance charges 600 god and demon coins a month, and even with that, there are still a lot of people scrambling to move in. Okay, then do we still want the mansion? Yes, of course. I heard that we can accept tasks after the mansion is built. By then, the permissions will be modified. Accepting a task will cost them 10 god and demon coins. After hearing this, Tokugawa Ken really admired his leader. He really does everything he can. You have to pay for every task you take, and even if Zhou Paopi comes, you have to kneel down and acknowledge him as your father. Although Tokugawa Ken complained in his heart, he agreed faster than anyone else. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Okay. Nakamura Tion smiled and nodded. If we continue to develop like this, our Sakura Empire will definitely surpass Weiyang. Their maximum number of resident staff is 1,500, and we have now recruited all 1,500 people. Soon the public buildings in our base will catch up. We will soon have everything they have. Thinking of this, I suddenly feel that our Sakura Empire is full of light. But just as these words fell, an announcement spread throughout the entire Blue Star region. Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Chuyun for being the first to successfully upgrade the Weiyang settlement to level 2. Reward. 300 reputation points, 500 free attribute points, and 100 free attribute points for each settlement member. At this moment, the entire Blue Star region was shocked again. Outside the base, Nakamura Tadashi and Tokugawa Ken were both dumbfounded. What? Their base hasn't even completed its public buildings, and now you're telling me someone's base is already level 2? No way. Are you cheating? No way. Tokugawa Ken shook his head in disbelief. At most we can establish our base one day later than Ye Chuyun, right? Why are they suddenly level 2? Nakamura Tian didn't say anything, but just opened the resident management system blankly. Resident management system. Resident name, Sakura Empire. Resident level, level 1 2000/100000. Residential building, residential house 1. Limit of residents, 1500/1500. My goodness, their reputation value is only 2,000, and they still need 98,000 to upgrade their base. It is not known when they can upgrade. The gap has not narrowed, but has become wider. A gust of cold wind blew, and Nakamura Tadashi and Tokugawa Ken stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. They didn't know that it wasn't just the gap between the stations that widened. The real gap between them is far more than that. Chapter 190. Changes in base, combat power breaks, through again. The news that Ye Chuyun's base had been upgraded to level 2 alarmed the entire Blue Star region. There are those who envy, those who admire, and those who are jealous. At this moment, everyone in Weiyang Station is immersed in the joy of the station upgrade. They also benefited from this upgrade. Everyone received 100 free attribute points. All public buildings have also been upgraded to level 2, adding many new functions. For example, residential houses. Although there is no change in appearance, the space inside the room has almost doubled. There is also a simulation function, which can change any scene at will. Even if you stay in the room, you will feel like you are traveling on vacation. The mansion has also increased the upper limit of tasks again, adding many high-quality tasks. Originally, the tasks in the mansion could not meet the needs of 1,500 people. Now after the upgrade, I can never finish receiving them. Previously, the mansion also activated the redemption mall, and the contribution points obtained from tasks can be exchanged for various daily necessities in the redemption mall. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, etc. can all be exchanged. After the mansion is upgraded, there are many new items in the redemption mall. First and second level spiritual medicine and fruit seeds. A potion that can increase the explosion rate of ferocious beasts. A whitening lotion that can whiten your skin. There are even pills that can enhance male potency. When seeing these newly added props, everyone became more excited and started accepting tasks crazily. The Chamber of Commerce has also undergone major changes this time, with the addition of a new auction function. In other words, the auction can be held. Once the auction is held, Tiandao will make a regional announcement. Their base can also gain fame through auctions. The number of hotel rooms also increased, from 100 to 150. But even so, the supply still cannot meet the demand, and the restaurant is always full. There is no change in the pub, except that the space is a little bigger. The entire base has already been bustling with people exceeding 10,000. Everyone was discussing it excitedly. Brothers, this 100 free attribute point reward is really awesome. Haha. Yes, I have a piece of equipment on hand that's just short of 80 more strength points. I was wondering where to get these 80 more strength points, so I'll just add them all at once. All the resident members were delighted, which made the outsiders very envious. I'm so envious. Are you still hiring at your station? Then I don't know. Our deputy leader said that the base is not hiring right now, but when the recruitment is ready, a recruitment notice will be posted on the World Channel. You should pay more attention to it. Oh my goodness, how come it's like a government recruitment? Goodness, I took the civil service exam every day back on Blue Star, and after finally passing, I came here. So, I have to keep taking the exam after I get here. It's hundreds to 1 this time, brother. I'm afraid it's tens of thousands to 1. Brother, with this treatment and these benefits, I think it's even better than working in a public institution. At this moment, an outsider rolled his eyes. Yeah, you don't know. I've been to several other bases before, and there's really nothing there. The mansion hasn't even been built yet, and the members there are still struggling to mine and chop trees. At this time, a patrolman passed by and heard this. He smiled and said, "It was the same when our base first started. All the public buildings required various resources to build, so we started by cutting down trees and mining. Mining and felling trees are good, right? They'll pay you right. Payment." The outsider seemed to have heard a joke. Where does the salary come from? There is no salary at all. Not only that, but I'm also paying for it. Like that Nakamura Tian station, it said that if you want to live in a private house, you have to pay a monthly accommodation fee of 500 God and demon coins. What the hell? 500 God and demon coins. The patrol officers and others couldn't believe what they heard. Fuck, Even vampires can't suck blood like that damn thing. We live in private houses for free. Why do we have to pay? Yeah, it still costs 500 god and demon coins. That's really unfair. Who would spend this kind of money? The outsider sneered, as if to say that you are very ignorant. You don't know this. That's it. The housing quotas in Nakamura are so popular. If you don't live here, there are plenty of people who can. Hey, you people don't know how difficult it is in other places. Forehead. The outsider's few words immediately left everyone present speechless. It seems our base is truly a paradise. I was a little hesitant when I signed the Heavenly Dao contract, but now I think I was reaching too high. Anyway, I'm not leaving in this lifetime. The patrolman shook his shoulders and continued patrolling. When the others heard this, they became even more envious, jealous, and hateful, and wailed. When can we join? After killing the demon knight, Ye Chuyun looked at the spoils he had obtained. Ghost Knight's essence, agility plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50, dark element plus 10. It's actually a spirit that can increase attack power and defense power? Ye Chuyun was a little surprised. Generally speaking, spirit essence generally increases 4 dimensions. This kind of spirit that can directly increase attack power and defense power was extremely rare in the previous life. I didn't expect it to appear here at the Ghost Knight today. Someone in the previous life had studied that the reason why these special spirits could add attributes beyond the 4 dimensions was because of the different levels of life. The life level of the Ghost Knight is much higher than that of ordinary ferocious beasts, so its essence is also more special than that of ordinary ferocious beasts. There are 10 pills in total, take them all. Agility increased by 1,000 at once, and attributes exceeded 12,000. The combat power was also successfully increased to 96,000, and it was just a little bit away from breaking through 97,000. Everything went so smoothly. The only equipment dropped was a 4th level greatsword. Ghost Greatsword, attack plus 100, strength plus 150, dark element plus 50, attacks with a fire element bonus, and possesses a transformation skill that transforms into a flaming python with 80% of the holder's combat power. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Tier 4 equipment, level 20, strength 1000 or above. This piece of equipment is very ordinary, but the highlight is that it comes with a fire element bonus when attacking and also has a transformation skill. Ye Chuyun felt that the Abyss Greatsword in his hand was better and had no intention of changing his equipment, so he put the Ghost Greatsword back into the storage space. In addition to the Ghost Greatsword, there are also 2 skill books and 2 talent imprints. Chapter 191 The Fisherman's Transformation, 7th level equipment. Dark Sealing Sword, a 4th tier skill, consuming a significant amount of spirit. Upon use, it expands a domain within a certain radius, preventing all creatures outside the domain from entering. Enemies within the domain cannot leave and cannot use any skills. All attributes are reduced by 20%. The duration is 50 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. To learn, you need 2,000 spirit or higher, 100 dark element points, and mastery of E and the dark control talent. Dark Corrosion, a tier 3 skill that reduces enemy attributes by 20%. This effect stacks with other skills and talents. It lasts for 10 minutes and has a cooldown of 3 hours. To learn, you need 1,500 or higher spirit, 100 dark element points, and mastery of E and the dark control talent. Both skill books are what Ye Chuyun wanted, but it was a pity that he only got these 2 skill books from the Ghost Knight. Both skill books have a common requirement, which is to master E-level dark talent, dark manipulation, and the dark element needs to reach 100. Ye Chuyun has currently achieved 1 requirement. His dark element is already 200. The higher the dark element, the more resistance you can provide when facing dark skills. He doesn't have the E-level dark manipulation talent. However, the Ghost Knight was kind enough to reveal 2 talent imprints, one of which was E-level dark control. Dark control can control darkness. Super attack increases your own attack power by 20%. Ye Chuyun learned all of them. Now he has 2 more talents. There are so many talents that I can't count them on one hand. Now the conditions for learning skills are met, and 2 more powerful skills are added. In addition, the Ghost Knight also dropped more than 20,000 god and demon coins, several enhanced stone skill stones, and some special materials. The reason why these materials are special is that they are all from the body parts of the Ghost Rider, namely the skull bones. These bones are given to those who study potions to see if they can research some special potions. After sorting out the spoils, Ye Chuyun looked at the sky. We spent a lot of time in the ghost town, and it was getting dark. Everything was completed, and the base was successfully upgraded to level 2. Ye Chuyun was still thinking about the auction that Mo who mentioned tomorrow, so he used teleportation to teleport back to the base. The first thing he did when he returned to the base was to open the base management system to check out the newly added public buildings. Resident management system. Resident name Wei Yang. Resident level 210325/500000. Residential buildings. 30 level 2 houses, mansion, chamber of commerce, hotel, tavern. Limited number of resident personnel, 1500/5000. Buildable buildings. Shop, teleportation array, warehouse. Shops and teleportation arrays are public buildings that can be built at level 1, and Ye Chuyun has not yet asked Qian Duoduo to build them. Nowadays, most people set up stalls on the street and do not have their own shops. Ye Chuyun was thinking about selling this shop and earning rent one day in the future when the traffic in the base increased. Like tailors, blacksmiths, alchemists, etc. If you are interested, you can open a shop. Setting up a store so early now is a complete waste of space, as these people don't have that much money and don't have anything good to sell. The teleportation array was built specifically for the purpose of conquering certain areas in the future. For example, the future Golden Flame Mountains. A large amount of magic crystals can be produced there, and this secret has not been discovered by anyone until now. Once discovered, there will definitely be countless forces wanting to take a piece of this fat meat. If he built a teleportation array between the base and the Golden Flame Mountains, he would have a huge advantage. However, building a teleportation array requires an extremely rare material. Space Stone. Ye Chuyun knew how to obtain the Space Stone, but he didn't have time to get it now. Then there is only one warehouse left out of the 3 buildings. This is also the public building that Ye Chuyun wants to build most quickly. With a warehouse, he no longer needs to spend a large amount of god and demon coins to expand the storage space. Just change the permissions of the warehouse so that only he can open it. Then this warehouse is an extra-large storage space that belongs to him alone. Long before arriving at the base, Ye Chuyun asked Qian Duoduo to prepare all the materials for building the warehouse. You really are amazing when you do something. Qian Duoduo brought the materials for building the warehouse. It was just a coincidence. I accidentally completed a mission and gained 50,000 reputation points. Ye Chuyun said with a smile. Hee. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes. This old fox. But he wouldn't ask too much. Everyone has some secrets. He was not interested in Ye Chuyun's secrets. Ye Chuyun took the materials, chose a location, and started building the warehouse. The construction process takes 24 hours. There was nothing else to do at the moment, so Ye Chuyun started chatting with Qian Duoduo. Now that the number of members available for recruitment has increased, should we continue recruiting? Qian Duoduo asked. Ye Chuyun thought about it and nodded. Well, there are still too few people doing the work right now. Let's recruit them slowly. We focus on quality over quantity. Okay. By the way, how are Wang Gang and the others doing? Did they get all the drawings for the primary grindstone? Don't worry, I've got it all. I'm working hard to make a primary whetstone now. There are more buyers than sellers now. I just regret that there aren't enough blacksmiths. Ye Chuyun smiled. The fisherman had so many good things on him, but Wang Gang and his men took them all. I was just about to tell you about this. Qian Duoduo shook his head. I don't know if you know, but besides the basic whetstone blueprint, the fisherman also has other items that can be exchanged. I know, but other than the basic grindstone blueprint, the other items aren't very rare. At most, there are some suits, spirits, special items, and so on. Qian Duoduo smiled when he heard this. Then it seems you don't know. In addition to the blueprint for the primary whetstone, the fisherman also had a 7th tier equipment. Level 7 equipment. Ye Chuyun's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? The fisherman in the previous life did not have the 7th level equipment to exchange. But Ye Chuyun changed his mind. The fisherman was not discovered until more than 2 months after he arrived in the world of gods and demons. It's not even the 8th day yet, and the mission has been discovered and triggered. Maybe there will be some difference. Ye Chuyun couldn't sit still anymore and asked quickly, are Wang Gang and the others still there? Chapter 192 Golden Fish reunites with everyone. Qian Duoduo smiled as if he had expected him to ask this question. They are still there, but they have indeed encountered a problem. If you are free, could you please go and help them? Besides, there's also 7th tier equipment for exchange there. Can you hold back? Problems? Did Wang Gang and the others encounter any problems? Ye Chuyun felt that things were becoming increasingly complicated. If you want to exchange items from the fisherman, you need strange fish. It is not difficult to catch the strange fish. With the strength of Wang Gang and his team, they can catch it easily. What difficulties could this cause? You'll know when you see it. After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, he sent him a picture. Ye Chuyun looked at the picture. This should have been taken temporarily by Wang Gang and his team in the Baiha area. After looking at the image, it is indeed the Baiha area. That place seems like a paradise on earth, so beautiful that it is hard to imagine that there would be a group of ferocious beasts there. It is more like a tourist attraction. There is a silver river in the picture, crystal clear. There were hundreds of golden fish glittering in the river, shining brightly. A golden fish? Shouldn't it be a green fish with a flat head and big eyes? Ye Chuyun looked at the scene in the picture and fell into deep thought. Suddenly he thought of a possibility, but he had to go to the scene to confirm it. Let them stay there first. I'll be there soon. Okay, light it up quickly. After Ye Chuyun finished speaking, he rode his horse at full speed to the train station and took the train to area 886. White River area. There are streams and waterfalls everywhere, and most of the ferocious beasts are water-based. Ye Chuyun landed casually beside a stream, and suddenly a giant two-headed snake with a completely emerald green body appeared and stopped him. Name Two-Headed Sea Serpent Mutation Grade. Level, 15. Combat Power Assessment, 18,000. Features, Territorial Awareness, Speed, Agility, and Toxicity. Skills, Venom LV5, Water Fusion LV5. Talent, F-Level Water Induction. Explosion Rate, 3%. Ouch. As soon as the two-headed sea serpent monster appeared, it wanted to attack Ye Chuyun arrogantly. Ye Chuyun didn't even give it a glance and just threw a random skill at it. The two-headed sea serpent screamed, and its body fell into the stream. Kill a level 15 two-headed sea serpent mutated level and gain plus 12,000 energy points. 100% explosion rate has been triggered. The item has been automatically placed in the storage space. Please check it carefully. Ye Chuyun looked at the spoils. A level 10 second-tier equipment, a two-headed sea snake fairy soul, a talent engraving. Two-headed sea serpent spirit. After taking it, constitution plus 20, water element plus 10. Alright. Ye Chuyun swallowed the essence immediately. He's gone. His current goal is to find the fishermen, Wang Gang and others, not to come here to upgrade. When Ye Chuyun came to the Silver River, he found that the river was moving, but very slowly. But in Ye Chuyun's impression, the Silver River moved very quickly. What is the reason behind this? You can clearly see countless golden fish swimming freely in the river. Name Golden Fish Special. Level, 20. Combat Power Assessment. Features, a tenacious life that defies fate. Skill. Talent. Explosion rate. Apart from the name and characteristics, everything else is a question mark. Golden fish. Ye Chuyun had never heard of this thing. Moreover, with his current level of 18, he was unable to identify the specific data of this golden fish. What exactly is the function of these golden fish? Ye Chuyun took a look and decided to go look for Wang Gang and others as well as the fishermen first. The entire Silver River's activity range is very large, and Ye Chuyun searched for more than 10 minutes before he found the traces of Wang Gang and others. There was also an old man beside them, who was the fisherman that Ye Chuyun mentioned. Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader Ye. Finally, when Wang Gang and others saw Ye Chuyun, they were very excited. Ye Chuyun appeared in front of them in a flash, looking at Wang Gang and others with a little surprise. I didn't expect you to have changed so much after not seeing you for a few days. Wang Gang's team gave him the greatest shock. After just a few days of not seeing them, their growth rate was beyond his imagination. Wang Gang, Lei Chun, Kai Kuan, and Zhuang Liang are all already level 11, but Lu Qian is taking a while to reach level 10. Since becoming an alchemist, Wang Yun has left the team and stayed in the base to improve her alchemy skills. So far, her level is still level 9. She doesn't have to worry about not being able to keep up with the level, because Qian Duo will send someone to help them level up in the life professions. Wang Gang and his friends all successfully changed their jobs and got a powerful profession. It is said that their performance in the Temple of Heavenly Dao shocked people from other worlds. Looking at their gleaming equipment and high-spirited demeanor, Ye Chuyun found it hard to connect them with their days in the poison mist swamp. Completely become two people. Maybe this is what red energy nourishes people means. Shifeng and Su Ming, Xiao Shanyun, and Chu Yunlan are also here. This was also the first time Ye Chuyun met them formally. Haha, brother Ye, no, Alliance Leader Ye, since I joined your base, I finally got to see you, a busy man. Shifeng laughed heartily. Yeah, it's really hard to see you. Su Ming also smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm really too busy. Ye Chuyun smiled. Shifeng is worthy of being an S-level talent owner. His level has reached 12, and he has obtained a hidden profession, the fighter. Su Ming is level 11 and has changed his job to become an astrologer, which is also a hidden profession. If either of these two people had one, the other forces would probably laugh their mouths off. But here, they are only better than Wang Gang's team. Boss, How did you level up so quickly? Please take me with you. Alliance leader, can I have a sparring match with you? Xiao Shangyun and Chu Yunlan also came over. The two of them are even more amazing than Shifeng and Su Ming. The two are now at level 13 and still rank in the top 10 of the world rankings. Even his combat power is in the top 10. Both of them also obtained hidden professions. Okay, let's let the leaders see what's going on now. At this moment, a childish voice sounded behind them. Bai Hang stood behind them and spoke very carefully. Hearing the voice, Xiao Shangyun and Chu Yunlan immediately shut up, and even Shifeng and Su Ming nodded, very well behaved. Chapter 193 Old Man, I'm going to explode your gold coins. This surprised Ye Chuyun very much. When did they become so obedient in front of Bai Hang? After a closer look, Ye Chuyun found that Bai Hang seemed to have been reborn. Now standing in front of him, he exudes an aura of confidence and is no longer the timid boy before. His level is actually already 12. I don't know what he has obtained or what hidden profession he has obtained. Qian Duo did not report to him either. However, judging from the performance of Xiao Shangyun and the other two, Bai Hang seems to be better than them. As soon as Bai Hang finished speaking, the others stopped talking. This deterrent power really surprised Ye Chuyun. When did these golden fish appear in this river? He asked. It appeared just after I caught all those weird fish. Bai Hang said. Having said that, Wang Gang immediately stood up. Alliance leader Yi, you don't know how powerful Brother Bai is. As soon as he made a move, the strange fish in the river were frozen one after another and were easily caught. Brother Bai played an indispensable role in our ability to exchange so many basic whetstone blueprints so quickly. No. Bai Hang waved his hands repeatedly. It would be the best if I could help Alliance leader Yi. I see. Ye Chuyun nodded. He wasn't too surprised by Bai Hang's performance. After all, he is a future Tianji strongman, and with a little digging, he can emit unmatched light. So, you've already caught all the strange fish in the river, and then these golden fish appeared? Yes. Ye Chuyun exclaimed in his heart. What a guy. There are at least tens of thousands of strange fish in this river. Not only are they as fast as lightning, they are also immune to some physical and magical attacks, and have very strong vitality. It is very difficult to catch such a one. At first, Ye Chuyun thought that Wang Gang and others would need at least a week to complete the task. Unexpectedly, they caught all the strange fish in the river. However, Ye Chuyun still remembered that the number of strange fish in the river in his previous life was just enough to exchange for all the fisherman's items. He thought for a moment and continued to ask. So, apart from the basic whetstone blueprint, have you redeemed all the other items? After saying that, Ye Chuyun quickly added, I'm just asking, nothing else. The other items are yours after they're exchanged. You can distribute them however you want. I won't interfere. The others also smiled sheepishly. Yes, we have exchanged them all. Ye Chuyun nodded. Could it be that these golden fish only appeared after you caught all the strange fish and then exchanged all the items in the fisherman's hands? It seems so. After we exchanged everything from the fisherman, these golden fish appeared. Then the fisherman started fishing and ignored us. We spent a long time trying, and the fisherman finally took out a 7th level equipment and asked us to exchange it for a golden fish. Is that so? Ye Chuyun listened and analyzed it. The current situation may have triggered a certain condition and started the subsequent tasks. There were indeed many such examples in previous lives. The mission Crazy Lone Traveler he followed had once recorded such a mission on the forum. The task required him to kill a level 25 leader-level beast. However, the specific location of the ferocious beast is not marked, and the lone traveler has to find it by himself. The Lone Ranger was lucky and found the target and killed him within an hour of receiving the mission. When I went back to hand in the task, I accidentally triggered the subsequent task. The Lone Walker guessed that the triggering condition was to kill the mission target within an hour. The reason why we don't tell you the specific location of the mission target and have to find it ourselves may be because of this condition. This fisherman may have triggered certain conditions, thus starting the subsequent tasks. As for the conditions, Ye Chuyun had no idea. It may be to catch all the strange fish within the specified time. All the items in the fisherman's hands were exchanged within the specified time. Everything is possible. Shaking his head, Ye Chuyun stopped thinking about it. Anyway, this time I accidentally triggered the hidden conditions, and there was actually a 7th level equipment exchange. He would study it carefully. Ye Chuyun looked at the old man. At this time, the old man was sitting by the river, squinting his eyes and fishing leisurely with a bamboo pole. However, Ye Chuyun noticed that there was no bait on the hook of the bamboo pole in his hand. Name Fisherman Special. Level 100. Combat Power Assessment. Features. Skill. Talent. Explosion Rate. The moment he saw the data, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but swallow. Level 100 is equivalent to a level 10 expert. Any finger could easily crush Wang Gang and the others. Of course, this includes myself. Master, you don't even have bait. Aren't you afraid of the Air Force? Ye Chuyun came over cautiously and said jokingly. But the fisherman seemed not to have heard it at all. He still stared at the bamboo pole and fished silently. At this time, Kai Kuan suddenly appeared and patted Ye Chuyun on the shoulder. Alliance leader, watch me. After saying that, he turned his head and glared. Hey, old man, I'm going to explode your gold coins. Take the things out. How can you be so rude, young man? All right, what are you arguing about? You don't even have a golden fish, and you still want to exchange something from me. The fisherman suddenly opened his eyes and said angrily, let's talk about it after you get the golden fish. After teaching his fish a lesson, the fisherman continued fishing. Kai Kuan spread his hands helplessly. Alliance leader, you saw it too. Without the golden fish, the fisherman ignored us completely. He showed us the exchange item before, which was the 7th level equipment. Now they won't even show us the exchange items. Good guy, Kai Kuan has you. Ye Chuyun admired him very much. A newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. This fisherman is level 100, and Kai Kuan is so arrogant, and he is not afraid of being slapped to death. However, Ye Chuyun also figured out the situation. It seems that I still have to find a way to get this golden fish. Everyone gathered together to discuss countermeasures. You should have tried to catch the golden fish. How was it? Was it successful? Ye Chuyun asked. No. Bai Hang shook his head. The scales on these golden fish are incredibly hard. Weapons can't hurt them at all. Also, its spell defense is very high, basically reducing about 80% of damage, and its wandering speed is also very fast. Chapter 194 Super Amazing Dragon Fragments. Ye Chuyun nodded upon hearing this. With these two characteristics, this golden fish is indeed difficult to catch. Wang Gang and others spent a lot of time, but so many people combined didn't catch a single golden fish. There was really no other way, so I thought of asking Qian Duo to call Ye Chuyun over to find a solution. After all, this is 7th level equipment. They also thought that they could find a way for Ye Chuyun to take this equipment away. Whether they or Ye Chuyun obtained it, it would ultimately improve the overall strength of the base. Let me try. After saying that, he first used the clone technique to summon his clone. He then had one of his clones use Blade Storm. With a loud bang, the clone transformed into a black tornado and rushed into the river. These golden fish roam in the brilliant Milky Way. The school of fish is not particularly dense, about 10 yards across. Blade Storm has a huge range and a special feature. It's not the huge destructive power, but its crazy suction power. With this suction force, countless golden fish wanted to escape but couldn't, and were sucked into the storm. Although the golden fish is very fast, there are always things it can't escape. All of a sudden, more than 100 golden fish were sucked into the storm and had no way to escape. Not bad. It seems this new guy has some skills. He can actually catch golden fish in this way. The fisherman who was fishing nearby stroked his white beard and nodded. After returning to the ground, Ye Chuyun undid his transformation, and all the more than 100 golden fish were caught in an iron net. The people watching were stunned. Fuck, can you catch fish like this? This skill is so awesome. I feel like it can be used to deal with king-level beasts. Or is it a luxury for the leader to use it to catch fish? It has to be the leader. We spent a long time trying and didn't catch a single one, but the leader caught over 100 in one go. Old man, how about this? I now have over 100 golden fish. I wonder what I can exchange for them from you. Ye Chuyun said very respectfully. Well, the young man has a good attitude, unlike some people. The fisherman glared at Kai Kuan. Okay, since you caught the golden fish, I'll show you my exchange item. After saying this, the fisherman waved his hand lightly, and suddenly dozens of objects floated in the air, shining brightly and dazzlingly. Oh my god! Kai Kuan's eyes widened. You're being so dishonest, old man. You only showed me one piece of Tier 7 equipment before, and I thought it was the only one you had. I didn't expect you still had some in stock. The fisherman rolled his eyes. Humph, you can't change it anyway, so what's there to show you? Oh my god, Brother Wong. Look, isn't that a level 15 4th order shield? Oh my god, there's also a level 15 4th order breastplate. Zhuang Liang was drooling as he watched. Bai Hang also saw a level 15 5th order magic wand, and his eyes lit up. The attributes of this level 15 5th order magic staff are simply amazing. If equipped, the combat power will probably soar by several levels. The eyes of others also lit up. However, among the many items, Ye Chuyun's eyes were still fixed on one item. This item emits a faint colorful light and looks extraordinary at first glance. Is this the 7th level equipment? Ye Chuyun was very shocked. In his previous life, let alone 7th level equipment, he had never even seen 4th level equipment. He has a piece of 4th level equipment on his body. For him, equipment above 4th level is simply an unattainable dream. Although he now has many pieces of 4th level equipment, he does not have a single piece of 5th level equipment. There is no 5th level equipment left, let alone 6th and 7th level equipment. Even if you only own one, you can fight with a combat power of at least tens of thousands, which shows how much it improves your strength. Unexpectedly, a 7th level equipment appeared in front of him. Ye Chuyun thought that he had to be at least level 50 to get a 7th level equipment. It's like a dream. Alliance leader, look, that's the 7th tier equipment we were talking about. Kai Kuan excitedly patted Ye Chuyun's shoulders and pointed at the equipment. Haha, I got this equipment by chance, but it's of no use to me. But if you want to exchange it for this equipment, it won't be that easy. The fisherman smiled complacently. Ye Chuyun also calmed down at this moment. This 7th level equipment is definitely not easy to obtain. Can you show me the attributes of this equipment? Ye Chuyun asked. Okay, I'll show you. Then Ye Chuyun had the permission to view it. Dragon Fragment, all attributes plus 500 after equipping, can reduce equipment level plus 10 after wearing. The wearing conditions are to reach level 20 and all attributes 5,000 points or above. It also comes with 3 skills. The first one is deterrence. If the enemy's mental attribute is low, it will enter a state of fear and all attributes will be reduced. The specific reduction value depends on the spiritual attributes of the holder. The stronger the holder's mental attributes are, the more the enemy's attributes will be reduced after entering the fear state. It's a dynamic skill. The second one can force the enemy into a 3-second stun. This force can ignore the enemy's strength. Even if the enemy is immune to control, it can still be forced to be stunned for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds are enough to do a lot of things. The third one is a burst skill that can make you immune to all control effects while increasing your strength and defense. The increased strength and defense are also based on the holder's own level. At the same time, this dragon fragment is just a fragment. You need to gather the other 3 fragments and prepare a dragon heart to be able to advance to the 10th level. 10th level. 10th level equipment was extremely rare in the previous life. Oh my god, these attributes, these skills are too amazing. Not only Ye Chuyun, but everyone else's eyes almost popped out after seeing the attributes of this equipment. Attributes are secondary. The main thing is that the accompanying skills are too powerful. When they saw the scarlet suit and the ash dual axes before, they thought it was powerful enough. Now that I see this dragon fragment, I know that there is always someone better than you. Compared with level 7 equipment, level 4 equipment is just like scrap metal. All scum. Ye Chuyun was also shocked. It was also the first time for him to see such detailed information about 7th level equipment. In the previous life, the higher the level of the equipment, the more confidential its attributes were. The specifics are all speculation. I really didn't expect this equipment to be so powerful. It is said that the 10th level equipment is even more powerful. It does not increase any attributes, but increases the percentage of overall attributes. The stronger the person who owns it, the more powerful the 10th level equipment will be. Even if a weak person gets it, it will not be improved much. If he could equip it now, judging from his current attributes, after being enhanced by the dragon fragments, he might be able to slaughter a level 30 beast. Chapter 195 The river water is strange. Find another solution. Old man, how many gold fish do I need to exchange for this dragon fragment? Ye Chuyun looked at the fisherman and asked. To exchange for items below level 4, you need 10 golden fish. Level 4 requires 50 golden fish. Level 5 requires 100 golden fish. Level 6 requires 500 golden fish. For the 7th level, you'll need 1,000 golden fish. The fisherman stated his conditions. Oh my god, I thought I'd need tens of thousands of gold fish to exchange for this 7th tier equipment, but I didn't expect it would only cost 1,000 gold fish. Kai Kuan laughed. Alliance leader, that's a sure thing. You just caught over 100 golden fish in one move. If you do it 10 more times, you can change it. You little guys are so naive. The fisherman blew his beard and glared. These golden fish only appear for a limited time. In another hour, they will disappear. If the golden fish disappears, I will leave here too. If you can't exchange the golden fish with me in time, then the golden fish will be of no use to you. As he said this, he looked at Ye Chuyun. And the skill you just used shouldn't be usable multiple times, right? Ye Chuyun nodded helplessly. The cooldown time of Bladestorm is 2 hours. Even if he has various equipment and talents to help reduce the cooling time, it will still take at least an hour. In other words, the next time he wants to use Bladestorm, he will have to do so in the next hour. But by that time, the golden fish would have disappeared. Fuck an hour? Kai Kuan immediately felt weak after hearing this, and the others' expressions were not very good either. Seeing so much high-level equipment disappear in front of them is a bad feeling for anyone. An hour. Ye Chuyun also found it a bit tricky, but he certainly won't give up. Okay, I'll try. The fisherman nodded, perhaps because he was very satisfied with Ye Chuyun's performance before. He said, "Don't say I didn't help you. Now I'm helping you." After he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers, and several tiny blue rays of light poured into everyone's body. For the next hour, you will be able to breathe underwater as if you were walking on flat ground. How many golden fish you can catch now depends entirely on your ability. Old man, you are so kind. It's not like you. Kai Kuan felt the changes in his body and asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Oomph, you little guy, isn't it enough for me to help you?" The fisherman was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at him. "It's okay if you don't want my help. I can take away the power bestowed upon you now. You can find a way to catch it yourself." No, please pretend I didn't ask. Pretend I didn't ask." Kai Kuan quickly waved his hands and shut up. "Kuan, you'd better shut up and stop talking." Ye Chuyun was very upset. Then he called everyone over. "What should I do now?" Bai Hang asked with a serious expression. "It's definitely not possible for me to collect 1,000 golden fish so quickly by myself now. So I still need your help." After saying that, Ye Chuyun took out several scrolls from his storage space. These scrolls can make you stronger and double your combat power in a short period of time. And these fishing nets have electric shock spells on them, which can paralyze the golden fish for a short time. These scrolls were the spoils he had obtained from killing various ferocious beasts, and he had never used them. And this fishing net was a magical device that he had Aner make specifically for before coming to the Baiha area. It was not too easy for Aner to make such a simple magic device. Ye Chuyun first used his forging skills to make a fishing net mold, and then asked Anil to find a way to turn it into a magical device with paralyzing function. Everyone was very happy. With such a strong attribute bonus, I will definitely be able to catch that golden fish. When Xiao Shanyun saw the improved attributes, he immediately felt more confident. Bai Hang also nodded, wishing he could rush forward right now. Everyone started to join in the capture and jumped into the water. Ye Chuyun continued to command his clone to catch the golden fish, and he also jumped into the water. But as soon as he entered the water, Ye Chuyun immediately discovered the problem. The river water seems to have become heavier. Even if you can breathe underwater and move freely, it's useless. At this moment, Ye Chuyun felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. Although the weight of the mountain was nothing to him, it was different for others. Fuck, I knew that old man wouldn't be so kind. Kai Kuan also noticed something strange. There was a golden fish right in front of him. He wanted to attack it, but suddenly found that his movements were as slow as a turtle, and it was as if he suddenly had an extra weight of 10,000 pounds on his body. The golden fish ran away in a flash and could not be caught up at all. Others also suffered various setbacks. In the end, only Bai Hang, Shifeng, Su Meng, Xiao Shanyun, and Chu Yunlan each caught one by their own ability. But this efficiency is too slow. Ye Chuyun is fine. He has the skill of teleportation. No matter how fast these golden fish are, can they be as fast as teleportation? Soon he caught a golden fish with his teleportation skill. But after catching one, the other golden fish had already run away. These golden fish do not move in groups. Basically, if one is caught, the others will run away faster than ghosts. 10 minutes later, Ye Chuyun had caught 12 golden fish. The others came back empty-handed, having put in so much effort but only managed to get one. This is really too inefficient. That won't work. It's too slow. Ye Chuyun realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly called everyone back to the ground. "Old man, you didn't say there was anything wrong with the water?" Kai Kuan came to the fisherman and complained very aggrievedly. "Haha, I told you, golden fish are not that easy to get. Hasn't this made you experience it firsthand? You're still too weak. Forget about the dragon fragments. Be more pragmatic and exchange them for some tier 4 or tier 5 equipment. Otherwise, you'll end up with nothing." The fisherman smiled complacently. This old man. Kai Kuan was so angry that he kept stamping his feet. "Alliance leader, what should we do now? Time is running out." Wang Gang was very anxious. Ye Chuyun naturally would not give up. "Wait, let me think of a solution. It is definitely impossible to ask him to give up exchanging for 7th level equipment. I don't know when I will be able to obtain 7th level equipment again in the future. And it is definitely more difficult to obtain than this. 1,000 golden fish can be directly exchanged for a 7th level equipment. This requirement is really simple. If you can't even get this, how are you going to get the more advanced 8th, 9th, or even 10th levels in the future?" Chapter 196. Using all possible means, 3,000 golden fish were obtained. Now Ye Chuyun's two clones are still teleporting in the river to catch golden fish. However, the efficiency is not high. The two clones together can only catch a maximum of more than 20 golden fish. One of the clones has already used Blade Storm once, and the skill is now on cooldown. However, Ye Chuyun's original body had another clone's Blade Storm that he had not used. As long as the main body has not used the Blade Storm skill, the skill CD between the clone and the main body will not be shared after summoning the clone. If Blade Storm is used before summoning a clone, the summoned clone will be unusable. But if it is not used, the clone can be used. This is also the reason why he summoned his clone at the beginning and let the clone use Blade Storm first. Now he can use Blade Storm twice, and if used properly, he can catch at least 300 golden fish. Ye Chuyun also has many skills and can catch golden fish. But there is not enough time. The fisherman said that in another hour, the golden fish school will disappear. Now more than 10 minutes have passed, and there is not much time left. He must catch at least 1,000 golden fish as quickly as possible. In addition to the two ultimate killer moves of Blade Storm, Ye Chuyun has another ultimate killer move. That is the Dark Sealing Sword that I just learned. This domain skill can prevent all living beings within the domain from leaving, and that is enough. Plans quickly emerged in Ye Chuyun's mind. Never mind. Let's use up the two Blade Storms first and catch as many golden fish as possible. Now that we can breathe freely in the water, there's a good way to catch a large number of golden fish. Thinking of this, Ye Chuyun called everyone over again. Now, try to drive the golden fish towards me as much as possible. Just drive the fish and leave the rest to me. Everyone nodded repeatedly. It's just a matter of chasing the fish, which is easier than catching them. Everyone started to take action. Ye Chuyun asked his clone to wait for the opportunity, and he, as his real body, joined the army of fish herders. Once these golden fish find someone approaching, they will subconsciously run away and will not actively attack people. The direction of escape is straight. As everyone was intentionally chasing them, a large group of golden fish were unconsciously swimming in the same direction. Get started. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ye Chuyun immediately ordered his clone to take action. The Blade Storm appeared again, catching all the golden fish swimming over. This batch harvested more than 500 golden fish. Ye Chuyun was also very excited. He didn't expect it to be so successful. It seems that catching all the fish in one net was the right approach. Continue. Others were excited too. Ye Chuyun waved his hand. Continue. The third wave used the same trick. This time it was him, and the other two clones and others continued to drive the fish. More than 400 golden fish were successfully harvested. Now there are 1,000 of them. Moreover, these two arrest operations only took more than 20 minutes. There are still more than 20 minutes left. There are still 3 chances to use the Dark Sealing Sword, and there is still a lot of room for profit. Ye Chuyun continued to ask others to take action. An hour passed quickly, and more than 50 minutes passed. I'm rich. Zhuang Liang, how many have you caught? 108. How about you? Ha ha. Then I have fewer than you. I have 96. If I get another wave, I'll be able to collect enough gold fish to exchange for Tier 5 equipment. That's awesome. Everyone looked at the golden fish all over the ground and had a lot of fun catching them. Ye Chuyun also underestimated the power of the Dark Sealing Sword. With the blessing of nature's law, the range of the Dark Sealing Sword has doubled. The original range of the Dark Sealing Sword was very large, about 50 meters. After doubling its size, the Dark Sealing Sword can now cover a range of 100 meters. This is much more powerful than Blade Storm, and you can easily catch hundreds of golden fish. The fishermen standing by couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Watching them continuously harvest golden fish, the fisherman couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect that they could actually catch so many golden fish. These little guys, are they trying to empty my family's wealth? It's over. As the last domain disappeared, Ye Chuyun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 Dark Sealing Swords smashed down, almost catching all the golden fish in the river. He planned to harvest at least 3,000 golden fish in these waves, far exceeding his expectations and perfectly completing his goal. Alliance leader, this is the golden fish I collected. And mine. Kai Kuan, Wang Gang, Zhuang Liang, Bai Hang and others immediately handed the captured golden fish to Ye Chuyun. They all hoped that Ye Chuyun could exchange for that 7th level equipment. Ye Chuyun took all the golden fish and counted them. Including the golden fish on his body, he now owns a total of 3,151 golden fish. His original purpose was to exchange for dragon fragments, but now there are so many more golden fish, which far exceeded his expectations. He needs to plan it carefully. Wang Gang and the others trusted me, so they gave me all the golden fish to distribute. But he can't be too selfish. In addition to the 7th level equipment, he looked to see what other useful things he could exchange for. Returning to the fisherman, Ye Chuyun took out all the golden fish. Old man, let me see what I can exchange. The fisherman's expression stiffened slightly, and he nodded. Look. This time, Ye Chuyun could see the information and exchange prices of all items, but could not see the specific attributes. I know about it from the dragon fragments that I've seen before. The first is the 7th level equipment, dragon fragments, which can be exchanged for 1,000 golden fish. Needless to say, this must be exchanged. In addition, Ye Chuyun also discovered that there were 3 more 6th level items on the fisherman's exchange list. Wow, this old man actually hid something. Among these 3 6th level items, 2 are equipment and the other one is a rare item from heaven and earth. The 2 pieces of equipment are a necklace and earrings, with different prices. These 3 items require at least 500 golden fish, and the highest requires 800 golden fish. The level requirements for 2 pieces of 6th level equipment are very high. The necklace has the lowest requirement of level 20. The required level for earrings is level 25. 1 7th level equipment plus 2 6th level equipment, and 1 6th level rare item. All of a sudden, 3,000 golden fish were gone. In this way, there were only more than 100 golden fish left on Ye Chuyun's body. As for the 4th and 5th level equipment, there are even more, almost all types. My goodness, after seeing this, the more than 3,000 golden fish in his hands suddenly didn't seem so attractive anymore. Chapter 197 Exchange. How do I choose? Ye Chuyun's eyes moved back and forth in front of the many items, and he was very hesitant. The fisherman just smiled when he saw this. Seeing Ye Chuyun's distressed look, he felt very happy in his heart. Ye Chuyun fell into deep thought. His original purpose was just to exchange for dragon fragments. Now there are 2,000 more golden fish, far exceeding his expectations. So, should he use these 2,000 golden fish to exchange for the 3 6th level items, or for 4th and 5th level equipment? If you exchange for 3 6th level items, then the 2,000 golden fish will be almost used up. However, if you exchange for 4th and 5th level equipment, you can at least exchange for at least 20 pieces, which can greatly improve your overall strength. Leader, what's wrong? Wang Gang asked curiously when he saw that Ye Chuyun had not made a decision yet. That's perfect. I wanted to ask for your opinion. Now, apart from that 7th tier equipment, there are 2,000 more golden fish. These 2,000 golden fish can be exchanged for 3 6th tier items. However, if they are exchanged for 4th tier equipment, they can be exchanged for at least 40 pieces. If they are exchanged for 5th tier equipment, they can be exchanged for 20 pieces, which is enough to arm ourselves to the teeth. 40 pieces of 4th tier equipment and 20 pieces of 5th tier equipment. Wang Gang was very excited just by hearing it. Now, just having a 4th level equipment is a big deal, let alone 40 pieces. The others were also very moved when they heard this. Who can resist such temptation? What do you think? Ye Chuyun asked. Now the others also fell into deep thought. This is a very difficult question to decide. After all, the requirements for 6th level equipment are definitely very high, and even if you exchange it for a while, you won't be able to equip it. However, if you try hard, you may be able to equip yourself with level 4 or 5 equipment. Ye Chuyun waited for everyone's choice. After all, they were able to give all the golden fish to me because they trusted me. So in this choice, he still has to listen to everyone's opinions. Except for the 7th level equipment, the 6th level equipment is relatively not that important. So we still take everyone's opinions into consideration. After all, these are the golden fish that everyone worked hard to get. After everyone thought for a while, Bai Hang suddenly said, Alliance leader, my suggestion is to exchange these 2,000 golden fish for 3 6th tier items. Although exchanging for 40 pieces of tier 4 equipment or 20 pieces of tier 5 equipment is cool, it's not like I won't be able to get tier 4 and tier 5 equipment in the future. The higher the level of equipment, the harder it is to obtain. I understand this principle. Su Meng, who had been quiet all the time, also spoke rarely. Although 4th and 5th tier equipment can improve the combat power of most people, 6th tier equipment improves individual combat power even more. We can strengthen individuals first, and then the individuals can benefit everyone. A strong individual will easily be able to obtain tier 4 or tier 5 equipment. On the other hand, a group of people wearing tier 4 or tier 5 equipment may not be able to obtain a single tier 6 piece of equipment. Considering the future, tier 4 and tier 5 equipment will eventually be eliminated, but tier 6 equipment is different. It can bring more lasting benefits. After hearing what Bai Hang and Su Meng said, the others suddenly understood. I agree. For the improvement of the entire base, One piece of 6th tier equipment is definitely not as significant as 40 pieces of 4th tier equipment or 20 pieces of 5th tier equipment. But if Vice Alliance leader Qian were to choose, he would probably prefer to exchange these level 4 and level 5 equipment for a level 6 piece of equipment. Alliance leader, you should exchange for these 3rd and 6th level equipment. Everyone expressed their opinions to Ye Chuyun seriously. They thought that after Ye Chuyun became stronger with these pieces of equipment, he would definitely get a lot of good equipment. How can you do such a stupid thing as killing the chicken to get the eggs now? In the end, Ye Chuyun made a decision. Exchange the fragments of Tianlong and 3 other 6th level equipment. Things happened just as Bai Hang, Su Ming, and others said. As your level and combat power increase, there will be many ways to obtain 4th and 5th level equipment. However, level 6 and level 7 equipment are not so easy to obtain. This also requires a certain amount of opportunity. The dragon fragments and 3 6th level items consumed 3,000 golden fish. There are 151 gold fish left. The maximum that can be replaced is 1 piece of 5th tier equipment, 1 piece of 4th tier equipment, or 3 pieces of 4th tier equipment. There are only 3 6th level items, and now they have all been locked by Ye Chuyun. However, there are more choices for level 4 and level 5 equipment. After thinking about it, Ye Chuyun finally chose a 5th level magic wand, a 4th level longbow, and a 4th level large shield. Old man, these are 3,150 golden fish. I want to exchange them for these. Little guy, believe in your choice, you will never lose. The fisherman smiled, accepted the golden fish, and handed all the exchange items to Ye Chuyun. Then he disappeared in front of Ye Chuyun. Is this it? Ye Chuyun said in a daze. Alliance leader, please take a look at the attributes of the 6th level equipment. Everyone was very curious. Okay, I'll open your eyes. Ye Chuyun shared the information of all the equipment. When everyone saw the attributes of the equipment, they couldn't help but gasp. Everyone already knows the properties of the dragon fragment. The remaining 3 or 6 pieces of equipment. The first one is a necklace. Guardian Star, level 6 equipment, all attributes plus 200 after equipping. Additional skill 1, Star of Light, area damage. Its power is equal to the holder's combat power 2. Attached skill 2, Guardian Power, can shorten the cooldown of all skills by 15%. Equipment requirements, level 20, Spirit 3000 or above, and possessing E-level spiritual talent. The second piece is earrings. Sacred Ring, level 6 equipment, Spirit plus 800 after equipping. Attached skill 1, Light Spear, has a chance to trigger while attacking. Its power is equal to the holder's combat power 2. Attached skill 2, reduces physical damage by 80%, lasting 20 seconds. The third item is a rare object from heaven and earth. Glass Treasure Bottle, a 6th level rare item. It contains a huge spiritual energy space, which can hold a gourd to swallow the sea, and can also cultivate spiritual fluid. How to cultivate spiritual fluid. 1 piece of magic crystal can produce 1 kilogram of spiritual fluid. Spiritual liquid can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. Can also be drunk directly to restore physical strength and energy, and can continuously increase energy points. Chapter 198 Test. Ye Chuyun actually didn't know the properties of these 6th level items. Now that he and everyone else had seen the properties of these 3 6th tier items, they couldn't help but gasp. The attributes of the 2 6th level equipment are so amazing that I won't mention them here. The most important thing is this glass vase. This item can be said to be the most valuable one among all the items Ye Chuyun exchanged, because it can produce spiritual fluid. The main function of spiritual liquid is to accelerate the growth rate of spiritual plants. This is crucial to the development of the base. He has magic crystals, and springs are everywhere, inexhaustible. When you have the chance, you can try the power of this glass vase. Fuck, this 6th level equipment is really powerful. This is too powerful. It's a pity that these 2 items are just accessories. It would be much better if they were weapons. The others looked at the 2 pieces of equipment with their eyes almost popping out of their heads. Ye Chuyun smiled. This 5th tier staff and 2 other 4th tier weapons are also very powerful. Take a look. Glorious Staff, Tier 5 equipment, Spirit plus 300. Additional skill 1, adds a light shield to up to 10 people, which can resist 1 fatal damage. Additional skill 1, summons a Guardian of Light, possessing 100% of the user's combat power. Can only use light spells, weak against dark spells. Duration, 10 minutes. Requirements for wearing, level 15, Spirit 1200 or above. Bow of Light, 4th tier top grade equipment, attack power plus 100, agility plus 100. Additional skill 1, no bow or arrow is needed when attacking. Light arrows are automatically generated with built-in locking capabilities, increasing damage to dark beasts by 200%. Additional skill 2. Instantly summons 10,000 arrows of light. Requirements: level 15, agility 800 or above. Moon shield, 4th tier top grade equipment, defense plus 100, constitution plus 100. Attached skill 1. Moon power, defense will increase by 500 points, and constitution will increase by 200 points. Additional skill 2. When attacking an enemy, you can absorb some of the enemy's power and convert it into your own power. Each attack can add a layer of moon power to yourself, up to a maximum of 100 layers. Requirements: level 15, constitution 800 or above. These 3 pieces of equipment were specially selected by Ye Chuyun. The wearing level will not be too high, and whether it is skill effects or attribute bonuses, it is the best among all equipment. This is also the equipment that Ye Chuyun specially selected for Wang Gang and others. This glorious staff, Bai Hang, take it. Ye Chuyun gave the Staff of Glory to Bai Hang. Bai Hang has huge potential. With this 5th level equipment, he will definitely be able to exert his maximum combat power. This, Alliance Leader, it's not good to give me this radiant staff. I didn't help much this time. Bai Hang was a little hesitant, feeling that he was not qualified to own this 5th level staff. Kai Kuan on the side glared. Just take what the leader gave you. Now that you have the staff, I'm counting on you to help me level up and fly. How can the leader, such a busy man, have the time to lead us? This is because we have high hopes for you. Yes, you are the most qualified person to hold this staff right now, so just take it. Ye Chuyun smiled. Of course, I didn't give you this radiant staff for free. After you get it, you must contribute more to our base. Seeing Ye Chuyun said so, Bai Hang had no reason to refuse. He nodded very seriously and took the Staff of Glory. Don't worry, leader. I will definitely try my best. Haha, upgrade first. This equipment requires level 15, and you're still 3 levels short. Hehe, that's true. Ye Chuyun gave the bow of light to Lu Qian. After all, she was the only one with a bow profession here. The moon shield was given to Zhuang Liang. Now 3 people have obtained powerful equipment, and the overall level of the team has been improved. The others didn't feel uncomfortable either. Instead, they all started to clamor for Bai Hang and the other 2 to help them upgrade. Because they understand unity, no matter who improves their strength, it will benefit the entire team. Ye Chuyun also collected the dragon fragments and 2 other 6th level equipment. The required level to wear the dragon fragment is 20, but he is only level 18 now and is not qualified to wear it. The other 2 pieces of level 6 equipment are even less likely to work. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, let's go back to the base. Ye Chuyun said. Good. The others also suppressed their excitement and nodded. Using the one-click teleportation function, everyone returned to the base in an instant. As soon as he came back, Qian Duoduo received the news and hurried over to find out what happened. Ye Chuyun also briefly recounted to him the entire process that had occurred in the Baiha area before. When Qian Duoduo learned that they had obtained so many high-level equipment this time, he was also very happy. Then Ye Chuyun took out the glass vase and wanted to study it with Qian Duoduo. Is this the glass vase? Qian Duoduo held the palm-sized jade bottle in his hands and observed it with an incredible look on his face. In other words, as long as we keep putting magic crystals into this bottle, we can obtain spiritual fluid, and this spiritual liquid can ripen spiritual plants. Ye Chuyun nodded. In addition, you can also take this spiritual liquid. After taking it, you can quickly restore your physical strength and energy, and you can also continuously gain energy points. Continuously gaining energy points? Qian Duoduo suddenly discovered the highlight. How much exactly? I don't know about that yet. I need to research it. Okay, I'll bring the spring water and magic crystals over now. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, he went back and forth every 5 minutes and immediately had a wooden bucket of water in his hand. Hurry, try it. It looked like he couldn't wait any longer. Okay, let's try it now. Ye Chuyun was stunned for a moment, opened the glass bottle and pointed it at the wooden barrel. Crash. The water in the wooden barrel was automatically sucked into the glass vase, leaving not a drop. The wooden barrel just now contained 2 kilograms of spring water. Okay, then let's put 2 magic crystals in and see. Ye Chuyun put 2 magic crystals in, and then a prompt popped up. Hint, do you want to start cultivating spiritual fluid? Chapter 199 New Business Opportunities. As soon as the prompt appeared, Ye Chuyun clicked to agree. Tip, the glass vase begins to cultivate the spiritual fluid. Please wait for 2 minutes. Does it take 1 minute to transform 1 kilogram of spring water? Ye Chuyun muttered to himself. This time is okay, it's pretty fast. The 2 minutes pass quickly. Hint, the The spiritual fluid has been cultivated. All right. Ye Chuyun opened the glazed vase and poured all the cultivated spiritual liquid into the wooden barrel. The cultivated spiritual liquid in the wooden barrel is fiery red and emits an alluring fragrance. Try. Ye Chuyun looked at Qian Duoduo and took out a cup. Qian Duoduo swallowed. This shouldn't be poisonous, right? You won't die if you try it, right? You think too much. Okay, try it. The two of them simultaneously picked up a cup and filled it with spiritual liquid from the barrel. Ye Chuyun looked at the spiritual liquid in the cup that was as red as blood and moved closer to steady it. Well, it smells good, but I don't know what it tastes like. Ye Chuyun drank it all in one gulp. It's quite delicious. It tastes a lot like lemon black tea. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chuyun felt a warm current flowing into his body, constantly flowing inside him. Ye Chuyun suddenly felt that all his fatigue was gone and his mind became clear. Qian Duoduo also looked unsatisfied. This spiritual fluid is quite effective. It even restores energy faster than the hotels. That's right. Ye Chuyun nodded. Although the hotel can also restore physical strength and energy, it also takes a certain amount of time. Once you drink this spiritual liquid, you can immediately restore your physical strength and energy in less than a second. The next step is to see how this spiritual fluid continues to gain energy points. The two waited silently for another minute, and soon a prompt popped up again. Hint: you have obtained 100 energy points. Huh? Can I really get energy points? Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up. 100 energy points per minute, but I don't know how long it will last. The two waited for another half an hour. Almost every minute, a reminder pops up. After half an hour, the prompt did not appear again. 3,000 energy points for 30 minutes. Is this a lot or a little? Qian Duoduo was thinking. Of course it's a lot. You can get 3,000 energy points for doing nothing in 30 minutes. Where else can you find such a good thing? Ye Chuyun asked back. He filled another cup of spiritual fluid from the barrel and drank it. And as long as you continue to drink this spiritual liquid, you will continue to gain energy points. If you continue drinking it for 24 hours a day, calculate how many energy points you can gain. After hearing this, Qian Duoduo suddenly understood. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? If this spiritual fluid can be used repeatedly to gain energy points, then 1 hour would yield 6,000 energy points, and 24 hours would yield 144,000 energy points. Anyone below level 10 can directly upgrade to the next level, and there's no need to go through the hardship of hunting down ferocious beasts. Ye Chuyun added with a smile. This spiritual fluid can be used by the logistics personnel. They work hard every day to keep the base running, so they don't have much time to hunt ferocious beasts. This spiritual fluid can be provided to them, thus saving the other combatants time. That's right. Qian Duoduo agreed very much. If there's any excess spiritual fluid, we can package it and make it into a unique specialty of our base for sale. I believe this will definitely become another hot-selling product after the primary whetstone. Seeing Qian Duoduo so high-spirited, Ye Chuyun was a little worried whether the glass vase in his hand could withstand his ambition. But he agreed very much with Qian Duoduo's words. This spiritual liquid does have a lot of room for development. Now, just being able to continuously obtain energy points is enough to make you a god. In addition, the spiritual liquid can accelerate the growth rate of spiritual plants, which is even more amazing. If it is true, as Qian Duoduo said, that the spiritual liquid is packaged and made into a commodity for sale, Ye Chuyun felt that this would definitely be more popular than the primary whetstone. After all, the current shortage of primary whetstones is due to the sudden large-scale scrapping of equipment, which has caused billions of people to scramble for them. However, after the durability of the equipment is restored, it can last at least another 6 or 7 days. Moreover, the blueprints for the primary whetstone can also be obtained in other settlements. In the future, the primary whetstone will gradually become common and will no longer be exclusive to their settlement. But this spiritual liquid is different. It is cultivated in a glass vase. Only Ye Chuyun has the glazed vase, and it is not like the blueprint for a primary whetstone, which can never be copied. The fact that you can continuously obtain energy points alone ensures the ability to repeatedly purchase spiritual liquid, which is absolutely top-notch. In addition, the spiritual liquid has the ability to accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, which is even more amazing. However, the disadvantage is that magic crystals are needed to cultivate this spiritual liquid. This is a big problem. Magic crystals are still a rare item. Even if Ye Chuyun now owns a magic crystal mine and receives a large amount of magic crystals every day, it is still not enough to consume. Arner needs the help of magic crystals to study magic devices. The help of magic crystals is also needed to maintain the operation of the Tower of Elements. Now with the addition of spiritual liquid, this is a big source of magic crystals. From now on, most of the magic crystals will be provided to it. It seems we need to put the strategy for the Golden Flame Mountains on the agenda as soon as possible. Ye Chuyun thought to himself. Qian Duo was still excited alone. It just so happens that the base has been upgraded to level 2, and there are many new items in the Mansion Exchange Mall, including seeds of first and second level spiritual herbs and fruits. The members below have also handed in a lot of seeds. Now is a good time to test the spiritual fluid's ability to ripen them. Ye Chuyun nodded. Then you go and try it first. I have something else to do here. After saying that, he took out the glass vase and handed it to him. From now on, this glass vase will be handed over to you. You can do whatever you want with it. The function of this glazed treasure bottle is to benefit the development of the base, but it is not of much help to Ye Chuyun personally. Qian Duo stays in the base all day, so it would be more convenient to leave it to him. Okay, just leave it to me. After Qian Duo accepted the glass vase, he quickly left with the wooden barrel. This is really full of energy. Ye Chuyun looked at Qian Duo's back with a look of emotion. After Qian Duo left, he took out a red and blue flame from the storage space. This flame was like a fire elf, dancing and leaping in Ye Chuyun's palm, while emitting scorching heat, causing the temperature of the entire room to rise rapidly. Chapter 200, Fusion of Strange Fire, Combat Power Exceeds 100,000. Hint: do you want to absorb the ice and fire magic flames? Tip: if your physique is not strong, absorbing the strange fire may be life-threatening. Tip: during the fusion process, you cannot move. After seeing the prompt, Ye Chuyun was not surprised at all. The higher the level of the strange fire, the more difficult it is to absorb. After the strange fire enters the body will definitely have a rejection reaction, and the strange fire will also resist the body to a certain extent. At this time, it depends on which side is more powerful. If the physical attributes are too low, the strange fire will immediately backfire and put one's life in danger. Therefore, it is not enough to just obtain the strange fire. You also need to have the ability to absorb it. Ye Chuyun's current physical attributes have exceeded 10,000, which is more than enough to absorb even the 4th level strange fire, not to mention that the ice and fire demon flame is only a 3rd level strange fire. Isn't this a complete crushing defeat? Ye Chuyun directly chose to absorb it to see what the effect would be. After confirmation, the ice and fire demon flame suddenly changed. The flame between his palms suddenly burned violently. First, it wrapped around Ye Chuyun's entire palm. Ye Chuyun only felt a burning sensation in his palms, as if they were placed in boiling water at over 100 degrees Celsius. However, he possesses the D-level talent fire fusion. Even if the whole person swims in the molten lava, let alone being burned by such high temperature. Hint: the ice and fire demon flames are merging. At this time, a progress bar appeared in front of Ye Chuyun, growing slowly. Looking at the speed of this fusion, it will take at least half an hour. At this time, the ice blue flame had spread from his palm to his entire arm. Ye Chuyun still had no expression on his face, saying that it was just a sprinkle of water. Fortunately, out of caution, he did not fuse the ice and fire magic flames on the spot in the ghost town. Although the ice and fire magic flames could not cause much damage to him, he was unable to move. If someone suddenly attacked him at this time, it would be dangerous. It's safer to stay in your own territory. The progress bar is also growing slowly. After a while, the flames had spread from the arm to half of Ye Chuyun's body. The originally scorching temperature suddenly became colder and colder. Ye Chuyun felt like he was in an ice cube, shivering. Fortunately, he also awakened his ice talent, and with his super strong physique, he could easily withstand this kind of cold. Just when I felt cold, the temperature immediately became hot again. Hey, what are you doing? Ye Chuyun couldn't help but complain. The ice and fire devil flames constantly alternated between hot and cold, and their expressions changed faster than a woman's. The flames continued to spread throughout his body. When the progress bar reached 50%, the ice and fire magic flames had spread all over his body, and Ye Chuyun turned into a fireman, just like the Ghost Rider. The fluctuating high temperature caused the entire room to suffer inhuman torture. All the furniture in the room was about to melt, but was pulled back by the low temperature the next second. Before they could feel comfortable for long, they were tortured by the high temperature again. If this person stayed with Ye Chuyun, he would probably be tortured to death by the extremely cold and hot temperatures before he even got close to Ye Chuyun. However, Ye Chuyun remained as steady as a rock, unmoved at all. After 30 minutes, the progress bar reached the bottom and the fusion was finally completed successfully. Hint: congratulations, The ice and fire demon flame have been successfully fused and become one with you. Hint: your body has been tempered by the magic flames of ice and fire, and all attributes have increased by 500 points, including ice resistance plus 1,000 and fire resistance plus 1,000. It's improved so much. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ye Chuyun's eyes. He had never come into contact with strange fire in his previous life. Although he knew that the successful fusion of high-level strange fire could improve its own properties, he did not expect that it could be improved so much. Open the panel and look at the data. Name: Ye Chuyun. Level: 18-131-3000/300000. Reputation: 1000. Title: Person blessed by heaven, celestial god number 250, intermediate blacksmith. Strength: 1412, 4B level strength plus 21186. Agility: 12661, C level agility plus 10,129. Constitution: 11158, C level body state of mind plus 8,926. Spirit: 10886, D level spirit enhancement plus 4,354. Free attribute points 0. Hearing: 100. Chi and blood: 100. Dark element: 100. Luck value 1. Water element: 10. Ice resistance: 1,000. Kong: 1,000. Combat power: 100,928, 97,658 plus 3,270. Ye Chuyun's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. The combat power finally exceeded 100,000. There are only 50,000 left to reach the goal of 150,000, and I believe it will be reached soon. In addition to improving its own attributes, each type of strange fire can gain different special abilities after fusion. For example, this ice and fire magic flame gives Ye Chuyun resistance to ice and fire. If an enemy uses fire or ice skills to attack him in the future, its power can be greatly weakened. Originally, the fire and ice elements could cause 100 points of damage to him, but now it's good if they can cause 30 points of damage at most. Coupled with his own incredible attributes, the damage can be said to be close to 0, which can be said to be extremely hopeless. Then Ye Chuyun's mind moved, and a blue and red flame emerged from his palm, which was the ice and fire demon flame. Ye Chuyun waved the ice and fire magic flame in his hand casually, and it also grew bigger and smaller according to Ye Chuyun's thoughts. The ice and fire magic flame can be combined with any fire skill and increase the power of that skill by 300%. It also deals extra damage to ice-type enemies. At the same time, it can increase the success rate for potion makers, alchemists, blacksmiths, cooks, etc. It can be said to be a panacea. In the previous life, there were no more than 100 people in the entire Blue Star region who obtained the strange fire. Everyone worships the strange fire as a treasure. In the past, Ye Chuyun didn't quite understand why they were so precious, but now he finally understood. With the strange fire, not only can the success rate of life profession be increased, but also one's own combat power can be greatly improved. Coupled with the improvement of ice and fire skills, even if it is not Ye Chuyun, if someone else possesses this ice and fire magic flame, they can become a human turret. Next, we need to prepare for tomorrow's auction. After putting away the ice and fire magic flames, Ye Chuyun began to think about the follow-up plan. The most important thing is definitely the auction that I have agreed to attend with Mo tomorrow. The value of the items in the auction held in other worlds must be very high, and this opportunity must not be missed. The most urgent task now is to prepare as many god and demon coins as possible. The minimum starting amount must be 5 million. Fortunately, Qian Duo has been working hard to sell primary whetstones in recent days. Coupled with the increase in the flow of people in the area, various industries have begun to generate profits. You can earn god and demon coins almost every minute and every second.